Family, who could have imagined? I sacrificed my life to save another, only to become the sole pancake god of the universe, with the reward of divine pancake-making talent. Subsequently, I found myself in the Korean comic Beautiful New World, assuming the identity of Haocheng at a company, effortlessly completing my tasks. When faced with the scheming machinations of my female colleagues, I remained remarkably composed. The plot was simply extraordinary. I must tell you, I perished, and then I ascended to divinity. Can you guess what kind of god I became? A god of war? No, not at all. A god of love? Even further from the mark. I became the only pancake god in the entire universe. You heard that right. I'm talking about the savory pancakes enriched with scallions, cilantro, and crispy layers. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. I had given my life to save someone, and my heroic reward was the awakening of an extraordinary pancake-making ability. Is this system also dabbling in side businesses at New Oriental? All right, let me recount this absurd tale from the beginning. That evening, I was home alone, reveling in a life of simple pleasures. A bottle of wine, a couple of small dishes, and peanuts paired with a vegetable platter absolutely delightful. You see, I am somewhat socially anxious. I cherish the solitude, where there's no need for idle chatter. I clink my glass with my own reflection, downing it in one go. What bliss! As the night wore on and the wine took effect, I found myself quite tipsy, savoring the last cigarette as I stumbled to the window for some fresh air. Suddenly, amidst the chilling breeze, I heard a faint cry for help. In an instant, my inebriation dissipated. In a moment of reckless impulse, I dashed downstairs without even donning a jacket, just slippers on my feet. Living on the 4th floor, I lost one slipper in my haste as I raced down. In the dead of winter, the icy ground beneath my bare feet was excruciating, but I paid no heed, following the sound with all my might. Upon reaching the edge of a small pond, I spotted a woman floundering in the water. It was my neighbor, a kind-hearted girl known for her generosity in feeding the stray cats and dogs below. Seeing her on the brink of drowning, I didn't hesitate. I took a deep breath and plunged into the frigid water. Then there was nothing more. When I regained consciousness, I found myself floating in a fantastical realm reminiscent of the Milky Way. Before me hovered a spirit, her face obscured, her voice ethereal, resembling an AI's synthesized tone, declaring, "You died saving another, and you have passed my test." I thought to myself, am I in the afterlife, preparing for rebirth? To my astonishment, she revealed herself as the spirit of heroic sacrifice, named Lee, who, having witnessed my selflessness, deemed me worthy of being her master, granting me the chance to traverse countless worlds. I was utterly astonished and asked, "So, does this mean I'm not truly dead?" Lee explained that my situation was unique. My physical body had perished, yet she had suspended my breath with energy. To be truly resurrected, I must perform acts of sacrifice in other worlds, inspiring others to provide her with energy, which would enable my revival and grant me extraordinary powers. How could I refuse such an offer? It was far better than the monotony of daily work. I readily agreed. As a result, Lee remarked, "Do not rush. Each individual she selects will awaken a core talent ability." She provided examples, stating that others might possess abilities such as fire or water manipulation, or even become a necromancer. At the very least, they could have talents like X-ray vision or telepathy, which left me utterly exhilarated. She instructed me to close my eyes, and I felt a sudden ding in my mind, as if something had been unlocked. Before us appeared a panel reminiscent of a game interface. Clearly inscribed upon it was talent ability, god of pancake wraps. We both fell silent. The air was oppressively still. I sensed Lee's ethereal form trembling slightly, though I could not discern whether it was from anger or disappointment. She awkwardly reassured me, It's all right, master. Not having a combat talent is still quite good at least. You won't go hungry." What could I say? I could only chuckle and respond that it was fine and that I would make some for her to try later. At that moment, I pondered whether I had become the so-called chosen one for tasks, albeit my task was to make pancakes. Yet, the absurdity continued. Lee announced that for safety, she would first send me to a novice village, an absolutely secure, ultra-low-risk world. As the spirit realm opened, a flash of white light engulfed me, and when I opened my eyes again, guess where I found myself? I stood on a bustling street, surrounded by advertisements in Hangul, with a towering building labeled Universal Group Corporation before me. Good heavens, I had been airdropped directly into South Korea? Lee whispered conspiratorially in my ear, "Master, welcome to the Korean comic Beautiful New World." I nearly choked on my own breath. Beautiful New World. That was the one with a plot that was rather profound and relationships that were exceedingly complex. My dear friends, does anyone understand? She said she would send me to a novice village, yet she had thrown me straight into the novice tutorial. Li, brimming with excitement, explained that the protagonist of this world, Li Haocheng, had mysteriously lost his fortune. She had casually interfered with the world's consciousness, allowing me to directly assume Li Haocheng's identity, and had even granted me 50 points of energy as starting funds. All right then, since I was here, I glanced down to see myself clad in a sharp suit. Although not particularly tall, Li mentioned that she had optimized my appearance to some extent. Now, this face exuded an air of reliability that was undeniably appealing. Li urged me, "Hurry, master, you're going to be late for work." Thus, I stepped into the universal group, embodying the identity of Li Haocheng. Let me tell you, as I walked, the glances from my colleagues varied between indifference and mockery, evidently. The original Li Haocheng had not fared well in this environment. However, two female colleagues whispered each other, That Li Haocheng seems to have become more handsome? Of course, how could I not be handsome? I had switched identities. Moreover, I carried myself with an upright posture. Unlike the previous fellow, who probably slouched daily, I had mastered the essence of charisma. Upon entering the Human Resources Department and locating that obscure workstation, I gazed at the chaotic array of tasks on the computer, feeling overwhelmed. As a technical expert, how was I expected to navigate the intricacies of human resources? I quickly turned to Li, exclaiming, "What should I do? I'm utterly unqualified. If I dive in, my incompetence will surely be exposed." Li, ever composed, replied, "It's a trivial matter. What do you think the startup funds are for? Just expend a few energy points, and I can elevate your office skills to a world-class level." No sooner had she finished speaking than a bell chimed in my mind. Looking back at the documents on the screen, clarity struck me as if I were suddenly endowed with extraordinary insight. PowerPoint presentations and data organization child's play. I settled into my seat, my fingers dancing across the keyboard with such fervor that sparks seemed to fly. What was originally meant to be an arduous task for Li Haocheng, I completed in under 2 hours, crafting 3 exquisite versions in distinct styles, which I promptly packaged and sent to the team leader and all pertinent parties. The entire department erupted in astonishment. Everyone presumed I had lost my mind, carelessly slapping together a haphazard report. Yet, upon opening the files, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. While I lounged with my legs crossed, brazenly scrolling through my phone, a striking woman in a form-fitting dress, her figure sensationally alluring, approached with a click of her high heels. "Haocheng, your report looks impressive," she remarked. I looked up to find it was Rosalie, that gold-digging yet cunning colleague from the original story. Today, her outfit accentuated her physique. The coffee-colored dress clung tightly, complemented by nude stockings and impeccable makeup, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Under normal circumstances, Li Haocheng would likely be rendered speechless. But as for me, I merely stood, maintaining a calm demeanor, meeting her gaze with a polite yet distant smile. "May I assist you with something?" Rosalie was momentarily taken aback. She had likely never encountered such a composed and courteous version of Li Haocheng. Towering at over 1.7 meters and donning high heels, she stood before me only to realize she was, in fact, slightly shorter. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she regained her composure and extended a document toward me, hoping I would assist with her tasks as well. I nodded. "Certainly, Miss Rosalie, please send the document my way." My use of Miss Rosalie left her momentarily flustered. Typically, colleagues either addressed each other by name or title. My formal address, while polite, carried an unmistakable air of detachment. She likely cursed me internally for my pretentiousness, yet her expression remained composed. However, the most perplexing or rather shocking moment unfolded. Those in the know would understand her expression mirrored one's disbelief upon receiving a notification that your premium membership has expired, a mix of shock and a tinge of regret. For she realized that throughout our interaction, my gaze remained strikingly clear and focused on her eyes, devoid of even the slightest appraisal of her vaunted physique. This left her utterly bewildered. I must say, a person like Russell Lee is so accustomed to pride that she revels in the attention of men who gaze at her with desire, yet remain unattainable. Yet, when it came to me, she was met with profound silence. To my astonishment, she remained unyielding. With a determined huff, she launched into a series of flirtatious maneuvers. She perched herself at the edge of my workstation, arching her back while resting her hand on her thigh. The contrast between her fair skin and the flesh-toned stockings practically screamed, "Look at me." Furthermore, she intentionally exposed a hint of her cleavage. In a coy tone, she said, "Haocheng, I truly appreciate your help. Could you please expedite the process? I need it by this afternoon." Oh, dear friends, little do they know, the workload is immense, and the deadline is clearly a test of my patience. However, I dismissed her subtle tactics, turning my back to her and confidently addressing the computer screen, saying, "No problem, Miss Luo. I will ensure it is ready for you by this afternoon, you can rest assured." I assure you, I did not spare her a single glance, not even a fleeting one. She was utterly stunned, her face flushed a deep crimson, likely realizing that her behavior was rather juvenile, particularly in the presence of a gentleman like myself, making her seem akin to a jester desperately seeking attention. She let out a few hesitant sounds and scurried back to her seat, tail between her legs. As soon as she departed, my internal system, Li, began to chime in. "Master, you truly are something else. With such a stunning beauty before you, how could you remain so composed?" Irretorted, ye me apurerted warrior. When I went to fill my water, I overheard Assistant Su mention that Luo Suli is currently in a relationship with Che Zhouwen. How could I entertain any improper thoughts about another man's girlfriend? My system, Li, was relentless, urging, "Oh, master, have you forgotten the nature of this world? Such women cannot possess genuine feelings. You should relish the moment. Allow me to enhance your charm, and you shall captivate her. I cannot abide her haughty demeanor." I dismissed the notion, stating that even if she were single, I had no interest. When it comes to matters of the heart, if one cannot be devoted, it holds no significance. I do not need to have dated numerous individuals. I simply seek one true girl who can understand me, one who can touch my soul. After all, many proclaim that inner beauty is the true essence of beauty. As for physical relationships, I'm not particularly fond, as I believe that once one becomes accustomed to the collision of bodies, the soul becomes increasingly elusive. Throughout the day, I became the office's communal power bank, with everyone seeking my assistance for their unfinished tasks. The difficult assignment from Luo Suli was completed in under an hour, which only led them to perceive me as more easily bullied, subjecting me to even greater exploitation. Li expressed concern for me, advising, "Master, you are not seeking pleasure. Perhaps we should consider a change of world. Being reduced to mere toil here is rather dull." I replied, "That is not an option. One must see things through to completion. Which world offers energy for free? At least this world poses no mortal dangers. It is quite safe. Let us persevere." As I conversed with Li in my mind, the workday concluded and the office emptied, leaving only Assistant Su Jingshu, still present. She was cradling a computer tower, her expression troubled, explaining that her computer had malfunctioned and the tech department had already clocked out. Observing the hour, I noted how inconvenient it was for a young woman to carry such a load, so I kindly offered, "Assistant Su, why not place it here? I can repair it. Time is late, and you should head home to rest." This singular act of kindness instantly elevated my favor with her. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried over to place the tower on my desk, expressing her gratitude profusely. Once she departed, I opened it up and discovered that a hard drive cable had merely come loose. Reattaching it was all that was required. I mused to myself that she seemed rather inept with computers. A few minutes later, I packed my bag and prepared to leave. Just as I reached the elevator, I suddenly heard commotion from the nearby women's restroom. My heart sank, and I quickly instructed Li to scout the situation. Within seconds, she returned, her tone grave. "Master, you must call the police. Che Zhouwen, Luo Suli's boyfriend, is installing a hidden camera in the women's restroom." Fury surged within me, yet I maintained my composure. Calling the police without evidence would be futile. I extracted my phone and initiated a live recording to catch him in the act. Stealthily, I slipped into the restroom and stood right behind him. He was engrossed in his task when he turned and saw me looming like a specter, his soul nearly escaping him as cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Upon noticing my phone recording, his face drained of color. In an instant, he began to negotiate, employing threats and bribes, claiming he was an agent and I'm merely a junior employee, asserting that sending me to prison would be detrimental to him. "Is this what you call a lesson in society?" I thought, suppressing laughter. Then, the most outrageous statement escaped his lips. "Haocheng, I know you like Luo Suli. If you let me go, I will make her yours." I was incensed. His words shattered the boundaries of my pure-hearted resolve. I seized his collar and shoved him against the wall, lifting him off the ground. I shouted, "Miss Luo is your girlfriend. Do you possess even a shred of dignity?" To my astonishment, this fool misinterpreted my anger for affection, smirking as he said, "If you had told me sooner, I have ways to help you. Trust me." I was too exasperated to engage in further dialogue. I released him and prepared to call the police. The dial tone echoed eerily in the quiet restroom, and he panicked. Just before the call connected, he shouted, "I have videos and photos of me and Luo Suli on my phone. If you dare to call the police, I will spread them all over the internet and ruin her reputation." The call connected, and the voice on the other end inquired, "Hello, police department?" I paused for 2 seconds, then replied, "My apologies, wrong number," and hung up. Che Zhouwen exhaled a sigh of relief, believing he had outsmarted me. I merely chuckled coldly, producing a cigarette and lighting it, casually stating, "I mistakenly thought I could reason with you. That was my error." As soon as I finished speaking, I flicked the cigarette butt, and with a swift motion, I delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. He doubled over, expelling bile. Before he could recover, I struck again, shattering his teeth. He attempted to plead for mercy, but I offered him no reprieve. My fists rained down upon him like a torrential storm, rendering him a battered mess. Collapsing like a lifeless dog on the floor, I leisurely made my way to the sink to wash my hands, disgusted by the blood. I informed him, "I did not hang up because I feared you, but rather because I do not wish for innocent parties to be dragged into my affairs. I will not accept threats." After saying this, I approached him, placing one hand gently around his neck and gradually tightening my grip. He instantly felt the suffocating terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. He sensed my lethal intent. Ultimately, I released him and coldly inquired, "Where are the videos and photos of you and Miss Luo?" Trembling, he stammered, "They're on my phone." I took his phone, gazing at his pitiful state, and even managed a smile. "I have taken your phone. I am rather benevolent, so I will call you an ambulance. However, I expect you to turn yourself in tomorrow. Otherwise, I will kill you." As I exited the company, Lee remarked on my ruthlessness, stating it was the first time she had witnessed such intensity from me. I replied, "With scum, there is no need for civility. You have bestowed upon me the ability and courage to act thus." Just as I left the company, Che Zhouwen's phone vibrated. It was a message from Luo Suli. "Brother, would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Sighing, I thought to myself, this girl remains blissfully unaware. Upon returning to my rented apartment, hunger struck, prompting me to try my hand at making my signature JianbingGuozi. Surprisingly, my movements flowed seamlessly, as if I had practiced 1,000,000 times, and in no time. I had crafted a JianbingGuozi that was a feast for the senses. Just as I was about to take a bite, my system, an ethereal entity, suddenly gazed longingly at the JianbingGuozi in my hand, salivating. In an almost frenzied tone, she exclaimed, "Master, I suddenly have an overwhelming desire to taste this." Then, she added, "No, I cannot bear it. I must leave immediately." With that, she zipped away, claiming that this dish posed an irresistible temptation for her. I was left bewildered, pondering what had just transpired when, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Cautiously, I approached and peered through the peephole, finding a seemingly innocent girl, her figure alluring. Standing at my door, flushed with excitement and urgency, repeatedly glancing at my door. Her right hand fidgeted anxiously, as if she wanted to knock again, but hesitated, appearing quite conflicted. This girl's style bore some resemblance to Assistant Sue, yet each possessed their own unique beauty. I wondered to myself, who could she be? A neighbor? Daringly clad in pajamas and slippers, she displayed considerable audacity. After contemplating, I decided to open the door. "Is there something you need?" I asked with a smile. And guess what? The girl completely ignored me. Her large eyes, seemingly equipped with radar, were fixated on the JianbingGuozi in my hand, motionless and nearly drooling. "Miss?" I called out again, but there was no response. Goodness, I finally understood that my skills might not be of this world. If even someone of Lee's caliber was craving it, and now another had come, this JianbingGuozi must be enchanted. I hurried back inside to place the JianbingGuozi on the table and close the door behind me. At this point, my presence blocked her view, and the girl suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushing bright red. "Excuse me, sir, did you make that jianbing?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought to myself, I'm only 26, why call me sir? Yet I responded politely, yes, I made it. This girl, named Lu Shuang, lived next door. After stammering for a while, she timidly expressed her desire to learn how to make jianbing. I pondered how I could teach her this innate talent of mine. I couldn't just say, let me enlighten your mind. Seeing her pitiful expression, I decided to simply give her the JianbingGuozi. Really? Is that really okay? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling 200-watt bulbs. As I handed over the jianbing, she transformed from a bashful young lady into a ravenous wolf in an instant. Taking a huge bite, with that one bite, her whole being trembled, and her expression, that sound. Oh dear, even as a man, I felt my cheeks flush. Anyone unaware would think I had fed her some forbidden substance. Realizing her reaction, she blushed fiercely and dashed away, as if being chased by ghosts. Watching her flee, I felt little, but the allure of the JianbingGuozi truly piqued my curiosity. When we returned that evening, I eagerly asked her whether my JianbingGuozi was cursed. To my astonishment, Li revealed my innate ability panel, and we were both left dumbfounded. Innate ability. God of JianbingGuozi. The description stated that making this jianbing consumed a significant amount of mental energy, allowing me to create only 2 a day. However, it was irresistibly delicious, surpassing any other food in taste. None could compare. But that wasn't all. There was a hidden description below. Hidden effect. Any conscious being cannot resist the allure of this delicacy and will never tire of it. The most ridiculous part was that this JianbingGuozi could absorb the effects of any extraordinary food or medicine I consumed. For example, the magical beans from Dragon Ball. What? Friends, do you understand? What I was making was not merely jianbing. It was a universal wish-granting machine. If I ate a magical bean, could my JianbingGuozi resurrect me on the spot? Wasn't that just pure jianbing, activated and then soaring into the heavens? Li was equally astonished, stating that if this ability were used wisely, it could be revolutionary. She immediately strategized, suggesting we could use this to befriend the powerful figures of Xinxiao world, gifting them a jianbing to become their disciples and learn top-tier techniques, thus starting with an enormous advantage. However, she also cautioned me to avoid unreasonable villains, lest they capture me and turn me into a jianbing machine, living a life akin to a character in a spy film. It all sounded wonderful, but I was a practical person. Venturing into the Xinxiao world felt too distant. For now, wasn't this jianbing just a tool for gaining favor? In this world, I needed to find ways to impress the main characters to gather energy for Li. With this JianbingGuozi, making friends should be effortless. Without hesitation, I decided to act. However, I could only make 2 a day, limited by my low mental energy. I glanced at my panel. Physique 48, mental energy 52, strength 10. A normal person hovers around 5, and my strength was enhanced by Li earlier. Out of curiosity, I asked Li how strong someone like the Hulk would be. She responded with numbers. Hulk starts at 500, Sun Wukong at over 5,000, and Pangu at a maximum of 10,000. I looked down at my own strength 10. I fell silent, realizing there was a staggering gap of 499 Hulks between me and Sun Wukong. Forget it, I thought. Every journey begins with a single step, and every meal is taken 1 bite at a time. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Che Huan was nearing madness, with his body broken and lying in bed. Tomorrow marked the final deadline for his surrender. He knew he was doomed. If he didn't surrender, I would kill him, and if he did, his life would be ruined. Desperate, he summoned Luo Sulalai to the hospital and, with a tainted drink, knocked her out cold. This guy was a pure sociopath, inherently mad, and if he couldn't survive, he wanted to drag a couple down with him. The next day, I went to work as usual. I had 1 JianbingGuozi slot left from yesterday, so I prepared it with care and knocked on our team leader Jean Mating's office door. Let me tell you, Jean Mating was an absolute beauty. Her figure was stunning, her demeanor mature, with cascading purple waves radiating an aura of allure. She looked at me with an expression that bore the scrutiny of someone in power. Team leader Jean, have you had breakfast? I asked with a smile. She seemed puzzled as to why a lower-tier employee was trying to be chummy with her, but she politely responded that she hadn't. Seizing the opportunity, I handed her the JianbingGuozi wrapped in paper. The look in her eyes could have spelled disdain for something so trivial. After all, What exquisite delicacies had she not tasted? She said thank you. But as soon as I turned to leave, I imagined she would toss it in the trash. However, just then, the paper wrappings accidentally came undone, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Her movements froze instantly. In the next moment, her hand seemed to have a mind of its own, unwrapping the package entirely. Then, her manner of eating. What a transformation. The aloof, high-and-mighty executive was gone, replaced by a pure foodie utterly captivated by the deliciousness. Her reaction was nothing short of a miraculous conversion. More professional than our company's PR department. Returning to my workstation, I was pondering how to gradually win over the team leader with the JianbingGuozi when I glanced down and spotted an envelope on my desk. My heart sank, sensing something ominous. Opening it, I found a message from Haocheng. Haocheng, Luo Solilai is in my hands. Come to the company rooftop immediately. My anger surged, and I slammed my fist on the table, standing up and rushing out. Assistant Sue, who was about to thank me, was startled by my intense demeanor. I had no time for her. I stormed towards the elevator. Jianbingguozi, who had just finished her meal and was in a good mood, saw me and, thinking I had grown bold, followed me in her high heels, ready to confront me. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a hand shot in, forcing it open again. Jianbingguozi stood at the entrance, arms crossed, displaying her displeasure and attempting to assert her authority. I had no time for idle chatter. Grabbing her arm, I yanked her into the elevator just as she gasped in surprise. The doors closed with a ding, and due to inertia, she stumbled into my arms. I steadied her, but had no time for romantic antics. As she was about to protest, I interrupted with a serious tone. Team leader Jean, you can come too, but right now, I need to handle something very important. With that, I headed straight for the rooftop. What a scene awaited me. Upon reaching the rooftop, I couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. 6 or 7 burly men in black suits brandished baseball bats, looking as if they were filming a scene for Crow's 2025. Then, I noticed Luo Solilai bound to a wheelchair at the edge of the rooftop. With no railing in sight, a gust of wind would send her plummeting to the ground. Standing nearby was that pig-headed fellow, Haocheng. His entire body swathed in plaster bandages, resembling a mummy, yet he pretended to be the victim. He muttered to himself, Su Li, this is not my fault. If anyone is to blame, it is Li Haocheng. I spat in disdain. Behind me, team leader Jean was utterly dumbfounded, letting out a sharp gasp as she pointed at them. Who are you? At this moment, she must have been regretting her decision to come and witness this spectacle. Upon realizing I had brought team leader Jean along, Haocheng's face turned pale, and he instantly switched to a rabid mode, shouting, Li Haocheng, who told you to bring her? Do you not wish to negotiate at all? Come, seize both of them. I scoffed, too disinterested to engage in further banter. It appears you truly wish to die. Have you not informed Luo Solilai about your dirty deeds? What significance do these words hold now? He was now completely deranged, leaving me no choice today. Team leader Jean, my apologies. It was your curiosity that brought you here. I understood that this scoundrel was aware I possessed incriminating evidence of his clandestine activities and that team leader Jean had witnessed his collusion with the underworld. He seemed intent on eliminating us both. With a flick of his hand, several men in black suits advanced toward us. Team leader Jean turned to flee, and I cast a glance her way, a normal reaction, for I too would have run, considering our lack of familiarity. The thugs brandished steel pipes and baseball bats, charging toward me, while one veered off to pursue team leader Jean. My internal resolve urged me on. Master, they are unarmed, just engage. Indeed, with a resounding thud, I executed a precise kick, sending the foremost assailant flying several meters and toppling 2 others in the process. The remaining 2, weapons raised, swung toward my head. I tilted aside, narrowly avoiding their blows, then seized their heads in either hand and smashed them together. The pair collapsed instantly, stars in their eyes, rendered unconscious. The other 2 stood in stunned disbelief. What the hell? 3 down in one exchange. They likely had never encountered such ferocity in their lives. Just as I prepared to continue my onslaught, a piercing scream echoed from the corridor. Team leader Jean. My movements halted as I pivoted and dashed toward the sound. The remaining 2, brandishing daggers, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Upon entering, I witnessed a scruffy thug grasping team leader Jin's hair, poised to strike her with a steel pipe. Her beautiful face was marred with despair. With a sharp crack, I seized the pipe with one hand, halting it mere inches from her head. I'm not one to engage in half measures. When I strike, I do so with deadly intent. Twisting my wrist, I effortlessly disarmed him, then countered with a brutal blow to his skull. The warm blood splattered across team leader Jin's face, causing her to freeze, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. At that moment, the remaining two burst in, their daggers glinting ominously. The corridor resounded with the dull thuds of steel meeting flesh, likely sending Che Zhouhuan into a panic on the rooftop. Within seconds, the cacophony of battle ceased. Emerging from the shadows, I dragged a half-conscious thug as a human shield. Che Zhouhuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face ashen. Without further ado, I aligned myself, and with a swift motion, hurled the steel pipe at him like a javelin. The pipe sliced through the air, piercing his chest with precision. I merely aimed to incapacitate him, forcing him to release his grip on the wheelchair. However, I neglected to consider that, in their final moments, mortals often experience a fleeting glimpse of life. With a pain scream, Che Zhouhuan, filled with malice, gripped the wheelchair's handles with his last ounce of strength and shoved it forward. Then, let us perish together. I cursed and charged, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling out of the building. To my horror, Luo Sulei, in her wheelchair, plummeted from dozens of stories above. In that instant, my mind went blank. Witnessing Luo Sulei's descent, I leapt after her without a second thought. The rush of wind roared in my ears, and my internal voice screamed, "Master, at this height, you will die." I paid no heed. In the air, I outweighed Luo Sulei and fell faster, quickly closing the distance between us. I caught her from the wheelchair, cradling her tightly, my back towards the ground. She began to weep, her makeup smudged. Yet who could understand the depths of her despair? At that moment, Lee suddenly exclaimed, "Master, energy detected. 200 points. All to physique." I shouted in response, having spotted a massive billboard below. Opportunity struck. I yelled into Luo Sulei's ear, "Curl up." She immediately complied, burrowing into my embrace. Timing my move, I extended my right hand and firmly grasped the billboard's railing. The tremendous inertia slammed me against the glass windows behind, shattering them with a deafening crash. I distinctly heard the sound of my ribs fracturing, a metallic taste flooding my throat as I coughed up blood. The pain was excruciating, yet I persevered, using my left hand to force Luo Sulei through the broken window. Gritting my teeth, I followed suit, crawling inside. We were safe. We had landed in a storage room of a company. My body ached as if it were falling apart, yet I said nothing, extracting a cigarette from my pocket and lighting it to soothe my frayed nerves. I ripped the tape from Luo Sulei's mouth and untied her bindings. She gazed at me, finally managing to utter, "Thank you." She attempted to rise, but her legs buckled, and she sat back down, as if spraining her ankle. I fished out my phone, which had shattered in the earlier chaos. This desolate place was typically deserted, so I extinguished the cigarette, and squatted down. "Climb on, I'll carry you." After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced and clambered onto my back. As I stood, my body trembled uncontrollably, exacerbating my injuries with searing pain. Along the way, she finally broke her silence. "What exactly is your connection with Che Zhouhuan?" I recounted how he had installed cameras in the women's restroom and threatened me with private videos of her, asserting that if I dared to expose him, he would release the footage online. Luo Sulei froze, her demeanor stiffening. After a pause, she softly inquired, "Would you care if he threatened you with my video?" Her question probed my feelings for her. Without hesitation, I replied, "I would care, hence I stated I would kill him." My intention was clear. I detest when others exploit women as leverage, and thus he deserved death. You won't believe what happened next. This sister misinterpreted my words entirely. She believed I was confessing my feelings for her. Her face flushed crimson, and she pressed herself tighter against my back, eliciting a strange sensation. I wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, staring at his phone, but I chose not to clarify. Later, the police arrived several times, and the incident with Che Zhouhuan escalated significantly. However, with Luo Sulei and team leader Jean as witnesses, and the company backing me with evidence of Che Zhouhuan's collusion with the underworld, along with the video I had captured of him installing cameras, the matter was ultimately deemed justifiable self-defense, leaving me unscathed. Luo Sulei insisted on caring for me, arranging for us to share the same hospital room. My constitution allowed for a rapid recovery. Despite fractured ribs, I was up and about in a day. She looked at me as if I were a monster. When she expressed hunger at noon, I sneaked into the small kitchen of the doctor's lounge and prepared a serving of JianbingGuozi for her. To my surprise, this simple dish won her over, and her gaze towards me shifted. When she expressed a desire for more in the evening, I feigned fatigue, suggesting we wait until the next day. To my astonishment, she pouted and turned away, ignoring me. Considering it was I who had caused her trouble, I mustered the energy to make her another serving. This time, she was even more convinced I was trying to placate her, and her joy was palpable. I prepared 2 servings of JianbingGuozi, utterly exhausted yet satisfied, and fell asleep early. In the middle of the night, as I slept soundly, I vaguely sensed movement on my body, a chill creeping over me. Struggling to open my eyes, I was shocked to find a nurse's uniform-clad figure perched atop me. I'm afraid that the content you've provided has been truncated due to violations of Gemini security policies. Please replace the content and try again. I must tell you about that man from earlier. He has begun to manipulate his girlfriend once more, claiming that it was difficult for him to prepare for the civil service examination because he was dating her. Such nonsense made my fists clench in anger. The girl, being infatuated with love, knew well it was mere deceit, yet she foolishly fell for it. However, let's not dwell on this peculiar couple. I have a more explosive story to share. In a lively KTV room, a group of youngsters was in a frenzy. Among them was a girl named Xiaoming, who clearly embodied the rebellious spirit of youth, surrounded by a boy named Sui, who appeared to be trouble. Like a fly buzzing around, he was vying for Xiaoming's attention. As the atmosphere intensified, he produced a colorful box of pills and persuaded everyone that they were happy beings, claiming they would enhance the excitement without harming their health. I assure you, such tricks would only deceive those naive youths in 2025. Though Xiaoming hesitated at first, the encouragement from those around her, combined with her rebellious streak, led her to swallow 2 pills without a second thought. The effect was instantaneous. Her gaze became glazed. Her body swayed like a puppet, her skin flushed, and a silly grin spread across her face. Meanwhile, Sui hid in the restroom, reveling in his plans to take advantage of her, while reminiscing about another girl, Xiao, whom he had previously dismissed, thinking he had snagged a new toy. But lo and behold, as he emerged from the restroom, he was struck dumb as if he had seen a ghost. Across from the KTV was a clothing store, where his ex-girlfriend, Xiao, was blissfully shopping with a remarkably handsome man. The joy on her face was unmistakable. I tell you, Sui's face turned green with envy, his jealousy igniting a fire from his toes to the crown of his head. He thought to himself, how dare you? Running off and now flirting with a pretty boy? Don't you have money to repay me? His line of thinking was utterly absurd, resembling that of a cybernetic lunatic. He charged across the street like a cannonball, roaring in anger. Inside the store, the handsome man, named Yang, was gently selecting clothes for Xiao, who was blushing and starry-eyed. However, this tender scene lasted barely 3 seconds before Sui stormed in like a whirlwind, cursing and preparing to slap Xiao. She let out a terrified scream, instinctively seeking refuge in Yang's embrace. Just as the slap was about to land, a sharp crack resonated through the air, not the sound of flesh meeting flesh, but rather the sound of Yang effortlessly grasping Sui's wrist with a grip as steady as iron. Xiao opened her eyes, and in that moment, her sense of security soared. Sui attempted to free his hand, but it felt as if it were welded in place. Yang, unfazed, coldly inquired, "Friend, is it appropriate to resort to violence upon first meeting?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-crunching sound echoed, causing Sui to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In a fit of desperation, he resorted to playing the victim, accusing Shi Yang of assaulting him and stealing his girlfriend, attempting to manipulate the moral high ground. Shi Yang, however, paid him no mind. He turned gently to Xiao Xiao and asked, "Do you wish to return to him?" She shook her head vigorously, declaring, "I do not wish to go back." Upon hearing this, Shi Yang smiled before his expression turned cold, addressing Sui Yi with chilling clarity. "Did you hear that? Leave. Rest assured, I will speak with you later regarding this matter." The menace in his tone sent shivers down my spine, even from behind screen. Terrified, Sui Yi fled in a panic. Did you think that was the end? It was not. This fool returned to the KTV, not cowed, but rather consumed by jealousy. He lamented to his friends, portraying himself as an innocent victim and promising that if they helped him reclaim his girlfriend, they could all have their fun together. His companions, invigorated by his words, surged out to confront Shi Yang. Here comes the most audacious twist. After luring everyone out, Sui Yi slyly snuck back into the KTV room. He intended to take advantage of Xiao Min, who was still dazed from the drugs, while everyone else was absent. Meanwhile, Shi Yang and Xiao Xiao had not ventured far when they were cornered in an alley by Sui Yi's crew. Shi Yang scanned the crowd, quickly realizing Sui Yi had vanished, instantly comprehending his scheme. The gang of thugs boasted, taunting Shi Yang for daring to pursue their brother's girl. Shi Yang, uninterested in their banter, rolled up his sleeves, casting a reassuring glance at Xiao Xiao, signaling her to step back. The scene that unfolded next was nothing short of cinematic. Before one thug could finish his taunt, Shi Yang delivered a powerful punch to his gut, sending him flying several meters, collapsing on the ground in a heap. Like a tiger among sheep, Shi Yang unleashed fury, and within minutes, every last one of them lay defeated, groaning in pain. Onlookers were astonished, pulling out their phones to record the spectacle, already thinking of catchy titles. Shocking. Yet when spotted on Liangjian Street, Shi Yang dusted off his hands, stepping over one of the fallen thugs, and coldly asked, "Where's the guy who brought you here?" A trembling finger pointed towards the KTV. Shi Yang turned to Xiao Xiao and asked, "If I were to kill him, would it sadden you?" Xiao Xiao's face lost all color, and she quickly grasped his arm, pleading for him not to take a life for someone like her. As Shi Yang concluded his business, another crisis erupted within the KTV. The love-struck assistant, Xu Jinshu, had just emerged from the restroom after being manipulated by her civil service boyfriend. She happened to glimpse Sui Yi, his face twisted with malice, slipping into the private room. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peered through the crack of the door, horrified to witness Sui Yi forcibly pawing at a dazed girl, tearing at her clothes. Realization struck her. The girl was Xiao Min, the daughter of her superior, Jin Mating. Panic surged within her as she sought to intervene, grabbing her cowardly boyfriend Yonghua for support. Yet, he recoiled in fear, exclaiming that he couldn't afford to conflict with anyone, as it would jeopardize his future. Frustrated by his cowardice, Xu Jinshu's courage ignited, and she kicked open the door, confronting Sui Yi with a fierce reprimand. Annoyed at being interrupted, Sui Yi, already seething with anger, brandished a knife. The moment her boyfriend saw the blade, he turned and fled with such speed that even Bolt would be impressed. Xu Jinshu felt despair wash over her as Sui Yi grinned, locked the door, and shoved her against the wall. Just as he was about to overpower her, a deafening crash erupted. The heavy KTV door flew open as if struck by a cannonball, and there stood Shi Yang, his eyes ablaze with fury. He resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Without giving Sui Yi a moment to react, he seized the collar at the back of his neck and lifted him away from Xu Jinshu with ease, delivering a powerful blow that caused Sui Yi to expel last night's meal. Shi Yang dragged him into the corridor, casually picking up a folding chair, and, in front of the gathered crowd, unleashed a ferocious barrage upon Sui Yi. Thus, the legend of the Chair King, Liangjian, was born. Later, Shi Yang was summoned by team leader Jin Mating, who happened to be Xiaomin's mother, to a high-end lounge. The woman, clad in a wine-red trench coat, exudait en imposinoha. She confronted Shi Yang with a tirade about the uproar he had caused online, claiming it tarnished the company's image. He listened in silence, refraining from any rebuttal. As her reprimand continued, her tone shifted her eyes reddening and voice softening. But regardless, thank you for saving Xiaomi. She began to confide in Yang, revealing that her years of relentless toil were solely for the sake of providing her daughter with the best life possible. It was almost a heartwarming scene, but then Jean Mating wiped her eyes and her expression turned grave. By the way, I brought you out today to share some news. The upper management has made a decision regarding you. The incident with Zhizhou Huan, coupled with your recent brawl that gained such notoriety online, has adversely affected the company's image. Therefore, they have decided to transfer you from headquarters. Upon hearing this, Yang thought, "Oh, is that all? Very well, let the transfer happen." Team leader Jean's jaw dropped in disbelief, clearly taken aback. "What? You don't care? This is headquarters. The treatment, the status, it's worlds apart from a branch office." He found it amusing, genuinely unconcerned. Her agitation grew, and she confided in him. "Tell me the truth. I am here to protect you. You saved me and my daughter. I must safeguard you. No, I will promote you to a director." Astonished by her gratitude, he felt a reluctance to owe anyone anything, especially with little Xiao Kai waiting at home. "Thank you, team leader, but that won't be necessary. I should be going now." He had barely lifted himself from the chair when she protested, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "I go through all this effort to help you get promoted, and you want to even share a drink with me?" With the conversation reaching this point, he could hardly leave. He sat back down and signaled the bartender, "A glass of Huaxia Baijiu, please." Team leader Jean smirked, her eyes conveying the sentiment. Another one trying to play the gentleman in front of a woman. He refrained from explaining. Once the drink arrived, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go, leaving not a drop behind. That glass must have contained at least 2.5 taels. She was left dumbfounded, snatching the empty glass from him. "You really drink this often? Such strong liquor. How do you handle it?" Exhaling a breath of alcohol, he replied, "Refreshing. This is all I drink." He ordered another cup, casually lighting his cigarette. His fluid motion sparked a newfound admiration in team leader Jean's gaze. Before long, he found himself carrying the unconscious team leader Jean down the street. He had consumed baijiu, while she had indulged in fruit wine. He remained sober while she succumbed to inebriation. The issue was that she had not mentioned where her home was. In the dead of night, with no taxis available, he resigned himself to carrying her. Her trench coat was quite short, and as he supported her, his hand inadvertently brushed against her thigh clad in black stockings. He quickened his pace, chastising himself to avert his gaze. To his surprise, she feigned unconsciousness. She tightened her grip around his neck and deliberately rubbed against him. Infuriated, he halted. "Team leader, could you please refrain from moving?" He snapped, his voice icy. She seemed undeterred, her legs clamping down tighter. "Fine, you asked for it." He set her down, adjusting his collar. "It appears you aren't drunk after all. No need for me to escort you any further." She hurriedly attempted to rise, only to twist her ankle in her high heels. He took a few steps away, hearing her sharp intake of breath. Sighing, he relented, returning to her side. The moment he did, a victorious grin spread across her face, reminiscent of a child, as she obediently climbed onto his back. As they walked, she began to confide in him about past heartbreaks and the struggles of raising a child alone. Unable to restrain a chuckle, he remarked, "Are we close enough to discuss this, team leader?" Yet seeing her earnest expression, he replied sincerely, "Being a single mother is indeed quite challenging." She sighed, stating that everything was worth it for her daughter. Suddenly, she added, "I find you quite remarkable. It seems we belong to different worlds." He thought to himself, indeed. Out loud, he said, "People are just people. There is nothing particularly special about it." She probed into his romantic life, to which he simply stated, "I've never dated. I prefer to keep my distance from women." Her eyes lit up with a mischievous glint as she teased, "Oh, do you have some sort of barrier in that regard?" He could only respond vaguely, "I don't like being too close to other women." "And your family?" "I have no family." The moment those words left his lips, silence enveloped them. She remained still on his back until they reached her doorstep. Inside her home, it was just the two of them. Her daughter was still in the hospital, attended by a caregiver. Just as he prepared to take his leave, she licked her lips and made a bold request. "Could you help me rub some medicinal alcohol on my feet?" As she began to slowly peel away her black stockings, revealing her exquisite feet, he felt overwhelmed. Noticing his hesitation, She quickly donned a pitiful expression and softly pleaded, "Could you please help me?" Resigned to her charm, he asked where the medicinal alcohol was. Placing her delicate foot on his leg, he focused on pouring and warming the alcohol, gently massaging her ankle. Throughout the process, his gaze remained fixated on her ankle, maintaining a professional demeanor. She tilted her head, her gaze dreamy. "You focus so intently on everything. I find it quite admirable." At that moment, she suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. He froze, the proximity allowing him to count her eyelashes. The mingled sense of alcohol and femininity wafted into his ear as she whispered, "This is a token of appreciation. Thank you for your help." Recovering from his shock, he continued to massage her feet, gently placing her legs back on the sofa, standing to meet her gaze. "Team leader, it's late. You should rest. Your feet will be fine after a good night's sleep." She appeared utterly astonished, likely pondering, he can't be serious. I've hinted so much, and he remains unaffected? Realizing a direct approach wouldn't work, she shifted tactics, her eyes imbued with a mix of longing and melancholy. "About the breakfast you made me before. Can I have another one tomorrow morning?" Clearly still thinking of his pancakes, he replied, "Sure, I'll bring it to your office tomorrow. Good night." With that, he left without looking back. Once outside, Lee began to tease him. "Wow, Master, you held your ground. I'm even more impressed. This woman, Jean mating, is on another level." He could only chuckle at his predicament. Lee then grew serious. "On a more pressing note, Master, I sense the presence of other spirits. There are others like you in this world, but I cannot pinpoint their location." Standing beneath the luxurious apartment building, gazing at the myriad of lights, his heart sank. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of thugs was ransacking Suani's home. "Damn it, this brat has been taken out. Where's the merchandise? It hasn't been stolen, has it? How do we explain this to the boss?" The next morning, Xiaokai prepared breakfast for him. Though the presentation was a bit abstract, it was evident she had put in considerable effort. After finishing my meal, I made my way to the kitchen to prepare a serving of JianbingGuozi for both of them, ensuring that the portion for Jin Zhuzhong was packaged separately. Upon stepping outside, I unexpectedly encountered my neighbor, Lu Shuai. "Uncle, off to work?" She greeted me warmly, but her eyes, peering through the crack of the door, caught sight of the little girl at home, causing her expression to shift immediately. I paid it no mind and nodded. "Yes, heading to the station together?" Throughout the journey, she resembled a curious child, frequently glancing at me, her words caught in her throat. Unable to bear the suspense any longer, I asked, "Is there something you wish to inquire?" She jumped slightly, but summoned her courage. "Uncle, are you married?" "No." "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No." My straightforward responses left her momentarily flustered. "Then who is the girl at your home?" I replied candidly, "A pitiful girl whom I have taken in for temporary shelter." Upon hearing this, her visible relief was palpable. However, she began to mumble, "That girl looks so unconventional. Do you really prefer that type?" "Uncle, you're truly kind," she remarked, but I sensed an undertone of delight in her voice. "You don't like her?" I asked directly. No, that is not what I meant." She quickly clarified, "I just thought you seemed to favor that kind of girl." "I do not like that type," I stated, and her eyes sparkled once more. At that moment, she noticed the paper bag in my hand, its packaging unmistakable to her. "Uncle, did you skip breakfast? Is that JianbingGuozi?" "Yes. It's for the company leaders." As soon as the words JianbingGuozi left my lips, her eyes widened and all notions of modesty and boyfriends vanished. She clung to my arm like a little rabbit, pleading, "Haocheng, uncle, can I have that to eat? Please." I gently pushed her away. This was promised to someone. Her demeanor shifted, nearly on the verge of tears, as she lowered her head and fiddled with her clothing. Her face flushed. "All right, if you truly wish to have some, I will prepare another for you this evening. I cannot give this one." She finally relented. Upon arriving at the station, I discovered that we were taking the same bus. "I'm heading to the Yuzhou Group headquarters," I said. "Uncle, are you also near there?" "I work at the Yuzhou Group headquarters in the Human Resources Department." "Huh?" she exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Upon my arrival at the office, I could hear a furious voice emanating from the minister's office. "What did you say? Not only are you not letting him go, but you're also promoting him? Jean mating. Have you forgotten what your role used to be?" A sense of foreboding washed over me as I turned the corner, just in time to see the minister dragging Jean, mating toward a nearby storage room. If he expects me to assist in his promotion, he better hope your skills Haven T declined. The atmosphere was intensely charged. I stealthily followed. Inside the storage room, I heard a ripping sound as Jean mating stockings tore. She leaned against the shelves, humiliation written all over her face. Just as that old lecher was about to make his move, I stepped in. "Minister, what a fine occasion this is," I said lazily, while simultaneously snapping a crisp photograph with my phone. Both of them were startled, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. "Who?" The minister's face turned pale as he recognized me. "Haocheng," he exclaimed, adjusting his trousers, attempting to command me in a tone befitting his authority. "Delete that photo." I chuckled. "Delete it? On what grounds?" "You." He was about to unleash a threat, but I stepped forward, gripping his throat with one hand and pinning him against the shelf. The force was such that he could not break free, his face turning a deep shade of purple. It appeared the minister was oblivious to the situation. The incriminating photograph was in my possession, yet he dared to speak to me in that manner. My gaze was icy as I declared, "Jean Mating, you better let go of the minister." I gradually released my grip, and the old man coughed like a broken windbag, recovering enough to attempt threatening me again. "If you dare to release that photo, I will insure you." I interrupted him. "Minister, as a mere lowly employee, being able to bring down a figure of your stature is more than worth it. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, he completely wilted, his expression shifting faster than a Sichuan opera mask. Haocheng, I was impulsive just now. If you delete the photo, I can assist you in many ways." Jean Mating quickly intervened, linking her arm through mine, her body pressing against me as she shot the minister a knowing glance. "Minister, let me speak with him. I assure you a satisfactory outcome." The old man, seeing this development, assumed she could handle me, nodding repeatedly as we exited the storage room in an intimate manner. Once in her vehicle, she could no longer contain her frustration. "Why did you go into the storage room?" "I was negotiating a promotion for you with the minister." My anger flared. "Negotiating? By using your body to negotiate?" "Upset?" she asked, starting the car. Inside, she began to lecture me, asserting that reality operated this way, and that leveraging one's body for benefits was the most effective strategy. I retorted, "If a promotion is to be built on the sacrifice of others, I would rather not have it." My resolute stance left her momentarily speechless. She likely thought I was naive, but in truth, I simply had my principles. With a sigh, she queried, "What is it that you truly desire? Money? Women? I can arrange that for you." "I need nothing," I replied firmly. "If you genuinely wish to repay me, then live well with your daughter." With a sudden brake, the car halted on a deserted street, the atmosphere inside becoming charged with tension. She gazed at me, her hand slowly covering mine. My pupils dilated, and before she could speak, I quickly shoved the paper bag in front of her. JianbingGuozi, still warm. She regarded me with a complex expression, ultimately murmuring, "You truly are a fool." I seized the opportunity to say, "I can send the minister's photo to you. He will no longer be able to bully you. He wants to negotiate with you, but I desire nothing. So you can present your own demands. If he seeks revenge, let him come after me." After saying this, I sensed her gaze towards me becoming increasingly peculiar. If I delayed any longer, I would be ensnared. "Take your time eating. I must return, or I shall be late." I promptly opened the car door and exited. I must tell you, the moment I left, my mind buzzed as a notification chimed. 300 energy points credited. Goodness, Jean Zhuzhong truly is a treasure. I imagined her sitting in the car, her mind filled with the lingering tension from earlier, thinking that I, having the upper hand, still showed concern for her. What a perfect gentleman. Little did she know, my only motivation was energy. Yet who among my family understands such a beautiful misunderstanding? The more, the merrier. As I strolled contentedly toward the company, having already given notice, I thought, what did it matter if I was late? However, just after exiting the tunnel, a deafening crash echoed behind me, followed by the piercing sound of a car alarm. My heart sank. Wasn't he that Jean Zhuzhong's car just moments ago? No way. I sprinted back, my speed rivaling that of a 100-meter dash. Upon reaching the scene, I was left in shock. Jean Mating's car was there, the front end crumpled, and someone lay on the ground, while she had floored the accelerator, smoke billowing from the rear of her vehicle, fleeing the scene. I distinctly saw the panic on her face. My mind went blank. Sister, what are you doing? Fleeing after an accident? But lives are at stake. I couldn't afford to think any longer and rushed to the side of the injured man. He still had some consciousness. Upon seeing the driver of the fleeing car, despair replaced his features, but then he looked at me as if I were his savior. Lee, exchange for emergency medical knowledge. I mentally shouted. A few energy points were insignificant. Suddenly, I comprehended. In such a car accident, the injured party must not be moved, especially around the waist. I swiftly tore my shirt, applying an urgent bandage to the most severely bleeding area. Observing his breathing remained relatively steady, I rolled up my jacket to place under his head. Hang in there, brother. The ambulance is on its way. I reassured him while dialing for help. Does your chest or abdomen hurt? If it does, blink. My actions were fluid, and by the time the ambulance arrived, the fellow was in decent condition, his consciousness still intact. Let me tell you, had this followed the original plot, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss, and even if resurrected, he would have been a mere vegetable. The most astonishing part? This guy is none other than the boyfriend of the female lead, Haocheng. What a small world it is. Meanwhile, Jean Mating was utterly terrified, distracted by my flirtations. She had driven carelessly and ended up hitting someone, though she wanted to get out and help. The thought of an impending promotion and the potential scandal made her choose to flee. Upon returning to the company, I stormed into Jean Mating's office. Team leader, I announced as I locked the door behind me. She visibly flinched in my presence, her gaze evasive. Haocheng, why are you back so late? I cut to the chase. Team leader, you hit someone on the road, didn't you? Did you see it? She sprang from her chair, her face drained of color, truly terrified, fleeing the scene of an accident. Do you think that's a commendable act? My tone was frigid, showing no mercy. She fell silent, unable to utter a single word. I knew she couldn't lie to me. Fixing my gaze on her, I stated clearly, I've taken the person to the hospital. I acted promptly. He is not in critical danger and 1 TB disabled. However, you must cover the medical expenses and compensation, right? Relief washed over her face upon hearing he was fine, but anxiety crept back. You saved him? He didn't make any other demands, did he? I didn't mention our acquaintance. I'll find a way to pay him, and I 1 reveal your involvement. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted, brimming with gratitude and reliance. Internally, I rolled my eyes, thinking, if it weren't for the 300 energy you just contributed, I wouldn't care about your troubles. I warned her icily to focus more while driving and turned to leave, not wanting to linger for a moment longer. Her anxious heart and half-extended hand froze awkwardly in midair. As I stepped outside, my phone vibrated with a message from Jean Mating. I'll be waiting for you in the office after work. I have something to discuss. My back instantly felt cold. This woman is grateful, but I truly cannot handle this. I absolutely cannot go tonight. It would lead to trouble. Returning to my desk, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Assistant Su Zhengshu beside me, her face contorted with distress and her eyes red like a rabbit. Out of camaraderie, I casually asked, Assistant Su, are you unwell? She wiped her eyes, stubbornly denying it. Oh, I'm fine, really. I scoffed. Do you even believe that? After saying this, I dismissed her and focused on my work. To my surprise, she was unprepared for my indifference and burst out. Haocheng, I broke up last night. I kept my eyes on the computer, typing quickly. Shouldn't you discuss this with your girlfriends? This left her momentarily speechless. Seeing her conflicted expression, I sighed and thought, fine, I'll play the role of a confidant. All right, if you're truly struggling, I'll be your sounding board. Go ahead. Thus, I spent the morning listening to her melodramatic tale. This girl was a living testament to the phenomenon of love. Her boyfriend had cheated multiple times, yet she endured. To put it generously, she was devoted. To put it bluntly, she was a fool. Once she finished her lament, still wearing a sorrowful expression, she concluded, perhaps parting ways is the better choice. I hope he can live well in the future. I glanced at my watch and interrupted. It's lunchtime. Shall we go eat together? I'm not hungry. You go ahead. And with that, I left without looking back. Guess what happened next? As I sat down in the cafeteria with my meal, the beautiful Lu Haocheng from the front desk plopped down next to me, her face equally forlorn. When she spoke, I almost spat out my food. Uncle, I broke up yesterday too, and my boyfriend. Is today some sort of electronic breakup festival? Are people lining up to come here and mourn? I was utterly bewildered. Even more coincidentally, her ex-boyfriend, the one who was injured, was the very same person Jianbingguozi had hit. Thanks to my timely intervention, he suffered no major injuries, which alleviated her stress and allowed her to come to me for comfort. Her greatest worry now was the medical expenses. I calculated in my mind. Isn't this rather fortuitous? Observing her helpless demeanor, I put down my chopsticks and earnestly looked into her eyes. Do not worry. I will help you with the medical expenses. Huh? She was taken aback. Uncle, what did you say? I reiterated with unwavering resolve. I'll take care of it. The money will be delivered to the hospital tonight. The sincerity in my voice overwhelmed her with emotion, as she believed I intended to spend a significant amount for her. Little did she know, the funds would come from the perpetrator. Yet, the system's notification chimed ding. Energy increased by 500. Goodness, the female lead is indeed remarkable. A single promise nets 500 points. I must let this misunderstanding continue. I casually concocted an excuse, claiming it was a favor to her, easing her future worries. With that, I took my tray and left, leaving her alone to wildly imagine the extent of my financial sacrifice on her behalf. As soon as work hours concluded, I gathered the funds from Jianbingguozi and didn't even dare approach her office door, opting to slip away. I ensured the money reached the hospital, covering both medical expenses and hefty compensation, causing the young man to beam with gratitude, promising not to pursue the matter any further. Meanwhile, Jianbingguozi had waited in her office for ages, likely fuming with frustration. After wrapping up those affairs, I hurried home. I still owed Lu Shuang a round of JianbingGuozi, and I was determined to fulfill that promise. However, upon opening the door, darkness greeted me. I flipped the light switch, and my heart sank when I spotted Haocheng curled up in the corner of the living room, her hair in disarray, face pale, trembling all over. I rushed over to support her. Haocheng, what's wrong? She looked at me, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than crying. I'm fine. Brother, work must be exhausting. In the next moment, she broke down, clinging to me, shaking like a leaf. Immediately, as if to distract from her physical pain, she leaned in and kissed me forcefully. I couldn't push her away, fearing for the child she carried. Seeing her in such a state, I sighed, understanding what was happening. She was succumbing to her addiction. I had no choice. I lifted her in my arms and carried her into the bedroom, retrieving the supplies I had previously acquired from that thug. With gentle precision, I injected her, watching her writhe in ecstasy and relief. A mix of emotions swirling within me as I held her tightly, silently lighting a cigarette. Once she regained her composure, tears streamed down her face as she nestled against me, crying, Brother, I didn't want this. I truly can't control myself. I understood. I held no resentment, simply comforting her by patting her back. This struggle was beyond mere willpower. After she calmed down, she attempted to entice me, suggesting she could be my partner. I immediately shot back. Have you forgotten you're going to be a mother? Be responsible for your child. Those words struck home, and she obediently quieted down. I prepared a round of JianbingGuozi, relieved to see her devouring it ravenously. I then made another batch and stepped out to knock on Lu Shuang's door. The young lady, upon receiving her JianbingGuozi, gazed at me with eyes sparkling like stars and invited me to join her indoors. The insinuation was clear to both of us. However, I declined, suggesting it was best to rest early as I had work the following day. I quickly made my exit, knowing that lingering could lead to unforeseen complications. No sooner had I settled onto the couch than my phone buzzed. It was Jianbingguozi's voice message, laced with a hint of desperation. Haocheng, can you come to my house? I am in trouble, please. I felt utterly exhausted, my eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet, sensing the urgency, it seemed likely that her daughter was in trouble again. Sighing, I donned my clothes and stepped out once more. As I approached a roadside tavern, I spotted a familiar figure, Luo Sali. She was inebriated, being tugged at by a bald thug who was grinning foolishly. What is wrong with sharing a drink? He jeered. My anger flared, and I approached, my voice icy. Let her go. Upon seeing me, Luo Sali's eyes lit up but she quickly adopted a scowl. "Li Haocheng, what are you doing here?" I ignored her and fixated on the thug, repeating my demand. "Who do you think you are?" He began, but before he could finish, I kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling 3 or 4 meters away, crashing into several tables and chairs. Luo Sali was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide in shock. Having dealt with the thug, I turned to leave, still needing to visit Jianbingting. However, Luo Sali hurriedly followed, insisting on knowing where I was headed. "To Mating S house," I replied candidly. Her jealousy flared, and she insisted on accompanying me. I quickened my pace, and she struggled to keep up in her high heels. I kindly warned her, "You might twist your ankle running in those heels." "Who is following you?" She retorted. "I wear them every day. I'm quite adept." Just then, her heel became lodged in a manhole cover, causing her to stumble and cry out in pain. "Sister, you just had a hard encounter with that manhole for 10 seconds, I remarked. I crouched down to inspect her injury, and to my dismay, her ankle was swelling rapidly, turning a deep shade of purple. I sighed heavily, pulling out a cigarette, feeling overwhelmed. Why does everyone seem to have such issues? Tears welled in her eyes as she snapped. "It's because you walk too fast. You have no gentlemanly manners." Her sharp tongue irritated me, and I shot back. However, seeing her injury, I suspected she had damaged her ligaments. This was serious. I was about to suggest taking her to the hospital, but she adamantly refused. Sighing, I resigned myself to the situation. "I'll call a taxi for you to go home. Just tell me to the park nearby to rest for a bit." "I might feel better," she insisted stubbornly. I was at my wit's end. "Sister, please go home and rest. I truly have things to attend to. Your ankle won't heal in less than 10 days. To my surprise, she intensified the pressure. Her gaze fixed on me. "Are you really going to leave me to find Jianbingting? Family, who understands?" This was a classic case of female rivalry. She insisted on competing for my attention, which was exhausting. I thought about how much easier it would be with someone like Xiao Xia, who listened obediently, or Lu Shuiying, who was more reserved. I refrained from engaging further, laying it out plainly. "I will assist you to the park and call a cab. That's the extent of my help. I have matters to attend to." Her face fell, a look of utter disappointment, as if I had committed an unforgivable act. Ignoring her, I scooped her up in a princess carry, gentle in motion but firm in my words. Yet she continued to probe. Is it that the group leader is more beautiful than I? I was exasperated by her reasoning. It's not about beauty. I have made a promise to her, and I must fulfill it. This is a matter of principle. She seemed to reframe the conversation in her favor. "So, in your heart, she may not be prettier than me?" I was left speechless. Arguing with a woman was a fool's errand. As I entered the park with her in my arms, I intended to place her on a bench and leave. But out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a familiar figure curled up on a distant bench, resembling a stray cat. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was indeed Jianbingting's daughter, Xiao Min. What was she doing here at this late hour? Luo Suli noticed as well and murmured, "Do you know her? She looks unwell." Unwell was an understatement. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, and she appeared to have lost weight, trembling slightly. My heart sank. Jianbingting's frantic search for me was likely due to her daughter having run away. But that didn't make sense. Jianbingting cherished her daughter dearly. How could she allow her to be out alone at night? I later learned their relationship was fraught with tension and communication was nearly non-existent. Luo Sali continued with her snide remarks. "Oh, looking for your help to find her daughter at this hour? She trusts you that much?" I was too weary to engage. Placing Luo Sali on the bench and walking toward Xiao Min. "Why aren't you home at this late hour?" I asked gently. Startled, she shrank back, but upon recognizing me, she relaxed slightly, remembering my previous act of kindness. Her gaze flitted around, and she mumbled, "I just came out for a walk." I smiled, not pushing the issue, and sat beside her. "You seem quite tired. How about we grab a drink nearby?" She did not respond, yet her cracked lips indicated her thirst and fatigue. Without giving her a chance to refuse, I stood up and said, "Let us go." After a moment of hesitation, she followed. Returning to the previous stall, Luo Sali resumed her antics, insisting in front of Xiao Min, "Li Haocheng, carry me." This woman truly knew how to manipulate me. Her charm made it difficult to refuse. I bent down, allowing her to climb onto my back. Xiao Min trailed behind, likely feeling awkward, assuming she was a third wheel in our little world. I turned to her, attempting to ease the tension. Let us go. To be honest, carrying someone like Luo Suli, with her captivating figure, was distracting. My thoughts were consumed with concerns for Xiao Min. The more I observed her frail state and uncontrollable tremors, the more I was reminded of Xiao Xia's previous struggles. As we reached the bar, I ordered 3 drinks, engaging Xiao Min in light conversation, steering clear of her runaway situation and inquiring about her well-being. With rebellious youth, one must tread carefully. Before long, she mustered her courage to ask Uncle, "Can I stay at your place for a couple of days?" "Of course, no problem," I replied with a warm smile. "I have a girl at home roughly your age. You can keep each other company." With that, I excused myself, claiming I needed to use the restroom, and discreetly slipped away. While comforting her was important, I could not overlook my responsibilities. I stepped aside and promptly dialed Jean, mating S number. As soon as she answered, her anxious voice rushed through. "Haocheng, are you on your way?" I cut to the chase. "Group leader, are you looking for me because of Xiao Min?" Her surprise was palpable. "How did you know?" I ran into her along the way. "How is she? Is she okay?" Her voice trembled with uncontainable worry. Fortunately, she mentioned wanting to stay with me for a couple of days. "Did you two have an argument?" Jean Mating fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "Where are you?" "I'm coming over right now." I hurriedly stopped her. "Team leader, please don't rush. You have just resolved the conflict, and meeting now would only exacerbate the situation. Instead, let me take Xiao Min back to my place to settle her in. You can wait for me downstairs and send me a message. I will come down to discuss everything with you." After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Over these past few days, she had developed a certain blind trust in me. After hanging up, I pretended as if nothing was amiss and headed back. "Let us go. It's getting late. Come home with me." Luo Suli shot me a sly glance, her eyes scanning me like radar, clearly suspecting that I had gone to inform someone. Yet she chose not to confront me about it. Instead, she feigned vulnerability. "Can I also rest at your house for a night? My foot is like this. Without you, I can't walk, please." Here we go again. What could I say? I could only nod in agreement, all right? Immediately, she dropped the act of being pitiful and wore a triumphant smile. I shot her a glare, but decided against pursuing it further. My focus was on Xiao Min. Upon arriving home, I was carrying Luo Suli while Xiao Min followed behind. As soon as I opened the door, what a chaotic scene awaited. Xiao rushed out joyfully at the sound of the door creaking. "Brother, you didn't finish your conversation?" However, upon seeing the 2 girls behind me, her cheerful expression plummeted, and a sense of crisis engulfed her. "Who are these ladies?" Luo Suli exploded at that moment. The sight of Xiao's tattoos and piercings instantly filled her eyes with disdain. When she heard Xiao call me brother, her anger surged, thinking to herself that if she could tolerate Jean Meiting, she certainly would not back down to someone like this. Both women turned their fiery gazes toward me. As for me, I maintained my composure, calm as ever. Pointing at Xiao, I explained to Luo Suli, "This is Xiao, a poor child I met in the park, whom I am temporarily taking in." Then turning to Xiao, I added, "This is Luo Suli, my colleague. And this is Xiao Min, the daughter of my superior, staying with me for a couple of days." In a single breath, I left all 3 of them speechless. Luo Suli looked at me incredulously. "Is that all you have to say?" I pushed her onto the sofa, raised an eyebrow, and sternly countered, "What else is there to say?" My tone was so assertive that it brooked no argument, leaving both women momentarily flummoxed. They exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of guilt. Luo Suli likely believed I truly was not hiding a secret lover, while Xiao was easily convinced by whatever I said. I paid no mind to their silent stares and declared, "I have things to attend to. Xiao, please take care of Xiao Min." With that, I turned and left. Once I was gone, Luo Suli was clearly infuriated, likely upset that I had only asked Xiao to look after Xiao Min and not her. She pulled out her phone and began scrolling, ignoring everyone. Xiao, wanting to engage her, noticed her frosty demeanor and opted to check on Xiao Min instead. "Would you like something to drink?" Xiao gently inquired. "No need," Xiao Min replied, her head bowed and trembling even more than before, as if ants were crawling all over her. Luo Suli shifted, away in these ding. However, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The resemblance between Xiao Min's condition and her own withdrawal symptoms was strikingly uncanny. She immediately understood why I had asked her to look after Xiao Min. I made my way downstairs and leaned against the corridor wall, lighting a cigarette. Before long, Jianbing's car sped into view. She hurriedly exited the vehicle, but hesitated upon reaching the bottom of the stairs. "She is fine," I said casually, leaning against the wall. "I am such an unfit mother." Her voice quivered as she confided in me about how her work had overshadowed her responsibilities as a mother, how she sought to provide her daughter with a better life, only to entangle their relationship into chaos. I listened, allowing her to express herself without interruption. I could imagine the struggles a single mother must endure to reach her current position. Once she finished speaking, I responded, "You have done nothing wrong. You have already given it your all." Perhaps she could no longer hold back, her voice tinged with tears as she asked, "Haocheng, may I lean on your shoulder for a moment?" I did not refuse. She gently rested her head on my shoulder, her purple hair brushing against my face, fragrant and soft. Finally, she revealed the true reason for their argument. "Xiao Min. She is using drugs." As she spoke, her voice cracked, overwhelmed with emotion. I was furious and scolded her, even hitting her and throwing away the things she had bought. I should not have been so impulsive. Her cravings were overwhelming. Tears soaked my shirt, and I could feel her despair and regret. Taking a deep breath, I raised my hand and gently patted her hair. "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do," she admitted, as if she had finally found a corner where she could show her vulnerability. Once her emotions had stabilized somewhat, I asked, "What about the drugs?" I later retrieved what I had thrown away. She pulled out 2 small sealed bags from her purse. Upon seeing them, my expression froze instantly. I clenched the 2 bags tightly in my hand. "What's wrong?" she exclaimed, startled by my reaction. My voice turned icy. "Did Xiao Min buy these herself?" I asked her where she got them. I was fixated on the tiny insignia in the corner of the bags, realizing with a jolt that they matched perfectly with the batch I had seized from Yun Yi. The same group was selling to both Xiao Xiao and Xiao Min. A fire ignited within me. When I inquired about their address, I wasted no time and stormed over there. It was a decrepit, damp rental unit. I instructed Li to scout ahead, and she informed me there were 5 individuals inside, unarmed. Good, as long as they are unarmed. I stood at the door, gathered my strength, and delivered a kick to the rickety door. With a loud crash, the door flew open, striking one unfortunate soul behind it and sending him flying. The remaining 4 individuals inside were left stunned. I slowly walked in, my gaze as frigid as ice, and inquired, "Who is your boss?" "Damn, get him!" shouted one who seemed to be the leader, as the 4 rushed at me, wielding knives and clubs. Moments later, all 4 lay defeated on the ground. The leader, his leg broken, trembled as he knelt before me. "Who is the boss that sells the goods?" I reiterated my question. This fellow, despite his predicament, held his ground. I let out a cold laugh. "Are you afraid of him? But if you don't speak now, you will die." Upon hearing this, he caved in, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. "It's Che Jingzhou, an executive at the Universe Group. We all call him Che Li Shi." After gathering the information, I picked up a nearby crowbar and swiftly dispatched him. Leaving no survivors was non-negotiable. Scanning the room, I quickly spotted a black bag used for transporting goods. Grabbing it, I made sure to check each fallen body for a pulse, ensuring they were all dead before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Che Jingzhou was enjoying the company of his entourage when a phone call shattered his tranquility. Upon hearing that his hideout had been raided and all 5 of his men were gone, he was so startled that he nearly dropped his drink. His first thought was that a new protector had arrived, one who might have uncovered his dark past involving the world as chosen. This man was quick-witted and instantly decided against confrontation. He needed a strategy to win over this newcomer. The next morning, I marched straight into Jianbing's office. Upon seeing me, she visibly tensed. I settled myself before her expansive floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette while gazing out at Seoul. "Che Jingzhou, from the Universe Group. Do you know this person?" I asked her. "Of course, Che Jingzhou Li Shi. He is responsible for the entertainment sector." "What about him?" I extinguished my cigarette in the ashtray and replied solemnly, All the goods and soul flow from his hands, including those for Xiao Min Jin. Mei Ting fell silent, her powerlessness and guilt evident on her face. As despair washed over her, I posed a question. His office, is it also in this building? Yes. On the 27th floor. The entire floor belongs to him. She was unaware of my reasoning behind the inquiry. I let out a derisive snicker, adjusting my tie and loosening the top button of my shirt, revealing a glimpse of my collarbone and pectoral muscles. Jean Mating sensed something was off with me today. I had been sitting there smoking since morning, each word I spoke leaving her increasingly unsettled. After our conversation, I extinguished my cigarette and departed without a backward glance. I was aware of her discomfort, yet there was no alternative. This matter required my direct involvement. I proceeded straight to the 27th floor. As the elevator doors opened, several security guards regarded me with expressions akin to those reserved for a wanted criminal, my disheveled appearance certainly drawing attention. Before I could make a move, a voice from within called out, "Let this brother in." It seemed the director possessed a keen awareness, as if he had surveillance installed. Inside the office, the opulence was staggering. A man, identified as Che Jingzhou, lounged nonchalantly as he regarded me. Opposite him sat a woman whose aura radiated an unmistakable command, later revealed to be the vice president of the group, Che Zhuxi. Upon seeing me, Che Jingzhou greeted me with the warmth of a long-lost relative, disregarding his sister entirely as he pulled me aside into a study, eager for a private conversation. Upon our initial meeting, we both understood the underlying tension, a mutual recognition that neither of us was ordinary. I cut straight to the chase. "Are you of Huaxia descent?" He nodded with a smile, confirming my suspicion. The moment those words escaped his lips, a surge of rage ignited within me. As a Huaxia person, how could he be involved in drug trafficking? Without a moment's hesitation, I seized him by the throat, denying him any opportunity to react, and followed with a forceful knee to his abdomen. The impact sent him crashing into a bookshelf. To my surprise, he proved remarkably resilient, rising as if unfazed, rubbing his stomach and gesturing for me to wait. "Hold on, brother, let's talk," he implored. I was taken aback. I had exerted all my strength, and he appeared as if merely scratching an itch. My spirit guide, Li, urged caution. "Master, do not act rashly. This man is crafty, and his true nature is unclear. Delay your attack." I acquiesced to his request for dialogue. He began spinning grandiose tales, promising power and control over the world, asserting that drug trafficking was merely a means to an end. His ambitions seemed absurd, akin to a man recently escaped from a mental institution. "You risk everything for such trivial pursuits? Are you unwell?" I challenged him, realizing his initial approach failed. He shifted tactics, claiming that we were both guardians of a secret organization known as Chongqing Shouwang. He painted a picture of seizing the world's power, promising a mutually beneficial alliance. At that moment, Li, my guiding spirit, pierced through his facade. "Li Haocheng, did you kill the original protagonist of this world?" His face drained of color. The revelation struck hard. He was no mere drug dealer, but a traitor, having slain the protagonist to steal the source code of our world, trading it with monstrous entities known as devourers for his own power. The facade shattered, and his demeanor turned cold. Without a word, he shattered the table between us before launching an attack aimed at my chest. I instinctively blocked and retreated, but his martial prowess was formidable, and I found myself struck in the ribs, the pain seizing my breath. With a single blow, I was sent crashing through the study door and into the living room, landing clumsily before his icy sister and the nearby bodyguards. Spitting blood, I struggled to stand. He emerged from the room, leisurely smoking, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Li urged me, "Master, he possesses martial skills. You cannot prevail relying solely on basic combat. We have ample energy. Enhance your abilities." Tempted by his impressive technique, I inquired about the cost, only to find that even the basic skills required 1,000 units of energy, far beyond my means. Realization dawned. I needed to focus on physical enhancement. I mentally commanded Li, distribute all energy evenly to my physique and strength. Upon completing the enhancement, the world around me seemed to slow. Che Jingzhou's expression shifted as he recognized the change within me, fear etched across his face. Just as he prepared to strike, I was behind him in an instant, delivering a resounding slap to his head. The impact was akin to a watermelon bursting, splattering bits of flesh and blood across the walls. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, leaving his sister and the bodyguards in stunned silence. Before I could catch my breath, a white light erupted from the corpse, piercing into my mind, followed by a massive explosion that shattered all the windows and sent furniture flying. Instinctively, I shielded the vice president with my body. As the smoke cleared, a faceless, purple figure emerged from the center of the blast. We screamed in my mind, "Run! It's a devourer! Stage 3. We cannot fight it now." In that moment, I had just vanquished an elite adversary only to confront a world boss. The creature, constrained by the world's rules, nonetheless exuded a menacing aura. Ignoring me, it darted toward the vice president, likely intent on eliminating key figures. Its speed was beyond my comprehension. Without a second thought, I lunged to intercept. With a sickening thud, I felt my left arm severed at the shoulder, blood spraying everywhere as I fell. The excruciating pain nearly caused me to black out. Fortunately, the world's consciousness intervened, momentarily restraining the creature. Lee's voice was frantic. "Hurry!" I had no time to waste. I hoisted the dazed vice president onto my shoulder and, through sheer will, leaped from the ruptured floor. My singular thought was to reach the Human Resources Department, where Team Leader Jean and the others were still present. I sprinted, blood trailing behind me, my vision dimming. I was not afraid of death. I feared my inadequacy and the possibility of failing to protect them. I inquired of Lee whether I could transport them out, but she explained that key characters could not leave this world. She urged me to flee, yet I could not abandon them. Finally, I stumbled into the Human Resources Department. Assistant Sue's face contorted in horror as she saw me, bloodied and missing an arm. Without explanation, I seized her and, amidst the astonished gazes of my colleagues, charged toward Team Leader Jin's office. With a forceful kick, I shattered the door open. The occupants were left speechless. Team Leader Jean, Mei-Ting, sprang from behind her desk, relief washing over her at first glance. But that quickly turned to shock as she took in my state. Covered in blood, missing an arm, and supporting an unconscious woman, I resembled a survivor of a war zone. Jean, Mei-Ting, panicked, scrambling for her phone, her voice trembling as she spoke of calling an ambulance. "Enough chatter, follow me." I barked, my voice nearly hoarse from urgency. Yet, as an inexperienced office worker, she was bewildered by the chaos and protested. "What do you mean, follow you? You are gravely injured. Quickly sit down and allow me to staunch the bleeding. Family, who understands? I feel as though I am on the brink of death, and she is merely there, contemplating fetching me a Band-Aid. I can only fixate on her eyes, pouring my utmost sincerity into a single plea. Trust me. Perhaps my gaze is too resolute, for she surprisingly calms down, purses her lips, and nods emphatically, then obediently approaches to grasp the hem of my garment. I think to myself, this is more like it, and I turn to lead them away. However, as soon as we step outside, a chill runs down my spine. At the far end of the corridor stands a sinister purple entity, staring intently at us. I tell you, the sensation is akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat. My very DNA begins to scream in alarm, my legs almost giving way beneath me. Reacting swiftly, I hurled Che Zhuxi back into the room, and then shoved Jean Mei-Ting and Su Jingshu inside as well. In a final moment before the door closes, I managed to flash them a smile, projecting an air of calm amidst the chaos. They watch, wide-eyed, as the gap between the door narrows and my face gradually disappears. The next instant, there is a series of piercing sounds, and 4 purple blades thrust through the door, pinning me like a specimen to the door panel. Blood gushes forth, pooling on the floor beneath. My goodness, that creature is merciless. It does not even bother to engage me, simply kicking the nearby glass to shards and charging inside. Its target is evidently Jean Mei-Ting. I surmise she possesses something of great value. As the blade approaches Jean Mei-Ting's forehead, she shuts her eyes in fear, perhaps envisioning her life flashing before her. Meanwhile, I find myself in a state of frantic desperation. I tell you, I was truly at my wit's end, and I forcefully extricate myself from the grip of those 4 blades. The sensation is akin to having my very organs yanked out for a hot pot. It is so painful that darkness begins to envelop my vision. Yet even as I struggle, my speed cannot match the impending doom. In that critical moment, a thought strikes me. My JianbingGuozi, the luxurious JianbingGuozi I purchased that very morning, lies on my desk. I scramble toward my seat, rolling and crawling, and retrieve the still warm JianbingGuozi from my bag. The aroma wafts through the air, and suddenly, the world falls silent. The creature, poised to deliver a fatal blow, halts mere centimeters from Jean Mei Ting's brow, then turns its attention towards my JianbingGuozi. In that moment, I am filled with a sense of triumph. With a flourish, I toss the JianbingGuozi out the window. The purple lightning darts after it, capturing my delectable offering midair, and rather than devouring it in one bite, it cradles it in its grasp, savoring each bite, a blissful expression illuminating its face, if it indeed possessed one. Immersed in its culinary delight, it entirely forgets its time constraint here. By the time it regains its senses, it is forcefully ejected from this realm. Before vanishing, it casts me a knowing glance, conveying the message: for the sake of the JianbingGuozi, I shall return. With the crisis averted, I can no longer maintain my composure and collapse to the ground. Darkness envelopes me, and I lose all consciousness. When I awaken, I find myself in a hospital. Initially, I fantasize about the possibility of Jean Mei Ting, Su Zhengshu, or the lovely women from my household keeping vigil at my bedside, weeping sorrowfully. However, upon opening my eyes, I am greeted by a pink feline face mere inches from mine, fluffy and adorned with sapphire-like eyes that twinkle mischievously, nearly kissing me. I turn away, close my eyes, and reopen them, only to find the cat still present. I can only cast a pleading glance towards my spiritual companion, Li. Sister Li introduces me with a look of disdain. This is the spirit I mentioned earlier, Xiao AI. The pink kitten begins speaking in a tone reminiscent of poorly translated dialogue. Oh, my dear, your valiant form and the purity of your loving heart have deeply moved me. Please accept me. Allow me to recognize you as my master. At that moment, I am overwhelmed by goosebumps. My remaining hand involuntarily crushes a portion of the metallic bed frame. Sister Li succinctly translates. She is enamored with you and wishes to associate with you. Xiao AI resumes a normal, youthful tone, beginning to promote herself. Master, I am the spirit of love, quite rare. Should you consent, I can reveal the affection levels of all girls towards you. Once your affection reaches 80, I can grant you a new ability, with a high probability of enhancing your combat prowess. Upon hearing this, I realize that it is essentially a dating KPI system. As someone who has remained single purely based on merit, I ponder why I would require such a thing. I promptly refuse. I believe you are not quite suited for me. Xiao AI immediately erupts in distress, her color fading to gray, and she begins to wail, her sorrow startling me. In my moment of confusion, Sister Li douses me with cold reality. You should accept her. She informs me that I am now a guardian, destined to contend against the monstrous entities I previously encountered. With Xiao AI by my side, my strength could multiply exponentially. She poses the question, are you truly willing to refuse power? What else can I say? I glance at my empty left sleeve and recall the humiliation of being impaled by that purple monster. Seeking wealth is not disgraceful. To become stronger, what harm is there in being a reserve for a sea king? I agree. I accept. Xiao AI instantly revives, her color returning to a vibrant pink, and she leaps into my embrace. The next moment, she presents me with a grand treasure inherited from her previous infatuated master, a character card. I focus my attention and exclaim in surprise. Alex Mercer, AG. In simpler terms, it is a card granting me the opportunity to experience a day as the protagonist of Prototype. Looking at my empty sleeve, I see no reason for hesitation. The Blacklight Virus. Rebirth after losing an arm is no longer a dream. Without further ado, I instruct them to open the door and initiate the teleportation. While everyone else contemplates how to cling to AGE's leg for the virus, I, with a unique perspective, seize the day's fortune granted by the protagonist card and infiltrate Jean Tay Company. Can you guess what happened? With a single JianbingGuozi, I charm the HR manager and become a proud janitor. A few more JianbingGuozi later, I went over the muscular brothers of Blackwatch. They regard me, a harmless one-armed individual, and wave me into the core research area to clean. Taking advantage of AGE's still corporeal form and the virus not yet reorganized, I stealthily approach with a large syringe, extracting ample samples. After completing my shift as a janitor and clocking out, the experience card time expires, and I return to my own world. Upon opening my eyes, I find myself back in a hospital, where a stunning woman sits beside me, peeling an apple. Upon closer inspection, I realize it is none other than our leader, Transmigratingto. Her gaze towards me is intricate, filled with both sympathy and awkwardness. She immediately apologizes for not being by my side when I awoke. My spirits soar as I think, "Sister, do not be so formal. My arm was lost for you, and your care is only fitting." However, I refrain from voicing this sentiment, instead engaging in lighthearted banter. Yet she keeps glancing at my empty sleeve, saying, "I know you have suffered grave injuries. This is a heavy blow for anyone. How about I take care of you from now on? You could stay at my house." I respond with a simple, "Sister, isn't this progress a bit too swift? I just lost an arm, and we are already discussing cohabitation." Just then, my newly acquired spirit, Haocheng, springs forth, circling around Transmigratingto and giving me a knowing look. Before I can fully comprehend, she whispers in a voice only I can hear, "Master, this beautiful elder sister has an affection level of 85 for you. You can randomly obtain a new ability." In the next moment, a mysterious force surged into my body. A sudden jolt in my mind revealed the addition of a passive skill, AI Shun Huan Xiang. For those who understand, the description of this skill caused my eyelids to flutter uncontrollably. In essence, due to my acceptance of the spirit of love, Haocheng, and the fact that Team Leader Jin's favorability toward me had surpassed 80 prior to this, I unlocked this exclusive ability. What does it entail? Simply put, any female with a favorability rating exceeding 80 towards me, as long as her mental strength is not greater than mine, upon contact will instantly succumb to an intensely vivid fantasy of intimacy, experiencing unparalleled joy. In layman's terms, it's akin to an automatic playback of an adult film in one's mind, with the female lead being herself, yet she will perceive it as a genuine occurrence. At that moment, I was completely taken aback. What kind of absurd skill was this? It was even more outrageous than my talent for flipping pancakes. While I was pondering this, Team Leader Jean had already peeled an apple, and with great thoughtfulness, she cut a small piece to feed me. As I observed her actions, my soul nearly took flight in shock, and I quickly exclaimed, "Wait!" Alas, it was too late. In her attempt to feed me, her delicate fingertip inadvertently brushed against my face. In an instant, Team Leader Jean froze, as if she had pressed the pause button. Her hand trembled, and the apple fell to the floor with a dull thud. She then lowered her head, closed her eyes, biting her lips tightly, beads of fragrant sweat dotting her forehead. At that moment, I realized why Haocheng had given me that knowing look. This little girl was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. After quite some time, as she began to recover, I instinctively reached out to pat her shoulder in concern, only to hear a sharp sound as I inadvertently slapped myself. I had forgotten that this skill had a cooldown of 1 minute. Goodness, it was becoming even more intense. This time, Team Leader Jean took nearly 20 minutes to recover. When she finally lifted her head, the look in her eyes was utterly enchanting. Her cheeks flushed as she gasped, "Haocheng, you finally," I interjected, "Sister, wake up. We didn't do anything. That was all an illusion." But how could I bring myself to utter such words? In the end, she exhausted herself and fell asleep on my hospital bed. Haocheng was still there, fanning the flames. "Master, the favorability is now at 90. I lit a cigarette, feeling more lost than the smoke swirling around me. I asked Haocheng if the favorability could reach 100. She replied that it certainly could, and that reaching 100 would yield even higher rewards. She explained that her purpose was not to turn me into a scoundrel, but to help me find someone who truly loves me and not to let them down. She recounted how her previous master, beloved, before passing away, had declared, "Throughout my life, I have been a staunch materialist. Only you, I hope to have a next life." Upon hearing this, I recognized it as a famous quote from a great individual. Xiao AI affirmed it, stating that she and Li had once followed those heroes who dedicated their lives for Huaxia. They had witnessed too many farewells, which initially made Xiao AI hesitant to follow me. But my pure understanding of love captivated her. At this point, Li Jie spoke up, reminding me, Master, this world is too primitive. The energy they can provide you is limited. It is time to venture into other realms. I glanced at the peacefully sleeping team leader Jean and sighed. All right, give me 2 days. I must bid farewell to them. When midnight arrived, team leader Jean awoke, rubbing her eyes to gaze at me. Her look so enchanting it could squeeze water from stone. Have I slept for so long? It's all your fault. I'm so exhausted. What could I say? I could only reply, yes, it's all my fault. I informed her that I would be discharged the next day. She looked at the mountain of cigarette butts beside me, quietly wrapped her arms around me from behind, and gently said, please don't smoke so much in the future, all right? Startled, I quickly wriggled free, fearing her touch on my skin. I told her that I would soon be leaving this world. Upon hearing this, her eyes turned red, and she asked if I would return to protect her. The intensity of her gaze was overwhelming, and I dared not look, but still promised, yes, I will definitely return. She immediately leaned closer, her breath quickening. Seeing this, I sighed, reaching out to caress her face. Thus, the entire night, I focused on companionship. I closed my eyes on the hospital bed, and, as I sensed her awakening, I would gently touch her, causing her to drift back in a blissful sleep. This cycle continued throughout the night. She seemed on the verge of dehydration, yet still yearned for more. Upon waking the next morning, I found the sheets dampened significantly. She gazed at me, vibrant and energetic, while she felt weak and sore, her eyes filled with astonishment and admiration, likely thinking, this man is truly remarkable. I bought her breakfast, spooning porridge in her mouth. I must say, this woman, a sophisticated and alluring mature beauty, now resembled a love-struck young girl, her cheeks flushed like an apple. After finishing our meal, I assisted her in leaving the hospital. She hung on to me, calling me dear repeatedly, praising me as truly impressive. I was so embarrassed that my toes could have scraped the floor. Upon reaching the parking lot, she noticed I was distracted and, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on my lips. My heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Here we go again. Sure enough, she froze in front of the car. To others, it might have been just a second, but in her mind, I estimated we had battled it out in that parking lot for 300 rounds. When she regained her composure, her gaze towards me was even more peculiar as she grasped my arm tightly, declaring, I won't let you leave. I pleaded with her, and only then did she take a step back, saying, then will you spend the day with me, please? That pleading expression was irresistible. I could only acquiesce. However, she did not return home, but had a driver take us to the office, claiming she needed to request leave. While I waited downstairs for her, a striking woman approached, exuding an intimidating aura, with long, straight hair and a tailored suit, her eyes filled with a mixture of mockery and malice. Haocheng. I realized it was the Vice President Zhu Shi, whom I had saved the other day. This woman was evidently not to be trifled with, her possessiveness practically written across her face. She approached me, proposing my promotion to a managerial position, which I declined. She likely had developed a keen interest in me after witnessing my confrontation with the monster that day and wanted to ascertain who I truly was. Just as I contemplated an escape, team leader Jean emerged from the building. I hurriedly bid farewell to Zhu Shi and turned to leave. However, Zhu Shi blocked team leader Jean's exit, stating that she would join us on our outing under the pretense of repaying my kindness. With no other choice, the three of us boarded Zhu Shi's luxurious vehicle. She whisked us away to an upscale private club, where upon exiting, a throng of beautiful women surrounded us, effectively separating me from team leader Jean. I was ushered into a VIP room, where Zhu Shi was elegantly pouring red wine. What was her intention? Was she attempting to employ seduction? Noticing my indifference to the surrounding beauties, she began to tempt me. Haocheng, you are no ordinary person. Come work for me. Money, women, whatever you desire, I can provide. I merely smiled, disregarding her words, and walked over to the liquor cabinet. Among the ostentatious foreign wines, I selected the only bottle of Lao Baigon. In her presence, I poured myself a full glass and downed it in one go. This red wine was superficial. I set the glass down and looked at her, stating, "What I desire, you cannot provide. Thank you for the drink, but I shall take my leave." With that, I stood up to exit. Cheju Shi, likely feeling anxious, suddenly asked from behind, "Are you suggesting that you desire Jean Meiting?" I must admit, I genuinely wished to deny it, yet I feared team leader Jean would overhear. If she were nearby, my denial would be like stabbing her in the heart. Thus, I remained silent, and Cheju Shi took my silence as acquiescence. The jealousy radiating from her eyes felt as though it could burn through me. She directly informed me of team leader Jin's whereabouts, adding sarcastically that she had prepared a grand gift for her. At that moment, I sensed something amiss. This woman clearly harbored ill intentions. I arrived at the scene and was taken aback by the sight before me. Two rather unseemly older gentlemen, one a department head and the other a director, were inappropriately touching our team leader Jean while making lewd comments about her past. Who can understand the plight of our family? This was nothing short of workplace bullying, coupled with a scandalous trap. It was outrageous. Yet, our team leader displayed remarkable courage, letting out a fierce shout of enough, which immediately silenced the two men. She stood her ground, clutching her handbag like a shield, declaring that she had someone she liked now, that the past was behind her, and that they should not provoke her further. The intensity of her gaze conveyed a clear warning. Dare to move again and see what happens. In that moment, when I laid eyes on her, my heart skipped a beat, not out of disdain, but sheer astonishment. This sister was resolutely cutting ties with her past for my sake. Upon turning to see me, her expression changed to one of shock. Her face drained of color as she feared I had overheard their remarks and would think poorly of her. She rushed over, flustered and apologetic. I wondered what she had to apologize for. I simply said, "Let's go," and her eyes brimmed with tears. Her entire demeanor softened as she leaned into me. That sensation was a delightful mix of innocence and desire. I decided to treat her to a movie, and she was overjoyed. However, halfway there, she spotted an adult shop, her gaze drifting, and claimed she needed to use the restroom, only to be gone for over half an hour. When she returned, her cheeks were flushed, and she mentioned preparing a small gift for me to look forward to. That gift turned out to be quite explosive. Once in the cinema, she was unable to focus on the film, fidgeting restlessly until she dragged me into a stall in the women's restroom. Then, right before my eyes, she began unbuttoning her blouse. I was utterly stunned, leaning back at a 45-degree angle, nearly resembling an elderly person on a subway. Beneath her conservative professional attire, she wore something entirely unexpected, an intriguing black corset paired with stockings, transforming from a workplace elite into a siren of the night. Suddenly, she knelt before me, presenting a key and a remote control as if offering treasures. Her eyes filled with reverence, as if to say, "Master, all that I am belongs to you." At that moment, my mind was racing, just as the excitement peaked. Footsteps approached from outside. I quickly urged her to sit on my lap, and we huddled together in the stall, barely daring to breathe. She assumed I disapproved of her outfit and was angry, her expression shifting to one of pleading as she insisted on shoving the key and remote into my hands. By accident, I pressed the remote's button, and a buzzing sound erupted, turning her crimson as she thought I had done it on purpose, covering her mouth in silence. Feeling utterly helpless, I removed my gloves and gently touched her, allowing her to slip into a world of fantasy. In her imagination, we likely transformed the entire restroom, and when she finally emerged, her face radiated satisfaction, with her fondness for me soaring to 97. After the movie, twilight was setting in, and she clung to me, asking if I could stay. I could only promise to return often. As the sun dipped below the horizon, her affection seemed to stall at 99, neither rising nor falling. My inner voice urged me, as 100 points of fondness promised a grand reward. I realized that Jean, our team leader, thrived on excitement. Therefore, I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You now, remove your clothing and walk to the restroom in the park over there." She appeared stunned, her face as red as an apple, yet her eyes betrayed a mixture of fear and desire to please me. Ultimately, she bit her lip and agreed. The sight was extraordinary as she stepped forward, and I followed behind, pretending to gesture elegantly. Just as she neared the restroom, my internal system's two AIs began to argue, causing me to momentarily lose focus and disappear from her view. When she turned back and couldn't see me, panic set in. To make matters worse, two passers-by spotted her and attempted to breach the stall. Jin's scream was heart-wrenching. In an instant, I rushed over, and with two swift knocks, the chaos ceased. Fondness meter, ding 100. I enveloped her in an apologetic embrace, and as she cried and playfully hit me, it was clear her anger was merely a facade of affection. I retrieved her fallen high heels from the ground and gently helped her into them. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she smiled like a crescent moon. However, as I stood up, my wrist accidentally brushed against her abdomen, triggering another unexpected reaction from her. Upon my discreet return to the lobby, Xiaosai immediately pounced on me, inquiring about my whereabouts over the past few days. Looking at her, I felt a pang of discomfort, knowing I might soon depart from this world. Just as Jean Meiting's fondness reached 100, my two AIs nearly clashed over how to utilize this reward. One, named Xiao AI, insisted on a random lottery, claiming it had once granted other hosts the powers of X-Men. The other, named Li, openly mocked her. Right, the power of a hedgehog man, a level 1 mutant. Ahead of the game, huh? She even mentioned having drawn the abilities of a certain daredevil, leaving Xiao AI speechless. Li's stance was clear, no frivolous schemes. Simply empower me to enhance my core abilities. Xiao AI, indignant, continued to argue, insisting that advanced lotteries were genuinely useful, and urged me to trust her. I was resolute. Lotteries? That was a game for fools. They made it clear, Xiao AI's lottery pool was a trap, filled with useless abilities. Want an SSR? The odds were slimmer than being struck by lightning as I left my house. Why gamble away the solid opportunity presented by the Haocheng virus? I was not foolish. I decisively posed the question to Li. Sister, how much energy can this 100 fondness points provide you? She promptly replied, 1,000 points. Would that suffice for me to integrate the Haocheng virus without incident? Absolutely, master, without a doubt. It was settled. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao AI, looking pitiful, complied, and a beam of golden light shot from her into Li's form. Instantly, my mind buzzed, and Li's voice became incredibly commanding. Haocheng fusion. The sensation was overwhelming. I had braced myself for pain, yet it felt akin to soaking in a warm bath, the virus eagerly infiltrating my body. Within moments, I felt utterly unified with it. In that instant, every cell in my body rejoiced, and a surge of power radiated from every pore. After escorting Jean Meiting home, I could no longer contain myself. Finding a secluded spot by a towering building, I lightly pressed my toes against the ground. With a resounding thud, I shot forth like a cannonball, landing firmly on the glass exterior of the building, perfectly vertical to the ground. Who could understand? Even Spider-Man would envy my stability. As I gazed at my hands, a thought crossed my mind, and my attire vanished in an instant, revealing countless red tendrils sprouting from my skin. In mere seconds, I was adorned in a dapper black suit. Unable to restrain myself, I transitioned from a quiet chuckle to uproarious laughter. Xiao AI was so startled she nearly meowed. Trembling as she asked, Master, why do you laugh like an ultimate villain? Li remained unfazed. Power is the most intoxicating perfume in the world. Who wouldn't be entranced? Feeling the surge of strength, I propelled myself forward, racing up the vertical surface of the building at an unimaginable pace. Upon reaching the rooftop, I propelled myself into the sky, soaring between towering edifices with a sensation of unparalleled freedom that few could comprehend. Once I had relished this exhilarating experience, I found myself near home, where the lights still glimmered and the dear Xiao Xia awaited my return. Silently, I appeared in the living room and observed her worried expression. In that moment, I realized that this small place could no longer contain me. I addressed her straightforwardly, Xiao Xia. I apologize, but I must leave for a while. She immediately grew anxious. Brother, is it work? Where are you going? I shook my head and, resting my hand on her shoulder, replied, No. I simply wish to explore the world. Do not worry. I will certainly return within a week. I briefly mentioned her and Xiao Min's issues with substance abuse, assuring her I would seek solutions and left behind a substantial sum of money. As for her pregnancy, I entrusted Captain Jean Mei Ting to look after her. She wanted to pack my belongings, but when she turned around, I had already vanished, leaving behind a note. Do not fear. If danger arises, I shall return at once. With a swift movement, I found myself back in Li's starry realm. My power level had surged to 282. An overwhelming thought flooded my mind. I yearned for combat. Li, find me a high martial world. I wish to indulge in a grand adventure. However, Li cautioned me against the dangers and recommended a mid-tier world called Long Xian Yi, claiming I could learn authentic Huaxia martial arts. Upon hearing this, I was intrigued by the prospect of studying martial arts. This was within my expertise, indeed. Just as Li prepared to open the portal, a nearby star representing another world suddenly flickered ominously, transforming into a peculiar shade of purple and rapidly expanding. Li's tone shifted to grave concern. It is the Devourer. The world consciousness of that realm is being consumed. My eyes lit up with determination. I asked Li, is it my responsibility to protect this world? Li appeared taken aback, likely surprised by my swift embrace of this role. With a decisive gesture, I declared, forget about Long Shi. Let us venture there. Last time I was chased by that third-stage entity, but this time I would not shy away. The journey commenced. Upon landing, I felt the world consciousness envelop me with an aura of significance, as if I were its last hope. Before I could steady myself, a pale beauty rushed towards me through the torrential downpour. Her eyes filled with desperation as she uttered the weighty words, Zhao Yang, I am pregnant. Stunned, I could hardly process the situation. Had I just landed and already found myself in the role of father? Yet, now bearing the identity of Zhao Yang, I had to shoulder this responsibility. I replied earnestly, come, let me accompany you to the hospital. The girl, named Lu Yao, was taken aback, unprepared for my display of accountability. She had anticipated a dramatic reaction, but my words rendered her speechless. Hesitantly, she asked, are you willing to take responsibility? I affirmed. If you claim it as Zhao Yang's, then I must be accountable. She then timidly inquired, do you have money? I haven't even paid for the abortion yet. I checked my pockets, only to find them as bare as my face. Where would I procure money in this world? My frown led her to misinterpret my expression, believing I was unwilling to contribute, and her eyes glistened with tears. I quickly removed my outer coat, draping it over her shoulders, and reassured her, wait here for me. Trust me. Her gaze was complex, yet she ultimately released my hand. I plunged into the rain, pondering where to acquire funds. Perhaps robbing a bank? No, that wouldn't do. Just then, I caught a glimmer of purple light out of the corner of my eye. The Devourer, what a fortuitous encounter. With a powerful leap, I pursued it, my speed rendering it sluggish in comparison. Just as I was about to catch up, two more purple lights ignited nearby, and the three creatures converged upon the same target. My heart sank. Their objective must be a crucial character in this world. With a thunderous crash, the fastest Devourer collided with a luxury vehicle, causing a woman's scream to pierce the stormy night. The monster tore open the car door, its gaping maw ready to strike. I could not allow this to happen. In a flash, I leapt atop the car, seized its tail, and with a flourish akin to swinging a hammer, hurled it into a nearby storefront with a resounding crash. I rescued a girl, named Mi Kai, from the vehicle, but the other two Devourers had arrived, surrounding us. Mi Kai's face drained of color, trembling behind me. I laughed. Come at me. Let me test my newfound strength. She was nearly in tears, her voice strained as she shouted, what are you doing? Don't provoke them. Ignoring her, I beckoned the three drooling monsters with a flick of my finger. They roared in unison and lunged at me. Mi Kai closed her eyes in fear. Yet, contrary to expectations, there were no screams. Instead, a deafening bang echoed. When she opened her eyes, she found the three creatures piled atop one another, having been sent flying by a single kick embedded in a collapsed wall. She stood there, utterly dumbfounded, her mind likely overwhelmed. I had no time to waste. I approached and, with a punch, pierced the chest of two of them, unleashing countless red tendrils from my arm that rapidly drained them of life. The third was sent hurtling away, demolishing half a street in its wake. Just as I finished absorbing their essence, I felt an unsettling sensation. A surge of purple energy coursed through me, causing immense pain. Lee quickly intervened, advising me to suppress it, as my mental strength was too weak to safely absorb such power. Once I regained my composure and approached Mikai, her gaze mirrored that of someone witnessing a superhero. I smiled at her and asked, "Miss, do you have any money?" She nodded dazedly, retrieving several cash notes from her bag and even handed me a bank card, saying, "The password is on the back." Gratefully accepting the money, I thanked her, promising to repay her one day, and vanished into the rain. Meanwhile, at the hospital entrance, Lu Yao stood alone, drenched and shivering as the warmth had long since evaporated. Her heart, much like the cold rain, felt as though it was gradually freezing. Just when her hope seemed to fade, a miracle occurred. Shiyang, reappeared. She did not immediately register my presence, but when she looked up, I stood before her like a specter. Her expression shifted from confusion to the brink of tears. I stifled a laugh, asking why she remained outside in such frigid conditions. She stubbornly retorted, claiming the air conditioning was colder. Rather than engage in further debate, I pressed a thick wad of cash into her arms. "Where did you get so much money?" She gasped, her eyes wide. "I borrowed it," I replied nonchalantly. In truth, I had simply located an ATM and withdrawn 50,000 from Mikai's card. How was I to know how much an abortion would cost? Better to err on the side of caution. Upon seeing the money, her previous resentment evaporated instantly. Family, who understands? Her sense of security had surged. Her gaze toward me transformed, as if our earlier troubles were forgotten, and she viewed my presence as a stroke of fortune. She even feigned offering me a few thousand from the pile, insisting I need not take so much. I stood there, uninterested in her offer, and firmly stated, "Keep the money. Consider the excess as nutrition fees. How you borrowed is none of my concern. Hurry to the hospital and ensure your health is prioritized." At a loss for words, Lu Yao cheerfully headed toward the hospital. I watched her silhouette, contemplating the gravity of the situation. After all, she was a pivotal character, unaware of the myriad creatures lurking outside, ready to devour. Having just taken over this body, I could not allow her to perish so easily. I called out to her, "I will accompany you." She turned, her face a portrait of disbelief. Since I had chosen to take responsibility, I would see it through to the end. Striding over, I assertively seized the money and bag from her hands, without a word, and headed towards the hospital. Let me tell you, the staff at the hospital are exceedingly pragmatic. Previously, when Lu Yao had outstanding bills, the doctors and nurses treated her with disdain. Now, as I accompanied her, I overheard several nurses gossiping behind us, their words laced with mockery. My temper flared, and I turned to them, stating, "It is rather unseemly to gossip behind someone's back." The nurses, taken aback by my demeanor, scuttled away in fear. Lu Yao was momentarily stunned, her eyes welling with tears. I suspect it was the first time someone had stood up for her since she left home. Subsequently, I transformed into the quintessential boyfriend, managing her payments and medical examinations with meticulous care. Fortunately, she was young and in decent health, albeit a bit frail. Once everything was settled, I suggested taking her home. To my surprise, she proposed, "Why not come to your place?" I regarded her with a quizzical gaze, sensing something amiss, yet simply replied, "If that is what you wish." It dawned on me that she might have interpreted my offer to take her home as an invitation for something more intimate. Despite her chaotic family situation, she seemed to want to preserve her image in my eyes by suggesting we go to my place. What a perplexing turn of events. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to another character, a genuine heiress named Mi Kai, the daughter of the founder of Zhua May department store. Earlier, she was attacked by 3 monsters on the street, her life hanging by a thread until I swooped in like a divine savior. However, in her panic, she neglected to acquire my contact information. Now, she regretted it deeply, fearing the monsters might return for her. To make matters worse, she had just spent a fortune to reclaim her childhood home, the very residence I currently occupied, only to discover that the previous landlord had sold it without notifying me. The tenant, Mikai was already terrified and was informed she had to wait for my return to complete the handover. Alone in that old house, as darkness descended, she felt her courage wane, fixating on a dilapidated clock to keep calm. As for me, I was supporting the recovering Lu Yao, hailing a cab back to this so-called home. Upon entering the building, I sensed something was amiss. "There is someone inside," I whispered. "Le Yao Gasped, Asif." I shook my head and let her in. To my astonishment, a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles from smiling, the landlord Lao Li, greeted me as if I were his long-lost son. "Ah, Zhaoyang, you have finally returned." Ignoring him, I carefully settled the weakened Lu Yao onto the sofa before turning to confront him about the rent. No, he fidgeted, a mix of embarrassment and barely concealed excitement on his face. "I have sold the house. You must move out tonight. I won't even charge you for the last 2 months' rent." Tonight? I frowned. While it mattered little to me, considering Lu Yao's condition and the torrential downpour outside, it felt cruel to subject her to such upheaval. "It must be tonight. Lao Li incite vi soleti." It seemed futile to reason with him. I recalled that the house had been sold to a young woman. I would simply negotiate with the new owner. Approaching the figure who had her back to us, standing near the clock, I softly asked, "Miss, could you perhaps allow a few extra days? My friend is unwell and cannot move tonight." The young woman turned, her irritation evident as our eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. "Is it you?" I was taken aback to realize it was Mikai, the affluent woman I had rescued earlier that day. Such a small world. Seeing our recognition, Lao Li hastily made his escape, leaving us to deal with the situation. Mikai looked at me with a mixture of surprise and delight. After a prolonged silence, I broke the ice. "I did not expect to see you again so soon." Without further ado, I gestured towards Li Yao on the sofa and asked, "As the new owner, could you grant us a few days' grace?" Li Yao, still in shock, gazed at the elegant Mikai, her instincts raising alarms. "Of course," Mikai replied readily, her curiosity piqued. "Is she your girlfriend?" she inquired, her expression darkening. A jolt of realization hit me. Girlfriend? Certainly not in my view, but for the original owner of this body, Zhaoyang, perhaps so. The will of the world offered no guidance. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to embrace the narrative. I turned to her, locking eyes, and firmly declared yes. Lu Yao, eavesdropping nearby, was taken aback, her expression brightening as if she had struck a lottery. I elaborated, "She has just undergone an operation and is quite weak." I wished to avoid unnecessary commotion. Mikai, upon hearing this, immediately responded, "No problem. You both can stay. I will waive the rent." Handing me her business card, she inquired, "And your name?" "Sure, Zhaoyang." I almost let slip. "All right, I must take my leave," Mikai said, preparing to exit. But I could see the fear etched on her face as she gazed into the dark night. Having just faced monstrous peril, it would be reckless to let her walk alone at night. "Why don't you stay here with Lu Yao for the night?" I suggested. Michai hesitated, but just then, a car with purple lights sped past downstairs, reminiscent of the monsters from earlier. She gasped and shut her eyes, trembling. At that moment, Lu Yao's stomach audibly protested. She clutched her belly, her face flushed. I glanced into the refrigerator. Empty. "I'll go buy groceries," I announced. As I stepped outside, I found Mikai frozen in the hallway, terror-stricken and unable to move. "Are you all right?" I asked, causing her to jump. Upon seeing me, she seized my arm as if it were a lifeline. "Let us not go tonight. Stay here," I invited again. This time she accepted. "Shall we head to the supermarket together?" I inquired. She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. I opened my umbrella, which was rather small, and as the rain poured mercilessly, I tilted it entirely towards her, leaving myself drenched. Mikai's gaze was nothing short of captivating. In the supermarket, I morphed into the quintessential homemaker, purchasing an array of chicken, duck, fish, vegetables, and staples, while also picking up some daily necessities for Lu Yao. Mikai added toiletries to her cart. After checking out, I carried a large woven bag in one hand and took her few items with the other, stating, "If you're letting me stay for free, it's only right I contribute. You just need to hold the umbrella." Upon returning home with our bounty, Lu Yao's face turned pale as she processed the situation, likely wondering why I had returned with groceries instead of leaving as promised. I had no time to indulge in her thoughts, diving straight into the kitchen. "Miss Mikai, You haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll prepare something. Just call me Kai, she replied. In the living room, the two women exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Moments later, I emerged with a feast that was as visually pleasing as it was fragrant. My culinary skills are nothing short of exceptional, and the sight of the spread left both women spellbound. After washing my hands, I made sure to serve Lu Yao a warm bowl of chicken soup. She gazed at me, her small eyes brimming with emotion, nearly moved to tears. After finishing our meal, Mikai expressed her admiration for me, exclaiming how impressive it was that I could cook so well. I waved my hand dismissively, suggesting that she and Lu Yao should sleep in the bedroom, while I would take the sofa in the living room. Once the two of them entered the bedroom, I leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and poured myself a glass of baijiu, downing it in one go. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as the two girls took turns showering. I must tell you, while brushing her teeth in the bathroom, Mikai secretly peeked at me through the crack in the door. Watching me smoke and drink, her eyes sparkled with admiration as if she had discovered a new world. Lu Yao finished her shower first, wrapped in a towel, and emerged, attempting to flirt with me. However, without even turning around, I bluntly told her, "Your body needs rest. You should go to bed early." My words sent her back to the room, where she left in a huff, muttering that I lacked romantic sensibility. Shortly afterward, Mikai finished her shower as well, peeking her head out from the bathroom door like a little squirrel. I still did not turn around, casually remarking, "With your keen observation skills, you should have already returned to the bedroom." Startled, she probably wondered if I had eyes on the back of my head. Eventually, she obediently wished me good night and returned to her room. As night deepened, the rain fell heavier. Alone in the living room, I finished a bottle of baijiu and smoked through half a pack of cigarettes. In the middle of the night, Li Yao got up to use the bathroom and, upon opening the door, saw me standing like a statue by the window. To my surprise, she had the audacity to try to scare me from behind. She stealthily approached and even swiped the lighter I had placed on the lampshade. As I took a drag of my cigarette, just as she thought she had succeeded, I turned my head and softly said, "Thank you," pointing at the lighter in her hand. She froze, her face puffing up in anger. "Did you know I was here all along?" "Indeed," I replied nonchalantly after taking another puff of smoke. She began to make small talk, mentioning her aspirations to act and asking if she was pretty. I turned to glance at her from head to toe, acknowledging that she indeed had a remarkable figure. I nodded and simply said, "Beautiful." But where did her beauty lie? I must say, the atmosphere in the room was far more captivating than any evening drama. Just as I contemplated this, we could hear Lu Yao's voice from the adjacent bedroom, passionately confessing to the air, "Zhao Yang, forget about Jianwei. When I become a star, I will only love you." I was momentarily taken aback. Who was Jianwei? It turned out my friend Yang was just as oblivious. Standing on the balcony, smoking, he was likely experiencing a mental overload from the sudden declaration of love. Imagine the scene. He bore another man's face while listening to someone else's girlfriend declare her undying affection, proclaiming that she would only love him in the future. What a fortunate fellow he was, receiving the affections of a limited edition romantic. The next morning, the rain had ceased, and my friend Yang unleashed his secret weapon, JianbingGuozi. I must tell you, it was no ordinary Jianbing. It was infused with an ethereal energy. Lu Yao and me, Kai devoured it with bulging eyes, resembling the popular meme expression, "Who among us can relate?" Yet, their hunger was insatiable. They insisted on having another serving. Lu Yao playfully pouted, "Zhao Yang, please make another batch." Mikai, though silent, was licking her lips, clearly conveying her desire for more. However, Yang was not one to indulge them. He shot them a look that said it all. "Can you even finish it? I fear you might overindulge." Instantly, the two girls became docile. Yang, not entirely unyielding, added, "If you want more, I'll make it for lunch." Lu Yao cheered at this, but Mikai's face fell, greener than my stock portfolio. Why? She had to go to work. Just back from abroad, she had a pile of tasks awaiting her, and the prospect of missing out on this exquisite meal was disheartening. She felt despondent, thinking that if she could never taste Yang's JianbingGuozi, her life would be devoid of color. She even considered seeking out other vendors to avoid constantly mooching off her friend's boyfriend. But then she thought of Lu Yao. with a handsome boyfriend who had extraordinary skills and was such a good cook, filling her with an overwhelming sense of security. Where could she find such a remarkable man? Lu Yao wanted to play the Good Samaritan, offered, if you don't mind, I can deliver it to your workplace. Shi Yang promptly took charge, feigning indifference. But his concern was palpable. Don't you know your own physical condition? You should rest. I'll take it to you. Ah, such boyfriend material. Michai, on the other hand, was nearly grinning from ear to ear, suppressing her delight. On the way to her company, she innocently called her uncle, who was doing business in Suzhou, to inquire about any extraordinary JianbingGuozi chefs. It was amusing. Did she truly think there could be a substitute for my friend's unique culinary skill? Her uncle was likely bewildered, pondering whether his niece had lost her mind, forsaking gourmet delicacies for JianbingGuozi. In the end, he earnestly advised her to explore the world of diverse cuisines. Mikai felt utterly deflated upon hearing this. Upon arriving at her workplace, she was just about to immerse herself in her tasks when a significant figure made his entrance. A man, rather unremarkable in appearance, with a somewhat dark complexion and an outdated hairstyle, approached her, extending his hand. Hello, I'm JianbingGuozi. Goodness, this fellow seemed to be another time traveler aiming to woo the leading lady. He believed himself to be endowed with special abilities, thinking he could easily charm an ordinary man's girlfriend. While his intentions were commendable, he should have taken a good look in the mirror first. With such a lackluster appearance, he had the audacity to approach her openly, while the female colleagues around them whispered about him, likening him to a frog aspiring to court a swan. He was practically a pedestrian speed bump, someone you would steer clear of. Out of politeness, Mikai shook his hand, but quickly withdrew. Undeterred, he boldly suggested, Miss Mikai, since we are both newcomers, why not partner up? The look on Mikai's face was one of utter disbelief, 3 large question marks hovering above her head. Where did this audacious guy come from? Was he in such a hurry to stake his claim? Her expression turned cold as she firmly rejected him, stating, I think not. I have things to attend to. Goodbye. The fellow, still brimming with misplaced confidence, casually flicked his hair and proclaimed, It seems Miss Mikai is not aware of my capabilities. Capabilities? What were they exactly? His overinflated sense of self-worth. Mikai was on the verge of scoffing at him. He puffed out his chest, declaring, You are in danger. I can protect you. Just as Mikai was about to tell him to leave, she suddenly heard a crucial piece of information. He had mentioned monsters. Instantly intrigued, she inquired how he knew about them. To her surprise, he responded, Oh, you really encountered a devourer? How did you survive? His words implied that her survival was a monumental stroke of luck. It was then that Mikai learned the creature was called a devourer. She began to reassess this man, contemplating whether he was affiliated with Shi Yang and if he possessed special abilities too. At that moment, JianbingGuozi's phone rang, and after glancing at it, his expression shifted. He hurriedly invited Mikai to dinner that evening to discuss further, assuring her he could protect her. In order to extract valuable information, Mikai reluctantly agreed. While Mikai was entangled in her predicament, my friend received a phone call. The caller ID read Bandai. What on earth could that mean? He answered to discover it was his old-fashioned father, known for working 15 years in a state-owned enterprise procurement department without ever accepting a bribe, earning him the nickname Bandai. On the other end of the line, Bandai dropped a bombshell. Zhao Yang, I'll be arriving in Suzhou shortly. I'll be staying with you for the night. My goodness. Shi Yang's face turned pale. As an imposter, he was about to meet the real deal's father. Lu Yao, overhearing this, looked as if her eyes were about to pop out, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. What? Meanwhile, the average-looking JianbingGuozi was being reprimanded by his captain. Stop fooling around. Is pursuing women more important than our duties? Originally, they had tracked a particularly high number of devourers, indicating a dire situation. Regardless of that, let's shift the focus back to my brother. At noon, he scaled the wall into Mikai's company, delivering warm JianbingGuozi to the office. Mikai was profoundly moved, her mouth watering at the delightful aroma. Then, Shi Yang awkwardly spoke up, hesitantly asking, My dad is coming and wants to stay here for a night. Could you please assist? Did you see that? That is what respect looks like. Mikai felt a warm glow in her heart. Seeing his slightly bashful demeanor struck her as genuine, and she immediately smiled. Of course. No problem. Since it's your father, he can stay as long as he wishes. She admired my brother's principled behavior, considering him refreshingly straightforward. After expressing his gratitude, Shi Yang left, leaving me, Kai, lost in her thoughts. She was both curious about Shi Yang's past and somewhat fearful, with the added headache of where to stay that night. Return to the old house. How would that look to others? Not going back. Then she would miss breakfast. Ultimately, she decided to speak with Yuan Gue Liang first. That evening, as the doorbell rang, Bai Dai had arrived. Lu Yao opened the door to find a meticulously dressed man in a suit and a beautiful girl. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. A legitimate girlfriend encountering a faux boyfriend's father. The scene was too beautiful for me to bear. However, before they could even take a bite of food, my brother's expression suddenly changed, and he tossed out, "Lu Yao, you and my dad eat first. I have to step out for a moment." He vanished like a gust of wind. What happened? It was because the GPS he had set up for me, Kai, had triggered an alert with the world's power. Rewinding to moments earlier, Mikai had arrived for her appointment, only to find that Yuan Gue Liang made her wait for over 40 minutes. The Ice Queen Mikai was nearly boiling with rage as the guy finally strolled in, scratching his head and apologizing with hardly a hint of sincerity. Upon arrival, he frivolously suggested watching a movie, prompting Mikai to grind out a few words through clenched teeth. "Hurry up, just pick a restaurant." As Yuan Gue Liang was about to find a place, he suddenly shuddered, looking terrified at a corner of the street, where a flash of purple light flickered. "No way!" he exclaimed, grabbing Mikai's arm and bolting. The captain had warned him that devourers would seize such opportunities, but he had dismissed it, even taking a nap that afternoon. Now that he had actually encountered one, he realized the captain was not joking, and his first instinct was to run. Mikai, struggling to keep up, was gasping for breath. Her phone nearly jostled from her grasp. As she observed Yuan Gue Liang, she noticed that he seemed even more frightened than she was, a stark contrast to the sense of security Shi Yang provided. She wanted to call Shi Yang for help, but Yuan Gue Liang, in a panic, lacked control over his grip, and with a sudden tug, he tore Mikai's sleeve, leaving a red mark on her arm. Yuan Gue Liang turned to apologize, but, with a loud crash, collided headfirst into a human wall, stars dancing in his vision. Angrily, Mikai yanked her arm away, only to be pleasantly surprised by the figure before her. "Xiaoyang, what are you doing here?" My brother stood there with his hands behind his back, utterly still. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what a stabilizing force looks like. He regarded Mikai's injured arm with a gaze so icy it could freeze water, calmly asking Yuan Gue Liang, "Do you not understand the concept of restraint?" Mikai swiftly ducked behind Shi Yang, instantly comprehending the situation. Yuan Gue Liang was left dumbfounded. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? At that moment, the surrounding world fell eerily silent. Pedestrians vanished, the sky darkened, and tendrils of purple mist began to spread. Yuan Gue Liang speculated gravely. Could it be poisonous? My brother had already deduced that this substance was not toxic, but merely an anesthetic, small fry. Thus, he made no attempt to flee, but resolved to confront the devourer. As the purple mist thickened, Mikai, being the weakest, began to feel dizzy from inhaling it. Yuan Gue Liang, too, appeared dazed and on the verge of collapsing. Just when their consciousness was fading, a hoarse roar erupted, and a wide, bloodied mob burst forth from a mist, lunging toward the semi-conscious Mikai. And guess what? At that moment, Yuan Gue Liang's eyes nearly popped out. Just as the monstrous maw was about to reach Mikai, there was a tremendous boom. The devourer was sent flying back at a speed 10 times faster than its approach, crashing through 7 or 8 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Shi Yang, remained poised with a relaxed fist, his left hand securely cradling the unconscious Mikai. What a striking image, simply stunning. Yuan Gue Liang stood there, utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. His mind was reeling. Is this the kind of combat prowess expected of an early-stage guardian? This was a clear case of dimensional suppression. The strength of this creature would be considered formidable even among advanced foes, yet to Shi Yang, It was as simple as swatting a fly. Of course, with Shi Yang's current power level exceeding 300, he was undoubtedly a formidable figure of the fourth stage, easily handling a first-stage minor adversary. Though Mikai had lost consciousness, the last image she saw was of Shi Yang delivering a decisive blow. For those who understand, that sense of safety was overwhelming, and even in her unconscious state, a smile graced her lips. Shi Yang carefully laid Mikai down by the roadside, using his own garment to cushion her head, and calmly dialed for emergency assistance. At that moment, Yuan Guiliang finally regained his voice. Approaching Shi Yang with disbelief written across his face, "Who exactly are you?" He scrutinized Shi Yang from head to toe. He was undoubtedly Chinese. But having seen the roster of all guardians in Cheng Shouwang, he had never encountered such a figure. How could a newly awakened individual possess such earth-shattering power? What a ludicrous notion. He had witnessed the ease with which the organization's third-stage elites dealt with such minor threats. This guy must have drawn power from some protagonist. Moreover, he appeared to suffer no side effects. How absurd. Shi Yang glanced at him, uncertainly asking, "It seems we are of the same kind?" "Yes, yes." Yuan Guiliang eagerly nodded, sensing the aura of spirituality surrounding Shi Yang. "You're like us, guardians." "We?" "Yes, we're a small team from Cheng Shouwang, and we have 8 members here," Yuan Guiliang quickly explained. Although Shi Yang had disrupted his romantic pursuit, he was astute enough to recognize a golden opportunity. The organization mandated that newcomers be protected and integrated, especially one of such extraordinary caliber. He had to be treated with utmost respect, not daring to adopt an authoritative demeanor. He politely said, "Brother, although I've never seen a newcomer as formidable as you, you must still be a newcomer, right? How about joining me to meet our captain?" Shi Yang glanced back at Mikai, directly declining, "Perhaps another time." He had no desire to engage with any official organization, having grown accustomed to his freedom. "Please, don't," Yuan Guiliang insisted, hoping to persuade him. "I didn't say I wouldn't go." Shi Yang pointed to Mikai. "She needs someone to watch over her, right?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Guiliang felt his face flush. Comparing himself to Shi Yang made his earlier performance seem utterly pathetic. In the end, they exchanged contact information, and Shi Yang accompanied Mikai to the hospital. When Mikai slowly regained consciousness, she opened her eyes to see Shi Yang standing like a statue at the window, the evening breeze gently fluttering the curtains, a scene straight out of a romantic drama. "You're awake?" Hum. "Feeling all right?" "Not bad." Mikai looked at him earnestly and said, "Thank you. You saved me again." To which Shi Yang replied without a moment's hesitation, "It was my responsibility." I tell you, that one sentence ignited an explosion of emotions. Beat was initially incredulous upon hearing the words, her stunning eyes sparkling like stars. And then her face flushed crimson. "What does it mean this is what I should do? Isn't this precisely the narrative of a domineering CEO who has been silently guarding you from the shadows? Who among family understands this? For a girl starved of affection, the allure of such a selfless, courteous, yet slightly aloof and enigmatic figure possesses an explosive impact akin to that of a nuclear bomb. The system, Xiao AI, in her mind was in utter chaos. Master, what have you done? You merely stood there, yet the heroine's favorability skyrocketed to 80. Oh dear, quiet down. Shi Yang admonished softly, then turned to Mikai, saying, "In the future, you may find yourself in greater danger. Would you consider moving in with me? Naturally. Even if you choose not to, I can still protect you, but what if?" He had not completed his thought. "I would," Mikai replied with remarkable decisiveness. "Oh, si yang respondet nonchalantly." Just then, a girl appeared at the door of the hospital room. It was Chun Qianqian. Through the glass on the door, she caught sight of Shi Yang's face, her heart fluttering wildly. This very face had graced her dreams countless times. Flustered, she hurriedly tidied her clothes and hair, contemplating knocking, but hesitating as she raised and then lowered her hand. She understood that Shi Yang would surely not recognize her current appearance. This glance instantly transported her memories back to that distant summer. At that time, Shi Yang was but a taciturn child in an orphanage. He was sensible and intelligent, yet remained reticent, maintaining an invisible barrier with everyone. The director, hoping to encourage him to open up, transferred him to a county high school. It was there that Chen Qian first encountered Yang. Yes, at that time, Chen Qian was still a slight boy known as Chen Qian. Yang was seated at the back row, becoming his deskmate. Chen Qian was perplexed, wondering if this guy, sitting at the back, was perhaps a poor student. However, when the first monthly exam results were released, everyone was taken aback. The first place, even the teacher paused momentarily upon announcing Yang's name. Chen Qian was astounded. What the heck, you scored that well sitting in the last row. This marked the first time he spoke to Yang, who merely cast a dismissive glance his way, ignoring him entirely. At that time, Chen Qian was rather timid, associating with a few delinquents in class to avoid being bullied. Those boys constantly teased him, snatched his pocket money, and used him as free labor, while he naively believed they were friends. The teacher intended to change Yang's seat to distance him from those underachievers. No need, teacher, Yang replied expressionlessly. Chen Qian was utterly astonished. Huh? He actually didn't move? After school, those delinquents surrounded Chen Qian again, robbing him of his meager 2 yuan and assigning him all the chores. Though upset, he picked up a broom to finish the tasks alone. Turning around, he was surprised to see that Yang had not yet left. Yang looked at him with a scornful smile, shouldering his backpack and departing. The expression in his eyes conveyed he regarded Chen Qian as an irredeemable fool. The true turning point occurred on a rainy day. That day after school, Yang had forgotten his umbrella and was sheltering under a shed by the roadside. When he turned, he discovered Chen Qian huddled in a corner, battered and bruised, evidently having been beaten by those so-called friends. Yang initially intended to ignore the situation, pretending not to see. However, Chen Qian's feeble attempt at acting only intensified his pain. All his grievances and fury erupted as he shouted at Yang. Hey, could you show some courtesy? Do you treat people like air? He couldn't confront the delinquents, yet felt emboldened to challenge Yang, who stood alone. Yang saw through his petty intentions, sneering. What? Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm alone? He incisively struck. If you associate with those low-class delinquents, doesn't that make you low-class as well? The harshness of his words left Chen Qian speechless, inciting a surge of anger that propelled him towards Yang. The two boys grappled in the rain. Chen Qian, being slight and small, was no match for Yang, who quickly subdued him. Yet, undeterred, he persisted, launching himself at Yang like a madman. Yang, growing annoyed, miscalculated his strength and inadvertently kicked Chen Qian into a nearby pond. This was disastrous. Chen Qian couldn't swim and floundered desperately in the water. Initially, Yang was unperturbed, as the water was shallow enough for him to stand. However, incredulously, Chen Qian seemed paralyzed by fear, completely forgetting he could simply stand up. Stand up. You can stand up. Yang shouted anxiously from the shore. Seeing Chen Qian gasp for air, Yang cursed under his breath about the inconvenience, stripped off his clothes, and dove in, pulling him out of the water. Once above the surface, Chen Qian realized the water barely reached his chest. He stared at Yang, bewildered. Thank you, Chen Qian whispered gratefully. You should steer clear of those delinquents, Yang remarked, sensing Chen Qian wasn't beyond redemption. However, upon turning back, he saw Chen Qian squatting there, suppressing his sobs and silently weeping. Yang had intended to leave, but paused, reconsidering, and sat silently beside him. Why don't you leave? Chen Qian asked. Once he had cried enough and looked up, Yang shook his head, remaining silent. Yet from that day forward, everything changed. Chen Qian began to distance himself from the delinquents and made efforts to study diligently. The next day, his mother insisted he wear his sister's leftover floral clothes. Though reluctant, he complied and went to school. As expected, he was ridiculed by those delinquents for the entire morning. During lunch, seeking solitude, he took his meal to a secluded corner of the playground, only to find Yang sitting there alone, eating and reading a martial arts novel. You're here too? Chen Qian approached. Yang nodded, shifting over to make room for him. Being with Yang felt incredibly comfortable for Chen Qian. He didn't have to please anyone. Summoning his courage, he sought to befriend Yang and asked, What novel are you reading? Xiao Jiang, Agao. Do you like Ling Hu Chong? Not really. Huh? Chun Qian was taken aback. You don't like him, yet you're reading Xiao Ao Jianghu? Why must you like Ling Hu Chong to read Xiao Ao Jianghu? Shi Yang countered. Isn't it obvious? He asked the protagonist. Shi Yang frowned and ceased to argue. Then who do you like? Chun Qian inquired curiously. Shi Yang pondered and replied, perhaps Lin Pingji. Huh? Chun Qian's jaw nearly dropped. Why would you like a eunuch? Besides, he asked the antagonist. Perhaps because he was once a good person. I must tell you, it was precisely this exchange that marked the beginning of their true connection. Once Chun Qian opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. He chattered away like a machine gun. Shi Yang, on the other hand, held his martial arts novel, occasionally responding with a simple or o, providing a cool presence beside him. But guess what? Even this was enough to make Chun Qian feel overjoyed. After finishing their meal, Shi Yang looked up, preparing to pack his things, only to be momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized how flamboyant Chun Qian's attire was that day, resembling a walking palette of colors. Chun Qian's heart sank. Who could possibly understand that feeling of dread when the atmosphere suddenly turned silent? His greatest fear was that Shi Yang would respond like those delinquents, mocking him for his androgynous clothing. But what did Shi Yang say? He simply remarked, "It's all right, quite a beautiful outfit." Just those words. At that moment, Chun Qian felt as though the entire world began to sparkle. Everything appeared to be bathed in a beautiful filter. His eyes sparkled as if filled with stars, eagerly asking, "Really?" Shi Yang coolly affirmed, shouldering his bag and preparing to leave. As he watched Shi Yang walk further away, Chun Qian, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, shouted, "Can I be friends with you?" "See, Yang." As Shi Yang turned around, he caught sight of Chun Qian's earnest face and couldn't help but smile. He said, "If you desire it, then it is already so." In that instant, the two became inseparable friends, sharing meals and secretly reading novels, living a life that was simply too joyful. However, as you might expect, there are always those who cannot bear to see others thrive. Wang Bin, the school bully who had tormented Chun Qian, was furious. He schemed to himself, "Hey, my person is now frolicking with that oddball. Am I invisible?" To put it plainly, he was reluctant to let go of Chun Qian, the mobile ATM that provided him with daily pocket money. In his eyes, Shi Yang, who was taciturn and solitary, was the true oddity. But he failed to realize that it is the fierce beasts that roam alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Days later, Wang Bin cornered Chun Qian in the classroom. "You seem to be having a good time with that guy," he sneered, grabbing Chun Qian by the collar. Chun Qian's small frame was no match for him. As he attempted to explain, a resounding slap from Wang Bin silenced him. Chun Qian's face flushed with humiliation, and he felt utterly wronged. Yet faced with 4 or 5 of Wang Bin's cronies, he dared not retaliate. Wang Bin's gang laughed raucously, while the other students buried their heads deeper than an ostrich, feigning ignorance. Chun Qian's heart felt icy. Just then, a voice drifted in from the doorway, not loud, but undeniably powerful. "What's wrong, feeling itchy? Why not come find me?" Instantly, the classroom fell silent, and all heads turned in unison. There stood Shi Yang in the doorway, backlit by the sun, resembling a savior. He strode towards Wang Bin, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Wang Bin, still defiant, retorted, "Oh, the oddball has arrived? I heard you're an orphan, so what are you pretending to be?" Shi Yang shot back, "I've heard that children with mothers tend to be more civilized. Looking at you, it seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Who do you think you're talking to?" Wang Bin seethed, reaching for Shi Yang's collar. But Shi Yang, unperturbed, leaned in closer, then drew out a dagger from his pocket. The audacity of it nearly fried my brain. He handed the dagger to Wang Bin, pointing to his own heart. "Don't you enjoy a bit of action? Here, take it and stab me. Aren't you the boss? What's the matter? No courage." Wang Bin immediately wilted. He only dared to bully the weak. Seeing his cowardice, Shi Yang smirked, took back the dagger, and pushed Wang Bin aside, standing protectively in front of Chun Qian. He weighed the dagger in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Wang Bin and his gang, and declared, "Alone, I certainly cannot defeat you all. However, in a one-on-one, I still have confidence. Who among you wishes to be the first?" The room was utterly silent. The thugs exchanged glances, none daring to move. This incident passed, but the repercussions lingered. Wang Bin, that scoundrel, privately threatened Chen Qian. If you continue associating with that oddball, I'll hit you every time I see you. Chen Qian was genuinely frightened. He did not want to be beaten, not at all. Thus, when Shuyang asked him what he wanted to eat the next afternoon, he lowered his head and mumbled, "We can't be friends anymore, Shuyang." Shuyang was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Wang Bin, who wore a smug expression not far away, and instantly understood. He said nothing and simply replied, "All right." Then he turned back to his book, calm as if nothing had transpired. Chen Qian was left dazed, feeling utterly heartbroken, convinced that Shuyang had never considered him a true friend. Little did he know, as soon as school ended and he left, Shuyang confronted Wang Bin on the path. That night, Chen Qian, uneasy, waited for Shuyang along his route home, hoping to explain. Finally, as night fell, he spotted Shuyang limping towards him, his body bruised and battered, his face marked. Words failed Chen Qian. Yet Shuyang, as if nothing had happened, casually remarked, "I had a little altercation with Wang Bin. There were many, and I took some hits, but he has hurt much worse." He looked at Chen Qian and even smiled. "I know you were forced into it. I don't blame you. If anyone is to blame, it's me for not being strong enough to protect my friend. Don't dwell on it. Go home early." At that moment, tears streamed down Chen Qian's face. He felt utterly worthless. Here was someone who had been beaten for him, and he, out of fear, had uttered such hurtful words. He called out to Shuyang's retreating figure, "Can we still be friends?" In the darkness, Shuyang paused, turned back, his voice unchanged, "If you wish. Then we still can." Subsequently, Wang Bin was expelled for fighting, and Shuyang transferred schools. The friendship that had blossomed that summer came to a hasty end. Who would have thought that after so many years, the two would reunite in another world? One day, as Shuyang was handling some paperwork, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Chen Qian, who had changed significantly, dressed in androgynous attire, arms crossed, confidently declaring, "I'm a squad leader now. How about joining me? I've got your back." The familiarity he felt as though they had just met yesterday. However, when Chen Qian glanced over, he noticed the stunning Mi Kai beside Shuyang. His radar buzzed, and he leaned in to whisper, "Is that your girlfriend?" "Si Jian quiere replied, no." A weight lifted off Chen Qian's chest, but before he could celebrate, Shuyang mentioned he would be taking Mi Kai home and would likely be living with her for a while. Chen Qian's heart sank again. The situation escalated further. Upon returning home, the door swung open to reveal yet another breathtaking beauty, Li Yao, who immediately linked arms with Shuyang, cheerfully introducing herself. "I'm Li Yao, his girlfriend. Nice to meet you." Chen Qian was left utterly stunned. The dinner was fraught with unspoken tension. Afterward, Shuyang and the original owner of this body, the stern father, washed dishes together in the kitchen. The father sighed and suddenly asked, "You aren't Zhaoyang, are you?" "Not my son." Shuyang's movements halted abruptly. He did not lie and simply acknowledged, "No, sir, he has passed away." The plate the father held fell to the ground, but Shuyang managed to catch it in time. Tears welled in the elder's eyes, but he said nothing, finished washing the dishes, and quietly left. Liu Yao, who had been listening at the kitchen door, had always believed that the reckless Zhaoyang she loved had changed for the better, becoming gentle, considerate, and responsible. Now, she realized that this was an entirely different person. Overwhelmed, she covered her ears, shaking her head vehemently, murmuring, "No, it can't be," before bolting out the door, disappearing into the night. Shuyang sighed and chased after her, forcibly bringing her back. Now, Liu Yao was like a hedgehog, refusing to let anyone near, locking herself in the bedroom. In the living room, Shuyang and Chen Qian sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Shuyang, feeling agitated, lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply amidst the swirling smoke, and lamented, "Ah, girls truly are troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Fan Yuan. Upon answering, the voice on the other end erupted like a machine gun. "Hello, Zhaoyang? Where the hell have you been? Absent for so many days, the boss has fired you. I've had to plead with him on your behalf, and you just ignore my calls? Are you trying to fly to the heavens?" Listening to the tirade on the other end, Shuyang silently continued to smoke. He was aware that Fang Yuan was the very individual who had betrayed Jin Zhaoyang in the original narrative, leading to the tragic downfall of the Mi family. Perhaps his demise could be deemed justifiable. Let me tell you, apart from Fang Yuan, there exists another character in the original story named Xiang Chun, a significant figure who incessantly trailed behind the female protagonist, Jian Wei, while secretly undermining the male lead, which was utterly repulsive. However, these mundane affections and grievances of mortals hold no relevance for me. Who among my kin would comprehend this? It is akin to two ants scheming at your feet. Would you care? I, Shi Yang, now embody a force capable of world annihilation. Forget about those two. The president of Ingwa would hand me a cigarette if I merely sat down. The trivialities of the original story, such as the female lead in Ingwa and the male lead in Huaxia, suffering from the pangs of separation, how could that possibly pertain to me? With a mere leap, I could descend before her in less than 3 hours. As for the threats from the female protagonist's parents, threaten me? Don't be absurd. To put it plainly, the original Zhan Zhaoyang met such a dismal fate solely because he was an ordinary person, and I am not. Thus, when Fang Yuan called me, I responded with utmost politeness. Oh, thank you, but I am currently unable to work, my apologies. At that moment, I was oblivious to his true nature, assuming he was merely a friend of Zhaoyang. However, he swiftly changed the subject, shamelessly announcing, "Brother, I'm getting married to Yin Yan. You must come to support me." Absolutely, I readily agreed with a cheerful demeanor, while internally, I remained unfazed. Then the crucial point arose. By the way, Jian Wei will be returning. I absorbed that information, and the subsequent chatter fell on deaf ears. Jian Wei? The female lead is coming back? Very well, I must attend this wedding. Initially, I found it bothersome and had no intention of going. But Jian Wei was a potential target of the Devourer, and I had to protect her. This girl was rather fortunate. The Devourer had first set its sights on Mi Kai, a being with far greater worldly power, or she would have been long gone. Now that she was returning, what if something went awry at the wedding? That would be quite the predicament. I promptly informed Mi Kai about this. Tomorrow, I will be attending a wedding. Care to join? A wedding? Mi Kai was indifferent. Sure, it's safest to be with you. After a brief appraisal of my attire, she burst out laughing. You plan to wear that? I was immediately displeased, lighting a cigarette. And what of it? I'm going to work, not a beauty pageant. Does it really matter what I wear? Mi Kai shook her head, wearing the expression of someone who deemed me a hopeless case. At the very least, it's a friend's wedding. You must consider appearances. Come, I'll take you shopping for an outfit. No need, I firmly declined. In the next moment, my clothes began to shift as if animated. In the blink of an eye, a brand new ensemble adorned my frame. Chun Xian stood by, mouth agape wow. Mi Kai appeared equally astonished. Wow, I'm used that for a formal occasion. A suit was essential. Tailored black trousers paired with a matching vest, complemented by a dark red shirt, and with a cigarette in hand, I leaned casually against the sofa. I remarked, "Isn't this a quintessential look inspired by Silco?" I inquired of the two, "What do you think?" Mi Kai's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze reflecting sheer delight. "Remarkable," she exclaimed. I modestly replied, "I'm not adept at fashion. I merely emulate a character I admire." "Who is it?" Chun Xian asked curiously. "Silco, of course." This world did not feature League of Legends, leaving them both visibly perplexed. Yet, handsome is an undeniable truth, prompting Mi Kai to praise me once more. Observing her infatuation, Chun Xian likely felt a pang of realization, pondering. So Shi Yang truly has a way with women? At that moment, Mi Kai suddenly inquired about gossip. "Have you had a spat with your girlfriend?" She referred to Lu Yao, who had looked at me today as if I were her father's murderer. I could only offer a perfunctory response. I suppose. Mi Kai sought to play peacemaker, suggesting that couples ought to communicate more. I thought to myself, "Dear sister, please do not misconstrue our relationship." Once Mi Kai retreated to her room, only Chun Xian and I remained in the living room. He approached me with a sense of nostalgia. "Long time no see. You still look dashing." I took a drag from my cigarette and countered, "Does being handsome hold any significance?" "Come on, are we really going to kill the conversation?" Chun Xian hastily sought to lighten the mood, then curiously asked about the origin of my ability to change attire, just as I was about to divulge the truth. He quickly interjected, "Hey, don't say a word. The abilities of Guardian are a trump card. I consider you a brother, but you absolutely cannot know. What if a devourer can read minds and I inadvertently betray you? I must say, this brother of mine genuinely knows how to handle matters. When trouble arises, he is truly there for you." He mentioned he would arrange for personnel to secure the perimeter of the wedding venue, allowing me to focus on connecting with Jianwei. Then, he abruptly shifted the conversation, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, and asked, "By the way, I have a sister who is not bad looking. Would you like to meet her?" I was left bewildered, questioning, "Since when do you have a sister? How come I was unaware?" Noticing the flush on his face, I couldn't resist making a jest. "Oh, have you taken up matchmaking?" He hastily remarked he would bring her tomorrow for me to meet, and dashed off as if his posterior were aflame. Once he departed, I contemplated how to resolve the emotional turmoil with Lu Yao. I assure you, there is no emotional distress that cannot be alleviated with a JianbingGuozi. If there is, then two will suffice. I promptly entered the kitchen, and before long, the delightful aroma wafted through the door into the bedroom. Sure enough, after savoring the JianbingGuozi, the previously irritable Lu Yao took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was too emotional earlier. It's fine, as long as you're feeling better." I hardly paid attention to the slap she had given me. It felt akin to a mere scratch. I then casually inquired if she would like to accompany me to the wedding, and she readily agreed. The next day, the three of us prepared to set off. Mikai tossed the car keys to me. "Zhao Yang, you drive." Upon hearing that name, Lu Yao nearly bit her lip in distress. Observing her expression, I promptly corrected Mikai. "Actually, my name is Shi Yang, not Zhao Yang." Mikai paused momentarily, then nodded. "Oh, understood." On the road, I drove with one hand, the wind tousling my hair, exuding an effortless charm. In the passenger seat, Lu Yao's gaze was fixed intently on me. However, she was not gazing at me, but rather at this visage, which was not the Zhao Yang she once knew. You understand what I mean, right? It was that sensation of him being him, yet not entirely himself, a peculiar tug-of-war. She must have been thinking how the rock-and-roll roughneck, Zhao Yang, could possibly exude the aura of a suave assassin. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, the decorations were splendid, yet my mind was elsewhere. I scanned the surroundings, searching for Jianwei. I had heard she would be a bridesmaid, likely backstage, but as a man, it was inappropriate for me to intrude upon the bride's preparation area. "Well, I shall wait," I muttered to myself. Just as I finished, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Initially, I thought someone was attempting to disrupt the event. However, upon approaching, I was met with the sight of a stunning beauty who captivated every male gaze in the vicinity, as a throng of admirers sought to add her on WeChat. It seemed all was well. Just as I prepared to turn away, the girl spotted me, her eyes lighting up as she parted the crowd and rushed towards me. Before I could react, she executed a slide tackle, leaping onto my arm. She introduced herself as Chun Qian's sister, Chun Qian. At that moment, I wore the expression of an elderly commuter engrossed in their phone. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Her face flushed crimson, and the grip on my arm tightened as she nervously stumbled over her words. "I'm Chun Qian's sister." Good heavens! The way she looked at me was filled with tender affection, as if I had somehow enchanted her. The surrounding men instantly regarded me with envy, as if I were a scoundrel toying with the emotions of an innocent girl. I swiftly disengaged her arm from mine, gently pushing her away, and said, "I am friends with Chun Qian, but I do not know you. This behavior is rather inappropriate, young lady." With that, I turned on my heel, not affording her another glance. Yet my internal AI system, affectionately dubbed Xiao AI, began to screech in excitement. "Master, love has arrived. Affection level at 100. She is also a guardian." Upon hearing this, I immediately spat out my drink in surprise. Family members who understands. The emphasis is on being caught off guard. As I suddenly exhaled, Mikai and Lu Yao both turned to look at me. As they turned, they caught sight of Chun Qian, her eyes brimming with affection and anxiety, rushing over with a tissue to gently wipe my mouth. Mikai exclaimed, "Ah." Lu Yao echoed, "Ah." Both were utterly perplexed. I, too, was at a loss. I swear I did not recognize such a beautiful guardian. I coldly uttered my thanks and stepped back to create some distance. "Michai, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Do you know her?" I could only respond, "I do not know her, but I believe she is here to protect you." Liu Yao, more direct, turned away with a frosty expression, jealousy palpable. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Liu Yao gazed at the newlyweds on stage, tears streaming down her face. She missed Zhao Yang immensely. I watched with concern, hesitating to seek out Jianwei. My reluctance, however, caused Chen Qianqian beside me to clench her fists, likely thinking I had feelings for Liu Yao. Oh, I almost forgot to mention something outrageous. Chen Qianqian was previously a male. She transformed after falling into some mystical spring. I must say, the author's imagination is truly ahead of its time. Wiping her tears, Liao noticed the guitar hanging on the stage wall and shyly asked me, "Shiyang, could you sing a song for me? What do you want to hear?" I found myself inexplicably nodding. I was unsure. After some thought, I decided to dedicate her a piece titled Between the Rainbow. I had confidence in my mastery of musical instruments and was certain I would not embarrass myself. Then, in front of everyone, I walked onto the stage, heading straight for the piano in front of the guitar. The entire venue fell silent. My attire and aura commanded attention, as if a formidable presence had arrived. Jianwei, among the bridesmaids, caught sight of me, her heart fluttering, likely pondering, "Is this still the Zhao Yang I once knew?" I loosened my tie and sat at the piano, my demeanor instantly transforming from a cold assassin to a refined artist. The most astonishing moment came when my fingers touched the keys and the first note sprang forth with a flourish. Thus, the character Akainu from One Piece, revered by many, is merely a typical hawkish figure from an island nation, one of the representatives of imperialism, forever incapable of embodying true justice. What absolute justice? A lazy justice? The celestial dragons are atop the navy, and the moment they chose to join, they became complicit in tyranny. The revolutionary army of the dragon barely possesses the right essence. Justice is justice. Is killing civilians justified? Such grandiose rhetoric. To eradicate pirates, can one slay civilians? Did our ancestors, in the early days of nation building, not kill innocent people to quell bandits? Absurd. Countless martyrs sacrificed their youthful lives to combat banditry while protecting the populace. What did they say? Even when the people, oppressed by bandits, turned their weapons against our soldiers, they still opened their arms, facing the guns of the masses with embrace, without regret, hoping their deaths would bring liberation and peace to the oppressed. In stark contrast, it becomes evident how laughable Akainu, Kizaru, Sengoku, and those self-proclaimed champions of justice truly are. Their island nation lacks guardians like our Liberation Army soldiers, so they remain oblivious to what justice and heroism truly signify. When Shi Yang stands atop the battlefield, I shall have him mercilessly ridicule the world government, unveiling the Navy's hypocritical facade with a declaration. Only by standing among the masses can one claim to be on the side of justice. And you, merely the dogs of the celestial dragons. Kulme, let me crush you. Chen Qianqian's identity as a guardian allowed her to bestow upon Shi Yang a grand gift. Yet, Shi Yang chose to have Xiao AI provide her abilities to Li, as he did not desire random powers. Fortunately, Chen Qianqian could offer Shi Yang 1,000 energy points, comparable to the emotional impact of acquiring 10 low-ranking world characters. Although the substantial influx of energy delighted Shi Yang, now was not the time to dwell on that matter. The simple prelude flowed like moonlight, like a gentle stream. This piece was a classic. Many had mourned because of Between the Rainbow. The entire composition echoed loneliness amid clamor, playing out the memories of the past. The main melody was a sorrowful tune, which, under Shi Yang's masterful technique, became even more poignant. Shi Yang did not sing. He preferred to express himself through the piano. The melody spilled from his fingertips, a delicate stream flowing through the heart. Lei Yao Zuried, for Xiang, bearing Zhao Yang's visage, conveyed the most brutal truth in a manner entirely different from Zhao Yang. Even the music was laden with regret and longing, piercing Liu Yao's heart. Was Shi Yang truly comforting anyone? Initially, Liu Yao was deeply moved by Shi Yang's straightforward promise. But who knew he would perform such a piece? Liu Yao, already fragile from previous blows, felt her heart shatter further under Shi Yang's execution. Mi Kai noticed something was amiss with Lu Yao and supported her as she swayed unsteadily. She could not comprehend why Lu Yao appeared so heartbroken. After all, Shi Yang's performance was exceptional. Why could Lu Yao not find happiness in it? With such an outstanding boyfriend, how could she be discontent? Shi Yang had not elaborated to Mi Kai, so she remained unaware of the specifics between them. In truth, without Zhao Yang, perhaps everyone could have had a happier ending. Mi Kai was blissful, having never encountered Zhao Yang. He was already deceased. The same went for Li Xiaoyun. Looking at the entire narrative, if Zhao Yang had never existed, everything should have been beautiful. However, the most unjust of all was Li Yao. Mi Kai did not meet Zhao Yang. She met Shi Yang. Jianwei once had him, while Li Xiaoyun never encountered Zhao Yang. Yet among these 4 girls, only Lu Yao deeply loved the deceased Zhao Yang at this stage. This cruel reality was known solely to Lu Yao. How could she not suffer? Seeing Lu Yao in such despair, even Chun Qianqian, who had harbored slight animosity towards her, felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, she was on the verge of breaking down. As the piece concluded, Jianwei's eyes glistened with tears. She believed this song was for her, as Zhao Yang was filled with regret and unrequited love towards her. The phrase once loved was already a heavy burden to bear. And Shi Yang's performance at Fang Yuan's wedding felt like a message directed solely at Jianwei. Yin had informed Jianwei that Zhao Yang would be present at her wedding, and Zhao Yang was aware that Jianwei was Yin's bridesmaid, making Jianwei naturally assume that Zhao Yang had come for her. Was he attempting to showcase his progress to me? If so, I believe I have seen it. Jianwei felt a profound sense of comfort, for what she desired was a mature Zhao Yang. Merely judging by appearance was surely unreliable. However, the aura surrounding Shi Yang, so distinct from Zhao Yang, led Jianwei to mistakenly believe that Zhao Yang had been striving to change after her departure. This piano performance, with its exceptional skill, captivated everyone in the venue. Any discerning eye could discern that Shi Yang's piano proficiency transcended mere mastery. He was a true virtuoso. Rich emotions surged through people's souls. Despite being just a piece, it evoked memories of unfulfilled love buried deep within. This artistry, to put it plainly, suggested that Shi Yang's future was limitless. He could become a great artist and amass wealth through this talent, and that was what Jianwei perceived. It was not that Jianwei was superficial or covetous. She had left Zhao Yang due to their societal differences, with her parents vehemently opposing the relationship, ultimately forcing her to part ways. As Zhao Yang has now become so exceptional, Jianwei's heart ignites with an uncontainable fervor. Surely, Zhao Yang must have honed his remarkable skills for her sake. Perhaps there remains a chance for them. However, Xiangchen, standing as a groomsman, gazes at Zhao Yang with an intensity that threatens to ignite flames. Why should that be? In Xiangchen's eyes, Zhao Yang had languished in despondency for so long. Where did this masterful artistry in playing the piano emerge from? He had meticulously orchestrated a scenario, using Zhao Yang's fallen images to coax Jianwei into proposing a breakup. Yet, within the span of a single piece, upon observing Jianwei, it seemed that all his painstaking efforts were on the verge of collapse. Shi Yang rose, slightly bowing an apology to everyone, for he believed his actions had undoubtedly disrupted Fang Yuan's wedding and wasted everyone's time. Yet to all onlookers, Shi Yang appeared remarkably humble. Despite possessing such formidable skills, he remained so unassuming after his performance. This demeanor further illuminated Jianwei's perception of him. Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding between us, Jianwei expressed. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, which were tears of joy, she smiled faintly and dashed toward Shi Yang as he descended the stage. Wei, have you forgotten how Zhao Yang entangled himself with other women in bars? He is undeniably a scoundrel. You cannot merely judge by appearances. Xiangchen was utterly exasperated, his frustration mounting from the moment he heard Jianwei's words. In the past, he would never have so openly slandered Zhao Yang, with a heart full of malice. Xiangchen's overt disdain for Zhao Yang would only drive him further from Wei, so he had always covertly undermined Zhao Yang. However, Shi Yang's display had completely destabilized Xiangchen's composure. Moreover, Jianwei seemed to sense something amiss, which only intensified Xiangqin's anxiety. What do couples truly seek? Ultimately, it is the feeling that prevails. Shuyang's peace, Hong Zhijian, poignantly conveyed the sorrow of unrequited love, as if to say, "Ah, Jianwei, I still love you. Despite our long separation, this affection has never waned." There existed some discord between the two, but Jianwei pondered that she had never heard any explanation from Xiaoyang's lips. Could there be a possibility of misunderstanding? Shuyang's melody evoked a sense of regret that was undeniably genuine, inadvertently stirring Jianwei's suspicions. Now, she yearned to approach Xiaoyang and inquire directly if everything that transpired was intentional on his part. Do not act impulsively. Xiangqin desperately tried to intervene. He had previously maintained a facade of gentlemanly composure. Yet his unusual behavior today made Jianwei question why he was so fearful of her seeking clarity from Xiaoyang. "You two are not suited to meet right now. Please, calm down," Wei Wei, Yin Yin added, attempting to persuade her, as Jianwei was restrained by Xiangqin. The commotion they caused caught Fan Yuan and Yin Yan's attention, their expressions shifting. They were privy to the situation and understood too well the lengths to which Xiangqin would go to keep Xiaoyang and Jianwei apart. If Jianwei were to confront Xiaoyang, given the current state of affairs, it seemed likely they could uncover the truth and mend their rift. Fan Yuan and Yin joined forces with Xiangqin to impede Jianwei, for she was but a delicate flower, unable to withstand the combined force of 2 or 3 individuals. Jianwei longed to cry out to draw Xiaoyang's attention. Yet before she could speak, Shuyang had already positioned himself behind Xiangqin. Gradually, the 4 entangled individuals, Jianwei, Yin, Fan Yuan, and Xiangqin, fell silent. Jianwei, Yin, and Fan Yuan beheld Shuyang standing behind Xiangqin, while an ominous sensation erupted within Xiangqin as he noticed Jianwei staring blankly behind him. His neck stiffened like a long, unlubricated gear, and with a creaking sound, he turned to face what lay behind him. In that moment, it seemed as if the world had fallen silent. Shuyang appeared with a gentle smile, yet his gaze was as cold as that directed at the deceased. Unbeknownst to him, he bore no grudge against Xiangqin nor understood the chaos amongst them. However, he had long sensed Jianwei's palpable aura of power. Since he had located her, Shuyang was disinclined to prolong the matter. It was imperative to find a place to converse with Jianwei. "Do you have a moment? I wish to speak with Miss Jianwei," he stated directly. "I do," Jianwei replied, casting a wary glance at Xiangqin and Fan Yuan before stepping forward to approach Shuyang. "Do not go, Wei Wei." Xiangqin gritted his teeth, his visage contorted in fury, attempting to obstruct her path. A seemingly unassuming hand seized Xiangqin's neck. Under the unwavering gaze of Shuyang's eyes, Xiangqin felt a chilling grip tighten around him, a sensation reminiscent of squeezing a waterlogged sponge. Though Shuyang's stature was not imposing, his presence exuded an aura that felt like 8 meters tall. With a forceful tug, he lifted Xiangqin effortlessly, one-handed, as the astonished gazes of onlookers bore witness. In that moment, the weight upon the hearts of the 3 was akin to a heavy stone. Xiangqin, caught in Shuyang's grasp, was nearly paralyzed with fear. The murderous intent was palpable. The trio could not fathom why they were obstructing Jianwei, and their methods were indeed irksome, particularly Xiangqin. However, Shuyang had come with a purpose, not intending to harm, but rather to intimidate, hoping to dissuade them from interfering with his intentions. Moreover, he had not exerted excessive force. The visual impact was striking, yet Xiangqin was not in true peril. Jianwei, amidst her astonishment, approached Shuyang's side. "When did you become overwhelmed by an overpowering aura?" Jianwei found it difficult to believe, while simultaneously feeling a sense of delight. He had transformed into someone so formidable. Clearly, he is a dangerous individual, quick to resort to violence. How could you possibly align yourself with him? Xiangqin lay on the ground, watching Jianwei stand beside Shuyang as they gradually distanced themselves, his frustration culminating in a final roar. This act of defamation was evident to all. Xiangqin was intentionally defaming Xiaoyang while obstructing a young woman. Jianwei had never envisioned Xiangqin as such a contemptible person, bereft of a man's magnanimity or the courage of a true gentleman. Yet, Despite the clarity of the situation to the majority, once they exited the venue, one individual pursued them, standing in the path of Shi Yang and his companions. Chun Xianxian cast a disgruntled glance at the man blocking their way. "Where did you emerge from?" The man ignored her, his gaze fixed intently on Mi Kai. "Your friend?" Shi Yang observed the man before him, surmising he was likely a suitor of Mi Kai. His assumption proved correct, but he was more than just a suitor. Wei Ran, a man acquainted with Mi Kai and Yinghua, was also a steadfast friend who had always attended to her needs. He had even introduced Mi Kai to his parents in Yinghua and, crucially, learned martial arts to shield her from harassment by male classmates, enduring countless injuries in the process. In truth, prior to Zhao Yang's arrival, Mi Kai had believed Wei Ran to be the one she would marry. However, following Zhao Yang's demise, the appearance of the celestial Shi Yang shifted her perspective. Mi Kai felt it was absurd. The man who seemed suitable for marriage was not the one she loved. This conflict related to Shi Yang's enchanting abilities, as Mi Kai, an ordinary person, could not withstand the allure of his overwhelming presence, especially after he had saved her twice. Appearing mysterious, powerful, and exceptionally handsome with a gentle disposition, how could she not harbor feelings for him? Nonetheless, this did not diminish her friendship with Wei Ran. Previously, during a conversation, Mi Kai confided to Wei Ran about her experience of being attacked. Wei Ran, filled with concern, promptly booked a flight back to the country that very day, solely to provide Mi Kai with a sense of security. It is indeed a coincidence that Mi Kai was unaware that this man had returned home much earlier than expected, all because of her expression of fear. In the original narrative, although Wei Ran had reprimanded Zhao Yang out of jealousy, he still made every effort to assist Zhuo Mei and Mi Kai, demonstrating his masculinity and genuine affection for her. Ironically, what began as a casual mention of attending a wedding led Wei Ran, upon his return, to seek out Mi Kai immediately. Perhaps he truly wished to alleviate her fears. He desired to protect her as he had during their time in Yinghua, even if it was in silence. However, upon his arrival to be by Mi Kai's side, he was startled to find her closely following a man who appeared gentle but exuded a chilling demeanor upon closer inspection. This man was direct in his actions and possessed formidable strength, causing Wei Ran considerable concern. Why was Mi Kai accompanying such an individual? Why had she never mentioned him during their conversations? The last words of Xiang Chun sent a jolt of unease through Wei Ran. "Betsy, you." Wei Ran hesitated, his eyes filled with distrust towards Shi Yang. With an appearance and demeanor that were strikingly lethal, Shi Yang's seemingly benign smile masked a sharp edge. Despite being a man himself, Wei Ran could not discern what had transpired moments before. However, he agreed with Xiang Chun's assessment that Shi Yang was indeed a dangerous figure. "Wei Ran, what brings you back?" Mi Kai appeared unfazed, merely surprised by his sudden return. Upon reflection, she realized it must have been her earlier fears after the attack that prompted Wei Ran to return so swiftly. "Didn't you say you were afraid? I thought it best to come back early to keep you company," Wei Ran remarked, glancing at Shi Yang. "Who is this?" "Oh, I haven't introduced him yet. This is my friend and savior, Shi Yang, who has been protecting me lately," Mi Kai explained. "Thank you," Wei Ran expressed sincerely, genuinely grateful to Shi Yang for saving Mi Kai. "I will certainly offer you a generous token of my appreciation, so please do not refuse. If you have any other requests, feel free to let me know." His gratitude was earnest, yet beneath it lay the pride of a wealthy heir. His words implied a monetary reward for Shi Yang. From the moment he saw Mi Kai by Shi Yang's side, he regarded Shi Yang as a rival. Thus, he initially sought to flaunt his prominent family background and substantial wealth. "Betsy, may I escort you home? If you're concerned about safety, I could arrange for a few people to accompany you," Wei Ran softly suggested as he stepped closer to Mi Kai. "See, Young?" Seemingly unimpressed by the melodrama typical of youthful romantic literature, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We have matters to attend to. May we leave?" Following this, Shi Yang cast a questioning glance at Mi Kai, who subtly nodded in agreement. "Wei Ran, we are occupied. I will explain everything to you once this situation has passed." Mi Kai thought little of the matter and did not intend to elaborate to Wei Ran, as she viewed her relationship with Shi Yang more as one of protection. A tenuous friendship, Yet Shi Yang remained enigmatic. His protective role felt more like a mission, which is why Mi Kai refrained from mentioning him in her conversations with Wei Ran. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. However, Wei Ran clearly misinterpreted Mi Kai's intent, instinctively believing that she was somehow under Shi Yang's influence. A group of individuals, including Chun Qianqian, Shi Yang, Mi Kai, Li Yao, and the bewildered Jian Wei, found themselves obstructed by Wei Ran for quite some time. Chun Qianqian, the most impatient among them, was acutely aware of her femininity and the proximity of Shi Yang, making her eager to conclude matters and have some privacy with him. Hey, Mi Kai has stated she is busy. What are you still doing here? Step aside. Chun Qianqian's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Mi Kai sensed a problem in Chun Qianqian's words, but as she was with Shi Yang, she merely furrowed her brow, hesitant to voice her concerns. Jian Wei remained utterly perplexed, but could sense the oddity surrounding the women accompanying Shi Yang. She wondered why Zhao Yang would seek her out while bringing so many girls along. What could he possibly be thinking? Unexpectedly, Shi Yang intervened and addressed the disgruntled Chun Qianqian. Miss Chun, it would be best to speak with courtesy towards others. After warning her, he turned away Ran, his imposing presence palpable as he spoke. My friend, Mi Kai needs to stay with me for the time being. I must ensure her safety. This matter is of utmost importance. Once everything returns to normal, Mi Kai will be back with you. With that, Shi Yang lit a cigarette. Wei Ran was incensed by Shi Yang's words. What did he mean? Shi Yang spoke as if the situation pertained to global safety. Yet Wei Ran remained oblivious to the true circumstances. To him, Shi Yang's implication was clear. Mi Kai could not leave with Wei Ran. She was to remain with him. Understand? After some time, I will allow Mi Kai to return. The tone was laced with mockery and exuded confidence, deeply irritating Wei Ran. Moreover, the presence of several girls alongside Shi Yang raised suspicions. What kind of respectable individual would venture out with so many women? Wei Ran pondered Shi Yang's demeanor and attire, questioning if he was somehow involved in the underworld. So, Betsy, what is going on? Wei Ran urgently turned to Mi Kai, eager to comprehend the dynamics at play. Mi Kai's expression shifted, caught in a dilemma. She was aware of the lurking threat, and that Shi Yang was protecting her for reasons unknown to her. How could she explain this to Wei Ran? You must be in trouble, Betsy. Wei Ran's expression turned grave as he warily eyed Shi Yang, his gaze filled with warnings. You'd best keep your distance from Betsy. After saying this, Wei Ran gently grasped Mi Kai's arm, reassuring her, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, he wouldn't dare act openly. I will protect you. Whatever troubles you face, you can share with me. As he spoke, Wei Ran positioned himself between Mi Kai and Shi Yang. Shi Yang's expression grew tense, internally questioning how Wei Ran had discerned something amiss. Hadn't Mi Kai mentioned explaining things to him later? Hadn't he assured Wei Ran that everything would be fine soon? Did he not comprehend Chinese? Mi Kai forcefully freed herself from Wei Ran's grip, stepping past him to stand beside Shi Yang. You should go home now, Wei Ran. I truly am fine. No way. What have you done? Wei Ran, skilled in martial arts, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Shi Yang's face. Jian Wei gasped, witnessing the impending blow directed at Zhao Yang. Meanwhile, Chun Qianqian, Lu Yao, and Mi Kai wore expressions of disbelief, their faces conveying the thought. Are you really daring to strike Shi Yang? He was quite courteous during your conversation. Why would you choose to attack him? Wei Ran's concern for Mi Kai had led him to misinterpret the situation, prompting his impulsive action. Sighing, Shi Yang found Wei Ran's movements painfully slow. With his left hand casually tucked in his pocket, he flicked the cigarette with his thumb and index finger, sending the lit cigarette soaring into the air. With his right hand vacant, Shi Yang effortlessly intercepted the punch thrown by Wei Ran, firmly grasping it in his palm. No matter how hard the young man exerted himself, Shi Yang's hand remained immovable. With a slight flick, Wei Ran was sent sprawling to the ground. The still-burning cigarette then fell in front of Shi Yang, who pinched it with his fingers. Throughout the entire exchange, Shi Yang only moved his right hand to flick the cigarette away, his body remaining completely still while Weiran had already been thrown out. Even in midair, Shuyang had already placed the cigarette back to his lips, taking a deep drag and exhaling a plume of smoke like a dragon. What could Weiran use to defend himself? How could he possibly withstand Shuyang? With just a casual motion, Shuyang had dispatched him, departing effortlessly with the 4 women in tow. Additionally, Shuyang reassured Mikai, stating, "Do not worry. I did not use much force. He merely flew out and will not be harmed." Jianwei, astonished, had never encountered such a formidable man, who remained so composed even when facing an attack. This was the mature Zhao Yang she had longed to see. Although somewhat different from her expectations, Shuyang exhibited a different kind of maturity, more captivating and visually striking. Lu Yao watched Jianwei with eyes nearly sparkling. She had once been envious of Jianwei, but now, after calming down from the chaotic music orchestrated by Shuyang, her feelings surged anew. "Jianwei, what are you hoping for? Zhao Yang is dead. He is not Zhao Yang." Setting aside Lu Yao's revelation to Jianwei, Xiang Chun, who had caught up after catching his breath, was astounded by Zhao Yang's clearly abnormal combat prowess. Is there really a martial arts master in this world? However, he soon noticed Weiran, who had failed to stop Shuyang. It was evident that they were in the same predicament. Xiang Chun intended to join forces with him for one final attempt. Observe the surroundings closely. Report any unusual movements immediately. Chun Qianqian arranged for her team to monitor the vicinity. They had chosen a dilapidated theater, its dusty stage, disordered seats, cobwebs hanging everywhere, and a shattered ceiling allowing light to filter through. This location was selected to avoid disturbing innocent people. It was sufficiently remote and sparsely populated, ensuring that even a large-scale assault by the Devourers would not inadvertently harm bystanders. Lu Yao, Jianwei, Mikai, and Li Xiaoyan, the latter being a team member brought by Chun Qianqian, were all present. The remaining characters would not significantly impact the world's will, while the congregation of these 4 principal female characters would undoubtedly attract the Devourers, making it highly probable that they would launch a strong offensive here. This was also the Devourers' final opportunity. If they could hold out for just over 20 hours, almost a day, the influence of the world while on the world itself could return to normal. At that time, a new protagonist would emerge, and the power of the world would stabilize completely. Subsequently, the remaining Devourers would be expelled from this realm by the world's power. Thus, attacking this heavily guarded area represented the Devourers' last chance. Initially, Jianwei had been skeptical of Lu Yao's words, but upon directly asking Shuyang, his silence left her feeling that everything in this world was utterly absurd. "You are deceiving me. You must be deceiving me." The usually strong-willed Jianwei appeared vulnerable at this moment. "If you no longer care for me, you could simply say so. Why resort to such tricks to deceive me?" In response to Jianwei's accusations, Shuyang quietly smoked his cigarette. Once Jianwei had expended her frustrations, he stood and slowly approached her. Under Jianwei's bright gaze, Shuyang gradually transformed into her likeness. "At first, I did not wish to reveal the truth to you, nor to Liao. I did not want to tell you that Zhao Yang is dead." Transforming back into his own form, Shuyang spoke while inhaling from a cigarette. "Why? You are the main characters of this world. If you were to perish, the world's rules would be disrupted, leading to inevitable destruction at the hands of monsters. Do you understand?" He extinguished the burnt-out cigarette and tossed it into a similarly dilapidated trash bin. "You may not believe it, but that is inconsequential." Shuyang sighed. "From the beginning, I knew that Zhao Yang, as the protagonist, would inevitably be deeply entangled with several female leads. I do not comprehend the intricacies of love and hatred between you, but I do not wish to cause anyone sorrow. If possible, I hope the truth can be delayed. Sometimes, parting can be immensely painful, especially when it is sudden. Thus, even a lie may allow suffering to arrive a little later. However, if the truth brings pain, then does not the lie merely add insult to injury?" Mikai, unfamiliar with Zhao Yang, offered an objective perspective, articulating her clarity. To put it simply, she did not care for Zhao Yang. "No, lies do not cause harm. It is the truth that wields the sharp blade." Shuyang glanced at Mikai. While Li Xiaoyan remained mostly silent, having witnessed the situation with other guardians and thus had greater confidence in their words. You have yet to fall in love with Zhao Yang, Mi Kai. Your indifference allows you to remain so detached, so nonchalant, comfortably playing the role of an observer. Shi Yang remarked for the first time about Mi Kai. Upon reflection, Mi Kai acknowledged that she had indeed made assumptions. Shi Yang considered the feelings of Li Yao and Jian Wei, while Mi Kai's words undoubtedly cut deeper into them. Now that you all know Zhao Yang is dead, I shall no longer beat around the bush. I hope you can stay here for one day. The Guardians will do their utmost to ensure your safety. Once today passes, all will be well. After concluding, Shi Yang distanced himself from the girls. Although Shi Yang did not know many of the other Guardians, they were outside, preparing to fend off the Devourers. He could not simply remain indoors while others fought. As Guardians, he felt compelled to contribute as well. Next time, I hope you refrain from taking such liberties. Shi Yang addressed Chen Qianqian with a somewhat unfriendly tone. I am still a newcomer. It would be better if we handled the guarding. We can manage low-level worlds, Chen Qianqian. Sensing Shi Yang's displeasure, replied somewhat sheepishly. Shi Yang knew Chen Qianqian well, as they had once been friends. It was her suggestion to have him remain in the abandoned theater. I do not even know you. There is no need for you to take such care of me. Where is Chun Qian? Shi Yang's tone remained cold. Could you not be a bit kinder to me? Chun Qianqian felt wronged. She was merely looking out for Shi Yang, not wanting him to get hurt. Yet he seemed utterly unappreciative. I see no necessity for that. I am also a guardian. Others are exerting themselves, and even if I lack ability, I cannot merely stand by and watch. Shi Yang replied bluntly. Tears welling in her eyes, Chun Qianqian ran off, deeply hurt. Bai Jinshi and Yuan Guiliang strolled over, catching sight of Chun Qianqian as she dashed away in tears. Dude, you really know how to handle things. The two, feeling somewhat familiar, greeted Shi Yang while giving him a thumbs up. Shi Yang, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Our captain has always been quite domineering. Generally, we cannot go against the captain's wishes. This is the first time I've seen him so flustered by a newcomer, Bai Jinshi said with a smirk. Cough, cough. Yuan Guiliang, having witnessed Shi Yang's prowess, quickly interjected to remind his teammate not to be so brazen around Shi Yang. Bai Jinshi's combat abilities primarily stem from the intermediate world of Demon Slayer, but he had yet to fully cultivate his skills, resulting in average combat strength. Yuan Guiliang possesses a diminished version of self-healing and a weakened form of super speed. Both individuals exhibit intermediate attributes at the first stage, and the combat prowess of the other team members is comparable to theirs. As the captain, Chun Qianqian is somewhat stronger. Endowed with the enhanced flames of a lantern bearer, her physical attributes estimated to be at the intermediate level of the second stage. In a lower-tier world, formidable combat strength is not a prerequisite. Generally speaking, a guardian with such a configuration should not face significant issues against a devourer subdued by the will of the world, even if the devourer outnumbers them slightly. Captain? Shi Yang was puzzled. Was that the captain he just encountered? Previously, while conversing with Chun Qian, he understood that Chun Qian was the captain. Indeed, our captain seldom presents herself in a feminine form. You are quite fortunate, my friend. As he spoke, Bai Jinshi cast a knowing glance at Shi Yang, who disregarded Yuan Guiliang's subtle warning. It was then that Shi Yang comprehended that the strikingly beautiful girl before him was, in fact, Chun Qian. As the saying goes, once transformed into a girl, she ought to indulge her brothers. Alas, the captain proves to be rather stingy, squandering such a splendid physique and visage. Why not let the brothers enjoy themselves a bit? Bai Jinshi continued to ramble, oblivious to Yuan Guiliang's alarmed expression. Shi Yang merely shot Bai Jinshi a glance, dismissing his remarks, and turned to pursue Chun Qianqian, who had hastily departed. Not far away, Wei Ran and Xiang Chun stealthily approached the abandoned theater, tailing the vehicle driven by Mi Kai. Chun Qianqian occasionally sobbed softly, lifting a hand now and then to wipe her tears. Perhaps it was the physiological transformation that rendered the formerly boyish figure more sentimental. This might also explain why Chun Qian rarely presents herself in a feminine form before her team. After all, a fragile leader may not command respect. Are you all right? I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Shi Yang whispered as he approached Chun Qianqian from behind, regretting his previous attitude. You know? Chen Qianqian turned back in surprise. Her tears still glistening on her face, her lovely features resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yes, I heard from your team members. I initially thought you were the deputy captain or something similar, never suspecting you were Chen Qian. Si Young responded. Chen Qianqian bit her silver teeth, muttering a few curses under her breath, her frustrated demeanor appearing quite charming in her feminine form. I've already apologized, you need not dwell on it. Shi Yang was completely oblivious to Chen Qianqian's beauty, maintaining a stiff demeanor. I'm not dwelling on it. Who even cares? Chen Qianqian's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet Shi Yang, with his heightened physical abilities, still managed to hear her. That is good. Assign me to defense as well. I cannot remain idle. Shi Yang showed no concern for the tears on Chen Qianqian's face. Having received her verbal acknowledgement, he promptly began to articulate his demands. We are experienced guardians. Having participated in several defensive battles, you must trust us. There is truly no need for your assistance. If you wish to observe, simply stay close to me. Chen Qianqian stated, drying her face and standing beside Shi Yang, slightly leaning against him, her actions bordering on intimacy. Shi Yang glanced at Chen Qianqian, sensing something was amiss. Why was her demeanor so peculiar? He took a step back, creating some distance between them. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Qianqian noticed Shi Yang's movement, stamping her foot and approaching once more, asserting, we are friends. What is wrong with being close? If a devourer were to appear, wouldn't it be easier for me to look after you? By the way, what fragrance is that? It smells delightful. Shi Yang felt an odd sensation. Yet this time, he did not reject Chen Qianqian's proximity. Suddenly, he realized the source of the peculiarity. He bore the influence of the god of love, while Chen Qianqian was now in a feminine form. Thus, Shi Yang was blind to the fact that he was the object of Chen Qianqian's long-standing affection. When faced with a problem, he typically sought to identify flaws within himself. Hence, he assumed Chen Qianqian's behavior stemmed from his abilities. 100% affinity, Shi Yang recalled. Under her feminine guise, Chen Qianqian harbored a perfect affinity for him. Considering the current situation, the normally oblivious Shi Yang finally came to a realization. It was evident that Chen Qianqian held feelings for him. Initially, Shi Yang had been unaware that Chen Qian and Chen Qianqian were the same person. Upon discovering this, he felt a sense of rigidity, his fists clenched. Shi Yang regarded Chen Qianqian with suspicion. He viewed her as a friend. Yet she seemed to harbor unreciprocated feelings for him. You should keep your distance from me, Shi Yang said, pushing Chen Qianqian away, creating a gap of approximately 2 meters between them, shaking his hand in mild distaste. Why the sudden change? Chen Qianqian was perplexed. It is nothing. I merely dislike this closeness, Shi Yang replied, his tone slightly colder. But we are friends. What is wrong with being close among friends? Chen Qianqian protested, attempting to lean in once more. Stop. Shi Yang retreated a bit further. What a friendship. I simply do not enjoy overly intimate gestures. This distance is quite suitable. Chen Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration, unwilling to accept that their interaction must remain at this distance. She continued to strive to close the gap between herself and Shi Yang. However, despite her intermediate physical attributes, Shi Yang evaded her advances effortlessly, which startled Chen Qianqian. It is exceedingly rare for a newcomer to possess intermediate physical attributes. Oh dear, Chen Qianqian initially intended to rely on her charm to make progress. She understood that Shi Yang responded better to gentleness than force. However, before she could finish her thought, Bai Jinshi rushed over in a frenzy. Not good. Captain. Bai Jinshi was breathless and appeared somewhat panicked. What is the matter? Why the haste? Have the devourers attacked? Ensure everyone remains vigilant at their posts. Previously, someone reinforced the theater walls with their abilities. The positions I assigned are strategically placed at the most vulnerable points of the abandoned theater. As long as we hold our ground, the devourers should not breach our defenses anytime soon, Chen Qianqian calmly instructed. After refraining from playfully engaging with Shi Yang, she suddenly exuded a newfound composure. No, Captain, it is not that. Bai Jinshi stammered, his words faltering. What is it? Speak up. Chen Qianqian's patience began to wane. She had not previously noticed Bai Jinshi's tendency to to dither. Is those girls? They have run away. Bai Jinshi's voice trembled with the fear of incurring the captain's wrath, yet he managed to relay the situation in fragments. What? Chen Qianqian's expression darkened. Her previously lovely visage contorted with disbelief. You mean say those 4 female roles have fled? We saw all 4 of them missing when we passed the stage. And we searched the theater, but found nothing, Bai Jinshi repeated in a wavering tone. Hiss. Chen Qianqian inhaled sharply, her silence akin to the calm before storm. Before unleashing an impressive roar. What were you all doing? How could you allow a few ordinary girls to escape? What on earth were you doing? Tell me. Captain, we were all stationed at the locations you designated for potential devourer attacks. We absolutely followed your orders without fail. I swear, Bai Jinshi declared earnestly. Observing his demeanor, Chen Qianqian scratched her head in bewilderment. If they had all adhered to her instructions, how had those 4 girls managed to escape? Was there not a single person who noticed their absence? That seemed implausible. Reflecting on her own arrangements, she thought, everything appeared to be in order. The personnel deployment was indeed quite rigorous. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she urgently inquired, from which exit did they leave? The main road, Bai Jinshi replied. A flash of lightning coursed through Chen Qianqian's mind. She had been too naive. In the face of terrifying unknown monsters, a group of guardians steps forward to pledge their protection. Your instinctual reaction would surely be to stay close to these individuals, as they might represent your sole chance of survival. Is this notion not correct? The people Chen Qianqian previously encountered shared a similar mindset. Why then? Does it differ upon entering this primitive world? Influenced by such reasoning, Chen Qianqian first considered which locations were most likely to be targeted by the devourers. Concurrently, she refrained from keeping a close watch on the local populace, as ordinarily, good people would remain quietly in the designated areas assigned to them. However, today, these 4 women taught Chen Qianqian a lesson. Not everyone is obedient. You don't understand, boss. This is a world of youthful pain literature. Have you forgotten about the existence of love-struck brains? Bai Jinshi remarked subtly. Chen Qianqian cursed under her breath. Despite her desire to present herself as a lady in front of Shiyang, she could no longer contain her frustration. Although a myriad of profanities clamored at her throat, she recognized that the utmost priority was to retrieve those women. Otherwise, if the devourers killed them, everything in this world would be lost. Due to her habitual thinking, these individuals managed to exploit a gap and escape down a road that Chen Qianqian's team had not guarded. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary individuals, and their vehicle could not travel far. They could still be pursued. Quickly, send all team members to chase after them. At the fastest speed, these leading ladies must not perish. Chen Qianqian commanded immediately. Yes, Bai Jinshi responded, swiftly summoning everyone to pursue the departing protagonists. Shiyang, I initially intended for you to stay here. Before she could finish, Shiyang interjected, I'll go look for them as well. All right. Chen Qianqian refrained from further discussion, as time was of the essence. Retrieving the individuals was paramount. Upon arriving on the main road, Shiyang observed the tire tracks. The suburbs were sparsely populated and rarely saw vehicles, rendering the tracks conspicuous. None among them were assassins or warriors, so even in their escape, they followed the typical mindset of ordinary people, opting for main roads and navigation. Hence, it was not difficult to deduce their path. Chen Qianqian and her subordinates had already set off, while Shiyang appeared rather unhurried, paradoxically displaying the most composure among the guardians despite being a newcomer. In truth, this was a manifestation of confidence. Shiyang's combat prowess had reached a level bearable for this world. In a primitive realm, even a top-tier guardian could exert their full strength only up to the 3rd stage, whereas Shiyang was already at the initial stage of the 4th. Were it not for his protagonist identity, the world would begin to suppress his powers. Thus, for this world, Shiyang's combat strength was overwhelmingly superior, presenting no pressure to him. Additionally, his calmness stemmed from having previously marked Mi Kai and Liu Yao, so he was well aware of their current whereabouts. With a swift motion, a pair of blood-soaked wings unfurled from his back, propelling him into the air with a powerful leap that shattered the ground beneath him. The shockwave radiated outward, and with the thrust, Shuyang's crimson wings began to flap violently, transforming him into a streak of red aurora as he sped away. The Devourers arrived as anticipated. Jianwei had yet to witness the grotesque visage of the Devourers. When they emerged in droves around the vehicles, colliding with a speed surpassing that of the cars, Jianwei was struck dumb. It turned out that what people had said was true. This was the only thought that crossed her mind. Initially believing that hiding inside the car would provide some safety, she soon realized that the Devourers could effortlessly tear apart the flimsy exterior with a mere swipe of their hands, their claws and fangs mere inches away, painting regret in vivid strokes. Xiang Chun and Wei Ran followed to the abandoned theater, even summoning Fang Yuan and Yin Yan, who had not even changed out of her gown. In Yin Yan's eyes, rescuing Jian Wei from the hands of the dangerous Zhao Yang was paramount. Of course, this was merely their own assumption. One could say Yin treated Jian Wei as a good friend. She had her moments, and saying she was unkind also held some truth. Perhaps it was fitting to label it as youthful pain literature, with its female supporting characters so abstract. When these four individuals seized the opportunity to enter the theater and encounter Jian Wei, Xiang Chun exerted himself to charm her into returning with him, while Wei Ran did the same for Mi Kai. It was evident that bringing the girls to such a desolate place was the act of no good person. Fang Yuan and Yin merely added fuel to the fire. Mi Kai was unwilling. She understood Shuyang's intentions. However, unexpectedly, out of jealousy, Liao also incited Jian Wei against Mi Kai. This infuriated Jian Wei, who already harbored grievances against Liao, having yet to encounter a devourer. She, in a fit of anger, believed Xiang Chen's words and turned to leave with them. As for Mi Kai, she was coerced by Wei Ran. At the moment Jian Wei decided to depart, Liao suddenly recalled the imminent danger and, feeling overly emotional, approached Jian Wei to persuade her to stay, only be taken along as well. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyun, with the best of intentions, sought to advise these unfamiliar girls, but once in the vehicle, she too was whisked away as the driver pressed the accelerator. The four girls departed so abruptly, their exit almost serendipitous, as if fate played a cruel joke. But now, without the Guardian's protection, the protagonists, illuminated by the world's power, appeared as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. The Devourers, once hesitant, immediately revealed their greedy jaws upon the absence of the Guardians. Only when faced with the threat of death did Jian Wei realize how foolish and ignorant she had been. Why, in her petulance, had she chosen to believe someone like Xiang Chun rather than trust a superhuman bearing Zhao Yang's visage? Had she been struck in the head by a donkey? As the peril loomed, surrounded by terrifying devourers, Jian Wei closed her eyes, contemplating that perhaps meeting Zhao Yang would not be so bad. The anticipated agony of being torn apart did not materialize. Instead, a resounding crash accompanied by a ferocious gust of wind followed, succeeded by the anguished cries of the devourers. Cries? From the devourers? Wait a moment. Jian Wei opened her eyes in confusion, and the scene before her would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Shuyang, adorned with Zhao Yang's features, descended amidst the chaos. Surrounded by the devourers, like a divine being descending from the heavens, he landed with the grandeur of a hero's arrival, the shockwaves scattering the multitude of devourers around him. In a single strike, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth. Blood-soaked wings fluttered behind him, crimson armor clad every inch of his body, save for his face, where eerie blood-red threads danced around him. Shuyang stood as a blood-colored knight descending from the sky, seemingly ominous, yet exuding unparalleled strength and the profound sense of security Jian Wei had long desired but never attained. I'm sorry. Jian Wei realized that her actions had caused trouble for the Guardians. Having lost the man she loved the most, she empathized with the feelings of Lu Yao. I understand that in your eyes, I still resemble Zhao Yang. With calmness, Shuyang spoke, as the surrounding devourers, seeing only a single Guardian, immediately regrouped and charged fiercely once more. Consider me as Zhao Yang's final effort to protect you before his demise. As the voice fell, the devourers leaped high into the air, and beneath the surging flesh of Shuyang, an overwhelming multitude of tentacles erupted, piercing through the devourers in droves. In that instant, It seemed as if even the sky had transformed into a crimson hue, suffused with countless tentacles. Unlike the original narrative, Fan Yuan survived, and apart from Zhaoyang, the others remained largely unharmed. Shuyang's formidable display of countless tentacles obliterated all the encroaching devourers, and all the flesh and energy were entirely consumed, serving as nourishment for Shuyang. It was somewhat ironic that the devourers, who thrived on consuming worlds and lives, were absorbed by Shuyang, thereby augmenting his strength. Although the devourers possessed an insidious power, Shuyang's enhanced spiritual prowess rendered such erosion trivial. When the other guardians arrived, they found only a scene of devastation and the disoriented group led by Haocheng, while Mikai, Jianwei, Lu Yao, and Li Shaoyan had mysteriously vanished. How could this happen? Chun Shanqian had distinctly sensed the malevolent aura of the devourers moments ago. Yet in an instant, it was as if they had all vanished into thin air, their presence reduced to nothingness, as if nothing had transpired. However, the ground before her, marked with strange scratches, unmistakably indicated that something had indeed occurred here. The phone rang, and upon answering, Chun Shanqian's countenance softened, her entire demeanor relaxing. It was Shuyang calling, signifying clarity of the situation. "What is up, boss? Any news?" Bai Jingshi inquired. "Nothing much. It seems we may accomplish our task without exerting any effort. This world is devoid of danger now," Chun Shanqian replied, stretching her supple waist with ease. She then flew them to the edge of the city moat. The four female protagonists were not being taken away by Shuyang. Rather, they insisted on accompanying him. Shuyang understood that Lu Yao and Jianwei were reluctant to part with Zhaoyang, while Mikai and Li Shaoyan left him feeling guilty, as his abilities had impacted them. Shuyang's final words greatly enhanced Jianwei and Lu Yao's favor towards him, causing their admiration to soar. Although they knew the figure before them was not Zhaoyang, his remark, "Just consider me as Zhaoyang, protecting you one last time," evoked vivid illusions, leading Jianwei and Lu Yao to ponder the existence of reincarnation. Was Shuyang truly Zhaoyang, accompanying them in another form? Reflecting on Shuyang's attentive care, Lu Yao found it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. Yet the affection she felt was undeniable. "Master, Lu Yao's favorability has reached 100. Meanwhile, Jianwei, witnessing the heroic emergence at the last moment, found her long-held fantasies about Zhaoyang fulfilled. What is maturity? In truth, it often serves as an excuse for girls to lament the lack of capability in the men they admire. Shuyang's appearance seemed to merge with Zhaoyang, creating a perfect entity, exceptionally capable, yet modestly powerful. Jianwei's favorability has also reached 100. Mikai, upon witnessing Shuyang's descent, had silently reached 100 without uttering a word. Interestingly, Li Shaoyan, the most ordinary among the four girls in the original narrative, had a shorter portrayal, yet stood on par with the three mythical beings. However, this time, she encountered not the despondent, carefree Zhaoyang, but a more formidable Shuyang, radiant like the sun, yet gentle in his brilliance. Would any girl dislike a hero? Perhaps some would, but not Li Shaoyan. She admired this man who, after saving everyone, prioritized the well-being of the two girls. He lacked the restlessness typical of youth, embodying a remarkable blend of elegance, tenderness, valor, and strength. Li Shaoyan felt her heart flutter. Yet observing the three girls beside her, she discreetly took 2 steps back. Among the 4 protagonists, 3 had achieved 100 in favorability, each receiving 2 rewards. Xiao Ai Lu's cat-like eyes squinted into crescent moons, and Li Couldn't help but chuckle at her delight, feeling equally joyous. For Shuyang's energy had surged to 13,000, with only Li Shaoyan remaining, who had reached 90 in favorability, secretly smitten with Shuyang, yet concealing it outwardly. Shuyang guided the 4 women to the edge of the moat in Suzhou. He did not proceed further, and the 4 girls seemed to sense his intentions. Realizing this was where he intended to part ways, the 5 stood together in silence. 13,000 energy. If used to enhance physical attributes, could I instantly reach the 10th stage? As Shuyang contemplated his current reserves of energy in disbelief, he thought it was impossible. "This is unthinkable, Master," Li exclaimed, astonished by Shuyang's rapid growth. She had not anticipated his swift acquisition of energy, hence had not mentioned higher stage requirements. Master can first elevate his physique, spirit, and strength to 599. However, regardless of how much energy is expended, advancing to the 7th stage cannot be achieved solely through energy. It requires the acknowledgement of the world's will. Could energy only elevate one to the pinnacle of the 6th stage? Advancement to the 7th stage necessitated recognition? What does recognition entail? It's rather straightforward, Master. Xiao AI clarified. It means you must continuously assist worlds affected by the Devourers. Through this, you will gain the recognition of those world wills. I see. Then let us elevate all 3 attributes to the pinnacle of the 6th stage first. The rest can follow gradually, Shuyang stated decisively. In a seamless manner. Energy amplified Shuyang's physique, strength, and spiritual power significantly. Thanks to the black light, he quickly adapted to the physical changes. But the enhancement of his spirit felt as if it were submerged in a pure spring, invigorating and refreshing, leaving his spiritual realm entirely clear. The spirit body became remarkably solid, glimmering with a faint golden light. His perception of the surroundings and control over his body became astonishingly lucid. Every detail vividly illuminated before his eyes. Under Shuyang's meticulous perception, an image of a JianbingGuozi suddenly inscribed itself upon his spiritual body's chest. The lines forming the JianbingGuozi's pattern flowing gracefully and magnificently. JianbingGuozi God, Level 3, Ability Introduction, Mastery over the preparation of JianbingGuozi. Producing them will consume a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Currently, the innate ability is at Level 1, allowing for the production of only 2 per day. Yet they are irresistibly delicious. No food can rival the taste of those made by Shuyang. None, absolutely none. Hidden ability. The JianbingGuozi crafted by Shuyang is extraordinarily delectable, rendering it impossible for anyone to resist this temptation. Any conscious living being will be irresistibly drawn to this dish, forever enamored, perpetually maintaining an intense love for it. JianbingGuozi can impart various enhancement effects. When Shuyang consumes or takes certain magical foods or elixirs, the JianbingGuozi will simultaneously acquire the effects of those foods or medicines. With no upper limit on compatibility, akin to the Dragon Ball Senza beans or the amplifying food from Dorman. Level 2 Spiritual Power Enhancement. Enhanced Flavor. Increased Allure to High-Level Beings. Level 3 Spiritual Power Ultimate Enhancement. Enhancement of spiritual power will solely elevate the palatability and allure to high-level beings. When spiritual power reaches the peak of the 6th stage, the flavor and attraction of the JianbingGuozi will be maximized. Introduction. Presently, this is a set of pancakes so irresistible that even the mighty Pangu cannot refuse. Utilize this culinary creation to acquire greater strength, but do remember to exercise caution. For your current power is insufficient to withstand the threats posed by true formidable beings. Be wary of becoming merely a tool for making pancakes. The enhancement of your mental prowess has reached the pinnacle of the pancake's evolution. Henceforth, even if you transcend the 7th stage or embark on the path of cultivating your primordial spirit in the realm of immortals, the pancake will no longer evolve. However, one may attempt to consume items imbued with special effects, as the pancake will adapt to these abilities. In an instant, information about the abilities manifested within Shuyang's spiritual being. The vibrant image of the pancake seemed to animate, imprinted upon his chest, becoming one with him. Previously, Shuyang's attributes were physique, 289, strength, 302, spirit, 68. Now, they stand at physique, 599, strength, 599, spirit, 599, energy, 1620. The elevation of all attributes to 599 requires a significant amount of energy, marking a limit attainable solely through energy. This remarkable leap in enhancement has brought Shuyang's energy close to depletion. Currently, his ability remains solely as black light. In truth, assimilating those devourers could yield a plethora of abilities. Yet Shuyang requested Li to assist him in targeted enhancements, for he does not favor flamboyant powers. Thus, after the assimilation of those devourers, Shuyang acquired resistances: electric, low level; poison, medium level; high temperature, beginner; low temperature, beginner; corrosion, medium level; and mental attack, beginner. In Shuyang's perspective, he does not require the ostentatious control over thunder or flames. His preference lies in an invulnerable physique, impervious to water and fire. No, to describe Shuyang as merely a paragon of steel would be inadequate. He surpasses even Superman in perfection and should thus be deemed indestructible. However, do not mistake Shuyang for a mere brute. His strength and speed significantly amplify the destructive capability of black light. At present, Shuyang is invincible in all mid to low-tier worlds. Having achieved tremendous enhancement, Shuyang found himself in high spirits, even forgetting the 4 girls beside him. "Are you not going to leave, Shuyang?" Mikai finally broke the silence. Returning to reality from his elation, Shuyang lit a cigarette. "If you had memories, you would surely suffer as well. I borrowed something from a friend." With that, Shuyang produced a memory eraser from his pocket, a device capable of alleviating their pain. While Mikai and Miss Li remained unaffected, Jianwei and Lu Yao undoubtedly felt sorrow over the loss of Zhaoyang. Memory is the root of all suffering, and this device can assist you, Shuyang remarked, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I genuinely hope you can lead fulfilling and positive lives. I understand that my presence here is merely an accident for you, and I wish for your happiness after I depart." Afterward, Shuyang retrieved a pair of sunglasses, yet paused mid-action. Lu Yao wept, while Jianwei and Mikai's eyes glistened with tears. This sight compelled Shuyang to refrain from speaking further, letting out a deep sigh instead. He did not utter words like "I'm doing this for your own good" or "I am considering your feelings." His sincerity was pure. "I am destined to leave, so I do not wish to bring sorrow to others." In truth, Mikai and Wei Ran were also commendable choices. Yet Shuyang hesitated to offer counsel upon seeing the girls' affection levels, ultimately deciding against it. Although he held no romantic feelings for these girls, he could not bear to see anyone suffer because of him, especially considering their contributions of energy and the affection they had shown him, with 3 of them reaching maximum value. "What if I wish to stay?" Jianwei defiantly raised her head. "If possible, I would like to wait and see." Mikai appeared rational, yet was, in fact, stubborn. "Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." As for Lu Yao, she remained silent, while Li Xiaoyun harbored her own thoughts. "Then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourselves." Shuyang nodded at the 4 beautiful, exceptional girls, cigarette in mouth, turning away. Though his pace was slow, each step was resolute as he walked further away. The rain began to fall softly, its rhythm intensifying from gentle patters to a torrential downpour. Shuyang looked up, amused, as the cigarette in his mouth was drenched by the rain, yet his clothes remained completely dry. After gaining black light, Shuyang no longer wore ordinary fabric. He could transform his attire at will. Suddenly turning back, he noticed that none of the 4 girls had chosen to leave. They stood rooted, gazing at Shuyang as he walked away. Drenched by the rain, a chill seeped through their bones. The temperature was dropping, yet even as the girls hugged themselves tightly, shivering, their hair matted to their foreheads, they gazed longingly at Shuyang's retreating figure, their expressions pitiful enough to warm even Shuyang's heart. In a hazy vision blurred by rain, they felt despondent, questioning why this extraordinary man had to depart. However, the rain obscured their view, preventing them from bidding him farewell. Perhaps it was fate intervening, rendering their tears less noticeable, allowing the torrential downpour to wash away the sorrow of parting. But in the next moment, the rain abruptly halted. It was not that the rain had ceased, but rather that Shuyang, having transformed his right hand into a large umbrella, stood before them. "Huh," Shuyang chuckled lightly, lighting another cigarette. "Do you need me to escort you home?" Traversing through the ethereal realm, they returned to the real world. The main world appeared, at first glance, to be devoid of anything extraordinary, as people went about their daily tasks in a seemingly tranquil manner. Yet in Shuyang's eyes, the overwhelming force of the world's essence was unparalleled by the lower worlds. The magnitude of such power indicated the formidable strength of the world's consciousness, rendering the possibility of a frontal breach non-existent. The rules were exceedingly steadfast. It has been a long time since I returned. Shuyang arrived at his previous residence, opening the door to find remnants of the meal he had hastily prepared while trying to rescue a drowning woman. The timing seemed off. The flow of time in the lower worlds must have been slower than in the main world, as the food on the table had not spoiled. Are you truly going to guard the Great Wall? Li seemed somewhat reluctant. After packaging the leftover food to dispose of later, Shuyang poured himself a glass of white wine, sitting in his rented room, reflecting on his past life. Gulp. He downed a glass in one go, refilling it as he asked, "What's wrong? Li, from your tone, it seems you are quite unwilling to return." "Yes," Li affirmed decisively. "Why?" Shuyang inquired, perplexed. "Because it has long since changed. Many noble souls have perished in the war of defense, and it has now become a place where personal connections take precedence. The qualities of a hero have been cast aside, and protection has transformed into a means of self-gain." Li expressed her disdain. "I should have left long ago and have no desire to return to that polluted place." Shuyang fell silent for a moment. "Sister Li, the Guardian's power is now quite substantial, with high-level Guardians in abundance. The situation is vastly improved compared to before. You need not be so obstinate." Xiao AI had previously followed the deceased Che Jingzhou and often returned to the organization. Thus, she was relatively familiar with Chongqing Shouwang. She believed that Li had been away for far too long and was unaware of the current situation at Chongqing Shouwang, which led to her aversion. However, the truth was that although Li had been gone for a considerable time, she had left from the very beginning due to her profound disappointment in the organization. "It is not my stubbornness. Have you forgotten that period? During the late Qing dynasty, the nation's strength was waning, and both soldiers and guardians were corroded by drugs and complacency, suffering grievously under foreign invasions. Countless lives were sacrificed to create a new landscape. How long has it been since the founding of Huaxia?" Almost immediately, some began to exploit connections and pull strings, be they soldiers or guardians. They were required to risk their lives in battle. Yet once the situation improved, some quickly forgot their pain and sought to leverage their connections even in the blood-soaked battlefield. Li's frustration grew as she spoke. "Perhaps, Li, the times have changed, and thus the methods employed must also evolve," Xiao AI remarked, rarely engaging in such earnest discussions about reality with Li. She often appeared playful and charming, occasionally feigning a lack of concern for serious matters. Yet, in truth, Xiao AI was one of the rare high-level spirits. Under Che Jingzhou's care, she had been kept hidden. But that did not mean she had not witnessed the internal affairs of Chongqing Shouwang. Change, no matter how much things transform, the bottom line cannot waver. "Tell me, why should a valiant hero who bled and sacrificed for the nation be denied even a single medal of honor after death? The reason is simply that he offended a few officials. A handful of useless individuals who cannot even step on a battlefield, only adept at political maneuvering and backstabbing." Li exuded an aura of valor entirely distinct from her usual demeanor, resembling a warrior in that moment. Xiao AI fell silent, knowing she could not sway Li's convictions. If even the bloodied and sacrificed warriors' comrades could not receive the justice they deserved after death, what significance did Chongqing Shouwang hold? The present generation only betrayed the sacrifices of their predecessors, a pack of fierce tigers that had, in truth, birthed a litter of dogs. What social niceties? What bureaucratic rules? What farcical banter over drinks? Utterly ridiculous. Ordinary individuals may indulge in such trivialities, but how could guardians? The so-called heirs were merely a horde of parasites enjoying the fruits earned by their forebears. "I shall never return to Chongqing Shouwang, not ever." "Do not be angry, Li," Shuyang interjected, drawing on a cigarette and sipping his drink as he attempted to console her. Li's gaze shifted to Shuyang, and her anger dissipated significantly. It was indeed unworthy of such ire. Those playing bureaucratic games were not even fit to serve their master's shoes. "My faith now rests solely with my master." "You truly think highly of me," Shuyang said, self-deprecatingly. It was precisely this attitude that Li appreciated. She found herself more satisfied by it. "Of course, my master is remarkable, Among all I have encountered, my master has grown the fastest, having spent merely a few months in this lower realm. Yet already possesses top-tier prowess at the 6th stage, augmented by the Haocheng virus. Even within Haocheng, he would be considered an upper-tier expert. The topic shifted back to Shuyang, and Xiao AI boasted exuberantly, shedding the seriousness she had held while speaking with Li, transforming once more into a playful kitten. All right, with such praise, are you not afraid I might become arrogant? The fact that the master could utter such words proved he would not. Li retained great confidence in Shuyang. No, it was more accurate to say she always held such confidence in her host once she had acknowledged him. I agreed to join Haocheng primarily because I genuinely require the organization's assistance. The organization has eyes in numerous worlds and possesses specialized interdimensional communication devices, allowing for more comprehensive intelligence. Through the organization's aid, I can acquire more information about the worlds that have been eroded, enabling me, as a guardian, to better assist other realms. Previously, I intended to venture into a world where traditional martial arts exist, initially merely to learn martial arts. By chance, I stumbled upon an eroded world nearby. In the spirit realm, there are countless worlds, and it is impractical to observe each one individually for signs of erosion. If I had the organization's intelligence, I could resolve the threat of the Devourers more swiftly, could I not? This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click to the next page to continue reading the following exciting content. Jianbingguozi et Li. I have long understood that since I chose to be a guardian, I must fulfill the responsibilities of one. Learning traditional martial arts will present opportunities in due time. I have gained considerable strength. I must engage in what I am meant to do. Humans are human, possessing emotions and desires. Expecting perfection from others is impractical. Perhaps some within Haocheng have climbed the ranks and indulge in bureaucratic and formalistic practices, engaging in cultural games of social finesse, but you know my character. I have little interest in such matters. I prefer to do what I enjoy. I relish the sensation of becoming stronger and still take pleasure in aiding benevolent individuals. Indeed, both Li and Xiao AI nodded in agreement. The communicator passed to Shuyang from Haocheng buzzed. This device, resembling an antiquated mobile phone, was the most advanced interdimensional communication tool. Among the messages sent from within Haocheng, there was but one, in the world of Jinling Sanchai. A devourer has infiltrated the 6th division of the island nation's army, disguised as an aide. Should this devourer manipulate Yoshio Gu to eliminate the key figures in this world, the realm will face significant peril. Mission objective: exert all efforts to eliminate the devourer. Detailed information: the 6th Division, also known as the Kumamoto Division, is affiliated with the 10th Army, commanded by Major General Yoshio Gu. The most recent intelligence regarding the devourer was relayed by an observer 2 hours ago, indicating that the devourer is masquerading as Major General Yoshio Gu's aide, positioned right beside him. Currently, 127 Guardians have accepted this mission. Not long after receiving the news, Chun Qianqian called. Hello. Chun Qianqian began with a complaint directed at Shuyang. Your strength is so formidable. While I am unsure of your current level, you must at least be at the 3rd stage, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to eradicate so many devourers in my 26-year-old female tenant. I don't understand why you 1T let me report your level of strength. Indeed, it was Shuyang who had requested Chun Qianqian to conceal his strength. He merely needed the organization to provide him with intelligence. Sigh, newcomers rarely have ample rest time. Typically, right after completing one task, another swiftly follows. That would be even better. Shuyang seemed oblivious to the underlying sentiment in Chun Qianqian's words. She wished to carve out more time to spend with him. However, since Shuyang had made his decision, Chun Qianqian pondered that his strength should not falter in the lower realm. All right, when you return, I will treat you to a meal. Okay. After ending the call, Shuyang finished the remnants of his drink, stood, and beckoned Li to open the spirit realm. Wasting not a moment, let us go to Jinling Sanchai. The Battle of Songhu, dubbed the Eastern Meat Grinder, unfolded in the Pearl of the East, Shanghai. The specifics of this 3-month-long large-scale offensive and defensive battle need not be elaborated. It ultimately concluded with Huaxiao's defeat. The island nation deployed nearly 300 000 troops across 10 divisions, utilizing over 30 warships, more than 500 aircraft, and 300 tanks. Huaxia, on the other hand, committed around 700,000 troops across over 70 divisions. Regrettably, at this time, Huaxia's military lacked heavy weaponry, falling significantly behind the island nation's firepower, resulting in nearly half of the 700,000 troops perishing in the Battle of Songhu. In this battle, the faith of the warriors of Huaxia coalesced into a singular purpose. From above, one would witness the convergence of military forces from every corner of Huaxia, all rallying towards a common destination. This confrontation was so brutal that entire divisions could be annihilated within a single day. The esteemed Wolf soldiers, comprising over 60,000 elite troops, met their fate in just 8 days, as these valiant warriors sacrificed their flesh and blood to defend the cities of Huaxia. The conflict involved more than 70 divisions, encompassing nearly every military faction, engaging in a relentless 3-month struggle that resulted in catastrophic casualties. Countless elite soldiers laid down their lives for their nation in this fierce battle, traveling thousands of miles to meet their demise, with every inch of land stained with blood and 100,000 youths transformed into soldiers. The timeline of Shi Yang's experience was not set during the Battle of Songhu. Following the defeat in that encounter, on November 12, 1937, the forces of the island nation seized control of Shanghai and pressed westward, aiming to capture the capital of the Republic of China, Jinling, another name for Nanjing, in a bid to compel the Huaxia government to capitulate. The fall of Shanghai rendered Jinling's position precarious. Its geographic characteristics made it vulnerable to attack while difficult to defend. The island nation's military advanced on Jinling from 3 directions, prompting the Huaxia government to muster its final elite forces to engage in a desperate struggle for the city. However, while the soldiers were embroiled in the bloody defense of Jinling, due to grave misjudgments by high-ranking commanders and their hasty retreat, the command structure collapsed, leading to a complete breakdown of the defensive line. Even so, many soldiers fought valiantly to obstruct the advance of the island forces. Despite successive retreats and the occupation of the Rainflower Terrace by the enemy on the 12th, the remaining defenders began urban combat within Jinling. Simultaneously, the government's failure to adequately evacuate the citizens of Jinling left the populace in grave danger, and the chaotic military retreat exacerbated the situation. At this moment, Jinling was in utter disarray. As Shi Yang traversed the streets of Jinling, he was met with the remnants of destruction wrought by artillery fire. Countless innocent bodies lay strewn along the roads, some trapped beneath collapsed buildings, with debris scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder. A cacophony of cries from children and adults filled the atmosphere, weaving a portrait of hellish despair. Standing amidst this chaos, Shi Yang stared blankly at his surroundings. He recognized the scene, yet it felt strangely unfamiliar. The knowledge he had studied countless times in textbooks now manifested before him in stark reality, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Despite having imagined the tragic circumstances in his mind, the actual sight was 1,000 times more harrowing. The soldiers of the island nation laughed maniacally, reveling in their victory as they breached Jinling. Although many warriors fought fiercely with honor, the loss of high-ranking leadership rendered them disorganized, allowing the invaders to slaughter them within the city they swore to defend. The victorious troops of the island nation indulged in their spoils, pillaging wealth and abducting women, brazenly committing atrocities in the streets. Shi Yang's hands trembled, not from fear, but from rage. Standing in the middle of the street, he unwittingly attracted the attention of several soldiers from the island nation, who approached him with curiosity. With their bayonet rifles pointed provocatively at his face, they assumed Shi Yang was paralyzed by fear. Their laughter echoed mockingly, deriding his apparent weakness. With eyes wide open, filled with fury, Shi Yang glared at the soldiers. Yet his voice remained eerily calm and cold. "Shall I send you back to your homeland?" Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing one of the soldiers by the head and crushing it with a single violent grip, the skull bursting like a ripe watermelon, blood and gray matter splattering everywhere. Startled, the remaining soldiers immediately retaliated with gunfire. Unexpectedly, Yang found himself encased in a layer of dark crimson armor, exuding an icy, murderous intent. The bullets ricocheted off his armor, producing mere echoes and sparks, leaving no trace behind. Against mere armed men, armor seemed unnecessary. Yet Yang was determined to impart a lesson on despair. "Monster! Monster!" The soldiers cried in terror, their earlier triumph replaced by fear. What kind of creature was this? Impervious to blades and bullets, able to crush a comrade's skull with bare hands, they had never encountered such a being before, and one by one, they began to flee. Amused by their panic, Yang allowed them a few moments to escape before he moved. The cries of the soldiers began to fill the air. Yet Yang did not hasten to kill them. He savored the torment, methodically shattering their limbs. He sat quietly on a large stone amidst the ruins, smoking a cigarette. For the soldiers of the island nation, this area had become a forbidden zone, as those who ventured to investigate under orders mysteriously vanished. The island military attributed this phenomenon to the presence of remaining Haocheng forces. However, as their combined armored units silently disappeared, a wave of panic spread within the ranks of the island nation. Aircraft ascended to observe the enigmatic region from above, but found nothing. The devastated buildings suggested that, based on their previous deployments, if Haocheng forces had indeed lain in ambush, they would have been easily detectable from the air. Yet, no significant troops were found, further escalating their anxiety, and no one dared to scout the area again. Watching Yang silently smoking, Master Li felt a pang of discomfort. Yang seemed oblivious to Li's calls, continuing to smoke in silence. "Master!" Li raised her voice slightly, but still, Yang offered no response. With a sigh, Li spoke softly, "I understand you're listening. I know witnessing this scene must weigh heavily on your heart. Indeed, with your current strength, you could easily turn the tide for Haocheng. Alone, you could penetrate the island nation's forces, but you must not do so." "Why?" Yang's sudden interjection interrupted Li. His eyes widened with rage, the weight of his emotions pressing down like a heavy stone. His voice, once gentle, now radiated coldness and a murderous intent. "These islanders indiscriminately slaughter the people of Haocheng, showing no mercy to women and children, employing methods so heinous they are beyond comprehension. You want me to hold back? On what grounds? I will remain here, killing one for every enemy that approaches. I will not stop until they are flayed and exterminated. Only then will my heart find peace." The usually refined Yang now appeared terrifying, his demeanor dark and ruthless. Normally calm and gentle, he now seemed utterly unhinged. It was not that he was incapable of madness, but rather that prior events had not crossed the threshold of his tolerance. "Have you forgotten your identity?" In Li's desperate cries, a sorrowful tone permeated her words, unmistakably sounding accusatory, yet laden with profound sadness. She was not merely enraged by Yang's actions. Rather, she deeply mourned for the countless innocent people of Jinling City. However, she felt utterly powerless, just as Yang did. "Master, we cannot aid these people." Li's voice dwindled, tinged with a soft sob. Upon hearing her words, Yang instinctively closed his eyes, one hand clutching a cigarette, his fingers nervously massaging his temples. Nevertheless, his tone softened considerably. "We are but outsiders. Everything you see, Master, has transpired in the main world. Yet, this does not imply that this place is merely a relic of the past. It is merely a secondary derivative of the main world's history. Master possesses the capability to annihilate the islanders here. But such an act would unravel the world's stable progression, resulting in your own hand being responsible for this world's demise. The people residing in this lesser world are living beings. I understand your feelings, Master. I truly do. However, you cannot destroy this world. They still have the potential to witness the light. It is now the year 1937. If we endure for another 12 years, the Haocheng will soon bask in the brightest radiance that dispels the darkness. Master, do you wish to obliterate everyone's future out of momentary anger?" Li's words left Yang feeling profoundly powerless. He gazed at his own hands, which wielded the pinnacle of six-stage prowess. Yet he found himself incapable of altering the course of an entire world. 12 years may seem brief at first glance. Yet over a decade of resistance has cost Huaxia tens of millions of lives. The blood of the Huaxia people seeps into every inch of this land. Not to mention 12 years. Even 12 days would witness the demise of countless souls. How could Shuyang reconcile with such futility? This sense of helplessness seeped into every fiber of his being, from within to without. As night fell, the shattered city resembled a grotesque wound exposed upon the earth. The lights of ordinary households were absent, replaced only by the flickering beams of surveillance lights, vigilant against the Huaxia people. The powerful illumination cutting through the darkness resembled blades mercilessly slicing across the city's wounds. Yet those within felt no understanding of despair. Although a temporary victory had been achieved, General Gu Shoufu was not elated. Rather, he was incensed. With a resounding crash, he slammed the documents onto his desk and strode toward the window. "What's wrong? You've won yet remained so discontent?" His aide jested, an audacious remark given the rigid hierarchy of the island nation's military. Yet it was understandable. After all, this aide was merely a vessel for the devourer concealed within. It was the devourer, not the aide, who dared to mock General Gu. Gazing out at the vast tracts of Huaxia land, General Gu uttered with malevolence. Before the war commenced, the empire boasted it would annihilate Huaxia within 3 months. Such fertile land, so expansive and resource-rich. Although we emerged victorious today, the resistance from the Huaxia military exceeded our expectations, rendering the empire's grand proclamations mere empty boasts. How could I possibly feel joy? After speaking, General Gu drew the curtains further apart, his eyes glimmering with avarice for Huaxia's territory. "Regrettably, you shall never conquer Huaxia, even if the tides of war momentarily turn against you." A foreign voice suddenly interjected, causing General Gu to spin around in shock, only to find that the aide, who had been conversing moments before, was now headless, his body slumped lifelessly upon the cold floor, blood pooling around him. Cold sweat trickled down General Gu's temples, leaving him in a state of terror. He understood that the aide was a remarkable being who had provided significant assistance and possessed formidable abilities. Yet, in General Gu's eyes, it seemed like divine fate had dispatched this superhuman to aid him in eradicating Huaxia, only to fall silently and effortlessly at the hands of another. "Who are you?" Such a cliched question was unnecessary. Shuyang sat coolly upon General Gu's single armchair, gazing at him with cold detachment. Being in a lesser world, Shuyang could not unleash his power recklessly. He could only manifest a peak third-stage strength, yet dealing with a second-stage devourer was exceedingly simple. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you, for I am awaiting the day of your nation's downfall." "Downfall? The empire shall not fail." General Gu attempted to argue, but in the blink of an eye, Shuyang had vanished from the chair. He had no desire to engage in banter with General Gu. His only wish was to indulge in a drink. Amid the ruins of a tavern, Shuyang unearthed several casks of fine wine untouched by the ravages of war. Under the bright moon, he lifted a cask and drank deeply. It is a common thought to seek solace in drink when one's heart is troubled, and Shuyang, burdened with a profound sense of helplessness, was no exception. The task had been accomplished. The devourer aide beside General Gu had been eliminated. Yet what of the people? The calamity and invasion had only just begun. With regard to the task concerning Jinling Shursan Chai, it had been completed, executed by Haocheng. Upon completion, the organization would relay the news to all the guardians executing tasks, thus ensuring that time was not wasted and that more guardians could undertake unfinished missions. Haocheng served as Shuyang's codename. Completing tasks not only granted points redeemable for various resources from the organization, but also provided a minuscule amount of world power from the assisted world's will. Though scarce, accumulating world power was the sole method to transcend from 6th stage to 7th stage. However, Shuyang felt little interest in points or world power at present. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of his compatriots, he could only watch in profound desolation. Though he sought to drown his sorrows in drink, it merely compounded his grief. Were one capable of altering the cruel reality, yet bound by rules to remain passive, it would leave anyone feeling melancholic. Stumbling slightly, Shuyang, in a daze, attempted to retrieve more alcohol, but the cellar was strewn with empty casks and bottles. Li stood beside him, her heart heavy as she observed his state. Sister Li, shouldn't you counsel the master? Xiao I felt pained to see Shi Yang in such a condition, yet she hesitated to speak, thinking that if Li urged him, perhaps Shi Yang would listen. Let the master indulge himself. Li refrained from criticizing or stifling Shi Yang's behavior. Everyone experiences emotions, and negative feelings require an outlet. Suppressing them could lead to deeper issues. Yet the master is on the verge of inebriation. Xiao I was concerned upon witnessing Shi Yang's intoxicated state, nearly unconscious in his posture. Can this little wine truly intoxicate a peak 6-stage individual? Li discerned Shi Yang's intentions. Given his current power, this wine would not inebriate him. He merely wished to become intoxicated. The master is doing this intentionally, Xiao I realized. Li and Xiao I ceased speaking, merely standing quietly by as they observed Shi Yang's heavy drinking. The sounds of gulping echoed as he drank rapidly, as if he sought to hasten the flow of the liquor to wash away his discontent. It is not the wine that inebriates, but the person who becomes intoxicated. As the night breeze swept through, the lingering scent of gunpowder from the day dissipated considerably. A flurry of torn paper danced in the wind, aimlessly swirling without pattern. When it fluttered before Shi Yang, he reacted in an instant, pinching the flying paper securely between his fingers. What is this? Shi Yang gazed at the tattered letter in his hand with a sense of bewilderment. The letter from his mother conveyed her concerns, stating that he was safe and should not be worried. From this day forth, he would join the troops to combat the invading bandits outside Jinling City. The aggressors from the island were advancing aggressively, and this endeavor was fraught with peril, a fate he could not escape. The nation had reached such a dire state that the only resolution was for individuals like him to sacrifice their lives. To cower in fear and submit was neither his wish nor that of his mother. From a young age, his mother had instilled in him the belief that protecting the family and nation was the duty of a man. Now, at this critical juncture for the country's survival, as a soldier, he vowed to defend his homeland to the death. This determination was resolute. He could not live a long life of ease, for that would be unfilial. He hoped his mother would understand. Having been away from home for several years, he had never sent a single coin back, and he felt profound shame. Before his departure, his commanding officer had distributed several silver dollars to all subordinates, and he entrusted someone to send this letter home alongside the coins. He earnestly implored his mother to dress warmly in the cold and eat well, and if misfortune were to befall him, he wished for her not to grieve or suffer. Unable to fulfill his filial duty in person, he asked his mother to take care of herself. With utmost respect, he signed off as Chun Xiangrong. As Shi Yang fell silent, the inebriation that had consumed him moments before vanished entirely upon seeing the ordinary yet perfectly formed characters on the weathered letter. It was evident that this was a heartfelt missive from an ordinary yet extraordinary soldier addressed to his family. Between the lines, one could sense an understanding of his fate, yet there was no trace of resentment or regret. Asig estupidsi young s leaps. The bloodstains on the letter seemed to foreshadow the soldier's grim destiny. As this letter ultimately would not reach his mother, he gently released his grip, and the letter slipped free, carried away by the night breeze toward the horizon. Shi Yang silently watched the letter ascend higher into the sky, while Li and Xiao AI stood by his sides, casting hopeful glances at the drifting paper. Master, do you think it will reach that mother's hands? Li inquirat sentimentally. I do not know. Perhaps it will, Shi Yang replied, lowering his head. At that moment, he noticed another letter wedged between the cracks of nearby stones. Fearing he might miss something significant, he hurried over, carefully clearing the debris atop the letter, revealing yet another missive before him. Compared to the previous letter, this one was even more tattered, having been buried amongst the rubble and bore darkened bloodstains, rendering the writing even more indistinct. Yet, Shi Yang could still decipher its contents. The words themselves were cold and devoid of warmth. The ink concealed by the stones could not mask the profound sorrow of parting in life and death. To my beloved wife, I am departing with the troops to Jinling on a mission to reinforce our position, a duty I must fulfill. However, my elderly parents are impoverished, and my wife is left with young children, which naturally causes me great concern. With a flick of the lighter, a faint spark ignited the exceptionally heavy cigarette in Shi Yang's hand. He inhaled deeply, exhaling as if to rid himself of all discontent. Yet, no matter how thick the smoke, it dissipated in the evening breeze. Shi Yang once again released his grip, and the envelope ascended once more into the night sky. The bright moon seemed to bid farewell to many, its gentle rays mingling with the evening breeze, only to reveal the last line of the letter. Alas, with my 7-foot frame, I have pledged myself to my country, and can no longer promise you. Aside from the sound of the wind, only the sound of Shi Yang smoking remained. As the cigarette burned down, the butt fell to the ground, and Shi Yang was no longer present. 3 days later, after 13 days, Jinling City had completely fallen. The populace had not been able to evacuate, and many troops had failed to retreat in time. It is said that soldiers may falter, but commanders falter en masse. At that moment, the government of the Republic of China was evidently the latter. Countless ambitious individuals, countless heroes, and valiant youths had perished due to poor command amidst the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. On a dilapidated street, a squad of soldiers maintained their formation, striving to preserve their strength and break through to the outskirts of Jinling City before being discovered by the invading forces. In that moment, the number of professionally trained soldiers in Haocheng was woefully inadequate. Yet this group not only exhibited a flexible formation, but also coordinated excellently with one another. The equipment they wore was classic, the M35 German steel helmet and the uniforms of the Central Regular Army. Not only were they part of the German-equipped division, but they would later be referred to as the Central Instructional Corps, the most elite unit of the Haocheng Army in the early 1930s. However, after the battles of Songhu and the defense of Jinling, their elite status had been thoroughly depleted. Instructor Li led the last remaining warriors in a desperate attempt to break through. It was evident to all that Jinling City could no longer be held, and despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to obey the order to retreat. Bang! The distant sound of rifle fire echoed through the streets. And Instructor Li's expression changed upon hearing it. The sound of that rifle was heavy and resonant, one he was all too familiar with. His own Mauser rifle produced the same sound. The 7.92mm Mauser's report was distinctly different from the commonly used 6.5mm Arisaka rifle of the invading forces. Being a seasoned veteran, he could discern the difference instantly. The presence of Mausers indicated that the opposing forces likely comprised remnants of the German-equipped division. However, the rapid succession of the Arisaka rifle's fire indicated a multitude against the sporadic shots of the Mauser, suggesting a significant numerical disadvantage. Looking at the soldiers around him, Instructor Li gritted his teeth, and amidst the gazes of his comrades, he made the difficult decision to abandon his comrades. Retreat. Although the soldiers were reluctant to leave their fellow fighters behind, they understood that Instructor Li's decision was the correct one. At that moment, the invading forces were rapidly encroaching into Jinling City, and they were mainly encountering small reconnaissance units. Delaying further could lead to being overwhelmed by the subsequent waves of enemy troops, leaving them with no chance of escape. Yet, the gunfire nearby took on an odd tone. As Instructor Li listened, he sensed something amiss. The frequency of the Arisaka rifle's reports was diminishing, and while the sound of the Mauser seemed faint, each shot appeared to take down an enemy with precision. Instructor Li was astonished, for this indicated that each time the comrade fired, they were likely eliminating an enemy combatant. The Mauser, not being an automatic weapon, could only fire single shots if the opposing forces were engaged in a skirmish with a small unit. The only plausible explanation was that they were dealing with an exceptionally skilled marksman. It had not even been a minute when the gunfire abruptly ceased. Instructor Li's heart raced. Could it be that the marksman had been shot? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he rounded a corner to see a soldier, dressed similarly to them, advancing towards a specific direction about 200 to 300 meters away. The destruction of buildings allowed Instructor Li to spot the figure from such a distance. What a remarkable sight! That soldier was alone, and judging by the gunfire, he had managed to break through a small enemy unit. Impressive. The soldiers behind him expressed their admiration. Do not halt. Guikin Bache. If we keep moving in this direction, we will soon regroup. Be aware of the surroundings. Instructor li urge. Advancing towards the same direction, Shuyang swiftly encountered the remnants led by Instructor Li. He saluted from a distance, with no further words exchanged, seamlessly joining them. The urgency of the situation left no room for conversation, prompting everyone to hasten their steps toward the city outskirts. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air from the other side. Instructor Li raised his hand, signaling for all soldiers, trained to respond swiftly, to seek nearby cover. Raising his rifle and utilizing the scope, Instructor Li quietly surveyed the situation. A group of female students was being pursued by the soldiers of the island nation, and it was evident that the grinning enemies were about to pounce upon the innocent girls. Instructor Li glanced at the surrounding soldiers, his expression gravely serious. After a moment's hesitation, he commanded, Da Peng, take a few men to the flank and prepare to engage. However, the directive issued by Instructor Li went unanswered by his subordinates. Damn it, are you deaf? Instructor Li shouted furiously. The teaching squad was left with only a dozen brothers, and they were mere steps away from exiting the city. Hearing this, Instructor Li paused, hesitated briefly, but soon spoke with renewed determination. Fire. Understood. The remaining brothers of the teaching squad split into two teams. One moved stealthily from the side, while the other, led by Instructor Li, prepared for a frontal assault. Let me handle this. Suddenly, Shuyang emerged from the crowd and addressed Instructor Li. You are Instructor Li, correct? You and your men should withdraw. I will stay to rescue these female students. I can manage a small squad of soldiers from the island nation. Shuyang wished to save them. Yet Instructor Li merely cast a glance at him, saying nothing further, but his stance was unmistakably clear. Sighing, Shuyang felt remorse for the soldiers. He sensed that reinforcements from the island nation were not far away, evidently aware that the Haocheng soldiers might utilize this route to exit the city. They were swiftly encircling the area, aiming for a decisive annihilation. If this battle were not fought, there would be a chance for Instructor Li and his men to escape. What is your name? You may call me Qin Xiangrong. Shuyang shook the nameplate on his uniform, the tattered military coat stained with blood, evidence that the previous wearer had clearly met a grim fate. However, in such pressing circumstances, Instructor Li would not concern himself with minute details. Asking for Shuyang's name was merely a means of address. Xiangrong, follow Da Peng and head to the high ground on the flank, instructed Instructor Li. As the highest-ranking officer present, it was natural for him to take charge. Aside from the irregularly organized militia, military ranks during the Republic of China era consisted of 6 levels and 18 grades. Shuyang's uniform indicated a non-commissioned officer rank of sergeant, typically serving as a deputy squad leader. However, Instructor Li belonged to the Central Instructional Corps, comprising the elite of the elite, with soldiers meticulously selected from various units. Many held ranks comparable to Shuyang's, all obligated to obey commands. As a newcomer, Shuyang would receive no special treatment. They were all soldiers. As soldiers, protecting civilians was their duty, and if exceptions were made, why bother being a soldier? It was not unheard of to seek wealth and promotion through other means, nor to shy away from danger. Understood. Shuyang offered no dissent and moved alongside machine gunner Da Peng towards the flank. Xiangrong, your marksmanship is commendable? Da Peng inquired while the soldiers positioned on the flank crouched low. Indeed, in the chaos of battle, there was no room for modesty. It was either one could shoot or one could not. Ambiguous expressions were inappropriate amidst the looming threat of the enemy. You will take up position on the roof. Wait for Instructor Li's signal to fire. Once the fight begins, ensure you keep an eye on any enemy attempting to flee and call for reinforcements. We must eliminate this small squad of enemies. As long as no enemy escapes to report back, the brothers still have a chance to retreat, Da Peng explained. Instructor Li was not indifferent to the lives of his soldiers. He simply could not stand by while those female students were in danger. Da Peng understood this, but the escape route was paramount, and Instructor Li tacitly acknowledged this. Understood, Shuyang replied succinctly, and in a matter of moments, he ascended the roof with agility. Damn, this kid is quite nimble. Da Peng marveled, considering the weight of the equipment, including the rifle, ammunition, and grenades, which amounted to nearly 20 pounds. Yet in the blink of an eye, Shuyang had scaled the rooftop. Of course, had he not wished to draw attention, he could have easily leaped up in a single bound. On the street, frail female students could hardly outrun the soldiers. "Ha! I've caught you." One soldier from the island nation reached for a girl's bag, tugging it forcefully. In a panic, she was left with no choice but to discard her belongings, the woven yellow bag soaring into the air, just as it fell, obscuring the soldier's view. Bang! The resounding shot of a Mauser rifle echoed through the air. A bullet pierced through the bag, striking the soldier who was about to seize the girl. The enemy reacted swiftly, but given the circumstances, there was no time to organize an effective counterattack. Upon hearing Instructor Lee's gunfire, all the brothers opened fire. In an instant, the soldiers, who had been focused solely on pursuing the girls and were exposed in the open street, fell by the dozens. Realizing they were ambushed, the remaining soldiers began to retreat, but those at the back, positioned further away, were not affected by the initial wave of fire. A mere turn and a sprint of a few dozen meters would allow their escape. Bang! Shuyang made his move. From his position on the rooftop, he aimed and fired at the last soldier in line, who fell immediately. The large-caliber bullet penetrated through the soldier's helmet, creating a gaping hole, while the helmet itself was sent flying, with blood splattering the ground where the soldier collapsed. Just as one enemy fell, bang, Shuyang fired again. Clink! Thud! The bullet struck the helmet with a sharp ring, followed by the dull sound of it penetrating the skull. Shuyang executed his shots with a precision that made it seem as if he were firing a semi-automatic rifle, each bullet finding its mark as the retreating enemies fell, one after the other, as if summoned by the king of hell himself. Though reluctant to admit it, the training and quality of the soldiers from the island nation during World War II were indeed superior to those of Haocheng, as the resources plundered had filled the coffers of the island nation, enhancing the training of its soldiers. Without Shuyang's prowess, complete annihilation of this squad would have been improbable. His ability to produce rapid-fire results with a bolt-action rifle, with each shot striking true, was nothing short of astonishing. The veterans of the Instructional Corps recognized Shuyang's formidable marksmanship. Such accuracy was something even Instructor Lee had rarely witnessed. As Shuyang stood up on the rooftop, all the soldiers gazed at him with admiration, and even Instructor Lee's eyes sparkled with appreciation. With a swift motion, Shuyang leaped from the rooftop, landing soundly on the ground, without sparing a glance at his comrades. He held his rifle aloft with one hand, casually rummaging through his ammunition pouch with the other. What is he doing? The soldiers wondered, puzzled by Shuyang's actions. Calmly, Shuyang strolled down the street, ignoring the soldiers attempting to speak with him. Exhaling softly, he blew on the gleaming bullet in his hand, smoothly loading it into the chamber. The motion seamless as he pulled the bolt back. At that moment, the gunfire ceased, and the last surviving soldier, thinking the Instructional Corps had relaxed their vigilance, dashed out from behind an overturned cart, fleeing without a backward glance, his short legs moving as if they were on fire. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. It dawned on everyone that Shuyang had been aware of the remaining enemy, and amidst the chaos, he had maintained such keen awareness. Having witnessed Shuyang's sharpshooting, none doubted he would miss while standing in the open street. Bang! The shot rang out. Ah! The piercing wails of the enemy echoed through the air. Shuyang's shot had not claimed the life of the foe. Rather, it had struck precisely at the enemy's right calf. In agony, the enemy could only crawl upon the ground. The oppressive sensation of the gun aimed at him from behind instilled a profound fear, one he had never experienced before, compelling him to frantically claw his way forward. With a swift motion, Shuyang retrieved another bullet, blowing off the dust before smoothly chambering it. Bang! The agonized cries intensified, and this time, the enemy lay motionless on the ground, having been struck in the elbow. Instructor Lee and his comrades stood in stunned silence. Even the female students were momentarily paralyzed by the scene, forgetting to flee. The slaughter was entirely one-sided, yet the ease of it bewildered them. They understood why Shuyang had managed to escape unscathed in previous skirmishes against multiple adversaries. His combat skills, particularly his marksmanship, were exceedingly formidable, capable of dispatching an entire squad of enemy soldiers with alarming efficiency. Let them taste the bitterness of slaughter. Shi Yang gritted his teeth, the words spilling forth from between clenched jaws. Having had his fill of this grim sport, he produced another bullet and, amidst the enemy's heart-wrenching cries, fired his final shot. As the reconnaissance unit of the enemy engaged in brief skirmishes, the sounds of gunfire would not attract undue attention from the main forces. For the Huaxia side could no longer mount an effective counterattack in Jinling City. Thus, the cessation of gunfire would be interpreted by the enemy as the annihilation of a small remnant of Huaxia forces. This provided Instructor Li and his comrades a fleeting chance to exit the city. Retreat. Instructor Li, with his wealth of combat experience, reacted swiftly. Seizing the opportunity for withdrawal was the wisest course of action. Run, Shi Yang urged the dazed female students. Faced with the striking figure of the gallant soldier clad in military attire, the young women, regaining their composure, could only cast a grateful glance before hurriedly fleeing toward the church. Observing their direction, Shi Yang furrowed his brow. Just as they prepared to retreat, distant screams of terror erupted from another street. At that moment, hesitation gripped them. A large number of civilians had yet to evacuate. Instructor Li's heart was tormented by the thought, and the group instinctively bowed their heads. Let us go. Shi Yang finally spoke. Take the brothers and retreat. You've done enough. His words were well-meaning, acknowledging that after the main commander's escape, the training unit had fought valiantly until only a handful remained. No one had the right to blame these soldiers. They had done more than enough. Yet, Shi Yang was unaware that his words struck a painful chord within the hearts of the remaining fighters. Instructor Li clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, hold the line. By time to cover the civilians' escape. Every second counts. Yihui, Shuiliang, take 2 brothers to help guide the people." The civilians were in a state of panic, and the chances of evacuation were slim. Instructor Li began to strategize. The rest of you, stick with me. We'll head to the Jinling Bell Tower. The Jinling Bell Tower, a grand historical edifice with 2 levels, stood on the west side of the Drum Tower in Jinling City. Its lower level featured an arched, beamless design, while the upper level boasted a majestic multi-eaved roof adorned with intricate carvings. From a tactical standpoint, the thick walls of the bell tower would provide adequate cover for confronting the enemy, but the foe possessed tanks, aircraft, and artillery. Once heavy weaponry arrived, the group ensconced within the tower would face almost certain doom, as it could not withstand bombardment. Instructor Li, we only have a handful of brothers left. Taking the bell tower is not a viable option, Shi Yang remarked. Although Shi Yang lacked the extensive combat experience of Instructor Li, it was evident to anyone that ascending the bell tower would eliminate any possibility of retreat. I understand, but we need cover. This is the only suitable location within Jinling. The thick walls of the bell tower can impede the enemy's tanks. If we do not seize the bell tower, the arrival of enemy tanks would force our brothers to sacrifice themselves to destroy them, Instructor Li explained. I have a plan. Let us not enter the bell tower just yet. We'll engage the enemy in combat around its perimeter, Shi Yang suggested, surveying the area surrounding the tower. What if the enemy's tanks arrive? Then we'll utilize anti-tank obstacles. The concept of anti-tank obstacles is straightforward. By binding several iron pipes, steel tubes, or metal bars together and laying them flat on the ground, the structure would withstand a tank's impact. Tanks that charge forward often get ensnared by the metal bars, potentially immobilizing them. This tactic, which originated in the mid-stages of World War II, was unfamiliar to the current Huaxia military, resulting in significant losses against the enemy's armored vehicles. Shi Yang shared the method for constructing these anti-tank obstacles, and while the soldiers respected his remarkable marksmanship, their faith in the unfamiliar tactic was not strong. However, Instructor Li deemed Shi Yang's approach feasible, perhaps out of desperation, and directed most of the soldiers to gather steel scraps from the surrounding debris. The remaining 4 or 5 soldiers would accompany Shi Yang to draw the enemy's attention, allowing the others to lay down a significant number of anti-tank obstacles in the streets to buy as much time as possible. Despite their brutish nature, the enemy soldiers were not blind or foolish. They would not allow the civilians to evacuate unimpeded or permit the training unit to gather metal scraps in the ruins. Thus, Someone had to divert the enemy reconnaissance unit to grant the others precious moments to assist the civilians. Instructor Lee, remember to gather all available hard metals, including rails and even sturdy wooden beams. Assemble them into the anti-tank obstacles as I instructed, placing them along the streets as densely as possible. Xiang earnestly Adfi said. Understood. Instructor Lee firmly patted Shi Yang on the shoulder. Shi Yang's earnestness led Instructor Lee to misinterpret the concern in his voice. While Shi Yang feared that the brothers might doubt the reliability of his plan, Instructor Lee and the other soldiers perceived it as a grave and determined commitment to buy time for their compatriots. Witnessing their fellow countrymen willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of delay moved them deeply. A few younger soldiers even felt their eyes well up, reluctantly gazing at Xiang. Take extra ammunition and grenades for Xiangrong and the others. The soldiers gathered additional ammunition. Shi Yang did not refuse, allowing the 5 soldiers accompanying him to carry extra supplies. Let us go. Shi Yang gestured for his brothers to follow. Instructor Lee hurriedly led the others to collect all available metal and wooden beams, striving to construct anti-tank obstacles to fill every street surrounding the bell tower. Bang! Boom! Shi Yang and his 5 soldiers quickly engaged the enemy forces, intentionally throwing several grenades to amplify the noise. Move! Don't stop! After firing, change positions immediately. Xiang showed that the 6 men positioned themselves somewhat scattered. As soon as the enemy revealed themselves, they unleashed suppressive fire without concern for ammunition and swiftly shifted positions. With their limited numbers, they were ill-suited for direct confrontations or fixed defenses. Guerrilla tactics were their only recourse. Shi Yang's extraordinary perceptive abilities allowed him to navigate the terrain with familiarity, amplifying the advantages of guerrilla warfare. This way, Xiang exhibited unwavering resolve as he skillfully dispatched the enemy troops while urging his comrades to advance with all their might. Remarkably, it appeared as though he navigated the battlefield without a moment's hesitation, effortlessly evading the encirclement of enemy reconnaissance units. The 5 soldiers trailing him were increasingly astonished. Fighting alongside such a formidable figure was exhilarating. With each precise shot, Xiang claimed the life of at least one enemy combatant. Requesting support. Requesting support. The enemy, beleaguered by the relentless assault of Xiang and his 5 companions, found themselves in disarray, and their limited forces were no match for this elite group. As the enemy called for reinforcements, Xiang's acute perception became evident, though the stamina of the soldiers behind him was finite. They had been engaged in guerrilla warfare without adequate rest, and the physical toll of their high-intensity combat weighed heavily on them. No matter how keen Xiang's senses were, if his comrades could not keep pace, they would falter. Tragically, the city of Nanjing had fallen, and enemy forces were flooding into the area. The call for assistance grew increasingly urgent, and the space for their guerrilla tactics dwindled. Ultimately, one soldier was struck by gunfire. Jianya, the comrades, fighting valiantly alongside him, cried out in despair upon witnessing their companion fall. Go! You all must escape. Jianya, grievously wounded in the abdomen, shouted heroically. As he lay on the ground, reaching for the grenades at his waist, his intentions became clear to the others. With the last of his strength, Jianya half sat on the ground, raised his submachine gun, and aimed at the advancing enemy, pulling the trigger with fervor. Come on! For a moment, the enemy was unable to retaliate, overwhelmed by Jianya's fearless fire. However, as they regrouped, the enemy struck back, and Jianya was hit multiple times. With his strength waning, Jianya leaned against the wall, the pain and blood loss rendering his vision blurry. In his final moments, he seemed to glimpse his elderly mother waiting for him at the entrance of their village. Her frail figure and deeply etched wrinkles spoke of her weariness, but it was her hopeful gaze that pierced Jianya's heart, filling his eyes with tears. Before he departed, she had implored him with a quivering voice, "You must return. You must return." This poignant memory lingered in his mind. In a sudden surge of determination, Jianya wrested the pins from his grenades and clung desperately to the leg of the first enemy soldier to reach him. The wisps of smoke from the grenades sent the enemy into a panic, yet despite their stabbing and kicking, Jianya held on fiercely. "I'm sorry, Mother. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Shriang and the remaining 4 soldiers stood in solemn silence, their gazes a tribute to their fallen comrade. A bittersweet farewell to their brother-in-arms. "Go in peace, my brother. Wait for me," murmured Tang Guangxi, Jianya's closest friend and fellow villager. Xiang cast a profound glance at Guangxi, sensing the weight of shared sorrow among the soldiers. They were all human beings with families, sons, and husbands. In the face of national invasion, they had chosen to stand and resist, not for their own glory, but to spare their loved ones from bloodshed and sacrifice, ensuring that future generations would not live in servitude. Even if their fate was sealed, their resolve remained unwavering. Delay. We must delay a little longer. Shuyang assessed the time, realizing that they needed at least half an hour to set up sufficient anti-tank obstacles. The more obstacles they could create, the longer they could hold off the enemy. "Xiangrong, how much longer do you need?" Guangxi inquired, glancing at his watch. "At least half an hour," Shuyang replied candidly. "We cannot hold out that long. The enemy is closing in too fiercely." Another soldier, Sun Dahong, gasped. Despite Xiang's extraordinary skills and their relentless guerrilla tactics, the physical exhaustion of his comrades, compounded by the enemy's reinforcements, left little time for them. Shuyang fell silent, contemplating the reality of their predicament. Although he possessed unique abilities, he was constrained by the need to maintain a low profile. He understood that while he could not alter the course of history on a grand scale, he could strive to save a few lives. After the fall of Jinling City, the enemy had slaughtered at least 300,000 civilians. Even if he could preserve a small number of lives without disrupting historical events, it would still make a significant difference. Thus, Shuyang resolved to reveal a fraction of his capabilities to buy an additional hour for his comrades. It was not that he had wished to abandon Jianya. He understood that revealing his true power could provoke the world's disdain. "Xiangrong, you may proceed with your arrangements. Since Instructor Li has entrusted you with our safety, we will follow your orders," Guangxi said, sensing Xiang's hesitation. Though he understood the gravity of their situation, he also felt that dying alongside his friends was a noble end. Yet, Xiang's reluctance to voice his intentions stemmed from knowing his comrades would oppose his plan. "We will split into 2 teams," he said, his voice growing hoarse. "Guangxi Dahongyin and Feng Shui. You will take the flank while I draw attention to the front." "Wait, you alone?" The others were perplexed by his decision. "Yes, it will be just me. If you see me get surrounded, retreat immediately and find Instructor Li." "No way," Guangxi firmly objected. Shuyang anticipated this response. His brothers were fearless. They would not have come to Jinling City if they were afraid of death. His plans seemed to diminish their resolve. "That is not my intention," Shuyang clarified. "If I go alone, I am confident I can escape. Taking you with me complicates things." "Enough. Whatever your plan, we will follow orders. But leaving our comrades to flee is unacceptable." Jianya had perished, but he had done so fighting side by side with his brothers to delay the enemy. Xiang's current strategy felt like a betrayal, and they could not accept such an order. This was the way it always was. Xiang wished for a different outcome, but with their choices made, their fates were sealed. Observing his comrades' unwavering resolve, Xiang chose not to persist in his decision. The grating sound of steel scraping against steel echoed ominously, causing the expressions of the other soldiers to shift dramatically. Tan Kusher Yang did not need to see to know what was approaching. Fortunately, the tank had been lured towards them. Guangxi, rather than being frightened, smiled at the position of Instructor Li and the others. The soldiers were content with the knowledge of their fate, feeling satisfied to accomplish as much as possible before their final moments. "Let us go." The group immediately charged into the narrow alleyways and streets. "Prepare yourselves," Shuyang always reminded the others before the enemy came into view. "Tot, tot, tot." Guangxi aimed his stun at the suddenly appearing enemy soldiers and opened fire, catching them off guard. Such occurrences had happened far too often during their journey. The 5 opened fire simultaneously, dropping 4 or 5 enemies instantly. As Shuyang and the remaining brothers attempted to avoid the tank and engage the enemy in a narrow space, a group of flamboyantly dressed women hurriedly made their way towards the city's exit, clutching their luggage. However, the noise from the battle drew their attention, filling them with fear. With the chaos still unfolding, the sounds of gunfire intermingled with the explosions of grenades, dust, and debris flying everywhere. With Shi Yang present, the enemy soldiers seemed to perish the moment they showed themselves, each shot finding its mark. Even the enemy commanders were filled with dread upon witnessing the fate of their men. The presence of such skilled marksmen in the Huaxia army was a cause for alarm among the enemy, prompting several small units to converge on Shi Yang's position. Though it seemed trivial, allowing such marksmen to escape could lead to serious consequences for their officers later. The narrow terrain had its advantages, sparing them from facing overwhelming numbers. But the disadvantages were equally apparent. The enemy began tossing grenades from across the street, and with the heavy reinforcements on the way, time was running short for Shi Yang and Instructor Li to make their stand. In just half a day, the enemy forces would be fully assembled. But even that brief period was enough for many to escape the city. Suddenly, several of the enemy's commonly used Type 97 grenades soared into the sky. "Watch out!" Guangxi cried out, his heart racing as he faced the imminent threat of 4 or 5 grenades in such a confined space. "Get down!" Xi Yang showed that, raising his gun with lightning speed. As Guangxi and the others took cover, the sharp crack of a Mauser echoed. Boom! The grenades exploded mid-air, and Shi Yang's bullets struck each grenade. Yet the resulting shockwave swept through the alley, leaving Guangxi and his companions momentarily disoriented. Shi Yang hurled a grenade towards the source of the incoming projectiles, disrupting the enemy's assault. "Get up!" Shi Yang urgently helped his fallen comrades, but at that moment, the enemy surged forward. Whether their grenades hit or missed mattered little. They intended to use the explosion's shockwave to their advantage. Shi Yang set down his rifle, seized Guangxi's sten, and drew his pistol, fiercely suppressing the enemy's advance. A woman's scream momentarily halted Shi Yang's actions, as the enemies surrounding them noticed the striking women nearby. Originally, Xiang Ling had spent a night with a client who had informed her of the presence of foreigners in the church. With the safety zone overcrowded, these women from Qinhuai River should have already reached the church. Yuma, leading her fellow women, was seated in a carriage when a roadside wire snapped the strings of her pipa. However, Shi Yang's arrival had disrupted their plans, and with Instructor Li and the soldiers still battling the enemy near the bell tower, the path to the church was blocked. The women had to seek alternative routes to escape, but the situation became increasingly perilous for them as Shi Yang diverted the enemy's attention. As a group of women, they were untrained in combat and unaware of how to conceal their movements. In the besieged city of Jinling, they appeared carefree as they played and joked. Yet each one felt a deep sense of panic and helplessness. Shi Yang hesitated, realizing his brothers had yet to recover. But the defenseless women faced the brutal threat of the invaders. In less than a second, he made his decision, roaring with a primal fury. His blood surged as he unleashed a wave of violence upon the encroaching enemies. In an instant, the surrounding foes fell, blood splattering as their insides were violently exposed. In the face of the people's safety, the will of the world was merely a trifle. Shi Yang transformed into an instrument of terror, a crimson specter weaving through the narrow alley, leaving the enemy bewildered and lifeless before they could comprehend their demise. The few who survived gazed in horror at their severed bodies, their pain unregistered as they realized their fate. Suddenly, a chilling rumor resurfaced in their minds. Not long ago, many had been sent to scout a certain area, only to vanish without a trace. It was said that a terrifying creature lurked there, instilling fear in the hearts of many Japanese soldiers. But soon after, this creature seemed to vanish, and no further casualties or disappearances were reported. Yet at that moment, the soldiers facing Shi Yang were certain that this Huaxia warrior was indeed that dreadful monster. Did they ever contemplate their own mortality while invading? Did they feel regret? Perhaps, yet they were unworthy of such feelings. Da Hong and Guangxi, recovering from their astonishment, gazed at the scene unfolding before them. People often fear the unknown, but Shi Yang posed no threat to them. The surrounding enemies were swiftly vanquished, and Shi Yang, now a specter of blood, raced towards the surrounded women. Yuma stood out among them, the foremost courtesan of Qinhuai River. Just as an enemy's hand reached for her, smack! The leading enemy's head exploded as if crushed by a train, yet not a drop of blood splattered upon Yuma, as they beheld the figure shielding them. A figure cloaked in the tattered uniform of a Huaxia soldier, dust and blood marring his appearance. The women instinctively sighed in relief. In that moment, the seemingly hopeless women glimpsed a spark of hope. Yuma was taken aback by Shi Yang's sudden appearance. The city of Jinling had fallen. The army had fled or scattered. Soldiers? Yuma and her companions had encountered such men before. Those who visited brothels and boasted of their valor in protecting Jinling from enemy fire while indulging in pleasure without a second thought. Thus, the women had initially held contempt for soldiers, forgetting that true warriors did not frequent such establishments. Now, standing against the vicious enemy, this soldier in uniform represented their last hope. They were unaware of how Shi Yang had arrived, but they knew that with only 7 or 8 enemies remaining, a lone warrior without a weapon could hardly stand against them. The women, engulfed in terror, closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Among them, Yumo, the most intelligent and courageous, glanced at the lifeless body of the enemy soldier sprawled on the ground. She marveled at Shi Yang's origins, realizing that they might indeed survive this ordeal. The women huddled behind Shi Yang, jostling for space, akin to drowning individuals clutching at a final lifeline. "Who are you?" The enemy soldiers bellowed, their voices fierce, yet betraying a palpable fear as they crouched slightly and retreated. Upon witnessing the corpse on the ground, the sudden appearance of Shi Yang ignited a premonition of doom within them. "Si yang smiled, leisurely lighting a cigarette," exuding an air of confidence as if strolling through his own backyard, a poise that left Yumo astounded. His nonchalance had a contagious effect on the other women. Once frantic, now curiously gazed at his silhouette. "Hey, soldier, what are you doing just standing there? Don't wait to die." A woman from the Qinhuai River region, speaking with a distinct accent, urged Shi Yang in a panic, fearing he would be easily dispatched by the enemy. Shi Yang, taking a drag from his cigarette, merely turned to glance at her. "Wow, you're quite handsome." Some women from Jinling, amidst the impending peril, couldn't help but notice his good looks, perhaps attempting to divert their attention from the imminent danger. Fire! The enemy soldiers hesitated, unsure of Shi Yang's capabilities and reluctant to harm the beautiful women behind him. However, they realized that remaining passive was not an option. They needed to eliminate Shi Yang first. Clang! 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 Shi Yang did not evade the bullets. To do so would endanger the women behind him. In the eyes of the onlookers, no bullet could penetrate his defense, instead producing a resonating sound as it struck metal. Moments later, the ground was stained with blood and severed limbs, and the women glanced at Shi Yang in fear. "Don't be afraid." Shi Yang began to comfort them, but abruptly turned his attention to a figure standing at the end of the street, facing him. "Friend, isn't it rather inappropriate to kill people from the island nation like this?" Came a poorly articulated Chinese. Shi Yang's expression grew stern. It seemed this person was a guardian of the island nation. "Not appropriate?" Si Yang scoffed. "What makes it inappropriate? I've only killed a few islanders. In this war against China, how many of our people have you killed?" His tone was sharp and confrontational. "Oh, arguing about this is pointless. After all, we are the guardians, are we not? As guardians, how can we interfere with the development of the world line?" Si Yang chuklet mopkingly, shaking his head as if viewing a clown. "Well said, so grandiloquently stated, and yet if you weren't here, I might have been tempted to believe you. The development of the world line? Humph. The ultimate outcome will be the shattering of your nation's wolfish ambition. The invaders will be driven out. No matter the suffering endured by the land of China, you are destined to be the vanquished." Upon hearing Shi Yang's words, Tian Yuan Junyi's expression fell. Vanquished? Is it typical of the Chinese to be so arrogant? The outcome remains uncertain. Isn't it a bit premature to speak of victory or defeat? Tian Yuan Jun, he would not allow anyone to malign the island nation. What invaders? What imperialist lackeys? In his eyes, the ancestors merely took a few things from China for the sake of the empire, a source of pride for him. He never acknowledged the defeat of his nation. The guardians of China viewed him as a guest of honor, and he could not understand why such a radical emerged from a supposed friendly guardian. "Oh, is it just a couple of sentences, and you've already lost your composure?" Look at that repulsive expression of yours, pretending to be so dignified just moments ago. Had you presented your arrogant self from the start, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect, realizing that while you were no paragon of virtue, at least you were a genuine rogue. But now, you couldn't maintain a facade of respectability and instead have revealed your true face. At that moment, as Shi Yang's words fell, the women behind him could no longer contain their laughter, despite some details being lost on them. Tian Yuan Junyi's face contorted in disgust, as if he had just swallowed a fly, and the laughter of the women felt like a raw insult, turning his expression a deep shade of green. Is this all the fortitude you possess? If you could endure a few jibes without revealing your true thoughts, I might have held you in higher regard. But you cannot withstand 2 sentences. Your demeanor suggests you are even less willing to accept the historical defeat of your nation, resorting to lowly acts of bullying the common folk. As Shi Yang's words echoed, Tian Yuan Junyi's face turned crimson. It seems I have struck a chord. Let me reiterate the truth. Historically, your nation was defeated. Shut up. Tian Yuan Hun Yu Roarit in Inguf. Quite irate, are we? Allow me to share a piece of ancient wisdom from China. The truly dangerous dog does not bark. Ah, you dare speak to me like that. I will certainly kill you. You Chuan. Tian Yuan Junyi's fury only brought Shi Yang a sense of comfort. Yet the final shout from Tian Yuan Jun darkened Shi Yang's expression. Not just one person. As his thought crossed his mind, a shadow suddenly emerged beside Tian Yuan Jun brandishing several bloodied heads. Upon seeing the gruesome trophies in Yu Chuan's hands, Shi Yang's demeanor stiffened. The elegance and composure he had displayed faded. His lips twitched, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with a bloodshot fury, a chilling intent surging forth like a flood. Yu Chuan, skilled in stealth, had taken advantage of Shi Yang's momentary distraction to eliminate the unprepared Haocheng and other soldiers. The ferocity of Shi Yang's wrath startled Yu Chuan, but Tian Yuan Jun perceiving Shi Yang's anger, believed he had gained the upper hand by sending his subordinate to kill those Chinese soldiers. Huh, what use is it to boast with words? Tian Yuan Yun Yi sneera. The Chinese soldiers fighting alongside you are merely inferior commoners, far beneath our islanders, and certainly inferior to our guardians. With a contemptuous motion, he tossed the soldier's head onto the ground. See, what do you do now? Including myself. We have 8 guardians from the island here. Do you dare confront us? He raised his foot and stomped down hard on the fallen soldier's head. Ha ha! Tian Yuan Jun laughed maniacally, completely oblivious to Yu Chuan's growing discomfort. This is bad. Young master, do not provoke this Chinese guardian further. His capabilities may exceed even the 3rd stage, possibly reaching the 4th. Yu Chuan felt overwhelmed by Shi Yang's murderous intent, unable to meet his gaze. Shi Yang's fury was directed solely at Yu Chuan, as it was evident that the soldiers had perished at his hands, while Tian Yuan Jun remained blissfully unaware of the danger he was courting. Faced with such reckless behavior from his young master, Yu Chuan wished to interject, but found his voice escaping him. Very well. Shi Yang's tone was as cold as ancient ice, and he extinguished his cigarette with a soft flick. Suddenly, Shi Yang vanished from his spot. Be careful. As a capable aide dispatched by Tainhara Toshihiko's father to safeguard him, Yu Chuan swiftly pushed Tainhara Toshihiko aside. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Boom! Yu Chuan surged forth like a cannonball, his formidable might smashing through all walls and structures within 100 meters, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. At that moment, Shi Yang appeared at the position previously occupied by Tainhara Toshihiko, his fist still poised for a strike. Had Yu Chuan not intervened, that punch would have landed squarely on Tainhara's face. Quick! Too fast! Yu Chuan gasped in horror, lying amidst the rubble, grievously wounded. Tainhara Toshihiko's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Yu Chuan was a mid-tier expert of the 3rd stage, and Tainhara had relished in his dominance over Yu Chuan in the lower realms for far too long. Yet, in a single exchange, he was sent flying by this individual before him, leaving him uncertain of his own fate. What level of power was this? Shi Yang ignored Tainhara Toshihiko, his eyes reflecting sorrow as he slowly knelt down, cradling the head of Haocheng, and then glanced at the heads of the other three brothers. Brothers? Shuyang's voice quivered with emotion. A man does not shed tears lightly. Yet we warriors have resolved to fight against the invaders to the bitter end. However, before we could perish on the battlefield, we have fallen victim to these treacherous fiends. Watch closely, brothers, as I avenge you. Shuyang meticulously placed the warriors' heads aside, rose to his feet, removed his military overcoat, and discarded his ammunition belt, casting aside his firearms and grenades, loosening his shoulders. Facing Tainhara Toshihiko, Shuyang did not utter a word, but the intent in his gaze was unmistakable. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Surrounding ruins and rooftops now bore witness to several guardians clad in ninja attire. Although Yuchuan had been defeated with a single blow, numerous formidable bodyguards remained, enjoying a significant numerical advantage. Let me show you the prowess of our island's ninjas. Tainhara Toshihiko boasted, issuing the command, attack. Shuyang glanced around, ensuring the safety of the women from Qinhuai River as the ninjas launched their simultaneous assault. He did not allow these women to flee, not out of indifference for their safety, but because they had no means to escape. With Tainhara's character, even if Shuyang had urged these innocent souls to leave, Tainhara would surely refuse. Such a petty man would not regard the Chinese as human beings. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Soon Tainhara would come to perceive the Chinese differently. Smash! Shuyang's fist penetrated the first ninja who charged at him, and with a surge of strength, he violently tore the invader apart. Did he truly dare to slay another guardian? All the ninjas were taken aback. Yuchuan had merely been injured, yet this was the first ninja Shuyang had brutally dispatched in this world. That punch, seemingly ordinary, was in fact as swift as lightning, catching the ninjas, ranging from the peak of the second stage to the beginning of the third stage, completely off guard. The forceful blow ruptured the ninja's chest, displaying overwhelming dominance. Stay right behind me. Shuyang instructed the women from Qinhuai River. His legs seemed rooted to the ground, unwavering as he braced against the ninja's onslaught. The remaining ninjas were momentarily startled. Witnessing Shuyang dispatch one in a heartbeat, they realized they could not approach him closely. Keeping their distance, they prepared to unleash ranged ninjutsu. In the power hierarchy of the island's ninjas, techniques could generally be categorized into three types: physical techniques, ninjutsu, and illusion techniques, excluding bloodline limits. Physical techniques were the most fundamental, and most ninjas possess some mid to long-range ninjutsu attacks. In an instant, a barrage of colorful attacks surged forth. The blazing fireballs of Kitan, the flaming projectiles of Enryu, the fiery explosions of Haocheng, and the slicing winds of Futon. The five ninjas frantically channeled their chakra, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu upon Shuyang, raising enormous clouds of dust. As everyone gasped for breath, the sheer volume of chakra expended was immense. Amidst the thickening smoke, the ninjas exchanged glances, unsure of the situation within the haze. Yet, judging by the destruction, that Chinese man was likely obliterated. Swish! The faint sound of dust being brushed off clothing echoed from within the smoke. As the dense dust began to dissipate, Shuyang remained completely unscathed, gently dusting off his garments. The ninjas stared at one another, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. After their barrage, it appeared the damage they had inflicted was less than a mere scratch. Initially believing Shuyang to be formidable, they now had a clearer understanding of his true strength, which undoubtedly exceeded the third stage. If Shuyang's power was at the pinnacle of the third stage, specializing in physical techniques, then sending Yuchuan flying and tearing apart a second-stage ninja would be trivial. Thus, the remaining ninjas had mustered the courage to engage. However, standing unwavering and enduring the full brunt of all five ninjas' attacks demonstrated a body strength that was absolutely overwhelming, undoubtedly at least mid-tier of the fourth stage. Although his power was suppressed by the world's rules, his physical strength remained intact. One's physique was one's physique, unable to exceed the might and speed of the top tier of the third stage. How could these ninjas possibly breach Shuyang's defenses? Oh no! Yuchuan, struggling to crawl out from the rubble, became further convinced of his assessment upon witnessing the scene. He hastily retrieved his communicator. Is this Ito Koen? The young master is in trouble. Please hurry and provide support. We may not hold on much longer. After hanging up, he pushed through the pain and rushed towards Tainhara. Ninjas and ninjutsu, is that all? Shuyang scoffed, showing no regard for humility or martial ethics towards the invaders. In response to Shuyang's taunts, the ninjas dared not retort. His strength spoke volumes, leaving them speechless. Hold on, Yuchuan shouted beside Tainhara. I have requested support. It will not take more than 5 minutes for Ito Koen to arrive. His words brought a sense of reassurance to everyone present. Ito's prowess was beyond doubt, renowned among the island's guardians as a fourth-stage expert. Upon hearing Yuchuan's plea, Shuyang's expression hardened. We must end this swiftly. With that thought in mind, Shuyang surged forward, a red blur darting like lightning. Bang! Shuyang's fist struck heavily against the ninja's sand shield. With barely a pause, he followed through with an unyielding punch that pierced through a ninja's chest. In the final moments of the ninja's life, his eyes widened in shock as Shuyang withdrew his fist, raising his hand to block a wind blade conjured by a nearby comrade. With a swift kick, Shuyang targeted the shin of an approaching ninja. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing accompanied the intense pain that forced the ninja to double over, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Following this, Shuyang unleashed a devastating whip kick to the ninja's face, nearly obliterating his head under the sheer force. As Shuyang engaged, multiple shuriken and kunai flew toward his back, while a ninja skilled in physical techniques attempted to close in for hand-to-hand combat. Despite knowing that engaging in close quarters with Shuyang was perilous, someone had to hold him off to allow others to strike effectively. In a coordinated effort, the ninjas executed their ranged and close combat tactics. Shuyang leaped into the air, using his waist strength to propel his knee up, evading the shuriken and kunai from behind. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful backward kick to the neck of the ninja, attempting to grapple with him. In an instant, Shuyang's kick stunned the close combat ninja, yet he had no opportunity to recover. The fierce onslaught severed the shin of the ninja, and with a single hand, he twisted the outstretched arm, producing a sound of bone fracturing that could make one wince. In a mere exchange, 3 ninjas lay either dead or gravely injured. Shadow Krun Technique. Yuchuan summoned numerous replicas, obscuring Shuyang's line of sight with a multitude of figures. Fire Slash. Seizing the moment when Shuyang's vision was hindered, Yuchuan unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu, hoping to breach Shuyang's defenses. With a swift flash, Shuyang's right arm transformed into a colossal blade, a razor-sharp form. He swung the blade in a circular arc, slashing through all the surrounding clones in an instant. The clones failed to impede Shuyang, leaving Yuchuan entirely exposed to his gaze. This is bad. Oomph. Shuyang chuckled disdainfully, brandishing his blade. As the blade flashed, Yuchuan paused momentarily, a line of crimson appearing along his neck, and with a dull thud, his head fell to the ground. With Yuchuan, the leader, slain by Shuyang, the remaining 3 ninjas lost all will to fight, hastily fleeing with Tian Yuan. Shuyang's power was overwhelming, far surpassing theirs. The battle was utterly one-sided. They regretted not having fled from the very beginning. Escape? Shuyang effortlessly pursued the fleeing ninjas, dispatching them with a single strike each. Even employing tricks like the body replacement technique merely resulted in one more blow. Unbeknownst to him, as he eliminated so many guardians, the world's power that had once resided within them began to coalesce around him. Soon, only Tian Yuan remained. Don't kill me, he pleaded, gazing at Shuyang in terror, bewildered as to why he had attracted such a harbinger of death. Wasn't he the Great Wall of China, supposed to be friendly? Why did this man so readily slay guardians? With such immense strength, why did he come to this lowly world? However, he had no chance to voice his thoughts further. I have no patience for the ramblings of corpses, Shuyang coldly remarked, flicking the blood from his blade. A hum resonated through the air as the space rippled like the surface of water, and a towering figure emerged from the portal. Faced with the scene of carnage, Ito inhaled deeply, shocked that someone would dare to slay so many guardians from the islands. You all go ahead, head in that direction, Shi Yang instructed, directing the women of Qin Huai he to proceed as he noticed the newcomer, who clearly bore the attire of a ninja. Although alone, the individual exuded a formidable aura. Shi Yang narrowed his eyes, contemplating their rank. It's about time, Instructor Li. Let us hope this proves useful, he mused, as preparations were nearly complete. Though the warriors lacked confidence, the streets near the bell tower were strewn with wooden stakes, a significant portion of which were crafted from timber. Yet their sheer number provided a dense barrier. Let us account for the ammunition. Xiang Jiao and the others have delayed for quite some time. I wonder how they are faring, Instructor Li expressed, concern lacing his tone. Fortunate individuals are often favored by fate. The warriors found it difficult to articulate comforting words. Everyone understood that those who had drawn the enemy's attention likely faced dire circumstances. Yet, they were reluctant to voice such thoughts, believing that as long as they remained unspoken, their comrades might still survive. A new dilemma soon confronted them. After a fierce battle, their ammunition was dwindling. 2 warriors were doing their utmost to guide the populace, but with only 2 against a vast crowd, even as their voices grew hoarse. Their efforts were hardly effective, a drop in the bucket. The enemy had already discerned the situation, with numerous island forces rushing in to investigate. The enemy showed no regard for humanitarianism. Once the military surrounded the civilians, the outcome of slaughter seemed inevitable. A thunderous explosion shattered the chaos of battle, as 2 entwined figures crashed through building after building, cascading into the crowd. The sounds of fists colliding echoed like a torrential downpour, relentless and fierce. With another clash, Shi Yang and Ito's fists collided with a resounding impact, generating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, causing a circular wave to rapidly expand, toppling many fleeing civilians. What in the world? Instructor Li quickly raised his sniper rifle, peering through the scope, where Shi Yang's visage occasionally flickered into view. Is that Xiang Jiao? They were both astounded by the extraordinary conflict unfolding before them. The island forces had completely recognized the remnants of the Haocheng military near the bell tower, as well as the throngs of retreating civilians. Ignore those 2. They are beyond our reach. The remnants of the Haocheng military near the bell tower are our true targets, Colonel Nagasawa declared. Tian Yuan had previously encountered Colonel Nagasawa upon arriving in this world and was aware of such extraordinary beings. However, Nagasawa had not anticipated that the Haocheng military would possess individuals of such caliber. It appeared that the 2 were nearly evenly matched, casting a shadow over Nagasawa's mood, hoping that the island's superhuman could triumph over their Haocheng counterparts. The enemy infantry, in coordination with tanks, advanced steadily, causing greater panic among the populace. Many stumbled and were trampled to death, yet the chaotic crowd paid little heed, all consumed by the instinct to flee. Meanwhile, Instructor Li and the others were utterly overwhelmed, unable to manage the panicking civilians. Unexpectedly, the tanks, which had deemed the stakes insignificant, found themselves unable to crush them. Instead, they discovered that the stakes could easily tilt one side of the tank, causing the other stakes to penetrate the gaps in the tracks, damaging the tank's mobility. The materials of the enemy's light tanks were inferior to those of the Bear and Han's Tiger nations, and against the stakes, they proved even less effective. Fire! Seeing the anti-tank stakes proving effective, the enemy was caught off guard by Instructor Li's command, leading to a chaotic confrontation. Soldier against soldier, guardian against guardian. With another clash, Shi Yang and Ito collided once more, each delivering a powerful blow to the other's face. Ito found himself momentarily dazed by the strike, reflecting, this Huaxiao warrior is remarkably resilient. Shi Yang's defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust. In their clash, they appeared evenly matched, yet this was only because both could only exert their strength at the peak of the 3rd stage. The level of power that could injure Ito was primarily suited for close combat, but Ito could not harm Shi Yang. In terms of physical strength, Shi Yang was evidently far superior. 7 days, breathing technique, first activation. Ito gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move. A surge of violent chakra enveloping his body as he absorbed vast amounts of oxygen, combining breathing techniques with chakra to fully activate his form. Ito's speed surged dramatically, and his destructive capabilities soared. Caught off guard, Yang was struck hard in the chest and abdomen by Ito's punch. The explosive force sent Yang hurtling backward, shattering large sections of the street and brick walls. This power exceeded the third stage peak. Why did the world S will not respond? Siang pondered. He had not exceeded his limits. His exerted power remained within the third stage peak. However, he was evidently proficient in the physical arts depicted in Haocheng, allowing him to combine the techniques with third stage peak strength to unleash destruction of fourth stage levels or even greater. Lianaliza. Ultimately, it all boils down to my lack of other skills. Yang felt a sense of frustration. If he could enhance his guoshu, he would never be outmatched by someone from an island nation. Seizing the opportunity, Ito relentlessly pursued him, showing no intention of allowing Yang a moment's respite. The ferocious barrage of blows fell upon Yang like a tempest. Yang decided to abandon all defense, allowing Ito's strikes to rain down upon him, desperate to seize any chance to counterattack. Even if he were struck 7 or 8 times for every hit he landed on Ito, the situation remained decidedly favorable for him. With a tearing sound, Yang's military uniform could no longer withstand the intensity of the confrontation and was literally ripped apart. Although he had a medium build and, at first glance, appeared less robust than Ito, the torn fabric revealed his chiseled, steel-like muscles, resembling an invulnerable Iron Man. Fortunately, although Ito excelled in the physical arts reminiscent of those in the world of Naruto, he lacked techniques akin to the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. If he had combined the Seven Heavens breathing technique with Gentle Fist, it would have been much more challenging to contend with. With the Seven Heavens breathing technique at his disposal, Ito felt no trepidation towards Yang. Slightly taller than Yang, he seized the opportunity as Yang had completely forsaken defense, launching a full-scale assault in an attempt to break through Yang's defenses. The clang of their strikes echoed like iron, each vying fiercely against the other. Ito, unaware of any other techniques, displayed remarkable resilience while his chakra remained unexhausted. You killed the young master. Today you must die. Ito's powerful punch caused Yang to stagger, yet his lower body remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Come on. Yang refused to be outdone, retaliating with equal ferocity. The two men ignited a fierce battle, their rationality slipping away, especially Yang's. Go, master. Xiao Ai fervently cheered him on from the sidelines. Despite Yang being afflicted with the Haocheng virus, which excelled in close-quarters combat, he lacked combat experience and acted recklessly. Li, however, was untroubled, for Yang's physique was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Even if Ito could unleash destructive power at the 4th stage through his martial arts, he could not penetrate Yang's defenses. The outcome had been predetermined from the outset. A prolonged engagement would inevitably favor Yang. Just as the unalterable course of history suggests, the longer it dragged on, the more certain the island nation's defeat became. Meanwhile, on Li's side, the enemy troops had temporarily lost the cover of their tanks and could only advance along a narrow path beside the barbed wire. In such a scenario, the elite of the training squad showcased their prowess, displaying skills that were in no way inferior to those of the island nation's army, working in perfect harmony to keep the enemy at bay. However, merely a dozen soldiers displayed such resilience. Colonel Hasegawa was somewhat astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed his messenger, pause the charge, and send someone to address that peculiar defensive structure. Bring in the mortar squad. Boom! 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 The concentrated bombardment engulfed the entire clock tower, causing a structure that had withstood countless dynasties to collapse with a resounding crash. The relentless artillery fire continued unabated, driven by the insatiable greed of the enemy as they covetously eyed the vast lands of Huaxia, inching closer with each bombardment, devastating every inch of land near the clock tower. At this moment, the resistance of the training squad soldiers appeared utterly futile. The anguished cries of the populace resonated with the cacophony of shellfire, and at a glance, it resembled a portrait of a nation on the brink of collapse. Many were filled with dread towards the islanders, and countless individuals lost faith in Huaxia. Some scholars, witnessing this scene, could only lament the nation is doomed. Amidst this oppressive and melancholic atmosphere, Shi Yang roared in defiance, continuing his fierce melee with Ito. In the heat of battle, faced with the terrifying firepower of the island army, Shi Yang appeared remarkably indomitable. As their fists collided, a resonant sound reverberated through the air. Yet this time it bore a different significance. Crack! Ito's defensive ninjutsu finally faltered against the intense damage, revealing cracks upon the fist that met Shi Yang's. Coupled with the rapid depletion of his chakra, Ito's technique could no longer be sustained. Although Ito could no longer endure, Shi Yang's assault did not relent for a moment. With the island army bombarding the remaining soldiers of the training squad, Shi Yang's fury intensified, and his attacks became increasingly ferocious, igniting a fiery resolve that sent shivers down the spines of all observing island soldiers. In that moment, a thought crossed the minds of the islanders. Can we truly conquer this people? Crack! Ito's chakra armor began to crumble rapidly. A line of blood erupted, and for the first time, Ito, the Iron Man, bled. The crimson blood, bright as fire, did not warm the hearts of the islanders. Instead, it plunged them into an icy dread. Could the island ninjas be on the verge of defeat? Why? How could such a formidable ninja lose to a Haocheng man of average stature? See young Skullfet, breaking through Ito's outer defenses and immediately transforming his fist into a palm, fingers together, thrusting towards Ito's abdomen. You shall not escape. Ito, still intent on struggling, though his chakra was dwindling and could not match Shi Yang's, refused to go down without a fight. This time, Ito made no attempt to evade Shi Yang's thrust towards his abdomen, continuing his previous style of abandoning defense, ultimately expending all his strength to stab Shi Yang's eyes with a kunai. The sound of piercing flesh resonated alongside the clang of metal against hard surfaces. To many islanders, it appeared as though Shi Yang had pierced the abdomen of the island ninja, while the ninja's final desperate strike, the sharp kunai, was firmly grasped by Shi Yang's palm. The outcome was clear. In truth, once Ito's defenses were breached, victory had become evident. The invasive nature of the Haocheng virus was such that even a minuscule wound would allow it to penetrate, swiftly devouring Ito's vitality. In his death throes, "You islanders are just like this. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Shi Yang taunted Ito in his final moments. Ito opened his mouth but could utter nothing. His defiant gaze gradually dulled, and his skin rapidly shriveled. As Shi Yang withdrew his hand from Ito's abdomen, numerous tendrils erupted from his right arm, frantically traversing Ito's insides, devouring every cell with astonishing speed. Soon, Shi Yang retracted his hand, leaving onlookers bewildered as Ito seemingly vanished into thin air. Although Shi Yang emerged victorious among the Guardians, the battle between soldiers was destined to culminate in the defeat of the Haocheng forces. During the time Shi Yang was detained, the final stand of the training squad concluded amidst relentless bombardments. As the artillery ceased, the vicinity of the ruined clock tower was shrouded in a slow, drifting haze. With a heavy sigh, Shi Yang felt a pang of loneliness. Yet, the sacrifices of the soldiers were not in vain, though many perished in the chaos. Countless civilians managed to escape, seizing the fleeting moment the training squad fought for. Shi Yang sensed that 6 or 7 soldiers still exhibited signs of life. Unbelievably, amidst such a concentrated barrage, so many had survived. Among the ruins, several soldiers lay charred and broken, their incomplete limbs buried beneath the debris. Yet below these veterans, a few younger soldiers remained. When the bombardment struck, the veterans had resolutely chosen to protect the last remnants of fresh blood. The surviving young soldiers struggled to push aside the rubble that pinned them down, each covered in dust and blood. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the comrades who once guided and trained him, the young warriors could not suppress their tears as they remembered how these valiant souls were mercilessly bombed to death in a bid to protect them. Shi Yang glanced around and was fortunate to find the barely alive instructor Li, who had miraculously survived the onslaught. "Come, let us depart," he urged, hoisting instructor Li onto his back and addressing the remaining young soldiers. However, As the sound of his footsteps echoed, he was met with an unsettling silence from the others. Turning in surprise, Shuyang encountered the resolute gazes of the few remaining warriors, eyes brimming with a sense of fatalism. The enemy slowly encircled them, hesitating to advance as long as Shuyang remained. Most weapons had been abandoned during the bombing. The brothers were left with only the bayonets at their waists and a few handguns. Observing the grim scene, Shuyang implored, "Let us go, brothers. With me, you shall escape." Yet, in response to his hopeful gaze, the brothers shook their heads. "Our elder comrades have fallen. They protected us, and though we might live on, with our nation invaded to this extent, where can we flee? Today, we shall not leave. Indeed, we shall not." The young soldiers echoed in unison. Shuyang forced a smile, his cheeks twitching slightly, and said, "Take care, my dear brothers." He refrained from dissuading them, recognizing the noble resolve of men prepared to face death. Turning away from his comrades, Shuyang walked with a heavy heart, but the sound of his slow steps, burdened by Instructor Li, came to an involuntary halt amidst the warriors' final cries of defiance. Onward with the bayonets. The soldiers displayed a fierce spirit. The energy bestowed upon them by ordinary people might be scant, yet it had the power to save thousands. Shuyang's strength surged forth. Perhaps this was indeed the rightful path, the battleground being the most suitable place for him to draw upon his energy, especially during the war for national survival. "I regret to inform you that you cannot enter," announced Chen George, the adopted son of the church priest. "Those harboring soldiers will face execution as the islanders propagate." He observed the military uniform of Instructor Li on Shuyang's back, feeling a pang of compassion despite his fear. "Do you truly believe that by denying us entry, the enemy will spare you?" Without waiting for Chen George's consent, Shuyang swiftly slipped inside, moving with a speed that left Chen George in disbelief. Shuyang pondered why. After directing the women of Qinhuai, they still arrived here. Glancing up at the sky with a sense of resignation, he sighed, "Is this their fate?" The group of female students, despite having military protection, chose not to retreat in the direction of the soldiers, but instead entered the church. Once they crossed the threshold, their destinies became irrevocable. What awaited them? In the film's climax, the women of Qinhuai were taken as comfort women. Clenching his right fist instinctively at this thought, Shuyang had brought the injured Instructor Li here to rescue the female students and the women of Qinhuai. Yet, as he stepped into the church, time seemed to freeze. A golden entity glided past Chen George, and only Shuyang remained able to move freely in this stilled world. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings. His brows furrowed as he gazed at the slowly approaching golden orb. "Guardian, you must cease interfering with the natural progression of the world line," warned the world will, manifesting before Shuyang. "Is it impossible for them to survive?" Shuyang asked directly. The world will remain silent for a moment, its message clear. The women of Qinhuai he could not endure. The female students, led by Meng Shuwan, might barely survive, but the fates of others had long been sealed. The world will's silence confirmed Shuyang's fears, a response he had not hoped for. "What if I insist on saving them?" Shuyang declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze sharpening. "Interfering with the narrative will only destabilize this world. As a guardian, if you directly cause the destruction of other worlds, your karmic debts will lead to your obliteration upon returning to the primary world. The world will attempt to dissuade him. Can the power of the world assist in stabilizing it?" Shuyang inquired. "Indeed," the world will replied, astonished by Shuyang's insight. "Yet for countless years, no one had ever attempted such a feat. I have aided 2 worlds thus far and acquired some world power. Allow me to save these individuals, and I shall offer you all the world power I possess." Within each world, the world power would gradually regenerate, with each level of world having its own cap. Thus, while world power can be replenished, the amount one can possess at any given time is fixed. However, if a guardian willingly sacrifices their own world power, it can augment the world's limit. Following Shuyang's defeat of the Devourer, fragments of world power encircled him, a gift from the assisted world. A small portion extracted without impacting the world. Initially, Shuyang had not regarded it with much importance, but now it appeared pivotal. A guardian's breakthrough required a certain amount of world power, or else they risked divine retribution for forceful advancement. For countless years, the world had never encountered a guardian like Shi Yang. Everyone craved strength, yet who would relinquish their hard-won power? And yet, here was Shi Yang, willing to trade his earned world power, intended for his own advancement, to save ordinary lives. While the women of Qinhuai, he and instructor Li were indeed pivotal characters, they were merely ordinary individuals. Many would perish, but ultimately, Huaxia would emerge victorious. Why then would he go to such lengths? The world will wish to dissuade him further, as it held a fondness for guardians. Indeed, all world wills shared this sentiment. Shi Yang's willingness to sacrifice his hard-earned world power to save ordinary lives was not a prudent decision. It was evident that, as a new guardian with formidable strength, he could venture further, and world power was not easily acquired. There is nothing to reconsider, Shi Yang asserted. Soldiers may fall in battle, but no one wishes to see women at the mercy of the enemy, subjected to unspeakable indignities. I know that with my own abilities, I cannot save all of Huaxia, but if I am aware of their plight, I cannot remain idle. Instructor Li and the others have long accepted their fates on the battlefield. I may mourn, but I will not interfere, for that is the honor of Huaxia's warriors and the burden of manhood. Yet I cannot stand by, fully aware of the fate that awaits these women. World power may be lost, but I can regain it over time. However, once these women are sent to become comfort women, who can rescue them? I have not experienced the desperation of helplessly praying for salvation without a glimmer of hope. But I would not wish for them to endure such suffering. Very well, I agree to your terms. The world will concede, moved by Shi Yang's words, which also touched Haocheng and Li. The master Shi Yang's actions always stirred deep emotions in Haocheng and Li. As the world power within Shi Yang began to fade, the golden light that constituted the orb of world grew brighter by a fraction. Shi Yang had augmented his limits with his own world power, thereby strengthening the world will, which could now accommodate greater fluctuations in the narrative. This was the reason he could alter the storyline. Chirp! A sparrow flew overhead, and the world emerged from its state of stillness, returning to normalcy. Stop! Chun Xiaoji desperately pursued, hoping to hinder Shi Yang. Creak! As he pushed open the wooden door of the front chapel, the female students, who had been bowing their heads in prayer, were startled by the noise and turned curiously to look, yet were fearful that a foe had entered. It's you! Meng Shuan instantly recognized Shi Yang, recalling how he and instructor Li had rescued them on the street. Within the sacred chapel, the anxious students who had been praying turned to the light streaming through the windows, illuminating their faces. Their gazes met in a play of light and shadow, with Shi Yang standing in the gloom. As footsteps echoed, Shi Yang slowly emerged from the shadows into the light. Do not be afraid. I will set down instructor Li and leave, he said, smiling at the students, his warmth reminiscent of the winter sun, providing solace to those who had endured fear throughout the day. Many of the girls, who had been quietly weeping, wiped their tears and ceased their sobbing, their curiosity about Shi Yang growing. He was one of their saviors, and his presence seemed to instill a sense of security. Shi Yang planned to depart. Having reached an agreement with the world will, he harbored no worries for their safety. They might encounter some tribulations, but he was confident they would ultimately be unharmed. As for whether the world will would go back on its word, he had only heard of humans breaking promises. He had never heard of the world will doing so. The world will and the guardian complemented each other. Both relied upon one another. The guardian needed the world will to gain strength, while the world will require the guardian's protection and, if possible, their offerings. Thus, if there were tasks beyond the world will's capabilities, it would not easily acquiesce to the guardian's requests. Are you leaving? But it's dangerous outside. There are many foes. Meng Shuan exclaimed, rushing over in concern. The enemy has made it clear that harboring soldiers leads to execution. Wouldn't my staying here only amplify your fear? Shi Yang replied gently, glancing down at the petite girl before him. But he is a soldier too. You intend to leave him behind? Meng Shuan pointed at instructor Li on Shi Yang's back. For some reason, she felt a strong affinity for the soldier, not merely because Shi Yang had saved her. The outside world was fraught with peril, and it was clear what might happen to Shuyang if he ventured out alone. I will remove his military uniform and take it with me. Then he will no longer be a soldier, Shuyang smiled. Yet, Meng Shuan hesitated, reluctant to voice her thoughts. She didn't wish for Shuyang to face death, but considering her classmates and the women in the cellar, she could not selfishly demand anything. Is there a more concealed place here? Let me carry Instructor Li over there. After a moment, they reached a cellar entrance that was less likely to be discovered. Even before Shuyang opened the cellar door, a waft of perfume greeted him, an aroma that contrasted sharply with the expected stench of decay. Shuyang released the handle of the cellar door and pointed towards it, looking at Chun Xiaozhi and Meng Shuan. Meng Shuan bit her lip, her youthful, unadorned face radiating the striking innocence of her age. She glanced at Shuyang, her gaze somewhat evasive. Girls of this era were exceedingly conservative. Inside the cellar was a group of women of ill repute, thus she hesitated to explain. However, under Shuyang's inquiring gaze, she slowly stated, "A group of women occupied the cellar upon arrival. It is the safest place and difficult to discover." Meng Shuan harbored some resentment, yet refrained from disclosing the nature of these women. "Very well," Shuyang nodded. "Knock." This time, instead of directly opening the cellar door, Shuyang gently knocked. The lively chatter of the women within abruptly ceased. A few seconds later, a woman cautiously inquired, "Who is it?" As Shuyang opened the cellar door, the women relaxed their guard at first, preparing to question his sudden entrance, but upon seeing his face, all hostility dissipated. Yumu stared blankly at Shuyang, surprised to encounter him. He is gravely injured. The women had never seen a soldier return from the battlefield. Instructor Li was covered in dust and blood, unconscious, and the women had never encountered such a strong scent of blood. "Could you fetch me a towel?" "Water would be even better," Shuyang asked, deliberately avoiding looking at the women around him. The cellar felt stifling, and in an attempt to cool down, the women were somewhat disheveled, clad in sheer fabrics that accentuated their graceful legs. Such a sight by the banks of the Qinhuai River could enthrall many men. Perhaps if they were not in such a predicament, they could captivate the hearts of all. Shuyang's instinctive behavior garnered Yumu's admiration. He dared to face the invaders, rescuing them from the clutches of such monsters. His courage and ability were commendable. Furthermore, his respectful demeanor towards the women completed his moral character, leaving little room for flaws. Yumu's gaze was captivating. As a courtesan, her every movement and glance exuded elegance and poise. No man could escape her enchanting allure, and those caught in her gaze would inevitably sink deeper into her tender embrace. Coincidentally, she found herself intrigued by Shuyang, not only for his capabilities, but also for the man himself. Initially, she had hoped to rely on the foreigner upstairs to rescue them, but upon seeing Shuyang, she reconsidered her strategy. Yumu personally brought water and a towel, presenting them to Shuyang with an air of grace and allure. However, when faced with Shuyang, all the tactics she had honed on countless men proved to be misapplied. Shuyang did not spare her a second glance. He simply took the towel, dampened it, and gently wiped the dust and blood from Instructor Li's face. Shuyang had already assessed Instructor Li's injuries, although serious. He was fortunate that most were superficial wounds requiring only rest for recovery. Of course, this too might be attributed to the World Will's intervention. What mattered was that they were alive. Originally, a boy named Pu Sheng was to be saved by Instructor Li, but after fierce fighting, Pu Sheng, lacking battlefield experience, tragically perished in the artillery fire, leaving Instructor Li in his stead. "Thank you." Shuyang expressed his gratitude to Yumu. "I will be leaving shortly. You need not worry. Soon, you shall all be able to depart." "Depart?" Yumu was puzzled by Shuyang's sudden assertion, yet he seemed to understand her thoughts, offering this reassurance. "Farewell," he said, casting a sincere gaze at each of the women surrounding him. Shuyang's eyes brought them immense comfort, unlike the disdain shown by the female students and Qin Xiaozhi. His gaze reflected respect, a genuine regard for humanity. "Wait." Just as Shuyang turned to leave, Yumu called out to him, sitting on the steps outside the chapel. Shuyang lit a cigarette and quietly smoked. After calling out to him, Yumu contemplated urging Shuyang to stay, reasoning that with the foreigner present, the enemies would be less likely to act recklessly. Nevertheless, This was merely her assumption. Although the opinions expressed were rather ludicrous, Shi Yang refrained from mocking them, attributing this to the constraints of the era. Determined to leave, he found the women of Qinhuai River reluctant to part ways. However, accustomed as they were to the separations between men and women, they did not press him too hard to stay. In contrast, the female students, such as Meng Shuwan, harbored deeper concerns, perceiving the outside world as perilous, and thus hoped Shi Yang would remain. Faced with the trepidation in the eyes of these young girls, Shi Yang could not simply walk away. He understood that having a soldier by their side would provide them with considerable comfort. There's an old metaphor that likens soldiers to the railings on a narrow bridge. They may seem inconsequential in ordinary times, but when crossing the bridge, one only dares to take a step forward while holding onto the railing. At that moment, the mindset of these girls mirrored that of those crossing the bridge. Therefore, Shi Yang did not dismiss their pleas, but agreed to stay for just one night, promising to depart the following morning. "Brother, the weather is quite pleasant tonight, isn't it?" Dooku suddenly appeared from inside the door. The women of the night felt a pang of injustice, for they too had urged Shi Yang to stay, yet he remained unmoved. When the female students called out to him, he acquiesced. Was it due to a disdain for their humble origins, or a belief that they were unclean? Yu Imo said nothing, yet her eyes reflected indignation. Shi Yang's differential treatment was apparent, and it irked everyone. However, none possessed the courage to approach him. Although Yu Imo exuded an extraordinary aura, they were fundamentally ordinary individuals, while Shi Yang had demonstrated exceptional abilities in their presence, making them feel as if a deity had descended. Initially, the women of the night felt that Shi Yang held little regard for them, fearing that any overture might provoke his displeasure. Yet among them was a young girl, unencumbered by the reservations of her older counterparts. Seizing the opportunity, she boldly approached Shi Yang. Shi Yang, seemingly oblivious, continued to smoke at the door. Dooku thought her voice might have been too soft, and just as she prepared to greet him again, Shi Yang exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "Is there something you need?" "Not really," Dooku replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite her youth, she had never been nervous around guests before. However, proximity to Shi Yang made her heart race. The flirtatious prowess of the women of the night seemed to elude her in this moment, as instinct told her that such antics would be futile. Thus, she appeared somewhat innocent, lacking in eloquence. Observing Dooku's demeanor, Shi Yang chuckled softly and shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette. "It is a clear night, but it is quite chilly. You're not dressed warmly enough. You should return and rest." There was a subtle chill emanating from Shi Yang, yet his words were gentle, causing Dooku to brighten and sigh in relief. "Brother, you saved us before. My sisters and I witnessed your bravery against the enemy. You are truly remarkable." Dooku chose not to retreat, but instead seized the moment to sit beside Shi Yang. He shifted slightly away, as the stockings she wore were introduced to the Eagle Nation in 1908, quickly gaining popularity for their allure. In contrast, pantyhose had appeared even earlier, dating back to the 16th century. Dooku's youthful face was adorned with a striking red wool coat. Yet she opted for alluring fishnet stockings and leather shoes in the frigid winter months of November and December. In the context of the Republic of China, her attire would have elicited scandalous remarks. Dooku noticed that Shi Yang exhibited neither the shyness of a stranger nor the lewdness of an acquaintance. He simply leaned slightly away. This made her smile, emboldening her to inch closer to him. Shi Yang was handsome, capable, and polite. Such a man was rare in her experience. "Aren't you cold?" Shi Yang inquired, puzzled by her admiration. He remained indifferent to her flattery. It was already winter, and the chill of Jinling City was quite severe, especially at night while sitting on steps. "I'm not cold," Dooku replied, yet her legs, clad in fishnet, instinctively pressed together, a clear indication of her pretense. "As I said, the weather is cold, and you are lightly dressed. It would be more prudent to return and rest." As he spoke, Shi Yang removed his coat and gently draped it over her legs. His military uniform was that of Instructor Lee's. "Then may I not stay and chat with you?" Dooku twisted her body, clutching the coat covering her legs with delight. It seemed that Shi Yang had indeed noticed her legs. Since acquiring the stockings, She had found that many patrons were captivated by her alluring limbs. Should Yang express interest, Duku would not object. After all, everyone harbored desires, and given her fondness for him, she felt no shame, rather a sense of pride in her allure. Chat with me? Yang furrowed his brow, but did not refuse. What would you like to discuss? He reached for his pack of cigarettes, tapping it to extract one. As the night breeze swept through, he struggled to light it, the wind thwarting his attempts. A fragrant puff of smoke wafted into Yang's nostrils as Duku raised her collar, leaning against him to shield him from the wind. Finally, the lighter ignited successfully. Duku's actions were imbued with a flirtatious charm. Yet once Yang lit his cigarette, he gently pushed her away. I still do not know your name, Duku remarked, unperturbed by the slight distance between them. Yang's gesture was neither rude nor brusque. Si Young, brother. Why don't we discuss whether you have a wife or if you are married? Duku boldly inquired. Why are you interested in such matters? Let us talk, brother. Duku playfully chided, employing her charm as an effective tactic. In Yang's perception, not far off, enemy soldiers were encamped. He glanced back at the lights illuminating the hall and said to Duku, "Turn off the lights." Duku was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted to one of understanding as she stood to extinguish the lights. With the lights extinguished, darkness enveloped the steps, and Duku hurriedly returned to Yang's side. No, I do not, Yang responded honestly to Duku's earlier inquiry. Then, that ability is quite harmful. Yang cast a reproachful glance at the small figure beside him. Master, how can you say that? The power of love is a coveted ability for many. The girl retorted defiantly. Duku pressed closer, and Yang sensed that his own abilities were at play. Did he truly possess any charm? He believed he did not. He always thought that if a girl was warm and affectionate towards him, she likely treated everyone similarly. Yang preferred not to place himself on a pedestal in matters of gender, always convinced he was nothing special. Duku was astonished that, in the pitch-black darkness of the steppes, a woman clad in provocative attire could approach him, and yet he remained indifferent. Brother, you truly lack romantic sensibility, Duku exclaimed, pouting her lips in frustration, feeling both aggrieved and angry. What, do you disdain us? When those female students called for you, you obliged, yet when we do, you refuse. Now that we approach, you act as if we are to be avoided. Are we so unworthy of your attention? The inquiries posed by Duku were steeped in profound self-doubt regarding her own identity. She harbored a certain fondness for Yang, yet his disparate treatment of her and her companions pierced the hearts of these women of the world, further wounding their already fragile dignity and rendering them even more wretched in this era of turmoil. Yang appeared somewhat troubled. He was unaware that his unintentional actions had led these women to such sentiments. I have never thought of you that way. I have always considered you to be human, just like everyone else. Indeed, there are differences in status, but ultimately, we are all merely struggling masses at the bottom of society. That sounds nice. But do you truly act accordingly? Duku was brought to tears by Yang's lofty words. She despised those who spoke only pretty phrases. For many who frequented such establishments were merely well-educated individuals adept at sweet talk, and Yang's preferential treatment only exacerbated her ire. Do you think we chose this life? As she spoke, tears streamed down Duku's delicate cheeks, glistening upon her fair skin. She shot Yang a piercing glance and, while wiping away her tears, fled the scene. If my actions have led you to believe I look down upon you, I apologize. It is merely a misunderstanding. Yang swiftly positioned himself in front of Duku. Move aside. I have no desire to hear your explanations. Duku's anger was tinged with a feminine allure, typical of the vibrant women along the Qinhuai River. Yet Yang lacked the inclination to appreciate it. Soft melodies wafted through the air, and Yang's keen ears detected them immediately. His expression gradually fell into despondency as he slowly stepped aside for Duku. Duku, puzzled by Yang's sudden melancholy, followed his gaze and noticed a group of female students gathered nearby, seemingly engaged in some activity. Seeing Yang's attention diverted by the female students only fueled Duku's irritation. She huffed and turned away. This time, however, Yang made no effort to stop her. standing still as if carved from wood. Female students, all he sees are those female students. Dooku thought bitterly, only to be interrupted by the soft, harmonious singing emanating from the girls. The ethereal sounds of their prayers did not carry far, and Dooku could only catch a faint echo. Turning back, she found Shuyang quietly watching, and to her astonishment, the man she had always perceived as gentle was shedding tears. Could he also cry? Why? In that moment, the jealousy and envy that had existed among the girls dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity about Shuyang's sorrow. Perhaps he was reminded of the valiant soldiers who perished while striving to save these students, or perhaps witnessing their survival made all their sacrifices worthwhile. With her anger subsiding, Dooku approached Shuyang once more. His tears, typically associated with a warrior of iron on the battlefield, intrigued her. She felt a mix of confusion and helplessness, for it was evident that Shuyang was deeply troubled. After all, he was their savior, and Dooku's compassionate nature did not permit her to witness his distress without concern. "What is troubling you?" Dooku asked softly, producing a handkerchief to gently dab at his tears. "You must ensure that neither these female students nor your sisters fall into the hands of the invaders. Otherwise, the sacrifices of those soldiers will have been in vain." As he spoke, Shuyang clenched his teeth, his tears intensifying. His heart ached, feeling as though it were being pierced by daggers. The pure, ethereal voices of the female students reminded him of the horrific scenes he had encountered in history books. His tears flowing for those women who should have faced ruin yet had miraculously survived, as well as for countless others who suffered during the war. The student's song awakened within Shuyang the undeniable truth of his impotence in the face of the suffering endured by all Huaxia people. "I have never looked down upon you. Live well. One day, you shall reclaim your freedom." With tearful eyes, he managed to smile before turning his back on Dooku and departing with heavy steps. Dooku, watching his retreating figure, was filled with regret and sorrow. It dawned on her that, in their efforts to save as many lives as possible, most of Shuyang's comrades had perished in the war. Only 2, or perhaps 1.5, had managed to escape to the church. Despite the loss of so many brothers, she found herself engaged in petty squabbles among women, which felt utterly trivial in comparison. With a heavy heart, Dooku returned to the cellar. Initially, she had expected to face Shuyang's scorn for her earlier bravado. Her sisters were ready to voice their indignation when Dooku recounted her experience. Upon hearing her words, the women fell silent. Eventually, Yuma stood and wiped the face of Instructor Li. Shuyang had left without bidding farewell. And though the women and students might feel discontented by his abrupt departure, Shuyang was unwilling to remain in that world of historical turmoil any longer. It was truly heartbreaking. Upon returning to the real world, Dooku's voice pierced the silence. "Hey, Shuyang, are you back?" Chen Qianqian had reached out through Shuyang's communicator. "I am back. What is it? You don't seem very happy," Chen Qianqian noted, sensing his discontent. "It's nothing. Let us not dwell on it." "Okay, then come back quickly. I'm waiting for you. When you arrive, I'll treat you to a meal. You must be exhausted after your mission. I prefer to be alone for a while." "I apologize. I won't be returning just yet. I wish to take a walk and clear my mind." "Huh? That's all right. When do you think you'll be back?" Chen Qianqian's tone shifted to one of disappointment as she stood before the mirror clad in a traditional hanfu. The pale blue and floral patterns of her dress imbued her with an ethereal charm, but her careful preparation seemed in vain. With a hint of sorrow, she rested her chin on her hand, reflecting on her beauty while feeling uncertain. "I wonder if he likes it." Suddenly, inspiration struck. Men understand men best." With that revelation, Chen Qianqian dashed into the wardrobe and discreetly slipped on a pair of stockings beneath her flowing hanfu. Meanwhile, Shuyang found himself at the scenic area of Yuzi Island. After returning from the spirit realm, he stood by the river, leaning against the railing, gazing melancholically at the grand statue, lost in thought. Time passed, transitioning from day to night, and Shuyang remained motionless. "Lizi, the master has stood like this for 5 or 6 hours. Xiao Ai expressed her concern. "It's all right," Lizi replied, observing Shuyang. "Why does the master only gaze at Mr. Ziren's statue? He must be in remembrance." Lizi moved closer to the river, peering into the depths of the dark waters. The master is likely reflecting on the innocent civilians who suffered during the war, feeling sorrow for his own helplessness. As a successor, he understands that great leaders like Mr. Zirin will guide the Haocheng nation into a new chapter. Thus, he is here to pay tribute, perhaps praying for the success of their revolution in that world, so that the people can escape the anguish of war. Li Zi had spent considerable time beside Shuyang. He was not a complicated individual, and she could discern his thoughts. Will the master be able to recover? Xiao Ai feared that Shuyang would remain in this state of melancholy indefinitely. The master is not one to dwell in despair for long. When he harbors dissatisfaction, he seeks an outlet. So, the master's way of venting is to stand silently like this? Have you not noticed? Mr. Zirin is undoubtedly an idol in the eyes of the master. Many young people of this era have grown up absorbing the knowledge and thoughts of Mr. Zirin. He is as amiable and approachable as a respected elder. Most importantly, their emergence will alter the previously dire circumstances of Haocheng, which is likely the reason the master has come here to pay homage to the martyrs, allowing for a moment of tranquility in the heart. Now it all makes sense. Xiaoi understands. Shuyang lit a cigarette, pinched the pack, and realized it was the last one. Discarding the empty pack into a nearby trash bin, he sought out a small shop adjacent to the scenic area to buy another pack. The buzzing communicator vibrated, and Shuyang took it out to check the message. A martial arts tournament? Shuyang pondered, momentarily taken aback. What is the matter, master? Ling Kidat. There's a notification stating that a martial arts tournament will be held in 3 days. What kind of event is this? The messages on the communicator, aside from tasks, were rather succinct. Shuyang had spent little time at the Great Wall and was unfamiliar with the internal activities and regulations of the organization. They're still holding this event, Li remarked disdainfully. The martial arts tournament is a gathering where guardians from all nations participate. However, at its core, it is merely a competition, likely held annually. Previously, it was organized to showcase the splendor of Haocheng, but in recent years, the combat capabilities of Haocheng's guardians have generally been quite weak, resulting in a low ranking among global guardians. I thought Haocheng had ceased to hold such events long ago. Competition? Shuyang's interest was piqued. Yes, mainly for newcomers. Most participants are those who have become guardians within the last 3 years. It serves as a means to select promising talents, Li explained. I would like to give it a try. My combat experience is lacking, and this kind of sparring should be beneficial for me. Shuyang expressed his enthusiasm, specifically regarding the enhancement of his abilities. Advancing in physical prowess requires the power of the world, but becoming stronger isn't solely about enhancing physical attributes. One can also hone combat experience, improve martial skills, or acquire supernatural abilities, all of which contribute to one's strength. Li appeared somewhat conflicted, seeing Shuyang finally regain his enthusiasm. She hesitated to dampen his spirits, but refrained from voicing her concerns. Shuyang had already reached the pinnacle of Stage 6. Although he lacked certain abilities, his physical attributes were undeniably at the top level of Stage 6. Relying solely on physical strength, he had already surpassed the level of a novice. Even during the early days of Haocheng's founding, when numerous talents emerged, the fastest progress made by those at the same time as Shuyang barely reached the pinnacle of Stage 2. If the master is interested, you could give it a try. Li responda sumawat reluctantly. It wasn't that she didn't want Shuyang to bring glory to Haocheng. Rather, it seemed somewhat pointless. Shuyang was the fastest learner Li had ever seen, possessing a commendable character, and remained grounded despite his strength. Yet precisely because of this, sending Shuyang to participate in a tournament that was ostensibly for exchange and learning felt like a waste of his talents. A case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. All right, I have always wanted to learn martial arts, so let us begin now. The tournament will also serve as a way to refine my skills, Shuyang declared, pulling out his communicator to call Chun Qianqian. Shuyang, are you coming back? Chun Qianqian assumed he was calling to announce his return. To her surprise, Shuyang firmly replied, no. I plan to go to the martial arts world to learn some skills. I saw the notification about the martial arts tournament in 3 days, and I don't know how to register. Could you help me sign up? I'll return afterward. What? You're leaving so soon? Yes. See you when I get back. With that, Shuyang hung up the phone. Chen Xianqian stared at the already disconnected communicator, bewildered by Shi Yang's sudden decision. Let us go. I have long wished to learn martial skills, and after some contemplation, I have set my sights on a goal. Once again, I will traverse the spirit realm to the intermediate martial arts world, the best in the world. Sighing, Chen Xianqian pondered why Shi Yang had suddenly come up with such an idea. The abilities of all guardians are primarily acquired through point exchange, with most skills being accumulated by the experts. The opportunities to gain abilities in other worlds are exceedingly rare, as guardians are not the main characters within those realms. The profound techniques are pivotal to the plot, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain them. With such an unreliable notion, it would be better for him to return and accompany me, Chen Xianqian thought, her legs crossed as she felt the texture of her stockings, which sparked some daydreams about Shi Yang. Gu Santong, a passionate martial artist, he was also quite mischievous. In his youth, due to his love for martial arts, he befriended Zhu Wushi, and together they explored the Tian Shan Mountains, obtaining the true transmission of the Tianqi monster hero, mastering the indestructible diamond technique and the absorbing technique, becoming invincible across the lands. His whimsical nature, akin to that of a child, earned him the moniker of the unbeatable rascal in the martial world. His playful disposition led him to offend many in the martial community, resulting in a challenge from the 8 major clans by the shores of Taihu. However, he was framed by Zhu Wushi, who, out of love-hate for Su Xin, killed a total of 107 individuals, including the heads of the 8 major clans and the 4 captains of the Ministry of Justice. A year later, atop Tianshan, he faced off against the iron-willed god General Zhu Wushi in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. Exhausted, they resolved to settle the outcome with a single move. Yet, at the last moment, Gu Santong was distracted by guilt over Su Xin, allowing Zhu Wushi to strike first, resulting in a near-fatal blow. To honor his promise, he willingly endured 20 years of imprisonment in the depths of the dungeons. 20 years later, by chance, he met his biological son, Cheng Shifei, in the dungeon. Due to the resurgence of his pure yang finger injury, his life was nearing its end. He imparted all his life-esque skills and the ultimate techniques of the 8 major clans to Cheng Shifei before passing away, lamenting that he never had the chance to confess his love to Su Xin. At the point in time where Shi Yang finds himself, Cheng Shifei has yet to reach the depths of the dungeon where Gu Santong is imprisoned. Where should I go to find Gu Santong? Shi Yang mused, realizing he had no idea where the dungeon holding Gu Santong could be. He was not Cheng Shifei, thus he could not simply stumble upon a master like Gu Santong by chance. Master wishes to learn the indestructible diamond technique? Yes, Shi Yang nodded. I have no interest in any flashy techniques. I solely wish to enhance my physical strength. Indeed, Li agreed with Shi Yang's viewpoint. The Master's perspective is correct. Enhancing strength requires focus on one aspect. Being broad, yet shallow, does not contribute to strength improvement. Only by concentrating on one point and elevating it to the extreme can one truly enter the ranks of the strong. Then how can I find Gu Santong? And if the master truly possesses the fortune to learn the indestructible diamond technique, without Gu Santong to pass it down, it may take a long time to practice alone. Xiaoi remarked, somewhat pessimistic. Let us seek out the iron-willed God General, Shi Yang resolved. Seek the iron-willed God General? Li and Xiaoi exchanged glances. Zhu Wushi must surely know where Gu Santong is imprisoned. Lacking the fortune of a world child, I can only seek out those who know. But how will the master extract the location from Zhu Wushi? He despises and fears Gu Santong and would certainly not divulge such information easily. What if I challenge him under the pretext of a duel? Shi Yang pondered. I possess the black light virus in the intermediate world. Martial skills cannot harm me. I only need to demonstrate strength comparable to his own and ultimately lose, and perhaps he will imprison me in the dungeon where Gu Santong resides. But what if Zhu Wushi does not do so? The location of Gu Santong's confinement is tightly secured, save for a dog hole, which Zhu Wushi might be aware of, possibly leaving it to deliberately humiliate Gu Santong. If Shi Yang defeats a master, the possibility of being confined in that dungeon is not low. No worries, let's give it a try. Regardless of where I might be confined later, I am not incapable of escaping. If Gu Santong is unavailable, other methods can surely be employed. Gu Santong has long since vanished from the martial world, making him a challenging figure to locate. However, seeking out the formidable Tai Dan Shenho, Zhu Wushi, is exceedingly simple. At present, he is recognized as the foremost martial artist in the realm, an uncle to the current emperor and the illustrious founder of Haocheng Mountain Villa. Locating him is a trivial task. One merely needs to inquire about the villa's whereabouts. Zhu Wushi is a man of unparalleled martial prowess, appearing loyal, yet harboring great ambitions, with a depth of character that is rarely encountered. Remarkably, he is also a man of deep affection, having devoted decades to a singular woman named Su Xian. Apart from her, despite his lofty status, he has never taken any other wife or concubine. Esteemed young hero, may I inquire about your purpose at our renowned villa? A young servant, having noticed Shi Yang lingering at the entrance for an extended period, exchanged glances with his companion before one of them stepped forward to ask, "The renowned villa?" Shi Yang gazed upon the gate and the prominent sign, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of a swift achievement. He had sought out Haocheng Mountain Villa, but its distance posed a challenge. Yet, he had also heard whispers of the esteemed villa. If memory serves, the owner, Haocheng, is a secret agent of Haocheng Mountain Villa, and persuading her to escort him would undoubtedly facilitate his journey. Of course, Shi Yang harbored this intention, though he remained uncertain whether Haocheng would be willing to guide him. Regardless, upon encountering her, she would have no choice but to comply, although he would not harm her. A little intimidation might be in order. As a modern individual, Shi Yang's attire struck an unconventional note. Nevertheless, this was Haocheng Mountain Villa, a place frequented by eccentrics, and even his peculiar ensemble would not elicit undue attention from the welcoming servants. "I seek an audience with the esteemed owner of your villa." Shi Yang initially extended his hand for a handshake, only to recall that such customs were not customary in ancient times. Instead, he performed a respectful fist salute. How fortuitous! Today, the foremost figures from various trades have gathered for a grand assembly. Might you be inclined to challenge one of them? The servant remarked, revealing that the villa regularly hosted a re-evaluation of the title of the best in the world, bringing together numerous elite individuals. "Indeed, I have come to challenge the great strength champion of the realm." Shi Yang fabricated a response. "Oh, you wish to challenge Lord Qin?" The servants were incredulous, primarily due to Shi Yang's unimposing stature and slender limbs. To declare such a challenge upon first arrival was audacious. "Very well, please proceed." The servant did not hinder Shi Yang as one might expect in a typical tale. After all, their livelihood depended on this very sport. Although Shi Yang appeared less than formidable, who could say if he possessed extraordinary talent? The villa's owner tacitly allowed such challenges. If the challenger were to lose, it would merely awaken a dreamer, but should he win, a new talent would emerge. The servants, unfazed by potential disruptions, were aware that all within the villa were remarkable individuals. "Thank you." As Shi Yang stepped into the villa, he scarcely had the chance to survey his surroundings before a middle-aged man clad in steward's attire proclaimed loudly from a nearby platform, "Ladies and gentlemen, this month, the villa has confirmed the qualifications of 5 esteemed individuals, who, upon joining the villa, shall enjoy all its amenities freely, and can use our villa's gold medal to access complimentary services at all enterprises under the command of the renowned Wan Sanqianda Guan across the nation." Before the steward could finish speaking, a robust and imposing figure rose, tightening his arm guards as he approached. "Surely, one of these is not the great strength champion of the realm? Lord Qin, you have held this title within the villa for 9 years, and challengers have consistently failed. This is common knowledge. However, this year, you may very well have to relinquish your gold medal," the steward said with a hint of mockery. "Oh, I am quite curious to see," Shi Yang thought, showing little interest in the ongoing events regarding the strength champion. "It appears that fortune favors me. I should soon encounter the esteemed owner, Miss Haocheng." Standing to the side, Shi Yang observed the commotion with a clandestine delight. As the great champion, Lord Qin, grew disheartened and sought to depart after being bested in skill by a woman named Gong Gong, a figure clad in white silk gracefully descended, captivating the audience with his remarkable lightness of foot. Haocheng's appearance was primarily to confront a man who claimed the title of the world's greatest gentleman, having betrayed his sworn brother, General Yang, while boasting of his integrity. She summoned him to the rear courtyard, where Duan Tianya and Gue Hai Yi Dao awaited him. Shi Yang merely watched the spectacle unfold, remaining silent until the charlatan met his demise. It was only then that he made his presence known. "Who goes there?" Gue Hai Yi Dao, the most vigilant of the trio, instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his blade upon Shi Yang's sudden appearance. Though cold in demeanor, Gue Hai Yi Dao was not one to slay innocents without understanding the full situation. He refrained from drawing his weapon until the context was clarified. In the wariness of Duan Tianya, Gue Hai Yi Dao, and Haocheng, Shi Yang performed a respectful bow. "I am Si Yang. You three must be the secret agents of Hulong Mountain Villa, correct?" Before Shi Yang could finish his sentence, Gue Hai Yi Dao unleashed a fierce blade aura toward him. "I have yet to conclude my words," Shi Yang exclaimed internally, startled as he evaded the attack. The blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving a nearby stone in the tranquil courtyard, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Shi Yang was astonished by the destructive force of the blade aura. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, why had Gue Hai Yi Dao acted so hastily? In truth, Shi Yang had presumed too much as secret agents. The trio operated under the guise of the villa's owner, with Duan Tianya and Gue Hai Yi Dao rarely revealing themselves in public. The unexpected emergence of Shi Yang had inadvertently exposed their identities, leaving them astonished. What followed was an instinctive reaction. To them, Shi Yang had become a potential threat. And given Gue Hai Yi Dao's temperament, it was inevitable that he would act. The blade shimmered with a swift, lethal brilliance as Gue Hai Yi Dao, noting Shi Yang's adept evasion, regarded him with newfound respect while closing in, his weapon gleaming ominously. As the onslaught of rapid attacks ensued, Shi Yang found himself managing with relative ease. Although his martial techniques were rudimentary, his physical prowess and quick reflexes allowed him to navigate Gue Hai Yi Dao's fierce assaults without significant pressure. "Please, cease your attacks. I come with a request," Shi Yang called out, maintaining a calm tone while parrying. Duan Tianya and Haocheng were well aware of Gue Hai Yi Dao's strength. Shi Yang's apparent ease suggested he possessed considerable skill. With curiosity piqued, Haocheng subtly signaled to Duan Tianya, wishing to engage with Shi Yang. "Gue, hold on a moment. What did you say?" Haocheng's ears perked up, seemingly incredulous at Shi Yang's words. Duan Tianya and Gue Hai Yi Dao exchanged rare glances filled with suspicion. Once Haocheng instructed Gue Hai Yi Dao to lower his weapon, Shi Yang articulated his intentions. "My name is Shi Yang. I have long heard of the renowned reputation of Tai Dan Shun Hoju Wu Shi, known as the greatest in the world, which resonates like thunder. Therefore, I wish to challenge the Shun Ho." Upon uttering these words, the three individuals present fell into a state of astonishment, remaining silent for an extended period. In the bewildered and perplexed gazes of the trio, Shi Yang discerned a singular notion. "So, you indeed recognize that Tai Dan Shun Ho is the world's foremost?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Shi Yang's face as he chuckled awkwardly. "You wish to challenge the Shun Ho?" Haocheng inquired, shaking her fan and stroking her chin thoughtfully before reiterating Shi Yang's words. "Indeed," Si Yang affirmed confidently. Haocheng fell silent once more, as did the other two. It was uncertain whether to commend Shi Yang for his audacity or to chastise him for his ignorance of the peril he faced. Within the realm of the greatest, Tai Dan Shun Hoju Wu Shi and Gu San Tong stood undisputed as the pinnacle of martial prowess, renowned for their extraordinary skills. This was common knowledge. "Perhaps, my brother, we should engage in a friendly spar first," suggested Duan Tianya. "The Shinho's abilities far exceed mine. It will be prudent to gauge your martial skills. Should you lose, I trust you will abandon such thoughts." Duan Tianya's demeanor was relatively gentle. Shi Yang had not displayed hostility, and although aware of their identities as spies, it was possible he merely spoke as a wanderer of the Jianghu. Could it be mere coincidence that he had stumbled upon their true identities? Of course, the three maintained a fundamental vigilance, prompting Duan Tianya to devise a means of testing Shi Yang's capabilities. If Shi Yang proved weaker than them, then regardless of any ulterior motives, the trio would be confident in their ability to subdue him. Very well. Si Yang readily agreed. Haocheng and Gui Hai Yi Dao yielded the arena, positioning Shi Yang and Duan Tianya opposite one another. Please, Duan Tianya beckoned. Then I shall not hold back. Shi Yang unleashed his strength, causing the floor beneath him to shatter as he moved with astonishing speed. Bang! Duan Tianya deftly stepped at seeing this sudden punch, which instead struck the rocky outcrop behind him with tremendous force, shattering the granite used to adorn the courtyard. The sheer might of Shi Yang's blow sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Duan Tianya's forehead. What would become of him if he were struck? In the world of martial arts, the destructive power of internal energy and skills is formidable. Yet most martial artists are known to possess high attack, but low defense. Hong Qi Gong's 18 dragon-subduing palms could alter the very fabric of reality. Yet a single cup of poison could leave an indelible mark on one's health. Yang Guo lost an arm to Guofu with ease, and Chun Xianfeng, the senior of Mei Chaofeng, fell victim to a young Guo Jing's stealthy dagger. Thus, without internal energy, these martial experts remain no different from ordinary individuals. Yet, Shi Yang was not ordinary. His offensive was fierce, though it did not represent his full strength. Even so, Duan Tianya found himself somewhat overwhelmed. How is it possible for someone like this to exist? Gui Hai Yi Dao Mu said, observing Si Yang's streaking prowess. He was a man of few words, rarely expressing astonishment. Is Tianya struggling to keep up? This brother is indeed formidable. Moreover, there has never been a practitioner of external arts who has reached such heights in the Jianghu. Is that truly the case? Haitang Guethin, so mewats getiko. The intelligence of Hulong Mountain Villa is unparalleled. We have records on the experts from various sects and powerful factions. I have reviewed it, and never has there been a practitioner of external arts with skills comparable to his. Yi Dao explained, his feelings towards Haocheng being somewhat unique, leading him to elaborate for her benefit. Can Tianya defeat him? Haocheng expressed her concern, as her feelings for Tianya were also special at this stage. The odds are still quite favorable. Yi Dao concluded. Tianya excels in the ethereal and agile techniques of the IGA clan from the east. Although this young man possesses speed and strength, his techniques are rather crude. If he seizes an opportunity, Tianya should prevail with ease. Before Yi Dao could finish his thought, Tianya seized upon an opening in Shi Yang's attack, thrusting his sword toward Shi Yang's unguarded abdomen. As this was merely a spar, Duan Tianya did not employ lethal force. The strike was strong enough to injure, but not to damage internal organs. An astonishing scene unfolded, leaving all three speechless. What they had assumed was a guaranteed victory for Duan Tianya was met with an unexpected turn. With a resounding clang, Duan Tianya's sword halted against Shi Yang's abdomen, failing to penetrate even a hair's breadth. Golden bell shield? Or perhaps iron cloth shirt? Shi Yang smiled faintly as he countered with a punch that halted just before Duan Tianya's face, the force of the punch ruffling Tianya's hair. Thank you. It appears I have emerged victorious, with astonishing speed and strength, and most importantly, a body impervious to blades and spears honed through external training. Yi Dao began to sweat nervously. Yet, only Haocheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shi Xiong, Haocheng approached, her demeanor far more courteous now, clasping her hands in greeting. I did not expect your martial arts to be so exquisite. I am in awe. Amidst the customary flattery of the Jianghu, she continued, since you wish to spar with the Shan Ho, I would be delighted to facilitate an introduction. However, may I inquire as to your current affiliations and the identities of your mentors? Please do not take offense. The Shan Ho's identity is exceptional, residing within a court, and I must exercise caution, Haocheng articulated, highlighting the necessity of revealing one's identity when extending a challenge. I have no master or sect, and am not associated with any faction. Si Young Fabricatet. I merely stumbled upon the secret manual of the Golden Bell Shield in my youth, which enabled my training. Oh, is that so? Haocheng's eyes brightened further. However, as night falls, it will be prudent to set out tomorrow. Why not accompany us to Long Mountain Villa? Very well, thank you. Haitang, why did you agree to take Shiyang to meet our adoptive father? Zuan Dan Yak Within Purpa Bi Haitang She Di Sung. He was calm, intelligent, decisive, courageous, and strategic, yet at times struggled to comprehend Haitang's whimsical thoughts. Shiyang possesses formidable martial arts. We cannot be certain we can contain him. If he intends harm against our adoptive father, the three gathered in a room to confer. We have witnessed our adoptive father's martial prowess. It certainly surpasses that of Shiyang, where he would not be universally recognized as the greatest. I had someone investigate, and there is no information regarding Shiyang within the Jianghu. For someone of his age to possess such high-level skills without any record is abnormal, suggesting he may indeed be telling the truth. He is without master and has not joined any faction. But what does that mean? Have you forgotten that our adoptive father tasked us with finding the fourth Huang character spy? Upon hearing this, Yidao furrowed his brow but remained silent. Are you suggesting Shiyang should serve as the Huang character spy? We know nothing of his background. Precisely because we know nothing, it could be advantageous. His martial skills are impressive, and he seems to possess a decent character. Moreover, Tianya, you were unable to defeat him. It would be a shame to let such talent go to waste. We shall return to Long Mountain Villa tomorrow and allow our adoptive father to make the final decision. Agreed. Duan Tianya felt it worthwhile to explore. For individuals of Shiyang's caliber at such a young age were rare, and those unaligned with any faction were even more scarce. Their responsibility was merely to seek, while the assessment and judgment of the results would be left to the Shunho. Adoptive father, during this period, Haitang, Tianya, and Taidan Shun Hoju Wushi maintained a remarkably amicable relationship, albeit possibly superficial. Nevertheless, Haitang and Tian held a sincere respect for the Shunho, akin to that of senior. Adoptive father, Chaozheng Chun has become increasingly audacious. He has not only completely seized control of the Eastern Depot and the Jinyui, but has also been cleverly establishing multiple offices within the court. He is expanding his influence, and it will not be long before his minions infiltrate the entire court. Haitang commenced the meeting with serious matters. The discussion surrounding General Yang's framing led to a thorough analysis of the court's situation, ultimately revealing a rather bleak outlook. By the way, adoptive father, you previously tasked us with finding a suitable candidate for the Huangzi number 1 covert agent, and it seems we may have found one. Oh, what is his background? His name is Shiyang, and there is no trace of his origins. Remarkably, even our Long Shan Zhuang's intelligence capabilities could not uncover any information about him. According to him, he hails from a remote village, one that is rather obscure and lacks renown. I have dispatched people to investigate further, but that area is sparsely populated and resource-deprived, with many villagers having left, making it impossible to verify his claims of being from that village. Such a clean background? Shunho's demeanor became notably serious. Extremes often lead to opposite outcomes. A person with such a clean background must certainly harbor secrets. No, adoptive father. You may not be aware of how we encountered him. Haitang could hardly suppress a smile. What you may not know, adoptive father, is that while we were discussing matters in the courtyard of the world's foremost estate, he suddenly approached us, claiming to have long admired your illustrious name and expressing a desire to challenge you to a friendly match. Oh, Shunho's interest was piqued. Moreover, he possesses a commendable temperament. Beyond that, our intelligence network has found no information about him in the martial world, suggesting he may indeed be unrelated to any factions. Additionally, his conduct appears to be quite straightforward and unpretentious. Most importantly, his external martial arts prowess is likely unparalleled in the realm adoptive father. Unparalleled external martial arts? How does it compare to Tianya's skills? At this point, Shunho's eyes brightened. Adoptive father, I have sparred with him, and his strength undoubtedly surpasses mine. His hard skills render him impervious to blades and weapons, and his might is boundless. In terms of martial arts, he certainly meets your criteria for a covert agent. Though whether he is truly suitable remains uncertain, Tianya replied. Tianya's words were quite reasonable, only stating that in terms of martial skills, Yang certainly met the requirements, without commenting on other aspects. Can he defeat Tianya? This revelation surprised Ho. Among the three top spies under Ho, aside from Haocheng, both Gui Hai, Yi Dao, and Tianya are indeed first-rate masters. When watching the original drama, do not be misled into thinking they're not formidable simply because they often face setbacks. In the martial world, only a few elite masters can best Tianya and Gui Hai Yi Dao, such as the illustrious Master Liao Jia, the leader of the Shaolin Three, and Master Liao Kong, who easily dominated in battles with Yi Dao. Yet, how many such figures exist? Wishing to challenge me? Ho felt a surge of delight. A challenge from a master, especially one practicing external martial arts, suggested that this individual must possess a direct and forthright character, perhaps a bit naive, making him quite suitable for recruitment. Let's arrange a meeting. I wish to witness this unparalleled external martial arts prowess. Ho's perception was evidently influenced by preconceived notions. In a martial world where inner strength is revered, it is a common belief that those who practice external skills tend to be brutish and simple-minded. Upon arriving at the training ground and encountering Yang, Ho was taken aback. Wasn't it said that those practicing external skills were typically robust, yet simple-minded? Yang's physique was of average build, even more handsome than Haocheng, and he hardly appeared to be someone who practiced external martial arts. His arm seemed less muscular than Ho's, and his demeanor was refined and courteous. Could he truly be an expert in external martial arts? This young brother, I have heard from Haocheng that you wish to spar with me? Ho's expression grew somewhat cold, but he trusted that Haocheng would not deceive him. So he decided to directly test Yang's abilities. I pay my respects to Ho. I am honored to meet you, Yang replied, bowing respectfully before standing tall. Indeed, I have long admired the renowned Ho, and I wish to learn from your esteemed skills. Very well. It is commendable for a young man to possess such vigor and determination. Ho complimented him out of courtesy, then instructed the three top spies, Tianya, Haocheng, and Yi Dao, to step aside. I wish to engage in a thorough spar with this young brother, as I too wish to witness the unparalleled external skills of the world. Ho, wishing to avoid unnecessary discussions, aimed to first assess Yang's skill level. If he proved adequate, further evaluations could follow. He dismissed his three foster sons to prevent them from witnessing him overpowering a younger opponent. Ho had never doubted his ability to defeat a mere youth. He intended to gauge Yang's strength first and, if adequate, reward him with some praise. This approach of combining both encouragement and challenge is a well-known method for winning hearts. Come, given your youth, I shall allow you 3 strikes. Ho confidently declared, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. His inner strength was immensely profound, and he had no belief that Yang could breach his defenses. Allowing Yang to strike him thrice would only serve to amplify Yang's pressure, thus enhancing the effectiveness of the challenge. After all, if he could not best me standing here, what could better demonstrate my strength? Is this appropriate? Yang furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at his fists. What? Are you already fearful before the match has even commenced? Since Ho insists, I shall not hold back. Yang assumed his stance, gathering his strength. What was Yang thinking? Ho was a top-tier master in the intermediate realm. His combat prowess was undoubtedly at stage 6, perhaps even at the pinnacle of stage 6. The Hulk from the comics is often exaggerated. Just consider his portrayal in the Avengers movies. Ho's mastery of inner strength could shift mountains. What does that imply? Even the Hulk might struggle against Ho. The internal force could severely injure vital organs, and despite rapid healing, it would be unable to withstand such damage. This exemplifies the combat power at the pinnacle of stage 6. Thus, Yang made a regrettable decision. To impress Ho, he needed to exhibit remarkable martial prowess, which led him to unleash 70% of his strength against the formidable Ho. However, he overlooked a crucial point. In the martial world, experts typically possess high offense and low defense. With a sudden spurt of blood, Ho's lips twitched as he slowly looked down at his chest. In his final moments, he could only manage to utter, "You, sure ho," Siyang paniked, truly alarmed. How did he manage to strike down Shun Ho with a single punch? Wasn't he supposed to embody the demeanor of a master, the grace of an expert, and the presence of a senior? No, Shun Ho. He desperately shook Shun Ho's collar. Yet, as Shi Yang landed his punch, Shun Ho immediately succumbed, lifeless. Si Yang, endowed with the black light virus, possessed rapid self-healing abilities, hence he had never contemplated acquiring any healing skills. Consequently, Shun Ho's demise was abrupt. Suddenly, a golden light coalesced into a spectral form beside Shi Yang. Deeply remorseful, Shi Yang gazed upon this manifestation of the world's will. The world will uttered no words, yet it seemed to convey everything. Despite the silence, the formless light exuded palpable anger and dissatisfaction, a silent expression louder than words. I apologize, but I can make amends. Shi Yang absorbed Shun Ho's remains, memories, learned martial arts, and even combat experiences flooded his mind. As his flesh writhed, Shi Yang transformed into the visage of the iron-willed Shun Ho Zhu Wu Shi. I am truly sorry, but I will ensure that the narrative proceeds smoothly. Do not worry. The world's will, nearly infuriated, let out a heavy snort before the golden light dissipated. Shi Yang lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs, and with the departure of the world's will, he finally exhaled in relief. What a predicament! He had not intended to kill Shun Ho. Even though Shun Ho was an antagonist, he bore no personal grudge against him. Killing upon first encounter had never been Shi Yang's style. Yet, now that it had come to this, it was fortunate that the world's will prioritize the progression of the plot. Thankfully, Shi Yang's black light virus allowed for transformation and absorption. Otherwise, this situation would have remained unresolved. The narrative had not yet unfolded, and the Guardian had prematurely eliminated the ultimate antagonist. This will render the world exceedingly unstable. And is it appropriate to stem from the hands of Guardian? Were it not for the fact that Shi Yang could transform into Shunko and had pledged to ensure the continuation of the narrative, the will of the world would not so readily depart. With a heavy sigh, Shi Yang lamented that he would likely remain in this world for a considerable duration. He wondered if he could still make it to the martial arts tournament in the real world, as the flow of time in the main world differed from that here. He fervently hoped it would be considerably slower. Nonetheless, this blunder was not entirely devoid of merit. He had acquired the martial prowess of Shunko and invaluable combat experience. And even the whereabouts of Gu Santong were now known to him through the absorption of Shunko's knowledge. It merely required time for integration. And Shi Yang would gain Shunko's skills and experiences, although Shunko's internal energy seemed somewhat squandered. The dark light completely devoured flesh and blood. Yet it could not absorb such internal energy. Before Shi Yang could revel in his newfound knowledge, 3 of his adopted sons abruptly burst into the training hall, only to find Shunko remaining there. Alarmed by the unusual commotion, they had intruded without permission. "Where is Shi Yang?" one inquired. Hastily, Shi Yang mimicked Shunko's habitual movements and replied nonchalantly, "He has departed." "Departed?" "Yes, I easily defeated him." Unable to withstand such a blow, he chose to leave. Shi Yang fabricated, his composure intact, as he continued. "Though his martial skills are commendable, he is too young and lacks the fortitude for such challenges. This temperament is ill-suited for a covert operative. Let him go." The 3 did not contest Shi Yang's decision, for Shunko had already rendered his judgment, leaving them with no grounds for objection. "Very well, let us return and rest," he concluded. Shi Yang felt a profound sense of shame. Yet, having already taken a life, he could not dwell on it. Although the process had been arduous, he had discovered Gu Santong's location and was enamored with the indestructible techniques of the King Kong, not bad martial arts, compelling him to seek an opportunity to learn. Now, he must continue under the guise of Shunko, and fortuitously, this identity allowed him to visit Gu Santong in the prison on the first day of March, tomorrow. Shi Yang's eyes brightened. Having accidentally killed Shunko, Shi Yang felt a twinge of guilt, which hindered his ability to sleep, prompting a stroll. The Hulong Manor was vast, and many night watch guards or attendants regarded him with utmost reverence, stirring an unusual feeling within Shi Yang. In this world, while some may remain unmoved by beauty, nearly all cannot be indifferent to power. as a royal uncle with the imperial family's bestowed credentials. Shenko stood at the pinnacle of the Ming dynasty in both status and authority over Hulong Manor. Although Shuyang possessed a rather indifferent temperament, the subservience of those around him stirred something within him. Shuyang vigorously shook his head, reminding himself to regain clarity. If he could master the art of absorption, he could swiftly amass a vast reservoir of internal energy. He held no interest in other abilities. His sole desire for profound internal power was to cultivate the King Kong, not bad martial arts. Once perfected, this technique would allow his exterior to resemble golden armor, impervious to external assaults, an invincible physique against blades and flames. However, the highest echelons of this martial art necessitated substantial internal energy to manifest. If one's internal power fell short, they could not invoke the supreme level of the technique. In the original narrative, Gu Santong had practiced for 19 years before achieving transformation. Though he gained immense strength and resilience, fundamentally, the King Kong, not bad martial arts, was not an external technique, but an internal one, relying on the infusion of significant internal energy through specialized methods, creating the illusion of a golden exterior akin to a full-body armor. The amplification of power was contingent upon the depth of internal energy. Shuyang resolved to pursue close-quarters combat exclusively, disregarding other martial arts, with those that enhanced physicality as his foremost choice. Moreover, having been transformed by the dark light, his body could alter at will, and the formidable physique combined with the King Kong, not bad martial arts, would be formidable. Tomorrow, he would visit the prison. Shuyang was resolute, and he felt confident about seeking apprenticeship under Gu Santong, as he had prepared savory pancakes to offer him, confident that Gu Santong would not refuse. As Shuyang intended to prepare several servings of pancakes, he turned to find Haocheng standing not far behind him. "Haocheng, why are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired. Clad in a short black and purple outfit, Haocheng exuded a spirited air. "Adoptive father? You are here too?" Haocheng expressed her surprise, continuing, "I find it hard to sleep, so I thought I would take a walk." Shuyang glanced at the moon overhead, recalling that a massive stone dragon stood in the plaza before the main hall of Hulong Manor. Remembering Shenko's memories, he realized, "I had forgotten. You often come here at night to gaze at the moon. So, you are aware of this," Haocheng thought, feeling a hint of melancholy as her secret was uncovered. "Having lived with you all this time, how could I not be aware of your habits alongside Tinya? Any doubt?" Shuyang spoke gently, for Shenko had been subtly observing his subordinates. "I once thought only my elder brother understood me throughout my life, yet I did not expect you to," Haocheng revealed, her feminine sensibilities stirred by Shuyang's words. "Ah, in my childhood, whenever you hid, you would cause the guards of Hulong Manor to search for you everywhere," Shuyang jested. Haocheng appeared momentarily lost in thought. Her adoptive father, the iron-willed Shenko Zhu Wushi, was typically imposing, and in his presence, she and her companions had always felt tense. They had never witnessed Shenko speaking with such warmth, resembling a true elder. "I would hide because I felt secure only when I could see others while remaining unseen," Haocheng admitted, revealing a rare vulnerability, her usual elegance now seeming like a facade. "Do you still struggle with the shadows of your past?" Shuyang inquired, cognizant of Haitong's history. "Who would not?" Haocheng lamented, lacking security. Shuyang sighed. Although he could not recall certain intricate details, he knew Haocheng would meet her demise at the hands of Lu Sheng Piaoxiu, which filled him with regret. This thought sparked an idea within Shuyang. "In truth, nurturing you, Tinya, and Yidao has been my greatest achievement thus far. All of you are exceptionally talented and resilient," he consoled her. "Why did adoptive father suddenly bring this up?" Haocheng asked, bewildered. "You possess unparalleled martial prowess. Even Gu Santong, unmatched in history, was defeated by you and remains imprisoned. How can you say you have no accomplishments? Attaining high martial skills is difficult, but possessing the discernment to find exceptional disciples is even more challenging. If you value us so highly, why not teach us martial arts personally?" Haocheng inquired, her curiosity piqued by Shenko's newfound warmth. "You wish for me to teach you martial arts? With your unmatched skills, why would you not want to?" "Very well. I shall personally instruct you in martial arts from now on, Shiyang proclaimed with enthusiasm. Haocheng stood closer to Shiyang, perceiving a distinct difference in Shunko today. Not only was he gentler, but she sensed a youthful vigor in his demeanor, making him appear more handsome than usual. Though the iron-willed Shunko Zhu Wushi was not conventionally striking, for some reason, Haocheng felt he was remarkably more appealing today. Noticing the unusual glimmer in Haocheng's eyes, Shiyang instinctively stepped back, creating a slight distance between them. Is this true, adoptive father? Haocheng's excitement was palpable. She had not anticipated that her curiosity would yield such a favorable response from Shunko. Of course, but not tomorrow. I must visit the imperial prison. The adoptive father intends to meet Gu Santong? Indeed. That night, the attitude of the Divine Marquis allowed Haocheng to sleep soundly upon her return. Yet, for reasons unknown, her previously deep respect for the Divine Marquis, which stemmed from a sense of elder admiration, transformed into something rather different. It could only be attributed to the cursed fantasies of the god of love. As for how Gu Santong endured 2 decades of imprisonment, one must mention the nearly extinct creatures of the celestial prison, the heavenly spiders, geckos, cockroaches, and moths, among others. Another tedious day passed as Gu Santong savored a gecko he had just absorbed using his suction technique. The first day of the 3rd month had arrived, and he lamented the impending arrival of Zhu Wushi. It seemed that his feelings were more akin to disgust than hatred. Initially, when they met by the heavenly pool, they hit it off, practicing martial arts and seeking treasures together. However, ever since Su Xian appeared, they had become bitter enemies. But now, Gu Santong was a prisoner, while the Divine Marquis stood high above, esteemed as the royal uncle and the foremost in the martial world, possessing both fame and status. Gu Santong bore no jealousy towards the Divine Marquis, yet he regretted that if given a second chance, he would prefer to spend his life alongside Su Xian. Each year on the first day of the 3rd month, the Divine Marquis's appearance served as a constant reminder of this regret, making it impossible for him to escape. The heavy stone door of the 9th level of the celestial prison slowly opened with the turning mechanism outside. The Divine Marquis entered, carrying 2 jars of wine and a basket. You all may leave, Shiyang instructed his subordinates, shutting the dungeon door behind him. It has been a long time since I last drank. What kind of wine did you bring? Gu Santong, unwilling to look at the slowly approaching Divine Marquis, asked with his eyes closed. Gu Santong felt puzzled at the absence of sound. Typically, when the Divine Marquis visited on the first day of the 3rd month, he would speak with a courteous yet somewhat superior demeanor, but this time he said nothing. Opening his eyes to look at where the Divine Marquis stood, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Gu Santong was astonished to see that the Divine Marquis had vanished, leaving only a young man in his 20s, holding the items the Divine Marquis had brought. "Senior," Shiyang respectfully addressed him, placing the wine jars and basket before Gu Santong. "I have come to seek you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple." "Seek a master?" Gu Santong was utterly bewildered. "Where did you come from? Where is Zhu Taidan?" "Senior, I accidentally killed the Divine Marquis. It was I who impersonated him just now," Shiyang replied candidly. "You killed him?" Gu Santong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this young man would speak such audacious words. "I am not lying, Senior. Look." Shiyang transformed back into the appearance of the Divine Marquis before Gu Santong's eyes. Gu Santong was profoundly shocked. What kind of disguise technique was this? The ability to change one's appearance at will was astonishing. Yet he remained skeptical that Shiyang could have killed Zhu Wushi, given his awareness of Zhu Wushi's formidable strength. "What evidence do you have to prove that you killed Zhu Taidan?" Gu Santong inched closer, examining Shiyang's face as he stroked his chin and inquired. In the original narrative, once Cheng Shifei appeared, Gu Santong had imparted all his martial skills to him, whereas Shiyang arrived with an air of caution, highlighting the contrast between the protagonist and the outsider. "Senior, consider this. If the Divine Marquis were alive, he would come to visit every year on the first day of the 3rd month. My presence here in the celestial prison at this time already indicates a significant issue," Shiyang explained, wearing an unusually respectful smile. "That is indeed a valid point, Gu Santong pondered thoughtfully. You wish to be my disciple? Gu Santong scrutinized Shi from head to toe. Yes, I beseech you to take me as your disciple. A hint of mockery laced Gu Santong's laughter. He was not one to readily accept just any disciple. Gu Santong was already at the end of his strength. The injuries he had sustained, coupled with 2 decades of confinement without proper care, had become increasingly difficult to suppress. He understood that his time was drawing near. However, since the protagonist Cheng Shifei had yet to arrive, despite Gu Santong's urgency, the person before him was not a priority. Aside from the matter of the world's will, he was known as the undefeated imp, and his nature inclined towards playfulness. The initial impression of Shi did not sit well with him, leading Gu Santong to initially dismiss the idea of accepting this young man as a disciple. Yet, since it seemed that Shi was determined to become his disciple, why not indulge in a little amusement? Young man, pour me a drink. Gu Santong adjusted his tattered and faded robes, flicking his sleeves as he commanded. Of course, senior. Shi did not dare to defy him, respectfully retrieving a porcelain bowl and filling it generously with wine. Observing Shi actions, Gu Santong thought to himself, this young man possesses a commendable disposition. Here you go, senior. Shi bowed slightly, presenting the bowl of wine with both hands. Indeed good. Gu Santong had not drunk for quite some time. He lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go, wiping his mouth with satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Ah, refreshing." However, as he savored the wine, he smacked his lips. Is the wine not to your liking, senior? Shi inquired eagerly upon noticing Gu Santong's reaction. The wine is excellent, but drinking without some appetizers is quite lackluster. Gu Santong's playful demeanor emerged, and his tone turned slightly frivolous. Had anyone else displayed such an attitude, they would have long been dismissed, yet Shi remained unfazed. One must understand the purpose of their encounter. He was there to seek a master. What attitude was required when seeking a master? If one could not endure a few provocations or displays of authority from the master during the apprenticeship, what was the point of claiming to seek a master? Senior, I will go buy you some right away. Shi stood upright and turned to leave. Wait. It has been ages since I have had a hot dish in this prison, and I prefer my food piping hot. Why not bring a stove over and cook something fresh for me? Haha. Gu Santong's sly expression almost explicitly stated, I am deliberately putting you in a difficult position and toying with you. All right. Shi readily agreed and departed the celestial prison. Gu Santong scoffed disdainfully, thinking that Shi would not return, as such an easy agreement seemed implausible, particularly within a prison. It appeared that he could not contain himself, unable to withstand a few jests, and Gu Santong felt vindicated in his assessment of the young man. After Shi left, Gu Santong continued to drink while glancing at the bamboo basket beside the wine jars. Oh, what is this? Inside, something was tightly wrapped in cowhide paper. Out of curiosity, Gu Santong unwrapped the paper. Moments later, Gu Santong was left speechless, utterly astounded. As a former master of the martial world, despite 2 decades of confinement, he had savored many delicacies in the past, yet the taste of these pancakes was unparalleled. After finishing, Gu Santong suddenly regretted having hastily sent that young man away. What if he did not return? Would that mean he would never again have the chance to taste such exquisite food? Lingering over the remnants of the pancake, Gu Santong reluctantly licked his fingers and let out a deep sigh. Senior, I am back. Shi re-entered the 9th level of the celestial prison, the door closing behind him, shedding the appearance of the divine marquis and revealing several enormous bundles and a cart overflowing with fruits and vegetables. This young man returned so quickly. Gu Santong felt a surge of joy, seeing that Shi took his earlier teasing to heart. Coupled with the delicious pancakes, Gu Santong's wariness completely dissipated, and he began to contemplate whether he should teach this young man a few skills. Senior, just tell me what you wish to eat, Shi said, presenting a variety of ingredients he had gathered. Can you cook? Gu Santong asked. Then let us begin. Gu Santong sat aside, observing as Shi diligently started to chop wood and kindle the fire for cooking. Such a commendable disposition. Gu Santong s'y prise de chiengues attitude. recognizing that those with such a mindset are indeed promising. While innate talent may be scarce, a good temperament is even rarer. It is those who remain humble and steadfast in their endeavors who can truly excel in the martial path. Those who aim too high and seek shortcuts inevitably fall into madness. Senior, the meal is still cooking and will take some time. How about I assist you in grooming yourself first? Shuyang offered, holding a towel in both hands. All right, Gu Santong readily agreed, finding himself increasingly fond of this young lad. If only he could make him some JianbingGuozi afterward. Clearly, once one has tasted JianbingGuozi, it becomes impossible to resist. Stealing a glance at the bamboo basket, Shuyang noticed that the JianbingGuozi had vanished. He devoted himself to grooming Gu Santong, and, after 20 years, Gu Santong had never felt so refreshed. He changed into clean clothes, and as for the iron chains that bound him, please, in the original storyline, Gu Santong had mentioned that with his martial prowess, escaping this dungeon was a trivial matter. He was merely honoring a promise. Very well. Gu Santong intended to challenge Shuyang further, but the dishes prepared were genuinely delightful. However, the memory of JianbingGuozi lingered in his mind. The meal was exquisite, with the rice perfectly cooked. Yet Gu Santong found himself unable to forget the allure of that JianbingGuozi. Clearing his throat while sipping wine and savoring the dishes, Gu Santong feigned a somber tone. The food is commendable. Yet could you prepare a few more of those pancakes from your basket? Do not misinterpret my request. I am merely curious and wish to indulge once more. Certainly, Senior. I will make them right away. Shuyang's eagerness brightened Gu Santong's mood. Among the prepared ingredients, he had the essentials for JianbingGuozi. Shuyang was aware that Gu Santong would not be able to resist the temptation, making his apprenticeship almost certain. Though Gu Santong had eaten his fill, the sight of JianbingGuozi before him was irresistible, and he continued to indulge until he felt completely satiated. Generally, after prolonged hunger, overeating could lead to discomfort. However, Gu Santong's profound inner strength allowed him to adjust and avoid any issues. As Shuyang noted the time, he saw that Gu Santong had thoroughly enjoyed his meal and promptly knelt, bowing 3 times. Senior, I beseech you to take me as your disciple. You young lad, Gu Santong remarked, picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he observed Shuyang's earnest attitude and felt no inclination to refuse this time. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple. Master, Shuyang bowed once more, a show of sincerity that left Gu Santong feeling a touch of discomfort. All right, I'm not fond of such formalities. Since you have chosen me as your master, I see you lack any weapon. Let me first teach you a set of fist techniques, shall we? Thank you, master. Although it was not the legendary indestructible Vajra skill, Shuyang felt no discontent. As long as Gu Santong was willing to impart knowledge, he would diligently learn. In the realm of martial arts, the 8 great sects are invariably represented by the following. Shaolin sect, the foremost sect of the martial world, regarded as the pinnacle of Haocheng martial arts, both historically and in fiction. The monks of Shaolin Temple have a long-standing tradition of martial arts training, with the saying that all martial skills stem from Shaolin. Haocheng sect, alongside Shaolin and Wudong, recognized as one of the 3 great sects of the Central Plains, renowned for its unparalleled swordsmanship. Amei sect, a female martial arts sect excelling in swordplay and agility, often mentioned alongside Shaolin and Wudong as one of the 3 main sections. Kunlun sect, a sect located in the western regions, specializing in inner strength cultivation and palm techniques. Wudong sect, respected in the south. It stands in equal regard to Shaolin in the north, famed for its Tai Chi and inner strength training. Diansong sect, situated in Dali, Yunnan. Its swordsmanship and agility are renowned, with limited interactions with the martial world of the Central Plains. Kongtong sect, an integral part of Taoist culture, predating both Shaolin and Amei. Founded by the first leader Fai Hongzi, with its primary technique being the flower frame style. Qingcheng sect, located in Qingcheng Mountain, Sichuan, it focuses on swordsmanship and inner strength cultivation. Among these, Shuyang had little appreciation for soft techniques like Tai Chi, nor was he particularly interested in weapons or swordplay. Thus he made a slight request. What? You wish to learn vigorous fist techniques? Gu Santong raised an eyebrow at Shuyang's moderately built frame, his lips twitching slightly. But he did not oppose. I am well versed in all martial arts of the 8 great sects. Since you desire to learn something vigorous, I shall teach you. The Shaolin 72 arts are often regarded as the quintessence of Shaolin Kung Fu, comprising 36 hard techniques and 36 soft techniques, also referred to as 36 external and internal skills. While all techniques are commendable, they do not reach the level of peerless divine skills. Other martial worlds boast legendary skills, such as the 9-yang divine skill inscribed by the patriarch Bodhidharma, which Gu Santong had no knowledge of. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Gu Santong found himself snacking on JianbingGuozi, and he observed 2 qualities in Shuyang. There was not a trace of internal energy within him, yet his physique was remarkably robust, with excellent bone structure. This was still with Shuyang not exerting his full strength. In martial arts, a good foundation is essential. Without a solid base, one cannot effectively hone their skills. Another point of note was that Shuyang had focused solely on learning a single technique, the King Kong Fist, also known as the Luohan Fist. He practiced diligently for 2 full days, refusing to rest, repetitively rehearsing the moves. Gu Santong could only shake his head in astonishment. The King Kong Fist is not particularly difficult, but achieving mastery requires considerable effort. It is a technique with a low threshold but a high ceiling. Yet, Shuyang managed to grasp the small accomplishment in just 2 days, having practiced it hundreds of times. While practicing the King Kong Fist against a stone pillar, Shuyang managed to push his physical limits to the point of nearly breaking his own bones. It can be said that apart from his innate talent and exceptional bone structure, it was his unwavering determination that truly surprised Gu Santong. Moreover, Shuyang possessed a unique physique that allowed him to recover swiftly from injuries, which Gu Santong perceived as a natural prodigy in martial arts, possessing extraordinary perseverance. He had no doubt that even if Shuyang did not apprentice under him, he could become a top-tier expert. Amidst the grand and sweeping techniques, Shuyang gradually harmonized the experiences left by the divine hints in his mind, which significantly accelerated his comprehension and advancement of martial techniques, contributing greatly to his rapid progress in the King Kong Fist over just 2 days. My dear disciple, why do you practice the fist techniques so assiduously? Gu Santong inquired, perplexed, as he had mentioned his mastery of all martial arts from the 8 great sects. Yet Shuyang had not inquired about any other, more formidable skills. Master, I am but a novice, lacking understanding of internal arts. However, I believe in focusing on one thing rather than being greedy and spreading myself too thin. Mastery in a singular path leads to strength. I have a fondness for fist and foot techniques, and thus I shall delve deeply into that realm. Excellent. You possess such awareness. Gu Santong's admiration for Shuyang grew. After a moment of contemplation, he considered whether to impart the indestructible Vajra skill and the absorption technique. Ultimately, glancing at the JianbingGuozi in his hand, Gu Santong made a resolute decision. Though the allure of JianbingGuozi played a part, he was also aware that his time was limited. The divine hints had perished, and he was certain of this. Shuyang's antics in the dungeon had gone unchecked, which spoke volumes. At this moment, before him stood a natural talent. And after 2 days of interaction, Gu Santong decided to take a gamble. You favor fist techniques and wish to specialize in them. I happen to possess 2 techniques that may aid you. Gu Santong, shedding his previous nonchalance, now bore a grave demeanor, his eyes and expression reflecting utmost seriousness. Shuyang was almost beside himself with joy, for it seemed that Gu Santong intended to impart the long-hidden secrets of the indestructible divine skill and the art of absorption to him. The indestructible divine skill employed a unique method of internal force to envelop the body in a protective golden shell, impervious to blades and arrows, while the art of absorption could bestow an abundance of internal energy upon the practitioner. The 2 techniques complemented each other, with the deep internal strength acquired through absorption sustaining the operation of the indestructible divine skill. Why did Gu Santong believe these techniques were particularly suited to Shuyang? It was because both skills lacked intricate maneuvers and more closely resembled a state of enhancement. Activating the golden body mode before battle would significantly amplify Shuyang's strength and defense, aligning perfectly with his aspirations to specialize in physical combat. I am bestowing upon you the essence of my 40 years of cultivation, Gu Santong declared, his voice weakened. I am aware that I have no choice. 2 decades ago, I was afflicted by the pure yang finger, and my meridians are gradually hardening. I shall not survive beyond 5 days. You are my disciple. If I do not pass on my power to you, it will be squandered. Without waiting for Gu Santong to finish, Shuyang knelt heavily on the ground. Master, he said, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. Seeing Shuyang's earnestness, Gu Santong felt a sense of fulfillment in his final moments, having encountered a commendable disciple. Although their time together was brief, Gu Santong was a free spirit, unconcerned about his disciple's potential misdirection, for his own life was nearing its end. What remained was Shuyang's future, of which he had no power to influence, nor inclination to ponder. Now, you are the 9th generation inheritor of the indestructible divine skill. Remember, you may only use it 5 times in your lifetime. Each use will leave a bloody fissure in your palm. Upon the 5th use, a character for power will form, and using it 6th time will lead to your demise. Use it sparingly, unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand? Master, I shall remember. Shuyang was aware that his master was deceiving him. The indestructible divine skill had no limit on uses and did not require a pure yang body, although he indeed possessed one. His life had been one of playfulness, and even in his final moments, he could not resist a jest at his disciple's expense. I have found a successor. Gu Santong felt a wave of relief, firmly believing that his disciple would surpass those chosen by the divine envoy. After all, Shuyang's extraordinary talent was something he had never witnessed before, leaving even a martial arts prodigy like Gu Santong in awe. He doubted the divine envoy could discover a more exceptional disciple. Promise me, in the future, seek out a woman named Sushin and tell her that I love her. Speaking of love, even though Gu Santong was over 50, he felt a pang of regret. Throughout my life, I dared to do anything except confess my love to her. Master, rest assured, I vow that I will find Madam and convey your love for her, no matter the lengths I must go, even if it means traversing the depths of hell. Shuyang's determination brought comfort to Gu Santong, and amidst that appreciative smile, his breath gradually weakened. Master, Shuyang felt a swell of sorrow. Though their time together was short, his master had genuinely imparted all his martial prowess to him, fulfilling Shuyang's desires. Gu Santong was undeniably his true master. Gathering Gu Santong's remains, Shuyang vowed, Master, I will find a picturesque resting place for you. Exiting the imperial prison, Shuyang stretched his limbs, his heart lightened. He had learned the indestructible divine skill and the art of absorption. Thus, the purpose of his arrival in this world was accomplished. However, having inadvertently killed the divine envoy, leaving this world was no longer an option. He continued to assume the guise of the divine envoy. Sir, while you were in the prison, the spies Duan Tianya and Haocheng sought you multiple times, reporting that the envoys from the kingdom of Yinyuan and Princess Lixio have settled in an estate outside the palace 2 days ago. They wished to discuss matters with you, but did not dare disturb you. Hence they sent their subordinates to wait outside the prison for your return. A guard conveyed the message from Tianya and Haocheng. Very well. I shall meet with the emperor shortly. Inform them to join us, Shuyang replied. Reflecting on Princess Lixio, he acknowledged her exceptional beauty, yet the emperor would undoubtedly be unworthy of her, for she was an impostor, a high-ranking shinobi from the island nation of Fusang, and a subordinate of the divine envoy. Yes, indeed, a subordinate, and a male at that. However, given his appearance, the emperor might not be averse to him. Among the forces of the island nation of Fusang, numerous formidable warriors were loyal to the divine envoy, including the influential Lusheng clan, all under his command. Shuyang pondered whether it would be wise to prevent Princess Lixio from assassinating the emperor. He found it perplexing why the divine envoy would pursue such a course of action. It could very likely be a test. Rather than assassination, keeping the beautiful princess close to the emperor as a spy might prove to be a more advantageous choice. As Yang contemplated this, he subconsciously wandered past the residence of the eunuchs. Unbothered, he walked on, but as he reached a distance, he suddenly raised his head, his expression shifting to one of urgency. Oh no, at this time, Cheng Shifei has likely been betrayed by his friends and captured in the palace. With my master gone, if he attempts to escape through the dog hole, he may very well find himself trapped in the prison. Yang immediately turned back to seek out his nominal junior apprentice in the inner palace. Master Sun, I appreciate your assistance. He presented 2 silver notes to Eunuch Sunday. As the emperor's uncle and the lord of Longshan Villa, if the divine envoy requested a release, Sun would naturally comply, considering the individual in question was merely a newly acquired eunuch. However, Yang opted not to follow that route. Instead, he compensated Sun for the cost of the acquisition and offered an additional sum. Ah, this esteemed young master, being affiliated with the divine envoy, I must serve you accordingly. How could I dare to request more from the divine envoy? Eunuch Sun's tone was filled with surprise. Eunuchs were generally aligned with the Eastern Factory's director Chow. Yet for a minor matter, such as this, there was no need to escalate it further. Please do not be so modest, Yang insisted, gently pushing Sun's hand, which held the silver notes back. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take this lad with me. As he departed, Eunuch Sun respectfully saw him off. Cheng Shifei observed the prominent figure walking ahead of him, though he was unaware of his identity. It was evident from Sun's demeanor that this was an individual of significant stature. The mere thought of someone with such status within the palace left Cheng Shifei in awe. Cheng Shifei attempted to speak but appeared frightened, stammering without daring to utter a word. What? Do you have something to ask? Yang turned back, a friendly smile gracing his face. As Gu Santong's son, he felt inclined to refer to him as junior apprentice. His master had passed, yet before his departure, he had unreservedly transmitted all his martial skills to Yang. Once he had resolved matters here, Yang intended to pass on his abilities to Cheng Shifei without reservation and would ensure to care for him and his mother. With this in mind, Yang began to contemplate how to procure the second Tianxiang Duku from Chao Jingshun. Years ago, the small nation of Tianxiang had gifted 3 miraculous Tianxiang Duku, one to the divine envoy, another to the empress dowager, and the last to the favored concubine. Subsequently, after the concubine's passing, a night pearl containing a Tianxiang Duku was presented to Princess Yunluo. Given that he now bore the title of the emperor's uncle, securing a small pearl from Princess Yunluo, who was known for her capriciousness yet kind heart, should not pose much difficulty, especially since she had a passion for martial arts. Cheng Shifei, are you heading to find the Zhu Yunluo now? It is advisable to act swiftly, for prolonged waiting may invite unforeseen complications. Uncle, who might you be? Cheng Shifei inquired with an air of familiarity. Ha! Yang chuckled heartily, dismissing any concerns regarding propriety. You may address me as Shunho, the iron-willed Shunho. Zhu Wushi, Zhu Cheng Shifei, a clever and spirited lad, though lacking in refinement, was certainly not dull-witted. The very title he bore hinted at a remarkable lineage, suggesting a connection to royalty. Shunho, Cheng Shifei felt a twinge of discomfort. Why do you wish to assist me? Yet Yang merely regarded him with gentle warmth, his smile exuding kindness, which soon eased Cheng Shifei's apprehensions. After all, if such a high-ranking individual was so amicable towards him, what cause for concern could he possibly harbor? Perhaps it was best to adopt a relaxed attitude and take things as they come. In truth, you are the son of an old friend of mine. Yang fabricated a story. I have been searching for you for quite some time, and it seems I have arrived just in time to prevent you from facing dire consequences. Thank you, Shunho, for rescuing me. What, an old friend? Cheng Shifei's expression tightened, his mind racing with the implication that perhaps Shunho knew his parents, abandoned at a young age. It was impossible for him not to ponder the fate of his mother and father. Yang's words ignited a mix of anxiety and resentment within him, as he wrestled with the bitterness of abandonment and the fear of discovering painful truths. I was close friends with your father, Yang continued, maintaining an unflinching demeanor, skillfully evading any scrutiny. Really? Cheng Shifei could scarcely believe that Shunho had ties to his parents. Alas, Your father has passed away, Shuyang sighed, a note of sorrow in his voice. I see, Shang Fei replied. Though he had never laid eyes upon his kin, he was deeply sentimental. In the original narrative, he was known for his loyalty and affection. Shenhe, can you tell me why my parents abandoned me? This question had haunted him for years. You have endured much hardship these past years. Shuyang comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder before continuing. Your parents did not intend to forsake you. Your father, Gu Santong, was once a renowned figure in the martial world, an undefeated rogue and a master of unparalleled skill. We shared a profound bond. However, Shuyang then altered the narrative slightly. Unfortunately, your father met his end at the hands of 108 esteemed martial artists from the 8 great sects. Upon hearing this, Shang Fei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After finally learning about his parents, only to discover that his father had perished. It was a bittersweet revelation. Wait a moment. Shenhe, you mentioned my father's demise, but said nothing of my mother. Is she still alive? Shang Fei's excitement surged. Your mother was grievously injured during an attack by martial artists, Shuyang explained, assuring him that she was currently in a state of unconsciousness but not in immediate danger. Relief flooded over Shang Fei, knowing that his mother was not beyond help, merely requiring 2 Tianxiang Doko for her recovery. With a person of Shenhe's stature vouching for her condition, he had no reason to doubt. Yet, the urgency to find those precious herbs soon occupied his thoughts. Rest assured, your mother is not in any danger for the time being, Shuyang reassured him. Now, the priority is you. I intend to have you serve as a Huangzimi Tan, yellow character secret agent, under my command. What say you? Shenhe's amiable demeanor was reminiscent of a cherished elder, warming Shang Fei's heart. Shenhe, I am deeply moved, Shang Fei confessed, having drifted alone for far too long without a sense of belonging. But I know nothing of such a role. Fear not, there is no cause for concern. I shall ensure everything is taken care of, Shuyang promised, guiding Shang Fei to walk alongside him. The title of secret agent does not necessitate rigorous duties. I can assign you to a more leisurely position, allowing you to remain by my side. Should you wish to learn martial arts, I can teach you. If not, I will ensure your needs are met. Is that truly possible? Shang Fei was taken aback by the extent of Shenhe's offer, his heart brimming with gratitude. Although they had only just met, Shenhe's kindness made him feel at home. Indeed, take this, Shuyang said, handing him a generous amount of silver notes. Should this be insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Shang Fei had never encountered such wealth in his life. Where shall we go next, Shenhe? He asked, clutching the silver notes tightly. We are off to find Junju Yunluo. She possesses a Tianxiang Doko. Leave all arrangements to me. Understood. Shang Fei nodded emphatically, feeling as though it was the happiest day of his life. Regarding the Tianxiang Doko, Shuyang, with his noble standing, had no doubt that Junju Yunluo would acquiesce to his request. After all, who could refuse a royal uncle appealing for a rare treasure? Yet, she did have a small request of her own. Uncle, the palace feels stifling. Might you discuss with the emperor about allowing me to venture outside for a while? Junju implored, handing over the treasure to Shuyang. Certainly, I shall make the request to the emperor. Even if he declines, I will ensure you escape the palace. Xiang Riadili agreed. Thank you, uncle. Junju's eyes sparkled with joy at his prompt compliance. By the way, I have heard tales of the esteemed warriors at Long Mountain Villa. Might I have the opportunity to witness their prowess? Absolutely. Xiang replied without hesitation. Really? Junju was taken aback. She had previously made such requests, only to be met with stern refusals. Could it be that this precious treasure had swayed Shenhe to grant her wishes? Since you have agreed to that, may I visit Long Mountain Villa whenever I wish, uncle? Junju's heart brimmed with hope, charmed by Shenhe's newfound affability. Of course, I will speak with the emperor. As long as you wish to visit, you may do so at any time, Shuyang assured her, casting a glance back at Shang Fei. Shang Fei, upon first laying eyes on Junju, felt an instant fondness, but out of respect for Shenhe, he maintained his composure. He viewed Shenhe as a guardian figure and felt no inclination to bring shame upon him. Excellent. Yuan Shu exclaimed, "Here delights palpable." Shiyang retracted the mermaid pearl and stepped aside, revealing Cheng Shifei behind him. He introduced to Yunluo, "Yunluo, this is my adopted son, Cheng Shifei, who possesses exceptional martial talents. He is about to accompany me back to Hulong Mountain Villa for training. However, I have matters to attend to and cannot take him with me. Why not let him accompany you instead? Tomorrow, once we arrive at Hulong Mountain Villa, he will come to the main hall to find me." Adopted father? When did Shun Ho become Cheng Shifei's adopted father? Surprised yet elated, Cheng Shifei thought, if Shun Ho wishes to take me as his son, it surely means a bright future ahead. Not only has he saved me, but he has also informed me about my parents. This in itself is a kindness, and now he is graciously adopting me. How could I possibly refuse? Being with the princess without a proper status would seem inappropriate. Shun Ho, do you have other matters to attend to? Cheng Shifei discerned that Shun Ho intended to leave him with Yunluo, the princess. Foolish boy, I am creating an opportunity for you to interact with Princess Yunluo. Xinyang whispered a few words to Cheng Shifei, lowering his voice. Oh, Cheng Shifei immediately comprehended. Xinyang also gave him a meaningful look, urging him to perform well. Very well, Princess Yunluo readily agreed. Then I shall take my leave. I will discuss matters with the emperor. Do not worry. With that, Xinyang departed from Yunluo's chamber. The evening was drawing near, and he made his way directly to the emperor's study. Prior to visiting Princess Yunluo, he had already sent word ahead, so his arrival was not unexpected. Regarding beautiful women, as the emperor, he would naturally never turn anyone away. Upon Shun Yang's arrival, the emperor promptly produced a portrait of the princess from the kingdom of Chuyan, seeking counsel from his royal uncle. However, the relationship between the kingdom of Chuyan and the Ming dynasty had never been particularly cordial. Chuyan had long paid tribute to the Heavenly Empire, bowing in submission, yet had maintained limited interactions. Logically, such diplomatic relations would not lead to the sudden proposal of the princess to the emperor of the Ming. Royal uncle, what do you think? This princess is indeed stunning. Yet the emperor's esteemed position demands caution, even if the other party holds no ill intentions. The kingdom of Chuyan has been paying tribute to our heavenly empire for many years, presenting a beautiful princess escorted by the nobleman Wuan for marriage should not lead to any impropriety, right? The emperor regarded the matter with indifference. Your Majesty, it is prudent to exercise caution. I have heard that the nobleman Wuan possesses formidable martial skills and wields a swift blade. Sending such a person is not something to be taken lightly. The emperor understood this as well. He was not a fool in the original plot. Still, he sought Shun Yang's opinion, merely wishing to ensure stability. And Xinyang naturally acquiesced. Royal uncle, your words carry weight, but the princess seeks an audience tomorrow, with nobleman Wuan accompanying her. Ensuring safety is paramount. How can I afford to lose face? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, tonight, I will dispatch Tianya and Haidang to investigate the state guest house adjacent to the palace. If the other party harbors ulterior motives, they should be able to discern some clues. Very well, let us proceed with your plan. According to the original plot, the martial prowess of this Princess Lixio was such that she could match Tianya in a brief contest. Ideally, the storyline would unfold as originally intended. Yet continuing down this path could lead to Haitang being harmed. Xinyang felt somewhat conflicted. Even if they were to adhere to the original narrative, there was no reason for Haitang to be injured. During his initial viewing of the drama, he had felt sorrow when Haitang met her demise. Therefore, a slight alteration should pose no significant issue. Perhaps I should inform Princess Lixio, allowing her to clash with Tianya and Haitang, and then we can stage a performance? Xinyang contemplated this approach, intending to discreetly notify Lixio and orchestrate a conflict with Tianya. Given the martial skills of the foe Lixio and Wuan, the group would undoubtedly find themselves in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Xinyang could step in to rescue them, thereby earning their trust. Ultimately, he could attribute the conflict to a misunderstanding, allowing all parties to coexist peacefully. However, this strategy might instigate caution in the emperor towards Princess Lixio. After all, having a martial artist as a companion would not inspire confidence. Consequently, his aspirations to place operatives near the emperor would become unfeasible. As for why Shenyang sought the trust of the spies, his strategy was to cultivate their goodwill first. Later, he could challenge the court regarding Su Xian's inability to marry Shen Ho. Surely, the loyal sons would not wish to see their adoptive father veer off course. Shenyang did not wish to tarnish the image of Shen Ho in the eyes of his sons, as that would be cruel. Furthermore, he wanted Haocheng to survive. Thus, he could not follow the original plot's trajectory. Yet, he needed to remain aligned with the storyline while making slight adjustments, ensuring the protagonist's advancement and his eventual downfall at the hands of the three covert agents. Very well, it is decided. Shenyang utilized Shen Ho's memories to dispatch a secret message to Princess Lixio and Wuan. The next step was to wait patiently, anticipating Tianya and Haitong's injuries before making his move to enhance his favorability. Shenyang, which world are you currently in? Chen Qianqian inquired after sending a message. I am in Tianxiadi. By the way, when is the martial arts conference? Shenyang had not forgotten this matter. His calm demeanor stemmed from the slower passage of time in intermediate worlds compared to the main world. A single day in the main world could equate to half a month in these intermediate realms. It starts the day after tomorrow. When do you plan to return? Chen Qianqian asked, her tone tinged with anticipation. It seems I will not make it. Shenyang sighed as he lit a cigarette. Is there an urgent matter on your end? Chen Qianqian suddenly expressed concern. I accidentally killed a main character. To ensure the plot continues, I must take on the role of the deceased. Shenyang explained. I see. In that case, I will come to Tianxiadi to find you. Last time, I waited for your return, and I had a gift for you, but you left abruptly. Now, just as you were about to participate in the martial arts conference, you tell me you cannot attend. Chen Qianqian lamented, and without waiting for Shenyang's response, she ended the communication. Looking for me? For what purpose? Shenyang murmured to himself as he glanced at the terminated call, shaking his head. Time was of the essence. Tianya and Haocheng should have already infiltrated the state guest house, and it was time for Shenyang to take action. Within the state guest house, Tianya and Haocheng, clad in black night attire, quietly observed Princess Lixio's every move from the eaves. However, Haocheng felt that the beautiful and slender Princess Lixio hardly resembled someone capable of assassinating an emperor, causing her to unconsciously relax her guard and engage in light conversation with Tianya. Inadvertently, their discussion veered towards Tianya's past romantic experiences, piquing Haitong's interest, and she inquired, Big brother, did you have someone you liked while studying in the IGA faction of the island nation? I did, but she has since passed away, Tianya replied, his eyes reflecting sorrow and a furrowed brow tinged with nostalgia. I am sorry. Realizing her mistake, Haocheng quickly apologized. It is all right. That was a long time ago. Just as Tianya finished speaking, a furious shout erupted from within Princess Lixio's room, and before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure abruptly dashed out, standing in the courtyard and directing a glare at the concealed Tianya and Haocheng. Come out. What are you doing lurking here in the dead of night? What is your purpose? Juan, sporting a large beard and attired in a plain long robe of Chuyan style, though a mere impersonator, exuded an impressive aura as a seasoned martial artist. Haitong's martial skills were not high. Her training was eclectic, encompassing medicine and astrology, leading to her abilities being significantly inferior to those of Tianya and the Swiftblade. Her presence had been detected by Wuan, though Tianya bore no animosity towards her for this. The two individuals, realizing that concealment was no longer an option, emerged into the courtyard. Though the Aodu kingdom is modest in size, the princess must not be subjected to indignities. With a single utterance, Wuan escalated the nature of the situation to one of diplomatic and political significance, causing Tianya and Haitong's hearts to tighten with unease. It was said that Wuan possessed formidable martial skills, and given their precarious position, escaping would be no simple task. Should Tianya and Haocheng mishandle their capture, the repercussions for their nation's image could be dire. Wuan had little to say to the two assassins, summoning his internal energy to launch a direct and vigorous assault. Beware of his blade. Tianya cautioned Haocheng. The three were soon embroiled in a fierce struggle. Despite facing two opponents, Wuan's mastery of martial arts rendered him unyielding. From the very first exchange, Wuwan discerned that Haitong's skills were inferior, seizing the opportunity to disarm Tianya and delivering a powerful strike to Haitong's chest. Before she could even cry out in pain, she was sent hurtling backward. Tianya, taken aback by Haitong's swift injury, was astonished by Wuwan's prowess and concerned for Haitong's well-being. However, upon turning back, he discovered that Haocheng had not met the cold ground, but had instead fallen into Shiyang's embrace. With Shiyang also masked, Tianya felt a surge of panic upon seeing this unknown figure catch Haocheng, but their eyes met, revealing a familiar face. Adoptive father? Tianya's heart settled with relief. Another one? Wuwan's tone turned menacing as he repelled Tianya with a palm strike directed at Shiyang. Haocheng, wincing from the pain in her chest, let out a soft whimper that was delicate yet frail. Yet as she felt the gentle touch of the newcomer, she looked up to see Shiyang's uncovered upper face and instantly recognized him as Shenhe. With his left hand supporting Haocheng and realizing her weakness, Shiyang placed his hand on her waist. Although Haitong's attire was loose, a mere touch revealed the delicate curve of her waist. A blush crept across Haitong's face. Inexplicably, Shiyang's support ignited ripples of emotion within her heart, akin to stones dropped into water. She chastised herself internally. My adoptive father's kindness is as profound as mountains, and he has come to rescue me from the state guest house. How can I be so disrespectful? However, Shiyang remained unaware of Haitong's inner turmoil. Standing resolutely in the face of Wuwan's approaching strike, Shiyang exhibited a demeanor of calm and composure. Just as Tianya intended to warn Shenhe of Wuwan's formidable skills, words failed to escape his lips as Shiyang unleashed a hand from behind, confronting Wuwan directly. The clash of internal energies erupted with a resounding force, propelling Wuwan backward as if severed from his tether, crashing to the ground and immediately spewing forth blood. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Shenhe remained unfaltering. What a staggering disparity in skill! Concealed in the shadows, Princess Lixio widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Resting in Shiyang's embrace, Haocheng, hidden beneath her black mask, too was taken aback. My adoptive father's martial prowess is so extraordinary? Her admiration for Shenhe deepened. Tianya, likewise, had never witnessed such unparalleled mastery of martial arts. Shenhe had not previously revealed his true capabilities in public. Apart from the finale, the only other instance was a one-on-one confrontation with Daoist Chao. Shiyang, holding Haocheng, addressed Tianya, and the trio quickly vanished from the state guest house. Nevertheless, Shiyang felt dissatisfaction with himself, as his mastery had yet to fully coalesce despite the teachings of his mentor. He recognized that his control over the previous strike had been rather inadequate. The internal injury inflicted by Wuwan had caused Haocheng considerable distress, but upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that the harm had significantly healed, and the internal force that had accumulated in her chest had dissipated. With her collar slightly ajar, Haocheng noticed that her cheeks and neck had flushed crimson. In this era, women valued their chastity above all else, and upon glancing around, she found herself alone. Hastily adjusting her attire, she attempted to rise, yet her injuries protested vehemently, causing her to collapse once more. While not overly concerned for her safety, after all, her adoptive father was present and she trusted his unparalleled martial prowess. Haitong's anxiety stemmed from who had tended to her wounds. Could it be Tianya? Had her femininity been discovered? With her injuries still unhealed, she could not afford to act recklessly. Shiyang, having heard the commotion outside, entered the room gently. Adoptive father. Haocheng feebly attempted to rise in greeting. No need. Rest easy. This place is secure, and you need not worry. Then, adoptive father, was it you who healed me? Yes. Shiyang replied nonchalantly. Yet his nonchalance did little to ease Haitong's heart. As Shenhe, her adoptive father, he was ostensibly an elder figure. One would expect that his healing efforts would bring her relief and comfort. However, a soft laugh escaped Haitong's lips, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp. Shiyang regarded her reaction with curiosity, suspecting that perhaps Wuwan's internal energy had not been fully expelled. He promptly seated himself beside her bed. Do you feel unwell? Observing Haitong's pulse, He found no abnormalities, yet her heartbeat raced. He placed a finger upon her forehead. Although her pulse appeared normal, her face was burning. Adoptive father. I'm Fine. Haidang retreated slightly, appearing almost apprehensive of Shuyang, pulling the blanket up to partially conceal her face. Shuyang sat beside her. As a master of Longhu Mountain Villa and a figure of great renown, he exuded an aura of tranquility, accompanied by a faint scent of sandalwood that was both sweet and refreshing. The fragrance stirred Haitang's senses, reminding her of Shuyang's heroic demeanor when he had saved her, causing her thoughts to scatter. The allure of love's fantasy did not possess any tangible enhancement, merely influencing the mind. The delightful scent Haidang perceived was a product of her own imagination. Shuyang's spiritual prowess far surpassed hers, hence she was first captivated on a psychological level, leading her to find his scent appealing. Had Shuyang been sweating, she would have found even that agreeable, given her fondness for him. What ails you? Shuyang pressed, concerned for her injury. As a key character in the plot, Haitang could not falter before the narrative reached its climax. Adoptive father, I'm truly fine, Haitang insisted, her demeanor reflecting a facade of bravado. Seeing her distress, Shuyang mistakenly assumed it was due to her embarrassment over her femininity. I have known you were a girl since childhood. If you are unwell, simply tell me. There is no need to endure this. Shuyang sought to examine Haitang's pulse once more, but she persistently tried to bury herself beneath the covers. With a gentle tug, he pulled her arm free. Her pulse remained steady, albeit her heartbeat had quickened. Shuyang's heart sank. Could it be that his irritating ability had activated once more? Shuyang grasped Haitang's arm, and as Haitang struggled to free herself, her elbow forcefully closed the distance between them. She lifted her head, and the space separating them was merely a few palm lengths. Their eyes met, and Haitang's gaze became somewhat dazed, revealing a hint of affection, momentarily creating an air of infatuation. Shuyang hastily pushed Haitang away, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this cursed ability." Haitang quickly regained her composure, flustered, and covered her face with the blanket, murmuring, "Ifu, I'm a bit tired and want to rest some more." "All right, take care of your injuries," Shuyang replied, hastily departing. Xiao AI, what is Haitang's affection level for me? JianbingGuozi urgently, booking Xiao I. 8080, Master. You must continue to strive. Xiao AI exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. Haidang inherently held a fondness for Shunko. In matters of love, kinship, and friendship, it is often challenging to distinguish between them, except for a few familial bonds. Shuyang possessed the ability of love attraction, which had a unique effect on the opposite sex. Haidang was already influenced, and their previous interactions transformed her reverence for Shunko into a romantic inclination. Fortunately, Shuyang's comment about nursing his injuries only raised the affection level to 80. Had there been any further physical contact beyond that, it could have escalated. Outside, Chun Xianxian had been hiding by the window, observing everything clearly. When Shuyang emerged, she stomped her foot in a teasing manner, biting her silver teeth, and said with mock sarcasm, "Didn't you claim you wanted to learn martial arts? Is this why you came to the world's #1? Shuyang remained silent, not offering any explanations. After all, he assumed that Haidang couldn't possibly have feelings for someone like Shunko. Hence, he hadn't been cautious enough regarding their interactions. He simply waved his hand in exasperation at Chun Xianxian's inquiry. "Never mind. I had prepared a gift for you long ago. Yet you didn't return to see me." Chun Xianxian lamented, but she still presented a beautifully crafted gift box to Shuyang. Chun Xianxian had mentioned wanting to visit Shuyang, and given her mid-level spirit, she could not traverse worlds at will. Coming to the mid-level world must have consumed a fair amount of energy. Despite this, she still brought a gift, which delighted Shuyang. After her arrival, Chun Xianxian learned Shuyang's whereabouts through communication. When Haitang was still unconscious, Chun Xianxian had already arrived, and just as they began talking in the courtyard, Shuyang went inside to check on Haitang's condition. What followed stirred a wave of jealousy within Chun Xianxian. Shuyang accepted the gift box. "Open it and see," Chun Xianxian insisted, confident that Shuyang would like it. The box was rectangular, over a meter long, but only a palm's width wide. Not knowing what was inside, Shuyang, Encouraged by Chun Qianqian, unwrapped it without hesitation. Inside lay an ancient long knife, which he slowly picked up, fondly caressing the scabbard. I recall you mentioning your preference for close combat. Relying solely on bare hands is quite inadequate, so I thought of buying you a knife. How do you like it? Chun Qianqian's bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Shi Yang, eager to hear words of appreciation from him. I truly like it. Thank you, Shi Yang replied, genuinely pleased with the Tang Hung knife. Being fond of close combat, he had always sought to enhance his melee skills. Various martial arts share commonalities, and once Shi Yang integrates Shunko's memories, the knife will undoubtedly prove useful. Gripping the hilt, he drew the blade from its sheath. It was slightly longer and wider than a typical Tang Hung knife, significantly larger, approaching the width of a Niue knife. Its robust aura was even more pronounced. The blade was straight and balanced, embodying the regal presence of a sword and the domineering spirit of a knife. The blade was hefty, and its edge was formidable. Clearly not an ordinary weapon. Where did this knife come from? Shi Yang suddenly remembered something. While I was in the main world, I learned that nearly all special weapons are available in the organization's shop, requiring task points for exchange. Did you purchase this knife? They found a secluded pavilion. Yes. It was forged from mysterious iron in the mid-level martial world. Chun Qianqian replied, reclining comfortably on a stone bench, resting her chin on her arms. Her eyes bright as she gazed at Shi Yang. It must have cost a considerable number of points, right? Shi Yang felt touched, yet somewhat pained by the thought of Chun Qianqian's expenditure. It's nothing, as long as you like it, she reassured him, her sparkling eyes seemingly harboring stars. Yet upon closer inspection, they contained only Shi Yang. In truth, this knife consumed nearly all the points Chun Qianqian had accumulated from tasks over the past year, totaling 5,000 points. Most tasks in the lower-level world yield only 500 points, which is standard. Thus, the previous communication did not specify task rewards. Shi Yang had only completed one task, leaving him with merely 500 points, while Chun Qianqian had spent 5,000 on him. Then I shall accept it, Shi Yang said, not one for pretentiousness. Yet he would remember this gesture of friendship, planning to return the favor with a gift for Chun Qianqian in the future. Wait, Shi Yang pondered, observing the long knife in his hand. Knife technique? As a top-tier expert, Shunko possesses numerous advanced knife techniques in his memory. However, he recalled a set of supreme knife techniques within the world's #1, known as Xiongba Tianxia and Abi Dao Sandao. In the original storyline, after mastering Xiongba Tianxia and succumbing to the demonic path, Yi Dao was framed for the assassination of royal relatives, leading to his imprisonment in the heavenly prison. Publicly, he suffered under the torturous whims of the Chao master, who became increasingly arrogant, seizing military power, but in reality, he had fallen victim to Shunko's scheme, which ultimately eliminated him. This strategy had severely trapped Yi Dao, causing him to endure the torment of the demonic path while being burdened with numerous false accusations. If he were to acquire the knife techniques, would Yi Dao still need to succumb to the demonic path? Without hesitation, Shi Yang resolved to pursue this knife technique, which was not difficult to find. It resided among the relics of Yi Dao's father, Gui Hai Bai Lian, hidden within the seam of a garment. The final 3 moves of Xiongba Tianxia, Abi Dao Sandao, were concealed within the knife manual, forming a nesting doll of sorts. Shi Yang planned to retrieve them the following day. What are you thinking about? Chun Qianqian inquired, noticing Shi Yang lost in thought. I was considering the knife manual. For now, let us stay at Hulong Villa, Shi Yang replied. Chun Qianqian was uninterested in knife techniques, preferring mid-range combat, thus only catching the latter half of Shi Yang's statement. Great. This means I can come and play with you every day. Chun Qianqian exclaimed happily. However, I can't stay for too long. I've roughly calculated the time, and I must attend the martial arts competition soon. While it's nice to be here with you, it would also be fantastic to earn some points if I place well in the competition. Is that so? All right, let us stay for a while, and when the time is right, we'll return. My current identity is Shunko, and I'll take you around here later, Shi Yang said. Both he and Chun Qianqian felt delighted, but Haocheng lay awake all night. Upon returning to Hulong Villa, Shi Yang conveyed a reassuring message to the emperor regarding Princess Li Xiu. This matter came to a close. Although the emperor was not entirely trusting of Princess Li Xiu, she remained tranquil in the imperial harem, no longer contemplating assassination. Today happened to be the day Princess Yunluo and Cheng Shifei returned. However, Shi Yang did not greet them. Instead, he entered the training arena alone, forbidding anyone but Chen Qianqian from entering. Originally, he intended to retrieve the Xiongba Tian Xia knife manual today, but circumstances had shifted. Under normal circumstances, acquiring this set of sword techniques, even with prior knowledge of part of the plot, would be exceedingly difficult, as it belongs to the protagonist. Although Shi Yang could have effortlessly taken the relics of Gui Hai by Lian, the will of the world seemed to have detected his intentions and issued a warning. Subsequently, what truly astonished Shi Yang was that, as his memories of Shunho deepened, he discovered within the depths of Shunho's recollections that he possessed knowledge of the Xiongba Tian Xia sword technique. Thus, it seemed that from the moment he first wielded the sword, everything that followed was a meticulously orchestrated scheme to justify the elimination of Chao Duzhu. Had Shunho begun his arrangements so early? Pondering this, Shi Yang stroked his chin. Indeed, Shunho's habits became apparent in the later stages of the plot. It was likely that when Gui Hai Yidao's mother, Lu Huanong, sought Shunho's tutelage for Yidao, Shunho had already thoroughly investigated Yidao's lineage. Naturally, he was aware of the existence of Gui Hai by Lian. As a top-tier expert, Shunho must have harbored curiosity regarding the Xiongba Tian Xia sword technique, thus discreetly gathering this technique while remaining close to Lu Huanong. However, given that Shunho himself possessed formidable skills, upon realizing that the Xiongba Tian Xia technique could affect one's mental state, he wisely refrained from practicing this overwhelmingly aggressive technique. Yidao, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, provided Shunho with an opportunity to pin the blame on Yidao, subsequently eliminating Chao Duzhu. Indeed, even as an observer, Shi Yang could not help but silently commend Shunho's cunning and deep-seated schemes. If it were not for Su Xian's intervention, who could have thwarted his designs? The imperial throne, within Shunho's calculations, would indeed be easily within reach. Regrettably, Shunho met his demise at the hands of Shi Yang, and the sword technique buried in memory thus fell to Shi Yang's advantage. The Xiongba Tian Xia technique, though limited in its maneuvers, exuded an unparalleled ferocity with each strike. In the original plot, Yidao trained in Xiongba Tian Xia, as well as the A by Dao 3 strikes, yet appeared unable to triumph over anyone. In simple terms, it was not that Yidao was inept, nor that the sword technique was inferior. Rather, he consistently challenged seasoned masters of the martial world, whose ages were often comparable to his grandfather's. How could he possibly prevail? Furthermore, the execution of the techniques necessitated inner strength to unleash their true power. In essence, the techniques merely served as a conduit for channeling one's inner energy more effectively. Thus, the potency primarily depended on the depth of one's inner strength. The Xiongba Tian Xia method was exceedingly straightforward and brutally effective, designed solely for the purpose of destruction. The flow of energy could significantly impact various acupoints in the brain, which elucidated why the sword technique could influence one's rationality. However, this aspect proved entirely ineffective for Shi Yang. Firstly, Shi Yang's constitution differed from that of an ordinary human, endowed with the power of the Haocheng virus. He could effortlessly alter his internal structure. This meant that the meridians for martial artists were crucial and immutable. Once damaged, they could not be restored. Yet, Shi Yang could freely modify his internal channels. If the Xiongba Tian Xia method was volatile, Shi Yang could amplify that volatility, creating dozens of meridians to enhance its flow. Moreover, his high spiritual power, 599, granted him superior control over his inner energy, allowing him to dismiss concerns about the volatility affecting his mental state. Prior to this, Shi Yang had never envisioned that the fusion of technology, the Haocheng virus, and ancient martial inner strength could yield such remarkable results. The Xiongba Tian Xia unleashed a fierce and domineering sword energy that reverberated throughout the courtyard. Boom! The sword energy triggered a series of explosive sounds, causing the floor of the training ground to crack, the resounding noise echoing throughout the Haocheng mountain manor. Numerous furnishings and structures were shredded to bits by the fierce sword energy. With the immense inner strength bestowed by his master, Gu Santong, this technique in Shi Yang's hands was an entirely different entity compared to Yi Dao in the original narrative. With such destructive force, not even a master could withstand it, let alone Shun Ho and Gu Santong together. This was the devastating power of the Haocheng virus's ability to manipulate bodily structure, combined with inner strength and top-tier sword techniques. Even Shi Yang, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, could not suppress his exhilaration upon witnessing the carnage wrought by the Xiongba Tianxia. Shi Yang, what has happened to you? Shen Qianqian hurried over, aware that Shi Yang had just come here to practice martial arts. Gazing at the surrounding devastation and the abruptly destroyed structures, she was taken aback. What is the matter? You appear quite stunned, Shi Yang quipped, sheathing his sword. What could have happened? Shen Qianqian remained incredulous. With the aid of Shun Ho's memories, Shi Yang's grasp of martial arts was swift. In merely one morning of practice, he had already achieved a minor mastery of the Xiongba Tianxia. A minor mastery of this technique, combined with meridian modifications, could yield such formidable power, not to mention the A by Dao 3 strikes. This sword technique, fierce and domineering, suited Shi Yang perfectly, aligning with his temperament while boasting astonishing power without any adverse effects. My current identity is Shun Ho. This minor loss is inconsequential. Would you like to learn? If you wish to acquire martial skills, I shall teach you, Shi Yang said with a smile, lifting a water jug to drink. Really? Shen Qianqian, uninterested in martial arts and disinclined towards close combat, found herself pleased not by the destructive potency of Shi Yang's technique, but by his willingness to offer instruction. Of course, are you interested in learning Xiongba Tianxia? Shi Yang inquired. Not particularly, Shen Qianqian replied, having never practiced ancient martial arts, and possessing no affinity for such a brash sword technique. Is there a more aesthetically pleasing style? Preferably one that you could teach me hand in hand. Si Yang, delighted by the sword gifted by Shen Qianqian, unexpectedly agreed to her request, despite his usual aversion to close contact. Earlier, it had been mentioned that today marked the return of Princess Yin Luo and Cheng Shifei. They were expected to arrive at Haocheng Mountain Manor by noon. Shi Yang had given prior notice, so the two had been inquiring about Shun Ho's whereabouts when they stumbled upon the devastated training ground and unexpectedly encountered Haocheng. The three beheld a scene they had never dared to imagine. Shun Ho, with a beaming smile and eyes full of joy, was instructing a graceful woman clad in a flowing white dress, exuding an ethereal aura, her figure tall and slender, her features strikingly beautiful and otherworldly. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, their eyes wide open and mouths agape at the sight. Meanwhile, Haocheng felt an even stranger sensation. Why was Shun Ho so feared by the emperor? Firstly, Shun Ho exhibited remarkable self-discipline, leading a life characterized by simplicity and efficiency. As a martial artist, he adhered strictly to his training schedule, showing not a hint of laxity. Secondly, Shun Ho was not known for his interest in women, even at the age of 50. There had never been any rumors of him being close to any woman. The latter fact was what the emperor feared most. A corrupt minister did not evoke the emperor's concern. To some extent, the abuse of power to take lives was also not a worry. What truly instilled fear was someone like Shun Ho, who appeared to be upright and virtuous, especially considering his surname was Zhu. What brings you all here? Shi Yang surveyed the surroundings. Princess Yin Luo, Cheng Shifei, and Haocheng were present, while in the distance, Tianya and Yi Dao were also approaching. Shen Qianqian, feeling slightly embarrassed amidst so many unfamiliar faces, instinctively stepped behind Shi Yang. Observing this, Princess Yin Luo revealed a subtle smile. Adoptive father, how could it have turned into this? Cheng Shifei inquired, glancing around curiously. Upon arriving at Haocheng Mountain Manor, he had heard a loud explosion and had seen clouds of dust rising from afar. I was just practicing martial arts. Shi Yang did not conceal anything. However, he swiftly shifted the topic, As for the disputes, today marks your first day at Haocheng Mountain Villa. Allow me to arrange your accommodation first, and then I shall have someone guide you to collect your insignia. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed Huang Zi Yihao spy. Yifu. Haocheng felt an odd sensation in her heart, and Shuyang's words intensified her unease. When had the Shunho ever made a decision so hastily? Haocheng clasped her hands and inquired, "Who is this brother?" Cheng Shifei, with his carefree demeanor, did not wait for an introduction and promptly introduced himself. "I am Cheng Shifei." Haitong's expression darkened as she regarded Cheng Shifei's lackadaisical and seemingly inept appearance, reminiscent of a street urchin. She merely responded sternly, flicked her sleeve, and concealed her hands behind her back, turning slightly away, disinclined to engage further with him. "Wow, Cheng Shifei, just now the Emperor's uncle mentioned you were practicing martial arts," exclaimed Yuluo, who shared a temperament similar to Cheng Shifei. While Cheng Shifei had his attention diverted by Shuyang's earlier comment, Yuluo remained intrigued by how the Shunho had transformed the training grounds so dramatically. "Indeed, Yifu, what technique did you employ to cause such destruction here?" Cheng Shifei's curiosity was rekindled by Yuluo's question. The two who arrived later, Tianya and Yi Dao, were less curious. Their presence was motivated purely by concern for any unforeseen events at Haocheng Mountain Villa. They had long heard of Shun Ho's martial prowess, widely regarded as unparalleled in the realm. If he were to unleash a powerful technique without proper control, such devastation would not be unexpected. All right, Shifei. Time is of the essence. If you wish to see, I shall demonstrate again this afternoon. Have you all had lunch after your journey?" Shuyang inquired with genuine concern. Haocheng and Tianya were taken aback by the affectionate tone of Shunho. "Not yet, Yifu," Cheng Shifei replied, patting his stomach and shaking his head. "Well then, feel free to express your culinary preferences. At Haocheng Mountain Villa, consider your home," Shuyang added, glancing at Chun Chantian behind him. "Do you have any favorite dishes?" The villa employs imperial chefs, and their culinary skills are commendable. Haocheng, Tianya, and Yi Dao stood awkwardly aside, their gazes unintentionally drawn to the slightly concealed Chun Chantian behind Shunho. "Perfect, everyone is here. Haocheng, Tianya, Yi Dao, we shall dine together shortly." Shuyang did not overlook the trio, but his focus on Cheng Shifei and Chun Chantian was evident. The three spies had never witnessed such tenderness from Shunho, making the scene feel dissonant. As for Tianya and Yi Dao, they bore no discomfort. Although they had never heard of Cheng Shifei before, being designated as Huang Zi Yihao spy by Shunho was sufficient for their acceptance. However, Haitong's feelings diverged. Her gaze towards Shunho seemed ordinary, yet beneath the surface lay a hint of resentment. This was merely an ordinary lunch, and Shuyang did not adhere to strict dining etiquette. If one were to scrutinize the dining customs of Huaxia, it could be exhausting. Thus, the group enjoyed a harmonious meal without excessive formality, but this was Shuyang's perspective. From Tianya's viewpoint, today, Yifu seems particularly pleased, and it has been ages since we dined together. Who exactly was this Cheng Shifei? The woman, on the other hand, likely pertained to Yifu's personal affairs, not something for him to pry into. Yi Dao's thoughts were less complicated, but for Haocheng, the scene was intricate. To her, Shunho sat comfortably with Cheng Shifei on his left and the beautiful young woman on his right, all engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shunho even served food to the carefree Cheng Shifei, eliciting a pang in Haitong's heart. Leaving aside Cheng Shifei, despite his frivolous nature, Haocheng did not doubt his capability as a spy. Yet, she could not shake off her unease regarding Chun Chantian, whose beauty and closeness to Yifu made Haitong's heart race. Tianya and Yi Dao, being men, were less perceptive, but girls tend to notice subtle gestures. To Shuyang, Cheng Shifei was the son of his master, and Chun Chantian was his sole friend. There seemed to be no impropriety in sharing a meal and conversation. However, in Haitong's eyes, it appeared as though Shuyang found more joy in conversing with them, rendering her feelings insignificant. "I am full, Yifu. I have matters to attend to," Haocheng stated, having consumed only a few bites. Remaining in this setting felt unbearable. Witnessing Yifu's camaraderie with others caused her great distress. Is that so? You've hardly touched your meal. Shuyang observed the scant contents of Haitong's bowl. However, she seemed lost in thought, daring to disregard his words and leaving directly. Haitong found solace in her room, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, with 2 empty jars already on the table. Though her tolerance was moderate, her discontent drove her to seek solace in drink. Why can Ifu be so gentle with other women, yet I have never seen him display such warmth towards me? Haitong mumbled, her cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol, her eyes glistening as though on the verge of tears. Now, I lack even a confidant. Ifu is the only person I have ever trusted and relied upon. Yet now Haitong was the most devoted believer in Shun Ho within Hulong Mountain Villa, a sentiment echoed in the original narrative. Yet, she was still hesitant to acknowledge her special feelings towards Shun Ho. The steady knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, causing her to rise in a fluster. Fearing others might witness her in such a state, as a spy indulging in drink instead of fulfilling her duties. "Haitong, are you all right?" came a voice from outside, heightening her anxiety. Is it Ifu? Hadn't he previously mentioned that he would personally teach the martial arts? Come on, let us head to the training ground. Shuyang had sensed that Haitong's feelings towards him were gradually veering away from the norm. Though not particularly adept at discerning emotions, he understood that treating those around him differently would only skew Haitong's perception further. Shuyang's words jolted Haitong, awakening her from her stupor. She realized that in Ifu's eyes, she was not inconsequential. He would not renege on his promise to instruct them in martial arts. "All right, I'll be there shortly," Haitong said, eager to freshen up. She could not appear reeking of alcohol while training with everyone. "Okay," Shuyang replied, never opening the door. Haitong responded through the barrier. Her fondness for Shuyang had reached a precarious 80. This was a dangerous threshold. If it exceeded 80, he could not engage in any form of physical contact with her, lest she trigger the passive effect of romantic fantasies upon touching him, complicating their relationship considerably. At the training ground, upon Shuyang's return, Yuluo exclaimed, "Uncle, Cheng Shifei and I have been standing here for quite some time. I am utterly exhausted." Yuluo, possessing a martial arts background, had grown impatient and slumped in a chair. "Ifu, what is the purpose of this dance?" Cheng Shifei, lacking prior training and poor physical stamina, lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a helpless mass, prompting Tianya and Yi Dao to shake their heads in disbelief. If this was Huangzi Yihao, it seemed they would have a challenging journey ahead. Sighing, Shuyang took a deep breath, yet still proceeded to explain to Cheng Shifei. The stance of Zhao Ma Bu, though seemingly unremarkable, is the fundamental skill underlying nearly all martial techniques. While internal strength can be cultivated through clever means, there are no shortcuts when it comes to martial forms. Only through diligent practice can one master them. You, having never practiced martial arts before, will benefit greatly by starting with the basics. "I'm so exhausted, Ifu. I need a rest for a moment before continuing my training." Cheng Shifei understood that his Ifu was correct, yet he found it difficult to muster the energy to rise. "Very well," Shuyang acknowledged with some resignation, yet he was aware of Cheng Shifei's considerable talent. It was merely a lack of interest that held him back. Thus, Shuyang devised a plan to spark Cheng Shifei's enthusiasm. "Would you like to witness the technique that nearly obliterated half of the practice arena this morning?" Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Shuyang's words. Tianya and Yi Dao had yet to witness the true prowess of the renowned Shun Ho, while Cheng Shifei and Princess Yunluo were predominantly curious, yet unanimously intrigued. They all yearned to understand just how extraordinary the world's foremost Shun Ho could be in action. Seeing the renewed vigor in everyone's demeanor, Shuyang chuckled softly and picked up the broadsword resting nearby. "Be cautious now," he warned. Only Chun Qianqian expressed concern, to which Shuyang responded with a reassuring glance. "Yi Dao, you have immersed yourself in swordsmanship for over a decade now, and your technique has reached a commendable level," Shuyang praised, refraining from launching directly into action. "I wouldn't dare," Yi Dao replied coolly. Shuyang, not genuinely being the Shun Ho, found no offense. He continued, "Your dominant blade technique has indeed reached a significant level, though your youth means your internal strength is still developing. Today, Ifu will allow you to glimpse the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This statement was intended to plant the seed of ambition in Yi Dao's mind. The finest techniques resided with Shi Yang, and thus Yi Dao would be eager to learn, steering him away from misguided paths. Although Shi Yang would employ the Abhidharmic three blades, he could modify it just enough that Yi Dao would remain unaware. Shi Yang stood firm, positioning the long sword before him, concentrating his energy into the blade. The practice arena fell silent as everyone attentively observed the Shun Ho's impending strike, eager to witness the might that could devastate half of their training ground. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted as Shi Yang unsheathed his sword with unparalleled ferocity. With a single stroke, a torrent of internal energy transformed into a devastating blade aura. However, Shi Yang refrained from uttering the name of the technique in front of Yi Dao. Boom! The path of the blade aura left not a single blade of grass intact. Facing such a formidable strike would indeed result in utter annihilation. With just one execution of the Abhidharmic three blades, the power unleashed surpassed that of his previous display. The improvised meridian pathway flowed directly from his hand to his dantian, a force unmatched, perfectly complementing the Abhidharmic three blades, thus achieving a cataclysmic stance. Yi Dao, who typically bore a cold demeanor with little expression, could hardly fathom that the mastery of sword techniques could yield such terrifying destructive power. The title of the world's foremost Shun Ho was indeed well-deserved. In awe, Tianya offered a respectful compliment, having long held admiration and trust for the Shin Ho. From this day forth, I have resolved to teach you martial arts. Tianya, Yi Dao, do you wish to learn? Yes. Ifu, Yi Dao exclaimed with fervor, his sincerity palpable. The prospect of being taught such a technique by the Shun Ho ignited a fire within him. His usual icy demeanor was cast aside, leaving only the singular desire to master the sword technique. Thank you, Ifu, Tianya expressed with genuine delight. The opportunity to learn elite martial arts brought joy to anyone, though Tianya's composed nature kept his excitement subdued. Your Highness, I too wish to learn. Princess Yunluo, invigorated by the display of skill, now appeared animated and full of energy. Her fondness for martial arts had always been present, but previously, the Shun Ho had refrained from teaching her, and the palace instructors hesitated to impart strict lessons due to her noble status. Ifu, can I really become as formidable as you? Even the carefree Cheng Shifei found himself intrigued, though he lacked confidence in his abilities. Shifei, trust me, your martial talent is exceptional. With perseverance and hard work, you will undoubtedly become a top-tier master, Shi Yang encouraged, patting Cheng Shifei's shoulder. Is that true, Ifu? Indeed, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to teaching you, provided you wish to learn. With these words, everyone became animated, exchanging excited discussions, a phenomenon that had not occurred during the Shun Ho's previous reign. Suddenly, Shi Yang's expression shifted as he cast his gaze towards the back mountain, a sharpness entering his eyes. Yet, he quickly masked his concern and smiled at the group. Haocheng is quite lazy. She is yet to arrive. I shall go fetch her. You all rest for a moment. Ifu, you shouldn't have to make the trip twice. Allow me to go, Tianya offered, eager to alleviate Shi Yang's burden. There's no need. I shall handle it. Shifei and the princess should practice the basics with you and Yi Dao. I will return shortly. Once outside the practice arena, Shi Yang's demeanor darkened. Is it the devourer? He hastened towards the back mountain, having sensed the devourer's presence. Haocheng had mentioned tidying up. She preferred cleanliness and would not present herself inebriated before others. So she must have gone to bathe. The devourer's aura, however, lingered near the water pool at the back mountain. Although Shi Yang had assumed the mantle of the Shun Ho, he had inadvertently influenced the world, providing the devourer with an opening. Amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, a pale figure was gracefully submerged, her long hair cascading into the water. In the reflection of the pool, her skin appeared as flawless as snow. Occasionally, she would scoop up the water to cleanse herself, leaving delicate red imprints on her tender skin. Diving into the water, she emerged, sending a cascade of droplets into the air, resembling a blooming lotus. A moon-white long robe lay neatly folded beside the pool. yet upon it rested a striking piece of red silk, intricately embroidered with a lotus flower. Such adornments typically symbolized purity and elegance, often donned by married women, who would wear motifs of mandarin ducks swimming or representations of fertility. Haocheng had washed away her makeup, which she normally applied to appear more masculine, opting instead to enhance her feminine beauty in this moment. As the gentle caress of the water enveloped her, her exquisite features were fully revealed. Gazing down at her reflection, Haocheng found herself momentarily lost in thought. Am I not beautiful enough? She mused with a hint of melancholy. When a woman truly opens her heart, she begins to doubt her own beauty. Nonsense. You are truly beautiful. A sudden feminine voice echoed from the edge of the water. Startled, Haocheng spun around, her heart racing. Who goes there? She demanded, her voice sharp. Calm down, the unexpected visitor replied in slightly awkward Mandarin. Forcing herself to regain composure, Haocheng focused on the figure before her, a wave of peculiar emotions washing over her. The woman stood at the pool's edge, adorned in an exceptionally unique gown. Haocheng recognized that such attire was unfamiliar to her, for the visitor wore a Gothic-style dress, embellished with images of bones and red roses, exuding an eerie yet alluring beauty. However, the attire was rather avant-garde for this era, especially in ancient Haocheng, where short skirts were seldom worn. A cascade of golden, wavy locks adorned with a rose-embellished headband framed her visage. Her slender, elongated legs were enveloped in form-fitting, silky stockings, one black, the other red, paired impeccably with chunky Sol Martin boots, accentuating the elegant contours of her limbs. The allure of her dark, night-like eyes, accentuated by smoky makeup, exuded an irresistible charm. Undeniably, while her attire may not align with the aesthetics of this era in Haocheng, the beauty of this woman was manifest. However, Haocheng was left in a state of perplexity. It was evident that she was not of Central Plains descent, nor did she appear to belong to the islanders of Dongying. What, then, brought her to Haocheng Mountain Villa? The discrepancy in her fashion was irrelevant, for she was unmistakably of Western descent. Haocheng remained vigilant in the water, questioning, "Who are you? Do you realize you are trespassing on the territory of Haocheng Mountain Villa? Such an offense is punishable." "Yes, yes, I know," came the languid reply, her Mandarin slightly halting yet laced with an air of profound indifference. Her eyes, resembling those of a Persian cat, were strikingly heterochromatic, one amber, the other a coppery hue. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze around Haocheng. Her body grew numb and unresponsive, her consciousness beginning to waver. With a swift motion, the woman revealed a Gothic black lace fan, elegantly sweeping it to obscure one side of her amber eye, leaving only the violet pupil shimmering with an otherworldly light. In Haocheng's eyes, the woman glided gracefully across the water's surface, her long, beautiful legs seemingly treading upon it, approaching her with an enchanting allure. A chill coursed from her feet up her spine, causing beads of cold sweat to break out along her back. Haocheng attempted to cry out, yet her body seemed to act against her will, inexorably moving towards the woman. "You may call me Annie. Fear not. I bear you no harm. I merely wish to extract something from you." As Annie spoke, a sphere of purple light began to materialize in her left hand. Was Haocheng under some form of hypnosis? Her gaze grew increasingly dazed, her body seemingly entirely under Annie's control. A porcelain-like form stepped forth from the water's edge, under Annie's command, who regarded Haocheng with satisfaction. Folding her fan, she extended her right hand, gently supporting Haocheng, whose stature was dwarfed by Annie's. With a tender embrace, Annie pressed the sphere of purple light against Haocheng's chest. "Release her," commanded a calm male voice, reverberating like thunder in Annie's ears. Startled, Annie sensed someone had approached from behind, but before she could react, the figure in her arms vanished. Haocheng had disappeared. Guardian? Upon facing this new presence, Shiyang realized that this was not the devourer. However, the purple light in Annie's grasp emanated an aura reminiscent of one. The sensation of the devourer had been released from the sphere she held. A guardian, yet a Westerner. What was she doing in a mid-level martial arts world set against the backdrop of Huaxia? And why had she targeted a principal character? Huh? A man? Shi Yang, now bearing the countenance of a divine being, realized that for a guardian, this facade held little weight. A mere exchange of spiritual awareness revealed their shared identities. Initially, Annie had been taken aback by Shi Yang's prowess. His speed indicated superiority. Yet upon discovering his masculinity, she appeared relieved, as if she held great confidence in men. With his outer garment draped over his hand, Shi Yang gently placed Haocheng aside, covering her with his coat. Although Haocheng's expression remained vacant, her cheeks and skin began to flush, indicating that despite Annie's control, her consciousness lingered, aware of her surroundings. Is it appropriate for a guardian to intervene with a principal character? Shi Yang inquired. Ha ha, Annie chuckled elegantly, her laughter like the chime of silver bells. Yet her words were frigid. Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. The atmosphere grew palpably tense following her declaration. It seemed as if Li, observing the confrontation, suddenly recalled something in Annie's gaze. Without further ado, Shi Yang drew his blade, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged across the expanse. Annie's previously serene demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment as she evaded Shi Yang's onslaught. Yet, before she could catch her breath, a flurry of energy bore down upon her. The sound of slicing air resonated, but this time, the energy dissipated silently among the mountains, rocks, trees, and flora. Moments later, the materials struck by Shi Yang's energy cleaved cleanly, their edges as smooth as glass. Shi Yang had escalated his efforts, channeling more internal force, rendering the energy potent yet discreet, capable of inflicting significant harm. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, deliberately withholding lethal intent. Had he chosen to, he could have severed Annie in two during her moment of vulnerability. Now, Annie, stripped of her former grace, appeared considerably disheveled. Her once elegant Gothic attire marred by the fierce energy that had lacerated it. Employing illusions and magical shields, she seemed to expend considerable power, her breath becoming labored. Strands of her golden waves scattered about her. She recognized the vast disparity in their abilities. Their initial clash revealed the chasm between them. Annie's physical prowess likely barely reached the early stages of the second tier, yet her abilities leaned toward Western magic, which might account for her frailty. It was unclear how far her mental strength extended. Observing her magic's feeble defense against Shi Yang's strikes, it was evident her mental fortitude was not formidable. Struggling to maintain her magical shield, she barely managed to withstand a couple of Shi Yang's strikes. Despite his restraint, a flicker of resentment glinted in Annie's eyes. What? Are you incapable of striking a woman? She scoffed, feigning vulnerability. I assure you, I mean no harm to this young lady. What is your objective? Shi Yang scrutinized Annie, stepping protectively in front of Haocheng. I merely wish to extract a portion of world energy, Annie replied, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. As a unique Western beauty, her skin, akin to fine jade, and her witch-like pallor imbued her with an air of fragility. World energy? How do you intend to acquire it? Shi Yang queried, astonished that guardians could directly harvest such energy. This, Annie gestured with her left hand, revealing the sphere of purple light. As its radiance faded, a transparent bubble of magical restraint revealed a spectral embodiment of a devourer, confined within, thrashing about. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yang began to comprehend. After defeating the devourer, instead of executing it, they had utilized an intricate magical structure to contain it, preventing it from consuming world energy. It appeared that this imprisoned devourer could be used as a means to siphon world energy, a rather cunning contrivance. Will your actions not provoke the ire of the world's will? Siyang inquiret, perplexet. Of course it will. Before Annie could utter a word, Li Wei Shi Yang elucidated. It may provoke the displeasure of the world's will, resulting in spatial rejection. However, the guardians can choose from a multitude of worlds. Even facing the rejection of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of world wills is not significant. The amount they extract will be limited, and they will strive to maintain balance within the world's rules. Alas, how vexing! Xiao AI interjected. The Western Guardians not only favor lineage but also prefer to take shortcuts. Clearly, in her quest for rapid strength, she seeks the world's chosen ones to draw upon their power. Why not venture into a world rooted in Western background? Coming to an Eastern world, where she faces the world's will's rejection without fear, does not hinder her entry into a Western world. Such intentions are indeed bothersome. Master, be cautious. If I am not mistaken, that pair of eyes belongs to someone from the Asmontis family, likely named Annie Asmontis. The Asmontis family is one of the 7 deadly sin night families, where the spirit of lust resides. The Western perspective diverges from ours, and so does the spirit's ideology. The spirit of lust remains confined within the family that binds it by contract, and even if the previous host has passed, it will select an heir with the same bloodline and talent from within the family. Lee continued. Among the Asmontis family's bloodline, a commonly observed innate ability is the lustful eye technique, which can create illusions and evoke the deepest desires within a person's heart, proving particularly effective against the opposite sex. If the practitioner is a woman, her beauty amplifies the technique's influence on men. Be wary of this, Annie, master. Although the disparity in raw strength is vast, be cautious not to gaze into her eyes. Li's dialogue with Shi Yang was brief, lasting only a few seconds, during which Annie's spirit also communicated with her. Oh, how rare! A martial artist from Haocheng who has achieved considerable success in their cultivation, seemingly of a much higher rank than you. Quite formidable indeed. You cannot defeat him. The spirit of lust, Meditina, spoke to Annie in a gentle, tempting tone. Annie did not deny Shi Yang's formidable prowess but retained her confidence, as she had previously thought, since Shi Yang had not chosen to eliminate her with his strength before their encounter. This played into her hands. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. The path of a martial artist is arduous. Compared to the progress of our warrior profession, Eastern martial artists find it more challenging to attain breakthroughs. However, once a martial artist reaches a certain realm, their strength surpasses that of our warriors, with no rivals in close combat. For at that level, each one is a master of techniques. Meditina sighed, glancing at Shi Yang with envy, as spirits enjoy having their hosts consume powerful men. I will not lose, and I certainly will not lose to a man, Annie resolved inwardly, though she maintained a facade of vulnerability. In truth, the Asmontis family was gradually heading towards decline. Although the spirit of lust, Meditina, only selects hosts from within the Asmontis family, several former hosts have failed to become knights of the 6th rank or above, diminishing the families standing among the 7 deadly sin knight families. Annie, gifted and recognized by Meditina as the new host, possessed abilities far superior to her kin, bearing the burden of her family's revival. With the upcoming Haocheng Martial Arts Conference, she must break through to the 4th stage of mental energy before its commencement, shining brightly at the event and emerging as the most remarkable newcomer. This would alleviate her family's plight. This urgency to absorb the world's power stems from Annie's desire to grow stronger. Although the world's power is essential for breakthroughs to the 7th stage and beyond, it can still significantly aid the host prior to that stage. And special methods of absorption can rapidly enhance mental energy. Setting aside her dialogue with the spirit, Shi Yang sheathed his blade, intending to grant Annie a reprieve. He would not extract excessive world energy, leading to an imbalance of rules. Although such actions were inadvisable, he truly did not wish to harm the main character. Killing Annie outright, as he had done with Che Jingzhou, seemed inappropriate. Leave, Shi Yang said, averting his gaze from Annie's eyes, his tone nonchalant. Thank you. Annie weakly expressed her gratitude, struggling to depart. However, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly drained of magical energy. Her breaths grew shallow as she looked at Shi Yang with a pleading expression. Shi Yang frowned, not intending to approach her, yet suddenly, it seemed that Annie could no longer sustain the barrier due to insufficient magical energy. The devourer trapped in the transparent bubble on her left hand abruptly erupted, breaking free from the confinement and growing in size, opening its maw towards Annie's head. With a buzz, amidst the vibrations of the air, Yang appeared beside Annie in an instant. Annie, seemingly terrified by the uncontrolled devourer, hastily retreated. However, being already on the ground made it difficult for her to regain control. Yang gently wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her away from the devourer's gaping mouth. Following closely with a swift motion, a flash of the blade, the devourer stilled for a moment, its entire body cleaved in two, swiftly meeting its demise. What remarkable speed and strength! The devourer was a third-stage entity, yet it was dispatched in an instant, and Annie could not help but marvel. Though it did not impede her actions, Yang remained vigilant towards Annie, still avoiding her gaze. However, unbeknownst to him, as he held Annie with a bit of force, her clothing slipped on her left shoulder, revealing a small patch of skin as smooth as jade, adorned with a mesmerizing tattoo emitting an alluring purplish-red aura beneath her collarbone. Not good, Yang exclaimed in horror, but it was already too late. He believed he had accidentally dislodged a piece of Annie's clothing. So he instinctively glanced at her shoulder, and that singular glance ensnared him in Annie's ability. Despite Li's warnings, Yang remained alert. However, Annie's awakened innate ability, aside from the commonly seen eye technique within her family, was this tattoo known as the desire illusion. Once ensnared, the victim's spirit would be drawn into the realm of desire, regardless of their mental energy exceeding Annie's. Its drawback is its ease of detection, as well as its extremely limited effective range. It must be seen up close to take effect. Yang stood frozen, his body as if paralyzed, devoid of any movement, his eyes becoming vacant. From a moment the devourer broke the restraint to ensnaring Yang, everything was meticulously planned by Annie. Rising to observe Yang, Annie suddenly found herself less averse to this man. Initially, while Yang held her waist with one hand, his grip remained respectful, devoid of any inappropriate actions. Moreover, despite his formidable strength, Yang had not committed any breaches of decorum since the conflict began. What most impressed Annie was Yang's apparent awareness of her Asmontis lineage. He maintained vigilance, never gazing into her eyes, and in the face of her alluring beauty. His restraint was something Annie had never encountered before. All the men she had met previously had gazed upon her with eyes brimming with ulterior motives. In truth, Annie harbored a profound disdain for men, a sentiment few would believe. How could a new generation, lust night, loathe men so? To this day, she had never entertained a romantic relationship. Ironically, within the church, the chaste knights, contrary to the lust knights, had engaged in numerous romantic relationships. The desire illusion tattoo excels in its initial strike. Once discovered, coupled with the short range of the ability, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to fall prey to it. Having tirelessly come to this world, how could Annie return empty-handed? She did not intend to harm Yang. She merely wished to prevent him from obstructing her quest to absorb the world's power. Aside from the absence of malicious intent, it primarily stems from the fact that Annie cannot harm Yang at this moment. Any physical injury would alert the mind and spirit, thus shattering the illusion. It is essential to recognize that Yang possesses formidable mental power at the pinnacle of the sixth stage. It would be unreasonable for Annie, with her capabilities, to disregard such a significant disparity. Moreover, the two harbored no deep-seated enmity. It is always prudent to leave a line of retreat in human interactions. Thankfully, Annie held this perspective. Otherwise, if the illusion that ensnared Yang were to be dispelled, he would have introduced Annie to the concepts of indestructible fortitude and the self-healing powers of the black light. However, should Yang return safely from this ordeal, he would likely be on high alert, as such mental tactics must never ensnare him a second time. If wielded by someone with ill intentions, it could pose a genuine threat. Annie rose, intending to draw upon the world's energy from Haocheng once more. Yet after taking a few steps, she halted. What? Curious? Why is it that this fellow can resist your beauty? Maidingna instantly discerned Annie's thoughts. Indeed, Annie admitted without contesting. This man was somewhat extraordinary, seemingly impervious to the allure of beauty. The power of the desire illusion was formidable. Once ensnared, no one could extricate themselves, regardless of their mental strength. Mere willpower was insufficient for escape. The duration of the illusion correlated with the magical energy within Ani, which sustained the desire illusion's operation. Her earlier display of magical depletion had been feigned. In truth, her reserves were ample, and her magical prowess considerably surpassed that of her peers at the same stage. However, as soon as the words left her lips, disbelief washed over Ani's face. What? She staggered, nearly losing her footing, as her magical energy surged like a torrent into the desire illusion tattoo beneath her collarbone. Shuyang, standing a few paces behind her, trembled slightly. Why was this happening? Ani had never encountered such a phenomenon. She delved into the desire illusion, seeking to understand why Shuyang's mind required an influx of continuous magical energy to remain ensnared. The desire illusion awakened the deepest yearnings within one's heart. Regardless of how discerning a person might be, an idealized image of a perfect woman resided within. Even eunuchs harbored preferences. The desire illusion catered to these inclinations, unmasking desires that were otherwise concealed. Shuyang surveyed his surroundings, observing the ornate, resplendent ancient architecture. Shrouded in a hazy mist that enveloped the entire complex, nestled within the mountains. A dozen or so female attendants clad in simple robes approached him, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Though unadorned, their features alone were exquisite. The grace of ancient women exuded a unique charm, one that was not merely accentuated by clothing, but was intrinsic to their expressions. Was this his ideal woman? Ani observed Shuyang from an outsider's perspective, finding his aesthetic taste commendable. He seemed to favor those who were not merely superficial. However, as soon as her thoughts crystallized, Shuyang walked past the attendants, who dissipated like smoke in his wake. Was it an illusion? Was his mental fortitude so robust? This occurrence indicated that the desire illusion had only skimmed the surface, failing to uncover the vulnerabilities within Shuyang's heart, thus rendering it incapable of swaying his emotions. Ultimately, beauty was but a handful of dust, and as dust returns to dust, the beautiful maidens of the world were akin to flowers by the roadside, either trampled underfoot or withering with the passage of time. Shuyang comprehended that everything surrounding him was merely a fabrication, an illusion conjured by Ani's innate abilities. Beauty? He, who had never held a keen interest in such superficialities, could hardly be ensnared by something so trivial. He moved forward, eager to discover a means of escape, unaware that he was delving deeper into the realm of desire. Shuyang's actions ignited a fervor within Ani's desire illusion tattoo, prompting her to draw a sharp breath. As Shuyang's steps gradually shifted, the scenery around him began to dissolve into dust. The ornate architecture, the dazzling splendor, such grandeur was but a fleeting brilliance in a vast river of time. Shuyang, what are you doing here? Qin Qianqian suddenly emerged, casually linking her arm with his. Having once been a man, he understood the psyche of men all too well. However, Shuyang merely shook his head with a smile, gently brushing aside her arm and stating with dispassion, "She was once my friend, and I regarded her merely as a friend. There are no other feelings involved." As soon as he spoke, Qin Qianqian's visage dissolved into smoke and scattered away. He pressed on, venturing deeper. "Why aren't you eating properly? You are still growing. Remember to nourish yourself," echoed the voice of a kind-hearted teacher from the orphanage, always attentive to the children's well-being. In this moment, Shuyang felt a twinge of nostalgia, for he genuinely admired this teacher, who had shown boundless patience, kindness, and care, bestowing warmth upon countless children. Yet, what was this? An impasse? I did indeed hold a deep respect for my teacher, but that was sincere admiration. It cannot be conflated with romantic feelings, Shuyang retorted, as if inquiring of the void around him, though no one would respond. Nevertheless, Ani heard his words with stark clarity. "Ah!" She stifled a cry, clutching her tattoo as the heat intensified, a burning pain coursing through her. Blood seeped through her fingers as she gritted her teeth. Ultimately, all of Ani's magical energy was channeled into the desire illusion tattoo. Why take this so seriously? Mai Ding frowned at her new host. "I seek answers," Ani replied wearily. "I am curious to know if such men exist. Those who, despite being normal, feel no attraction towards any woman." The presence of women in the desire illusion suggested that his orientation was indeed typical. As her magical energy dwindled, the desire illusion could not be sustained for much longer, and the fatigue from expended magic caused her mind to spin. However, Shuyang had already ventured deep into the desire illusion, where its power peaked, relentlessly probing the innermost recesses of his psyche for any possible detail. Finally, at this zenith moment, the desire illusion unearthed the most profound aspect of Shuyang's heart. As if sealing something away, the ability surged toward this minute crack, prying open the memories of Shuyang's past. Just as Ani felt she could no longer endure, a cool yet melancholic voice, imbued with a sense of heartache, resonated in the air. As the sound reached his ears, Shuyang felt a jolt coursing through him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The voice possessed a mesmerizing quality that unraveled all his thoughts, leaving him in a state of panic. Chohozi, tell me, what is the world beyond these mountains truly like? Shuyang, being a creature of life, could not remain indifferent to emotions. He was obsessive and devoted, yet at times he found himself questioning why he felt no attraction towards the beautiful women around him. What was he lacking? Did he truly suffer from some mental ailment? No. The truth was that he would never be moved, for his heart had long been taken away. The mundane beings yearn for the ethereal essence. Caught in a state of half-flourishing, half-fading, few comprehend the path to immortality. Those who cling to their roots remain ensnared, while the Bodhi tree endures, dispelling foolish desires. One may swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation. He spoke of cultivating the spirit while harboring greed within. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought, as he sought to transcend all forms and break free from all illusions to attain true liberation. Memories of the past swirled around Shuyang like dark smoke. The cacophony of voices that had once echoed along his path, clamoring and clamoring. Those were beings he could not even encounter in a world of high martial arts. What? What is it? Shuyang stumbled, his previously calm demeanor now replaced by frantic eyes, his pupils dilating and breath quickening. These voices, these words, felt both familiar and foreign. His anxiety did not arise from the demons or deities. He was uncertain of what exactly caused his turmoil, yet his heart would not settle. The memories grew increasingly vivid, yet within his mind, the faces of gods and demons appeared before him repeatedly. Why did the same scene manifest so many times? Had he truly experienced such moments countless times? Shuyang scrutinized his past memories, yearning to uncover the source of his unease. What memories were these? Why had they been concealed? No, 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 none of these, he exclaimed, glancing around frantically, desperately attempting to cast aside the chaotic memories. Yet every image was not what he wished to see. He could not shake them off, nor could he escape. I cannot escape, and neither can you. The words of the great sage Huangfeng caused veins to throb on Shuyang's forehead, transforming his previously handsome visage into one of rage and intensity. Escape? What does it matter if I cannot? His eyes glowed with fury as he pointed at the surreal memories surrounding him, declaring vehemently, "One day, I shall return. One day, fate, obediently heed the heaven's decree." Laughter and mockery reverberated from the mouths of various gods and demons. Shuyang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He struggled desperately, yet it was as if he had sunk into an abyss, powerless to exert his strength. The surging waters engulfed him. He wished to scream, but the current constricted his throat, the sensation of suffocation rising within him. Gradually, the memories settled into tranquility. Annie, who had been desperately supporting him, stood beside Shuyang, watching him sink deeper into despair. At that moment, the voices that echoed were no longer filled with insults, but transformed into powerless sighs. Fate's chosen one, does such a being truly exist in this world? Have you ever pondered the reason for your existence? An aged voice murmured softly, "You've arrived?" Shuyang struggled to open his weary eyelids. The scenery around him shifted, revealing a breathtaking realm where sky and water melded beneath the setting sun. Arrived. A voice resonated behind Shuyang, lazy and affable. Turning to look, he beheld a diminutive pig demon. "Come aboard," the old monkey beckoned. "You won't be able to turn back once you board my pirate ship, will you?" The old monkey chuckled. We're in this world, isn't a pirate ship. If you don't board mine, do you think you can ever turn back? As they sailed through the vast expanse of the water-sky realm, ominous clouds floated above, occasionally coalescing into familiar yet strange visions. Shuyang did not pay much attention to the old monkeys and the pig demon's conversation, but suddenly a remark stirred something within him. Isn't that someone familiar? What was her name again? He almost mentioned Bai Guofu Run, but thought better of it upon glancing at the demon beside him. In Bai Hu Ling, he had ruthlessly shattered the hearts of his past loves thrice, believing he would no longer harbor any attachments. Yet, deep down, he knew he had never truly let go. Shuyang contemplated asking who this lady was, but the words caught in his throat. An instinct told him that the answer would not satisfy him. He observed his surroundings, as if gradually gaining clarity about himself. After a while, the old monkey halted the boat. They had arrived at a secluded isle amidst the water. Stepping off the small vessel, Shuyang looked down, his reflection clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with a magnificent crown. Is this truly me? He thought, unable to believe it, noticing the increased fuzz on his face. In his hand, the Rui divine treasure could grow or shrink, heavy or light, transforming endlessly at his whim. Disbelieving? A voice came from in front of him. Upon raising his head, he was taken aback to find another version of himself standing there, gazing at this doppelganger. Shuyang accepted the memories and comprehended. He had once been a chosen one of destiny. Yes, but you are rather unique. You possess countless opportunities. Each time you fail, you can return to the past and try again. You have traversed that path thousands of times, yet why did you abandon it? This question was directed at himself. Why did I give up? Why did I flee from that world? Shuyang pondered. Yet as he recalled his memories, he found no answers, and the feeling of anxiety persisted within him. I am afraid. Shuyang finally confessed his true feelings. Afraid? The voice laughed. You are the chosen one, the heir of the great sage. Your very existence transcends the three realms and lies beyond the five elements. What could you possibly fear? Following this line of thought, Shuyang sought answers within himself. Annie hastily provided 2 precious magical stones she would typically withhold, eager to know as well. However, no response echoed in return. Annie, enduring her pain, looked on in astonishment as she saw a tear fall from the corner of Shuyang's eye, creating ripples in the water below. Suddenly, everything around them dissipated, and the scenery transformed, leading Shuyang into an underground cavern. At that moment, he choked back his emotions and spoke the answer he had discovered. I fear I may never again behold the green mountains beyond. Having endured numerous tribulations, Shuyang finally arrived at the Pan Sea Cave, expecting yet another trial of intellect and martial prowess. However, he was met instead with, You look quite clever. Why not venture inside? The 4th sister stood in the shadows, her tone gentle. There was no mockery, no derision, nor disdain. He was initially puzzled, but a treasure chest revealed a Xiangfei gourd, traditionally a vessel for unrequited love. Upon hearing that voice and gazing upon the 4th sister's visage, Shuyang was moved to tears. He awakened within the cave, bewildered. How peculiar. He remembered being attacked by a spider demon before losing consciousness, yet he awoke in a clean, tidy bed. A candlestick by the window held various items. Initially perplexed by the kindness of whoever had placed him in bed and provided him with elixirs and artifacts, he felt a sense of intrigue at this first encounter. In the upper tier of the Pan Sea Cave, he awoke beside a stela. Despite the injury inflicted upon her by the talisman, Sime managed to suppress her pain and display a proud, yet gratified smile upon seeing him approach. How is it that you can jump about so quickly? It would be wise for you to meddle less in the affairs here if you wish to avoid trouble. Yet, despite her words, she turned and offered him her hand. I have paved the way for you. It is easy to save others, but difficult to save oneself. From here on, let us rely on our own abilities. Sime assisted him, her tough exterior concealing a tender heart. Perhaps having encountered a fated individual, she revealed a rare softness. Half inquiring and half reflecting, as if speaking to herself, Stinky Monkey, what do you think the world beyond these mountains is like? Regrettably, he was too dense at the time. In retrospect, he should have attempted to persuade her to stay. When they met again on the flower-laden bridge, what would others say about his appearance? A rough countenance and a thunderous mouth? Yet what did Simei say? I hear there are extraordinary treasures hidden within. With your clever looks, why not venture inside? After searching, he had anticipated traps, but found only several neatly arranged large chests filled with magical artifacts, rare treasures. In Xiangfei gourds, no traps, no deceit. Perhaps it was this encounter that piqued his curiosity about her, marking the beginning of something profound. Out of gratitude, he tore apart the talisman Simei wished to claim. He thought she would be content, yet at her final moment, all he heard was the command, leave quickly. The more she insisted, the more he felt compelled to stay. Surely, something troubled her. She had aided him. In that moment, born as a fated individual from beyond the three realms, he felt a sense of panic for the first time. However, upon confronting her, he found himself faced with an adversary far beyond his current capabilities. Once more, he scrutinized his surroundings more carefully. Was it the vague concern for a certain girl that stirred him? After countless cycles of reincarnation, he understood that he was not making his first appearance. He was a continuation of the great sage's essence, destined to return. But how many times had this occurred? He did not know, nor did he know if Simei recognized him from his past lives. Again, he arrived at the Pan-Sea Cave, where the girl still sat on the eaves of Lanchi village. Did she come here every day to wait for someone whose return was uncertain? Had she finally awaited him? Upon seeing him, Simei smiled from her perch. Why did she smile? Was she joyful at his arrival? Yet, why would she feel joy upon his coming? An unusual feeling blossomed within him, and he resolved to seize the opportunity to speak with her. This time, as he leaped into the web, he felt a heightened clarity. The golden elixir on the table revealed that Simei was deliberately assisting him, albeit with a hint of reluctance to express it, which made her seem proud. Once again, he encountered her before the stela, seemingly bound by an inescapable fate, yet she still smiled at him. Having lived her entire life within the confines of Pan-Sea Cave, Simei had never ventured beyond its borders. They were ensnared, their destinies predetermined, destined to be used as alchemical materials by the heavenly court. Simei realized that her time might be drawing to a close. From the moment he appeared, she had scarcely spoken, lacking in eloquence. Yet she still ventured to entreat him. Might we share a moment? I have matters to attend to. Simei did not refuse. Instead, she cited her obligations as an excuse to depart. Once again, he tore the talisman, but at Huanghua Temple, having experienced it once before, he recognized this encounter would be their last in the face of peril. He called out to retain her, but she still walked away. Once more, Miss, wait. This time, he did not allow Simei to leave, hastening forward to block her path. Miss, I have something to say. What is it? Speak plainly. Her tone was firm, yet her gaze averted. What I said was merely a pretext. If I were to speak, what would I say? With a gentle smile, Simei, who was usually aloof, perhaps amused by his impetuosity or his lack of understanding, turned to leave once more. This time, he began to attempt to save Simei. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Why did the outcome remain unchanged? Why? Panic began to envelop him. Do not leave. At last, he directly implored, if you depart, you will perish. He grasped her delicate arm. Simei seemed astonished that he was aware of the heavenly court's intentions to use the creatures here for alchemical purposes. Yet after a moment's thought, she responded defiantly, if I stay by your side, will I not die? It is easy to save others, but difficult to save oneself. You should prioritize your own safety. Simei struggled, yet he did not relinquish his grip. How could she break free when he held her so firmly? Let go of me. There was a hint of desperation in Simei's voice. Looking into her eyes, he seemed to understand her meaning. She did not wish to burden him. But what if he were to defeat Wang Lingguan and he Daoren? The cycles of reincarnation continued unabated, his strength growing ever mightier. Yet the outcome never changed. Without the great sage's innate power, and without reclaiming his strength, how could he hope to vanquish the foremost protective deity of the Taoist pantheon? Amidst repeated failures, he began to feel despondent. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue experiencing the captivating narrative. Upon seeing Simei once more, still bearing that proud yet gentle smile, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He wished to see her smile eternally. When had such feelings emerged, it no longer mattered. From the moment she bestowed upon him the Xiangfei gourd and urged him to flee in the face of danger, he knew he could not let go. Thus, when Sime posed her question, he no longer hesitated. "I wish to take you to see the mountains beyond." His tone was resolute, his demeanor earnest, stirring something within Sime. Perhaps it was the depth of his gaze that conveyed a different meaning, for this time. Sime did not respond with her usual prideful dismissal, but rather replied, "Very well," before hastily retreating, whether out of shyness or some other emotion he could not discern. Once more, once more, once more. "I will do it. I will certainly do it. I will take you to see the mountains beyond. This is a promise." 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yet, he could not fulfill that promise. Why? Only a hollow roar of rage remained. Sime would always await him at the beginning of the next cycle, yet would invariably be taken by the heavenly court, while he remained powerless to change this outcome. Sime longed to utter those few words, but before she could finish, he gently grasped her arm. Sime was taken aback by his sudden action, yet she was unaware that he had gazed at her countless times already. "What must I do to keep you in this moment, to make this moment eternal? How can I prevent this story from continuing?" No longer simply imploring her to stay, nor merely holding her arm, he enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly as if he were unwilling to lose her again. Sime might have found his action surprising, though she held a special affection for him. How could she allow such rudeness toward the lady? She might have felt taken aback, for she did not know that he had gazed at her countless times before. All the regret culminated in the words he once spoke, "I fear my own helplessness." Each time he assaulted the heavenly court, he met with a tragic demise amidst overwhelming odds. With his current strength, he could be considered a master, yet he was no match for the great sage in his prime. Even the formidable Qi Tian de Sheng struggles under the relentless assault of the deities. How could Shiyang possibly endure? Once more, he will rise to confront the heavens. No matter how many times he falls, his choice remains unwavering. To live as a mere dog? Indeed, there is little shame in such a fate, yet one must receive the due rewards. One cannot expect an ox or horse to toil without proper sustenance. So why do they refuse to release Sime? Are his demands excessive? Clearly they are not. Yet the multitude of gods and Buddhas exhibit such parsimony. If we perceive the heavenly court as a sovereign state, everything seems so reasonable. Gods, Buddhas, demons, and mortals are not so different. Ultimately, they all succumb to the whims of desire and emotion. The emergence of Sun Wukong introduces an anomaly. He is a demon, yet not a demon, born of stone, transcending the 3 realms and the 5 elements. The celestial beings yearn to see a kindred spirit, not an aberration. They seek to suppress Sun Wukong, hoping he will comprehend the essence of conformity. Yet it is evident that he has chosen a divergent path. As an heir, as a reincarnation and continuation of intent, Shi Yang is still unworthy of that title. However, even in the face of insurmountable odds, he will exert every effort. Even if he cannot disrupt their peace, he will ensure they are stained with blood. Another cycle of reincarnation unfolds. Gazing upon the picturesque Huagua Mountain, Shi Yang is never weary of its beauty. How many times has he admired it? A golden figure hovers beside him, teasingly remarking on his predicament. As one destined by fate, is it not a burden to be mute? The figure continues. Have you considered an alternative possibility? If you had never encountered that girl, perhaps you would not find yourself so hindered. If, Shi Yang retorts coldly, does the world entertain if? Do you seek to embellish an alternate path for me? People often romanticize the roads they have not traversed, perhaps as a source of psychological solace. But what of Shi Yang? Encountering Sime is what has rendered his existence vibrant and palpable. Even with his impenetrable exterior, he sometimes ponders whether he is truly alive. From the moment of his birth, everyone anticipated him to become the Qi Tian de Sheng. The deities wished for him to assume the mantle of the new sage, merely to become a pawn in their game. Friends hoped that the departed sage would be revived through him, yet no one ever considered that he could simply be himself. Thus, Shi Yang has become irrevocably captivated by Sime's tenderness. As the guiding elder monkey of the fated ones has said, Yet we all know he has never truly let go. Very well. Then why do you persist in this relentless pursuit of death? The golden figure counsels. The value and influence of a person depend on their strength. We inhabit a world where the strong reign supreme. If you wish to save that girl, should you not focus on enhancing your own power? Seeking death is merely an act of self-destruction. See Yang refrains from Robutao. Perhaps aware that the manifestation of the heavenly path speaks the truth, he is indeed engaging in self-sabotage. With his exceptional prowess in this realm of martial excellence, discerning the identity of this heavenly avatar poses no challenge. The overwhelming force of the heavenly path, also known as the power of the world, unequivocally reveals his identity. There exists a vast universe, the central axis of innumerable worlds and lesser realms, where the power of the heavenly path thrives most robustly, celebrated as the main world. The essence of the heavenly path resides within this primary realm, embodying its will. In light of this, it becomes apparent. You are wasting time in this realm. Perhaps you could find an opportunity for breakthrough in the broader universe. Why not give it a try? Proposes the heavenly avatar. Siang Chukles softly, Induet. The celestial map of this heavenly embodiment is rather limited. Is this your objective? What do you desire me to do? I want you to become a guardian. The heavenly avatar is confident Shi Yang will acquiesce, for he knows from the outset that refusal is not an option for him. His heart has been claimed by a girl, leaving him powerless to deny. Guardian? Shi Yang does not inquire about the price. Does it truly matter? In this moment, he has no choice. To break this stalemate, he requires the assistance of the heavenly path. Even if it means yielding to the heavenly path and donning the tightening circlet once loathed by the sage, he is willing. Regardless of the cost, he seeks only one answer. The heavenly path is also aware of his desires. As long as you agree to my request, your heart shall return to its rightful place. The heavenly path does not state this explicitly, yet it serves as a firm assurance. Should Shi Yang consent to serve, the heavenly path will assist him, allowing his intentions to flourish, reuniting him with Si Mei, and even granting a place for the once revered demon clan. Such words might be deemed arrogant. Yet the heavenly path's declarations must be trusted. Very well. Shi Yang nods, his intentions clear. He consents. Those who pursue the path of cultivation have always defied the heavens. The very essence of cultivation is to seize the natural order. Yet who can truly escape the heavenly path? Or rather, to what extent must one be empowered to genuinely transcend its confines? A sage? A sage may endure the great tribulations of the heavenly path without perishing. Indeed, a formidable feat. Yet does facing it directly equate to transcending it? Have you heard of the great way is 50? Heaven's transformation is 49? The heavenly avatar states, how can you, a manifestation of the heavenly path, utter such words? Shi Yang exclaims in disbelief, who would undermine their own authority. Ha! It is self-deprecation. But also a truth. The heavenly avatar glances beyond the heavens. One of the escaped entities has become increasingly difficult to control. A creature known as the Devourer was birthed in the incompleteness of the heavenly path. The guardians are a force I have cultivated for ages, yet due to human desires, their power has waned. I require a sufficiently powerful guardian to ensure the safety of those lesser worlds. Then why choose me? Why not choose yourself? From your inception, you have existed beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements, an anomaly. You have always been the optimal choice. It is only upon witnessing your attachments that I realized you would not refuse my request. You may become my path to resolution, and perhaps I can become yours. What must I do? Temporarily relinquish this physical form, abandon your acquired roots, and forsake your current identity. Immerse your intent within the main world, emerging as an ordinary being. With your extraordinary essence, you will inevitably earn the recognition of the spirit, regardless of which spirit it may be. The critical aspect is that I will grant you a unique ability, one tied to the laws of existence. Your task is to grow swiftly when the time comes. You shall also acquire unexpected powers, greatly benefiting your breakthrough. You will become a formidable guardian, shielding the world from the Devourer's encroachment. Presently, the guardians are far too weak to withstand genuine crises. However, danger will also befall you. You are an anomaly in the realm of martial excellence. Yet only within your original world can you experience perpetual rebirth. Upon entering the main world, relinquishing your physical body and retaining only your intent, you will become vulnerable. Should you perish, you will truly perish. The destined one temporarily vanishes from the original world, yet Yang emerges anew. As all visions disperse, a cold figure stands not far behind Annie. With head slightly bowed, hair obscuring his gaze, Yang appears profoundly somber, emanating an intense aura of oppression. Annie feels a surge of panic. She wishes to explain that she harbors no ill will toward Yang, merely desiring to avoid his interference. Yet she senses she has glimpsed the sealed past of another, and it is entirely reasonable for Yang to feel angered by this revelation. Annie has developed a profound understanding of Yang's prowess. Now, with her magical energy nearly depleted, she finds herself utterly powerless to cast any spells. The disparity in their strengths is vast, and should Yang, in a fit of rage, choose to end her life, she would be without any means of resistance. I ought to express my gratitude to you, she remarked, yet Yang's demeanor had shifted from his usual gentleness to a fierce intensity. What were meant to be words of thanks were now laced with a palpable menace that sent shivers down Annie's spine. It is because of you that I have come to understand my past. Yang unsheathed his long blade, caressing its gleaming surface. Upon witnessing him draw his weapon, Annie's heart leaped in her throat, fearing that he might strike her down in an instant. Most mages are not adept in close combat, and Annie, as a core member of the Lust Knights, primarily wields powers that affect the mind and spirit. To endure Yang's formidable strike would surely result in her demise, leaving her lifeless and unrecognizable. As the blade glimmered ominously, Annie's eyes widened in astonishment. Rather than directing the blade at her, Yang instead aimed it at his own face. I do not know when it began, but it seems to be an inherent part of my nature to wish for a favorable outcome for those of goodwill. As he spoke, the blade drew perilously close to him. I have been too gentle in my actions. Now, I find myself ensnared by the illusion of desire. Regret filled his voice as he sat cross-legged, the blade poised before his eyes. If my eyes only serve to hinder me, then why do I still need them? With that declaration, Yang gritted his teeth, the blade slicing into his eyes with a violent force. As the veins in his forehead throbbed, he endured the excruciating pain, pulling the hilt of the knife back and forth. Annie reached out, but before she could utter a word, Yang had already acted. She had no intention of harming him, yet she was taken aback by his resolve. In the realm of desire, she had witnessed Yang endure the agony of being shattered for the sake of a woman. At that moment, seeing him inflict such harm upon himself out of regret, she began to question her own perceptions. Once, Annie believed that love was merely a fleeting impulse born of desire, which fueled her disdain for men. However, Yang's presence had sparked a subtle change within her. Could one truly be so steadfast for another? Perhaps love does exist. Crimson droplets trickled down the blade. Yang tore a strip of cloth from his garment, wiping away the blood. Though he possessed formidable, self-healing abilities, this act made it clear that he would not utilize them to restore his sight. From this moment forth, Yang vowed never to use his eyes to perceive anything again. He loathed himself for allowing desire's illusion to cloud his judgment, all while a girl awaited him. The darkness ahead would serve as a constant reminder, and he would forever enshrine the image of his fourth sister in his heart. Why are you doing this? Annie weakly approached Yang, her expression a turmoil of emotions as she gazed upon him. A gruesome scar marred his features, traversing his eyes and nose, with trails of blood resembling tears cascading down his cheeks. There are no deep-seated grudges between us. With me here, you cannot claim the world's power from Haocheng. Leave this world. Yang's voice was cold and resolute. Annie chose not to argue further. Instead, she turned to depart, but not before casting one last lingering glance at him. She despised insincerity, which fueled her aversion to men. Yet when faced with a man's purest love laid bare before her, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The reality of such love existed, yet its purity felt unattainable to her. The more she dismissed genuine emotions, the more she yearned for the love stories that existed only in dreams. The chasm between reality and idealism in matters of the heart had bred her contempt, leading her to denial. Thus, when a man demonstrated through action that love indeed exists, her heart experienced tumultuous upheaval. Feeling the weight of guilt for having unearthed Shuyang's sealed memories, Annie sighed softly as she stole one last glance at the man sitting on the ground, murmuring an apology. Regarding the memories of the fated individual, Shuyang had not accepted them entirely. Annie's abilities had merely unlocked a portion. His long existence had rendered the contents of his memories vast, encompassing powers, skills, and techniques that were beyond his current reach. His strength was advancing rapidly, yet the distance to that world remained insurmountable. Recklessly embracing it all would only shatter his mind. As he sensed Haocheng, Shuyang gradually steeled himself. My previous approach was far too gentle. It is time for a change. He clenched his fists. Prepare yourself and go to the training ground. Not a word of what just transpired should be spoken to anyone, understood? Shuyang's tone was icy. Haocheng, regaining her consciousness but still weak, trembled slightly. Her adoptive father had never spoken to her in such a detached manner, and she could sense the unwavering resolve in his words. Disobeying him would leave her with no doubt that he would act against her. Shuyang felt a twinge of regret. Yet if altering the narrative only brought uncertainty to this world, he could harden his heart. After leaving, he left Haocheng to grapple with her sorrow alone. Why? My adoptive father has always treated me well, especially lately. I care for him. But why has he suddenly changed? That woman? Yes, she must be the cause. I will not let her go. Haocheng resolutely vowed, contemplating how to investigate this woman. Striving to recall her distinct characteristics, she noted that she was evidently not from Zhongyan, her eccentric attire making her easy to track down. Upon returning to the training ground, adoptive father, how is Haocheng? Tianya inquired with concern. She will be fine. She will join us shortly. Inside the training ground, Princess Yin Luo and Cheng Shifei were playfully sparring, while Yidao and Tianya awaited Shuyang's return. Tianya, observant as ever, noted that while Shuyang's appearance remained unchanged, his demeanor bore a noticeable difference, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xiyang, having been accustomed to seeing with his eyes, now found himself relying solely on perception, a disorienting adjustment. Nevertheless, his robust constitution allowed him to compensate for the lack of sight, though it was at times less convenient than using his eyes. It seemed prudent to learn abilities that could mitigate his visual impairment. Perhaps mastering an aura would be a beneficial choice. Tianya, I recall your most formidable technique is the illusionary sword, correct? Shuyang asked, hand clasped behind his back. Indeed, Tianya replied, unwilling to conceal anything from him. Had you employed the illusionary sword against Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou, perhaps Lu Sheng Shueji would still be alive? Shuyang's words struck Tianya like a dagger to the heart, leaving him momentarily breathless. Yidao gazed at Shun Ho in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Shuyang would intentionally provoke Tianya in such a manner. You're troubled, aren't you? Shuyang's inquiry was laden with sarcasm. Out of respect for you, Tianya held his tongue, yet the pain of those words was unbearable. I say this to remind you, Tianya. Shuyang's tone grew increasingly severe. You must remember this. Without sufficient strength, you cannot protect those you cherish. Shuyang's countenance was remarkably solemn, and his tone was equally earnest. Without waiting for Tianya to respond, Shuyang produced several ancient manuals. Here, I have never taught you martial arts from childhood to now, but today, I shall impart to you a few exceptional skills. He handed Tianya several profound manuals on internal cultivation, sword techniques, and knife arts. These are the pinnacle martial arts of the 8 great sects. You must delve into them diligently and strive to elevate your strength in the shortest possible time. Remember, only in this way can you avoid future regrets. These were items Shuyang had long prepared, all first-rate martial arts from the 8 great sects. Do not underestimate first-rate martial arts. In the right hands, they can yield effects akin to divine skills. Thank you, adoptive father. Tianya finally understood that his adoptive father was genuinely reminding him. Yidao, Shuyang called out. Yidao approached silently, awaiting orders. Uncertain if Shen Ho would also bestow some top-tier martial arts upon him as he did Tianya, yet he felt no envy towards Tianya. Are you familiar with the Xiongba Tiantian knife technique? Yi Dao gasped in astonishment. How could adoptive father know? Before he could finish his thought, Yi Dao realized that Shen Ho had traversed the martial world for many years, and his martial prowess was widely acknowledged as the best under heaven. How could he not have heard of the illustrious Xiongba Tiantian technique? However, his father, Guihai Balian, had left no record of this knife technique, and Yi Dao had searched through his father's belongings many times without success. I not only know of this knife technique, but I can also wield it, Shuyang stated. Yi Dao's expression shifted, and his gaze became wary. Could it be that his father, Guihai Balian, was killed by Shen Ho? If it were a matter of strength, Shen Ho's martial skills far surpassed his father's, making the murder nearly certain. Yet upon reflection, he thought it impossible. If Shen Ho had killed his father, would he be so forthright in revealing it? Your father, Guihai Balian, was not killed by me, but I do know who did. Shuyang continued, I was aware of the Xiongba Tiantian technique long ago. Thus, when your mother sent you to me, I sought out the manual. Adoptive father knows who killed my father? Was it not Jian Jingfeng, Kalinzi, and Haocheng? Yi Dao had always believed that these three friends of his father had conspired to murder him. No, Shuyang affirmed. Adoptive father. Yi Dao earnestly addressed Shen Ho, and then suddenly knelt before him, beseeching, please tell me who the murderer of my father is. The desire for vengeance had long been Yi Dao's inner torment. What happened? Cheng Shifei and the Princess Yunluo, drawn by the commotion, hurried over, abandoning their earlier playful banter. Yi Dao was oblivious to the opinions of others, his focus solely on Shen Ho, yearning for an answer. I cannot tell you now who killed your father, Shuyang said, stepping back a couple of paces. Upon hearing this, Yi Dao's face turned ashen. However, I can teach you the Xiongba Tiantian technique, Shuyang declared. Adoptive father, do you truly wish to teach me my father's knife technique? Hope rekindled in Yi Dao's eyes, though Shen Ho was reluctant to speak. Mastering Xiongba Tiantian would enable him to confront his father's friends directly. Currently, his martial skills could be deemed first-rate, yet they still paled in comparison to those of his father's three esteemed comrades. If he learned Xiongba Tiantian, his abilities would greatly increase, giving him the confidence to rival them. Indeed, afterward, Shuyang indeed handed over a small manual of the knife technique. Go now, hasten the progression of the plot. I shall secretly absorb the internal energy of all those destined to perish, thereby enhancing my own strength and allowing the narrative to advance. Previously, he had strived to devise a splendid ending where everyone survived, but now he had no time to meticulously plan step by step. If the plot dictated certain deaths, he would utilize the most straightforward and forceful means to turn this to his advantage. Moreover, prior to this, Shuyang intended to visit the dungeons and the 8 great sects. He would not kill anyone, but he would drain all the martial experts of their internal energy. Shen Ho focused solely on absorbing the internal energy of masters because humans are inherently limited vessels. As humans, their capacity is predetermined, and the amount of internal energy they can store is fixed. Some may believe that skills like Baiming Shangong and Shiqing Dafa have no upper limits for absorption. Yet, that would merely lead to self-destruction. The human body has limits. Otherwise, why do those who practice such techniques not drain the internal energy of all martial artists? The internal energy of masters is pure and of higher quality, and Shen Ho sought only to absorb the internal energy of masters due to the inability to increase the quantity, thus requiring a focus on quality. However, Shuyang was different. His physical strength was not bound by the limitations of ordinary martial artists, and he had no fear of being overwhelmed by excessive internal energy. He aimed to absorb the internal energy of all martial artists to the fullest extent possible. In private, Shuyang handed 2 manuals to Cheng Shifei. These 2 manuals must be cultivated diligently, understand? Moreover, they are not to be shared with others. The indestructible diamond skill and the absorption technique. Adoptive father. Why do these names sound peculiar? Cheng Shifei remarked dismissively. These are your father's renowned techniques. From today onward, you must practice diligently every day. I will monitor your progress daily, and should you fail to meet my expectations, do not blame me for punishing you. Shi Yang's tone was exceedingly stern, causing Cheng Shifei to wear a bitter expression. He was accustomed to a carefree life, and the thought of rigorous training was daunting. Yet he did not reject the idea of practicing these two techniques, knowing that they were his father's skills and that he had to learn them. Albeit, he hoped not to be pushed too hard. Haocheng arrived rather late, finding only Shi Yang and Princess Yunluo remaining in the training ground. Yidao Tianya and Cheng Shifei had all hurried off to practice with the manuals provided by Shi Yang. Adoptive father, Haocheng spoke timidly. You and Yunluo are both women. Among the 8 great sects, the martial arts and internal cultivation of the Yimei sect are particularly suitable for you both. That Wuhan Gongzi is adept at using hidden weapons and excels in lightness skills. Yet that is all. In a direct confrontation, he would likely struggle against even 3 of my moves. From today onward, cease practicing his techniques and switch to the Yimei sect's methods. Uncle, do I also have a part to play? Yunluo exclaimed excitedly, for her uncle was the best in the world. And perhaps she too could become a master of unparalleled skill. Yes, you both must practice. Take these and familiarize yourselves. Tonight, all will gather at the training ground, where I shall personally guide you and answer any questions you may have. What about this afternoon, Uncle? Yunluo inquired, displaying great eagerness. This Yunluo is indeed quite interested in martial arts, yet she possesses almost no foundational skills. As a princess, those instructors in the palace surely would not permit her to toil away at mastering the basics. But her enthusiasm is commendable. This afternoon, I have to step out, Shi Yang replied. As he departed, Shi Yang exchanged a glance with Haocheng, who hastily averted her gaze. Shi Yang would teach martial arts, but would not instruct Lu Shang Danma to kill her. Ultimately, whether she could survive depended on her own choices, and he would not waste any more time on such matters. He strode directly towards the dungeons, where Master Gu Santong was imprisoned on the lowest level, while other cells housed numerous villains who relied on their martial prowess to commit heinous acts. Is that not Shinho? Greeted the sharp-voiced Steward Chow, who had just returned from an inspection of the Eastern Factory. What brings you here? Steward Chow, Shi Yang replied with a slight bow. I am on my way to the dungeons. May I inquire where you are headed? Overall, Steward Chow Zhengshan was rather polite, a rarity for someone in his position. I am merely a bystander. I wonder what business Shunho has in the dungeons. I intend to engage the imprisoned convicts in martial arts practice. Chao Jingchun deliberately feigned a look of astonishment, exclaiming, who would have thought that the esteemed Shen Hui, as a royal uncle and a master of Hulong Mountain Manor, would not neglect his own training despite his lofty status? It is truly admirable that he utilizes the condemned prisoners in the celestial prison to hone his martial skills. While Chao Gonggong lavished praise, Shi Yang's memories warned him that such flattery from Chao Gonggong often heralded trouble. After all, with Shen Hui's status, how could the prisoners possibly merit a personal visit from him? Let us arrange a stage for Shen Hui to showcase his martial prowess to those prisoners. Goman Gao Zhengjun, immediately dispatching someone to make the necessary arrangements. Furthermore, he intended to notify the emperor so that his majesty could also witness Shen Hui's skills in action. Upon hearing this in the imperial study, the emperor, engrossed in reviewing memorials, was intrigued. The royal uncle wishes to engage in a martial contest with the prisoners of the celestial prison. The emperor was taken aback. Although the famed Shen Huizhu possessed an illustrious reputation, he was known for his humility and rarely exhibited his martial prowess publicly. What could have prompted such a grand display? The emperor pondered, curious to witness the martial abilities of his uncle and to ascertain the truth behind the title of the world's greatest martial artist. While others might wonder why Shi Yang would agree to such a challenge, he himself was indifferent. What he truly sought was the internal energy of those martial artists. Even if he declined, could he hide his intentions from Chao Gonggong spies? Such deception was impossible. The commotion had even reached the inner palace, where the Empress Dowager and her concubines were abuzz with news. Have you heard? Lord Shen Hui intends to engage in a martial contest with the prisoners. Indeed, I have heard. Chao Gonggong has made arrangements, and the contest will commence in half an hour in the open space before the celestial prison. I wonder if we might witness the unparalleled skills of the royal uncle the world's greatest martial artist. Such discussions naturally reached the ears of Princess Li Xiu. Having received directives from Shen Hui, had abandoned her former goal of assassinating the emperor. Instead, she lingered close to him, awaiting further instructions. Now, she had become a favored presence in the emperor's court, her beauty enhanced by secret techniques that had delighted him on multiple occasions. She had glimpsed Shen Hui's martial prowess before, but only a mere fragment during their last encounter at the state guest house. As a fellow martial artist, she could hardly remain disinterested. Realizing that everyone was eager to witness the spectacle, Princess Li Xiu persuaded several concubines to discuss the matter with the Empress Dowager. This Zhu Taidan, at his age, still craves the limelight? The Empress Dowager mused, recognizing that this event held little potential for power struggles. Is it possible that Shen Hui genuinely seeks a contest? With a light-hearted jibe at Shen Hui, she did not oppose the idea, stating, "It can be rather dull in the inner palace. I shall inform His Majesty. And we shall all attend. What have you been up to? I took a stroll at Hulong Mountain Manor, and upon returning, you seem to have vanished. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You may accompany Cheng Shifei and practice while I am away." After ending the communication device, Shi Yang approached Chao Jingchun. "Gao Gong Gong, I have heard that you possess unparalleled martial skills, impervious to blades and weapons after 50 years of training. I am quite eager to learn from you." Gao Zhengjun, not wishing to hastily agree, replied, "Ah, Lord Shen Hui, you flatter me. However, I too am interested in experiencing your esteemed techniques. Since the stage is prepared, why not warm up with the prisoners first?" "Very well," Shi Yang agreed, ascending the stage and bowing respectfully to the emperor seated on the high platform. Despite his apathy towards the emperor, he recognized the need to show respect as a subject. Traditionally, women, particularly those in the inner palace, prioritized decorum and propriety, showing little interest in martial prowess. Yet, Shen Hui's royal lineage and reputation as the world's best martial artist compelled many to witness his skills. However, while others were merely curious, Princess Li Xiu was genuinely interested in Shen Hui's martial abilities. As a martial artist herself, she held great respect for skilled practitioners. "Your Majesty, the first opponent Shen Hui must face is the notorious Ning Liheng, known as the Bloodied Hand Butcher, a renowned expert in the martial world." The emperor, aware of Ning Liheng's infamous reputation for both his formidable skill and heinous crimes, had arrived to observe. As he knew Chao Gonggong to be an exceptional martial artist, he appointed him as the commentator for the event. A disheveled, middle-aged man in prison garb, with a fierce gaze but a somewhat gaunt visage, stepped onto the stage after shedding his shackles. Having spent a considerable time in the celestial prison, his unkempt appearance contrasted sharply with the indomitable spirit of a martial artist. As the Bloodied Hand Butcher made his entrance, a palpable aura of menace swept over the concubines, eliciting gasps of concern for Shen Hui's safety. The concubines' worries for Shen Hui were misplaced. They ought to be more concerned about the prisoner. Ning Liheng regarded Shen Hui with gravity, for prior to the contest, Chao Gonggong had informed the prisoners that if they could injure or even kill Shen Hui, they would be granted their freedom. Thus, despite knowing Shen Hui's unparalleled prowess, all the prisoners were determined to give their all. With a fierce roar, Ning Liheng summoned his internal energy, his calloused hands transforming into claws aimed at Shi Yang's shoulders. Meanwhile, Shi Yang stood calmly, hands behind his back, as Ning Liheng's claws approached. To everyone's astonishment, Shi Yang did not flinch, and Ning Liheng's grip clamped firmly onto Shi Yang's shoulders. This move, which had never seen anyone endure without evasion, could have rendered an ordinary opponent incapacitated. Yet, Shi Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if he were immovable as a mountain. Ning Liheng, feeling as though his claws were not gripping flesh, but rather steel, bent his legs slightly, channeling force from the ground. He pulled with all his might. Yet Shi Yang remained steadfast. The legs seemed to have rooted themselves to the ground. When pulled, it hardly resembled the act of dragging a person. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Ning Liheng's forehead, while the imperial concubine and empress let out a sigh of relief. Yet the emperor frowned. It was evident to all that the disparity was not merely significant. The esteemed general stood there without a movement. and the skilled Ning Liheng was utterly unable to strike him. During the Ming Dynasty, the land of Huaxia was home to countless hidden talents, with a vast population yielding numerous elite warriors. Ning Liheng himself was quite renowned. Even if he fell slightly short compared to others, his prowess was nonetheless formidable. Princess Lixio understood that even she could not face Ning Liheng's strike with such nonchalance, let alone withstand it without any defensive maneuver. The strength of the general was unmistakable. How ruthless! What promises did Gong Chao make to you all to incite such desperation? Shuyang inquired with calm indifference, hands clasped behind his back. If I injure or kill the general, I shall regain my freedom, Ning Liheng rasped. There was no need for deception. It was clear to everyone. Desire for freedom? I had no intention of killing you. Everyone makes mistakes. Now I offer you a chance. If you relinquish your obsession with freedom, I may grant you a path to survival. Shuyang was not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. No need for that, General. I still wish to fight, Ning Liheng declared fiercely. They were all desperate fugitives, occasionally aiding the court in hopes of one day reclaiming their freedom, which is why they endured in the dungeon. Now that an opportunity presented itself, if they did not seize it, they feared they might never escape, preferring death instead. Very well then. Shuyang raised his right hand and grasped Ning Liheng's left arm, effortlessly breaking free from his grip. With a swift twist, a sharp crack echoed as Ning Liheng's bone fractured. Before he could even scream, Shuyang's right hand released him only to form a fist that struck Ning Liheng's abdomen. Blood erupted from Ning Liheng's mouth as he was sent flying several meters to crash against the hard rock wall of the dungeon, collapsing into a heap, appearing lifeless. In that fleeting moment of contact, Shuyang had drained Ning Liheng of his internal energy. He could alter the structure within his body, creating additional meridians. The speed and efficiency of his energy absorption surpassed that of the general, requiring only a brief touch. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, including Gong Chao. Everyone had assumed the general's martial skills would be graceful and agile, focusing on technique due to his age and physique. However, they were astonished to discover the general's combat style was so brutally direct. The second challenger, proficient in Shaolin boxing, launched a straight punch upon entering the fray. Yet Shuyang did not evade, meeting the attack head-on. A resounding crack echoed again as the Shaolin expert's arm was shattered by Shuyang's counter, the pale bone protruding gruesomely. After draining his opponent's energy, Shuyang delivered a punch that pierced through the opponent's chest, blood splattering forth. The crimson hue caused the onlookers to blanch, unyielding and unavoidably. Shuyang's clothing bore the marks of battle, stained with blood. Ripping the fabric from his shoulder, he shed his upper garments, revealing a physique devoid of excess, with muscles as solid as iron, causing the spectators to widen their eyes in disbelief, for he appeared far from the build of a man in his 40s or 50s. One by one is too slow. Let us engage all at once. Shuyang's style mirrored that of Dong Tianbao from Taijizhang Sanfeng, his movements bold and powerful, reflecting his fierce nature. This was not a competition, it was a one-sided massacre. In the face of the collective assault, Shuyang engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, relishing the clash against those skilled in iron head techniques, splattering their brains, and kicking against those trained in the diamond legs, shattering their limbs. Standing amidst the chaos, Shuyang evoked both admiration and fear from the crowd. When the slaughter concluded, the ground was drenched in blood, and not a single body of the expert prisoners remained intact. The concubines could hardly bear to witness the brutality, trembling slightly, except for Princess Lixio, whose eyes sparkled with awe as she beheld the general in action. A true powerhouse. The general was unequivocally formidable. Having long assumed the guise of a woman, Princess Lixio felt her attitude towards Shuyang shift, brimming with fervent admiration. He was originally one of the general's subordinates, and witnessing the general's true strength fueled her respect and reverence. The emperor, though youthful, had encountered many storms, and despite his trembling legs, he managed to maintain composure. Though unease began to stir within him upon noticing the stark contrast in Princess Lixio's demeanor towards himself and the general. These martial skills are utterly unsatisfactory. Why not have Gong Chao engage as well? The prisoners were proficient, some indeed masters, yet they paled in comparison to Gong Chao. As the emperor's tool to restrain Hulong Mountain Manor, Gong Chao had long been regarded as an equal to the general in skill. The emperor's dissatisfaction was evident. He aimed to have Gong Chao temper the general's fervor. However, the emperor was oblivious to Gong Chao's own apprehensions. Upon hearing the emperor's command, Gong Chao felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The general excels in internal strength. How can he possess such formidable external skills without revealing his internal prowess? If the general's abilities surpass mine and his external skills are perfected, I could be in grave danger. Your Majesty, this old servant merely sought a reason, Gong Chao began. But before he could finish, an angry glare from the emperor silenced him. As a eunuch, Gong Chao was not well versed in the psychology of a man of the emperor's stature. Very well, this old servant has long wished to witness the general's prowess. Steeling himself, Gong Chao leaped onto the stage, his heart steadied by the sight of the fallen experts. For even a physically impaired eunuch could muster the courage of a warrior. Resolute, he proclaimed, "Today, I shall fulfill a long-held desire." "Oh, a desire? What do you mean, Gong Chao?" Shuyang inquired, puzzled. The general's reputation precedes him, his martial prowess unrivaled. I have always harbored the urge to duel with you, even dreaming of it at times. I have long wondered whether the Tiangang Yuan Qi, cultivated over 50 years, could genuinely overcome you. This has always been a question in my heart. Huh, come forth. Chao Gong, driven by fortune, sought to engage in a battle of inner strength with Shuyang, who deftly evaded the confrontation. Despite the formidable release of 50 years of Tiangang Yuanqi from Chao Gong, a power of remarkable speed, Shuyang managed to effortlessly avoid the blows. However, this action led Chao Gong to mistakenly believe that Shuyang was inferior in inner strength, prompting his hesitation to engage directly. A man's energy is finite. Even with exceptional talent, one cannot master external martial arts to the same extent while concentrating solely on internal cultivation. Thus, Chao Gong's delusion of superiority emerged. As he felt assured of victory, convinced that internal martial arts surpassed external techniques by a considerable margin. If one's inner power is robust, they are virtually guaranteed success against an adversary of similar rank, provided they are not unexpectedly attacked. In Shuyang's perspective, there was no reason to avoid a direct confrontation with Chao Gong, having absorbed the inner strength of 2 to 3 dozen masters, each providing approximately 30 years of inner energy. He possessed a staggering amount of nearly 1,000 years of inner strength, bolstered further by his master Gu Santong's teachings. Engaging in a contest of internal power, he feared he might inadvertently end Chao Gong's life, regarding the potential for excessive absorption leading to instability. Shuyang's physique was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, far superior to even the Hulk. 1,000 years of erratic inner energy posed little concern to him. In the realm of Bouillon Run, the prowess of General Yuan Tiangang, even at 300 years, was barely utilized to a third of its potential, yet could cause harm to Li Siyuan. However, they were mere mortals. What level did Shuyang's physique represent? As the general would assert, my 300 years of power is not something you can unsettle. In contrast, Shuyang's 1,000 years of inner strength was beyond Chao Gong's capacity to challenge. Thus, if Shuyang chose not to evade, a single strike could easily end Chao Gong's life. The two engaged, one relying on inner strength while the other seemingly wielded external techniques, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange for the moment. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, as this was the desired effect, simultaneously demonstrating to Princess Li Xiu the depth of the Ming dynasty's martial prowess, indicating that masters of such caliber as the Shunho were not unique. However, the emperor's perceptions contrasted sharply with those of Princess Li Xiu. As someone who did not practice martial arts, he viewed the Shunho as a frog in a well gazing at the moon, while Princess Li Xiu, having reached her level of martial cultivation, regarded the Shunho as a mayfly beneath the vast sky. She did not marvel at the number of experts within the Ming dynasty. Rather, she was astonished that someone could cultivate their skills to such an extraordinary level. Chao Gong's inner power surged, causing explosions on the arena, shattering the stone platform and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Yet, when the haze cleared, Shi Yang stood unscathed within. At that moment, a foreboding sensation began to creep into Qiao Gongong's heart, though he remained in denial. The two closed in on each other, exchanging strikes. Qiao Gongong's techniques were commendable, shielded by his Tiangang Yuanqi, allowing him to hold his ground against Shi Yang's restrained might. Finally, Qiao Gongong discerned a flaw in Shi Yang's movements. Seizing the opportunity, he struck towards Shi Yang's chest. Shi Yang, having already demonstrated his capabilities, could not afford to evade, as that would mean enduring a direct blow. Qiao Gongong believed that even if Shi Yang braced himself, he could inflict internal injury upon the Shun Ho. As their palms met, a tremendous force shattered the stone platform. And amidst the standoff, Qiao Gongong noticed a subtle smirk at the corner of Shi Yang's mouth, sending a chill through him. In the blink of an eye, a colossal surge of inner strength manifested, plunging Qiao Gongong's heart into despair. What unfathomable power was this? It towered like an unreachable mountain peak and sank like an abyss with no visible bottom. Such inner strength could not possibly belong to a mere human. In that instant, Qiao Gongong felt as though 50 years of Tiangang Yuanqi had become a mere jest. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was yet to come. The overwhelming totality of inner strength exuded a fearsome pull. In an instant, at the point of contact between their palms, 50 years of Tiangang Yuanqi was entirely siphoned away, leaving not a trace behind. You truly can absorb power? Gao Gong Ga Pet? I concede. Si Young Ripley. Bowing respectfully, the emperor and the concubines, untrained in martial arts, only perceived that the Shun Ho and Qiao Zhengchun had exchanged a seemingly equal blow before swiftly parting. Unaware of the pallor and distress that had overtaken Qiao Gongong's countenance. Among the gathered, only Princess Li Xiu, a master in her own right, sensed the underlying truth. This was far from a balanced exchange. The details revealed that while Qiao Gongong's martial prowess was indeed exceptional, he was expending every ounce of his strength against the Shun Ho, who appeared to be at ease, almost nonchalant. Li Xiu had no doubt that if the Shun Ho exerted himself, he could easily vanquish Qiao Gongong. Qiao Zhengchun was already a top-tier master, even with my assistance. I could scarcely harm Qiao Gongong, yet the Shun Ho, with a mere flick of his wrist, could end him. Princess Li Xiu tightened her grip on her handkerchief and quietly instructed her maidservant. With his face ashen, Qiao Gongong realized that the inner strength he had painstakingly cultivated over decades had become a mere offering to the Shun Ho. Now stripped of his power, he pondered how long he could maintain his position, even if the Shun Ho chose not to kill him. However, he understood that he could not reveal his predicament. If word spread, with so many enemies in the court, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Qiao Gongong remained oblivious to the Shun Ho's intentions. Pondering whether he had his own plans, Qiao Gongong, now devoid of power, contemplated how to ensure his own survival. Shi Yang approached him, adopting a demeanor of a worthy opponent, smiling as he spoke softly. I acknowledge your martial prowess, and I accept my defeat. You may do as you wish. Qiao Gongong was not one to cower in fear, and although he was uncertain of Shi Yang's true aims, the fact that Shi Yang approached him for a private conversation indicated there might be room for negotiation. Qiao Gongong, I do not wish to kill you. I am aware that the second Tianxiang Duku lies in your possession. It will be prudent to surrender it to me. Shi Yang sought the Tianxiang Duku. He would not demand it without compensation. From this day forth, only the two of us would know of your lost power. You will still retain your esteemed position as the supervisor of the Dongchang and the Imperial Household Department. In truth, we could become formidable allies, maintaining our facade of opposition to reassure the emperor. Qiao Zhengchun looked at Shi Yang in disbelief. This proposition was not one of equals. As the victor, Shi Yang held Qiao Gongong's fate in his grasp while presenting an ostensibly equitable collaboration. He aimed to draw Qiao Gongong to his side for the purpose of performing before the emperor. The implications were undeniable. Was he now targeting the emperor? Qiao Gongong realized that the Shun Ho was no ordinary figure. Initially, he thought the Shun Ho sought a position above him. but it became clear that his perspective was limited. Yet, despite his reluctance, did Qiao Gonggong have any other options at this moment? With 50 years of power stripped away, he had lost his greatest reliance for survival. In this world of martial arts, while power is formidable, nothing surpasses strength. As long as one possesses martial prowess, they can navigate the palace freely. His current standing hinged entirely on his decades of Tiangang Yuanqi. Of course, Qiao Gonggong could choose to end his life with dignity, but it was evident that he had not yet reached the point of desperation. Would he truly sacrifice his position? The Shunho had offered him another path. As long as there was hope, Qiao Gonggong would inevitably contemplate his choices. Very well, today I concede to your unyielding resolve. Qiao Gonggong smiled subtly, his intentions unmistakable. However, a negotiation was still necessary, and he lowered his voice, stating, "Of course, I should present the Tianxiang Duku to the esteemed Shunho with both hands. But this old servant has matters to discuss with you." The Tianxiang Duku was the last bargaining chip for Qiao Duju. He even referred to himself as an old servant. If he did not seize this opportunity to converse, he feared he might never have a chance to negotiate his treatment again. I understood what Qiao Gonggong sought. Rest assured, once you surrender the Tianxiang Duku in your possession, I assure you that Qiao Gonggong can securely retain his positions as the head of the Naiwafu and the supervisor of the East and West factories. Is the esteemed Shunho sincere in this promise? Qiao Gonggong wondered if Shunho would indeed uphold his word. Gao Gonggong, since I am aware that the Tianxiang Duku is with you, is it not also possible for me to ascertain its precise whereabouts? Yet here I am, engaging in this dialogue, making my stance abundantly clear. Moreover, having managed the Naiwafu and the East and West factories for many years, Qiao Duju has cultivated numerous trusted subordinates. What advantages would be gained from eliminating him? Retaining you and collaborating with me is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Gonggong promptly nodded in agreement. Now, that even Qiao Gonggong had allied himself with Shi Yang, it seemed there were more feasible methods to intensify the efforts of the spies. Initially, the crowd in the palace had gathered to witness the commotion, but they were unprepared for such a bloody spectacle. After the duel concluded, the Empress and her ladies, unable to endure the sight of bloodshed, hastily departed. Although the emperor harbored some dissatisfaction with Shunho, he could not fault him for trivial matters concerning Li Xiugongzhu without evidence, and he left in a state of frustration. What had once been a bustling crowd quickly returned to an eerie quiet, leaving only Shi Yang and Qiao Gonggong. Esteemed Shunho, this old servant shall fetch the Tianxiang Duku for you. If it would ease your mind, you may accompany me, Qiao Gonggong suggested, lowering his attitude as the crowd dispersed. Before Shi Yang could respond, a maid hurriedly approached. Esteemed Shunho, Li Xiugongzhu requests your presence in her chambers. 3 question marks appeared above Shi Yang's head. Did Li Xiugongzhu not realize her current status as the emperor's consort? As the Shunho, not only was he of royal blood, but he was also a man. Was it appropriate for him to recklessly enter the emperor's harem? In these conservative times, even a common mosquito entering the harem would necessitate severe measures. The presence of eunuchs existed for a reason, as certain areas strictly prohibited the presence of men. While there were many palace guards, they typically could not enter the inner chambers. This request for Shi Yang to converse in the inner chamber, if discovered by the emperor, would be a precarious situation. Wait, Shi Yang realized this could be one of the best methods to provoke conflict with the emperor. The plot must advance as the protagonists require growth. If an alternative means could achieve the same outcome, it should pose no significant issues. The defiant Shunho and his spies turning against each other, ultimately defeated by the spies, appeared plausible, particularly if it expedited the narrative. Should he be defeated swiftly, Shi Yang could depart from Tianxia Dai. Gao Gonggong, I shall first proceed to Li Xiugongzhu's chambers. You may deliver the Tianxiang Duku there later. Once this matter is concluded, I have a small task for you, which I will disclose in due time. After stating this, Shi Yang truly left with the maidservant of Li Xiugongzhu. 3 question marks emerged on Qiao Gonggong's forehead. Wasn't the Shunho previously known for his discretion? He recalled that the Shunho had been quite reserved. When had he become so audacious? Had he been possessed by a dragon? In the absence of the emperor's knowledge, the consort invited him into her chambers, and he truly dared to accept? No. Chao Gonggong snapped back to reality. He was now aligned with the Shun Ho and needed to adjust his mindset. It seemed the political landscape was on the verge of transformation. Having just been deposed, the Shun Ho was already eager to confront the emperor, seizing the opportunity with the emperor's beloved consort. Was this a test to the emperor's limits? Shoving such thoughts aside, Chao Gonggong resolved to focus on self-preservation and promptly deliver the Tianxiang Duku within Li Xiu Gongzhu's chambers after dismissing the attendants. Only Shi Yang and Li Xiu Gongzhu remained in the vast room, though the door was left ajar. The journey had been fraught with surveillance. The emperor was undoubtedly aware of Shi Yang's arrival at Li Xiu Gongzhu's quarters. The admiration Li Xiu Gongzhu held for the Shun Ho led her to take this risk, but she remained clear-headed, dismissing her maidservants to converse with him. Leaving the door open permitted the distant eyes to see they were merely conversing, avoiding any implication of impropriety. Esteemed Shun Ho, Li Xiu Gunzu Urieliwua. Why the sudden desire to meet with me? This may arouse the emperor's suspicions. Shi Yang first inquired. It was my oversight, but seeing you, enough, there is no need to elaborate. There are new arrangements for you, Shi Yang boldly declared, taking his seat at the head of the table. Come closer. I wish to use you to provoke the emperor and gauge his reaction. How may I assist, esteemed Shun Ho? We shall feign intimacy for the distant observers to witness. Li Xiu Gongzhu smiled, her expertise shining through. Observing the Shun Ho seated in the dominant position, she gracefully approached and, with a swift turn, settled upon his lap. With arms as delicate as lotus stems encircling his neck, she softly murmured, esteemed Shun Ho, your prowess inspires immense admiration within me. As she spoke, her cascading hair fell like a waterfall, and leaning against Shi Yang, she managed to grasp some pastries from a nearby table, feeding him with her own hands. Although this was a charade, a degree of sincerity resided within. Li Xiu Gongzhu genuinely admired the Shun Ho's martial prowess. His exceptional appearance intrigued her. Were he to express any desire, she would not mind accommodating him. However, as she drew closer, she noticed the Shun Ho's gaze was unexpectedly vacant, as if he did not truly perceive her presence. His heartbeat and breath remained steady, devoid of any discernible fluctuation. Truly, the Shun Ho possessed extraordinary composure, she mused. Regardless of gender, even the most handsome man would typically exhibit some reaction when seated in the lap of a beautiful woman, yet Shi Yang remained unaffected. Aware that Li Xiu Gongzhu was a woman, he felt no concern about her proximity, reciprocating her gestures and feigning intimacy. Through the ajar door, not only did distant observers witness the scene within, but palace maids and eunuchs alike gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. This was not merely bold. It was beyond description. In the realm of human emotion, indiscretions occurred within the harem, provided they remained concealed from public view and did not compromise the emperor's dignity. Such matters were manageable, especially given the multitude of consorts. The emperor had undoubtedly indulged in numerous affairs, rendering the absence of a few insignificant. However, the Shun Ho's actions transcended mere audacity, especially considering that Li Xiu Gongzhu was currently favored by the emperor. Just as Shi Yang and Li Xiu Gongzhu brazenly displayed their affection, Chao Gonggong approached, his steps somewhat unsteady as he carried a box, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. After a moment of hesitation, recalling the Shun Ho's instructions, he steeled himself and entered Li Xiu Gongzhu's chamber. Esteemed Shun Ho, I have brought the Tianxiang Duku. Chao Gonggong quickly bowed his head, avoiding the sight of Shun Ho and Li Xiu Gongzhu's display of affection. Thank you. There are matters I need you to attend to, Chao Gonggong, Shi Yang instructed. Please command me. I have entrusted a set of sinister blade techniques to Gui Hai Yi Dao. He should soon be in a state of confusion, having long sought vengeance for his father. He is likely to exact retribution upon many innocents once he masters the art of domination. Now, as I indulge in intimacy with the emperor's favored Li Xiu Gongzhu, the emperor will undoubtedly be consumed by rage. Yet, due to the balance between you and me, I trust he will refrain from voicing his grievances. After Gui Hai Yi Dao indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, I shall escort him to the prison. And you shall devise a plan to persuade the emperor to win him over against me. If the emperor harbors resentment, he will undoubtedly seek to bring Gui Hai Dao under his command. My lord, do you not understand why the divine marquis would deliver his own key subordinate, Gui Hai Dao, into the hands of the emperor? The crux lies in how the divine marquis can ensure that Gui Hai Dao will acquiesce to the emperor's overtures. You need not concern yourself with my objectives. Simply follow my instructions. Upon completing his words, Shi Yang released the Princess Li Xiu and took the Tianxiang Duku from the table before departing. Gui Hai Dao will assuredly respond to the emperor's invitation, for Shi Yang intends to craft a narrative involving Haocheng. Before Gui Hai Dao embarks on his quest for vengeance, he will first discover that Haocheng is a woman, coupled with their past affections. It will not be long before he becomes deeply enamored with her. At this juncture, Haocheng shall be presented to the emperor as a means of appeasing Li Xiu and offering an apology. The key lies in deceiving Haocheng into believing that her entrance into the palace is a ruse to eliminate Chao Gonggong. Once Gui Hai Dao has exacted his revenge and is imprisoned upon learning of his incarceration, Haocheng, being so close to the dungeon, will undoubtedly inform Gui Hai Dao of her undercover status. Given Gui Hai Dao's feelings for her, he will realize that Haocheng's mission is perilous within Chao Jingchuan's territory, rendering him unable to assist her, which will surely evoke his urgency. In this scenario, it would be prudent for Chao Gonggong to suggest to the enraged emperor to recruit Gui Hai Dao, even if it is merely to protect Haocheng. He will comply. Thus unfolds Shi Yang's plan, which, while simple, effectively positions his subordinates closer to the emperor. As for how to deliver Tianya into the emperor's fold, that will require careful arrangements beginning with Haocheng. Once the spies reach the emperor, I shall feign revealing a fabricated secret, leading Gui Hai Dao to believe that I murdered his father solely to incite him to seek vengeance, thereby enabling me to absorb the prowess of top-tier martial artists. Gui Hai Dao will undoubtedly harbor a profound hatred for me. I will also inform Qingshi Fei that I was responsible for the death of his father, Gu Santong, and that I have taken his mother, Su Xin, captive, which will incite his animosity towards me as well. As for Tianya, it is a matter easily resolved with some maneuvering involving Piao Xiu. When all are filled with hatred towards me, I shall then feign a desire to rebel, and the outcome will be effortlessly achieved. The plan is sound, yet upon execution, I recognize that certain details require refinement. For instance, Gui Hai Dao is currently in a state of obsession. He lacks Shi Yang's mental fortitude and physical constitution. With each moment spent practicing Xiong Ba Tianxia, he becomes further ensnared by its influence. Fortunately, he inadvertently glimpsed Haocheng bathing and, upon developing feelings for her, he finds that he can still suppress his darker impulses during his obsession. However, with Haocheng conveniently by his side, he is still able to exercise restraint. Were it not for the divine marquis's orders regarding the Haocheng family, it might prove challenging to place the blame squarely upon Gui Hai Dao. For this reason, Shi Yang intends to take matters into his own hands. In recent days, a rare tranquility has settled. Just yesterday, a vengeful Gui Hai Dao departed from Hulongshan Zhuang, eager to exact his revenge, while Tianya has been dispatched to the Jiujing Bong under the guise of investigating the eastern Yamens. With this, it is nearly time for Shi Yang to set forth. Although ancient times possessed a distinct charm, the absence of the internet and entertainment facilities rendered them rather tedious. Yet, watching you practice martial arts daily is quite enjoyable. Chen Qianqian and Shi Yang sipped tea in the pavilion. Were it not for Shi Yang's presence, Chen Qianqian would have found it exceedingly dull. What amusement is there in watching me train? Earlier, Haocheng, having no particular business, intended to go out with Gui Hai Dao to report to Shi Yang, but upon seeing Shi Yang devoting his time to practice and accompanying Chen Qianqian, she bit her lip in frustration and departed without a word. Of course it's enjoyable. Staying here at Hulongshan Zhuang with you seems rather delightful, Chen Qianqian mused, leaning against the stone table with her right hand propping her chin, her expression filled with longing. The maidens from Zhou, Chuanxiang possess the ability to completely transform one's body into that of a woman, enabling Qin Qianqian to bear children. Recently, while residing at Hulong Shanzhuang, Qin Qianqian, due to Shi Yang's pretense as the divine marquis, has received utmost respect from all. With Shi Yang's permission, she has relished this treatment, making her reluctant to leave. Moreover, spending time with Shi Yang, watching him train, sharing meals, and engaging in pleasant conversations over tea has made her feel that remaining here is exceptionally agreeable. Should Shi Yang desire an heir, she would be more than willing to assist. From a feminine perspective, she has never interacted with men, having awaited Shi Yang's arrival. Surely, maintaining a bond with a brother is far superior to entanglements with unclear women, or so Qin Qianqian believes. However, she remains unaware that Shi Yang harbors no romantic feelings toward her. Indeed, now that you mention it, I also believe staying at Hulong Shanzhuang together would be pleasant. Shi Yang concurred while sipping his tea. Haha, you feel the same way. What a pity. For in the narrative, the divine marquis is destined to perish. Qin Qianqian understood Shi Yang's implication, that he finds enjoyment in spending time with friends, sharing tea, drinking, and dining, rather than desiring a romantic connection with her. But hearing him say so nonetheless brought her joy. By the way, how has your practice of the Yimei Jiuyang Gong progressed these past few days? Shi Yang inquired. Not too shabby. I feel I have achieved a minor breakthrough. Qin Qianqian replied confidently. Shi Yang currently possesses 2 Tianxiang Duku. He does not plan to rescue his master's wife as the divine marquis, but intends to do so as himself, thereby securing her in a safe location. Once the narrative concludes and the divine marquis meets his demise, he will inform Qingshi Fei, allowing for a reunion between mother and son. Upon returning from the dungeon, Shi Yang entrusted Qin Qianqian with several martial arts manuals, among which the finest internal skill was the Yimei Jiuyang Gong, established by Guoxiang of Yimei sect, renowned as a top-tier internal martial art. Qin Qianqian was well aware that the internal arts of the martial world far surpassed her current abilities, and upon commencing her practice, she quickly surpassed her former self, leading her to abandon her meager supernatural talents in favor of martial arts training. The Yimei sect's techniques are particularly suited for women. Thus, Qin Qianqian disregarded martial arts more appropriate for men and focused her efforts on mastering the Yimei style. Yet, she is no prodigy. Her constitution does not rival Shi Yang's, nor does she possess the remarkable adaptability of He Guang, rendering any significant progress within these few days improbable. Claiming to have achieved a minor breakthrough is merely boastful. At most, she has merely scratched the surface. However, Shi Yang merely smiled, choosing not to expose her exaggeration. The cultivation of martial arts necessitates diligent practice. Although we possess the advantage of spiritual assistance, and our physiques far exceed those of ordinary individuals, consistent effort remains essential for achievement. You often observe my training, yet neglect your own. You should strive harder in the future, Shi Yang advised as a friend. All right, let us practice together. How about you teach me techniques daily, and we can train in internal skills together. Qin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I fear that if I were to guide you personally, you would be even less inclined to learn, Shi Yang remarked with mild frustration. I promise, as long as you teach me, I will absolutely put forth my best effort, Qin Qianqian earnestly declared, raising 3 fingers in a solemn pledge. We can discuss this later. Shall we venture out for a stroll or some amusement? Of course. Where shall we go? To the territory of the Jiujingbang. The Jiujingbang? I've seen the tale of Tianxia Di. Is not Li Xiu currently at the palace with the emperor? There's been no discovery of the true Li Xiu's corpse. What purpose is there in going to the Jiujingbang? There are many eastern yamens there. I intend to slay them and frame Gui Hai Dao. Shi Yang revealed his intentions to Qin Qianqian. Currently, relations between the eastern yamens and Da Ming are tenuous, having only recently stabilized after years of discord. During this time, should Shi Yang disguise himself as Gui Hai Dao to commit acts against the eastern yamens, it would undoubtedly stir diplomatic complications. How could Da Ming, at the height of its power, fear the eastern yamens? However, the indiscriminate act of murder disrupts the existing order and can easily lead to conviction. In that case, let us proceed. I shall accompany you to take a look. Jin Kien Kien Unconditionally supports Si Young. Can you ride a horse? Si Young inquiret. No, I have always navigated through a modern world and have never ridden a horse. Chen Qianqian replied. Well then, this time you can learn. I have no desire to learn. I am not interested in horseback riding. Chen Qianqian immediately shook her head. Do you plan to walk alongside me? We could share a horse. How about you take me? You stole from that vendor, didn't you? Who are you? The influence of the Jujingbong in the coastal region is significant, with many pirates and Ronin banding together, and with the bribery of the elders of the Jujingbong. These pirates oppress the common people and wreak havoc upon the villages, fully deserving of their notorious reputation. You possess martial skills, yet bully a humble street vendor. Shi Yang is not one to relish in the slaughter of innocents. He offered them a chance. Return the money and apologize, and I may consider sparing your lives. This was the extent of Shi Yang's mercy. As the saying goes, to err is human. He had provided them with an opportunity, so there was no need for violence at the outset. Do you think you are? The sentence was left unfinished. With a swift motion, the head of the pirate speaking to Shi Yang was cleaved in two, the heart still pumping blood at that moment, causing a spray of blood mixed with pale brain matter to erupt more than a meter high. The other pirates were rendered speechless by this gruesome scene. The Huaxiao individual was ruthless, and his strike was lethal. The pirates' greatest folly was their failure to anticipate such a day when they bullied the common folk. Shi Yang moved with incredible speed, and the pirates could not even discern the techniques he employed, for 5 of them had already met their demise. He retrieved the money pouches from their waists and hands, presenting them to the stunned vendor. Under normal circumstances, a common person would be terrified by such a bloody spectacle. But it was different since Shi Yang was targeting pirates. Many had suffered greatly at the hands of such scoundrels, and the Jujingbong only exacerbated their miseries. The common folk had long harbored deep-seated resentment against the pirates. While Shi Yang's actions were undeniably brutal, witnessing the pirates' gruesome fates brought an unspoken satisfaction to the onlookers. These island pirates are truly detestable. They have sullied your face. Chen Qianqian took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Shi Yang's cheek. Shi Yang was indifferent to it, for the blood could be easily absorbed by his cells without any consequence. Yet Chen Qianqian's gesture brought him a sense of comfort. The methods used to slay the pirates were indeed ruthless. Had Chen Qianqian chosen that moment to voice a typical sanctimonious remark, Shi Yang would have had no retort. However, Chen Qianqian did not. She not only felt that Shi Yang was justified, but also believed the pirate's blood had tarnished his face. As someone who held unwavering admiration for Shi Yang, she regarded everything he did as right, offering him her unconditional support. It's fine. No need to trouble yourself. Shi Yang now resembled a fearsome figure, but Chen Qianqian preferred his original appearance. In her eyes, he was far more handsome before. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned, as long as it was still Shi Yang. Who dares to trouble us? Before Shi Yang could lead Chen Qianqian away, a horde of EC pirates surged forward. Upon hearing that someone dared to kill their compatriots in the streets, they rushed over eagerly. These pirates were vengeful, and provoking them was akin to inciting a pack of hyenas. There was no point in discussing martial ethics with the pirates. They were not merely despicable, but truly wretched. Even an ordinary expert could fall victim to their treachery if caught off guard. Upon seeing the scattered remains on the ground, the arriving pirates felt a twinge of fear and unease, yet the sight of Shi Yang standing alone emboldened them. However, when they caught sight of Chen Qianqian beside Shi Yang, their eyes gleamed with desire. Chen Qianqian's beauty was undeniable, causing many pirates to fixate on her with heated gazes. Sensing their repugnant stares, Chen Qianqian's expression turned cold, but she did not wish to appear rude in front of Shi Yang, so she subtly shifted behind him. Si Yang, though unable to see, could certainly sense the lecherous glances directed at Chen Qianqian by the pirates. As always, I offer you an opportunity. Brothers, kill him and seize that woman. This time, it was Shi Yang who found his words cut short. These men were so enchanted by Chen Qianqian's beauty that even if he finished speaking, they would hardly heed his words. Well, I never intended to let you leave. Listen well, I am Guihai Dao. More than 100 EC pirates had perished, many of them dismembered, leaving limbs scattered across the streets. Shi Yang distributed all the wealth he acquired from the pirates to the nearby townsfolk and asked them to help collect the pirates' heads, hanging them publicly. This would surely prompt the East Sea Marshal families to take action soon. Shi Yang awaited their arrival, planning to eliminate them all. The matter of Guihai Dao would escalate significantly. Time was of the essence. It was prudent to find lodging. My apologies, sir, but we have only one room left. The innkeeper, noticing the beauty accompanying Shi Yang, stated this with a knowing smile, unaware that Shi Yang was blind. Chen Qianqian chuckled softly, comprehending the innkeeper's intentions. He believed he was creating an opportunity for Shi Yang, but in reality, he was facilitating one for Chen Qianqian. Very well, we can share a room. Chen Qianqian eagerly urged, fearing Shi Yang might change his mind. Fine, one room it is, Shi Yang replied, not overthinking it. Shi Yang was not in a deep slumber. Although the martial artists of this intermediate world posed no threat to him, a basic level of vigilance was still necessary. The moon concealed behind dark clouds rendered the room even darker without its gentle glow. A faint rustling sound broke the silence within the inn-room, prompting Shi Yang to turn towards the source of the noise. Although he could not see, it was instinctive to face the direction of the sound. The noise emanated from Chen Qianqian's bed, while Shi Yang lay on the floor. Upon entering the room, Chen Qianqian had insisted strongly on sharing the bed with Shi Yang, but he had declined, opting instead for makeshift bedding on the ground. Can't sleep? Shi Yang inquired. Chen Qianqian quietly approached Shi Yang, startled by his sudden question, though not overly surprised. Yes, I find it a bit hard to sleep. I want to chat with you. Feel free to speak directly. Why come over to me? Chen Qianqian lifted the corner of Shi Yang's quilt slightly and gently nestled into it. You still wear your clothes while sleeping? She remarked upon touching him, noticing how neatly he was dressed. Isn't that tiring? Just as well. I don't know when those East Sea pirates will come. We can't afford to be too relaxed. While this thought crossed his mind, Shi Yang was primarily influenced by the fantasies of the god of love, preferring to avoid physical contact with others. What covered his body was not clothing, but a black, light-emitting substance resembling a carapace, ensuring that others would not truly touch him. I feel you haven't been quite yourself these past few days. What do you mean by not being quite myself? In moments of silence and idleness, one often finds themselves lost in contemplation, a state where Chen Qianqian feels as though her unspoken thoughts linger in the air. It is perhaps more reluctance to accept her own suspicions. She fears that Shi Yang's heart may already belong to another, and the thought that this other person might not be herself fills her with dread. Thus, she poses a straightforward question. What do you think about during such times? I think of someone, Shi Yang replies candidly, without a hint of concealment. Who is it? Chen Qianqian's urgency is palpable as she leans closer beneath the covers. Perhaps it is best not to be curious. I do not even know if I will see her again. So what good would it do to tell you? Shi Yang refrains from offering a direct answer this time, and his reticence sends Chen Qianqian's heart plummeting. For Shi Yang has always been a person of calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of secrets. He answers trivial inquiries from friends with clarity. This behavior underscores that only those he holds in the highest regard are worthy of his discretion. Is she a girl? Chen Qianqian persists, unwilling to relent. Yes. Where did you meet? Her words become increasingly frantic. It must have been a long time ago. Shi Yang replies, uncertain of how to articulate his vague recollection. Is she the girl you were with in the orphanage? Chen Qianqian presses, her heart sinking further. No. With Shi Yang's denial, her disbelief mounts. So, it must be someone you met after leaving the orphanage? The thought fills her with a sense of bitter resignation. It's clear that I was the one who came to you first. That is not correct. She came first, Shi Yang replies with unyielding honesty. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Do you dislike me so much that you would say such things? Dislike you? Why would I ever dislike you? You said you do not dislike me. Chen Qianqian, as if resolved, suddenly presses herself against Shi Yang, half atop him, her legs draped over his lower body. Just as Shi Yang intends to inquire about her sudden change, she seizes his right hand and places it against her chest. The soft, warm sensation prompts him to bolt upright from the bed. Sighing, Shi Yang resumes his normal breathing, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Chen Qianqian sits up, the moon emerging from behind the clouds, casting a gentle light in the dim room. Supporting herself with one hand, she clutches the covers around her chest with the other, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with sorrow. The skin of her shoulders, illuminated by the moonlight, appears even more porcelain-like, and her graceful form is accentuated in her seated position. It dawns on Shi Yang that she is entirely unclothed, having slipped into his bed without any garments. A fact he only realizes upon this startling contact. And you claim you do not dislike me? Chen Qianqian's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Shi Yang's actions convey an air of distance, rendering the meaning unspoken. I truly do not dislike you, but that is solely because you're my friend. If you approach me as a woman, I must insist you keep your distance. His tone is somewhat cold. Please. Upon hearing Shi Yang's resolute words, Chen Qianqian immediately regrets her impulsive actions. I'm sorry, I should not have done that. I simply thought, as young people, you might have certain needs, and I could help you. Fearful of Shi Yang's potential rejection, her words tumble out without thought. I do not need that. His tone grows even colder. It is my fault. Please do not be angry. I only wish to make you comfortable. You could do anything you want with me, truly, anything. Just don't be angry, she implores, tears spilling down her cheeks. You do not understand, Shi Yang states simply, disregarding her pleas and walking away. Another jug of wine. Please, Shi Yang calls out to a vendor at a small tavern. Right away, he seeks solace in drink to alleviate his troubles. Master, you know that this will sadden Chen Qianqian, Xiao AI interjects. I merely wish to clarify my stance. If there is no physical interaction, I can accept friendships with women without crossing any boundaries. However, Chen Qianqian does not share this perspective, but her affection for you is unwavering. Xiao AI gestures dramatically. Unwavering? What of it? Shi Yang is unconvinced that such affection holds any real significance. Xiao AI alights gracefully upon the table, perching beside Shi Yang's cup and speaking softly. Master, all individuals possess strong personal convictions. With such convictions comes selfish desires, which is why it is rare for someone to feel an affinity of 100 for another. In the throes of romance, even among the most harmonious of couples, the affection rarely exceeds 80. If external forces, such as monetary temptation, intervene, hearts may easily waver. Achieving 90 is exceedingly rare. Such a level indicates profound importance in one's heart, impervious to outside influences. A perfect score of 100 is an extraordinary rarity, signifying that in Chen Qianqian's heart, you are more significant than herself, perhaps even more than her own life. Thus, I caution you, if you cause her too much sorrow, it may lead her to despair. Despair? Shi Yang contemplates this with a degree of inner turmoil. But I already have someone I care for. Beyond friendship, I have never harbored any other thoughts towards Chen Qianqian. You have someone? Why have you never mentioned this before? Xiao AI scratches her head. Yet, having someone is not an issue. I seek a beautiful love. While it is commendable to love one person wholeheartedly, if the affection reaches 100, it cannot be disregarded. You didn't say that before. Shi Yang looks at Xiao AI with confusion. Has she changed her stance? What was said in the past is irrelevant. But 100 is indeed a rare occurrence. I am swayed only by pure love, but I never stated that pure love must be directed solely at one girl. If everyone's affection reached 100, then having multiple partners could still be considered pure love. Impossible. Such a notion is unacceptable. In matters of the heart, the presence of a third party cannot be tolerated. To me, loving someone means loving them wholeheartedly. Now that I have someone I care for, I cannot entertain the thought of anyone else. Xiang asserts firmly. Very well. Xiao AI feigns agreement with Shi Yang's conviction. Yet as she observes him, she contemplates. Might he be on the verge of losing the girl with a perfect affinity? That him. Suddenly, a loud voice erupts as a ruffian points at Shi Yang, seething with rage. He is the one who killed so many of us. The influence of the Easterners is not to be underestimated in this place. If one wishes to seek someone, the time is ripe. Shi Yang merely glances up at them with indifference before returning to his drink. The shopkeeper trembles in fear. Being an ordinary citizen, he is acutely aware of the Easterner's brutality, and their aggressive demeanor sends shivers down his spine. Here's the deal. I'm offering you a chance for redemption. How do you choose? Shi Yang raises his cup in casual defiance, continuing to drink as he speaks. Kill. Well, I expected as much. I never intended for you to leave alive. Shi Yang calmly sets down his cup, unwilling to damage the shopkeeper's belongings. With a swift motion, he leaps into the fray among the ruffians. If we consider an ordinary guardian facing a multitude of rogue warriors in the intermediate realm, charging into the crowd would be the most disadvantageous combat strategy. The lethality of these rogues is formidable. In the throng, one is entirely exposed to enemy assaults, and a moment's inattention could result in grievous injury. However, Shi Yang is not an ordinary guardian. Those familiar with the great sage understand his unique characteristics. Some may perceive the great sage merely as a monkey, associating him with agility. In truth, the great sage's techniques are grand and powerful, complemented by his impervious copper head and iron arms, as well as the swift speed of his cloud somersaults. Shi Yang's affinity for close combat stems from his legacy as the great sage's successor, a habit ingrained in him by destiny. Although he currently lacks even a fraction of the former great sage's grandeur, his physique is far beyond that of the warriors in the intermediate realm. There is no need for him to employ the indestructible divine skill against such a rabble. With each strike or slash, he either shatters bones or severs limbs, while the rogue warriors wielding their katana merely produce a clanging sound upon striking Shi Yang, their attacks failing to penetrate his defenses. With every contact, their internal energy is drained, rendering them into mere fragments. Soon, only one rogue remained, trembling in fear, struggling to maintain a grip on his katana. What manner of creature is this? Impervious to blades, swift as lightning, and brutally ruthless. The scattered corpses and pools of blood perpetually jangle the nerves of this last man. Go, summon more of your kind. If you cannot bring them, I shall seek you out, Shi Yang said to him with his characteristic gentleness. After uttering this, the rogue fled in a panic. My apologies, innkeeper, for staining your establishment with blood. Shi Yang tossed a hefty silver ingot and departed. Upon returning to the inn where he had previously stayed, he found that Chen Qianqian had already left. Before her departure, she sent a brief message to Shi Yang, conveying her regret for affecting him negatively by being too close, expressing her intention to return and stating, when you no longer harbor anger toward me, please reply. I will wait for you. Shi Yang did not respond immediately, not out of emotion, but rather because it was prudent to maintain some distance for now. Having dealt with these easting rogues, he felt it was time for the plot to unfold. He had previously arranged for someone to follow Haocheng and Yi Dao, and now Yi Dao had set off towards Qi Linmen. Qi Linzi, a figure of great renown in the martial world, though long since rendered armless, possessed extraordinary internal energy. Shi Yang had once informed Gui Hai Yi Dao that Qi Linzi, Jian Jingfeng, and Master Kong were not the enemies responsible for his father's death. Thus, his visit was primarily to inquire about the identity of his father's murderer, only to discover that Qi Linzi, in a bid to conceal the truth, had taken his own life. However, Qi Linzi did not truly perish. Shi Yang had stealthily rendered him unconscious with a stone during his act of self-destruction. Yi Dao, in a state of turmoil, was too distraught to ascertain Qi Linzi's actual condition and left Qi Linmen alongside Haocheng. As for Qi Linzi's profound internal energy, Shi Yang seized the opportunity amidst the chaos. In the eyes of the enraged disciples, Yi Dao and Haocheng exited Qi Linmen. The unmatched swordmaster Jian Jingfeng and Master Kong of Shaolin had their internal energy siphoned by Shi Yang in this manner. The cumulative internal energy of these masters increased Shi Yang's own reserves significantly. It was not that their energies were lacking, but that Shi Yang had absorbed an overwhelming amount. Initially, the internal energy he extracted was chaotic, yet Shi Yang remained unharmed by its disarray. Instead, by exerting his formidable physique to suppress the chaotic energy within, he facilitated a genuine fusion after exhausting its tumultuous momentum. Now, the internal energy coursing through Shi Yang was entirely his own, both pure and immensely powerful. equivalent to that which an ordinary martial artist might cultivate over a millennium. Meanwhile, Gui Hai Yi Dao, in his earnest quest for the truth, had unjustly been accused of crimes and was now imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Adoptive father. Yi Dao and Haocheng wished to seek the assistance of Shan Ho to investigate the mysterious woman from earlier, but there have been no results. Yi Dao has been taken away, and everything seems to be going awry. Yet we cannot simply stand by as Yi Dao is unjustly detained. I am aware that Yi Dao has indiscriminately slain innocents, including many East Ing individuals, and he has indeed been imprisoned, correct? The adoptive father is already aware. Can we rescue Yi Dao? Now, I intend to send you into the palace, Shi Yang stated with feigned seriousness. As far as I know, the plot to frame Yi Dao for murder was orchestrated by Chao Zhengshan. However, we lack personnel within the palace. I fear for Yi Dao's safety in the celestial dungeon. The only viable strategy is to exploit your identity as a woman, under the pretext of presenting you to the emperor, to approach the dungeon and find an opportunity to rescue Yi Dao. What are you saying, adoptive father? Haidang could scarcely believe it, retreating slowly while shaking her head, her expression a mixture of disbelief and sorrow. For reasons unknown, her feelings toward Shan Ho had shifted. She had thought she could remain by his side as an adoptive daughter, yet now he proposed to send her to the emperor? I know you are reluctant, but this is the swiftest course of action. You are aware of Chao Zhengquan's methods. I can arrange personnel within, but Yi Dao is now in his clutches. If we delay, Yi Dao may face dire consequences. Shi Yang's words resonated with Haitang, who found herself torn between her peculiar, unconventional emotions and her long-standing friendship with Yi Dao. Despite her inner turmoil, she ultimately consented to Shan Ho's plan. Unable to bear the thought of Yi Dao suffering at Chao Zhengquan's hands. Then let us make preparations. In truth, not much preparation was necessary, as the nature of the world would ensure that the emperor would undoubtedly take a liking to Haitang upon seeing her, requiring no further effort on their part. Tian had previously been dispatched to investigate the giant whale gang, while Shi Yang had vanquished many rogue warriors. He had spared Lu Shengban Ma Shou and Lu Shengpiao Su. Now, Tianya had encountered Lu Shengpiao Su, whose family was predominantly aligned with Shan Ho, eliminating the need for further elaboration. Thus, only the matter of Cheng Shi Fei remained. Upon reflection, Shi Yang resolved to present his true self to his master and junior brother. Beneath the millennium-old mysterious ice of Tian Qi lay a crystal coffin, within which slumbered a woman clad in red. This was the woman his master had longed for, who, before her death, had instructed Shi Yang to find Su Xin and convey her love for her. Shi Yang reverted to his original form, a gesture of respect for both his master and his masteress wife. Having not yet healed the wounds on his eyes, a ghastly scar marred his visage, running across his eyes and nose, rendering his pupils a dull gray devoid of vitality. Such a scar in appearance would likely frighten his master's wife should she behold him. Covering his eyes with a black cloth, Shi Yang slowly opened the coffin and gently placed 2 Tianxiang Doko beans into his master's wife's mouth. He then settled down nearby to meditate and cultivate while waiting. Su Xin, a delicate woman, would naturally be alarmed to awaken and find herself confronted by this unfamiliar man. Yet, Shi Yang patiently elucidated the circumstances to her, allowing her to calm down. Aware of his divine ability to invoke affection, Shi Yang understood he could not remain in close proximity to his master's wife for too long. His respectful demeanor instilled a sense of trust in Su Xin, after which he arranged for her a secluded residence, well-equipped and attended by 2 maidservants. Should his master's wife desire a life of luxury, Shi Yang could easily accommodate her. However, her disposition was rather simple, and she held no such expectations. Shi Yang, my name is Shi Yang. I am uncertain whether you still regard Shifu Gu Santong as your husband, but since Shifu has left a will instructing me to find you, regardless of your choice, I shall always acknowledge you as my Shi Yang. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. Shi Yang spoke with utmost courtesy. The will? Su Xin had never forgotten Gu Santong, and even until the conclusion of Tianxia Di, this remained true. Upon learning that her husband had taken on such a principal disciple, aside from feeling joy for Gu Santong, Suxin also noted the significance of the term in Shi Yang's words. Yes, Shifu has indeed passed away, Shi Yang informed her candidly. Suxin had prepared herself for this reality. For it was not Gu Santong who had awakened her, but rather his disciple, which subtly hinted at certain truths she was reluctant to confront. Yet, upon hearing this news directly, her sorrow could not be contained. Shenyang, please accept my condolences. There is another matter I must convey to you, concerning you and Shifu's son. Shi Yang's words momentarily halted Suxin's grief. Once, in an attempt to prevent Gu Santong from dueling with Zhu Wushi, Suxin had entrusted the care of Qing Shifei to Qing Da Sao, intending to return before nightfall. However, she did not anticipate that Gu Santong will be defeated by Zhu Wushi, leading to Suxin being gravely injured and rendered unconscious by Zhu Wushi's strike, resulting in Qing Shifei's disappearance. Hearing Shi Yang's statement, Suxin felt an urgent desire to know her son's whereabouts. Shi Yang wasted no time in revealing, Shenyang, your son is now known as Qing Shifei, serving as a hidden investigator under the iron-blooded god General Zhu Wushi at Hulong Shanzhuang. Furthermore, it is worth noting that many years ago, Zhu Wushi harbored affections for you, which bred jealousy towards Shifu. Thus, after Shifu agreed to duel with the masters of the 8 great sects, Zhu Wushi impersonated Shifu, siphoning the internal energy of the masters, and subsequently slaughtered them, framing Shifu for their deaths, leading to Shifu being pursued by the court. He then feigned an intention to capture Shifu. The subsequent events unfolded with Shifu dying in prison, Suxin in a comatose state, and being separated from her own flesh and blood, all due to Zhu Wushi's machinations. Upon learning the truth, Suxin felt a surge of resentment towards Zhu Wushi. Yet, as a frail woman, what could she do against the iron-blooded god general? She could only concern herself with her son. Rest assured, Shenyang, Zhu Wushi will not harm Shifei. I will ensure he comes to see you promptly. Thank you so much. Suxin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Shi Yang had saved her with Tianxiang Duku, and her appreciation was evident. There is no need for such formality. Shenyang, this is my duty to Shifu. I shall go find Shifei to bring him to you. Please take good care of yourself. Shi Yang hurried to Hulong Shanzhuang. Upon their meeting, he wasted no words with Qing Shifei, directly incapacitating him to ensure a more coherent explanation, as Shifei might not readily trust a stranger. Utilizing the intelligence from Hulong Shanzhuang, Shi Yang had already located Qing Huan, Qing Da Sao, who would serve as the best witness. He left Qing Shifei and Qing Da Sao in a room while he positioned himself in a distant grove, as the matters of Shifu's family were not for him to meddle in. Once Qing Shifei accepted his mother, he would naturally seek out Shi Yang. Previously, Shi Yang had revealed his lineage to Qing Shifei, also informing him that his mother was still alive. With the endorsement of his foster mother, Qing Da Sao, Qing Shifei swiftly embraced this truth and felt an undeniable kinship towards Suxin, thus harboring no doubts about her identity. However, he inquired, I do not understand. Who are you? I recall my mother being hidden by the iron-blooded god general in some location. How do you know where she is? Furthermore, both Tianxiang Duku are in the general's possession. How did you acquire them? Qing Shifei was astute and promptly recognized the discrepancies. I am your elder brother. I have been investigating your Shenyang's whereabouts for a long time, and I pilfered the Tianxiang Duku, Shi Yang stated directly. Just now, Shenyang must have informed you of the truth I conveyed, correct? You should understand that the iron-blooded god general is, in essence, your father's nemesis. However, you want to imply that the iron-blooded god general treats you well, right? He has taught you the supreme arts of the indestructible Vajra and the absorption technique, thus leading you to perceive him as a benevolent figure, correct? Shi Yang smiled. Indeed, Qing Shifei conceded. If someone intends to exploit you, they will undoubtedly treat you with kindness. Shi Yang unabashedly cast aspersions upon his own character. Zhu Wushi is not a man of virtue. He is ambitious and has been quietly amassing his own power over the years. He holds leverage over the generals in the court and has allied himself with the wealthy Wan Sanqian. Once Cao Zhengchuan falls, he will be free to act with impunity. Is what you say truly credible? Qing Shifei remained uncertain. Come here, Shi Yang beckoned. The unfamiliar man before him had helped him locate his biological mother. Though he could not entirely trust him, Qing Shifei approached nonetheless. With a swift motion, Shi Yang grasped Qing Shifei's wrist and, without further ado, channeled surging internal energy into him. This is Shifu's lifelong cultivation. I'm passing it on to you. Transferring Shifu's power to Qing Shifei was, in essence, returning what rightfully belonged to him. Haocheng had already been sent to the palace, and, as anticipated, the emperor took a liking to her. With Gong Cao allowing his subordinates to ease their grip, Yidao was successfully rescued and temporarily hidden within the palace. It was nearly time to set plans in motion for the rebellion. Qing Shifei had also been training in martial arts for several years. Though he was not yet a master, his innate talent had begun to manifest, and he had achieved some progress. This realization made him acutely aware of the magnitude of the power Shi Yang had imparted to him. Initially, he had not fully trusted Shi Yang, but now he felt compelled to believe him. Spend more time with your mother and foster mother. Shi Yang smiled gently, affectionately patting Qing Shifei's shoulder before turning to leave. Elder brother, where are you going? Qing Shifei asked suddenly, recognizing the term of endearment as a sign of his acceptance of Shi Yang. The vendetta against Shifu remains unavenged. I must seek out the iron-blooded God General. You need not worry about this matter. Stay here and be well. But elder brother, having transferred your internal energy to me, you lack the odds to confront the general alone. I shall accompany you. I have only transferred Shifu's internal energy to you, not my entirety. You need not be concerned. With the indestructible Vajra, I am not without means against the general. Besides, I am not immediately seeking out the general. It would be inappropriate for you to depart so soon after reuniting with Shi Yang. Remain here for a couple of days, Shi Yang reassured. Given this reasoning, Qing Shifei found no objections. Preparing for vengeance necessitated time. He could not act hastily. He would first spend a few days with his mother and later assist his elder brother in vanquishing the iron-blooded God General. With this thought, Qing Shifei nodded to Shi Yang and returned indoors to continue conversing with his mother and foster mother. In that brief interaction, the bond stemming from blood ties made him acutely aware that the person before him was undoubtedly his biological mother. The reunion of mother and son was indeed heartwarming. Observing this poignant scene, an unexpected voice reached Shi Yang's ears, yet he exhibited no overt reaction. Huh? You seem unfazed. The manifestation of Tiandao remarked lightly. Such a profound fluctuation in the world, in my recollection, only a manifestation of Tiandao could possess it, Shi Yang responded calmly. Your reaction confirms it. Indeed, due to that girl named Annie, a fragment of your memory has returned. The golden manifestation of Tiandao, not particularly tall, ambled a few steps with hands clasped behind his back. Have you recalled the young lady who resides in your heart? Shi Yang's expression grew solemn, yet he replied truthfully, Yes, I have been following you for a while now. It seems that the unfolding of events in this world has placed restrictions upon you. If the primary characters do not achieve the growth they deserve and the plot merely progresses, would it not render the world unstable? Shi Yang found himself perplexed by the words of the Tiandao avatar. Do you still remember my purpose? The Tiandao avatar did not answer Shi Yang's question, but instead posed a seemingly unrelated inquiry. You wish to cultivate me into a formidable guardian. Shi Yang was acutely aware of the avatar's intentions, for they were simple and direct, devoid of any concealment. Yes, you remember. Thus, I must remind you of your course of action. Blindly adhering to the world's narrative indeed benefits the stability of the realm. Yet the advantages you reap will be considerably diminished. Are you suggesting that if one desires to ascend to a higher level of power, an abundance of world energy is essential? Should you rely solely on gradually assisting the world to accumulate this energy, your pace of growth may not meet my expectations. There exists a rather audacious method to act freely, disregarding the progression of the plot, and pursue your desires. You're urging me to focus on the devourer? Before the Tiandao avatar could finish, Shi Yang comprehended the implication. Quite perceptive, Should the narrative alter and the world's rules become unstable, the devourer will likely exploit the opportunity. Although this approach may not yield the corresponding gifts from the world's will. How much world energy can the wills of the subworlds provide? I only require you to slay the invading devourers. In doing so, besides acquiring the world energy absorbed by the devourers, I can grant you significantly more world energy than what is typically offered by the subworlds. Within the bounds of the rules, the message is clear. The Tian Dao avatar is dissatisfied with Shi Yang's progress and desires him to deviate from the conventional path, bypassing all lower, intermediate, and even higher worlds, directly exchanging the slaying of devourers for world energy rewards from the Tian Dao. The devourers themselves are negative byproducts of the Tian Dao. While the Tian Dao maintains the operation of all worlds, the devourers solely bring about destruction. Slaying the devourers will earn the recognition of the main world's Tian Dao, thus allowing for the exchange of world energy. Typically, guardians act passively to protect worlds that have already been invaded. In such cases, killing the invading devourers would only yield the corresponding gifts from the world's will. However, the Tian Dao avatar suggestion is for Shi Yang to actively alter the narrative and seek out the devourers to kill, thereby facilitating a direct exchange with the Tian Dao for world energy. Of course, I do not wish to coerce you, as this method carries significant risk. Should you choose to hunt the devourers within the altered narrative, if you cannot control the situation with your strength, you may inadvertently plunge a world into ruin, incurring karmic debt and facing divine retribution. The decision lies with you. Little Master, this chapter has more to reveal. Please turn the page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more exhilarating. As he spoke, the Tian Dao avatar produced a box from behind and addressed Shi Yang. Do you recall when we departed from the Shiyu world, you asked me to bring you an item? Since you have now recalled certain matters, allow me to present it to you. Once again, I do not wish to impose. Merely seeing this object will surely persuade you to accept my proposal. The Tian Dao avatar extended an ancient wooden box to Shi Yang, fully aware that upon seeing it, Shi Yang would act in accordance with his words. There is no need to waste time in Tianxia Dai. Your strenuous efforts to hasten the conclusion are unnecessary. It would be more expedient to induce fluctuations in the world's rules and slay the devourers. Upon finishing, the Tian Dao avatar waved his hand, and his figure gradually dissolved into particles of golden light, slowly vanishing. Upon opening the ancient wooden box, a gourd of smooth, rounded form, shimmering emerald green and translucent, lay quietly within, adorned with delicate white patterns. Merely by opening it, Shi Yang recognized its identity. Gently lifting the Xiangfei gourd, his fingers caressed the intricate patterns, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Allow me to show you the vistas beyond these mountains. After fastening the Xiangfei gourd to his waist, the last vestige of warmth within Shi Yang dissipated. The power level of the invading devourers cannot exceed the upper limits of the world they invade, although their numbers remain uncertain. In other words, the devourers invading a mid-tier world will not surpass the peak of the 6th stage. It is merely a question of how many will come. If one does not take risks, how can they barter with the Tian Dao for world energy? Capturing all the primary characters to stymie the progression of the plot will naturally generate the maximum fluctuations in the rules. The influx of devourers will depend on fortune. If we are to kill, then let us do so unabashedly. The sky grew ominously dark, with clouds tightly knit together, obscuring the sun's radiant light. Though it was midday, not a single ray of sunlight penetrated the thick clouds. Without the sun's warmth, the previously gentle breeze turned piercingly cold. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the land, emanating not only from the grave expressions of the soldiers, but also from an unknown source. The emperor has been captured, along with the eunuch Chao, within the Hulong Villa. Duan Tinya, Gue Hai Yi Dao, Haitang, and Cheng Shifei, along with Su Xian and Junju Yunluo, were all seized and brought to the palace. Everyone was aware of the emperor's capture, for the assailants, after seizing the emperor and a group from Hulong Villa, issued demands that required all within the imperial city to retreat outside the city walls, promising the emperor's release thereafter. No one could comprehend why, having captured the emperor, They sought such absurd terms without demanding gold, silver, or power. They intended to dispatch experts to rescue the emperor, yet all returned with grave expressions, uttering the same line, "Let it be. Allow everyone to retreat outside the city. No one can rescue the emperor from his hands." A multitude of soldiers surrounded the imperial city, but not a single person dared to enter, for the emperor's life was no trivial matter, and no one wished to act recklessly. Within the palace, before the maids withdrew, Shi Yang requested that all the lights in the main hall be lit. The Taiha Hall, also known as the Jinluan Hall, is the main hall where the emperor convenes with ministers, constructed during the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. At this moment, the grand and majestic hall was brilliantly illuminated. Though the weather was gloomy, it did not affect the brightness within the hall. As everyone gradually regained consciousness, Shi Yang had rendered them unconscious prior to their arrival to avoid any troublesome conversations. What has transpired? Fei. Upon awakening, Su Xian found herself in an exceedingly unfamiliar place, with only Cheng Shifei among those present being someone she held dear. This is the imperial palace. The emperor, Cheng Shifei, having previously accompanied Shi Yang disguised as Shen Ho, recognized some of the palace's architecture. Most importantly, upon turning his head, he was astonished to find the emperor lying nearby. "I recall that I should be at Hulong Villa. Your Majesty, what is happening?" Upon seeing the emperor awake, Junju Yunluo inquired, perplexed. "I, the emperor, am equally bewildered. How could I know what has transpired? One moment I was in darkness, and the next I awoke here. Chao Gonggong, what is going on?" The emperor was no stranger to the world. Those capable of such feats were undoubtedly masters of exceptional skill, and it was most appropriate to inquire of Chao Gonggong. However, the emperor was well aware of Chao Gonggong's abilities, and seeing him and the other 4 elite spies from Hulong Villa peacefully lying there, it was evident that the opponent's skills were likely formidable. This old servant Chao Gonggong was about to say he did not know, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure outside the hall. "Who is it? Bold scoundrel, do you not realize you have offended the current emperor? Do you not fear a fate of dismemberment?" After the stern reprimand from Gonggong Chao, his figure remained motionless on the steps before the Taiha Hall. The steps, arranged in a 3-tiered structure resembling a sumaru seat, were flanked by railings of Hanbaiyu marble. In the center of the middle tier, a cloud dragon relief signified imperial power, and at the top of the lengthy staircase, the Shen Ho sat quietly. Upon noticing that everyone had awakened, Shi Yang slowly rose and gazed at the assembly. The moment Shen Ho's visage was revealed, astonishment swept through the crowd. The emperor and Gonggong Chao were startled, believing Shen Ho posed a threat to the emperor. Meanwhile, Cheng Shifei and Su Xian were taken aback, thinking that Shen Ho had discovered something significant, thus leading to their capture. The remaining spies, perplexed, were simply astonished by Shen Ho's intentions. However, what followed was even more shocking. Before their eyes, Shen Ho's appearance and form began to gradually transform, ultimately revealing a young man unfamiliar to the emperor but known to the spies, and even recognized by Cheng Shifei and Su Xian. "Is it you?" Haocheng exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you my senior brother?" Cheng Shifei couldn't help but ask. "Weren't you supposed to seek out Shen Ho? How did you end up here? Why are we all here? What is going on?" "Do not fret," Shi Yang replied calmly to Cheng Shifei's inquiries. "In truth, after I first encountered Haocheng and the others, they brought me to meet Shen Ho. At that moment, Shen Ho had already perished, struck down by my own hand." As this declaration resonated, all eyes widened in disbelief. "Since then, I have been masquerading as Shen Ho. Brother, what I have told you is indeed true. However, it was also I who saved you and taught you martial arts, a fact I had not mentioned earlier." Shi Yang continued, "As for Yidao, Tinya, and Haocheng, I bear no enmity towards you. My impersonation of Shen Ho was motivated by other reasons. Gonggong Chao, I owe you an apology. Regardless of the emperor or the rest of you, I harbor no ill will. I gathered you all here to ensure your protection." Shi Yang glanced at Gonggong Chao before turning his attention to the emperor. "No ill will and protection?" Everyone was bewildered by Shi Yang's words. "Protection? Why do you need to protect them? And why gather them together? You will understand in due time," Shi Yang stated before turning his back and resuming his seat at the top of the steps. With Shuyang offering no further explanations, the crowd began to murmur in disbelief, struggling to grasp the revelation that Shuyang had been impersonating Shen Ho all along. Cheng Shifei and Su Xian felt a surge of gratitude toward Shuyang, while the Emperor and Gong Chao remained indifferent. The Emperor, wary of the iron-blooded Shen Ho, had little concern, and with Gong Chao's abilities diminished, he no longer sought confrontation. Tianya was mostly heartbroken over the loss of his adoptive father, while Yi Dao felt a complex mixture of emotions, recalling the martial arts lessons from Shuyang. Haocheng, upon reflecting on her rebellious thoughts directed at Shuyang rather than her adoptive father, felt an inexplicable sense of relief, yet struggled with a resentment towards Shuyang for taking the life of someone she deeply respected. As Tianya and Yi Dao observed Shuyang's lack of any further action, they tentatively stepped forward, attempting to cross the wide threshold of the grand hall's entrance. A dull thud resonated, capturing everyone's attention. What was that? Tianya, intending to exit the hall, discovered an invisible barrier obstructing the doorway, resulting in both him and Yi Dao colliding with it. As they extended their hands to explore, they indeed encountered an unseen wall. The sight of their actions piqued the curiosity of the others, who also approached to touch the invisible barrier. Is there such a martial art? Cheng Shifei scratched his head, having never heard of any extraordinary technique capable of producing such an effect. Yi Dao and Tianya exchanged puzzled glances, equally uninformed. Naturally, they were unaware that this was a barrier. Shuyang had exchanged over 10,000 units of energy for this ability, creating a standard barrier. Such abilities were quite common in a Taoist context and were not particularly profound. Theoretically, it should not have required such a substantial expenditure of energy. The energy was primarily used to enhance the barrier's protective capabilities. With the guidance of the Tiandao avatar, Shuyang would continue to engage in perilous endeavors, necessitating a means to safeguard key figures within this realm. He aptly named this ability Haocheng Fa. Though not a true Haocheng Fa, its efficacy fell far short of the original. Notably, the enhancement relied on the consumption of Shuyang's life force, meaning as long as he lived, the protective barrier would remain intact, providing safety for Cheng Shifei and the others within. The drawback, however, was that once Shuyang cast this barrier, he could not enter, nor could those inside exit. The Haocheng Fa enveloped the entire Taiha Hall, rendering all exits inaccessible. Producing the Xiangfei gourd, Shuyang took a couple of swigs. What was that? Just a moment ago, the crowd had been examining the air barrier, but now they witnessed a vast expanse of purple light spreading toward them from afar. It had begun. Dark purple, densely packed creatures, their forms indistinguishable from a distance, piqued everyone's curiosity. However, as they drew closer, revealing the grotesque visage of the devourer, the main characters felt a chill creeping up their spines. The power surrounding them made it clear this was a perilous being, and it was headed straight for them. A loud thud startled everyone, prompting all within the hall to involuntarily take a few steps back. The strength of the Haocheng Fa was formidable. As long as Shuyang remained alive, nothing could breach its defense. A winged devourer attempted to fly over Shuyang, but merely landed at the entrance of the Taiha Hall with a dull thud. Yet, Shuyang remained unfazed by the presence of a flying devourer. The close encounter with the devourer sent shivers down the spines of the characters within the realm, as the ominous aura raised their fears to a crescendo. Moments ago, they had been curious about the method by which Shuyang confined them within the Taiha Hall, but now, all they could ponder was whether Shuyang's method was truly robust enough. Without Shuyang's protection, they would have to confront the terrifying creature head-on. Realizing this, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward Shuyang, as if at that moment they comprehended the true meaning behind his words about protecting them. Shuyang had become their sole beacon of hope. It was evident that only he was aware of the existence of such a fearsome creature, prompting him to safeguard them in advance. If they could not rely on Shuyang, whom else could they trust? Suddenly, a vibrant golden light erupted before the Taiha Hall, illuminating the gloomy sky and dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. What was this? Among those present, only Cheng Shifei had witnessed a similar golden light before. the indestructible Vajra technique. The hue of the golden light, which Shuyang had imparted to Cheng Shifei, had been attempted by him in the past. Yet the intensity of this radiance was incomparable. The golden light emanating from Cheng Shifei when practicing the indestructible Vajra technique was like stars compared to the brilliance of the full moon. No, the disparity was even greater, akin to the vast divide between heaven and earth. This is the disparity of internal strength. The limits of the human body inevitably define the upper bounds of the indestructible divine skill. However, within Shuyang resides millennia of internal energy, vast as the ocean, unhesitatingly sustaining the operation of the indestructible divine skill. How could its potency possibly be comparable? Once the golden radiance dissipated, Shuyang seized the long blade leaning against the wall. Without uttering a word, he unleashed the fierce blade aura of the Abhijna 3 strikes. In Shuyang's hands, the dominance over the world was genuine. The terrifying blade aura traversed half the city. Countless structures were obliterated under this strike. A significant number of devourers were also swept away, leaving a ground stained with purple-black blood and severed limbs. Witnessing Shuyang's formidable prowess, the crowd felt both astonishment and an unexpected sense of security. Yet, upon observing the overwhelming number of devourers, unease about Shuyang's safety crept back in. Why is he protecting us so fiercely? Haocheng could not help but inquire, but the others remained silent, unsure of the answer. Atop the staircase, Shuyang stood alone with his blade at the summit. The blade aura was not singular. He swung the weapon as if possessed. The oscillations of the blade aura intensified with each movement, and the devourers of lesser strength were cut down as if they were mere grass. Occasionally, a few stragglers managed to bypass Shuyang, only to be halted by the protective barrier of the Haocheng method, subsequently dealt with by Shuyang with ease. Although the dominance over formidable opponents was average, the expansive reach of the blade aura made it an effective area attack against devourers weaker than Shuyang. The harvesting ability of the indestructible divine skill was exceedingly fierce. As the explosive blade aura subsided and the rising dust gradually settled, the once prosperous cityscape was left with vast remnants and enormous craters, while the purple-black blood of the devourers nearly formed rivers. Everyone in the hall was rendered speechless by this scene. Could an individual's combat power truly reach such levels? Those monstrous beings, which had instilled fear in many, were ruthlessly slaughtered by Shuyang as if they were mere vegetables, exhibiting almost no resistance. Yet, despite the overwhelming number of devourers being annihilated, the oppressive atmosphere only intensified. The sky darkened further. A drop of rain fell upon the ravaged city, soon followed by a torrential downpour, shrouding everything in a haze, as if even nature feared these creatures. The sense of oppression grew heavier, and amidst the downpour, several beams of deep purple light illuminated the surroundings. Although the number of devourers invading the world at once was considerable, it was not infinite. As long as the world remained intact and its fundamental rules endured, the devourers would inevitably face limitations imposed by the world's thresholds. However, even when the devourers were repelled and constrained by the world, their numbers remained daunting, and every invasion still constituted a formidable force. Alas, this time they encountered Shuyang. In a mid-tier world, the maximum permissible strength was the peak of the 6th stage. There were only a few hundred guardians at this level watching over the Great Wall of Huaxia, and even fewer at the pinnacle of stage 6. Yet, during a single invasion, there were 2 to 3 dozen peak stage 6 devourers. The oppressive pressure was immense as these 2 to 3 dozen peak stage 6 devourers approached rapidly, varying in size, appearance, and abilities, yet all exuding the same overwhelming aura. The people in the hall recognized the might of these monsters. Each one was beyond their capability to confront, leaving them to look towards Shuyang for salvation. With millennia of internal energy augmenting the indestructible divine skill, intricate patterns emerged on Shuyang's golden skin, resembling a suit of golden armor. The higher the level of internal energy, the greater the strength of the indestructible body. Master Gu Santong had achieved great mastery of the indestructible divine skill. Yet Shuyang had progressed even further, reaching a state of perfection through his accumulated internal energy over the millennia. The golden figure collided with a throng of devourers. Yet Shuyang maintained a steady upper hand, engaging in combat one against many, and astonishingly exerted a suppressive force. This scene shattered the worldviews of everyone in the hall, causing even Cheng Shi-fei to question, could the indestructible divine skill be this powerful? Shuyang's attributes could be described as luxurious. All three primary attributes stood at 599. The peak of the sixth stage, a feat attributable to Li, his top-tier spiritual entity, as no other spirit could provide such resources for an all-encompassing enhancement. Other guardians, even those with advanced spirits, could at best elevate a single primary attribute, while most sixth-stage guardians or devourers achieved 599 in only one attribute. Thus, when faced with opponents of the same tier, Shuyang's attributes alone granted him superiority. Moreover, Shuyang possessed top-tier techniques, namely the absorption technique and the indestructible divine skill, both at an advanced level, with internal energy drawn from hundreds of masters, amounting to thousands of years' worth of internal energy. To declare him invincible at the same stage would be no exaggeration. This is also why the incarnation of the heavenly Tao entrusted Shuyang with the task of altering the narrative and hunting devourers. His power level in a mid-tier world against devourers of the same stage rendered them negligible, as Shuyang's rank stood at the pinnacle of the sixth stage, while his actual combat prowess could reach the peak of the seventh stage or the early eighth stage. The fierce battle allowed Shuyang to quickly assimilate combat experience. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. He had always fought as a human, maintaining his human form throughout the conflict. His understanding of techniques deepened with each absorption of the skills from the Divine Marquis. However, after absorbing the flesh and blood of the devourers, the reckless and unscrupulous combat style entrenched in the devourers' minds began to influence Shuyang. As traditional martial arts and the savage battle methods of beasts surfaced simultaneously in his mind, Shuyang recalled what had endowed him with his current physique. The answer was the Haocheng. With the transformation brought by the Haocheng virus, Shuyang not only possessed exceptional physical strength, but also the ability to morph flesh and heal rapidly. Why then could he not merge these two combat styles, freeing himself from singularity? With this thought, Shuyang's form swiftly enveloped a devourer. The devourer struggled with all its might, yet as Shuyang transformed his flesh, he astonishingly retained the effects of the indestructible divine skill. The devourer was gradually crushed inch by inch. Other devourers bared their fangs and claws, launching an attack at Shuyang. In the next moment, multiple limbs morphed into blades, simultaneously thrusting towards the approaching devourers. These limbs were all golden, with the indestructible divine skill enhancing every inch of Shuyang's body. Even devourers with similar transformation abilities could not match the strength of Shuyang, who wielded the indestructible divine skill, resulting in collisions akin to eggs striking stones. Temporarily relinquishing his human form, Shuyang transformed into a complete weapon of destruction, embarking on a massacre against several dozen devourers of the same stage. In this one-to-many scenario, the efficiency was astonishing. If the physical attributes were comparable, what determined the ability to engage multiple foes? The answer was singular: defense. No devourer could breach Shuyang's defenses, placing him in an indomitable position from the outset. With the protective Haocheng method also in effect, these devourers were utterly powerless. Now it became clear to everyone why Shuyang had threatened all within the city to retreat with imperial authority. The entire imperial city lay in ruins, ravaged by the fierce battle between Shuyang and the high-level devourers, a sight of utter devastation. However, miraculously, no civilians were harmed or lost their lives during this conflict. Had Shuyang not intervened, it is likely that the ordinary citizens within the city would have perished. The protective enchantments had dissipated unknowingly, yet none of the assembled individuals dared to venture outside. In the midst of the rubble, the grand and majestic Taiha Palace still stood tall, its imposing presence contrasting sharply with the surrounding debris, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. The contributions of the main characters to Shuyang's strength were significant. 1,000 from the emperor of the Ming dynasty, 500 from Chao Zhongchun, contributions from Duan Tianya, Gui Hai Yi Dao, Cheng Shifei, and a combined total of 5,000 from the esteemed Yinluo princess, Su Xin, and Haidang. While their understanding of Shuyang's intentions remained vague, they had witnessed his valiant struggle, protecting them from a horde of monsters. The spies, known for their loyalty and righteousness, were naturally moved by Shuyang's actions. Although the emperor held a prestigious position, his strength was lacking. With Chao Gonggong having lost his internal energy, he was merely an ordinary elder, making their contributions understandably modest. Despite the destruction of many structures, Shuyang had already prepared the assets of the Divine Marquis for the reconstruction of the imperial city. The narrative had become secondary. The invading devourers had been eradicated, and once the world restored itself, the bodies of the devourers will be cleansed by the inherent rules of the realm, eliminating concerns of contamination. Shuyang found a relatively intact stone amidst the debris and sheathed his damaged long sword beside it. The blade, gifted by Chun Qianqian, was indeed remarkable. Yet he was uncertain of Shuyang's precise strength level. Engaging in a brawl with dozens of peak 6-stage masters was beyond its capacity. It was a pity to squander Chun Qianqian's goodwill, and if it were to return, perhaps an apology would be in order. Taking out the Xiangfei gourd, he took a few swigs of liquor before lighting a cigarette. As the smoke curled upwards, Haidang stepped out from the Taihe Palace and approached Shuyang. "How did you know that these monsters posed a threat to us?" Haidang inquired curiously, intrigued not only by the situation, but also by her feelings toward Shuyang. "What difference does it make if I tell you?" Shuyang replied, not turning around, one hand holding the cigarette while he took another sip of his drink. He resolved not to entangle himself further with Haidang. She was better suited for others, be it Yi Dao, Tianya, or even Wan Sanqian, but he, Shuyang, was not the right match for her, and thus he wished to avoid further complications. "Brother, are you uninjured?" Cheng Shifei approached, his eyes filled with concern. Shuyang had protected him fiercely, and even when masquerading as the Divine Marquis, he had shown him great care, although their acquaintance was brief. There was no reason for him not to be concerned for Shuyang's well-being. "I am fine, junior brother," Shuyang replied, seeing Cheng Shifei and feeling a need to impart a few words. Rising to extinguish his cigarette, he approached Cheng Shifei with sincerity in his tone. "I must take my leave, junior brother. Now that you possess the lifelong skills of your master, immerse yourself in martial studies. You shall become the new champion of the world, safeguarding those around you, particularly your mother." "Where are you going, brother?" Cheng Shifei asked, puzzled. "I have other matters to attend to. Whether we meet again depends on fate. Live well, and take care of your loved ones." With that, Shuyang smiled and patted Cheng Shifei's shoulder. He stepped back gracefully and waved goodbye. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the clouds parted in the sky, and sunlight broke through, illuminating the desolate ruins of the city after the fierce battle. Shuyang slowly lifted his head, though he could not see it. He seemed to feel the warmth of the sun. As the sunlight grew more fervent, Shuyang's figure gradually faded away. This scene would be deeply etched in the hearts of the characters in Tianxia Di, a memory they would carry for a lifetime. Crossing through the spiritual realm and returning to the familiar main world, Shuyang lit a cigarette. "This journey has yielded quite the bounty," he mused. "Though I did not develop any 100-point relationships, I acquired a substantial amount of energy. Not to mention, I eliminated countless devourers. The number I have slain in this intermediate world likely surpasses what any of my previous masters could achieve in their entire lifetimes. I wonder how many ounces of world power can be exchanged for the essence of these devourers." Li chimed in, her excitement evident despite her usual reticence, showcasing the richness of Shuyang's gains. Breaking through to the 7th stage would undoubtedly be effortless. With the energy contributed by the key figures, Shuyang would need only sufficient world power to ascend to the peak of the 7th stage. If the world power were scarce, there would be no need for units of measurement. However, if abundant, it would be quantified in ounces. When the concentration of world power reached a certain level, it could be seen and stored. As for the essence of the devourers, it was essentially useless. Their flesh could not be absorbed excessively, lest even Shuyang's high spiritual energy be corrupted. The essence was easy to collect, but could not be assimilated. It posed a far greater risk of spiritual pollution than their flesh. This essence could be viewed as a condensation of the devourer's spirit, and if absorbed, it would lead to corruption, transforming the individual into a new devourer. Shuyang collected this essence solely for the sake of the heavenly Tao avatar. Sensing the will of the world, the next moment, the heavenly Tao avatar stood beside Shuyang. "Oh, so soon? Impressive," though the words suggested surprise. The heavenly Tao avatar was not truly taken aback. Handing the Xiangfei gourd to the avatar, he stored the essence of the devourers within, safely separated from the liquor. The Xiangfei gourd, being of high grade, possessed the ability to store without being tainted or corroded by the essence, making it an ideal vessel. Quite a collection. The heavenly Tao avatar visibly brightened, as if Shuyang's actions aligned perfectly with his desires. For slaying so many devourers, this is your reward. 3 translucent glass vials, each the size of a pinky, flew toward Shuyang, who gently grasped them. Inside, a liquid shimmering with golden light signified a highly concentrated, liquefied form of world power. "Keep up the good work." With that, the heavenly Tao avatar vanished. These 3 vials contained a total of 3 ounces of world power, an unexpected boon from the heavenly Tao avatar. If Shuyang aimed to break through to the 7th stage, considering his talent, comprehension, and current combat power, he would typically require only 1 ounce of world power. Thus, receiving 3 ounces at once was an incredible windfall. World power was not easily amassed. A typical guardian would need to toil for years in intermediate worlds to gather a single ounce. Yet Shuyang's recent slaying of devourers yielded 3 ounces. In high spirits, Shuyang suddenly glanced down at his damaged sword. "I should seek out Qin Qianqian." Gently brushing the scar between his eyes, his facial flesh twisted and morphed into a pair of sunglasses. Taking out his communicator, Shuyang hesitated momentarily, contemplating how to address the previous situation that might have left Qin Qianqian feeling unsettled. However, true to his straightforward nature, he initiated the call. After a few rings, the call was unexpectedly disconnected. Shuyang was taken aback. This was the first time Qin Qianqian had terminated their communication. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, considering that she might have been busy. However, shortly thereafter, Qin Qianqian sent a message. "My throat is uncomfortable, and I can't take calls. Are you back?" The text exuded surprise, not only at Shuyang's return but also at his initiative to reach out. "I'm back. I accidentally damaged the sword you gave me, and I'm truly sorry." "No worries. By the way, I prepared a new gift for you. Where are you now? I'll have someone bring it to you." Shuyang initially typed that it was unnecessary, but after some thought, he deleted the message and rewrote, "I am currently by the railing of the roadside in front of supermarket, holding a bottle of water, waiting for someone while leaning against the railing and smoking." Before long, Qin Qianqian's team members arrived and spotted Shuyang at once. "Long time no see," the newcomer greeted. Right?" Shuyang remembered him from a previous encounter. "Yes, your memory is quite impressive. This is something the captain asked me to give to you." Produced a blue vial, an improved version of the T-virus from the world of biohazard, which can enhance physical fitness without side effects. It is a reward the captain received for participating in the martial arts competition. "Are you injured?" Shuyang took the vial, but instead of thanking Yi, he inquired about his injuries. "How did you find out?" Yi touched his chest beneath his clothing. "You have a scent of blood, and your breath is unstable. Siang replied, continuing to smoke." Participating in the martial arts competition, one inevitably sustained some injuries. Yi seemed unconcerned. "Are all of you injured?" Shuyang retrieved his cigarette case and offered Yi one. Yi accepted the cigarette, lit it, and leaned against the railing like Shuyang. "Before coming to find you, the captain specifically reminded me not to discuss this matter with you." Yi took a couple of puffs, sensing that Shuyang had already perceived something and felt that hiding it would be pointless. Although sustaining some injuries is normal, this time the captain was quite severely hurt. In truth, we are most aware of our own strength. Participating in the martial arts competition is mostly a formality. The top rankings have little to do with us. However, upon returning from the competition, the captain became very serious. At that time, we all wondered why he was so determined to compete. Now it appears that he gave you the hard-earned prize to bring you joy. Is the injury very serious? Shi Yang's expression grew solemn. Although it is quite severe, it is not life-threatening. Inside. The captain aimed for a ranking and, in the latter stages of the competition, encountered a formidable Western Guardian, sustaining some injuries in the process, but you need not worry. All right, I'll head back now. Let us talk again next time, or else the captain will surely be angry if he finds out I discussed this with you. Goodbye. After watching Ian leave, Shi Yang held the enhancement vial. His emotions were complex. Previously, there had been some conflict, yet now the captain was striving hard to obtain a ranking and rewards just to uplift his spirits. After some contemplation, Shi Yang took out his communicator and sent a message. Would you like to join me for a meal sometime? He inquired. He knew that Chen Qianqian had been injured, and if her condition was severe enough to prevent her from moving, he could inquire about her situation after she declined, and directly offer assistance. However, it was not long before Chen Qianqian replied. Sure, when? Shi Yang was somewhat taken aback. Was Chen Qianqian planning to force herself to accompany him for a meal? As for where to meet, Shi Yang was uncertain, having seldom dined out, and after some consideration, he could only respond, I'll let you know later. Regardless of whether Chen Qianqian intended to conceal her condition, he would surely notice upon meeting, and the outcome would remain the same. The wine in the Xiangfei gourd is a divine liquid brewed from coconut wine mixed with 3 winter insect extracts, which continuously absorbs spiritual energy to replenish itself. If consumed entirely, it would roughly refill within a day. Shi Yang did not recall this gourd possessing such a feature. It seemed to belong to another gourd's capabilities, perhaps something he had added before entrusting it to the incarnation of Tiandao. For now, he did not wish to dwell on this. The jade liquid wine was a product of the journey to the West world, exquisite in flavor and imbued with spiritual energy. A sip could greatly accelerate recovery from injuries. Shi Yang possessed a remarkable self-healing ability. Often, he drank merely for the taste. However, if he could have Chen Qianqian sip a couple of times, her injuries would likely recover significantly, which was the reason he sought her out. Chen Qianqian had sustained injuries while delivering gifts to Shi Yang. Could he simply stand by and watch? Yet, finding a suitable location was the true challenge for Shi Yang. Wandering aimlessly along the street, the time gradually grew late, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Qianqian had given him 2 gifts. He could not simply choose a random spot to express his gratitude. That would be rather thoughtless. In Huaxia culture, reciprocity is valued, not out of obsession with formality. But if someone shows such care for you, one ought to respond in kind, lest it be disheartening to the giver. Shi Yang chuckled wryly, shaking his head, lighting a cigarette, and taking a sip of wine. I truly am not skilled in this. While speaking, Shi Yang accidentally bumped into someone. Ouch! The guy across clearly did not expect the sidewalk to be so wide, and yet someone could still collide with him. Anger flared up, but his words were not excessive. I'm not saying you walk without looking. Wearing sunglasses at night and ignoring people? Apologize, si Yang replied. Having momentarily lost focus, coupled with his current lack of vision, he did not detect the presence of an ordinary person. It hurts like hell, the guy complained, feeling a sharp pain in his ribs. This was not an attempt at fraud, while Shi Yang maintained control over his strength. A gentle bump against an ordinary person with his physique could indeed inflict significant internal injury, although the guy did not realize it immediately. Shi Yang noticed this and removed the Xiangfei gourd, shaping a small cup from the excess material, pouring a half cup of wine, and offering it to him. I'm sorry for bumping into you. Have a sip to ease your discomfort. Shi Yang extended the cup towards the man. The guy did not notice how Shi Yang had produced the water. The cup was presented before him. Water. The fragrant aroma wafted, accompanied by an intoxicating scent of liquor. Just inhaling it felt invigorating. How could this possibly be water? Yet, before he could respond, and of course, given his position, it was impossible for him to react in time. The cup was raised to his lips, and with a gulp, he swallowed it down. A warm current coursed through him, alleviating the pain in his ribs, and the fatigue from a day's work vanished entirely. Smacking his lips, the guy could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is this wine?" However, by the time he came to his senses, Shi Yang had already walked away. Accidentally injuring someone warrants a remedy, does it not? One should not always think that having strength makes one the most powerful. Possessing strength should also come with the awareness that even the smallest kindness can be the most admirable quality. The jade liquid within the Xiangfei gourd could not only heal ordinary people, but also enhance their physical condition and prolong life, serving as compensation. What initially seemed a trivial matter was not lost on Shi Yang, but a woman's voice chimed in. I didn't expect you to have such formidable strength, treating ordinary people so kindly. Don't you think it's a waste to share such precious wine with them? The slightly awkward Chinese was a voice Shi Yang had just heard not long ago. Is there still a need for us to converse? Shi Yang was not surprised, having realized long ago that Annie was present, though he had not anticipated her courage to approach him. Mustering her courage to try. Initially, upon seeing Shi Yang, Annie hesitated, but his actions piqued her curiosity. What are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you. Annie noticed that Shi Yang seemed to be searching for something. He was looking for a suitable place to dine with someone. This place is called Haocheng, a bar exclusively for guardians. Despite being labeled as a bar, the establishment offers an extensive array of services, encompassing accommodations and leisure activities, making it a renowned dining spot for the guardians. Annie led Shi Yang to a bar located in a bustling area, where the enormous sign of the bar, Haocheng, flickered with vibrant colors, making it conspicuous from afar. Yet, the pedestrians casually strolling by seemed oblivious to its presence, a testament to the barrier surrounding it. I dislike noisy places, Shi Yang remarked, intending to leave. There are dedicated dining areas and private rooms. Only the front part of the bar is loud. The rest remains tranquil, Annie explained. Following her words, Si Yang stepped alongside her. I'm quite surprised that as a guardian, you aren't aware of Haocheng. It's quite famous in Huaxia, Annie smiled gently. She recommended the place because Shi Yang was temporarily residing here to participate in the martial arts conference in Huaxia. I have only recently become a guardian. Are you jesting? Annie found Shi Yang's serious demeanor rather humorous and continued without concern. Here, both the drinks and food are crafted from unique ingredients sourced from this world and others. You can only use points to pay. Upon noticing Annie, the guard at the entrance allowed them entry without requiring credentials. Recognizing the Western guardian who had shown brilliantly at the martial arts conference, Haocheng exudes a strong cyberpunk aesthetic, deviating from the traditional Eastern classical style. However, Shi Yang was indifferent to the decor and layout, as he was unable to see. Arriving at the bar counter, Shi Yang could hear many guardians gathered, indulging in drinks and conversation, predominantly discussing the ongoing martial arts conference. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that most were low-tier guardians, primarily first and second rank, with few from the third or fourth ranks. Would you like a drink on me? Annie suggested, patting the bar stool beside her. I'll treat you. As you guided me here, Shi Yang replied, taking a seat. Having completed several tasks, he possessed over 1,200 points. Annie, accustomed to the customs in-country, accepted his offer without hesitation, opting for a cup of coffee instead of alcohol. The steaming coffee cup was adorned with a world emblem, indicating it was a mocha from the mid-tier world Tokyo Ghoul, priced at 35 points. Shi Yang, not ordering a drink, merely requested a cup and poured himself a glass of yi from his Xiangfei gourd. Once tasted, no other liquor could compare. Curiously glancing at Shi Yang's cup, Annie, positioned nearby, caught a whiff of the extraordinary aroma of the yi. Her heterochromatic eyes sparkled with interest as she inquired, May I have a sip of the liquor from your gourd? Shi Yang, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes, left Annie unaware of his thoughts. After a brief silence, he gestured to the bartender for another cup. Pouring a glass of yi for Annie, he then secured the gourd. Annie recognized the Xiangfei gourd which, in Shi Yang's memory, had been a gift from a girl. You truly cherish her, Annie remarked, her curiosity piqued. But her attempt to broach the subject was interrupted as she overheard a few guardians at the adjacent bar counter. This time, Huaxia has truly embarrassed itself. Not a single Huaxia participant made it to the finals of the martial arts conference hosted on home ground. Indeed, not even the top 10. The only noteworthy figure from Huaxia was a woman skilled in ancient martial arts, quite striking, but alas, she faced Craig, the dark sorcerer Craig, who emerged as the champion. is undeniably powerful. It is said his most formidable skill is the soul curse, yet he has never showcased it in the conference. The topic of the martial arts conference seemed mundane, as everyone recognized Craig's prowess among the new guardians. There was no suspense regarding his supremacy. Conversely, one of the prominent guardian families from the island nation, Tianyuan, had recently issued a bounty notice. Have you heard about it? A bounty notice? I heard the Haocheng guardian killed the son of the Tianyuan family head in a lower-tier world, inciting the family head's wrath to issue a bounty for that Haocheng guardian's capture. Guardians killing guardians is strictly prohibited, and it is difficult for Haocheng to intervene. Shi Yang's attention was drawn to their conversation, particularly the mention of the Tianyuan family, recalling his encounter in Jinling Shursanchai, where he had indeed slain a squad of ninjas, the leader carrying the same surname. However, was Shi Yang concerned? Not in the slightest. If he dared to kill, why would he harbor fear? Miss Annie, would you care for a drink? It was unexpected for someone to approach Annie, given her beauty, especially since she had garnered notable acclaim in the martial arts conference. Annie, averse to such advances, detested interactions with other males, irritated by the interruption as she attempted to converse with Shi Yang. Before Annie could express her annoyance, a woman clad in divine armor, lined with a white nun-esque attire, intercepted the man attempting to flirt. Miss, it's best you don't waste your efforts. As she spoke, the holy woman cast a surprised glance at Shi Yang, recognizing him as the well-known Purity Knight, and it was indeed her first time witnessing Annie seated beside another man. Shall we not introduce ourselves? After dismissing the suitor, the Purity Knight approached Annie's side, winking at Shi Yang. Annie shot a subtle glare at Moriai, but remained silent. Young man, let us get acquainted. My name is Moriai. Moriai appeared unfazed by Annie's lack of response, seemingly accustomed to such situations. She leaned closer to Shi Yang, one hand holding a drink while the other rested on the bar, her exquisite divine armor accentuating her graceful figure. Moriai was quite tall, enhanced by her golden high-heeled armor, towering half a head above Shi Yang. Her refined features exuded the essence of a saint, yet her age of around 30, combined with her flowing golden waves, imparted a languid and alluring aura. From the moment Shi Yang entered Lai Sheng, his handsome visage had captivated Moriai, whose penchant for attractive men was evident as she could hardly resist licking her lips. What puzzled Moriai was why Shi Yang wore sunglasses, even inside the bar. Although sporting sunglasses, his demeanor and actions indicated that he had not glanced at any other women. To Moriai's perspective, someone who could sit and drink with Annie was likely indifferent to beauty, yet she harbored concerns that he might be interested in men. If this charming face were to be wasted on a man, it would be quite distressing for her. Shi Yang. Shi Yang replied coldly. Are you friends with Annie? No. Annie felt a slight pang upon hearing his response, though she was not entirely surprised. Moriai hadn't anticipated Shi Yang's lack of charm. How could he respond that way, with two beautiful women beside him? The response from Shi Yang left Moriai feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. As a distinguished saintess of the church, she was both noble in status and formidable in strength, with admirers queuing from beneath the Eiffel Tower to the ancient capital of Jinling. Had she ever been treated so dismissively by a man? Moriai seethed inwardly, thinking, don't think that just because you're handsome, you can act so discourteously. Initially, Moriai had a favorable impression of Shi Yang. It was rare for a man to capture her interest upon their first encounter. Prior to Shi Yang, only her first love had evoked such feelings in her. However, upon reflecting on that past romance, Moriai had to concede that her initial attraction stemmed from her limited experience at that time. Yet Shi Yang was different. After years of navigating the complexities of romance, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity to connect with him. Although Shi Yang was not particularly tall and did not appear robust, he exuded an intellectual aura that she found appealing. Unfortunately, upon engaging in conversation, it became evident that Shi Yang was quite blunt and that intellectual charm was merely an illusion. In the past, when encountering unfamiliar women, Shi Yang would maintain a demeanor of warmth on the surface while being emotionally distant. However, in this instance, he showed no inclination to extend kindness to any other woman. The silence made Moriai's expression awkward, and her frustration towards Shi Yang intensified. Thanks to her initial impression, she was now harboring resentment towards this ill-mannered fellow. Observing Moriai's expression, Annie understood her friend's sentiments and cleared her throat softly, intending to ease the tension. Ahem. Perhaps you should refrain from bothering Shuyang, Moriai. What? Moriai looked at Annie in surprise. Accustomed to being adored and being older than Annie, while often referring to herself as a sister, Moriai's gaze clearly conveyed her discontent. You are my close friend. Is this how you support me? This insufferable fellow was showing such a lack of decorum, and since Annie knew him, why not help her criticize him? What is the big deal? You are indeed the one who disturbed Shuyang, Annie replied, fully comprehending Moriai's unspoken thoughts, but still choosing to defend Shuyang. The slight smirk at the corner of her mouth only fueled Moriai's irritation further. Best friend, come here. Moriai bit the words out with clenched teeth. Without waiting for Annie to respond, she seized Annie's arm and pulled her aside. Hey, are you kidding? Can't you see I have an interest in that guy? Not only do you not assist me, but you also take the opposing stance? Moriai expressed her dissatisfaction. I can see that, of course I can. Given Shuyang's striking appearance, I know you must have thoughts about him. After all, how could you let a handsome man slip away? Annie replied with an unabashed grin. Then why say that? Did you not notice his attitude towards me? No man has ever treated me with such cold indifference and disdain. Moriai retorted angrily. I noticed, and I understand that no man has ever treated you that way. But Shuyang is different. If he treats you this way, you should best exercise some patience and not dwell on it. Even if you're intrigued by him, refrain from bringing it up again, Annie advised, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Moriai was perplexed by Annie's sudden change in demeanor and curiously asked, why? Shuyang is formidable, exceedingly so, far beyond your imagination. It would be wise not to provoke him, Annie replied earnestly. Moriai scoffed slightly, thinking that Shuyang appeared to be unfamiliar with the surroundings, and judging by the bartender's demeanor, he couldn't possibly be well-versed in this environment. He was obviously a newcomer, so how strong could he be? Not taking Annie's warning to heart, Moriai pressed on. If you're advising me not to provoke him, then why are you drinking with him? A sudden realization struck Moriai, highlighting a blind spot in her reasoning. Annie found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, so you have an interest in him? Moriai exclaimed, feeling she had uncovered secret. Annie turned her head in a fluster, avoiding Moriai's gaze. Though she was a knight of desire, she had never interacted with men before. Being exposed by Moriai made her feel a bit shy, but her interest in Shuyang was primarily based on her knowledge of his past memories. Seeing Annie's flustered reaction, Moriai's expression turned to one of disdain. How could you affect me like this? Are you still my good friend? I am determined to get to know Shuyang today. Just as Moriai resolved to approach him, an exaggerated voice drew their attention back to Shuyang, who was quietly sipping his drink at the bar. Hey, newcomer, are you new here? A brown-haired foreign youth placed his hand on Shuyang's shoulder. This well-built young man, clad in heavy armor, was one of Moriai's suitors. He had noticed Shuyang long ago and was clearly jealous, as it was apparent that Moriai was interested in this pretty boy. How could that be acceptable? Just look at this guy's physique. He likely had hardly any muscle, and could he truly be worthy of the noble and beautiful saintess? By Western aesthetic standards, Shuyang was far from robust. In the eyes of Europeans and Americans, a rugged man was far more appealing than a delicate figure. A rugged, bearded giant provided a greater sense of security. Thus, in the brown-haired youth's eyes, Shuyang was nothing more than a pretty face. Moriai watched the unfolding scene with amusement. Glancing at Annie, I thought something significant was happening, but it turns out that my suitor, Pero, is just being jealous. Annie, however, looked on in silence as Pero approached Shuyang, not at all worried about any trouble arising, for that was simply implausible. Yet to Moriai, Annie's silence seemed to convey a sense of helplessness. You just said that Shuyang is strong. I wonder how he measures up against Pero? Moriai mused, relishing the spectacle, especially since Shuyang had just snubbed her. Perhaps it would be amusing to see another suitor challenge him. Although she did not hold Pero in high regard, his abilities were commendable. He was a knight of the formal church and possessed peak second-stage strength, a standout among the current escort team, with impressive defensive capabilities offered by his ecclesiastical armor. However, unexpectedly, Shuyang showed no inclination to engage with Pero. The realm of reincarnation did not permit combat for its guardians, as sparring among them was a common occurrence, and designated arenas existed for training. Do you fancy that lady? Shuyang coldly rose to his feet. Pero was significantly taller than Shuyang, yet as Shuyang stood, his presence instantly diminished Pero's stature. If you are under the impression that I have any connection with her, you are mistaken. Should you seek to assert your masculinity through me, your thoughts are even more misguided. Move aside. I have matters to attend to and do not wish to waste time, Shuyang stated, recognizing Pero's intentions without hesitation. It was clear that he felt the need to demonstrate his abilities as a newcomer, hoping to catch the Saintess's attention. Having accepted Annie's hospitality, Shuyang had only sat there to share a drink with her. Now that his glass was empty, what reason remained for him to linger? With a casual shove, he pushed the towering Pero aside and made to leave. Lei listened intently to Shuyang's words, her finger pointing at herself as if struggling to discern between illusion and reality, before casting a glance at her close friend Annie. If Shuyang's previous indifference was akin to a slap in the face, then this blatant disregard was nothing short of contempt. Pei Luo, Lei, regaining her composure, stamped her foot in frustration and called out. Pei Luo, a member of the Holy See's Night Order, was Lei's protector, as she was a revered saint of the Holy See. While ostensibly participating in the competition in Huaxia, Pei Luo and a group of knights were originally tasked with safeguarding Lei. When she summoned him, Pei Luo stepped forward, standing at attention, his demeanor solemn as he regarded the saintess. The audacity of Shuyang to so openly belittle a guardian of the Western Alliance infuriated Lei. Despite her mature and regal appearance, resembling a 30-year-old woman, her anger had an endearing quality. Although incensed by Shuyang's dismissive behavior, Lei had no intention of directing her subordinates to confront him. Her words were primarily aimed at coercing Shuyang into submission. Pei Luo, adeptly reading the situation, blocked Shuyang's path as he attempted to leave, and having been with Lei for some time, he understood how to align with her intentions. He questioned, "How dare you show such disrespect towards the Holy See's Saintess? Apologize to her holiness." Lei, furiously tapping her toes, turned sideways with an air of pride, her delicate face slightly lifted, as if to emblazon her status across her countenance. The anticipated drama of rivalry and jealousy did not manifest. Lei was no fool, aware that engaging in a physical altercation could lead to repercussions. Surely, leveraging her status against Shuyang would prove far more advantageous. Many in the bar were drawn to Lei's fiery proclamation, with numerous small groups of guardians ceasing their conversations, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Shuyang remained unaffected, continuing his calm departure while leaving Lei and Pei Luo behind, completely disregarding them. After arriving at the bar, Shuyang had sent a message to Chun Qianqian, inviting him to dine together at a nearby restaurant. Shuyang felt he had done nothing to provoke Lei. With Annie guiding him, he had already treated her to a drink as a token of gratitude, thus concluding his social obligations. At this moment, Shuyang had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Lei and Annie, nor had he uttered anything inappropriate. He simply could not fathom why Lei was so irate. As a stranger, was it not natural to walk away? However, Shuyang overlooked a crucial point. How could one engage in reason with a woman? Meanwhile, Lei was practically fuming, and Pei Luo was equally incensed. Their restraint did not extend to other members of the Night Order. Acting impulsively was indeed unwise. The venue was protected by barriers, and the furnishings were robust enough to withstand any damage from a guardian's brawl, thus not entirely prohibiting fights. Many members of the Night Order had witnessed the earlier incident and were outraged by Shuyang's indifference. Among them were those with fiery tempers, who, feeling insulted, gripped their sword sheaths with the intent to teach Shuyang a lesson. Bold! Came a roar as a sword sheath descended towards Shuyang's shoulder. With a swift motion, Shuyang firmly grasped the hefty sheath, remaining unyielding despite the knight's attempts to pull it away. Teach him a lesson, with their comrade having acted first. The other knights could no longer restrain themselves, rushing in to swarm Yang in a collective assault. Bang! 3 or 4 knights were sent flying, crashing to the ground in their heavy armor. Yang remained steadfast, striking with punches and elbows, regardless of contact. Each blow created a significant dent in the knight's once proud, blessed armor. The force behind his strikes was tremendous, akin to playing whack-a-mole, yet he refrained from inflicting lethal harm. The effectiveness of the knight's retaliations was negligible at best. Annie, struggling to suppress a laugh, found the scene amusing. Her enchanting demeanor radiated an air of mystery and grace. Mo Lei initially intended to intervene, to prevent her subordinates from inflicting excessive harm, but upon witnessing Yang's prowess, her arm hung, suspended in shock. Though no swords had been drawn, the seriousness of her protectors rendered them utterly defenseless against Yang. Even a group together could not withstand him. The blessed armor, lauded by guardians from many nations, proved as fragile as parchment. Mo Lei found herself at a loss for words, stammering, "I told you he was frighteningly strong. I warned you not to provoke him." Annie's glee only accentuated the elegant allure of her demeanor. However, Annie underestimated Mo Lei's capacity for acceptance. Rather than seeing shock or regret on her face, she noticed Mo Lei's eyes sparkling with excitement. His movements possess such strength. Mo Lei's eyes nearly turned to stars. Captivated by Yang's strikingly handsome features and his remarkably fierce combat style. Who says one cannot have both fish and bear's paw? A handsome man and a warrior can indeed coexist. Regardless, Yang bore no ill intent, and Mo Lei was unconcerned for her knightly protectors. Observing her friend, Annie reflected on Mo Lei's character and found it unsurprising. Within the European Holy See, the sinful knights and the holy knights were not entirely adversarial. Despite their conflicting powers, the primary enemy of human guardians was the Devourers, allowing Annie and Mo Lei to maintain their friendship. Who was that fellow? Quite intriguing. On the second floor, in a private room with the best view overlooking the entire bar area, Insho delicately savored a glass of red wine with his mechanical left arm. He appeared to be a newcomer. His information was absent from the database. Yet, given his skills, was it possible for such a formidable individual to be among the new recruits? Beside him, a female secretary checked the internal records but found no information on Yang. Search the headquarters records, Insho instructed. In the vast northern territories, one of the major figures behind the establishment of Haocheng was a 5-stage expert within a cyberpunk enhancement power system, renowned in Central Huaxia. His Xianwei Tan was exceptionally formidable, with few rivals among the 5 stages, earning him the moniker Silver Hand. And he was also one of the commanders of the Guardian Legion here. Lighting a fine cigar, Insho relished its flavor while awaiting the beautiful secretary to uncover information about Yang. Xianwei Tan, Aspinal Neural Prosthetic, significantly enhances the user's neural reaction speed, giving the illusion of time standing still. Its effects are remarkably potent, ranking among the finest of augmentations. Furthermore, the Xianwei Tan installed by Insho was not an ordinary model. In the realm of Cyberpunk 2077, there exist 4 legendary and immortal grade C and Wei Tan. The Dina La Model 4, the Qian T Model 4, the Military Technology Falcon Model 5, and the Qian T Model 5 Reality Distortion. In Cyberpunk 2077, Edgerunners, the protagonist David utilized the military-grade C and Wei Tan, which significantly accelerated his neural responses, allowing him to perceive his surroundings at a quarter of their normal speed. However, the threshold for using neural acceleration prosthetics is exceedingly high. Not just anyone can utilize them. One must possess exceptional mental resilience. David's ability to use it 7 times in a single day was a testament to his innate talent, necessitating constant use of suppressants. As for V, the protagonist of Cyberpunk 2077, he is an outlier and cannot be considered typical. It is not the renowned Johnny Silverhand, but rather the current Silverhand equipped with the advanced military technology of the Falcon Type 5. This was something he had fought tirelessly for in Cyberpunk 2077, alongside the protagonist team, in order to fulfill several significant missions. The military-grade Falcon Type 5 neural acceleration cybernetic implant has indeed helped Silverhand become a rare master within the 5th stage. Boss, I have found out that he is called Shuyang, a pure newcomer with no reputation, which is why he could not be traced in the afterlife. His code name is Black Wolf, and the only description of his abilities is that of a purely physical melee combatant. He has only undertaken one mission and has experienced the world of Jinling Shi. The worlds of a beautiful new world, my 26-year-old female tenant. And the world's best were all navigated by Shuyang without reporting to the organization. Is he truly a novice? Silverhand's interest was piqued. He stubbed out his cigar and moved to the window, observing Shuyang's departing figure, revealing a smile of intrigue. To easily defeat a group of generally second-stage elite Templar Knights suggests that this young man's physical prowess is at least at the initial 3rd stage. It is rare for a newcomer to exhibit such rapid growth and strength. I wonder which spirit has recognized him. While the nature of the spirit is unclear, his strength is undeniably formidable. If the new Guardian Martial Arts Tournament were to include his participation, aside from the lustful demoness Annie, we might stand a chance for the top 3 positions. The secretary expressed a hint of regret. Wait, Silverhand recalled the world Shuyang had experienced. As mentioned by the secretary, which world did he undertake the mission in? Jinling Shi, and he was the one who completed the task of eliminating the island nation's military leader's devourer. The speed at which he accomplished this task was notably swift. However, it is peculiar that he left the world of Jinling Shi quite late. Upon hearing this, Silverhand's expression turned grave. Could it really be this young man? Silverhand muttered to himself, Jinling Shi, a lower-tier world. Previously, we had been unable to determine who killed the son of the Tianyuan family. Given this young man's strength, he was likely the only guardian with a chance in that lower-tier world. After the death of the Tianyuan family's son, the family head had been investigating which guardian from Haocheng was responsible, leveraging the name of guardian-on-guardian attacks to put considerable pressure on the Great Wall Watch, insisting they provide the list of guardians who had been to Jinling Shi. However, the organization believed that a group of newcomers would lack the capability to kill the Tianyuan family's heir, thus unilaterally deeming it an accident and never relenting. Now, having seen Shuyang, Silverhand believed that this matter must be closely related to him. Shuyang's prowess stands out remarkably among newcomers. Previously, the lower-tier guardian organization that ventured into Jinling Shi had conducted investigations, mostly involving seasoned individuals, with Shuyang being the only pure newcomer. The organization, misled by his new status, failed to investigate him. Now, considering Shuyang's strength, he is the prime suspect. By the way, concerning the Tianyuan family heir incident, the island nation has been threatening a staff member in recent days. Should I let this young man in on the details and see if he would be willing to lend a hand? Silverhand pondered. The Tianyuan family head desires the personnel information of those who went to the world of Jinling Shi. The records of guardians executing tasks are maintained within the organization, but the Great Wall Watch cannot disclose such information publicly. Thus, those island ninjas have been targeting the staff, with one nearly captured and coerced by them. The bureaucrats in the organization, having been around for too long, were reluctant to take action. That staff member had been threatened for several days, and ultimately, in a moment of crisis, Silverhand could no longer tolerate those island rascals and intervened, albeit at the cost of injuring a few of his subordinates. Given that many of his men were injured and would require points for recuperation, Silverhand contemplated revealing this information to Shuyang to gauge his attitude and willingness to assist. If he agreed, his men could be withdrawn, significantly reducing expenses. Most importantly, Silverhand wished to assess Shuyang's character. This matter is almost confirmed to be related to Shuyang. A brief conversation might reveal whether he acknowledges it and is willing to take responsibility for protecting the staff member, thus affirming his integrity. This young man is a newcomer with considerable strength, and I happen to need manpower. If his character is commendable, Silverhand recalled his past experiences in Cyberpunk 2077, his expression turning cold as he lit another cigar, muttering through gritted teeth, "Adam, heavy hammer. Once I have sufficient manpower, I will surely trample over Arosaka and casually detach your head. As he passed through the training grounds and arenas, filled with futuristic and cyberpunk flair, the ambience dramatically transformed upon entering the dining area of the restaurant. The bustling cyberpunk atmosphere faded away. The restaurant's environment did not require a vibrant atmosphere. Dining often necessitates a relatively quiet and elegant setting, which the Afterlife restaurant understood well. Thus, upon entering the dining area, the once vivid cyberpunk aesthetic vanished without a trace. The Afterlife restaurant does not adhere to a specific cuisine. Renowned chefs from various nations are present, and one can enjoy any dish desired. At this hour, many patrons were dining, and the quality of the dishes at the Afterlife was widely praised. Mori was uncertain who Shuyang was waiting for, yet she persistently followed him. The restaurant's lighting was not overly bright, casting a soft glow that created a serene environment. In this atmosphere, many couples gazed at their partners, their outlines softening into a tranquil aura. Shuyang sat quietly in a rather inconspicuous spot, maintaining a proper, yet relaxed posture. In this moment within the Afterlife restaurant, his solitary figure, though slightly distinct, exuded a calmness as if the past struggles he had endured were trivial. Slowly, over the years, time had woven together experiences of twists, turns, and entanglements. Mori could not comprehend why, in this setting, gazing at Shuyang evoked such feelings. He appeared youthful, seemingly younger than his actual age. Yet the subtle hints of weariness he concealed added to his allure. How curious that youth and weariness could intertwine in a man. Tom seemed to pause, quietly admiring Shuyang's profile. Unbeknownst to her, Mori found herself sitting beside Shuyang, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him dreamily. The environment heightened Shuyang's allure, intensifying Mori's feelings towards him. Shuyang, lacking experience in matters of the heart, could not fathom Mori's behavior. Why was this woman following him? And why was she sitting beside him in silence, staring? Shall I send her away? This was Shuyang's immediate reaction. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Mori's hand slowly extended towards him, her slender, fair finger gently grasping his sunglasses. Shuyang was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected gesture. In that fleeting moment, she desperately wished to see his eyes. There's a saying that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Unless one is a master of deception, one can perceive sincere emotions through the gaze. Driven by curiosity as to why Shuyang concealed his eyes, Mori boldly made this move. As the sunglasses, formed from hardened material, were removed by Mori, the instant she beheld Shuyang's eyes, her finger involuntarily trembled. In that moment, she realized how offensive her action was to a blind person. The scar that stretched across Shuyang's eyes clearly signified his identity as a blind man. What once seemed to be a pretentious act of wearing sunglasses in Morley's eyes had now returned to a semblance of normalcy. Overwhelmed with guilt for having wronged Morley, she observed Shuyang's scar and felt a pang of remorse for her rash behavior. Yet simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity and compassion welled within her. Such a profound scar, which led to his blindness, must have caused him immense pain, she pondered. Does it not hurt him? I injured your guard. Let that be even between us. I shall wait for you. It is inconvenient for you to sit beside me, Shuyang stated coldly, retrieving his sunglasses and donning them once more. Oh, very well, Morley replied, her guilt preventing her from pressing further. After speaking, she silently rose to depart, her footsteps slow as she occasionally glanced back. Why did you suddenly do that? Annie awaited Morley at a corner of the Haocheng restaurant, having witnessed Morley's actions. Just now, the ambience here is quite captivating. I found myself somewhat entranced by him. His presence is indescribable. Merely stating it is unique, Morley's response seemed somewhat disconnected. I am asking you, why did you recklessly attempt to remove Shuyang's sunglasses? It is unique precisely because he gives off such a distinct feeling. And since he has always worn sunglasses since our first encounter, I desperately wanted to see his eyes. However, recalling that gruesome scar, Morley's hand involuntarily trembled. What kind of peril must he have faced to sustain such a grievous injury? Annie's enigmatic, graceful smile faltered upon hearing Morley's curiosity. She bit her rosy lip, her expression becoming complex. Morley noticed the change, in Annie's demeanor. Annie, do you know how he was injured? I do. But it was not due to a crisis. To him, this injury is not a severe one. Annie began to explain gently. It was for a girl. I have seen her in his memories. For that girl, he willingly blinded himself. You are also intrigued by him for this reason, are you not? Morley felt a twinge of pity for her friend. She understood Annie well enough. Her awkward nature as a seductive enchantress destined her to be drawn to men who were fervent in love. Continuing down this path would only lead to heartache. Indeed, Annie did not contest this, readily admitting it. Sigh, what a pity. Morley lamented for both herself and her dear friend, realizing that Shuyang had someone he cherished. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue with the captivating content. Before long, an exceptionally striking woman entered Annie and Morley's line of sight, capturing their attention immediately. After surveying the Haocheng restaurant, she walked directly toward Shuyang, her demeanor and subtle adjustments to her appearance indicating her acquaintance with him. Annie remained composed, yet Morley's mouth fell agape, urgently tugging at her dear friend's arm and whispering, "Is that her? The girl Shuyang likes is her? She is quite beautiful." Not quite. The girl Shuyang liked has likely passed away. Annie, who had seen Si Mei, knew she was not Chen Qianqian. Shuyang's memories were incomplete, and Annie's own condition at the time had been poor, so she had not captured all the details. However, Shuyang's regret and unwillingness were palpable, leading Annie to believe Si Mei was already deceased. Do you consider this good news? Morley exaggeratedly touched her friend's forehead, confirming she was not feverish. Shouldn't this be good news? Since the person Shuyang cherished has passed, you might have a chance. Annie's words made her realize she too might have a slight opportunity. Morley was rendered speechless by Annie's statement. She touched Annie's forehead again, ensuring she was not feverish before exclaiming in a hushed yet frantic tone, "You must be ill. You are truly my dear friend. Has your mind been kicked by a mule? If what you say is true, we have no chance at all." Shuyang blinded himself for a lost love. Do you not see the depth of his resolve? Moreover, achieving such a sacrifice indicates she was no ordinary white moonlight. Do you not realize that a deceased beloved cannot be compared to anyone living? How can you, a living person, compete with a dead one? Upon hearing Morley's words, Annie was momentarily stunned, her heart inexplicably sinking. Indeed, how could a living person compare to the deceased? This was the true essence of hopelessness, and all of this fell under the gaze of another. Wow! A dramatic exclamation escaped In Shou as he stood afar, pushing his sunglasses atop his head, lighting a cigar. Glancing at Annie, then Morley, and finally at Chen Qianqian, reflecting, this lad must possess considerable charm. Drink this, it will aid your recovery. Shuyang poured a glass of jade liquid for Chen Qianqian. Chen Qianqian cast a complex glance at Shuyang, refraining from touching the glass, hesitantly stating, "You're no longer angry with me? Please drink it." Shuyang simply shook his head in a mild manner. "All right, I shall drink." As long as Shuyang was no longer upset with her, Chen Qianqian would willingly consume even poison. Previously, whenever she visited Shuyang, she would dress impeccably. Yet today, she appeared rather modest. Although she understood that Shuyang was likely aware of her injuries, she still rushed to meet him despite her serious condition. Upon tasting the jade liquid, it was not poisonous. Rather, it possessed a unique flavor and exceptional texture. A warm current coursed through Chen Qianqian's body. Her previously serious injuries began to mend rapidly. In no time, she felt nearly restored, even experiencing a slight enhancement in vitality. The quality of the jade liquid was so high that even a former fated individual would see considerable healing, let alone Chen Qianqian. "What would you like to eat?" Shuyang pushed the menu toward Chen Qianqian. Unable to see the words, he left the choice to her. As Chen Qianqian picked up the encyclopedic menu, she flipped to the section on Huaxia cuisine, but after a frantic search, she realized she did not know what Shuyang liked to eat. Previously, when they had known each other, their circumstances were quite ordinary, and they ate whatever was available. She had never inquired about his preferences. Now, sharing a meal posed a challenge. "Is there something you wish to eat?" Chen Qianqian inquired earnestly, closing the menu. Shuyang pondered briefly before responding. I would like to order sweet and sour fish. Upon hearing this dish name, Chun Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Shi Yang in disbelief. In that moment, tears of joy glistened in her eyes. Sweet and sour fish, prepared by her mother, had always been her favorite dish. She recalled a day when her mother had made it for lunch. Their modest circumstances meant she rarely had the chance to enjoy it. The long-awaited sweet and sour fish had been knocked over by a thug, leaving her heartbroken, and it was during that bittersweet moment that Shi Yang had comforted her. Do you remember? Chun Qianqian hurriedly wiped away the tears of joy, feeling flustered yet somewhat bashful. Ah, Xiang chuckled softly, beckoning. A sharply dressed waiter approached Shi Yang and Chun Qianqian's table with a polite smile. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Once the dishes arrived, Chun Qianqian found herself unable to calm down, her gaze fixated on the unassuming plate of sweet and sour fish among the array of exquisite dishes. What would you like to eat? I shall serve you, Chun Qianqian offered, observing Shi Yang closely, though she was unaware of his visual impairment. She keenly noted that his movements while serving the food seemed somewhat stiff. Anything is fine, Shi Yang replied, unselective. Chun Qianqian rose and settled beside Shi Yang, gracefully lifting his bowl and meticulously serving each dish with a new serving chopstick. When Shi Yang took the bowl from her hands, their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, reminiscent of a stone plummeting into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. A rosy hue blossomed on her fair and lovely face, and her gaze softened considerably. There's something on your face, Chun Qianqian gently noted. In the next moment, her soft, warm lips lightly pressed against Shi Yang's cheek. As Shi Yang, filled with resistance, was about to act or speak, Chun Qianqian tightly embraced his arm, her voice laden with a pitiful plea, as if she were weeping. Please, just for this moment. Can we? Upon hearing her words, Shi Yang inhaled deeply, placing his hands on the sides of the dining table, and said heavily, the improved T-virus. You've endured such severe injuries just to bring me a gift. Is it worth it? There is no question of worth, only willingness, Chun Qianqian replied earnestly, her genuine emotions prompting her to grip Shi Yang's arm even tighter. I understand what you have said to me. I comprehend your intentions clearly. I have always known that your heart has never belonged to me. You have always regarded me as a friend, and I accept that. Yet, that is of little consequence. Being by your side is enough for me. Shi Yang attempted to push Chun Qianqian away, placing his left hand on her arm and slowly applying pressure. Please don't, Chun Qianqian whispered, her voice trembling. Despite Shi Yang's formidable strength rendering her incapable of resistance, her fingers remained firmly clasped around his right arm. Even if Shi Yang's force were to break her arm, she would not relinquish her grip, resolutely determined. Chun Qianqian understood that this was her final opportunity. I desire nothing from you. I can feel that you have someone you care for, yet I will not make any demands. You need not love or like me. Even if you regard me merely as a tool or a toy to be discarded when you are finished, it matters not. I simply wish to remain by your side. You may take everything from me. If you require my assistance to be with the one you cherish, I would gladly risk my life for it. Please, Si Yang surrendered, no longer attempting to push Chun Qianqian away. When he received the T-virus, he realized he had little choice. If he did not accept the affection of Chun Qianqian, who had reached 100% compatibility, it would inevitably lead to her demise. You have such a small request, yet I could demand anything from you. Shouldn't love be mutual and equitable? Why does it lead one to such humility? Shi Yang pondered, unable to find an answer from his perspective. However, the answer was simple, encapsulated in 3 words. Shi Yang's confusion stemmed from viewing the situation solely through his lens. The one embroiled in the matter often remains oblivious to the truth. Chun Qianqian provided him with the answer, because I love you. Everything concerning you matters to me. I am willing to do anything that brings you joy, even if it means consuming poison. Shi Yang let out a wry smile, retrieving a cigarette. Before he could light it, Chun Qianqian, with both hands, had already released his arm and offered him a lighter, igniting the flame before bringing it to his lips. This time, Shi Yang inclined his head slightly, taking the cigarette and drawing near to the flickering flame. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he reflected on the terrifying reality of it all. "Sir, this bottle of wine is a gift from our boss for the two of you," announced a waiter, presenting an exquisite bottle of red wine. As an experienced server, he refrained from approaching while Shi Yang and Chen Qianqian conversed, only approaching once their discussion concluded and Chen Qianqian's emotions had stabilized. Insho observed the exchange between Shi Yang and Chen Qianqian from a distance, raising his glass in a toast to Shi Yang. "Care for smoke?" Insho leaned against the railing, producing a box of cigarettes and offering one to Shi Yang. His long, curly hair and rugged stubble gave the impression of a rock musician, yet aside from his appearance, which resembled Johnny, he had little interest in music. After dining with Chen Qianqian, Shi Yang was puzzled by Insho's intentions, but the precious bottle of red wine concealed a note indicating a desire to speak with him. Shi Yang silently accepted the cigarette, lighting it and taking a puff. Observing Shi Yang's demeanor, Insho noted that he did not seem averse to his presence. This was a promising start. "What do you wish to discuss?" Shi Yang inquired between puffs. "Let us get straight to the point. You were the one who killed Tian Yuan Junwei, correct?" Insho suddenly sta, Fajing Xiyang. "Yes," Shi Yang replied decisively, showing no signs of hesitation. "Good. You have guts. As a Huaxiao person, what's wrong with killing a few little devils?" "I've never seen such a bold newcomer," Insho applauded. Yet his tone shifted. "But are you not afraid of retaliation from those little devils?" "Not particularly," Shi Yang responded, his tone neither arrogant nor brash, but rather imbued with a humble confidence that made his assurance resonate. "However, one of our staff has been implicated because of you," Insho explained, detailing the situation regarding the head of the Tian Yuan family coercing that individual for personnel information. He concluded by asking, "I don't have many people at my disposal. Would you be willing to help protect that individual for a while?" "Sure, but could you wait a couple of days?" Xiyang Kontret. Shi Yang's prompt agreement took Insho by surprise. This young man exhibited a strong sense of responsibility, viewing the troubles of others as his own. He did not resemble the typical young guardian with extraordinary power, which often breeds restlessness and arrogance. Instead, Shi Yang displayed none of those traits, prompting Insho to regard him with greater respect. Insho understood Shi Yang's need for a couple of days. After all, the Tian Yuan family's influence was formidable, and it was reasonable to prepare accordingly. However, Insho misinterpreted Shi Yang's intention. He was not seeking preparation, but had other matters to attend to. "This is my number. Call me when you're ready, and I will arrange for you to meet with the concerned party. You can consider this task as one I am assigning you, though it will be nameless and without compensation," Insho said, extinguishing his cigarette with his shiny shoe and handing Shi Yang a note before departing with a casual demeanor. At the rehabilitation center, Shi Yang approached a deeply addicted user. "Drink this," he commanded firmly. The cup before them held a precious liquid, and Shi Yang's intention was to ascertain whether it could heal the nerve damage inflicted by drugs. He had never forgotten his vow to assist Xiao Xia and Jin Mei Ting's daughter in finding a remedy for addiction. Now that he possessed this miraculous liquid, Shi Yang felt confident that the issue of addiction could be resolved. The addict, unaware of the identity of the man before him, perceived Shi Yang as appearing suddenly in the room. He could not fathom Shi Yang's speed. The enticing aroma of the liquid in the cup wafted through the air, and despite his uncertainty about Shi Yang's intentions, he instinctively felt a twinge of fear towards the mysterious figure. After hesitating momentarily, the addict lifted the cup and drank it down in one go. It was indeed effective, Shi Yang observed with delight as the man's condition improved. The yellowed skin from years of drug use gradually regained a healthy glow, and his emaciated body began to recover. In Shi Yang's perception, the nerve damage caused by the drugs was being restored. The man sensed the changes within him. The addiction that had once ensnared him vanished in an instant. He felt invigorated, as if his past experiences with drugs were mere illusions, fading into the realm of unreality, as if they had never occurred. He incredulously touched his cheek. "Is this real?" Shi Yang turned and walked away. He held no fondness for addicts. Assisting the man was merely a stroke of luck for him, and whether the man cherished this hard-won opportunity was of no concern to Shi Yang. "Li, let us return to Meili Xin Shiji," Shi Yang instructed. Li opened the portal to the spiritual realm, leading Shuyang back to the world he had first experienced. Although merely a month had passed in the main world, Shuyang was unaware of the varying flow of time, yet he felt he had left not long ago. Snowflakes danced in the air, fluttering towards the window like butterflies, gently tapping against the glass before veering off. The earth lay cloaked in frost and snow, a silver tapestry as the biting northern wind sliced through the tightly shut doors and windows, yet it could not extinguish the warmth within. Passers-by exhaled puffs of white mist into the frigid air, each bundled in heavy clothing, huddling against the cold as they hurried along. Team leader Jean, mating, gazed out at the swirling snow, her heart heavy with sorrow. Inside, several women basked in the warmth of the heating, yet their hearts remained unenthusiastic, enveloped in silence, with no one willing to speak. Xiaomin and Zayasaki's cravings for their addiction had intensified lately. The wails of a child jolted Jean, mating, and Zayasaki from their thoughts, prompting Zayasaki to rush inside to attend to the child's needs. The child was merely hungry, and Zayasaki hurried to prepare formula. Tenderly caring for the child she had resolved to look after. Observing Zayasaki's busyness, Jean, mating, contemplated offering assistance. But as another winter arrived with Shuyang still absent, her resolve faltered. On the roadside, a solitary kitten trembled in the cold. The winter chill was unbearable for such a lonely creature. As a mere cub, having lost its parents, it was doomed to struggle through this merciless season. The cold snowflakes, though beautiful, often concealed danger beneath their exquisite exterior, deceiving the senses and leading one to believe there was no threat, gradually eroding the already fragile life. As the kitten's body temperature continued to plummet, its movements in the snow became increasingly feeble, its immature fur accumulating ice crystals, hastening the loss of warmth. In a moment of despair, a hand radiating warmth gently lifted the kitten from the snow. "You poor little thing," Russell said tenderly, cradling the fragile life. Perhaps human kindness is limited, yet Russell, who had always adored animals, would strive to extend a helping hand, just as someone had once done for her. As she brushed the ice crystals from the kitten's fur, she gazed at the cold, merciless yet dazzling snowflakes, a deep sorrow reflected in her eyes. The chill within her heart tightened her grip on the kitten. "Did you not promise to visit us often? What a liar." Now, Russell no longer worked at the Universe Group. After resigning, she found employment at a pet shop, a job she truly cherished. Once, she had sought wealth and status. But since meeting Li Haocheng and his subsequent departure, her passion for money and position had faded, as if he had taken her heart with him. So cold, a gust of wind swept by, sending a flurry of snowflakes into her scarf, causing Russell to shiver. At such moments, her resentment towards Li Haocheng intensified. In truth, she often pondered whether he encountered insurmountable difficulties, which explained his prolonged absence. In the quiet of the night, she would wonder if she meant anything at all to him. As she recalled that Li Haocheng had never made any promises beyond stating he would return, her heart would plunge into despair. Yet she was adept at self-comfort. Although Russell was younger, she had endured longer than the others, embodying a unique resilience. "When will you return?" she murmured, clutching the kitten tighter as she gazed at the hazy, snow-laden sky. "I'm sorry," a sudden male voice apologized. Startled, Russell turned around. A figure of modest stature stood behind her, seemingly unremarkable, yet upon seeing him, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had so much longing and grievances to express. She had once imagined confronting Li Haocheng with harsh words, yet now, faced with him, she found it difficult to utter even a single complaint. All her thoughts coalesced into a single exclamation. "Why have you only just returned?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Russell's previous strength crumbled upon seeing Li Haocheng, her vulnerability surging like a flood. "I'm sorry," Shuyang could only repeat. Russell wiped her tears, throwing herself into Shuyang's embrace, akin to a child returning home after a long absence. The warmth surged through her like a long-lost comfort, banishing the winter chill as she found refuge from the cold. Shuyang could distinctly feel the tears of their reunion against his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he firmly embraced Russell, realizing that if he had accepted Chun Qianqian, there was no reason not to accept Russell as well. "It's been a long time. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Shuyang." Russell, bewildered by his words, was certain her heart was not deceiving her. The man before her was the one she had yearned for, prompting her to respond, "Very well, I am Russell." It's been a long time. After the joy of their reunion, Russell finally voiced her burning question, "Where have you been? Do you realize you've been gone for over 2 years?" Zayasaki's daughter is almost speaking. "I didn't realize how fast time flows in the lower realm compared to the intermediate and main worlds. I had previously overlooked this detail," Shuyang admitted. "Many often believe that memories fade easily over time, gradually dissipating into obscurity. Yet, there are certain glances in a man's silhouette that remain indelibly etched in one's mind. Genuine affection cannot be diminished by the passage of time. They have never truly moved on." Hence, Shuyang recognized the pain he had caused others. He had been too presumptuous, thinking himself an indifferent observer. Upon realizing his error, he offered no excuses, only tightening his embrace around Russell. "You're deceiving yourself?" Russell, still sniffling from her tears, initially intended to reproach Shuyang, but her words morphed into concern. "Did you encounter difficulties? Were you in danger?" "No, it was my fault. I was too careless," Shuyang replied. "You're truly dense," Russell lamented, her tears resurfacing despite her efforts to suppress them. "Stop crying." Shuyang gently wiped away her tears. "Shall we return?" "Oomph." Russell broke free from Shuyang's embrace, dissatisfied. "We've just reunited, and you already wish to return to JianbingGuozi and the others?" Although her words were laced with dissatisfaction and jealousy, Luosili nevertheless took Shuyang's hand and led him toward the building that had once been his residence. Since Shuyang's departure, the women who held him dear had moved into that very apartment, hoping to uncover traces of him that lingered. The atmosphere inside the dimly lit room was lethargic, with several women sitting or standing listlessly, their indifference to the sound of the door opening palpable. Yet this encounter was destined to be different. "Hello, I am Shuyang." He introduced himself. After a prolonged absence, Haocheng, JianbingGuozi, Lu Shuiying, and Luosili, having overcome their initial astonishment, were unable to hold back their tears. Among them, JianbingGuozi, the eldest, displayed the most unexpected reaction. The mature and composed older sister, upon reuniting with Shuyang, revealed a vulnerability that was unmistakable as she wept in his embrace, occasionally playfully striking him lightly. "I did not know what else to do to endure," she confessed. Though her words contained no reproach toward Shuyang, the palpable sense of fragility deepened his feelings of guilt. He prided himself on valuing promises, yet he had failed to fully contemplate the circumstances. This was his shortcoming. Haocheng was the most frightened. She had finally encountered a safe haven, yet following Shuyang's abrupt departure, she felt as though she lived on the precipice of a cliff, fearing that her hard-won sanctuary would crumble at any moment. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Shuyang, akin to an abandoned kitten or puppy, daring only to clutch the hem of his garment tightly. Lu Shuiying, youthful and charming, despite her limited experience in matters of the heart, bravely approached her long-lost love. However, with JianbingGuozi occupying the space against Shuyang's chest, she could only hold tightly to his left arm. As Luosili guided Shuyang back, she gradually came to terms with the reality of his return. Having prepared herself mentally, she appeared the most composed among the girls. Observing the 3 women clinging to Shuyang, the mischievous Luosili felt a twinge of jealousy, yet she merely pouted and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Throughout Shuyang's absence, Luosili had witnessed everyone's reactions and would not spoil the moment by interjecting. Gently patting the women's backs in a gesture of comfort, Shuyang finally embraced his rightful identity. Feeling the strength of his arm, JianbingGuozi lifted her pale face to meet his gaze, instinctively reaching out to tenderly caress his cheek. The authentic sensation filled her previously empty heart with warmth. Her tear-streaked smile took on an added beauty, though the lack of makeup rendered her visage simple and melancholic, tinged with a slightly sickly pallor. Lu Shuiying and Haocheng mirrored this sentiment, their somewhat ailing expressions encapsulated in a single term within Huaxia, Ciangxi. "I am deeply sorry," Shuyang expressed, attempting to convey his remorse, yet felt insufficient. Upon hearing his apology, The women's immediate reaction was not to blame, but rather to worry about the troubles he might have faced outside, which had delayed his return. Their concern intensified Shuyang's discomfort, now that he had acknowledged his identity and accepted their presence. Shuyang understood that this was a world of narratives where he recognized their past desires. Lighting a cigarette, he resolved to console them in his own manner. With this thought, he lifted his right hand, shedding the protective layer formed by his skin, and gently stroked the cheeks of Jin Meiting, Xiao Xiao, Lu Shuiying, and Luosili. The delicate texture of their skin responding to his touch, their expressions becoming entranced. "Drink this, and you shall feel rejuvenated," Shuyang offered as he poured a cup of exquisite liquor for Xiaomin, Jin Meiting's daughter. Although young, Xiaomin bore a resemblance to her mother, a beauty in the making. However, upon their reunion, the toll of prolonged substance abuse had dulled her skin, her gaze unfocused, and her once lustrous hair now dry and split. Years of addiction had aged her body, and her fading memory rendered her uncertain about the man before her. Yet, she sensed a unique fragrance emanating from Shuyang, subtle yet comforting. Instinctively, she yearned to trust him, obediently lifting the glass of liquor he had poured for her. Xiao Xiao, lost in reverie, envisioned that soon, both she and Xiaomin would be freed from their addictions, restoring their bodies to optimal health. In Xiaomin's dwindling recollection, she could not pinpoint when her addiction had begun. Once dismissive of it, she had learned the excruciating reality only after succumbing to its grasp. Even under her mother's care, she never lacked for substances. Yet she felt her spirit being slowly extinguished, consumed by the drug's relentless grip, leaving her voiceless in her despair. It was only upon reaching this juncture that Xiaomin comprehended the preciousness of life, perpetually regretting her encounters with such vices. If only she had never touched it, her mother's wealth could have afforded her a carefree existence as a young lady. But alas, there were no ifs. Xiaomin was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Her lucid moments grew increasingly fleeting, and she had long since lost hope. Yet at that moment, Shuyang appeared before her, offering a cup of fragrant liquor. Upon drinking it, she felt as though she was reborn, as if the long, chilling winter had given way to the fervent embrace of sunlight, dispelling the cold and illuminating her world. "Who are you?" As Xiaomin regained her senses, the world around her transformed, vibrant colors returning to her vision, the insidious grip of her cravings vanishing without a trace. She felt an uncanny familiarity with Shuyang, but could not recall their past, her memories elusive as vapor, leaving her to ask in confusion. "Shuyang, how do you feel now?" he inquired, leaning against the windowsill, ensuring the smoke did not waft into the room. "Feel? Did you help me?" Xiaomin glanced at herself, finding no apparent issues. Yet the sight of her clothing caused her brow to furrow. "Why does this outfit have a strange odor? It's dirty and worn." A girl utterly consumed by addiction hardly had the capacity to care for herself. Despite Jin Meiting's diligent efforts, she could not tend to her daughter around the clock, resulting in Xiaomin's wrinkled and soiled attire. Shuyang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, recognizing Xiaomin's thoughts. "Would you like to take a walk? Perhaps visit the mall?" Xiaomin hesitated due to her unfamiliarity with Shuyang, yet the safety he exuded compelled her to respond instinctively. "Sure." Rising to her feet, the young, beauty-conscious Xiaomin shyly adjusted her dress, feeling somewhat embarrassed by its disheveled state. However, Shuyang remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of mockery, allowing her to relax completely. Affection level 75. "Master, continue your efforts," a voice chimed in. Shuyang was taken aback, having saved Xiaomin, coupled with the effects of the love god's fantasy on her perception, along with his own looks, had elevated her fondness for him to a remarkably high level of 75. Shuyang has already accepted Jin Meiting. Even though he may not be able to provide her with much love, he can at least have her by his side. It is not easy for Shuyang to accept Jin Meiting, especially as his daughter suddenly developed feelings for him. Is this appropriate? He suggested that she choose whatever she likes. Shuyang randomly selected a women's clothing store, allowing Xiaomin to enter alone while he found a spot outside a nearby milk tea shop, intending to wait for her. The past 2 years have made Xiaomin somewhat introverted. She is no longer the carefree girl she once was. Being out in public with so many people makes her uncomfortable, resembling a quail trying to hide her head. Can't you come with me? Most of the time, Xiaomin has been raised solely by Jean Mating, and she is unsure how to regard this man, who seems to have a close relationship with her mother. However, with her mother absent, Xiaomin instinctively leans on this man she already has feelings for. Shuyang is uncertain how he can assist. He is blind, after all. While he can use his ability to alter his appearance without sight, helping someone choose clothes feels daunting. Buying a few outfits is something she can surely manage on her own. Fine then, Xiaomin reluctantly agreed to go by herself, having noted Shuyang's reluctance to accompany her. Shuyang casually ordered a drink and settled in to wait, knowing that it typically takes time for women to shop for clothes. He wondered if Jean Meiting and the others were awake yet. Before leaving, he had left a message saying he would take Xiaomin shopping, so it should not be a problem if she found him missing. Boredom set in. Shopping for clothes is somewhat of a chore for men. He lit a cigarette, hoping to pass the time with the scent of tobacco. Just as he took a few puffs, he noticed a familiar figure approaching him. Shuyang had chosen this neighborhood to live in because it was close to the Universe Group, and naturally, the clothing store he brought Xiaomin to was even closer, increasing the likelihood of encountering acquaintances. He did not expect to run into Su Zhengshu while shopping for clothes. Initially, the somewhat disheveled assistant Su Zhengshu could hardly believe her eyes upon spotting a familiar figure. As she approached, she realized it was indeed Director Haocheng. He had vanished from the Universe Group for an extended period, seemingly evaporating without a trace. Su Zhengshu could not forget that man. Initially, she tried to inquire about his whereabouts, but her efforts yielded no results. To her surprise, on a day when she felt down and sought distraction, she would see the long-lost Li Haocheng. Director? Su Zhengshu bravely greeted him, though she hesitated to confirm his identity due to his sunglasses. Su assistant, Shuyang replied somewhat coldly. Upon hearing his voice and title, Su Zhengshu felt a surge of joy. He truly was there. Director Haocheng, it's been a long time. She took the liberty of sitting across from him, her demeanor reflecting a hint of sadness, which improved slightly upon seeing him. It's been a while. Shuyang's response made Su Zhengshu slightly awkward, but she continued, I wonder how Director Haocheng has been lately? She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. I'm well, and you? Shuyang's inquiry was merely polite, yet it struck Su Zhengshu hard. As for her well-being, that depended on her ex-boyfriend, who aspired to be a civil servant. Since their breakup, he had relentlessly slandered her online, even using intimate videos and photos to tarnish her reputation. The impact on her work was secondary. Her personal reputation was in tatters. Not only were her parents displeased, but everyone around her now viewed her through a distorted lens. Su Zhengshu could not comprehend why her single romantic encounter had led to such harsh judgment. Was it so wrong to have been affectionate with her boyfriend? She felt deeply wronged. Any remaining goodwill she had towards her ex had been obliterated by his actions. She harbored resentment, but felt powerless. To this day, her scandalous videos circulated online, and she faced lewd comments from despicable men daily, while whispers about her past misdeeds followed her everywhere. This left Su Zhengshu in despair. In many societies, one can lead a dissolute private life as long as it remains hidden. Once exposed, it becomes a woman's fault. Historically, many emperors have deflected blame onto a concubine for their failures, a habit that may have originated long ago. In a land of pickled vegetables, this phenomenon is particularly severe. While private behavior may be liberal, public expectations for women's chastity remain stringent, creating a hypocritical double standard. In matters of love, the measure of a man is often his grace in a breakup. A dignified separation earns respect, while petty acts of defamation only reveal a lack of character. Shuyang sensed Su Zhengshu's distress, but chose not to comment. Surrounded by women, he had other matters to attend to and wished to avoid complicating his romantic entanglements. With the ability to inspire affection through his powers, he feared that comforting Su Zhengshu would only heighten her feelings, leading to an uncomfortable situation. You seem troubled. Perhaps you should return home and rest, Shuyang suggested, hoping to curtail any potential romantic developments. However, just as he spoke, his attention shifted to a nearby commotion. A pedestrian suddenly lunged at a man nearby, seemingly possessed, with eyes turned a ghastly gray. Without warning, he bit in the man's throat, and the victim's screams quickly faded. In mere moments, the man lay silent, blood gushing from his neck as the assailant feasted on him. The gruesome scene was enough to unsettle anyone. Su Zheng Su Gapet, Statan. Shuyang's expression turned grave. Was this the T-virus from a world beset by biohazard? Through his heightened senses, he realized that a significant portion of the crowd had already been infected, though the onset of symptoms varied among individuals. Something was amiss. This was a lower-tier world where such extraordinary powers should not exist. The rapid transmission of a virus capable of turning people into zombies belonged to a higher realm. Shuyang's immediate thought was that someone was orchestrating this chaos. The streets would soon become a hellish nightmare. Shuyang felt no fear of the zombies. He wondered just how formidable they could be. However, with several women depending on him, he grasped Su Jingshu's hand and pulled her along. He headed toward the clothing store where Xiaomin was still shopping, needing to fetch her. With a swift motion, Shuyang yanked aside the curtain of the changing room where Xiaomin was trying on clothes. She exclaimed in surprise. Xiaomin let out a startled scream, only to discover it was Shuyang, and her voice quickly subsided. Unconsciously, she covered her chest, clad only in her undergarments. Put on your clothes. We must leave, Shuyang stated calmly, yet his tranquility starkly contrasted with the surrounding chaos. Xiaomin was perplexed by Shuyang's actions, but the cacophony outside, punctuated by occasional screams, instilled a foreboding sense within her. Complying obediently, she hastily donned the new outfit she had chosen and followed Shuyang, casting a curious glance at Su Jingshu. It seemed that shortly after their exit, Shuyang had captured the attention of yet another beautiful girl. This stirred a sense of imbalance in Xiaomin, not for herself, but for her mother. However, she noticed only Su Jingshu's beauty, failing to perceive the terror etched on the latter's face. The attendant in the clothing store had vanished, and the trio soon found themselves on the street, which was now a scene of utter disarray. The throngs of people were either shrieking in terror, fleeing for their lives, or being surrounded and torn apart by frenzied individuals. The nauseating scent of blood filled the air, and the violent chaos thoroughly shattered Xiaomin's worldview. She was rendered speechless, while Su Jingshu averted her gaze, unwilling to confront the sight of the fallen. Corpses, ravaged by the undead, littered the streets, blood splattered indiscriminately across the pavement, railings, and billboards. When Xiaomin scrutinized the grotesque visage of a recently deceased body, she lost her composure and vomited. Su Jingshu, displaying greater cleverness, hid behind Shuyang, daring not to glance at the horrific remains. The virus is spreading even faster than I anticipated, Shuyang remarked, astonished by the rapid transmission of this zombie virus. What sent a chill down Xiaomin's spine was the sight of a corpse, once pitifully lifeless, rising to its feet within mere seconds, dragging its mangled body across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaomin's forehead, and she dared not even breathe. Trembling slightly as she mimicked Su Jingshu's posture, clutching Shuyang's clothing with such force that her knuckles turned white. "Do not fear," Shuyang comforted in a voice that remained calm amidst the pandemonium. Upon hearing his words, Xiaomin and Su Jingshu found themselves significantly less frightened. Shuyang's confidence had a reassuring effect on them. He did not leave immediately, for he was observing the zombie virus, which spread at an alarming rate. If bitten, within seconds, the original consciousness was eradicated, transforming the victim into a brand new zombie, exhibiting speed and physical prowess beyond that of the biohazard world, perhaps a superior strain of virus? "Let us proceed," Shuyang declared, losing interest after a few glances, and hoisted the two girls onto his back. The delay of mere seconds had allowed the gathering zombies to encircle them, making escape impossible for the girls alone. Yet with Shuyang present, the situation became remarkably simpler. In his previous interactions with JianbingGuozi and the others, he had sensed no abnormalities within them, likely due to their previous emotional distress leading to their seclusion. However, in Shuyang's view, the primary reason was their possession of world power, which offered them a degree of protection. Yet, the fluctuations of this world were severe, and Yang could sense the worlds while lamenting without the need for deliberate perception. Clearly, there were forces intent on annihilating this world. The rapid spread of the zombie virus proved to be an effective means of dismantling a lower-tier world, with one girl clinging to each shoulder. The two women nestled against Yang's back, both witnessing the dense throng of approaching zombies and instinctively shutting their eyes in fear. The sound of wind whooshing past them dispersed the overwhelming stench of blood and the guttural roars of the undead. Although it felt as though they were moving at a breakneck pace, the two girls found their ride on Yang's back to be surprisingly smooth. "We have arrived. Step inside." Yang gently set the two down. Trembling, they opened their eyes to find themselves at the entrance of the apartment where everyone had gathered. While Su Jiangshu had seldom visited, Xiao Min was well acquainted with the place, having lived there for 2 years. However, both women shared a singular question. How had they arrived here? The span from being hoisted by Yang to standing at the apartment's entrance had taken mere seconds. How had he traversed several kilometers in such a short time? Realizing Yang's extraordinary strength instilled a sense of security in them, making the previously gruesome scenes seem less daunting. Upon entering, after collecting themselves, Yang closed the door and proceeded to eliminate the mutated zombies within the entire apartment complex. Thanks to his formidable vitality, he could easily detect these zombies. And as for danger, that was laughable. The amalgamated might of all the mutated zombies in a lower-tier world would not even be able to harm a hair on Yang, the pinnacle protector of the 6th stage. His extermination of these zombies was merely to prevent any sudden appearances that would startle the women. Still asleep? Yang quickly finished his task and returned to the apartment, where everyone remained in slumber, exhibiting signs of fatigue. The sight left the two women seated upright on the sofa, feeling somewhat awkward. With a resigned shake of his unoccupied right hand, Yang inquired, "Are you hungry? I shall prepare something to eat." Without the desire to elaborate, he slipped into the kitchen. In the illusion of the kitchen, Yang moved with ease, while the women found themselves in a state of disarray. As they drifted into a deep sleep, a singular thought lingered in their minds. He truly was the one they admired. Even after a lengthy slumber, the profound fatigue remained. Yet a tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen stirred their consciousness. The familiar and irresistibly enticing scent caused Xiao Min and Su Jiangshu to salivate uncontrollably. In that moment, upon awakening, they exchanged glances, disregarding their state of undress, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Is that Yang's JianbingGuozi?" While preparing the JianbingGuozi, Yang queried Li and Xiao AI regarding the rapid outbreak of the virus. The timing was too late for any rescue efforts, and he inquired if it was possible to transport the girls away from this world. Unfortunately, the prognosis was not optimistic. Li's response indicated that under normal circumstances, a slight consumption of world power could facilitate their departure. However, given the current instability of the world, it was impossible to remove the primary characters from within it. The only course of action was to help stabilize this world. The good news was that according to the flow of time, the designated period for the unnamed task was 2 days in the main world, granting Yang over a month to address the instigators in the shadows. At this moment, the external dangers or the changes occurring in the world became irrelevant. The group gathered together, each relishing the JianbingGuozi that Yang had lovingly prepared. For Su Jiangshu and Xiao Min, tasting it for the first time, their eyes sparkled with delight. Even the recent blood-soaked horrors fading from memory under the allure of delicious food. Yang stood to the side, resembling a servant. Yet none of the women perceived him in that light. They simply felt grateful for his attentiveness in ensuring everyone was well fed. Master, Xiao Min's favorability reached 85. Su Jingshu's favorability also rose to 80, Xiao AI noted. Such was the power of the JianbingGuozi. Previously, Su Jingshu's favorability towards Yang had been slightly higher, but their prolonged separation had caused a decline in their closeness. The exquisite flavor of JianbingGuozi surpassed all expectations. It was only after they had nearly finished eating that Su Jingshu recalled she needed to inform everyone about the unsettling news that most people outside had transformed into zombies. A group of women huddled together in discussion, their disbelief palpable as they cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to glimpse the situation on the street. The gruesome sight of the bloodied streets and the ravenous zombies confirmed the grim truth of Xu Jinshue's words. The suddenness of such a catastrophic event left the women bewildered. In such dire circumstances, even the most rational individuals hesitated to venture outside, and Jean Mating and her companions deliberated on their next course of action. Faced with this calamity, they concluded that staying indoors was the safest option, yet Jean Mating voiced her concern about whether they had sufficient food and water. "I believe we have enough," Shi Yang replied calmly, gesturing towards the refrigerator, exuding an air of confidence that dispelled any sense of crisis. "Just earlier, I made a trip to the supermarket and brought back a significant amount of supplies, so there's no need to worry about food and water." "Really?" Jean Mating exclaimed, rising to inspect the refrigerator. It was brimming with ingredients and essential supplies, with even more stacked beside it. Upon witnessing this scene and looking at Shi Yang, the women's anxiety subsided, replaced by a sense of security that only Shi Yang could provide. He settled onto an empty spot on the sofa, picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, and placed it between his lips. Jean Mating, ever considerate, handed him a lighter to ignite it. The other women, eager to be near him, gathered around, some sitting close and others leaning against him, gazing up at him with affectionate smiles. Sighing, Shi Yang took a drag from the cigarette. "These days are truly trying. How are you feeling, Xiao Xiao?" he asked. "I'm great, brother. I have no desire for drugs anymore. When they were placed before me just now, I felt nothing," Xiao Xiao replied dreamily, her eyes fixed on Shi Yang. He had truly offered her redemption, helping her embark on a new life. Yet, as she recalled the turmoil outside, her concern for her daughter, Haocheng, overshadowed her own worries. "Brother, with the zombie virus outbreak, does this mean I can't go out to buy formula for Haocheng?" she asked, her tone filled with apprehension. At just 2 years old, a child at this stage still required infant formula. Her thoughts were simple. She only feared the inability to procure formula for her child if confined indoors. Xiao Xiao's head rested on Shi Yang's leg, her soft hair fragrant with shampoo. As he smoked, he affectionately ruffled her hair, and, though his tone was somewhat cool, he confidently stated, "You need formula for the child? Just wait a moment." With that, he gently pushed aside the girls beside him, stood up, and walked straight to the door, opening it without hesitation. A zombie with a gaping maw happened to be wandering outside the door, and upon seeing Shi Yang open it, it lunged at him with a growl. As the creature lunged, Shi Yang casually flicked ash from his cigarette before placing it back between his lips. This zombie was not from their building. It had wandered aimlessly from elsewhere. The apartment was on the second floor, which was not particularly safe. Even if the zombies inside had been cleared, occasionally, one might wander in from elsewhere. However, Shi Yang was unfazed. He had already fortified the entire apartment with protective measures, making it arguably the safest place in this world. The women in the living room watched in horror as the zombie lunged at Shi Yang, but the anticipated scene of him being overwhelmed and bitten did not materialize. After taking another drag from his cigarette, he gently waved his hand, sending the zombie flying off the second-floor balcony, soon disappearing from sight. Only then did he exhale the smoke slowly, in the swirling haze, under the astonished and admiring gazes of the women. Shi Yang effortlessly resolved the crisis and gentlemanly closed the door behind him. Having barely finished one cigarette, he knocked on the door again. As the women exchanged confused glances, Shi Yang stood there with a cigarette in one hand and a large bag of canned formula in the other, containing dozens of cans, more than enough for Haocheng for a year and a half. Most of the women looked at him with a newfound admiration, recognizing the extraordinary strength he possessed. However, Luo Suli, a once proud woman, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She didn't mind the other women surrounding Shi Yang, but she felt a pang of jealousy, relishing the thrill of competition. Just because Xiao Xiao expressed a worry, Shi Yang had ventured out to fetch formula for Haocheng. What about her? Did she receive nothing? "Gidge, I don't have any clothes to wear here. Could you help me find some?" Luo Suli asked sweetly, her voice dripping with saccharine charm. Although she had no shortage of clothes or accessories, she merely wanted to see if Shi Yang would make another trip for her sake. Shi Yang felt uncomfortable and pushed Luo Suli away. but she clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum, proudly and adorably vying for his attention. "What kind do you want?" He finally relented, unable to withstand her persistence. "I was just joking. I could never ask you to go through the trouble for just some clothes." She replied with a victorious glance at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's face flushed. In comparison, it was clear that Luo Suli was the charming and understanding younger sister. She genuinely worried that Shi Yang might grow to dislike her. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Xiao's concerns were unwarranted. Shi Yang found her antics more nauseating than anything else. All the girls present were astonished by Luo Suli's expressiveness. How could a naive girl compete with a seasoned woman in understanding? Lu Shuang felt dejected, realizing that innocence lacked competitiveness. However, true prowess lay beyond Luo Suli. Jianbingguozi had long noticed that Shi Yang wore sunglasses for some unknown reason. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that his eyes were injured. After Luo Suli finished her display, Jianbingguozi gently removed Shi Yang's sunglasses, tracing the scar on his eye with her fingers. Her voice, tender and filled with emotion, quivered as she asked, "Are you hurt? Does it still hurt?" "It's nothing," Shi Yang replied, but the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The girls were taken aback, their expressions a mix of surprise and compassion. They had assumed Shi Yang wore sunglasses out of preference, never considering he might be injured. Each one felt a sense of helplessness, desiring to console him, but not knowing how, especially since they were unaware of how he had sustained his injury. While Luo Suli's understanding did not compare to Jianbingguozi's nurturing care, her heart ached, and in that moment, did winning or losing really matter? She set aside all her selfish thoughts and gently touched the scar on Shi Yang's face, asking, "How did you get hurt?" "That's not important," Shi Yang replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. The girls exchanged glances. They understood that he did not wish to speak. Yet the sight of his deep scar evoked their empathy for his pain. The night fell, and while chaos reigned outside, the atmosphere indoors remained warm and inviting. It was only the first day of the disaster, and the city's power reserves still allowed for normal living conditions. Thus, many places remained lit, and communication signals were intact. "What are you thinking about?" Jianbingguozi leaned close to Shi Yang's ear, whispering softly, her breath warm and fragrant, capable of rendering an ordinary man flushed with embarrassment. Reclining gracefully on the sofa, her alluring figure became even more pronounced, akin to a ripe peach, sweet and inviting. During this time, they had all been engaged in conversation and dining, unaware of when Jianbingguozi had retouched her makeup. Her previously pale complexion was now radiant. Clad in a fitted dark dress with a plunging neckline paired with black stockings and high heels, shedding any remnants of her earlier disheveled appearance, transforming back into the captivating leader who could enchant countless admirers. However, Shi Yang, being blind, found no significance in beauty. To him, it held no meaning. He had momentarily lost focus, which piqued Jianbingguozi's curiosity about his thoughts. "I was pondering who brought the zombie virus into this world," Shi Yang replied candidly. "Could it be that this virus does not belong to our realm?" Curious, Xiao Xiao, who had been listening, inquired. Most of the girls were somewhat aware of Shi Yang's background. He was not of this world, but a mysterious visitor from another realm, possessing formidable abilities. "No," Shi Yang shook his head. "It is someone who wishes harm upon this world, and upon you as well. The widespread dissemination of the virus aims to annihilate you while simultaneously destroying this world." "Why would anyone want to do that?" Jianbingguozi questioned, struggling to comprehend the benefits of world destruction. What value lies in a pile of ruins? What if the perpetrator stands to gain from the world's obliteration? Xiao Min countered her mother, unwilling to quarrel despite their previous grievances. Ultimately, a mother is still a mother, and despite their tumultuous relationship, Xiao Min cared deeply. Yet, accustomed to bickering, she instinctively retorted. As an adult who understood the pursuit of happiness, Jianbingguozi's perspective was constrained by the rigid thinking that often accompanies maturity. In this regard, her imagination fell short compared to the youthful mind of Xiao Min. "Xiao Min is right. She is quite clever," Shi Yang praised, much to the surprise of everyone present. "You may regard me as a guardian of various worlds. Although I cannot save them all, it is indeed my duty. Will you protect me, my hero?" Jin Mating adeptly showered Shi Yang with adoration at the opportune moment, believing in his words. Even without his remarkable powers, she would trust him, as Jin Mating was inherently a woman prone to romantic notions when her heart was moved. "I will," Shi Yang replied without hesitation, offering no guarantees or vows. A simple yet profound word that resonated with unwavering strength, causing every girl present to blush slightly. "I shall venture out to seek the origin of this virus," Shi Yang instructed. "When I leave, I will cast a protective spell on the house. It will be exceedingly safe within." Most of the women nodded obediently. However, upon hearing Shi Yang's words, only Su Zhengshu hesitated, her expression rife with uncertainty. She was timid and deeply concerned for her parents. The surrounding girls, including Xiao Xiao, were unencumbered. She wished for her troublesome father to perish and was eager to heed Shi Yang's words and stay put, taking care of flour sauce in the process. Lu Shuang, unsure of her father's identity and having lost her mother early, was also willing to comply. Jin Mating and her daughter, Xiao Min, remained each other's only family, both more than willing to follow Shi Yang's guidance. Luo Suli was carefree, finding joy only by Shi Yang's side. Among the girls, only Su Zhengshu remained, but she differed from the others, still having her parents nearby. She longed to follow Shi Yang, feeling a sense of safety with him. Yet she could not simply remain here. Her concern for her family compelled her to check on them. Nevertheless, having witnessed the gruesome sight of zombies devouring innocent passers-by alongside Shi Yang, her natural timidity left her too fearful to return alone. Should she voice her desire for Shi Yang to assist her in returning home? Su Zhengshu was not one to be overly demanding. Shi Yang had already been exceedingly kind to her, far surpassing her former boyfriend, Yonghua. Asking for more seemed daunting. After offering his counsel, Shi Yang intended to venture out under the cover of night. Caught in her hesitation, Su Zhengshu saw him preparing to leave and mustered her courage to call out to him. "Director, may I ask you for a favor?" Her tone was humble, laden with entreaty. Su Zhengshu expressed her wish to return home. "Certainly," Shi Yang replied, surprising her, as she had braced herself for rejection. "Let's go," he said, offering no superfluous words, simply gesturing for her to follow. Upon exiting, they encountered a cluster of zombies wandering the streets not far from the building. As they stepped out, the air was thick with the stench of decay and the acrid scent of fire. A sense of tension hung in the atmosphere, and the zombies, keenly attuned to their presence, grew animated. What had started as a scattered few quickly amassed into a formidable throng, numbering in the hundreds, with some previously hidden zombies lured out by the scent of fresh life, joining the cacophony of moans surrounding the ground floor. The bloodied hands, stained with gore and fragments of flesh, were raised high, brimming with an unquenchable thirst for fresh meat, creating a dizzying sight. The uproar of the gathered zombies attracted many from afar. In the shadows, a towering figure stirred, disturbed by the commotion below. Su Zhengshu bit her lip, unable to bear the sight of the horror below. She had no doubt that if she fell into their midst, those clamoring hands would tear her apart. With only 3 or 4 meters separating the 2 floors, she had never faced such a multitude of zombies at such close range, her heart racing with fear. Shi Yang had dismantled the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors, ensuring that ordinary zombies could not ascend. Although the protective spell offered safety, the women's nerves were fragile, and a sudden scare would not be favorable. Ignoring the ordinary zombies below, Shi Yang gestured for Su Zhengshu to come closer. Uncertain of his intentions, yet obedient, she approached. Suddenly, Shi Yang's right hand rested on her waist, causing her heart to leap. He exuded a captivating scent, and his handsome visage was now mere inches from her, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Director," she stammered, feeling a bit shy to address him by his first name after always referring to him formally. She had long held feelings for him, yet was hesitant to express them so directly. Brave New World always conveyed a sense of contrast. Su Zhengshu had previously engaged in intimate encounters with her boyfriend in secluded corners, displaying a certain experience in matters of the heart. Yet she felt bashful and pure in the presence of other men. Today, she wore a dress belonging to Luo Suli, as her own attire was being washed. Luo Suli's style was decidedly alluring, while Su Zhengshu preferred softer hues like white and pink, ultimately selecting a shorter white dress. Though ill-suited for winter, it was characteristic of Luo Suli's fashion, and beneath her dress, Su Zhengshu wore nude thermal leggings that accentuated her graceful contours, enveloping her fuller thighs. The outer garment is also white, lined yet not overly thick, with a slender waist that can be grasped delicately. However, Shiyang harbored no particular intentions. His embrace around Su Zhengshu's waist was merely to guide her along, for where else could his hands rest? His back surged with flesh and blood, coalescing in an instant into a pair of colossal, blood-red wings. Shiyang tightened his grip around Su Zhengshu, and with a powerful thrust of his feet, the reaction propelled both of them off the balcony and into the air. In mid-flight, the wings behind Shiyang unfurled, creating a powerful gust that effortlessly lifted Su Zhengshu into the skies. Initially trembling, she clutched at Shiyang's clothing, too afraid to open her eyes. "Which way to your home?" The wind howled, rendering Shiyang's voice somewhat indistinct. A surge of inner strength erupted from within him, forming a protective shield that isolated them from the tumultuous winds. Over there, Su Zhengshu indicated the direction of her home, one arm wrapped around Shiyang's neck. With the sound of the wind subdued, her anxiousness began to ease. Glancing below, she saw that within mere seconds, Shiyang had elevated them several hundred meters. The buildings beneath them appeared diminutive, and although fear caused her body to tremble, the firm embrace around her waist reassured her. She realized that, even without holding onto Shiyang's neck, she would not plummet. With his protection, Su Zhengshu gradually relaxed her tense posture. Shiyang flapped his wings with great force, slicing through the atmosphere. And a halo of sonic clouds formed around him as they soared at an astonishing speed toward the direction Su Zhengshu had indicated, the office area of the headquarters of the Yuzhou Group. "You all, make sure to take good care, my sister." Che Zhuxi scolded as she laid eyes on Chen Shulin, her irritation palpable. In these uncertain times of the apocalypse, many still clung to the hope of returning to a civilized society, allowing her to command those beneath her. 4 or 5 men, granted permission by Che Zhuxi, exchanged gleeful glances before directing their attention towards Chen Shulin. Chen Shulin, the younger sister of Vice President Che Zhuxi, was the illegitimate daughter of the president. Her mother was a member of the president's harem rather than a legally wedded wife, resulting in a stark contrast in their statuses. The originally warm coat was tossed out of the window by Che Zhuxi's orders, leaving Chen Shulin clad in a fitted sweater that accentuated her graceful figure. Although her attire was not revealing, she trembled in fear, casting terrified glances at the leering men, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter, igniting their predatory instincts. As the daughter of the president, she had long harbored resentment towards her father for his treatment of her mother. Thus, Chen Shulin sought to return to the Yuzhou Group to reclaim control and avenge her father. Just days prior, she had seized an opportunity to return and take up the position of chief financial officer. However, calamity struck swiftly during her first day at work. Countless individuals transformed into bloodthirsty zombies, and the few survivors found themselves trapped on the top floor of the Yuzhou Group headquarters. This area belonged solely to Che Zhuxi. As vice president, ensured that it was the safest place in the building during the outbreak due to the scarcity of outsiders. Chen Shulin and a handful of survivors recognized this fact and fled to the top floor, where the estranged sisters reunited after a long separation. They had contemplated escape, yet the other floors were teeming with zombies, making passage impossible for ordinary individuals like themselves, forcing them to remain in the sanctuary of the top floor. The vestiges of civilization had not entirely faded. Vice President Che Zhuxi's status remained beneficial, as no one could predict the duration of this catastrophe. The survivors still reluctantly obeyed her commands, which posed little issue until Chen Shulin's presence complicated matters. The sisters, having never gotten along, found Chen Shulin somewhat isolated as she lacked Che Zhuxi's authority. Gradually, the survivors began to notice the diminished enforcement of law, emboldening them to act with increasing audacity. While the dark side of Che Zhuxi began to spiral out of control, within just one day, Che Zhuxi had commanded her subordinates to torment Chen Shulin. Kitsuxi, perpetually exuding a haughty arrogance, lounged on the sofa, savoring red wine originally stored in the cabinet, eagerly anticipating the ensuing developments. The sight of Chen Shulin in distress filled her with satisfaction. Chen Shulin, overwhelmed with fear, found herself surrounded by men who began to loosen their clothing, leaving her with no strength to resist. Through the gaps between the men, she cast a hollow gaze at the proud Vice President Che Zhuxi, pondering how it had come to this, and when the rift between them had begun. Memories flooded back. In their childhood, she and Che Zhuxi had shared a close bond. But when had it begun to unravel? Only one person among them displayed a glimmer of compassion, and Xiao Wei, the head of the publicity department, who had once been a classmate and friend to both Che Zhuxi and Chen Shulin. Now, she could only watch helplessly, unable to defy Che Zhuxi's will. Was Chen Shulin truly in despair? Perhaps. Recollections emerged of the moment Che Zhuxi discovered her esteemed father's indiscretions with Chen Shulin's mother, shattering her idealized image of him. Through the narrow crack of the door, Che Zhuxi had witnessed the disgraceful actions of her powerful father. Her mother was his legitimate wife. Perhaps she should have realized that a man in such a position would not remain faithful to one woman. Yet, when the young Che Zhuxi beheld her father's sordid reality, all respect and admiration evaporated. She felt deep pity for her mother and harbored intense hatred for Chen Shulin's mother, believing that it was the latter who had seduced her father and led him astray. Despite her disappointment in her father, Che Zhuxi instinctively sought to absolve him, attributing the blame to the shameless woman. At this point, Che Zhuxi's perspective had twisted. Once childhood companions, she now viewed Chen Shulin as the daughter of that other woman, sharing the same father. The realization ignited an inexplicable fury within her. Her mother was the legitimate wife, a cherished daughter of another affluent family, while Chen Shulin's mother was merely a degraded member of the harem, a woman who bartered her body for material gain, possessing nothing of substance beyond her looks. Why should Chen Shulin claim kinship with her father? What gave her the right to share the same bloodline? Chen Shulin was intelligent and exceptional. Che Zhuxi had often sought her guidance in academics, and Chen Shulin had been delighted to assist her, treating her as an elder sister. Yet, it was precisely this aspect that fueled Che Zhuxi's disdain. Her status required no further elaboration. She began to form factions within their school, with everyone aligning with her due to her connection to the Yuzhou group, bullying Chen Shulin in the process. Through the gaps among the men, Chen Shulin looked toward Che Zhuxi, but in her haughty demeanor, she found no glimmer of compassion, mercy, or hesitation. Chen Shulin realized her naivety in hoping for leniency from this individual. She was a graceful woman, yet beneath that exterior lay a core of resilience, embodying both gentleness and strength. Chen Shulin gazed despondently out of the window at the sky, pondering the location of her first experience. She had deliberately chosen to forget, retaining only the humiliation she felt at that moment. She had once shouted and resisted, yet the outcomes were always futile. Despite finally returning to the Yuzhou group, fate intervened cruelly as a devastating virus shattered all her dreams, mocking her destiny. In the end, Chen Shulin cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wei, a former friend. She bore no resentment toward Xiao Wei for siding with Che Zhuxi, understanding that the bullying actions she had taken were coerced. As the men drew closer, their sinister smiles becoming increasingly grating, Chen Shulin forced a tragic smile on her face and turned, bolting toward the glass terrace. Pushing open the tempered glass door, she gritted her teeth and propelled her long legs toward the embrace of the sky. The wind howled in her ears as she seemingly expended all her strength in a leap. At several hundred meters high, she had never before noticed how blinding the sunlight could be at such altitudes. Helplessly, she reached out, yearning to grasp something, but her hands closed around nothingness. I have never possessed anything. Perhaps there is nothing to regret, Chen Shulin consoled herself, the unfulfilled desire for vengeance lingering in her heart. Yet, she could only think this way to alleviate her sorrow. And Xiao Wei rushed out, heartbroken as she watched her former friend plummet. She had never imagined that Chen Shulin would choose to jump to escape humiliation. Regret flooded her heart. She had naively thought that being toyed with by a few men was inconsequential, thus remaining silent and compliant with Che Zhuxi's intentions. She realized how cowardly she was. Why hadn't she attempted to save Chen Shulin from the beginning? As Chen Shulin fell, she caught a glimpse of Xiaowei's reluctant expression, which provided her a sliver of solace. At least she was not entirely alone. Just as Chen Shulin resigned herself and prepared to close her eyes, a fierce wind rushed toward her, tugging at her clothing and hair. The bright, blinding sunlight was suddenly obscured, and she found herself enveloped in shadow, her descent slowing. Confused, Chen Shulin lifted her gaze, her eyes falling upon enormous blood-red wings that blotted out the sun, stretching nearly 10 meters in length. A manifestation of flesh and bone intricately intertwined, exuding a raw yet elegant allure. She was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes. And as she followed the wings with her gaze, she finally spotted a figure. "Are you all right?" And Xiaowei had never perceived the world as so fantastical. As she despised her own cowardice and helplessly watched Chen Shulin fall, a blood-red figure swooped down to save her. Women are often drawn to heroes, and Xiaowei was no exception. Even though she had long outgrown the age of innocent dreams, she still found herself yearning for a hero in her moments of despair. She envisioned a man intervening to halt the predatory actions of those around her, shouting to release the girl, and imagined him confronting the bloodied corpses to condemn Che Zhuxi's absurdity. She even fantasized that the rampant virus might suddenly recede, restoring order and sparing Chen Shulin from being driven to such a desperate act. And Xiaowei had envisioned many scenarios, possessing a mature figure, alluringly tanned skin, subtly enticing lips, and snow-white hair. She nonetheless retained a naivete that contradicted her appearance. Despite having imagined everything, none of it materialized before Chen Shulin's leap, and despair had begun to envelop her, a stark realization of shattered dreams and the cruel nature of fate. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. She could scarcely believe that someone truly descended from the heavens, wielding blood-red wings. It was the most improbable occurrence, yet it unfolded right before her eyes. Shuyang, cradling Su Zhengshu in one arm and Chen Shulin in the other, gently flapped his wings, rising steadily before slowly landing on the top-level glass terrace. Before Xiaowei's astonished gaze, Shuyang alighted gracefully onto the platform, standing directly before her. His divine presence seemed to resonate with the deepest call of Xiaowei's heart. "Are you all right?" Shuyang inquired of the shaken Chen Shulin. Chen Shulin remained bewildered. She had been saved, and by a remarkably handsome figure at that. I'm fine, thank you," she replied, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions before expressing her gratitude to Shuyang. "And you are?" And Xiaowei turned her attention to Shuyang, feeling a sense of familiarity, only to soon recognize Su Zhengshu beside him. Assistant Su Zhengshu? Upon seeing her, and Xiaowei suddenly recalled why Shuyang seemed familiar. "You really Haocheng?" "I do not go by Li Haocheng anymore. You may now refer to me as Shuyang," he replied nonchalantly, previously disguised by the world will. Other characters had subconsciously perceived no difference, yet in essence, Shuyang had not altered his appearance, allowing them to recognize him upon his return. "Shuyang?" And Xiaowei whispered to herself, her gaze instinctively drifting to the massive wings behind him. And in Xiaowei's incredulous stare, the flesh on Shuyang's back began to undulate, and in the blink of an eye, the wings dissipated, returning to him as he resumed his usual form. Chen Shulin and Xiaowei were both astonished, while Su Zhengshu remained notably composed. Chen Shulin recognized Su Zhengshu, but as Shuyang had long since vanished when she joined the Yuzhou group, she was unaware of his identity, though it did not diminish her gratitude for being saved. "What a shame! Such a fine figure wasted," lamented the men among the survivors who had failed to intervene in time to prevent Chen Shulin's leap. When she fell, they merely felt regret that such beauty and form would not be theirs to save her, yet they remained indifferent, their attention not wholly focused on the terrace outside. "Wait, she didn't jump?" One man, glancing back, spotted Chen Shulin on the terrace. "Impossible. I distinctly saw her fall." "I saw it too. Who was that man? He seemed to appear out of nowhere." Most had missed the moment Shuyang descended from the sky. The rescue had occurred so swiftly that if one had not been paying close attention, it was easy to overlook how he had come to be there. Whatever. Hurry. Bring Chen Shulin back. The lingering heat of primal desires had not yet dissipated, and Chen Shulin's reappearance rekindled their interest. As for how Shiyang had arrived, the men instinctively disregarded it, assuming he was simply a survivor from below who had climbed up the stairs to fortuitously rescue Chen Shulin. Shiyang sensed the malice directed toward Chen Shulin from the group of men. In a world on the brink of collapse, where the restraints of law were gradually eroding, it was only natural for some to reveal their predatory instincts, reaching out toward the vulnerable. Shiyang was mentally prepared for such behavior. Thus, when the men charged through the glass door, he calmly stated, "My habit is to give you a chance. Do not presume that just because no one is punishing you now, you can act with impunity. Stay put and refrain from bullying women, and I may consider helping you survive." But would they heed the words of a stranger? They were numerous. So why should they care about the words of an unfamiliar man? Different thoughts began to surface in their minds. If they could toy with Chen Shulin, what a Che Zhuxi. Who is this vice president, who appears so aloof and perpetually wears a disdainful expression? Their increasingly animated thoughts have clouded their judgment, causing them to squander their last opportunity for survival. Shiyang is fundamentally a good person, willing to assist the weak, much like the great sage Qi Tian de Sheng, who offered help to the common folk during his journey westward. However, he is not a fool. The great sage would declare that if evildoers are not eliminated, they will only bring harm to the virtuous. As the saying goes, a person without malice is like a tiger without a vicious intent. If others do not provoke him, Shiyang will not unleash his wrath. His final piece of advice was their last chance, which they evidently failed to grasp. It is not just the people from the pickled cabbage nation. Should any Huaxiao individual harbor malicious intent, Shiyang could act just as decisively. The distinction between good and evil does not always correspond to nationality. Among all those present indoors, only one individual exhibited a look of terror upon seeing Shiyang. She had witnessed his extraordinary power before. Just moments ago, she had observed Chen Shulin jump from the building, her gaze lingering on the scene, leaving her feeling hollow. She had tormented Chen Shulin, but seemed reluctant to see her perish. Thus, she continued to watch the spot where Chen Shulin had leapt, and in doing so, she beheld the moment Shiyang descended from the sky with wings sprouting from his back. Astonished to encounter this man once more. At that moment, she witnessed those men attempting to inflict further harm upon Chen Shulin. With a resounding smack, Shiyang, having extended his counsel in vain, showed no mercy. He crushed a man's skull with a single blow, splattering the nearby individuals with blood and gore. And the remaining men met a similar fate. Shiyang had warned them. Having ignored his counsel, they would find no reprieve. Initially, Chen Shulin had felt fear in the presence of these men, as she had never experienced such brutality. However, upon witnessing Shiyang's actions, she felt no dread of the blood and brains that splattered around her. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. Quietly, she followed behind Shiyang, unsure of what words would be fitting. She knew nothing of him, yet he emanated a unique charm that stirred her heart, and his formidable strength drew her attention repeatedly. The world is perilous, teeming with zombies possessing incredible physical abilities. The zombies depicted in films exhibit stiff limbs and atrophied muscles, lacking any distinctive features beyond their infectious nature. Yet the zombies that now roam are generally stronger than the average adult male, rendering the survivor's plight extraordinarily dire. Without food, an ordinary person venturing outside in search of sustenance faces a nearly certain death. It is within this context that Chen Shulin perceives Shiyang as a beacon of hope, for he is strong yet gentle. Though his tone may be somewhat cold, he remains exceptionally courteous. When he held her earlier, his actions were nothing but proper, aimed solely at her rescue. This quality made Chen Shulin feel that Shiyang was unlike any other man, and she yearned for the protection of such a powerful individual. Her first impression of him was overwhelmingly positive. To begin with, Shiyang's appearance could only be described as exemplary. He lacked the effeminacy often associated with the handsome men of the pickled cabbage nation. exuding both elegance and a robust masculinity. Furthermore, Shi Yang was polite and gentle, treating others with a sense of normalcy despite his immense strength, neither arrogant nor ostentatious. Even in a non-apocalyptic environment, he would be considered an exceptional man. How could such a first impression be anything but favorable? Chen Shulin felt a pang of envy for Su Jinshu as Shi Yang accompanied her assistant. Yet she was unsure whether he would extend the same courtesy to her. Still uncertain of Shi Yang's preferences, Chen Shulin offered her gratitude but refrained from speaking further. Che Zhu, she stood frozen, watching as Shi Yang approached her office, her body trembling slightly, repeatedly questioning herself. Did he see me instruct others to bully Chen Shulin? Would he treat me as he did those men? With such thoughts in her mind, she instinctively glanced at the glass terrace where the gruesomely disfigured corpses of the men lay, and her heart began to wail. No, how could I be like them? Why have you done this? Shi Yang's gentle inquiry bore down on Che Zhu, she like a mountain. He questioned why, in the face of disaster, she had chosen to vent her dissatisfaction and indulge in her malicious whims rather than unite against a common foe and endure the hardships together, even at the cost of others' lives. Che Zhu, she trembled, unable to meet Shi Yang's gaze. She shifted her focus first to Chen Shulin, then to Su Jinshu, and finally to Xiao Wei, struggling to formulate a response to Shi Yang's words. Observing Che Zhu, she's demeanor, Shi Yang adhered to his usual principle and asked, "Do you believe you were wrong?" The familiarity of the approach was unmistakable, though the words differed. The underlying message was identical to what he had conveyed to those men on the balcony. The subtext was clear. You have been given a chance. Che Zhu, she's spine chilled at once. Her intuition screamed for her to admit her fault. Whether it be Che Zhu Shi, Su Jinshu, Chen Shulin, or Xiao Wei, all felt a rush of alarm upon hearing Shi Yang's words, for they understood all too well the potential consequences of failing to acknowledge their mistakes. The headless corpses of the men still lay quietly on the terrace outside. Chen Shulin despised Kitsu Undicesimo. Yet she feared that Shi Yang might execute her before her eyes. Would he kill a woman? Normally, he would not. However, Che Zhu, she was a bully, someone who believed herself to be unique and derived her sense of superiority from trampling others. When Shi Yang posed his question, Che Zhu's initial response was not to apologize. Rather, rebellious thoughts surged within her. Despite knowing she should not argue with someone as extraordinary as Shi Yang, she still clung to the hope that he would not dare kill her, the vice president, and that he would certainly not harm women. Just then, Shi Yang slightly raised his hand. He had asked his question and offered his opportunity. The air of impending death was palpable. When faced with the threat of mortality, Che Zhu, she realized how laughable her self-righteousness was. With a thud, Che Zhu's legs gave way, and she knelt, her words tumbling out in a desperate rush. I was wrong. I understand my mistake. I'm sorry. One of humanity's greatest flaws is the inability to recognize oneself. Many believe they are fearless, that they are tough, and that they can face death with nonchalance. But is that truly the case? Che Zhu, she, too, had thought herself noble by birth, perpetually wearing a haughty and infuriating demeanor. Death? Who could bring her to that fate? Her father was the chairman of one of the top conglomerates in the pickled cabbage nation, and she had always been the center of attention. Shi Yang was the only man to ever present her with the threat of death. As Chen Shulin watched Che Zhu, she kneel in fear and apologize, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. The horror of narrowly escaping death dissipated, and seeing Che Zhu, she in such a state, brought her immense gratification, all thanks to Shi Yang. Shi Yang lowered his hand. Che Zhu, she had sincerely admitted her fault, and thus he would spare her this time. I hope you truly recognize your mistake. Shi Yang's gaze was frigid. He had indeed considered taking a life. However, this statement was not a warning, but a genuine hope. Shall we depart? Do you wish to remain here? Xiang addressed Chen Shulin. May I accompany you? Chen Shulin could not fathom staying in the same space as Che Zhu Shi. Although Che Zhu Shi's exclusive office was stocked with food and a collection of fine wines, she had no desire to remain alongside her. Very well, then come with me. Shi Yang extended his hand towards Chen Shulin. Upon seeing Shi Yang's palm, Qin Shulian did not hesitate to place her small hand in his. However, just before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Xiaowei. And Xiaowei was merely an observer. Sometimes, being an onlooker could be a transgression in itself. Nonetheless, since no action had been taken, it was not a matter of life and death, and it seemed best to leave her with Che Zhuxi. Standing outside the door, Su Jingshu could not muster the courage to enter. The ground bore the dried traces of blood, and the door was ajar, with blood seeping from outside into the home. Qin Shulian and Shiyang silently accompanied Su Jingshu, both refraining from uttering a word. Shiyang maintained his usual demeanor, while Qin Shulian felt an empathetic sorrow, slightly parting her lips, wishing to offer some words of comfort to Su Jingshu but unsure of where to begin. "I will take a look." It was imperative not to remain in this state of inertia. Thus, Shiyang decided to check on Su Jingshu. The interior might hold dangers. It would be best for Shiyang to investigate. Su Jingshu appeared hesitant to confront the outcome herself, making Shiyang's assistance the most prudent choice. Su Jingshu understood in her heart that the outcome required little elaboration, yet she still harbored a flicker of hope as she watched Shiyang's retreating figure. Scanning the surroundings, Shiyang found no immediate threats and resolutely stepped inside. Condolences. Only 2 words, yet they carried immense weight. Though Shiyang did not explicitly state it, the condition of the family inside was painfully evident. Su Jingshu's body weakened, and she fainted. Shiyang could empathize with the anguish of losing a loved one. Through the corridors of his own memories, he had endured countless losses. He understood Su Jingshu's feelings, and although his expression remained unchanged, the calm exterior masked turbulent emotions within. At times, maintaining a stoic facade made the internal turmoil even more unbearable. "Could you assist in caring for her?" Shiyang gently laid Su Jingshu on the sofa in the living room. The door had been open for quite a while, and the warmth had long since dissipated. After covering her with a blanket, he turned to Qin Shulian. "Do not say that." Qin Shulian, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "You saved me. I have yet to express my gratitude. Helping to care for Assistant Su is the least I can do. I noticed something earlier. I need to step out for a moment. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. This place is secure." Qin Shulian had no doubts about Shiyang. His assurance provided her with considerable comfort. The parents of Su Jingshu, transformed after the attack, had already been dealt with by Shiyang. Witnessing them would only exacerbate her grief. Death is irrevocable, and as Shiyang departed, he cast a protective spell over the house. This spell had no limit on usage, sustained by Shiyang's own vitality. As long as his life force remained robust, it could be employed freely. Stepping outside, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Some pristine white flakes, upon landing, were tainted by the still, unfrozen blood, turning a deep crimson, exuding an air of foreboding. Shiyang lit a cigarette. After finishing, his flesh and blood coalesced into wings. And in the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky, transforming into a crimson silhouette racing toward the distant horizon. While escorting Su Jingshu, Shiyang sensed a surge of energy emanating from afar. His body had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage, and even without other perceptive abilities, his heightened senses were remarkably acute. Coupled with millennia of internal power accumulation, Shiyang could detect the slightest disturbances within a 10-kilometer radius when he focused his mind. This energy fluctuation was indicative of internal power, and it was no ordinary kind. Shiyang's reservoir of internal energy was vast, and with the wisdom gleaned from numerous martial arts masters, he had become exceedingly familiar with the nuances of internal power. Thus, he recognized the explosive fluctuations with clarity. In this low-level world, extraordinary powers did not exist. Therefore, the source of this internal energy fluctuation was undoubtedly linked to the perpetrator of the virus spread. However, this villain remained oblivious to the impending danger, still reveling in the acquisition of the national treasure of the divine forging kingdom with the aid of a devourer. In pursuit of power, he had forsaken his identity as a guardian, with too many succumbing to the allure of strength and straying onto the path of evil. To enhance his physique, he merged a modified version of the G virus and, disregarding the consequences for the world, stole the demonic blade, Qianren, and a manual disguised as a trendy hairstyle collection from Wu Liqui, resulting in a terrifying surge in power. Now, boasting a formidable intermediate strength at the third stage. The demonic blade, Qianren, forged from 1,000 shards, features a black hilt and a half-sword body adorned with blue stripes. When infused with internal energy, the blade fragments can be manipulated with precision, allowing for a variety of attack forms, rendering it both extraordinarily sharp and nearly impossible to defend against. An unparalleled weapon. Gazing at this top-tier artifact from the intermediate world, he knew he was not yet capable of wielding it, but that did not diminish the weapon's formidable nature. He envisioned a glorious future ahead of him. The seemingly innocuous hairstyle manual was, in fact, a profound martial arts tome. The combination of the two would undoubtedly elevate him to greatness. I did not understand. Chen Yong spat a mouthful of blood, intermingled with bits of his own insides. He could not fathom why such an entity would emerge in a low-level world. As for his own status, what was he? An intermediate at the third stage, Shuyang's assault on him was akin to swatting a child. He was as insignificant as an ant. In this scenario, there was no suspense whatsoever. Even if he could wield the demonic blade Qianren, it would not breach Shuyang's defenses. What more needed to be said? This blade? Shuyang mused as he examined the long knife in his hand. Its unique design was marred by numerous cracks, yet his keen senses hinted at its extraordinary nature, even evoking a sense of danger within him. The demonic blade, Qianren. Li, well-versed and knowledgeable, instantly recognized this famed weapon. Though she had not acknowledged a master in a long time, her uniqueness ensured her insight was far from superficial. Whenever there was a power system or special weapon that Shuyang did not comprehend, consulting Li was the most prudent course of action. The demonic blade, Qianren? What is its significance? Shuyang had not previously heard of it, nor had he encountered any related anime. Li succinctly elucidated the blade's peculiarities, emphasizing that it was a protagonist's exclusive weapon. This meant that the blade's offensive capabilities were secondary. It carried a weighty essence of world power, making it a weapon exclusive to the protagonist. Should it be lost, the repercussions for the protagonist would be immense, even destabilizing the world's rules due to the absence of the demonic blade Qianren. He had audaciously stolen such a weapon, necessitating its prompt return. After a thorough examination, Shuyang sheathed the knife, only to find that Chen Yong had succumbed. Following Chen Yong's demise, a spatial ring for storage was discovered on his person, a valuable acquisition that Shuyang promptly secured. Indeed, the world energy entwined with the blade is still potent, having been stolen not long ago. Returning it should pose little difficulty, Li affirmed. Very well, then let us embark immediately. The weather on Chick Island was bright and clear. Lu Qi rose early, preparing ingredients for beef offal and the towels for his barber shop. Lu Qi scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation, though he could not ascertain the reason. Strange. His South Guangdong accented Mandarin was languid, clad in a white sweatshirt emblazoned with the character Qi on the back, paired with black shorts and black cloth shoes. An odd ensemble indeed, but even more peculiar was his hairstyle, styled to resemble chicken claws. Never mind that. Time to set up shop. Resolute in his decision, Lu Qi stowed the towels in the barber shop and wheeled out the beef offal cart. In the southern region of Guangdong, it is quite common to enjoy beef offal in the morning. On busy weekdays or before heading to school, a bowl of aromatic beef offal provides ample nutrition. Notably, the craftsmanship of Lu Qi in preparing beef offal is quite remarkable, and after operating his stall for some time, he has accumulated a number of loyal customers. Boss, a serving of beef offal, please. A primary school student, enticed by the savory aroma, rushed over. He had often savored the delicacies at a cheese stall, where not only was the food delicious, but there was also entertainment to be had, as one could witness the art of using qi to manipulate scissors. Sure, coming right up. Would you like some chili? A qi energetically darted to the back of the stall. Less beef lung, more beef tripe, please. Of course, no problem. A qi was quite accommodating. Hey, aren't you showcasing your qi manipulation today? The student expressed a hint of disappointment as a qi prepared the beef offal without displaying his usual flair. If you want to see the qi manipulation, it will cost an extra $1. The child felt a bit disheartened, as his allowance was limited. "I'll take a serving of beef offal, boss, and I'll give you an extra $1." A young man, unfamiliar to Chi, stood at the stall and addressed him. Upon hearing this, the child, clutching his bowl of beef offal, felt a chill of disappointment, standing aside while waiting to see Chi demonstrate his chi manipulation alongside the newcomer. "Sure, no problem." Chi enthusiastically gathered his energy. The scissors he wielded were not particularly special. At this point in time, Chi had yet to encounter Miss May, and the scissors were made of rather ordinary materials. However, the way Chi channeled his energy surprised Shi Yang. Shi Yang recognized that the individual before him was the protagonist, likely in his early 20s, with a pleasant demeanor and an amiable nature. Yet, what truly astonished Shi Yang was the fluctuation of internal power evident in Chi's energy manipulation, which was incongruously intense for his age. Chi harbored an impressive reservoir of strength. Under normal cultivation conditions, even with considerable talent, attaining such a level of power would likely require a lifetime of dedication. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that Chi, despite possessing immense power, seemed to lack the finesse to wield it effectively. His method of manipulating the scissors was somewhat rudimentary, resulting in considerable energy wastage. "Here you go." Chi cheerfully presented the beef offal to Shi Yang. "Thank you." Shi Yang accepted the dish and handed over a 100 yuan note. In a world with a backdrop reminiscent of Huaxia, many currencies were indeed interchangeable, and Shi Yang had observed the child paying earlier, recognizing that the currency was similar to that of the real world. Chi, with a beaming smile, accepted the note. Although he typically sold a bowl of beef offal for only 5 yuan and had to provide change. Nevertheless, the sight of a 100 yuan bill brought him joy. Just as Chi happily prepared the change, the young man mysteriously vanished. "Huh?" Chi looked around but saw no one. "I haven't even given him his change yet. Where did he go?" It was only upon lowering his gaze that he noticed a long knife resting beside the beef offal cart. Could it be that the man had left it behind? "That place is quite nice, isn't it?" Shouted Jidao, right? Life is truly delightful. Shi Yang had only briefly experienced the comfortable living environment of Xiao Jidao, yet it left a profound impression on him. The island lacked grand architectural marvels, and the seaside scenery was somewhat monotonous, but the warmth that permeated its simplicity was captivating. Had it not been for the unfinished matters awaiting him, Shi Yang would have relished the opportunity to stay a few more days on Xiao Jidao. Gazing towards the horizon, he could distinctly perceive the gradual disintegration of the world's rules. It would not endure for long. In a world plagued by a virulent virus capable of airborne transmission, life was precarious, as even a single infection could lead to irrevocable devastation. Li discerned the unease brewing within Shi Yang. Acknowledging that if the virus had not been contained at the outset, the situation was irreversibly dire, especially since Shi Yang's strength had yet to reach the level of resurrection. Such viruses were strictly regulated by the Guardians and were among the most abhorred entities by the will of lower worlds. Yet, the corrupted Guardians were elusive, their true intentions imperceptible to the naked eye. In this light, the straightforward and purpose-driven devourers appeared almost endearing. The most challenging to fathom was the human heart. Shi Yang casually remarked, "Does the Master still hold hope for humanity?" Li joked, "In truth, human nature resembles flowers blooming in the abyss. Everyone is destined to yearn for sunlight. Perhaps you'll never uncover what lies hidden beneath the roots. Yet patience is necessary for the flowers to bear fruit. For only then can good and evil be discerned. When I walk through the night, I never believe I can illuminate anything on my own. Nevertheless, I still hope that the virtuous and law-abiding receive better treatment." A great man once wrote in a letter to a general, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Shi Yang responded with a light-hearted tone, providing Li with a firm affirmation. He remained true to himself, whether as the Qi Tian de Sheng, the fated one that followed, or now as a mere mortal, his heart had never wavered. He understood one profound truth. The universe is inherently imperfect, and all beings possess flaws. One must never dismiss humanity based on the actions of a few. Everything exists in duality. Good and evil may seem opposed, yet they reflect and intertwine with one another. The notion of sweeping all with a single stroke only invites calamity. Master, when will you work on improving the favorability of Su Zhengshu, Xiaomin, and Chen Shulin? Xiaowai, less interested in the discussion of human nature, preferred that Shi Yang elevate the favorability of several girls to their utmost. Why the rush? With that, Shi Yang settled cross-legged on a rooftop, calming his mind and turning his focus inward. The formidable capabilities bestowed by the Haocheng virus, combined with the strength exhibited by the traditional martial arts of Haocheng, were undeniably potent. After absorbing the T-virus from Chen Qianqian and defeating Chen Yong, Shi Yang had subsequently assimilated his modified G-virus. The Haocheng virus ranked significantly higher than the viruses within the realm of biohazard. Yet the bioviral essence derived from the Sun Ladder, when absorbed by the Haocheng virus, facilitated a degree of enhancement. This enhancement resembled the characteristics gained from assimilating other viruses, accelerating Shi Yang's physical transformation and expansion. He had scarcely utilized the armor form, as it was largely unnecessary. The indestructible prowess of the Vajra invincibility technique was sufficient against most. However, after assimilating the bioviral essence, Shi Yang sensed that, although his physique had reached a bottleneck, the strength of the armor and the resilience of his flesh had improved. Contemplating this, Shi Yang produced 3 ounces of world energy and, without hesitation, absorbed it. The concentration of world energy surrounding Shi Yang surged dramatically. To grow stronger, one must earn the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Why do many protagonists survive falls from cliffs only to discover secret manuals? It is because the strength of the world energy is sufficiently high. Guardians exist in a unique capacity. They can acquire world energy by protecting the realm and defeating devourers, allowing their world energy concentration to continually increase. In contrast, for others, even the most formidable protagonists, the concentration of world energy is fixed, and no matter how exceptional, they cannot surpass certain limits. Shi Yang aimed to utilize the 3 ounces of world energy to elevate his concentration, breaking through from the pinnacle of the 6th stage to the 7th stage. With the recent influx of energy, he could rapidly augment his physique to the apex of the 7th stage. The concentration of world energy enveloping him was astonishing, and both Xiao AI and Li gazed at Shi Yang with eager anticipation. Yet, it wasn't long before Shi Yang's brow furrowed. The constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao on his strength exhibited only a slight loosening, and there was no indication that his physique was on the verge of a breakthrough. Shi Yang opened his eyes in confusion. 3 ounces of world energy doesn't seem sufficient for the master to gain recognition and reach the 7th stage, Xiao AI observed. Li appeared contemplative. Li, it seems you previously mentioned that a typical guardian can break through to the 6th stage with merely an ounce of world power. Why is it that I only feel a slight loosening of my bindings and no inclination to advance? Shi Yang, observing Li's contemplative expression, since she had formed a hypothesis. World power is exceedingly precious. Not everyone possesses the formidable spirit assistance and remarkable abilities akin to Shi Yang, who has multiple spirit aids. Although the Master's physique is indeed at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, their strength transcends merely that level. Li deduced, the Master's abilities, while seemingly straightforward, encompass the most advanced powers of a mid-level world, with exceptional limits and compatibility. Under mutual enhancement, they fully reach the tier of a high martial world, granting the master combat prowess far exceeding that of a typical 6th stage guardian. I surmise this is why the master requires a significantly higher concentration of world power to advance compared to an ordinary guardian. So that is the case. Xiao AI nodded her small head, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Li's analysis was logical and persuasive, earning her agreement. It appears I will need more time to break through to the 6th stage. Although I currently lack world power, Shi Yang can still hone his martial skills. Each day, he dedicates time to practicing martial techniques, and any improvement is welcomed, especially with the memories of numerous martial experts aiding him, allowing for greater efficiency. By the way, after killing Chen Yong, aside from acquiring the magical blade Qian Run, there was also a spatial ring. Shi Yang recalled, and produced the spatial ring. Spatial rings are artifacts from certain mid-level Western magical worlds, distinct from the storage bags of the high martial world of Haocheng. The space within a spatial ring is limited and maintained by a magic array, yet they are quite convenient for storage in mid to lower worlds, albeit at a steep price. A spatial ring with 10 cubic units of space costs no less than 5,000 points. Curious about what treasures Chunyong might have hidden, Shiyang opened the spatial ring, only to find a dog's head. Ergo was ravenously devouring dog food from a bowl, despite his evident disdain for it. Hunger compelled him to eat anything. Having been confined in the spatial ring for 2 or 3 days, Ergo's ribs were prominently visible, and the phrase skin and bones hardly sufficed to describe him. Had Shiyang not pitted him enough to fetch a bag of dog food from the supermarket, he might have been on the brink of starvation. That person actually abused a dog? Xiao AI expressed her fear. She detests those who mistreat small animals. Fortunately, she does not require sustenance. Otherwise, being so starved would be dreadful. It may not be a dog. We sense something, but refrain from stating it outright. The creature before them appeared to be a medium-sized dog, compact in build, with upright ears and a tail like a brush, resembling a wolf. Its fur was predominantly black and white, yet its large, intelligent round eyes did not quite match the wolfish demeanor, rendering its appearance somewhat wasted. What kind of dog is it? Shiyang, unable to see, attempted to sense it, but was uncertain. Is it a husky? Li replied. But why would a husky be in a spatial ring? I recall that spatial rings cannot contain living creatures. Igu, oblivious to the conversation between Shiyang and Li, continued to voraciously consume the dog food, licking his tongue wildly as drool splattered about. Within mere minutes, he finished a full bowl of dog food. Li began to doubt her initial assessment. Judging by appearance and demeanor, it should be a husky. Yet its appetite far exceeded that of an average one, devouring an amount nearly equivalent to half its size. Was it not yet satisfied? Shiyang poured another bag of dog food into the bowl, uncertain if it would suffice. Ergo's eyes sparkled as he resumed his frenzied eating. Should we take him with us, master? Xiao AI glanced around at the densely packed zombies on the road, feeling it inappropriate to leave the husky behind. This creature, confined within the spatial ring, must possess some unique quality, though its exact nature remained unknown. Li moved closer for a more detailed observation. Ergo abruptly turned to face Li, still chewing on the dog food, his round eyes startling her. Can it see me? Li wondered in disbelief. I can see you. Big sister, I am a spirit too. My name is Ergo. After swallowing the remaining food in his mouth, the husky spoke. Wow, this husky can actually talk. What did it just say? It's also a spirit? Xiao AI had never heard of a spirit that resembled a husky, especially since spirits are typically incorporeal, while this dog possessed a tangible form. I already mentioned that I'm not called Husky. My name is Ergo. Egu reiterated. What is the difference? Li asked earnestly. At a loss for words, Ergo shifted his gaze to Shiyang. Big brother, thank you for saving me. Ever since Chunyong became obsessed with power under the influence of the devourer, he locked me away. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I truly am a spirit. I wondered why I had not encountered any spirit recognizing him as a master after killing that person. It turns out you were imprisoned within the spatial ring. Shiyang believed Ergo's words, as the dog could see Li and Xiao AI, indicating that apart from the master, only spirits could perceive similar entities, thus serving as proof. I possess a physical form, albeit with slight differences from a fully living creature, which allows me to be contained in a spatial ring. My lack of combat skills means that if I could not be stored in spatial artifacts, I might hinder the master during battle. Egu provided an explanation. That makes sense. Shiyang tossed the remaining half bag of dog food to Ergo. All right, you have been saved. I must take my leave now, as others are waiting for me. Suddenly, Shiyang felt a fluctuation in his vitality, sensing something attacking the protective barrier he had established. However, the intensity of the assault was mild, and his life force was depleting slowly, presenting no significant issue. There was no need for haste. Big brother, please. I beg you to take me along. Ergo, noticing Shiyang's intention to depart, abandoned the dog food and hurriedly clung to Shiyang's leg. Huh? Shiyang was puzzled by Ergo's as evident fear. You want to come with me? Aren't spirits capable of traversing worlds? Couldn't you return to the master world to seek your next master? I lack that ability, big brother. Ergo replied with a hint of sorrow. I have no means to enhance a master's combat strength and cannot traverse worlds. My previous master, Chunyong, relied on paying others for assistance to cross worlds. Ergo had observed that after Shi killed Chunyong, he bore no injuries, which was telling. It indicated Shi Yang's strength far exceeded that of Chunyong. Thus, with Shi Yang nearby, Ergo felt no fear of the surrounding zombies. But upon Shi Yang's sudden announcement of departure, panic ensued. You cannot help the master enhance combat strength, nor can you traverse worlds. What use are you? Xiao I inquired curiously. I can earn money. Ergo quickly responded. I possess no combat abilities. I might as well be a paper tiger. Big brother, if you leave me here, amidst all these zombies, I would surely meet a gruesome end. If you can save me, I will certainly strive to assist you in earning money. My only talent lies in selling things. As long as you provide me with some unwanted junk to sell, regardless of what it is, others will be inclined to buy. While I may not fetch exorbitant prices, I can easily sell items at 2 to 3 times their worth, limited to 10 transactions per day. The concept of these 10 items is holistic. It is neither permissible to deliberately separate them nor to cluster them together. It must remain as 10 distinct entities. In truth, Ergo possesses considerable capability, yet he is inherently weak. For the Guardians, strength is paramount. What use is wealth without power? Can it serve as an ATM? Thus, Chunyong has always held a certain disdain for Ergo. It is perilous to rely solely on financial resources to acquire strength, especially without a solid background. After his betrayal, Chunyong decisively imprisoned Ergo within a spatial ring. No matter, gratitude is a triviality, let's depart together. Shi promptly lifted Ergo, who, overwhelmed with emotion, tearfully exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You truly are a good person." Meanwhile, the cat, with a master like Shi left Ergo envious. He dared not engage with Li, sensing her extraordinary abilities as a psychic. However, the cat's presence irked Ergo, who lamented his own lack of fortune in finding a worthy master, especially after Chunyong had betrayed the organization. How does one feel about this? As Su Jinshu gradually regained consciousness, she beheld Chun Shulin tenderly dabbing the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. During her fainting spell, Su Jinshu had assumed her experience was merely a nightmare, only to awaken and discover the grim reality. "I am fine," she reassured, suppressing her sorrow. "Director Chun, thank you for taking care of me. Please call me Shulin," Chun Shulin replied kindly, gazing wistfully out the window. "I wonder if the world can ever return to its former state. Perhaps there is little hope. Let the past remain in the past." This statement served as both a comfort to Su Jinshu and a solace to Chun Shulin herself. "Are we the only ones here?" Su Jinshu inquired, surveying her surroundings. The decor felt familiar. It was just the two of them. Shi mentioned he had matters to attend to and has not returned yet, Chun Shulin explained. Neither harbored doubts about his return. To prevent Su Jinshu from becoming overly sentimental, Chun Shulin naturally caressed her abdomen and shifted the conversation. "I'm feeling a bit hungry. I could hardly find anything to eat at Che Zhuxi's." "I am somewhat hungry too," Su Jinshu replied, understanding Chun Shulin's intentions to uplift her spirits. Despite her fragility, she mustered the energy to engage in conversation. Without this, she feared she would lack the courage to navigate this world. The refrigerator still held plenty of food, and the power had yet to be cut. Various preserved items remained edible. They retrieved some provisions and chatted as they ate. As their relationship deepened, their dialogue flourished. Upon seeing the food, Su Jinshu licked her lips, recalling the delectable JianbingGuozi that Shi prepared. Shi makes an incredibly delicious dish called JianbingGuozi. It is absolutely exquisite. Speaking of this topic somewhat alleviated her sorrow. Food, to some extent, can soothe the soul, and Shi Yang's JianbingGuozi was particularly comforting. "Oh, just how delicious is it?" Chun Shulin, intrigued by Su Jinshu's enthusiasm, recognized the significance of her passion for JianbingGuozi amidst such circumstances. Su Jinshu struggled to articulate her response. How could she describe its taste? Terms like unforgettable, renowned, and culinary masterpiece seemed inadequate. It was a flavor that could only be truly appreciated through experience. Eating is the most primal instinct of living beings. When compared to eating, even procreation takes a back seat. Regardless of one's interest in food, no one could genuinely dislike something delicious. Chen Shulin typically monitored her diet. A woman of her beauty wished to maintain her physique and appearance. Thus, she found it hard to believe any food could be so extraordinarily delectable, suspecting that Su Jinshu might be a concealed gourmet. If I were to merely speak of it, it would be too insipid. If ever the opportunity arises, you must try it, and you will understand just how delightful it is, Su Jinshu asserted, feeling she had not exaggerated in the least. All right, Chen Shulin readily agreed, though she remained unconvinced, believing herself to possess strong self-control. Nevertheless, discussing si young s JianbingGuozi feasibly lifted Su Jinshu s spirits, prompting Chen Shulin to seize the opportunity to continue the conversation. Knock, knock, knock. Shi Yang gently rapped on the door, wary of startling the two girls amidst a horde of zombies lurking outside. The sound drew the attention of both young women, although their expressions remained unchanged. They felt a flicker of joy. Shi Yang had assured them of their safety here, and indeed, Chen Shulin observed from the window that some zombies halted at an invisible barrier. Yet, Shi Yang's presence provided a more profound sense of security. Shall I come in? Shi Yang asked Ergo. No need, big brother. I will keep watch for you. If anything happens, I will alert you immediately, Ergo replied, blinking his round, innocent eyes. During their journey, Shi Yang had mentioned two girls were present. Although dim-witted, Ergo considered himself no fool, given Shi Yang's formidable strength. The purpose of his visit was clear. Aware that he relied on Shi Yang's protection, Ergo volunteered to stand guard outside, mindful not to be a hindrance within the dwelling. Of course, Shi Yang held reservations regarding Ergo's ability to fulfill this role. How do you feel? Shi Yang inquired as he entered the room, sensing Su Jinshu had awakened. I am fine now. You did not encounter any danger outside, did you? Su Jinshu expressed concern for Shi Yang's well-being. All is well. Shi Yang paused, his expression complex. Upon returning, he had spotted someone and was uncertain whether to disclose this to Su Jinshu. What transpired? Chen Shulin, no teaching si Yang's hesitanje, queriet. While Su Jinshu claimed to be untroubled, her attention was not as keen as Chen Shulin's in her emotional state. As Chen Shulin spoke, Su Jinshu also noted the peculiar shift in Shi Yang's demeanor. Is something the matter? Su Jinshu asked. Yes, Si Yang nodded. I am unsure if you wish to hear this. His words were directed at Su Jinshu, and Chen Shulin deduced that Shi Yang's findings likely pertained to her, sensing that his reticence hinted at troubling news. With good emotional intelligence, Chen Shulin promptly ceased her inquiries. What is it? Su Jinshu's curiosity was piqued by Shi Yang's cryptic demeanor. Yonghua, I remember him as your ex-boyfriend. On my way back, I passed by an apartment and saw him, Shi Yang stated candidly. The mention of her ex-boyfriend triggered a flood of pent-up emotions in Su Jinshu, intensifying her distress. Already burdened by the loss of her parents, the news about her unfaithful ex-boyfriend only deepened her sorrow. She recalled the actions of her former partner, who had posted a video online of their intimate moments, obscuring his own identity while exposing hers in a humiliating manner, rendering her a subject of public scorn. He even slandered her, insinuating infidelity with her previous superior. Su Jinshu struggled to comprehend how Yonghua could so brazenly distort the truth and deflect blame. The already tumultuous pain of her past was exacerbated by these memories, leaving her feeling utterly aggrieved, unable to articulate her feelings and reduced to tears. Chen Shulin gently wiped away Su Jinshu's tears with 2 pieces of tissue, while Shi Yang stood quietly beside her, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, Su Jinshu appeared fragile. She was merely a kind-hearted young woman, lacking guile, engaging in her relationships with sincerity and responsibility, yet life had bestowed upon her only pain. Shi Yang was not far from her, smoking beside the sofa where Su Jinshu sat. Outside, a horde of zombies loomed, while inside was a desolate space devoid of family, with only Shi Yang providing her a flicker of warmth. With a soft sound, Shi Yang continued to smoke, accepting Su Zhongshu's embrace without rejecting her, though he did not take any further action. "Can you hold me?" Su Zhongshu yearned for warmth and comfort. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Shi Yang extinguished his cigarette and slowly wrapped his arms around her. The strength of his physique and the rare masculinity of a man from Haocheng country enveloped Su Zhongshu, his fervent warmth contrasting with the chill in her heart. Although the sorrow on Su Zhongshu's face lingered, her eyes reflected a burgeoning sense of gratitude. The feeling of being protected was utterly delightful. Su Zhongshu harbored no ambitions of being a competitive woman. Most girls from Haocheng country were sweet and gentle. Her interactions with Shi Yang had been fewer than those with Luo, Su Li, and others. While she had previously felt attraction towards him, this was the first time she truly sensed Shi Yang's unwavering reliability akin to a mountain. In moments of sadness, this feeling intensified, a sensation Su Zhongshu had never experienced before. Reflecting on the past, during times of professional setbacks and despair, her ex-boyfriend Yonghua would chide her, saying, "Why are you so melodramatic? You should be more diligent and magnanimous." Such words felt more like an insult than comfort, and though she had deeply cared for him, she endured his shortcomings. In moments of danger, Yonghua even hesitated to protect her, a delicate girl unaccustomed to physical exertion, abandoning her to save himself. Over time, Su Zhongshu felt utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Shi Yang not only wished to protect her, but also agreed to her unreasonable request to help find her parents. Although the outcome was unsatisfactory, Shi Yang's efforts were incomparable to Yonghua's indifference. Thus, being beside Shi Yang felt distinctly different. He was formidable yet gentle, seemingly aloof yet fervently passionate within. In her vulnerable state, Su Zhongshu was easily swayed. A mere embrace stirred her already burgeoning feelings for Shi Yang. Nestled in his reliable arms, inhaling his naturally alluring scent, she felt an urge to offer him a tender kiss. "Your favorability rating has reached 90, Xiao AI reminded her. Observing from the side, Chen Shulin did not have the chance to feel embarrassed before Shi Yang extended a finger to gently touch Su Zhongshu's soft lips. The contact with Shi Yang's uncalloused skin triggered an involuntary response. The god of love's fantasy activated, causing Su Zhongshu's gaze to become hazy. Shi Yang guided her to sit on the sofa, and before she could fully settle, to Chen Shulin's astonishment, Su Zhongshu's favorability rating soared to 95. "Just a bit more? Master, you're so close to achieving 100 favorability," Xiao AI exclaimed excitedly. Despite Shi Yang's mental prowess overpowering an ordinary person like Su Zhongshu, Xiao AI remained thrilled at the prospect of another potential 100 favorability candidate. However, Chen Shulin looked at Shi Yang. Her initial favorable impression now mingled with a hint of non-threatening apprehension. Pondering, was it Su Zhongshu's sensitivity or Shi Yang's allure that caused such a reaction? The moment of fantasy was brief, and after several seconds, Su Zhongshu's state gradually stabilized, her consciousness returning to reality. Upon her return, she felt a wave of fatigue, her body limp and parched, yet a profound sense of satisfaction filled the void within her femininity. Su Zhongshu was not naive. She had experienced various escapades with her ex-boyfriend Yonghua, but none could compare to Shi Yang in terms of pleasure and comfort. Shi Yang had provided her with the utmost fulfillment. Breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, she gazed at Shi Yang with soft, affectionate eyes. Su Zhongshu did not shy away from the idea of becoming intimate with him. In fact, she anticipated it eagerly, realizing she should have surrendered to Shi Yang sooner. She regretted not embracing him earlier, for had she done so, she could have experienced this extraordinary comfort much earlier. It was at this moment that Su Zhongshu felt whole as a woman. Without the feeling of being filled, how could one truly claim to be a woman? Once her emotions settled, the first thing Su Zhongshu saw upon opening her eyes was Chen Shulin, her face a canvas of shock. The blush that had finally faded from her cheeks surged back with intensity as Su Zhongshu suddenly realized that Chen Shulin had been present during her intimate moment with Shi Yang. Had she been exposed in her vulnerability for all to see? It was utterly mortifying. Su Jingshu could not bring herself to meet Chen Shulin's gaze. Awkwardly searching for a topic, "Shulin, why are you looking at me like that?" From Chen Shulin's perspective, Su Jingshu's behavior suggested she possessed some peculiar inclination. A mere touch, and not even of a particularly intimate nature, warranted such a reaction. Throughout the encounter, the only genuine physical contact between Su Jingshu and Shi Yang was the gentle touch of his finger on her lips, followed by him placing her on the sofa. Although Shi Yang had embraced her, it was a perfectly normal hug, separated by clothing. Nevertheless, Chen Shulin chose to respect Su Jingshu's preferences. As Shi Yang continued to smoke, Chen Shulin curiously scrutinized him several times, yet failed to discern anything unusual about his hands. Although engaging in such acts in front of others felt embarrassing, Su Jingshu was devoted when it came to matters of the heart. Seeing Shi Yang standing beside the sofa, she reached out to grasp his left hand, which he did not refuse, merely covering his skin with a layer of callus. Upon holding Shi Yang's hand, Su Jingshu shyly smiled at him before quickly lowering her gaze. In her perspective of love, having given herself to Shi Yang meant she belonged solely to him. While her demeanor was bashful, her actions were bold. After taking Shi Yang's hand, Su Jingshu stood up, feeling a little weak in the knees, leaning her fullness against his left arm. "Where shall we go next?" Chen Shulin interjected, not wishing to remain a mere observer. There needed to be limits to their flirtation, especially with others present. Can I go see Yonghua?" Su Jingshu timidly asked Shi Yang. Shi Yang, still smoking, did not respond immediately, leaving Su Jingshu's heart racing with anxiety. "I don't mean to seek him out. I just have something to say to him. It's not that I have feelings for him anymore. Please don't misunderstand," she hurriedly explained to Shi Yang. "All right," Shi Yang replied after exhaling the smoke, his demeanor remarkably steady, showing no sign of displeasure. Chen Shulin exchanged a resigned glance with Su Jingshu, now convinced that Shi Yang was not the issue, but rather that Su Jingshu was overly sensitive. After all, in the brief minutes they had shared, Shi Yang's actions had been entirely benign, and it was only after Su Jingshu's brief touch that she began to act peculiarly. Thus, Chen Shulin concluded that Su Jingshu was indeed the one with the issue. "Ergo," Shi Yang called out. "Woof, egu," fearing his voice might startle the two ordinary women, barked in response from outside the door, pretending to be a typical dog. "Happy to be a dog." Su Jingshu heard the barking outside the door. "I rescued it on the way," Shi Yang casually remarked. "You truly have a kind heart." Chen Shulin smiled briefly at Yang. Logically speaking, in the apocalypse, those who struggle to survive would hardly possess the compassion to save small animals. However, Chen Shulin had not yet experienced the harshness of solitary survival and had not endured much suffering before encountering Shi Yang. In a safe environment, the sentimental girl naturally pondered over trivial matters. In a normal world, caring for animals is often seen as an admirable trait by many women. Hence, a small notification indicated that Shi Yang's favorability increased by 2 points. "Let us go." Ergo scampered into the house. Shi Yang embraced Chen Shulin with his left arm and Su Jingshu with his right, while Ergo clung to his leg. With blood-red wings unfurled, Shi Yang led them all out of the window, soaring towards the direction of Yonghua. In the home of Jianbingguozi and her companions, a tall and menacing figure relentlessly clawed at the walls of the house. The once sturdy, steel-reinforced concrete walls were riddled with holes, and through the tattered openings emerged a face with protruding fangs. The women huddled together, each casting fearful glances at the monster attempting to break in. This evolved being resembled a chasing beast, yet its mutations were even more pronounced. The terrifying visage caused several women to pale in horror. Its formidable strength could not be contained by the concrete walls, yet even after tearing through them, the chasing beast seemed hindered by something, unable to breach the entrance and shred these vulnerable women. Despite Shi Yang's protective presence, the intensity of the chasing beast rendered it incapable of entering. Nevertheless, witnessing its face and hearing its roars exerted considerable psychological pressure on ordinary individuals. The commotion caused by the chasing beast attracted a multitude of zombies, quickly surrounding the modest building, rendering it completely inaccessible. A glance revealed a horde of zombies, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire, roaring in unison. Xiaomin shrank into her mother Jean mating's embrace, too terrified to look at the hellish scene surrounding them. Huajiang was also awakened by the zombies' cries, weeping inconsolably. While Xiaokai's attempts to comfort her proved futile, they were all gripped by fear, and in unison, their thoughts turned to Shi Yang, praying for his swift return. Before the disaster struck, Yonghua had invited a young woman over, simultaneously sulking over his former girlfriend while indulging himself with other companions. After the zombie virus swept through, the two found themselves trapped in a rental apartment. Yonghua typically did not cook, relying on takeout or instant noodles, and his pantry held little more than half a box of noodles and some snacks. A day after the catastrophe, food had been nearly depleted, and as he gazed at the empty boxes, Yonghua felt a deep sense of panic. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed, leaving a clear imprint on the woman's face. She looked at Yonghua in shock, bewildered by the sudden hostility from the man who had just moments ago been affectionate. "What are you doing?" she questioned. "It's all because you ate too much and consumed all my supplies." Yonghua shifted the blame without a hint of remorse. The woman could hardly believe her ears. Since being trapped in Yonghua's home, she had eaten only a bowl of instant noodles and drunk some water, having consumed little else. Despite knowing the chaos unfolding outside, Yonghua still chose to vent his frustrations on her, having devoured most of their food himself, and now he was blaming her? "You are truly not a man," she retorted angrily. "What did you say?" Yonghua's expression twisted into one of rage. The woman took a step back, frightened by his demeanor. The outside world was chaotic, filled with bloodthirsty zombies, and she had nowhere to flee, uncertain if any laws still existed. Regardless of Yonghua's despicable nature, he was still a man, and in a confined space, it could be all too easy for him to turn against her, leaving her no choice but to feel fear. She regretted ever responding to Yonghua's advances and accompanying such a scoundrel. "Humph." Seeing the woman cower, Yonghua boasted triumphantly, "Come here to me." He relished the feeling of being adored and feared. Ever since Su Zhengshu proposed a breakup, he had begun to regret it, questioning where he could find another woman as beautiful and obedient as her. Such a person would never love another. His declarations of love had merely been a ruse to deceive Su Zhengshu as he indulged himself in her devotion. Yonghua had previously sought to reconcile with Su Zhengshu, only to be rejected. He was furious, wondering why she had tolerated him before, but not now. He attributed the change to Su Zhengshu falling for the director in her department. Yes, it was all their fault. It must have been Su Zhengshu who had moved on first, hence her cold rejection of his plea for reconciliation. Since then, Yonghua had taken to disseminating videos and photos of his intimate moments with Su Zhengshu online, with the most scandalous content imaginable, spewing vile slanders against her. The woman, left with no choice, complied with Yonghua's unreasonable demands, lowering herself to kneel before him. "You are shameless." A voice filled with anger rang out from behind, startling Yonghua and causing his bravado to falter. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, quickly rising to see the source, and the woman was equally startled. "Su Zhengshu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yonghua was taken aback, then questioned, "How did you end up here?" Shi Yang slowly stepped out from behind Su Zhengshu, gently resting his hand on her left shoulder. Feeling Shi Yang's presence, Su Zhengshu reigned in her anger. She had merely wanted to speak to Yonghua, but she was met with his disgraceful behavior. "It's you." Yonghua seethed with hatred, but he dared not act brazenly towards Shi Yang, recognizing that he could only lash out at women. Despite his deep-seated resentment, he refrained from making any rash moves, exemplifying the concept of preying on the weak. The women present cast scornful glances at Yonghua, none more vivid than Ergo's eye roll. "You said you had something to say to him?" Shi Yang gently reminded Su Zhengshu with a pat on her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhengshu replied earnestly, "I have always known what kind of person you are. I know you have been seeing other women behind my back, squandering the money I worked so hard to earn. Yet I still tried my best to treat you well without expecting anything in return. I regret ever liking you, but I genuinely wish you well. Now that we have parted ways, why can't we each find our happiness? Why do you have to slander me?" Su Zhengshu had come to confront him with this very question. Her feelings for Yonghua had faded. leaving only a sense of unwillingness that her selfless kindness had been met with ingratitude and betrayal. Slander you? Look at the state you and your friend are in. Am I wrong in what I said online? Who knows how you behave behind closed doors? Yonghwa not only felt no guilt, but also retaliated. And that director? I would be surprised if you called him master. Why do you have to regret? It should be me who feels disgusted by you. Yonghwa unleashed a torrent of insults upon Su Zhengshu, besmirching her character with vile accusations, causing her face to flush with anger. Shiyang shook his head, knowing that Su Zhengshu's kindness would yield no fruitful outcome against a rogue like Yonghwa. Your parents taught you to be polite and to resolve conflicts amicably, but not everyone has such upbringing. Su Zhengshu, unable to contain her emotions, felt tears of grievance welling in her eyes, about to spill over. Chen Shulin could not comprehend why Su Zhengshu, with her admirable looks, amiable disposition, and kind-hearted nature, coupled with her ample physical endowments, would take a liking to someone as unrefined as Yonghwa. However, respecting the intricacies of other people's romantic affairs, Chen Shulin chose to remain silent and observe from the sidelines. Ergo, fearing the potential for scandal, resisted the urge to pull out a handful of sunflower seeds and enjoy the spectacle. To shield Su Zhengshu from further indignities, Shiyang decisively drew her behind him. This protective stance rendered Yonghwa momentarily speechless. He dare not speak so brazenly in the presence of Shiyang. The masculine aura exuded by Shiyang caused Yonghwa to retreat into silence, his bravado deflated, as he had no grounds to assert dominance over a woman in such a manner. With Shiyang's protection, Su Zhengshu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Upon seeing Yonghwa, she suddenly realized, why should she harbor anger towards such a scoundrel? Now that she had encountered Shiyang, why cling to past grievances? Reflecting on this, Su Zhengshu bit her lip and embraced Shiyang's arm, her impressive assets pressing against him, causing his arm to sink between her curves. After wiping away a tear, she declared, I have not committed the acts you accuse me of. However, whether you believe me is of little consequence now. Su Zhengshu no longer cared for Yonghwa's conscience, nor felt the desire to argue her innocence. Instead, she clung to Shiyang, pressing her softness against him as if to flaunt her affection, and continued, I truly enjoy spending time with Brother Shiyang. He is nothing short of my hero, and you are utterly unworthy of comparison. I have fallen for him. Should he wish for me to call him master, I would gladly oblige. I am now his, and we share a romantic bond. In that moment, Su Zhengshu delivered a particularly piercing remark. Brother Shiyang is incredibly formidable, excelling in every regard, including in intimacy. When we were close just now, I felt a pleasure I have never experienced before. He has completely satisfied me, and I am his. In retrospect, my time with you was rather mundane. You have always been inadequate. In the wake of being compared to Shiyang, Su Zhengshu's conclusion sent Yonghwa into a furious spiral. His eyes filled with bloodshot rage. She claims I am inadequate? Lighting a cigarette, Shiyang felt a twinge of bitterness, but refrained from voicing any complaints. Instead, observing Yonghwa's escalating fury. Sensing the moment was ripe, Shiyang wrapped his arms around Su Zhengshu, who nestled her head against his shoulder in perfect harmony. Although taken aback by his sudden display of affection, she felt a surge of joy. Do you enjoy being with me? Shiyang asked intentionally for Yonghwa's benefit, lifting Su Zhengshu's chin with his other hand. Yes. Su Zhengshu's eyes sparkled, and after his inquiry, she leaned in to kiss his cheek, radiating happiness as she nestled beside him. Yonghwa was seethed at the sight of Su Zhengshu and Shiyang playfully flirting, his frustration palpable as he thought. Enjoyment? What of it? She is merely a used trinket in my possession. Shiyang scoffed dismissively, tilting his head towards Su Zhengshu, who instinctively leaned in for another kiss, her face aglow with bliss. To Yonghwa, this interaction served as a clear indication. Su Zhengshu had genuinely fallen for Shiyang, who regarded Yonghwa with utter disdain, subtly asserting his superiority. Yonghwa was thoroughly defeated, yet his inherent timidity prevented him from confronting Shiyang directly. Apologize, Shiyang commanded coldly. Why should I apologize? Yonghwa began, but before he could finish, Shiyang swiftly struck him, ending the confrontation. The usual protocol was established. A warning was given, and refusal to heed it resulted in dire consequences. Yang was willing to grant a reprieve to those whose offenses were not egregious, but once he was compelled to act, no one had survived his wrath. Su Zhengshu averted her gaze from the gruesome scene, yet she did not perceive Yang's actions as unjust. Instead, a wave of satisfaction washed over her, and her dependence on Yang reached unprecedented heights. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a girl who holds you in the highest regard. Xiao Ai applauded cheerfully. Yang chose to ignore Yonghua's lifeless body. He had squandered his opportunity. Turning his attention to the woman who had remained with Yonghua, he inquired, "Do you wish to live?" "Yes." The woman, sensing no malice in Yang's tone, responded eagerly. Despite witnessing Yonghua's demise, she harbored no affection for him, thus dismissing the incident. It was evident that Yang was no ordinary individual. Capable of bringing two women to this location, he was likely also capable of rescuing her, prompting her eagerness to seize the opportunity. Yang led the survivors he had rescued to a secluded warehouse, employing defensive measures while gathering supplies from nearby supermarkets and malls to ensure their sustenance. The number of survivors he had saved had now exceeded 300, necessitating a substantial amount of resources. Fortunately, Yang possessed a spatial ring and a xiangfei gourd, facilitating the transportation of goods. "Do you feel sorrowful?" Upon exiting the warehouse, Yang noticed Su Zhengshu lost in thought, and he assumed her melancholy stemmed from her ex-boyfriend's demise. "No," Su Zhengshu clarified. "I merely feel as though everything is a dream. A surreal sensation." Thump! Yang lightly tapped her head, breaking the sentimental moment as she crouched down in pain. "Why did you hit me?" Su Zhengshu asked, cradling her head. "You said everything feels dreamlike. I am helping you." Yang wished for Su Zhengshu to abandon such notions. Confronting reality was advantageous. "All right, let us return." With that, Yang spread his wings, carrying Su Zhengshu, Chun Shulin, and Ergo back to their original dwelling. The spirits of Jin Meiting and the others were notably low. Maintaining a tense state of mind was draining, and the low growls surrounding them prevented any sense of rest, all fearing that the next moment these monsters would invade and tear them apart. After a brief respite, the mutated pursuers resumed their relentless assault, each powerful blow against the invisible shield resonating like a hammer striking at their hearts. Despair began to seep into their souls, and the prolonged duration of Yang's absence fostered a sense of disbelief that he might not return. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the burly pursuer was violently tossed aside, creating a visible gap in the previously impenetrable defense. "It is brother Yang," someone exclaimed, prompting all the women to simultaneously lift their gazes toward the opening created by the pursuer. There stood Yang, not far from the protective barrier. As the relentless zombies clawed at the invisible walls, undeterred even as their nails broke and fingers fractured, driven by a primitive intelligence that compelled them to persist. Yet their strength was woefully inadequate, failing to exert any significant toll on Yang's vitality. Fleshly tendrils surged forth, and before the thrown pursuer could charge again, he was methodically pierced by the multitude of blood-soaked appendages, each inch of his flesh devoured by the voracious dark cells, leaving behind only tattered remnants of clothing. With each step forward, Yang expanded the reach of the tendrils, causing the horde of zombies to collapse like harvested crops, consumed entirely. Yang seldom employs the ability of black light to devour, for although its range of destruction is vast, its lethality lacks precision, while it proves adequate for clearing minor foes. Consuming lower-tier life forms offers no enhancement for Yang, who has already reached the 6-stage limit. Soon, every zombie in the vicinity was eradicated, leaving not a single one within a 100-meter radius. As the effects of the sheltering technique dissipated, everyone surged forward, enveloping Yang in a tight embrace, leaving no room for air, while Qin Shulin and Su Zhengshu were pushed away to a distance. The crowd was either overwhelmed with joy or playfully chiding Yang for his prolonged absence. "I apologize for not returning sooner." Yang attempted to soothe the group, though his efforts were in vain. The tension that had built up over time could not be alleviated by mere words of comfort and apology. However, Shuyang possessed a trump card. How about I make some JianbingGuozi for you all? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with delight. Luosli was the first to respond. Her mood considerably lightened as she began to negotiate. Then I want 2 servings. I want 3 servings. Xiao, clutching Haocheng, did not rush to join the throng, but hurriedly raised her hand to assert her presence. Xiao, can you even eat that much? I don't care. I want 3 servings regardless. Then I want 4 servings. Just as Jean Mating was about to speak, she realized that the girl demanding 4 servings was none other than her daughter, Xiaomin. This realization complicated her emotions further, as Xiaomin was clinging to Shuyang even more tightly than she was, almost enveloping him like an octopus. Jean Mating cherished her daughter dearly, yet Xiaomin was hugging the person she adored most. Just as she contemplated reprimanding Xiaomin for her actions, she noticed her daughter was lost in joy over Shuyang's return and eagerly anticipating the JianbingGuozi. Thus, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Jean Mating felt a twinge of anxiety. She was elated by Shuyang's return, but observing Xiaomin's evident affection for him caused her heart to flutter with uncertainty. How could Xiaomin share feelings for the same person? If they both considered themselves Shuyang's women, would that not create a rift between mother and daughter? Shuyang's presence had elevated the affection levels of everyone, except for Jean Mating, Luosli, Su Zhengshu, Lu Shuiying, and Xiao, to a remarkable 95, including Chun Shulin and Xiaomin. Unaware of Jean Mating's peculiar emotions, Shuyang chose a well-maintained apartment for temporary residence and began preparing the ingredients for JianbingGuozi. While Shuyang busied himself in the kitchen, everyone else awaited eagerly in the living room, when suddenly, Ergo entered their line of sight. Wow, this dog is truly unique. I've seen huskies before, but one with such distinctive traits is rare. Luosli, fond of animals, took an immediate liking to Ergo, who had returned with Shuyang. She couldn't help but think, could it be that Shuyang brought a dog back because he knows I adore animals? He truly cares for me. Indeed, its eyes are so round. Xiao, Lu Shuiying, and Xiaomin joined in, playfully squishing Ergo's face into various shapes. Ergo sat helplessly in the middle, allowing their antics while internally lamenting. Women are truly troublesome. Although Chun Shulin was not well acquainted with everyone, she quickly integrated into the lively atmosphere, thanks to Ergo. Su Zhengshu observed the playful interactions but felt a pang of sadness over her parents' departure, making her silent presence feel somewhat out of place. Jean Mating scooted closer to Su Zhengshu, grasping her hand and offering an encouraging smile. Sometimes, not understanding another's silent struggles makes it inappropriate to offer words of comfort. Jean Mating exuded an aura of intellectual beauty, and her gentle encouragement warmed Su Zhengshu's heart. The enticing aroma of JianbingGuozi wafted from the kitchen, soon saturating the entire apartment. With a sudden shift, Ergo's expression transformed. Tongue lolling and drooling profusely, it exclaimed, "What is that? It smells divine. What delectable dish has my brother prepared?" As the scent of JianbingGuozi filled the air, everyone remained oblivious to Ergo's remarkable ability to speak. After everyone had their fill, Ergo slid across the floor, clutching Shuyang's leg and weeping, "Brother, oh brother, I have no other passion in life but to savor delicious food. I have never tasted JianbingGuozi this exquisite. Please accept me as your little brother, and from this day forth, I will follow you." Shuyang did not reject Ergo, but found its tears and drool repulsive, especially as it attempted to wipe its face on his leg. "Brother, I beg you." Ergo, fearing Shuyang's disdain, panicked at the thought of being denied, as it would mean no more JianbingGuozi in the future. Shuyang's JianbingGuozi, once tasted, rendered all other delicacies pale in comparison, having already savored it. How could Ergo continue to live without such deliciousness? "Let go of me," Shuyang exclaimed sharply. Terrified of truly inciting Shuyang's anger, Ergo reluctantly released its grip. Shuyang handed Ergo a pack of tissues to wipe its tears and mucus. "Thank you, brother." Ergo hastily wiped its face, transforming its expression into one of ingratiating delight as it continued. "Then, brother, will you accept me? I wish to acknowledge you as my master." Uncertain of how many spirits he could possess, Shuyang pondered whether he had already reached his limit with Li and Xiao AI, wondering if he could still accept another spirit. The number of spirits one could possess was unrelated to physical attributes, entirely dependent on the potential deemed by the Celestial Order. Shuyang was unaware of this limitation, thus oblivious to how many spirits he could hold. Logically, given the high expectations the Celestial Order had for him, it was likely that there would be no limit. Let me give it a try. Ergo eagerly extended its spiritual intent to acknowledge Shuyang as its master. Upon sensing this, Shuyang smoothly integrated it into his own spirit. Is it done? Ha, it's done. Brother, from now on, I shall only follow you. I request 3 servings of JianbingGuozi at each meal. Ergo gleefully embraced Shuyang's leg once more. Shuyang welcomed Ergo's desire to follow him, as an increase in the number of spirits would accelerate his strength. Different spirits could assist him in various ways. Normally, a guardian's potential was fixed, with lower-tier spirits occupying minimal space. However, Shuyang, in the eyes of the Celestial Order, fast no restrictions. Shuyang felt a hint of confusion, sensing he might possess additional potential. Occasionally, during chats with Li, she had mentioned that even the most exceptional guardians might struggle to sign a spirit of her caliber. Yet, Shuyang had already signed Li and a rare high-tier spirit Xiao AI, and now added Ergo to the mix, seemingly with room to spare. This conundrum was destined to remain a mystery for Shuyang, so he decided not to dwell on it. No problem. I will prepare 3 servings of JianbingGuozi for you at each meal. Shuyang even raised the stakes, as making JianbingGuozi was a simple task for him. With his mastery as the god of JianbingGuozi, he could easily prepare 10 in a minute, elated at gaining another spirit's assistance. Shuyang was unaware that the other women had plunged into profound self-doubt. While Shuyang and Ergo discussed their master-servant relationship, everyone else had gathered in the living room and overheard their conversation, leading to the realization of a peculiar question. How had Ergo, a mere husky, managed to perform such a distinctly human-like maneuver? Of course, this question could wait. However, another pressing matter arose. How could Ergo even speak? Is this still the world I recognize? Jean Meiting, having lived for over 30 years, once struggled as a member of the harem in high society. Although it may not be a glorious affair, she has certainly witnessed a great deal of the world. Why, after encountering Shuyang, does this world seem to become increasingly surreal? Nevertheless, including Jean Meiting, the women managed to maintain their composure. After all, Shuyang himself is an extraordinary being. It seems entirely reasonable for the dog he rescued to possess the ability to speak. Perhaps it is so. Luo Suli, who adores animals, now finds herself somewhat horrified. This dog can converse normally, clearly exhibiting intelligence and awareness, making it seem less like a pet and more akin to her own existence. There is no malice in it. Ergo is exceedingly kind, yet for those who were once ordinary individuals, interacting with him feels rather peculiar. Ergo remains unfazed by the women's gazes. Having already acknowledged Shuyang as his master, he struts over and dutifully sits down. Following his elder brother, a delightful life lies ahead. What do a few ordinary women's skeptical stares matter? With Shuyang, an extraordinary entity, present and surrounded by women who hold him in high regard, the acceptance came swiftly, and soon Ergo blended seamlessly into the crowd. Speaking of my elder brother, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. The fellow who had previously imprisoned me was of intermediate strength in the 3rd stage, which you must understand is nearly superhuman. However, to my elder brother, that was merely child's play. A single finger would suffice, no excess force required. Ergo spoke with vivid enthusiasm. The crowd, fond of Shuyang, relished Ergo's embellishments. They gathered around Ergo, eager to hear tales of Shuyang's prowess, though in reality, these were merely Ergo's speculations, having never witnessed Shuyang in action, only knowing that his previous master met a rather abrupt demise. What exactly are Shuyang's abilities? Indeed, we are aware of Shuyang's prowess. He appears effortlessly capable in all he undertakes, yet we have never learned the specifics of his abilities. Xiao Xiao and Su Zhengshu chimed in, each offering a remark. Ergo momentarily faltered, uncertain of the answer, but quickly resumed his boasting. My elder brother possesses 72 transformations, is immortal, can ride the clouds, and leap across vast distances. He has a body of iron and bronze, impervious to blades and bullets. Wait, does riding the clouds refer to flying? What do you know? Such profound powers cannot be displayed casually. Regardless, my elder brother can do it. Originally, Ergo was speaking without much thought, but to Shuyang, it felt like a dagger piercing his heart. Hearing those spirited words now only reminded him of one thing. If he were truly as omnipotent as they claimed, would he have no regrets? Shuyang smiled sadly, stepping outside to quietly smoke a cigarette, his hand caressing the intricate designs on the Xiangfei gourd. Xiaomin inadvertently noticed the melancholic expression on Shuyang's face. While everyone else was joyfully gathered around listening to Ergo's tales, Xiaomin quietly withdrew. In the past, Shuyang's demeanor among the women had always puzzled her. He appeared to have a certain intimacy with them, yet aside from some brief physical contact, he did not engage in deeper connections. Most importantly, everyone believed they had shared profound experiences with Shuyang, but from Xiaomin's perspective, he had never crossed any boundaries. Sometimes, even the slightest touch could leave the women entranced. Upon recovering from their daze, Xiaomin tentatively inquired and discovered that, in their eyes, they had indeed shared an intimate bond with Shuyang. Consequently, Xiaomin began to speculate. Could it be that Shuyang had never been affectionate with these women? He is an extraordinary being. It would not be surprising if he possessed some unique abilities. With his thought in mind, Xiaomin began to observe Shuyang more closely. And it was through this newfound scrutiny that she caught a glimpse of the melancholy on his face. Is there something on your mind? Xiaomin asked as she stepped out of the room, trailing behind Shuyang. Following his gaze, she saw the winter street strewn with withered leaves mingling with frost, offering little in terms of beauty. Clearly, Shuyang was preoccupied with other thoughts. Yes, Shuyang replied candidly, concealing the Xiangfei gourd within his embrace. The memory of her glance, filled with longing and bittersweet emotions, lingered in his mind, seemingly imbued with both solace and a hint of reproach, no matter how hard he tried to shake it off. Do you need to talk about it? Xiaomin tightened her down jacket, exhaling a cloud of warm vapor, leaning against the railing beside Shuyang. No need, Shuyang replied tersely, unwilling to share the thoughts of the person who held significant importance in his heart. All right then. Xiaomin felt a pang of disappointment, but pressed on. Is it a girl you like? It seemed even the biting winter wind fell silent. The stillness made Xiaomin anxious. Had she asked something inappropriate? After a long pause, the sound of a lighter striking broke the silence. A puff of warm smoke escaped Shuyang's lips, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke, though his words felt burdened. Yes. Xiaomin was taken aback. Shuyang had indeed admitted to having someone he liked. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered if the reason he maintained such distance from the other women was due to this girl. Was this girl among them? Xiaomin gestured nervously towards the room. She felt a flicker of anger rising within her, for Shuyang's demeanor and attitude had revealed the answer to her. Yet, she still asked the question she already knew the answer to. Shuyang shook his head gently. The girl he liked was not in the room. In that moment, Xiaomin felt fury enveloping her heart. The realization that Shuyang's affections did not extend to the women present, including her mother, left her indignant. What are we to you? Xiaomin wished to confront him, but she lacked the courage. Instead, her voice carried a tone of vulnerability and grievance. She recognized her own deep fondness for Shuyang, and that the one she cherished was so close yet so far, while he spoke of loving someone else. In the midst of winter, it felt like a poignant tragedy unfolding. Friends, Shuyang replied without hesitation. Friends? Xiaomin was almost incredulous. They all see themselves as your women, yet you regard them as friends? Indeed, Shuyang stated firmly. Are you blind to their feelings for you? Xiaomin pressed on. I see them, which is why I haven't explicitly told them that I do not harbor feelings for them. Shuyang responded coldly, his demeanor as frigid as the winter frost. Don't you think that's deceitful? How can you deceive my mother's feelings like this? Xiaomin felt sorrow for her mother, realizing her beloved was, in fact, a deceiver. I admit this may be a form of deception, but sometimes lies do not wound. The truth can be a sharper blade. You could tell the women inside that I do not love them and never have. Even if they believe you, do you think they would be happy? Would your mother be happy? Yang countered. Xiaomin found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, observing those women who had already fallen for Yang, it was evident that their affection for him ran deep. Revealing the truth to them would only plunge them into unbearable anguish. I possess an ability to conjure illusions, which compensates for my emotional shortcomings towards them, but this is where my capabilities end, nothing more. After finishing his words, Yang extinguished his cigarette. Xiaomin, left speechless, could only express her discontent through tears. Though she spoke of others, her feelings mirrored her own, as she too cherished Yang. Yet, his words were chillingly cold. It is profoundly unjust, as I genuinely love you, yet even your responses are mere fabrications of I'm sorry. Yang's apologies were sincere, but therein lay the cruelest truth. Encountering me and developing feelings was a privilege for you, yet I am powerless to reciprocate. With that, Yang unfurled his wings and soared into the skies. He was not departing. Rather, he was on a mission to rescue other survivors. Xiaomin reached out with a dazed expression, but could her fragile, mortal hand grasp Yang's soaring wings? The crystalline tears she shed merely fell to the ground, transforming into transparent ice crystals. In this apocalyptic world, where zombies roamed, despair loomed perpetually. As individuals faced imminent death, they freely unleashed their innermost desires, fearful that one moment of existence would deprive them of the essence of humanity. The will of the world grew increasingly feeble. The very essence of a low-level realms was already deteriorating. A drastic change had occurred, and the power of rules had plummeted to its nadir, akin to fragile parchment. Mere moments for being torn asunder. Yet, Yang's astonishing speed and efficiency in rescue operations stabilized the world teetering on the brink of collapse. Utilizing only about 3 stages of his power, he could annihilate waves of invading 3-stage devourers. Within his level, Yang faced no rivals, simultaneously saving all the surviving individuals and helping them unite to establish a new safe zone. In just a few days of relentless effort, the safe zone burgeoned to nearly 100,000 inhabitants. Such feats would require at least 100 seasons in any other narrative. Yet Yang's prowess was beyond the realm of imagination. As a world crumbled, devourers began to surge in waves. While the rules of the world had not completely vanished, the devourers could not rush in all at once. Nevertheless, their numbers were staggering, with each wave featuring no less than 30 to 40 top-tier 3-stage devourers. It was nearly impossible for Guardians to protect a world on the brink of collapse since their numbers were vastly outmatched by the devourers. In a low-level realm, no forces exceeding 3 stages could manifest, rendering the Guardian's power woefully inadequate in this crumbling stage. The number of devourers was akin to the stars in the sky. Even if all 3-stage top-tier Guardians from every organization were dispatched to this low-level world, they could only hold the line against successive waves of devourers. They could then focus on stabilizing the world's rules, allowing for potential restoration. However, would any Guardian willingly undertake such task? Within the world, Guardians enjoyed the favor of the world's will, enabling them to exert far more power than the devourers, yet that did not guarantee victory in one-on-one encounters. This scenario was entirely inequitable and unrealistic, as no Guardian organization would squander precious resources on a world in such a state of collapse. Such an endeavor lacked cost-effectiveness. And under normal circumstances, Guardians would never waste time attempting to save a world with such a minuscule chance of survival. However, exceptions do exist, and Yang was that exception. His power structure was invincible at his level, with comprehensive defenses, impenetrable fortitude, and astonishing speed. With a holistic development at 6 stages, even his mental fortitude had no vulnerabilities. Utilizing only the 3-stage top-tier strength, Yang could still maintain an overwhelming advantage. Under the astonished gaze of the world's will, Yang single-handedly withstood 4 or 5 waves of devourers, defeating over 200 top-tier 3-stage devourers, converting them into nourishment for the dark light. His mission was to rescue civilians, develop a safe zone, protect key individuals within the world, and aid in the gradual restoration of stability. Shi Yang remained unaware that he was engaged in an extraordinary act. His achievements were recognized by all as inherently wrong, yet acknowledged as unattainable by others. In an apocalyptic world, moral boundaries may be breached by despair, yet Shi Yang's emergence symbolized a beacon of hope, a sign that humanity could once again return to a civilized existence. Consequently, the faith of the citizens he saved began to evolve towards an extreme. A statue, modest in materials yet exquisite in craftsmanship, stood within the safe zone, displaying utmost respect in its details. At first glance, the vividly depicted statue of flesh and expansion did not exude sanctity. Yet the gazes of the people directed at it were pure, filled with reverence and admiration. This was Shi Yang's statue. When an individual of absolute power emerges in the real world, only one term can encapsulate their essence: divine being, or perhaps the apostle of divinity. When such an entity dedicates themselves to the salvation of humanity, radiating righteousness, the belief in their divine nature becomes unwavering. In truth, if deities were to exist, many would restrain their inner desires, for the presence of divinity serves as a reminder that the law of cause and effect is an undeniable reality, and only through goodness can one receive divine protection. Thus, within the safe zone, chaos was absent and the moral standards of the people genuinely elevated. With even former ruffians actively participating in the reconstruction efforts, diligently fulfilling their roles. Shi Yang's food distribution, the rebuilding of living quarters, and the re-establishment of a legal system were all meticulously managed by experienced personnel, ensuring orderliness. All myths were cast aside, for they had witnessed a living God with their own eyes. By noon, before their meals, the people instinctively turned towards Shi Yang's statue, their hands clasped in fervent prayer. Their eyes closed as they offered thanks. Great Sun God, we are grateful for your presence. The reason for addressing Shi Yang as the Sun God stemmed from the connection of his name to the character for sun, prompting a collective association with the Sun God. Shi Yang did not intervene in this behavior. Whether or not people believe in his words was one matter, while the energy derived from the gratitude of those he had saved was another. With faith already established, it was needless to say that the populace was profoundly moved by Shi Yang's benevolent actions in descending to save them, thus generating significant energy. The emotional resonance of the young adults contributed 152 points of energy, while the elderly and weak added 35 points. And the affection generated by individuals like Su Zhengshu and Xiao Min further enhanced the energy, collectively bestowing Shi Yang nearly 10,000 energy points. Had Shi Yang not absorbed the memories of martial arts experts, the energy he possessed would have sufficed to elevate ancient martial techniques to the pinnacle of mastery. To ensure convenience, Shi Yang arranged for the women in his life to reside within the safe zone. Initially, all seemed well, but with their arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Have you heard? The Sun God's women reside over there. Of course I know. Despite the vastness of the safe zone and its multitude of inhabitants, surely everyone has heard. I never imagined that he would have a preference for beautiful women. My partner is quite attractive. Should I offer her to the Sun God? I have a splendid idea. Let us hold a beauty contest for the Sun God. In the secure zone, the notion of selecting the most beautiful women to present to the revered Sun God was born amidst the lively chatter of the crowd. This idea was indeed intriguing. The Sun God, Shi Yang, possessed the remarkable ability to alter his form at will, effortlessly rescuing hundreds of souls. However, upon returning with a fresh batch of survivors, he found himself disheartened by the line of women awaiting him. Although he had managed to oversee a considerable number of individuals, he was acutely aware that the survival of over 100,000 people posed an immense challenge that could not be shouldered by him alone. The organization of humanity necessitates gradual development. It is not an instantaneous process. While absolute power can indeed resolve nearly all dilemmas, the survival of the human species requires time for growth. The secure zone had entered a phase of stability, with essential facilities for survival being established and a variety of talents present. Yet this remained insufficient. There was an urgent need for the education and cultivation of individuals possessing diverse skills. In the absence of transportation, Shiryang was the sole provider of daily necessities for the vast population, consuming a significant portion of his energy. His combat prowess was indisputable, but he lacked the capacity for large-scale support. In a previous life, magical assistance would have sufficed, but now devoid of such powers. He was left to rely solely on his own efforts. For sustainable existence, relying on one individual was untenable, no matter how formidable that person might be. There needed to be a production of various life-sustaining materials and food resources, necessitating a robust industrial framework. The workforce required range from agriculture to industry. And although remnants of old machinery could be salvaged, the lack of skilled labor could only be rectified through gradual training. Many individuals had not engaged in relevant work prior to the catastrophe and would need to start from scratch, forcing the secure zone to develop anew. Initially, Shiryang had been in the capital of Baokai Nation, with the secure zone delineated in the suburbs nearby. The majority of those he rescued were citizens of Baokai Nation. It was not that he did not wish to assist Huaxia, but rather that Huaxia had demonstrated its capacity for survival, regardless of the era or dimension. The Huaxia people possessed an extraordinary charm. In the face of national calamity, they exhibited an unprecedented unity, awakening a fierce spirit ingrained in their lineage, leading individuals to sacrifice for the perpetuation of their kind, coupled with a formidable military reserve, despite the severe blows suffered. The organized resistance against the zombie crisis yielded remarkable results. While the evolutionary threat of rapidly advancing viruses and various mutants persisted, the Huaxia people had cultivated sufficient space for their race to endure and thrive. In contrast, the citizens of Baokai Nation, who once idolized celebrities, lacked the same resilience. Occasionally, when Shiryang passed by, the adoration he commanded was palpable, as young girls would gaze dreamily at his striking visage. With his extraordinary strength and esteemed status, many regarded him as a deity, a great savior, and rumors of his fondness for beauty ignited fantasies among the young women, who believed that winning his affection could elevate their lives to opulence. Shiryang, however, remained indifferent to such flattery, as he held no interest in superficial beauty. The peculiar notions of those enamored with him were destined to yield no results. Yet, he had not fully considered the social standing of the women who harbored feelings for him. During mealtimes at the makeshift communal dining hall, the elite treatment afforded to Jean Mating and her companions far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Although they did not seek such attention, Shiryang's elevated status inevitably rendered them esteemed in the eyes of others, for they were regarded as the women of a god. Xiaomin, still a high school student, found herself grappling with a burgeoning vanity. The prolonged adoration had begun to alter her perspective. She recognized that she was not truly Shiryang's woman, nor were her mother, Jean Meiting, and others like Luosili and Su Jingshu. Upon realizing this truth, Xiaomin could not help but ponder that should she truly become Shiryang's beloved, the respect she would garner might be immeasurable. In her youth, she had indulged in adolescent fantasies of love, professing a willingness to confront the world for the object of her affection. Yet in retrospect, such sentiments seemed naively extravagant. However, Shiryang was different. His power was evident to all, and no one could doubt him. If he desired, the world would be his to command. He genuinely possessed the potential to claim dominion over all. Young girls, enamored with dreams, often fantasized about Shiryang, and Xiaomin's fondness had reached an astonishing 95%. Consequently, her dreams had begun to unfold scenarios where Shiryang would lavish her with affection, treating her as a true princess, the princess of the entire world. In a night where the cosmos lay within his grasp, he would gaze deeply into her eyes and, with a deep, magnetic voice, declare, "I would confront the world for you." Such declarations, which might seem foolish for an adolescent, resonated deeply with Shiryang, who held the world in his hands. The prospect was utterly enchanting to Xiaomin, fulfilling every whimsical fantasy of a young girl yearning for love and everything wonderful. Despite previously maintaining a fondness of 95% for Shiryang, her feelings were tempered by her affection for her mother. The notion of both loving the same man seemed fraught with complications. However, as time passed, The respect directed at her began to erode her inhibitions. Attaining such a status did not seem impossible after all. Upon awakening from her daydreams, Xiaomin fully understood that Shi Yang would not reciprocate her feelings. And this realization left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Amidst this emotional turmoil, a hint from Xiao AI revealed that Xiaomin's fondness for Shi Yang had reached 100%. While danger does not always equate to allure, strength invariably captivates. Now, among the multitude of women, countless harbored deep affections for Shi Yang. Yet Xiao AI's criteria for approval remained stringent, encompassing both beauty and familiarity. Not just anyone would suffice. The primary female figures within this realm met the aesthetic standards, and their interactions with Shi Yang were far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Brother, upon reflection, remaining here as the leader may not be such a bad idea. Ergo remarked, munching on a pancake while observing the fervent prayers offered to Shi Yang's statue. That is out of the question, Shi Yang replied, sitting beside Ergo, smoking a cigarette, both perched at the edge of the rooftop. I was merely jesting. By the way, boss, previously when you were out gathering supplies, Chen Shulin came looking for you. Ergo reminded him. Looking for me? What was the matter? Shi Yang inquired. It had been over half a month since he had rescued individuals to establish the secure zone, and considering the time-flow ratio between this world and the main world, it was nearly time for his return. He had intended to ask Jianbingguozi and the others if they wished to accompany him, but unexpectedly, Chen Shulin had approached him first. She expressed a desire to seek your assistance in rescuing Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei. Who are they? You don't know Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei? That was before I encountered you, Shi Yang casually replied. Then, boss, will you go save them? Igu, recognizing the names as undoubtedly feminine, grinned mischievously. However, having gotten to know Shi Yang recently, he noted that despite the numerous women around him, it was astonishing that he showed no interest in them. Shi Yang pondered for a moment, refraining from responding directly to Ergo, merely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Ergo stood upright on its hind legs, holding a lighter with a fawning expression as it extended the flame to Shi Yang. One could only wonder how this canine managed to perform such a complex action with its paws. Shi Yang gazed in astonishment at Ergo's extraordinary behavior, but nonetheless leaned in to light his cigarette. What a remarkable companion. Not only could it serve as a pet, but it could also engage in conversation and facilitate smoking. Help me. Shi Yang exhaled a puff of smoke. Shall I inform Miss Chen Shulin, boss? Inquired. Yes. Please do. I shall return shortly. With that, Shi Yang took to the skies, soaring towards the headquarters of the Yuzhou group in the city center. Previously, Shi Yang had allowed Che Zhuxi to fend for herself, believing that he had given her a fair chance to survive. Under normal circumstances, he would have left her to her own devices. However, in the days prior, Chen Shulin's fondness for Shi Yang had reached a perfect score of 100%. While energy levels were of little consequence in this lowly realm, such a high degree of affection could not be overlooked, even if love was not in the cards. He did not wish to leave her in despair, which motivated his decision to assist her. At present, Shi Yang possessed a little over 170,000 energy points, which, according to Li, was sufficient to manifest a mid-level ability he had never learned before and refine it to perfection. However, upon further reflection, both Shi Yang and Li believed it prudent to save the energy for future acquisition of higher-level abilities. Shi Yang's approach to power was excessively direct and violent, and the enhancements gained from lower-tier abilities were notably limited. Abilities such as X-ray vision or laser eyes were of little utility to him. This was why he never participated in the lottery hosted by Xiao AI. The majority of her prize pool consisted of such low-tier abilities, with high and top-tier powers being exceedingly rare. Among these rare abilities was the magical prowess from the Marvel Universe, which held no relevance for Shi Yang. Thus, he chose to have Xiao AI direct the energy to Li instead, having been nurtured by a world of unrivaled martial prowess in his previous life. Shi Yang understood profoundly that extravagant abilities were of little use. Resources should be allocated to bolster strength, speed, and defense. Focusing on a singular combat method made it far easier to ascend to greater heights. Shi Yang was uncertain whether Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei were still alive. After all, more than half a month had passed, and remaining in one location for such an extended period could very well lead to starvation. However, when Yang gently landed on the top floor, he sensed that both women were still alive, albeit their life force had weakened notably. Their lips had lost their former vibrancy, now dry and cracked, and their cheeks had sunken in due to hunger. While the vice president's office was well equipped with facilities, including a clean bathroom that prevented the women from appearing disheveled, the absence of food and drinking water was irremediable. Food had run out a couple of days prior, and the last drop of water had been consumed, leaving the two women with hollow, vacant eyes, devoid of vitality. The bathroom did have water, as the city had only recently experienced a power outage, and the hot water heater had enough supply for the two to cleanse themselves. However, Shi and Xiao Wei dared not drink from it, uncertain whether the virus might spread through the water. Thus, while they appeared clean, their condition had deteriorated significantly due to the lack of sustenance. In contrast, Xiao Wei's condition was slightly worse than Shi's. As she had consumed more food and water when supplies were still available. The anxiety of starvation filled Shi with regret for having shared her surplus food with Xiao Wei. Had she ignored her, she might have survived longer. In this seemingly hopeless apocalypse, who could possibly come to her rescue? She longed for an angel to descend from the heavens and save her. Yet she questioned whether such a miracle could truly occur. Suddenly, Kitsu undicesimo, jolted operate. What had she seen? Her gaze, once vacant and fixed on the window, now caught sight of a figure soaring past. As Yang approached the headquarters, he reduced his speed, allowing Shi to discern his silhouette. He landed on the rooftop, not the vice president's office outdoor terrace, leading Shi to believe he had merely flown by. Tears streamed down her face as she stumbled towards the door, murmuring, "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please save me." If anyone could rescue her in this dire situation, it had to be Yang. His abilities were nothing short of angelic in her eyes. The more she yearned for life, the deeper her regret sank for having left a poor impression on him. Why had she allowed her futile pride to offend someone so powerful? Women like she often fail to see reality until they endure hardship. Now, she was acutely aware that she was merely an ordinary person, lacking the strength to survive alone in this brutal world. Her once proud lineage and exceptional beauty seemed utterly worthless in the face of death. The thought of dying within the confines of the office, her body slowly decaying, filled her with terror. Yang had cleared zombies from the outskirts, but the city was teeming with them, and he had no intention of eradicating them entirely. Thus, the conditions for survival in the city remained dire. The capital of pickled vegetable country, Shoer, boasted a population of nearly 10 million. After accounting for survivors and victims, there were at least 5 or 6 million mutated zombies. Where could two weak women possibly escape to? "Jushi, what is wrong?" And Xiao Wei inquired, concern etching her features. Though Xiao Wei may not hold any affection for Jushi, she was the only companion left in this desolate environment. And Xiao Wei had not seen Yang, so she could not comprehend Jushi's feelings. Watching the one person who could save her fly by felt akin to a castaway on a deserted island, desperately waving to a passing ship, only to be ignored. How could someone with Yang's formidable abilities not notice her? If he had flown past, then the only conclusion was that he still harbored disdain for her. After 2 days of hunger, she staggered a few steps before succumbing to dizziness, weakly leaning against the wall while still striving to reach the terrace. And Xiao Wei attempted to support her, but she stubbornly pressed on. As they neared the terrace, and Xiao Wei overheard Shi's murmurs, surprised to hear her admit fault for only the second time since their acquaintance. The last instance had been when they encountered. Thud! Shi's strength gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her vision darkening as every ounce of energy slipped away. She still had not seen Yang's silhouette, and that overwhelming sense of abandonment and neglect consumed her entirely. Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, rendering her as pitiable as a homeless puppy. Suddenly, a bag of bread landed before Shi and Xiao Wei. Shi's disbelieving gaze slowly lifted to find a man standing before her like a deity descended from the heavens. At that moment, all notions of ladylike decorum were cast aside as she and Xiao Wei eagerly snatched up the bread, devouring it ravenously. The manner in which they devoured the food posed a risk of choking, prompting Shi Yang to provide them with several bottles of water. Once Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei had finished eating, they felt a modicum of strength return, yet they dared not approach Shi Yang, uncertain of how to express their gratitude. Logically, they ought to thank him for his assistance, but the memory of Shi Yang's merciless demeanor from a month prior, when he had effortlessly dispatched foes, loomed large in their minds. The ease with which he had shattered skulls left them too intimidated to speak. Shi Yang leaned against the window, quietly smoking. As the smoke curled and dissipated, the heartbeats of Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei quickened involuntarily with tension. "Have you eaten enough?" His sudden inquiry, though devoid of harshness, startled both women, who had grown accustomed to the silence. "After having their fill," Xiao Wei replied, while Che Zhuxi did not dare to respond to Shi Yang's words. Though she claimed to be satisfied, it was implausible for two people to be full from just a single bag of bread. The ruby in Shi Yang's spatial ring shimmered, revealing a plethora of food neatly arranged before them. However, upon witnessing such an abundance, their initial reaction was not joy, but rather trepidation. What was Shi Yang's intention? Why was he providing them with such an excess of food? Was this a last meal? If he truly intended to end their lives, why had he spared them before? A multitude of questions swirled around Che Zhuxi and Xiao Wei, yet they exchanged glances, unable to fathom any answers. Ultimately, their gnawing hunger compelled them to disregard Shi Yang's motives and focus on filling their stomachs first. They seized the food before them and began to feast ravenously. Having previously been high-ranking executives who eschewed junk food and fast food, they only now realized the true value of sustenance after experiencing hunger. For many, dining may seem a mundane and ordinary affair, so commonplace that few pay heed to its significance. It is only after enduring a few skipped meals, feeling the sharp pangs of hunger gnawing at their stomachs, that one begins to understand the urgency of satisfying that need. The sensation of hunger is not as immediate as pain, yet can gradually erode one's resolve and willpower, leading to a sense of anxiety and desperation to fill the void within. Typically, those who have been starved for an extended period should not indulge excessively right away. But given the short duration of their deprivation, Shi Yang sensed the vitality still present in them. "Chen Shuluan, beg me to save you," Shi Yang said to the two as they ate. His seemingly casual remark caused Xiao Wei to choke back tears. She had always regretted not standing firmly by her friend when she was bullied. Her cowardice weighed heavily on her conscience. The kindness shown by Chen Shuluan in seeking Shi Yang's help magnified Xiao Wei's guilt to an unbearable degree. If given the opportunity to confront Chen Shuluan, Xiao Wei felt she would be utterly ashamed. In contrast to Xiao Wei's guilt, Che Zhuxi felt a deep sense of humiliation. She did not believe she had wronged Chen Shuluan. Rather, she simply harbored a dislike for her. Now, for the sake of food, Che Zhuxi found herself bowing to Shi Yang, which felt akin to bowing to Chen Shuluan. Had Shi Yang not mentioned Chen Shuluan, even the proud Che Zhuxi would have willingly lowered her head in the face of Shi Yang's formidable presence. However, with those words, her heart brimmed with resentment. The tides of fortune can shift dramatically. Che Zhuxi could never have envisioned herself in such a position, nor that she would need to rely on Chen Shuluan for salvation. She bit down hard on a piece of biscuit, her eyes glinting with venom, as if she were crushing Chen Shuluan's very essence. Shi Yang frowned, unable to see Che Zhuxi's internal turmoil, yet her emotional fluctuations were unmistakable. The sounds of her chewing were filled with malice, revealing her profound hatred for Chen Shuluan seeking Shi Yang's aid. "Xiao Ai, what is Che Zhuxi's impression of me?" Shi Yang inquired mentally. Xiao Ai responded candidly that when the master had descended from the heavens to provide food, Che Zhuxi's favorability had nearly reached 80, but it dropped to 70 upon the mention of Chen Shuluan. Given the disparity in spiritual strength between Shi Yang and Che Zhuxi, it was illogical for Che Zhuxi to resist Shi Yang's allure. Yet due to Chen Shuluan's influence, her favorability had diminished by 10 points, illustrating her disdain for Chen Shuluan. Conversely, after Shuyang saved in Xiaowei, her favorability skyrocketed to 80. The seemingly tough exterior of this dark-skinned woman belied a certain innocence. "How is Shuluan doing now?" And Xiaowei asked timidly. "She is well," Shuyang replied. "If you are willing to return to the safe zone with me, you should be able to see her soon." "Really? That's wonderful," and Xiaowei exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. Shuyang's words implied he was willing to take them away, which was certainly preferable to remaining in a city besieged by zombies. Che Zhuxi smiled gratefully at Shuyang before silently continuing to eat. Yet, as she lowered her head, her expression shifted, revealing her seething resentment. However, having been thoroughly intimidated by Shuyang, her anger was directed solely at Chen Shulun. That despicable thing. How dare she humiliate me in such a manner? I will have my revenge. Suddenly, Che Zhuxi snapped back to reality, realizing she had overlooked the most crucial point. Shuyang. What right did Chen Shuluan have to save her? Wasn't it because she pleaded with Shuyang? Shuyang's strength was indisputable. In this apocalyptic world, only a man of such formidable power could provide a woman with unparalleled security. If she could win Shuyang's favor, would she not be able to trample Chen Shuluan underfoot in due time? This thought opened a new avenue in Che Zhuxi's mind. If Chen Shuluan could be Shuyang's woman, why couldn't she? After all, she possessed advantages that Chen Shuluan lacked. She was still untouched. In terms of appearance and physique, she was not inferior to Chen Shuluan at all. The female characters in the original story were all seasoned and experienced. Even Lu Shuang, the white moonlight of Li Haocheng, had had a boyfriend. From a perspective of being untouched, Che Zhuxi could hold her head high, as the main characters did not possess her status. It was indeed a remarkable twist that within a narrative filled with lesser characters, she remained untouched. Yet, given Che Zhuxi's proud nature, it was understandable. There simply were no men worthy of her attention. "Thank you for saving me. I truly appreciate it," Che Zhuxi said, bashfully lifting her gaze to Shuyang. Adopting a demure demeanor, her gratitude was genuine, yet the facade was undeniably apparent, a blend of sincerity and artifice. Shuyang was puzzled. Did Che Zhuxi realize how conspicuous and abrupt her emotional shift was? Observing the favorability of 70, coupled with her earlier reaction to Chen Shuluan's name, Shuyang quickly deduced that Che Zhuxi was attempting to play a game with him. Initially indifferent to other women, Shuyang found himself intrigued by Che Zhuxi. The reason was simple. Che Zhuxi was unlike the others, always displaying a haughty attitude that made her seem insufferable, thus igniting Shuyang's desire to engage in playful banter with her. In contrast to Che Zhuxi's subtle machinations, Shuyang's thoughts were quite straightforward. "Are you full now?" he asked, disregarding Che Zhuxi's remarks and instead addressing in Xiaowei, who was still enjoying her meal. "Huh?" And Xiaowei was taken aback, initially thinking Shuyang was chastising her for eating too much, and quickly withdrew her hand from reaching for more food. "Don't be shy. Try this," Shuyang said, producing a set of savory pancakes from a spatial ring amidst in Xiaowei's puzzled gaze. Yes, indeed, his legendary pancakes, and there was only one set. The rich aroma caused both women to widen their eyes, fixated on the irresistible allure of the pancakes. With Che Zhuxi watching with uncontained longing, Shuyang placed the pancakes directly into Xiaowei's hands. Shuyang chuckled quietly. Before Che Zhuxi could enact her little scheme, her attention was completely captivated by the pancakes. He only provided Xiaowei with one set, leaving Che Zhuxi empty-handed, unable to muster the courage to snatch them from Shuyang. Che Zhuxi watched in agony as Xiaowei eagerly devoured the pancakes. "I'm sorry, but I only have one set of pancakes left. Let her have them," Shuyang said, leaving Che Zhuxi with no retort, forced to watch helplessly. Crouching down, Che Zhuxi slightly parted her lips, her breath quickening. Her gaze glazed as she savored the lingering scent of the pancakes. A thin line of drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her face filled with a desperate longing, the temptation of the pancakes igniting a pathological desire within her. Che Zhuxi strove to maintain her composure, suppressing the urge to plead with Shuyang for a savory JianbingGuozi. Yet, The fervent yearning within her caused an unintelligible sound to escape her throat. Shi Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. If he were to tease her with a bone, she would likely respond with a playful tongue flick, resembling a puppy being coaxed. However, Shi Yang's penchant for mischief was not so pronounced. A light-hearted jest was sufficient. Yet, he pondered whether it might be beneficial for someone to discipline her, given her misguided intentions. Among those who held a favorable view of Shi Yang, who would be most apt to teach her a lesson? Upon reflection, it was evident that team leader Jian Meiting, with her wealth of experience, would be the most suitable candidate. He resolved to have Jian Meiting impart some wisdom to Shi when they returned, primarily to ensure she faced some hardships and abandoned her self-serving notions. Shi Yang hoped for a shift towards a more positive mindset in Shi, while Chen Shulin sought Shi Yang's assistance for herself and in Xiaowei. The latter merely displayed timidity. In contrast, Shi's evident cunning warranted a more profound transformation, as harboring resentment and self-destructive thoughts would ultimately lead to mutual harm. And Xiaowei's favorability stood at 97, while Shi's was at 80. Xiao AI noted the changes in their favorability. With the allure of JianbingGuozi, even without tasting it, the aroma had elevated Shi's favorability to 80. Should she partake, reaching 90 would be effortless. However, due to her nefarious intentions, Shi Yang was reluctant to grant her desires. Should she adopt a sunnier disposition in the future, he might indulge her with a JianbingGuozi. Contemplating his abilities, Shi Yang realized that his most significant asset was not the blacklight virus, nor the indestructible skills and millennia of inner strength, but rather the divine talent of being the god of JianbingGuozi. His powers were predominantly acquired through this culinary delight, which constituted the essence of his abilities. Moreover, JianbingGuozi synergized with his love-themed fantasies, enabling him to swiftly win over female characters. Initially perceived as an inconsequential skill lacking combat prowess, it proved to be remarkably versatile and extraordinary. Upon returning to the safe zone with Shi and Xiaowei, they entered the room designated for Shi Yang's women. Chen Shulin beamed with joy upon discovering Xiaowei's survival. She bore no resentment towards Xiaowei, understanding that her background left her with little capacity to resist the conflict between herself and Shi. Shi Yang, observing the heartfelt reunion and reconciliation between Chen Shulin and Xiaowei, felt little emotional stirrings, as his knowledge of their past was limited. His concern lay more with Shi. Beneath her facade of compliance, it was evident that Shi harbored ulterior motives. As an ordinary individual, she might not incite significant turmoil, yet any disturbances she caused could be detrimental to others. With this in mind, Shi Yang beckoned Jian Meiting. The group had gathered around Chen Shulin and Xiaowei, and Shi Yang's ability to create illusions through his love-themed fantasies ensured that no one felt neglected, fostering a harmonious atmosphere among the women. Everyone rejoiced at Chen Shulin's reconciliation with her former friend, while she stood by, aware that any discussion of reprimanding her would only prepare her psychologically. Thus, Shi Yang deliberately invited Jian Meiting to the adjacent room for a private conversation. Upon gently closing the door without attracting attention, Jian Meiting approached him eagerly. Gitch, it has been nearly 3 hours and 26 minutes since we last shared an intimate moment. After such a long time, do you not miss me? With her alluring purple attire and enchanting demeanor, Jian Meiting gazed at Shi Yang with her soft, shimmering eyes, leaning into his embrace. All the women had taken to calling him Gidge, and although Jian Meiting was considerably older, the term was laden with flirtation. She assumed that Shi Yang had summoned her to relish a moment alone together, rekindling their intimacy. Previously, Shi Yang would frequently check in on the women, ensuring their happiness and satisfaction. Accustomed to such encounters, Jian Meiting naturally misinterpreted his invitation. Jian Meiting's figure was undeniably captivating, embodying the essence of a sultry, purple-haired enchantress. Her allure was beyond words. Yet, even in the face of her advances, Shi Yang's resolve remained unshaken. He was acutely aware of her desires, and also cognizant that Jin Ting was at an age where such needs were heightened. He delicately brushed his fingertips against her cheek, eliciting a rapid breath from her as she emerged from her reverie. "Have you had enough?" he inquired nonchalantly as she regained her composure. Jin Ting, feel utterly enervated," she began, but Shi Yang believed it insufficient and gently prompted her once more. "Gidge, allow me a moment to rest. I beseech you," she implored, hastily articulating her request, fearing that a further bout of breathlessness would preclude any chance of reprieve. At this juncture, should she not find resolution and calm, her ability to think rationally would be compromised. "You've seen Che Zhu," she has returned, "haven't you?" Shi Yang asked, gauging the moment to address the matter at hand. Jin Ting replied, adjusting her attire and nodding. "Her intentions are dubious. I wish for you to educate her, to curb her from engaging in actions that may harm herself and others." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Shi Yang's directive, a wave of satisfaction washed over Jin Ting at the prospect of instructing a former vice president. If others were available, they could lend their assistance. Since Chun Shu Lin had previously sought his aid, it would be prudent for them to collectively guide Che Zhu Shi towards a more virtuous path, preventing any future missteps that would render their efforts futile. As Shi Yang spoke, Jin Ting mused to herself. Che Zhu Shi possesses commendable looks and figure. Surely, Gidge finds her appealing. If I am to assist in her guidance, I shall do so with utmost diligence and rigor. Shi Yang had perhaps overlooked an aspect. With so many women around, his frequent indulgence in their fantasies had subtly influenced their thoughts. While he intended for Jin Ting to provide constructive guidance to Che Zhu Shi, her interpretation of education diverged significantly from his own. 3 days later, although numerous matters within the safe zone remained unresolved, they had begun to take shape under Shi Yang's guidance. Coupled with the weaponry he had procured from the military district and the collaboration of both retired and active servicemen, the safety concerns were largely alleviated. The beautiful new world was nearing its conclusion. Shi Yang's future strength would undoubtedly amplify, diminishing the likelihood of his return. All the women were aware of this news, as Shi Yang had informed them and inquired whether they wished to accompany him. Without exception, they chose to leave with him. Checking his communicator for the time in the real world, he realized he still had some leisure. In this mid-tier world, he could remain for another 4 to 5 days. Evaluating the flow of time, he contemplated whether to explore other realms before departing. He is currently brimming with energy and wishes to explore other worlds. If he finds suitable abilities, he could simply learn the basics and rely on Li to elevate those abilities to the highest level. "Brother, what are you talking about? Is there something else to accomplish in the real world?" Ergo inquired upon overhearing Shi Yang's musings. "Yes, I have an appointment to protect someone," Shi Yang replied, noting that he had several hours left in his agreement with Yin Shou, which would allow him to linger in the middle to lower-tier worlds for 3 or 4 days. However, he still has time and wishes to explore other realms to see if he can acquire new abilities suited to him. Shi Yang is currently focused on enhancing his physical attributes, as he does not lack for the most advanced martial arts techniques. He possesses a set of techniques known as Qi Shi Bian, also referred to as Ba Jiu Xuan Gong, but he has not practiced them due to the absence of spiritual roots in his current body. Indeed, this body lacks spiritual roots. Originally, Shi Yang should have had them, as he was chosen by Li not just for his character, but also for his potential. However, the Haocheng virus completely transformed his physical form, resulting in a loss of his spiritual roots. Ascension through flesh and blood or machinery does not belong to the same power system as cultivation. Thus, the domineering effects of the Haocheng virus have impacted the foundational aspects of his original human form. Essentially, the first 2 power systems cannot reach the upper limits of the cultivation system. While the cultivation system is challenging to begin with and grows slowly, its potential is unparalleled. Nevertheless, Shi Yang is not anxious about this. For now, he will concentrate on enhancing his physicality. His original destined body remains in a realm of extreme martial prowess. Although he cannot bring it back, once his current body is sufficiently strengthened, he can seek opportunities to return. By then, assuming his current form and guardian identity, he can absorb and integrate with the destined body, regaining the foundation for cultivation and his original level of prowess, free from the constraints of worldly wills. This method was gleaned from partial memories. Both the Tiandao avatar and his original self had contemplated it. Yet, that day remains distant. Yang is currently at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, far from the 10th stage required for fusion with his original body. In that case, let us explore. With your strength, you are invincible at the same level. There are no opponents above the 6th stage in the middle to lower tier worlds. You could traverse freely wherever you please. Ergo exclaimed, munching on a pancake. Should the master consider visiting a cultivation-derived world? Those realms offer a wider array of abilities. Li suggested as she overheard Yang and Ergo's conversation. A cultivation-derived world? Xiao, I perked up at the mention of those words. What an excellent place. She exclaimed. What is this cat on about? Ergo questioned, swallowing his pancake as he observed the overly excited Xiao, with confusion, akin to watching a fool. You are the one being foolish. Xiao, I retorted, jumping out of her excitement to firmly rebut. Humph. What do you know, you silly dog? That a cultivation-derived world. Do you even understand? You only care about eating all day. Hey, you say I only know eating? Ergo shot back, flustered by Xiao AI's comment. Enough of this. Yang interjected, giving Ergo a gentle pat on the head. Xiao stuck out her tongue at Ergo, sporting a victorious expression. Li, more composed than Ergo and Xiao intended to clarify matters for Yang. The two promptly quieted down, for in their eyes, Li, being the most exalted spirit, was akin to an elder sister. The term cultivation-derived world is merely a colloquial expression. It is essentially a type of cultivation world operating under the cultivation system. But the power levels within are not high, capping at the 6th stage. This is why it is referred to as cultivation-derived. However, many people, upon hearing this name, do not think of the power system, but rather the narrative, which often revolves around the emotional arcs of the main characters. Xiao AI's excitement stems from the abundance of handsome men and beautiful women in such worlds, where the main theme often revolves around romance, making her particularly fond of them. Yang grasped the concept, feeling slightly exasperated. Li, you're being overly technical. To put it plainly, isn't this just the world of a historical romance fantasy drama? Indeed, Li responded with an unperturbed expression, unfazed by the notion of such worlds, even going so far as to provide examples of popular cultivation-derived worlds, such as Qinxiang Ruxia, Sanxingsan, Shirley Tao Hua Qinggu, Yufengxing, and Changxiangxi. Yang waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of discomfort. To be honest, I have little interest in the romantic entanglements of the main characters. Is there no potential for enhancing physicality or boosting combat capabilities? The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I don't know, Li answered honestly, causing Ergo to stumble. Yang felt slightly speechless, while Xiao remained lost in anticipation. Li Jie, as such a top-tier spirit, is it acceptable to have no answers after speaking for so long? Ergo complained after finishing his pancake. Such narrative worlds tend to be favored by female guardians. Which girl, when watching such plots, pays attention to whose combat power is stronger? They care more about whose abilities are more unique. The audience is primarily female, watching for the romantic pairings. Girls enjoy the sweet moments of love, not who is powerful. Hiss, Ergo gasped, realizing the truth. That makes sense. In historical fantasy dramas, can you fight? Female viewers are not concerned with that at all. Wait a moment, did Li Jie just exhibit a typical girl's preference? It was as if Ergo had stumbled upon a revelation. Li's form shimmered with ethereal light, obscuring her true visage. Yet Ergo felt a menacing gaze upon him, causing his fur to bristle. How did you deduce that I do not resemble a woman? Li asked through gritted teeth, her voice laced with a biting edge. It was my fault, Li Jie. I apologize. Ergo immediately acquiesced, softening his demeanor, though a playful smirk remained on his face. Observing Ergo's reaction, Li felt a twinge of annoyance. As the ethereal colors began to fade, her true appearance was revealed for the first time. Wow. Ergo gasped in awe. Wow. Even the distracted Xiao, I exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Li's beauty astounded both Ergo and Xiao. leaving them momentarily unable to discern reality, as if a celestial being from the tails of your head descended. No words could encapsulate Li's splendor. What is the matter? Shi Yang, unaware of her Go and Xiao Ai's astonishment, remained oblivious. Initially, seeing the astonishment on her Go and Xiao Ai's faces brought a hint of pride to Li. Since her inception, she had concealed her true beauty, aware of its potential impact. In the presence of previous masters, she had never revealed her appearance until now. However, her current master, the most remarkable and unique individual she had ever encountered, had rendered himself blind and could not appreciate her beauty, leaving Li feeling somewhat dejected. How about visiting Yong Yexinghe? Shi Yang suggested. Although he could not see, his communicator could relay messages to him. Previously, there was a task that involved eliminating intruding devourers in the Yong Yexinghe world, which would not only allow them to enter a cultivation-derived world, but also earn some points. The task's danger level was not low, and thus it remained unclaimed. The organization offered 30,000 points for this undertaking. In such cultivation-derived worlds, despite their daunting titles of gods or divine descendants or reincarnated war gods, the actual power levels are relatively modest. Traversing through the Lingjing, a haze envelopes the entire valley. Suffused with a moist aura, the density of the water vapors renders the surroundings somewhat dim and humid. As one strolls through the valley, the air is imbued with a blend of dampness and the fragrance of flowers and grass. There is something amiss with this fog. Shi Yang immediately senses the anomaly in the mist. The deeper he ventures, the more water vapor he inhales, causing his mind to grow increasingly muddled. However, with a mental prowess soaring to 599, combined with millennia of internal energy and the enhancement from Haocheng, the effects of this mist can be dispelled in an instant. Ergo, accompanying Shi Yang, despite possessing a physical form, is kept within a spatial ring, indicating its nature is distinct from ordinary creatures and is less susceptible to the confusion of the mist. Although Ergo lacks combat prowess, it is not weak. Once it recognizes its master, it will not perish as long as the master remains alive. This ability is not particularly unique, as it is common among entities with a physical presence. Boss, this place feels eerie. Could there be monsters lurking about? Ergo inquired. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Si Yang retorted. Not afraid at all. If you're not frightened, then why don't you get off my back? Shi Yang playfully patted the head of the dog perched on his shoulder. Since arriving in this valley, Ergo has clung to Shi Yang, never once descending. After being patted, Ergo pretended to be shy and reluctantly hopped down to the ground. Boss, this place seems devoid of any living creatures, Ergo remarked, eager to break the awkward silence, glancing around. The eerie stillness of the environment is startling. Apart from the flora, there is scarcely a sound from any fauna. It is no wonder Ergo surmised that this area is lifeless. The profound silence certainly does not suggest human activity. There are indeed beings here, though they cannot be seen with the naked eye, Shi Yang mused. Though invisible, his acute senses and biological awareness have been alerting him to the presence of life forms since he entered the valley. They are merely observing Shi Yang, this unwelcome guest. Suddenly, a figure, translucent and seemingly liquid-like, darted between the dense foliage not far from Shi Yang and Ergo, emitting only a faint rustle. Is it a monster? The creatures adept in cultivation likely believe their movements are well concealed, but Shi Yang's senses are keen. He feels a twinge of curiosity regarding that figure. His affinity for demons is heightened by past experiences, causing a latent recognition of his own identity as one of them. Shi Yang remained composed, refraining from any rash actions, and continued deeper into the valley. In the shadows, the water demon Queen Zhao Xin found herself perplexed by this individual who appeared almost human. The presence of a person along with a dog in the labyrinthine valley was both peculiar and suspicious. Crucially, the individual seemed unaffected by the mist's mental influence, exuding an air of fearlessness that caused Zhao Xin to feel a twinge of trepidation. Could they be an envoy from the Qintian Supervisory Office, the official demon-hunting organization? Yet, judging by their attire and demeanor, they did not appear to be of courtly origin. What could their purpose be? Zhao Xin, a 7th-tier great demon, possessed confidence in her own strength, as 7th-tier great demons are rare and formidable. However, as she contemplated an ambush on Shiyang, an inexplicable premonition warned her of the danger he posed. She must not act rashly. In the world of Yongye Xinghe, most human demon hunters rely on spiritual energy and magical artifacts to combat demons. Yet, observing Shiyang, he seemed devoid of any such artifacts, his attire being the only peculiar feature. There was not even a hint of spiritual energy. He simply had a dog. Logically, a demon hunter without artifacts should not invoke fear. Yet why did Zhao Xian feel an almost tangible sense of threat upon nearing him? Shiyang did not require magical artifacts, although he lacked spiritual or magical energy. His current physique and the incredible vitality of his blood and qi were formidable enough to deter demons. In Zhao Xian's vague perception, Shiyang appeared as an ancient beast shrouded in mist, seemingly unassuming yet harboring explosive power within. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was not to be trifled with. Yet Zhao Xian held steadfast to her resolve. Trapped within the labyrinthine valley, surrounded by an intricate array of barriers, escape was impossible. With a 7th-tier strength, she had some hope of breaking through the barriers. If she could capture Shiyang and absorb his vitality, her power could potentially surge, enabling her escape and reclaiming her freedom. With this thought, Zhao Xian concluded that fortune favors the bold. Without trying, she would never have a chance. Even if he appeared formidable, what could he do on her turf? Resolute, she prepared to act. In this world, where spiritual energy was abundant, many animals and plants had developed intelligence over time, and gifted beings could ascend to the realm of demons. Thus, the seemingly tranquil environment was teeming with life, as many sentient flora and fauna thrived in the area. Shiyang led Go into a more open space, where clusters of water orbs floated in midair, resembling colossal fruits sprouting from the robust green trunks and vines surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, the water orbs contained lifeless human corpses devoid of any vitality. The surrounding mist thickened further, enhancing its disorienting effects. Yet for Shiyang, it remained ineffectual. It seems she intends to strike. Shiyang discerned Zhao Xian's intent to attack, but he was in no rush. His purpose in this location was to discover abilities suited to him in this world and to fulfill organizational tasks for points. Shiyang was not anxious to engage. He was here in search of the devourer that had hidden itself since his arrival. Thus, this demon was not his target. In his perception, Zhao Xian's vitality posed no threat to him, rendering it unnecessary to concern himself with her. Boss, can you sense the devourer? Egu, lacking in strength, could not visually detect the hidden devourer. Prior to their arrival, they had reviewed information provided by the organization, indicating that the devourer excelled at concealing itself and was quite powerful, making it difficult to detect. Hence, few guardians took on this task. As it stands, while Shiyang was uncertain about the devourer's combat capabilities, its stealth was indeed impressive. Even Shiyang, with his extraordinary physical attributes at the 6th stage, could not pinpoint its exact hiding place, underscoring the devourer's remarkable ability to conceal itself. Shiyang halted his steps. After wandering for a while, the devourer, lurking in the shadows, remained patient, but the demon coveting humans was growing restless. Suddenly, dozens of ice shards shot swiftly toward Shiyang. Zhao Xian did not expect this attack to yield results, yet she was startled to find Shiyang standing still, seemingly unfazed. This left her bewildered. Could her earlier perception have been mistaken? Was this person not a formidable figure after all? Zhao Xian's spirits lifted at the thought. How easy it would be to capture this man and his dog. Such thoughts were idyllic, yet reality proved harsh. Shiyang's indifference to Zhao Xian's attack indicated that she posed no threat to him. At this level, he likely wouldn't even need to employ the indestructible golden body technique. However, this world was predominantly governed by spiritual energy, where Taoist or demon techniques could yield various peculiar effects. For the sake of caution, Shiyang's aura surged. With a resonating hum, brilliant golden light burst forth, shining so brightly that the dense mist could not obscure its radiance. Zhao Xian was taken aback. What was this phenomenon? Despite the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations, how could such golden light manifest? Fine, Lingli and Junqi are fundamentally akin, typically relying on the absorption of Vingqi into the body, which is then refined for personal use. The density of Vingqi significantly influences the speed of cultivation and the rate of restoring Fali. In contrast, Nei Li is distinctly different. It is extracted from the body's vital essence and bears no relation to Ling Qi. Consequently, its efficacy pales in comparison to Fali, as one is the manifestation of the great powers of heaven and earth, while the other is merely derived from blood and qi. Hence, Zhaoxin failed to sense even the slightest fluctuation of Vingqi. Although the rank of Nili cannot rival that of Fali, Shuyang is an anomaly, possessing Nili accumulated over thousands of years. The sound of countless ice crystal spikes crashing upon Shuyang and the surrounding grassland rang out, leaving Zhaoxin momentarily stunned. How could a monster catcher possess such formidable defenses? All monster catchers are typically adorned in long robes, exuding an ethereal aura and wielding magical artifacts. To put it bluntly, they appear as spellcasters who rely on incantations. How could they confront an attack from a 7th-tier monster without chanting spells or dodging? To rephrase, if Shuyang were clad in a full suit of magical armor yielding this effect, it wouldn't be entirely implausible. Yet, who would forge an entire suit of magical armor? As for the magical artifacts wielded by monster catchers, they come in myriad forms, but materials imbued with Ling Qi are exceedingly rare and precious. The process of crafting magical artifacts is intricate and arduous. Who would casually produce a suit of magical armor? Just as Zhaoxin pondered this, the fog stirred by the myriad ice spikes gradually settled. Illuminated by the golden light emanating from Shuyang, Zhaoxin finally discerned the true nature of the individual before her. There was no magical armor. The radiance was a manifestation of Shuyang's skin, without incantations or protective artifacts. He effortlessly withstood Zhaoxin's attack from the 7th-tier water demon with sheer physical prowess. It is impossible for a human to possess such a robust physique. Could he be a demon? Excluding all impossibilities, Zhaoxin could only arrive at one conclusion. Shuyang offered no reply, yet upon witnessing his effortless reception of Zhaoxin's assault, Ergo immediately perked up, jumping beside Shuyang and gesturing mockingly at Zhaoxin. A demon? My master is no demon. You're not all that impressive. Could my master not easily defeat you? I suggest you refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Demons are not particularly cunning. And upon hearing Ergo's words, Zhaoxin's face flushed with anger. After all, she was a 7th-tier great demon, a notable figure among her kind. Being belittled by an apparently ordinary dog was hardly a pleasant experience. Nevertheless, despite her indignation, Zhaoxin refrained from attacking again. Although her previous assault could not be deemed her full strength, she had indeed exerted her true abilities to catch Shuyang off guard. The result was that Shuyang stood there, unmoved, effortlessly absorbing her strikes. Realizing this, Zhaoxin understood that she could likely not breach Shuyang's defenses, and if she could not breach his defense, what was there left to fight? With this thought, Zhaoxin suppressed her ire towards Ergo and began to contemplate retreat. The entire Mitu Valley was shrouded in an array, preventing her escape. However, Mitu Valley was vast. Should Shuyang insist on pursuing her, extracting Zhaoxin from the valley would require at least 10 days or half a month, which did not concern her in the least. At that moment, Shuyang contemplated. There was indeed no need to activate the indestructible divine skill. Given the power of these ice spikes, even the armor mode was unnecessary. I wish to inquire about something. Shuyang addressed the water demon Zhaoxin. I have nothing to discuss with human monster catchers. Zhaoxin retorted sharply. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for human monster catchers, as her homeland had been ruthlessly devastated by them without distinction. Coupled with Ergo's taunts, she was utterly disinclined to engage in dialogue with Shuyang. Having spoken, Zhaoxin swiftly transformed into a stream of water, using the mist to retreat into the distance. Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced through the air, stirring the surrounding fog as Shuyang surged forward. In the blink of an eye, Shuyang traversed several dozen meters, appearing before Haocheng as if teleporting, leaving behind a phantom of his former position. Haocheng could not comprehend how this man could move so swiftly. Typically, one would excel in but one area. However, the water demon, endowed with the innate ability to bewitch and create illusions, was not particularly strong in direct combat. This habitual thinking led Haocheng to believe that given Shuyang's formidable defenses, he should pose little threat. Yet, Shuyang's lightning-fast speed left Haocheng aghast. As the fog parted, Haocheng, adorned in a simple long dress and decorated with ice crystals, stood defenseless before Shuyang. He did not immediately strike. Instead, he obstructed Haocheng's path of escape. "Who exactly are you?" At this moment, Haocheng finally recognized the genuine danger she faced. The man before her possessed unimaginable strength. Had he chosen to attack just then, Haocheng would likely have been gravely injured before she could react. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely an ordinary person," Shuyang said softly. "I seek someone familiar with this place to inquire about any unusual occurrences in the valley recently. The encroachment of the Devourer would surely be detected by the world's will." And mission information indicated that the Devourer was indeed within the valley, though its hiding place remained unknown. "I have resided in Mitu Valley and have not noticed anything out of the ordinary," Haocheng reluctantly answered Shuyang's inquiry. "Then you may leave." Shuyang could not discern whether Haocheng's words were truthful or deceitful. However, his question did not pertain to any confidential matters. In a life-or-death situation, it was prudent not to place oneself in danger over trivial inquiries. Thus, Shuyang deemed Haocheng's response likely truthful. "Huh?" Haocheng could hardly believe it. "You truly intend to let me go?" Since he had not made any harmful moves, nor coveted her 7th-tier demon core, what could this person possibly want? Connecting Shuyang's previous question, Haocheng suspected he was searching for something. Gazing upon Shuyang's handsome visage, Haocheng felt not a trace of animosity. Her initial intention to imprison him was more about harnessing his essence for her own cultivation. However, she already had someone she loved dearly and had little desire to delve into Shuyang's intentions. Shuyang stepped aside, allowing Haocheng a clear path for her escape. Though she felt a twinge of anxiety, Haocheng tentatively took a few steps forward. Shuyang did not hinder her. Instead, he turned to walk towards Ergo. Realizing that Shuyang genuinely intended to let her go, Haocheng transformed into a stream of water and flew into the distance. With most of her attention focused on Shuyang, Haocheng's vigilance waned. As she soared over a patch of grass, a rabbit fortuitously crossed her path. Initially indifferent, she suddenly pondered, when had rabbits ever inhabited Mitu Valley? Before Haocheng could fully grasp the situation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly innocent white rabbit suddenly unleashed purple tendrils from within, lunging toward her. Caught unprepared, Haocheng hastily summoned Herling Li to form a water shield for defense. The ominous purple tendrils approached, and while the water shield boasted considerable thickness and strength, the malevolent aura instilled in Haocheng an unparalleled sense of dread, akin to encountering a natural enemy. Thus, she dared not place her complete trust in the water shield's protection. After manifesting the water shield, Haocheng attempted to evade. Yet, unexpectedly, the water shield could not withstand even a moment of pressure. As the purple tendrils struck, the shield shattered instantly, and the tendrils, unrelenting, pierced deeply into Haocheng's abdomen. She cried out in pain, and before her voice could fade, a figure burst forth from the fog, appearing before her. Upon seeing Shuyang, the devourer that had parasitized the wild rabbit retracted its tendrils, twisting in an attempt to flee. Shuyang caught the injured Haocheng and reached out to seize the swiftly retracting tentacle of the devourer. This devourer possessed an enigmatic ability, once grasped by Shuyang. Its tentacle dispersed like liquid, morphing rapidly as it adhered to Shuyang's hand, swiftly creeping up his arm. This form of ability reminded Shuyang of the entity from Venom. If this devourer's power was akin to the parasitic being in Venom, it would indeed be challenging to detect, as parasitic abilities are exceptionally conducive to stealth. The reason this devourer had remained unnoticed by Shuyang until now was likely due to its parasitism, hiding within another creature's body. However, Unlike a typical parasite, this devourer had the capability to choose its host and exhibited formidable combat prowess, unlike the timid venom that feared noise. Originally, it did not wish to confront Shuyang directly. Firstly, because Shuyang seemed formidable, and secondly, the current world was quite stable. It needed to find an opportunity to eliminate key characters to affect the world. Its goals had yet to be fulfilled, and within a complete world, the devourer would be constrained by the rules, unable to exert its full strength. Thus, engaging in battle with a guardian at this moment would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Yet, since Shuyang had seized it, the devourer decided to take a risk. If it could gain control of Shuyang's guardian body, the world would be within its grasp. While the devourer's thoughts were astute, Shuyang merely waved his hand, summoning a multitude of blood-soaked tendrils that astonishingly devoured chunks of the devourer's body in a reverse manner. Realizing the grave situation, the devourer attempted to retreat swiftly. But it was too late. Being ensnared by Shuyang's blood tendrils was far more terrifying than being parasitized by venom. The aggressiveness of the Haocheng virus was beyond imagination, and within mere moments, the devourer had already lost a quarter of its bodily mass. In this critical moment, the devourer exhibited a decisiveness that surpassed ordinary beings. Severing the connected flesh in haste, it relinquished its entanglement with Shuyang. This decisive choice failed to prevent Shuyang's blood tendrils from ensnaring it, and, after creating distance, the devourer formed a humanoid shape, casting a malevolent glance at Shuyang. Shuyang did not engage with the devourer immediately, as he still held Haocheng in his arms. "What level is it?" Ergo inquired, cautiously eyeing the fierce devourer opposite them. "It's at the peak of stage 6, Shuyang replied as he gently set Haocheng down. Wounded, Haocheng lay on the ground, clutching her injury while gazing at the ominous devourer nearby. "What is that? A demon? It doesn't seem like one, yet it instills such a profound sense of danger." Merely facing it filled her with an involuntary fear. "What? A peak of stage 6? Egu exclaimed in astonishment. Given the world's rules remained intact, and the world's will and narrative had not fluctuated, the presence of a peak stage 6 devourer in these circumstances was indeed rare. This was likely related to the devourer's ability to conceal itself by parasitizing creatures within the world. However, despite his surprise, Ergo felt no concern, as he had a clear understanding of Shuyang's strength after following him. After placing Haocheng down, Shuyang turned his gaze toward the devourer, sensing something peculiar. The devourers he had encountered previously were not like this one. Many of the peak stage 6 devourers he had faced before did not exhibit such distinct human features. The creature before him possessed clear facial features and a standard human physique, with a glint of malice in its eyes that suggested a normal level of intelligence. At first glance, it appeared to be a sinister man. Unexpectedly, he had encountered a formidable guardian, which he found quite impressive. The devourer suddenly smiled, having lost a portion of its body to the black light, and rather than becoming enraged, it laughed. "It can speak?" Egu gasped in shock. "Gulme, let me see if you have the qualifications to stop me." The devourer believed it was Shuyang's advanced physical enhancement abilities that had caught it off guard, and it felt confident that it could match Shuyang's strength, as it was nearing the upper limits of a mid-tier world. It was not a peak stage 6, but rather a stage 7 devourer. At stage 7, a devourer could possess normal intelligence. However, one should not expect to communicate with them, as intelligent devourers were far more dangerous, Li explained. Just as the devourer's words fell, Shuyang moved, unleashing a series of explosions trailing behind him. His muscles coordinated in a unique way, and with a single powerful punch, the very space of the mid-tier world began to crack. The devourer had claimed it wanted to see if Shuyang could obstruct it. Thus, without wasting words, Shuyang unleashed his full strength. Even before the fist arrived, the sheer force of it instilled terror in the devourer. Evasion was no longer an option. The devourer hastily morphed its exterior into a hardened protective layer, crossing its arms to enhance the thickness of the defense, preparing to absorb the punch. The impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves that dispersed half the mist of the valley, causing the ground to ripple like a disturbed pond, and cracks spread across numerous nearby mountains. showcasing the intensity of Shi Yang's attack. The devourer was sent flying like a tattered sack, unable to fathom why Shi Yang, possessing a similar physique, could unleash such a devastating punch. That single blow nearly obliterated it. The hardened protective layer, which had shown commendable defensive capabilities, was now riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Shi Yang appeared where the devourer had once stood, his left hand casually resting behind his back, while his right hand maintained the posture of a punch. As the devourer flew back, it caught sight of Shi Yang's stance, its pupils constricting and its heart raced. Shi Yang's demeanor indicated that he had not even exerted his full strength. Even this strike had almost felled it. TSK, 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 Ergo audibly clicked his tongue. Observing Shi Yang's instantaneous dominance over the situation, disdainfully addressing the devourer now sprawled against the mountainside. What caliber are you? On par with my boss. You even dared to suggest my boss take action? If he applied even a fraction of his strength, he might just kill you. With Ergo's taunt, combined with the devourer's earlier confidence quickly dashed, it nearly succumbed to rage. Shi Yang did not relent. Recognizing that the devourer had barely withstood his punch, he began to take the confrontation seriously. Under the curious gazes of Ergo and Haocheng, as well as the astonished stare of the devourer, Shi Yang slightly bent his knees, arms rounding before his chest, relaxing his waist, tucking in his chest while straightening his back. The fierce boxing technique and fluid movements were a sight to behold. Suddenly, Shi Yang tensed, unleashing the might of the King Kong fist. The force erupted from the ground, and in an instant, the earth beneath him cracked radiantly in all directions. Centered around Shi Yang, the devourer was taken aback. Having reached this stage, it had naturally invaded and consumed many worlds, including some martial arts realms. The technique was unmistakably that of a martial arts master. Combined with Shi Yang's peak stage 6 physical prowess, a single punch could unleash cross-stage lethality. Ergo and Haocheng were equally astonished. Although Ergo had some understanding of Shi Yang's powers after following him, witnessing the true manifestation of such exaggerated strength was astounding. Is this the martial prowess of a mortal? Haocheng gasped in disbelief. Without spiritual energy or magical techniques, merely relying on martial arts skills and physical capabilities to wield such terrifying force was unfathomable. The previous punch had already been fearsome, but this one, infused with the might of the King Kong fist and the Master S techniques, left no doubt in the devourer's mind that it could be obliterated. Haocheng also had no doubt that this punch could shatter the grand formation enveloping the Mitu Valley. The devourer let out a furious roar, for he was a bloodthirsty and brutal creature, not some timid being who would cower in fear. His liquid-like form rapidly consumed energy, expanding in size until he transformed into a giant nearly 10 meters tall. The destructive power of Shi Yang, far exceeding the current stage, was truly terrifying. Even a fellow top-tier devourer of the 6th stage could not withstand it. A single punch from him could shatter bones and sever tendons. Yet, a devourer capable of reaching the 7th stage was no simple foe. Martial arts masters, adept in techniques, often lacked wide-ranging offensive capabilities, as was evident from Shi Yang's previous assault. While it was conceivable that he might possess other hidden abilities, given the present circumstances, enlarging his form was indeed the most prudent choice against a technique-oriented expert. Shi Yang faced the towering giant with no hint of trepidation. He charged at the devourer and delivered a punch. Bang! Shi Yang shot through the devourer's chest like a cannonball, the intensity of his strike unwavering. Yet it proved ineffectual against the colossal creature. The liquid portions of the devourer surged toward the breach, swiftly sealing the gaping wound in his chest. The devourer's massive hand, accompanied by a howling wind, swung toward Shi Yang. Having expanded in size, its attack range was now vast. Following his punch, Shi Yang's speed diminished due to the devourer's sheer size, leaving him somewhat unable to evade the incoming blow. Zhao Xin felt a flicker of concern. After all, Shi Yang appeared to harbor no malice towards her, yet the fearsome monster clearly sought her demise. Naturally, she wished for Shi Yang's victory. Be careful. Zhao Xian exclaimed urgently, though her injuries prevented her from doing more than cry out. Boom! Shi Yang was struck beneath the Devourer's palm. The increase in size consumed vast amounts of energy, but concurrently elevated his strength. A nearby mountain, already cracked from Shi Yang's earlier punch, now faced the brunt of the Devourer's blow, leading to its further collapse. After a mournful groan, the entire mountain crumbled. Countless boulders tumbled into the valley. Yet Ergo felt little concern. If Shi Yang survived, there was no way he could perish under falling debris. Zhao Xian, enduring her wounds, summoned her spiritual power, striving to shield Ergo amidst the chaos. She understood that they could not merely stand by while Shi Yang battled the Devourer. Both were far too formidable, and the aftermath of their clash posed a significant threat of collateral damage. Thus, she hurriedly led Ergo to safety. Roar! The Devourer withdrew his hand, then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Shi Yang. He did not believe a single strike would suffice to eliminate Shi Yang, so he unleashed a series of attacks without restraint, aiming to crush him under the weight of his size and sheer force. For an ordinary person, such an onslaught could indeed lead to a swift demise, but to harbor the thought of easily dispatching Shi Yang was a foolish delusion. Earlier, Shi Yang had not employed the indestructible technique. Buzz! A brilliant golden light erupted once more, momentarily stunning the Devourer. While in the valley, he had sensed something amiss, yet was unsure of the nature of this power. His keen vision pierced through the dust, revealing Shi Yang in the deep pit. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Yang had shed his former appearance. A suit of hard armor enveloped his body, fitting seamlessly, with even the joints boasting protective gear that did not hinder movement. The sheer caliber of this armor left the Devourer momentarily dumbfounded, especially considering it was golden. Shi Yang had activated his armor mode. The armor constituted his cellular structure, allowing him to utilize the indestructible technique, enveloping the protective energy around the armor's exterior. This level of defense alone was sufficient to instill despair in the Devourer. If it could not be breached, what was there left to strike? The seventh-stage Devourer had initially believed that entering the intermediate world, even while suppressed, would allow him to easily defeat foes of the same rank. His abilities and combat experience at the seventh stage were indeed superior to those of the sixth stage. However, encountering Shi Yang changed everything. Doubts of retreat began to creep into the Devourer's mind. In crucial moments, hesitation was not an option. Once such thoughts arose, the Devourer swiftly resolved himself. His innate mission was to invade worlds and tear through the fabric of rules. Compared to the ultimate goal, fleeting victories or defeats held no significance. The enlarged Devourer hardened the surface of his fists, each powerful strike causing the earth to tremble. He felt no fear with intelligence. He weighed the pros and cons, contemplating how to seize the opportunity to facilitate the invasion for more Devourers. Despite the apparent physical disparity that seemed to suppress Shi Yang, the Devourer understood well that his seemingly overwhelming attacks could not shake Shi Yang's exaggerated defenses. Yet with each clash, the hardened protective layer on his fists shattered further. The transformation ability was rendered useless. The Devourer focused on hardening his fists to concentrate his attacking power, realizing that if he could not breach Shi Yang's defenses, any transformation would be meaningless. If there remained a glimmer of hope for victory, it lay in fortifying his attack to seek a breach and inflict damage. The Devourer's reasoning was sound. He had chosen the best method of response. Yet the crux of the matter was that Shi Yang's formidable defenses were indeed daunting. And coupled with his superior strength and speed, the longer they battled, the more likely defeat loomed for the Devourer. This particular Devourer had infiltrated under the guise of diminished strength. In true combat, he was far more formidable than any sixth-stage adversary Shi Yang had previously faced. This marked Shi Yang's first encounter in peak condition. Never before had he faced an opponent that compelled him to simultaneously employ the armor mode and the indestructible technique. Whoosh! A solitary full-force attack proved ineffective, prompting the Devourer to shift his offensive strategy. From his back emerged countless tentacles shimmering with a purple glow. transforming into sharp blades glinting with a deadly sheen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, hundreds of blades sliced towards Shi Yang. The rapid strikes rained sparks upon Shi Yang's form, yet left no trace upon his body. The extravagant range and terrifying frequency of the blade dance obliterated the flora and rock within a 100-meter radius, sending dust and debris flying. The fierce clash left Zhao Xin, who had retreated to a safe distance, utterly astonished. The very formations surrounding the valley trembled under the duel's aftermath. The towering mountains that composed the valley seemed to pale in comparison to the overwhelming might of the two combatants, losing their gravitas and succumbing to the sheer force of power. Though the tentacle blades struck with frequency, their insufficient strength could not impede Shi Yang's advance, which resembled that of a heavily armored tank with agility. Observing Shi Yang's relentless approach, the devourer appeared flustered and hastily altered his attack method, hoping to utilize his overwhelming force to thwart Shi Yang's advance. Yet in his haste, he could not react in time, helplessly watching as Shi Yang broke through the onslaught of blades and closed the distance between them. In the face of Shi Yang's unstoppable momentum, the devourer's massive form seemed to lose its imposing presence. Upon witnessing Shi Yang closing in, the devourer smirked, his earlier panic vanishing without a trace. He had deliberately feigned a weakness to allow Shi Yang to approach, for as a seventh-stage devourer, it would be a grave mistake to assume his abilities were limited to merely venomous transformations. Crack! Purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged wildly across the devourer's 10-meter-tall form, illuminating the entire valley. In an instant, the mere discharge of electricity turned all surrounding vegetation on several mountains into charred remains. Awaiting your approach, I am poised to unleash upon you my formidable strike. The devourer coalesces electrical currents as thunder swiftly gathers at its chest, forming a dazzling orb of light. The expansive range of its assault and the rapidity of the thunder leave Shi Yang with no means of evasion as he charges towards the devourer. As a being of the seventh stage, do not presume that it lacks the capability for trans-stage offensive prowess. What of transformation abilities? Such methods, while common and highly malleable, fundamentally lack the devastating striking power that characterizes this particular devourer's lethal arsenal. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to assume that a devourer who has reached the seventh stage would reveal its most potent abilities at first glance. Its ascension to the seventh stage is attributed to its mastery of elemental manipulation, particularly the formidable force of thunder. Boom! A violet pillar of lightning, 6 meters in diameter, shoots forth like a laser toward Shi Yang. But does Shi Yang charge in recklessly, without a plan? One must remember that he is inherently cautious. In no time, under the astonished gaze of the devourer, Shi Yang unveils his right arm. Unknown to all, his right arm has transformed into a ferociously designed, razor-sharp blade, expanding to a size comparable to his own stature. The devourer deliberately feigns a weakness, anticipating Shi Yang's approach, intending to pierce through his defenses with its greatest strength. The thunder. Conversely, Shi Yang seizes this opportunity to close the distance, seemingly charging with fervor. Yet the true lethal strike lies within the multitude of newly activated meridians in his enlarged right arm, channeling an immense amount of internal energy. This represents Shi Yang's mid-range, area of effect method of destruction, which he has refrained from utilizing until now, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a powerful blow to the devourer. The immense right arm, now of human proportions, surges with millennia of internal energy, a self-healing physique allowing this energy to flow forth uncontrollably, unimpeded by any damage to his own meridians. With master-level swordsmanship coupled with terrifying internal might, Shi Yang utters 4 words: unrivaled dominance. The fearsome blade aura surges upward against the lightning pillar, and the collision of these forces generates waves of energy that are nothing short of cataclysmic. Several mountain peaks are obliterated in the wake of their clash, a dreadful force emanating outward, causing even the distant town beyond the misty valley to tremble. The Devourer's lightning pillar proves even mightier, dissipating the blade aura of unrivaled dominance before continuing its relentless assault toward Shi Yang. Yet, the lightning merely shatters a fleeting illusion as Shi Yang, leveraging the moment of collision, unfurls his wings and deftly evades the lightning, plunging into the gigantic form of the Devourer. In an instant, Shi Yang transforms into a monster of pure golden hue, capable of shifting shape at will, wreaking havoc within the Devourer's body. The Devourer's corporeal organization instinctively reacts, attempting to ensnare Shi Yang, yet its strength pales in comparison to the golden entity. However, the Devourer is not taken aback. It has a contingency plan. Its hardened form strives to ensnare Shi Yang, and at this juncture, the Devourer is compelled to reveal its trump card: self-detonation. This self-detonation does not signify the Devourer's intent to perish alongside Shi Yang. Rather, its innate mission is to find an opportunity to eliminate the child of the world, paving the way for further incursions by other Devourers. The self-detonation serves as the Devourer's ultimate safeguard, relying on the abandonment of most of its body and energy to activate this ability, resulting in an explosive force surpassing even that of the lightning pillar. If caught off guard, it could even annihilate an adversary of the 8th stage. This self-destructive capability, which inflicts harm upon oneself while targeting the enemy, is characterized by its formidable potency. Yet, the Devourer, having ensnared Shi Yang within its enlarged body, believes that this self-detonation will surely break through Shi Yang's defenses. After such an intense battle, the Devourer stands before the will of the world, and the world's rejection of it has reached a critical point. If it does not find a primary entity to parasitize, it risks being expelled from existence. Thus, despite possessing other offensive methods, the Devourer has no time to spare and resorts to this extreme measure. Danger. The urgency is palpable for Ergo, who, despite being a knowledgeable spirit, recognizes the perilous situation. However, with combat prowess that does not surpass that of an average dog, what can it do but fret? Shi Yang finds himself unable to break free from the Devourer's corporeal prison within a short span. Soon, the energy within the Devourer's enlarged form reaches its zenith. And after 2 flashes of violet light, boom, a terrifying explosion carves an unfathomably deep pit in the heart of the valley. The mountains surrounding Misty Valley, already modest in stature, vanish in an instant, the shockwave of the explosion rendering Haocheng pale with dread, while Ergo cannot contain its sorrow and fear. A subtle violet streak, inconspicuous amidst the chaos, is propelled away by the explosive force. However, in contrast to Haocheng's shock and Ergo's concern, the Devourer is filled with disbelief. Why this incredulity? Others may not perceive it, but it senses that this self-detonation, powered by the pinnacle energy of the 6th stage, has still failed to breach Shi Yang's defenses. Indeed, it remains unbroken. In that moment, an adversary of the 8th stage, caught unprepared, would have perished instantly. Yet, Shi Yang, trapped within the Devourer's form, endures the explosion without faltering. His defenses remain intact. Shi Yang's defensive capabilities, coupled with his offensive prowess, undoubtedly allow him to withstand the might of an 8th stage expert. Thus, even without the constraints of the world's rules, should the Devourer unleash its full potential of the 7th stage, the outcome would still favor Shi Yang, as his raw strength has already reached the threshold of mid-8th stage capabilities. Can a 6th stage peak truly rival a mid-8th stage power? In a world of intermediate tiers, who could possibly contend with Shi Yang? His defenses are as unyielding as iron, impervious to blades and bullets, yet endowed with ferocious offensive capability and blinding speed. How does one combat such a force? In their previous confrontation, even the Devourer of a higher tier has continuously faced setbacks. Were it not for its unconventional tactics, the Devourer would have long since met its demise. The Devourer feels fortunate to have maintained an intent to escape from the outset. Shi Yang's cautious responses lead the Devourer to believe that with the self-detonation, the best possible outcome would be severely injuring Shi Yang while ensuring its own retreat, never intending to kill him. The world's rejection has reached its zenith, and within the devourer stirs a sense of urgency. Yang proves to be a formidable opponent. Should it fail to locate a primary entity for parasitism, relying solely on the parasitism of ordinary beings or animals will no longer deceive the world's rules. If Yang pursues relentlessly, this incursion will undoubtedly culminate in failure. By coincidence, Haocheng has a beloved, named Ingzhen, a fifth-stage water spirit from this realm. He has always held Haocheng close to his heart, lurking just outside Misty Valley. The intensity of the battle between Yang and the Devourer has not gone unnoticed by him. Thus, at this very moment, Ingzhen waits anxiously at the entrance of Misty Valley, unaware of the events unfolding within, terrified that Haocheng may be in peril. Yet, he cannot enter the valley, for the array enveloping it ensures that once a creature enters, it cannot escape. The Devourer, having shed its form, transforms into a violet streak and swiftly approaches the valley's entrance, where it encounters Ingzhen. This character, who bears significance in the original narrative, can be deemed a principal figure, presenting the Devourer with an unexpected opportunity. The array poses no hindrance to the Devourer, which easily breaches it and rushes towards Ingzhen. Before Ingzhen can comprehend the situation, he has already succumbed to the Devourer's parasitism. Unable to await Haocheng's response, she found herself helplessly ensnared by the Devourer. Haocheng was powerless against the Devourer, let alone Ingzhen, who was merely at the fifth stage. Hidden within Ingzhen's body, the Devourer glanced apprehensively at the valley, feeling a twinge of pride. I must admit, you are truly formidable to exhibit such combat prowess at the pinnacle of the sixth stage. You shall undoubtedly become our formidable adversary in the future. Yet, in this encounter, I managed to escape unscathed. As the Devourer fled, Yang considered pursuing, but upon glancing at the time on his communicator, he relinquished the thought. It is not prudent to abandon a task halfway. Yet Yang could not afford to waste any more time on this Devourer. Clearly, his endeavor to accrue points had temporarily failed. The task remained incomplete. Other guardians would likely come to seek the Devourer, and he decided to leave the remainder to them. The valley lay in ruins as Haocheng approached slowly from afar, her steps somewhat unsteady. Despite her grave injuries, she felt an inexplicable urgency to rush to Yang's side. Boss! The swiftest to reach Yang was bounding towards him on four legs, his canine face etched with concern, displaying an unmistakable humanity. Upon reaching Yang, he clasped his legs tightly, baring his teeth in excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, I thought you were done for." This remark darkened Yang's expression. However, oblivious to Yang's frustration, quickly shifted his tone to relief. "Thank goodness you're all right. What would I do if something happened to you?" Seeing Ergu's anxiety, Yang chose not to admonish him. "I am perfectly fine." That Devourer was stronger than any I had previously encountered, yet I could still defeat it. I knew it. A mere Devourer could never pose a threat to you, boss. I have always believed in you, never once worried. Immediately donned a confident demeanor. "You were just worried a moment ago," Yang interjected. "Impossible. That notion is entirely unfounded. I have utmost faith in your strength, boss. My concern was merely a facade. In reality, I am not worried at all. That Devourer is certainly no match for you." Insisted stubbornly. Yang smiled wryly. Just then, with a thud, Haocheng, dragging her severely injured body, reached Yang and, without uttering a word, knelt before him, her forehead touching the ground in earnest reverence. What is this woman doing? Could not comprehend Haocheng's actions and released Yang's leg, playfully taunting her. "What? Upon witnessing my boss's prowess, do you wish to submit and become a warm bed companion? Let me tell you, with your looks, my boss has no need for you." With a swift motion, Yang smacked on the head, causing him to whine and shoot a sheepish glance at Yang, closing his mouth. "Is there something you require?" Though puzzled by Haocheng's kneeling, Yang surmised she must have a request. "Senior Haocheng," she began, addressing him with respect. Earlier, with the commotion in the valley, Haocheng knew her beloved Ingzhen would have heard and surely would be worried. Thus, after the tumult of battle began to subside, she hurried towards the valley's entrance. Though heavily injured, She wished more than anything to spare Ingjin from unnecessary concern and intended to speak to her. However, upon reaching the valley's mouth, Haocheng beheld the terrifying purple creature penetrate Ingjin's body. Ingjin lacked the strength to resist and swiftly cast a strange glance at Haocheng before departing without a backward glance. That cold, emotionless gaze sent chills through Haocheng's heart. She understood well that the being before her was likely no longer her beloved. The fierce fluctuations of the previous battle had been intense, yet not intentionally aimed at the vast array enveloping the Mitu Valley. The valley's expanse was considerable. Thus, the aftermath of Shuyang's confrontation with the Devourer had not obliterated the Mitu Valley's protections, leaving Haocheng trapped within. This was ultimately futile to discuss. Even if Haocheng could escape, could she truly defeat that purple creature? Though she had never encountered the Wraith Queen, she sensed that even should the Wraith Queen arrive, she would falter against this purple monster, leaving her with no hope of rescuing her beloved. Yet, not all was lost. There remained a glimmer of possibility. With Shuyang's assistance, perhaps Ingjin could still be saved. She had witnessed Shuyang's strength. If there was anyone capable of confronting that purple creature, it would undoubtedly be this esteemed figure before her. Hence, Haocheng, without hesitation and bearing her grievous injuries, sought Shuyang's aid, lowering her posture significantly. However, Urga's words caused a tremor in her heart. A warm bed? Could it be? Haocheng felt immense resistance. She and Ingjin were deeply in love, intertwined in their affections. How could she willingly submit to another? Yet, contemplating the strength of the purple creature and the perilous fate of her beloved, she continued, "Senior, I beseech you to save Ingjin. Whatever you require, I shall comply wholeheartedly. I swear by the heavens, if you can save Ingjin, I shall serve you faithfully, my life and death at your discretion." Miss, Shuyang thought it inappropriate to address a lady in such a manner, yet there were no better options. You need not be so formal. Shuyang held no animosity toward Haocheng. Her earlier attack had not lingered in his mind, and he felt no need to accept such profound reverence. He extended a hand to assist her. Haocheng, however, was immensely anxious. Shuyang's response led her to believe he was unwilling to help, and she implored, "Senior, I beg of you, I will do anything you ask, please. It is not a matter of willingness to assist. As a guardian, I must resolve the threat posed by the intruding devourer. I simply do not have the time at present." Time? Haocheng paused in surprise. "Indeed, I have other matters to attend to and cannot pursue that devourer at this moment." Shuyang replied, "So, does this mean you agree to help me save Ingjin?" Haocheng's heart leapt with joy. She knew she could not interfere with Shuyang's decisions. Yet as long as he consented, no matter how long it took, there remained hope. "I can agree to assist, but I cannot specify a time frame." Shuyang's tone was somewhat detached, yet it was the truth. He had his own obligations. With the prior agreement with Inshou in mind, Shuyang could not allow Haocheng's plea to disrupt his earlier commitments. "As long as you can agree, that is sufficient." Haocheng dared not voice any further demands. Shuyang surveyed his surroundings, making no promises to Haocheng regarding his return. As he opened the portal, Shuyang turned and, accompanied by Urgu, stepped into the spiritual realm. Haocheng and Yangyiexing vanished behind them. Once the matters at hand were concluded, he could return. Should the devourer remain unresolved, he would make another trip. Shuyang began to formulate a plan in his mind. He had arranged with Jean Mating and others to assist in their departure, and he had previously communicated with Inshou for assistance. Inshou held considerable power and influence, controlling a substantial territory in the real world. Shuyang had requested his help in finding a suitable place where numerous women could be accommodated. As for his protective charges, Shuyang would attend to them in due time. "Shuyang, I have arranged a place for your women. I will send you the address. From now on, the entire Weian Street in Jingdu City is yours." Inshou proclaimed confidently over the phone. Shuyang frowned slightly, but still expressed his gratitude politely. "Thank you. No need for thanks. It's settled. In our next life, I will have a main establishment in Jingdu City. We shall meet there. I have also arranged for the individuals you wish to protect to meet at a bar in Jingdu City." With that, Inshou ended the call. "Boss, why you seem so unhappy?" Ergo, who was nearby, heard that Inshou had already arranged a place for Shi Yang. Yet Shi Yang's expression was far from cheerful. Speaking of Inshou, Ergo was well aware of this individual. The Haocheng bar was renowned, and its leader, Inshou, had a reputation for enhancing his abilities through cybernetic modifications, boasting the formidable immortal body of Si and Wei Sitan. His prowess was significant, earning him considerable respect among the Guardians. As the capital of Huaxia, Kyoto City is bustling with people and boasts a thriving economy. The land here is incredibly valuable, and with a mere mention, Inshou had seemingly gifted Shi Yang an entire street. How could you not be pleased, boss? A gift like this? Egu questioned. A gift? The most valuable thing in this world is free, Shi Yang replied. I have no personal connection with Inshou. His assistance, without any expectation of reward, is perplexing. Previously, I had hoped to earn some points at Yong Yixing He to repay him, but he never even brought it up. Understanding dawned on Ergo. Indeed, it's clear you see things more clearly, but what could that fellow want? I have no idea, Shi Yang admitted. It was unlikely he would grasp Inshou's intentions. I've heard he is at the 5th stage, significantly inferior to your level. Is it possible he is aware of your capabilities? Ergo pondered this. If he is aware of your strength, it makes sense. He might be hoping to curry favor with a master like you. Unlikely, liasarta. While Inshou's cybernetic eye has some analytical capabilities, it cannot discern the true strength of its owner. He must have other motives. What those motives are is no longer important. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Debts of gratitude must eventually be repaid, at the very least. If he requests my assistance later, I shall comply, Shi Yang concluded. A throng of women gathered around Shi Yang, their elegance captivating. Arriving in this new world, the women from the small nation were in awe of Huaxia's splendor. Initially, Shi Yang planned to find a spacious house to accommodate them, but the women, possessing normal sensibilities, were not content to remain in a confined space. As they gathered, their talk of the future grew increasingly animated. Prior to their arrival, Ji Meiting had requested Shi Yang to consider opening a milk tea shop with Xiao Min and her daughter, Luo, Su Li, Xiao Xiao, and Su Zhangshu expressed a desire to establish a pet store, while Chen Shu Lin and Lu Shu Ying wished to launch a bookstore. Ideally, they wanted to be in close proximity, allowing Shi Yang to visit them effortlessly. Additionally, Che Zhu, she was mysteriously packed away in a large box, with Jean Mei Ting promising that once she had trained her further, she would provide Shi Yang with a delightful surprise. In response to the women's requests, Shi Yang sought assistance. Having no connections to influential figures, he turned to Inshou, who generously provided him with a street. Wei Street, while not in the city center, was still within the second ring, bustling with shops and foot traffic, making it a splendid location for the women to pursue their endeavors. Inshou also arranged transportation to bring the ordinary women into Kyoto City. While Shi Yang could fly, it was wiser to maintain a low profile in the real world. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Jean Meiting and the others expressed their reluctance. I have matters to attend to. This lady sent by Inshou will assist you in settling down and establishing your businesses. If all goes well, I will return to visit you soon. Shi Yang reassured them. Reluctantly, the women accepted his decision. Ergo, please stay in the spatial ring for a while. I need to discuss some business, Shi Yang instructed, and Ergo complied, entering Shi Yang's spatial ring. As he prepared to leave, Shi Yang sent a message to Chun Qianxian, arranging to meet her in Kyoto City at Wei Street. The headquarters of the Guardians resided in Kyoto, with the majority of their records and personnel conveniently located there, which explained why Inshou had chosen to meet Shi Yang at the Haocheng bar. With 10 minutes remaining before their appointment, Shi Yang arrived at the bar. I appreciate punctuality, little brother, Inshou said, relaxed in a prime booth, cigar in hand, gesturing for Shi Yang to approach. Thank you for helping me find a location. If you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Has the person I need to protect arrived? Shi Yang wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Your willingness is more than enough for me, little brother. I admire your straightforwardness, and I would like to befriend you. As for the guest, she will arrive in about 10 minutes, so there is no need to rush, Inshou replied, offering Shi Yang a cigarette from his pack. Shi Yang accepted and lit it, drawing a deep breath. Inshou chuckled. You are also a man of character. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. With your looks and strength, it is only natural to have several beautiful companions. Shi Yang considered explaining his situation, but opted to remain silent, enjoying the smoke. Ah, what's wrong with a man enjoying the company of women? Insho assumed Shi Yang was merely shy. Just then, a subordinate approached Insho, announcing, "Boss, Director Su has arrived." "Good, please let her in," Insho said without hesitation, displaying an open demeanor in his conversation with his subordinate. After giving instructions, Insho turned to Shi Yang with a serious expression. "Little brother, may I ask about your current level of strength?" Insho refrained from scanning Shi Yang with his cybernetic eye. He understood that if Shi Yang perceived such an action, it could breed resentment. To foster a comfortable rapport, Insho opted for a direct inquiry. "For stages, beginner," Shi Yang replied, not disclosing the full truth. "For stages." The revelation startled Insho, as previous records indicated Shi Yang was at the 3rd stage. In such a short time, his growth was astonishing. Within the Guardians, many factions existed, and with his strength, Shi Yang could easily carve out a territory under Insho's leadership. Currently, Insho had 8 subordinates, all at the 4th stage, with the strongest among them reaching the advanced 4th stage. Yet, Shi Yang was a newcomer, and to possess such strength was remarkable. "Ah, little brother, your prowess is extraordinary. I previously dispatched 2 3rd-stage guardians to protect Director Su. If she knew you, a 4th-stage adept, was safeguarding her, she would surely be delighted." Insho praised before shifting the conversation. "However, I have not disclosed the truth to Director Su. She is unaware that you have drawn the attention of the Tian Yuan family's guardians. I want to give you a heads up, as it may affect her cooperation with you in the future." "Thank you," Shi Yang responded, grateful for Insho's thorough consideration. "No need for formalities. When Director Su arrives, I will take my leave. I have other matters to attend to and must advance the next world's progress." As the words fell, Insho's subordinate led a well-dressed, graceful middle-aged woman into the booth. "Long time no see, Director Su. How have you been lately?" Insho greeted warmly. "Mr. In, thank you for your concern. Thanks to your care, everything has been well," Su Lily replied respectfully. Although she was the director of the headquarters staff, she was not Insho's subordinate. The Guardians operated independently from the government, their existence beyond the reach of ordinary people. Each time Insho addressed her as director was a gesture of respect. Otherwise, a common woman would hardly dare to take on such a title under Insho. Within the Great Wall Watch, Insho's influence was considerable. The organization of the Guardians differed from that of ordinary people, yet if one were to consider all the Guardians, including those in logistics and support roles, Insho commanded several hundred individuals, making him a significant force within the Guardians. Su Lily was well aware of this, and her continued survival depended on Insho's protection. "Well, I mentioned a while ago that I found a master to assist in ensuring your safety," Insho said, gesturing towards Shi Yang. "Allow me to introduce him. Shi Yang, I hadn't mentioned before, is a beginner at the 4th stage." "Hello." Upon hearing Shi Yang's level of expertise, Su Lily's eyes lit up. She had been pleased to learn that a master would be protecting her, but upon hearing Shi Yang's credentials, her joy transformed into elation. She hurriedly extended her hand to shake his, and Shi Yang gently grasped it before releasing. "Feel free to discuss which areas you would like Shi Yang to oversee." "I must take my leave now," Insho stated. He had other matters to attend to and had already shown exceptional dedication by facilitating this introduction. Once Insho departed, the surrounding subordinates distanced themselves from the booth. After the service staff delivered a refreshing cocktail to both Shi Yang and Su Lily, they discreetly withdrew. "Merci, Yang. I am truly delighted to have a guardian of your caliber to assist me," Su Lily expressed. "You may simply call me Shi Yang." Misunderstanding that Shi Yang was unaware of her situation, Su Lily recounted the events. "The people from the island nation are relentless in seeking revenge. The head of the Tian Yuan family cannot swallow this humiliation and has been covertly threatening me to hand over the list of guardians who participated in Jinling Shursen Chai. The country has issued warnings, but since it was the Huaxia guardians who eliminated many of their members, we appear to be in the wrong, leaving me no choice but to seek alternative assistance. I know I am just an ordinary person, yet I am still a Huaxia citizen. My husband was a guardian before he passed away. I cannot simply hand over the list of my country's guardians to the islanders. What puzzles me the most is why the islanders can come to our country and threaten you. Yang inquired, perplexed. May I call you Yang? Su Lili asked, feeling a bit shy. Although she appeared significantly older than Yang, she could not help but feel a sense of restraint in the presence of an extraordinary guardian. Of course, he replied. I understand that you must be quite dissatisfied with the country's stance, being threatened by mere islanders without retaliating. It must feel quite constraining, correct? Indeed, Yang acknowledged. There are many complexities involved, possibly related to politics and international reputation, but those are secondary concerns. The primary issue is that we are in the wrong, and thus, we cannot afford to speak too boldly. The country has yet to investigate who killed the guardians from the Tianyuan family, nor have they demanded the perpetrators to surrender. Their stance is quite apparent. While there is no overt assistance, Mr. Inshou's help is clearly tacitly approved by the upper echelons of the Great Wall Watch, Su Lili explained. She held no significant resentment towards the country, recognizing that those in charge of managing guardian information must sometimes bear the risks. Then if the upper echelons have tacitly approved it, why not simply hand over the list of Huaxia guardians who participated in Jinling Sanchai? Let the guardians who killed the islanders bear the risk rather than burdening you. A vulnerable woman, Yang suggested. It is not that I do not want to, but I cannot. Su Lili's smile turned bittersweet. From any perspective, I cannot hand it over. From a national standpoint, everyone knows what the islanders' guardians are doing in the lower worlds. Their acts of aggression are clear to us all. However, guardians possess the ability to traverse worlds, making them difficult to counter, and our anger is futile. Furthermore, while the upper echelons of the Great Wall Watch may not voice it, they would not want me to disclose the list. If I were to do so, what would be the difference between me and a traitor? I would offend my own country's guardians. Given the islanders' treachery, even if I handed over the list, it is highly likely that I, as an ordinary person, would not survive. Firmly standing my ground may offer some hope. Thus, whether from a moral perspective or a personal one, I cannot hand over the list of guardians who participated in Jinling Sanchai. Very well, from now on, I will protect your safety closely and ensure that the islanders cannot harm you. Yang vowed earnestly. Yang, thank you, truly, thank you. Su Lili expressed her heartfelt gratitude. A fourth-stage guardian willing to protect an ordinary person left her at a loss for words. However, she wished to request Yang's protection not for herself. What I ask of you is to protect my daughter. Your daughter? Yes, my daughter Yanya. Su Lili nodded. I have 2 guardian masters arranged by Mr. Inshou to protect me. Here in Huaxia, the islanders are not brazen enough to send overwhelming forces to kill me, so my safety is assured. However, my daughter is a bit mischievous. She often thinks nothing serious will happen, likes to go out, and refuses protection. That is why I requested Mr. Inshou for additional assistance to protect her. After speaking, Su Lili anxiously looked at Yang, fearing he might refuse. No problem. I can protect your daughter. Yang immediately agreed. Really? Thank you. Upon hearing Yang's response, Su Lili felt a weight lift from her heart. Facing her overwhelming gratitude, Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable, thinking, you need not thank me. This is something I owe you. In the late hours, in a villa district on the outskirts of Kyoto, Yang sat cross-legged in the spacious living room. Beautiful new world is merely a lower world. The devourers slain there are not formidable, and the power acquired through the heavenly path incarnation does not amount to much, barely gathering an ounce of strength. Even after absorbing it, Yang's strength remained unchanged. Boss, are we just going to wait here? Ergo complained of boredom. Yang tossed him a set of JianbingGuozi from his spatial ring, and the previous tedium quickly dissipated. As long as he could eat JianbingGuozi, Ergo didn't mind waiting. Those 2 protecting Su Lili. Why do I feel they are unreliable? Ergo remarked while munching on the JianbingGuozi. Indeed, it feels unreliable. Their 3rd-stage strength is clearly insufficient. It would be better for the master to protect them. With the master's strength, those islanders wouldn't stand a chance. Xiao Ai chimed in, unexpectedly agreeing with Ergo. Yang shared these concerns, knowing that his true strength far exceeded that of Inshou subordinates. However, How could he approach Qinshu about this? Would it be appropriate to tell him, "Your subordinates are inadequate. Just entrust them to me"? Qinshu dedicated considerable effort to safeguarding Su Lily. Even though Shi Yang possessed greater strength, it would be inappropriate to disregard the dignity of others, would it not? Indeed, Shi Yang's reluctance to openly acknowledge this was merely for the sake of maintaining Qinshu's reputation, which he truly did not require. He could have simply cast a protective spell around Su Lily and focused on safeguarding Yin Yi instead. Prior to their arrival at Su Lily's residence, Qinshu had instructed his subordinates to heed Shi Yang's commands regarding the protection of Su Lily. Initially, the two guardians felt somewhat dissatisfied. Yet upon hearing Qinshu clarify Shi Yang's level of power, they had no further objections. Regardless of circumstances, whether individual or national, the measure of one's strength remains the ultimate criterion by which significance is assessed, and this principle holds true at all times. The weather was pleasant that evening. Shi Yang, opting not to engage in the discussions with Xiao, Ai, and Ergo, ventured alone to the poolside. Leaning against a pillar, he savored the gentle evening breeze while gazing at the luminous moon hanging high above. "Brother, care for a smoke?" The guardians, having completed a full day of watch over their charge, were about to descend for a moment's respite when they noticed Shi Yang leaning against the stone pillar. "Thank you," Shi Yang replied as he accepted the cigarette from Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan produced a lighter, igniting Shi Yang's cigarette before lighting his own and Wang Haocheng's. The kerosene lighter was uniquely designed, larger than typical models, featuring a robust shell and a surface adorned with intricate brass reliefs, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of vintage lighters. A Constantine lighter? Wang Haocheng, recognizing the lighter immediately, noted that Qin Xuan had long desired it, now finally acquired. Qin Xuan beamed with pride, acknowledging that the lighter's practical utility paled in comparison to its commemorative value. The lighter, as depicted in Hell Detective, was imbued with extraordinary powers to enhance spiritual sensitivity. While it bore limited utility for the predominantly martial and spiritual guardians of Huaxia, it was of considerable significance to their Western counterparts, justifying its hefty price of 2,000 points. "What do you think? Is it handsome?" Qin Xuan struck a pose as he spoke. "Please spare me," Wang Haocheng retorted without hesitation. "With that big head and thick neck, and such sparse hair, you should refrain from trying to be cool. Clearly, you are envious of my Constantine," Qin Xuan mused, feeling rather pleased with himself. "It's the lighter that's cool, not you. Only in the hands of a truly handsome individual does it shine. In your grasp, it merely seems wasted. Do you grasp this concept?" Wang Haocheng, as a playful friend, unabashedly mocked Qin Xuan. "You guys are something else." Shi Yang exhaled a plume of smoke, his casual remark interrupting their banter. Startled, the two men became serious, scanning their surroundings, yet their senses detected no suspicious presence. Unbeknownst to them, a stealthy figure in Shi Yang's perception remained oblivious to being discovered. Logically, having two third-stage guardians assigned to protect an ordinary individual was already a considerable precaution. Yet who would have anticipated a sixth-stage elite would be stationed to guard an ordinary woman? This unexpected visitor, adeptly disguised as an owl, demonstrated remarkable stealth. In Shi Yang's awareness, the owl bore no incongruity, indicating a flawless transformation. Unlike the mimetic nature of the black light virus that Shi Yang possessed, this was an intrinsic change. Drawing from the anime world rooted in the Island Nation-esque narrative, could it be akin to a zoan-type devil fruit? Wang Haocheng and Qin Xuan, aware of Shi Yang's superior strength, recognized that the presence was beyond their sensory range. "How many?" Qin Xuan inquired. "Only one, likely here for reconnaissance," Shi Yang replied with calm assurance. "Should we eliminate him?" Wang Haocheng added. "No need. Just remain by Madame Su's side. If there are others behind this reconnaissance, I will handle it," Shi Yang concluded, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray atop the trash bin. Understood. The two men had no objections. They were pleased to defer to Shi Yang's superior capabilities. Having said that, Qin Xuan and Wang Haocheng returned to the second floor, taking their seats on the sofa outside Su Lily's room. "Boss, what were you discussing just now?" Ergo, having been munching on a pancake, noticed Shi Yang, Qin Xuan. and Wang Haorong outside, smoking, and inquired with curiosity. Just some idle chatter, nothing of consequence. However, scouts from the Tianyuan family have already arrived. Oh, where, boss? Ergo surveyed the dark surroundings, discernibly anxious. Over there, Shi Yang indicated subtly with a tilt of his head. Boss, that's a bit strange. Ergo was unfazed by the presence of a scout. If Shi Yang was not concerned, why should he be? Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar. Shi Yang concurred without probing further. Oh, you know what I mean, boss? What you referred to as strange must pertain to Madame Su inviting me to protect her daughter. Yet we have yet to see her at all, correct? Shi Yang understood Ergo's implication, recognizing the singular point of curiosity. Precisely. You were asked to protect her daughter. Yet there's no sighting of her. Does that not seem odd? Nothing strange about it. Madame Su informed me before sleeping that Yin Ye went out to play with friends and may not return until tomorrow morning. Goodness, is she truly so carefree? Her friend's birthday? That friend's father is also a guardian. Given this context, it was inevitable that Madame Su would relent to her daughter's persistent pleas. Our mission commences only upon Yin Ye's return tomorrow morning. I see. But if she has already been targeted by the Tianyuan family and does not return tomorrow, does that mean our mission will fail, boss? I recently visited her friend's residence. There is no sign of any individuals from the island nation in the area, so we are not at that point yet. Since they have become friends, it is certain that Yin Ye's friend lives nearby. With Shi Yang's speed and perception, he could effortlessly ascertain their situation. In the early hours, Shi Yang remained awake, having long since transcended the need for sleep. Wang Haorong and Qin Chuan alternated between resting and keeping watch, while Shi Yang could hear the steady breaths of Su Lily as she slept in the first-floor hall. Pouring himself a cup of fine liquor and lighting a cigarette, Shi Yang found moments of tranquility to be quite torturous. In the stillness, his thoughts would inevitably drift, recalling the things he held dearest. Boss, what are you doing? Ergo inquired, observing Shi Yang as he smoked and drank while tinkering with a mask. Carving a mask, Shi Yang gently blew away the wood shavings that had settled on his hands. With a soft whoosh, the shavings scattered, marring the pristine floor of Su Lily's living room. A mask with delicate features and a slender visage lay before Shi Yang, momentarily entrancing him. With a mere flicker of energy, he could elevate his carving skills to a master level, producing merely superficial trinkets. Yet this mask evoked a profound sense of reflection, akin to gazing into a mirror. Shi Yang had never sought to evade. That path was his to traverse. Gently donning the mask, he approached the expansive mirror in the living room, staring at the familiar face. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his fingers tracing the cheek of the mask, his expression devoid of sorrow for the past, filled instead with unwavering resolve. This was the visage of one destined for greatness. Perhaps he was not yet the great sage equal to heaven. Yet there would come a day when he would be. Boss, with such a mask, aren't you wasting your handsome face? Ergo expressed his confusion over Shi Yang's solemn demeanor regarding the mask. What? Is it unattractive? Shi Yang responded with satisfaction. It has nothing to do with looks, boss. You are human, but that mask clearly resembles a monkey. With my extensive experience, I rate your attractiveness at 84 out of 100 among men, because you do have a touch of 6. Covering your face like this is a waste. Ergo lamented. Well, it's better to cover up. I find this face more pleasing to the eye, Shi Yang admitted, feeling a lift in spirits thanks to Ergo's company. Shi Yang had always been quiet, at times resembling a closed-off gourd. With Ergo by his side, he felt the atmosphere become more vibrant. Why not just transform directly? You can change your appearance at will, so why bother with a mask? Ergo reasoned. You make a valid point. But I do not wish to alter my current form into that appearance, Shi Yang replied calmly. Before long, it was 8 in the morning. Shi Yang remained seated in the living room, legs crossed in meditation. By around 6, servants had begun to arrive quietly to clean and prepare breakfast. The presence of Shi Yang, Qin Chuan, and Wang Haorong, 3 formidable men, might have puzzled the servants, but they refrained from asking questions. When faced with such a uniquely positioned employer, they understood that household matters were none of their concern. Their duty was simply to perform their roles. Su Lily maintained a regular routine and had risen punctually at 8. Qin Chuan and Wang Haorong joined Shi Yang at the table, and Su Lili invited everyone to breakfast. While Qin Chuan and Wang Haorong were eager, Shi Yang politely declined. Curiosity surrounded Shi Yang's mask, yet no one dared to inquire. As the strongest among them, everyone understood the potential repercussions of offending him with impertinent questions. During breakfast, Su Lili distractedly ate while glancing at the time. She promised to be back by 8. That girl, Su Lili thought, slightly vexed. By the time she was seated at the dining table, it was already 8:30, prompting her to pull out her phone to call her daughter. However, before she could dial, Shi Yang sensed a girl approaching the villa's entrance, extracting a house key from her handbag. "Mom, I'm back." Yan Yi's voice carried the youthful, vibrant characteristic of a high school girl. At this age, girls often possess a higher pitch, resonating with clarity and energy, yet remaining gentle to the ears. "Xiaoyu, why are you so late?" Su Lili's words, though reproachful, were imbued with palpable concern. "I woke up a bit late this morning." Yan Yi glanced at the two men at the table. She was uncomfortable with strangers in her home, especially peculiar men. Her gaze swept over the table and lingered for a moment on Shi Yang, who wore the mask on the sofa. With a slight grimace, she couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, "Mom keeps saying there might be danger, that these people are here to protect us, yet look at this bizarre appearance. I wonder where they dug him up from." She was too young to have encountered true superhumans. Although she had heard of the Haocheng Guardian among the aristocracy, the discreet nature of the Guardians meant that many young people were unaware of the power within the organization. "Did you encounter any mishaps on your way home?" Su Lili inquired, contemplating arranging a few bodyguards for her daughter. But would ordinary bodyguards be effective against the Guardians? "No, I'm fine. I'm heading to my room now," Yan Yi replied impatiently. At 18, she was youthful and radiant. While visiting a friend's house, her attire and makeup were minimal, consisting merely of ordinary athletic wear. Yet her stature and the quality of her skin made her stand out. Her petite, delicate face was framed by oversized glasses that, rather than giving her a studious look, accentuated her vivacity. "Would you like to have breakfast?" Su Lili asked. "No, I'm not very hungry," Yinia said before quickly running upstairs. Su Lili Said, casting a helpless glance at her daughter, then slowly approached Shi Yang, slightly bowing in apology. "Mr. Shi Yang, I apologize for my daughter's youth and lack of manners. If she has offended you in any way, please do not take it to heart." Yan Ye scrutinized Shi Yang, her disdain evident, which caused Su Lili to worry, fearing she might irritate him. "There's no need for concern. From now on, I will closely monitor Miss Yin and do my utmost to protect her," Shi Yang assured, seemingly unfazed. "Thank you," Su Lili replied, feeling that Shi Yang, though appearing cold, was actually quite amiable. Those with strength often possess a certain pride, a truth Su Lili well understood. Previously, when Qin Chuan and Wang Haorong had come to protect her, Yinia had also acted inappropriately, leading Su Lili to apologize profusely to them to avoid further issues. Qin Chuan and Wang Haorong were only there on orders from Yin Shou. They did not owe her family anything. Hence, after that incident, Su Lili had a serious talk with Yan Yi. Yet now, with Shi Yang's arrival, it was apparent that Yan Yi had reverted to her old habits. Once Yan Yi returned to her room, she felt a bit down and turned on the sound system. In the ancient wood and sandalwood cottage, scriptures are recited slowly. Brocade garments and splendid attire, sleeves wide as a heart. In the woods, the lute plays gently. The mountains understand my joys and sorrows. Tears fall like rain, revealing the past that cannot be severed. In the rain of falling flowers, your drifting beauty and fragrant petals evoke memories of yesteryear. I wish to drift like floating duckweed, lying in the heart of the lake, just to accompany you, rippling through the currents of time. Shi Yang had previously enjoyed listening to Su Song's songs, appreciating both the melody and the lyrics. He was surprised to find that this age group of girls still relished such music. Unable to suppress a sigh, he realized that today, Yinia seemed particularly irritable. Not far behind her, Shi Yang followed her closely. No matter where she went, he maintained a respectful distance. Annoyed, Yinia shot a glance over her shoulder at Shi Yang, stomped her foot, and turned into a restroom at the mall. Shi Yang had no inclination to follow. He was merely fulfilling Su Lily's request to protect her daughter. What else would the tight follow? Afraid to enter the women's restroom? Yin Ye provocatively remarked as she exited the restroom. It was a Sunday, and the weather was pleasant. Yin Ye intended to spend the day shopping. Before she left, her mother had seriously informed her that Shi Yang was there specifically for her protection, would stay by her side, and urged her to treat him with respect. Implicitly, she indicated that Shi Yang was a stronger guardian than Qin Chuan or Wang Hao. Initially, Yin Ye had attempted to be somewhat reserved around Shi Yang. But after a while, his silence revealed his character, and her spoiled nature quickly resurfaced. As Shi Yang remained unassuming, she began to feel irritated with him. In response to Yin Ye's challenges, Shi Yang remained indifferent, his focus on the surroundings. Yin Ye huffed, feeling frustrated, yet apart from expressing her emotions. She had no leverage over Shi Yang. She believed she did not require protection, especially not from someone perceived as odd. But how could she express that to her mother? Do you know the value of what you have? Having my boss protect you is your fortune. How dare you speak to him like that? Ergo couldn't hold back any longer. I don't need protection. The security in Huaxia is such that no one would attempt to abduct me in broad daylight. Yin Ye retorted. Adolescents in their formative years often exhibit a lack of clear values, humility, and can appear somewhat naive or oblivious to the world around them. Despite their family's guidance on what is deemed right, they tend to rebel and act contrarily. During this phase, children frequently stumble, allowing their mistakes to impart valuable lessons, ultimately leading to personal growth. Initially, Ergo's ability to speak surprised Yin Ye, albeit only momentarily. Yin Ye, possessing a strong capacity for acceptance, reasoned that with modern technology, finding a talking dog should not be overly challenging. Boss, I request a one-on-one challenge with her. Ergo bared its teeth, although it lacked prowess in combat. It felt confident facing the slender girl. There is no need to argue with her, Shi Yang calmly remarked. Indeed, the boss is right. What is there to quarrel about with a girl who is all hair and little wisdom? Ergo scoffed, tossing its head dismissively, which infuriated Yin Ye. Who are you calling all hair and little wisdom? Yin Ye's face flushed crimson. Unable to conceal her emotions, she erupted at the slightest provocation. Zisuan? Before Yin Ye could continue her retort with Ergo, a female classmate passed by, and she instantly recognized her. Zixian? Noticing that Zixian did not respond, she called out again. Xiaoyu? Zixian turned towards the sound and spotted Yin Ye. You're here shopping too? I didn't expect to see you. Yin Ye, uninterested in exchanging barbs with Ergo, quickly approached Zixian and took her hand. Although their relationship was merely cordial as classmates, not quite close friends, the presence of Shi Yang and Ergo had been irksome, making Zixian's appearance feel particularly comforting. Yes, my previous backpack was damaged, so I'm looking to buy a new one. Zixian, feeling a bit shy due to Yin Ye's sudden enthusiasm, was caught off guard. Looking for a backpack? I know of a particularly nice one. Let me take you to see it. Yin Ye shot a displeased glare at Shi Yang and Ergo, disregarding Zixian's hesitance as she pulled her towards the luxury goods section of the mall. Does this girl even have any sense? Ergo observed Yin Ye's actions, shaking its head in disbelief. Mrs. Su, responsible for administrative duties at the Great Wall, was already quite privileged among ordinary people. Young Miss Yin, having grown up in a favorable environment, was naturally unaware of the struggles faced by most ordinary families. Shi Yang maintained an objective perspective, feeling no inclination to intervene, as this was a personal matter for Yin Ye. This one, right here, Yin Ye exclaimed, pointing at a sophisticated black and gray printed backpack in the Gucci showcase. The craftsmanship was exquisite and the stitching meticulous. It seemed a commendable choice, but the glaring price of 9,800 yuan nearly blinded Zixian. I previously used this model. The quality is decent, and it looks good. Let us go with this one. Yin Ye thought she was doing a good deed and looked at Zixian with an expectant gaze. Zixian felt quite awkward, unsure how to respond to Yin Ye's enthusiasm. Dressed plainly and without makeup, she was puzzled as to how Yin Ye perceived her as suitable for such a luxurious item. What? Don't you like this one? Yin Ye, oblivious to the crux of the issue, assumed Zixian merely had a preference against it and suggested looking at other bags. No, I can't afford such an expensive bag, Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having intended to visit the stationery section before being led here by Ye. She understood that Ye bore no ill intent and did not aim to put her in an uncomfortable position. The cost of living in Jingdu was higher, with an abundance of wealthy individuals, yet that did not mean everyone was affluent. The vast majority were still ordinary families striving to make ends meet. Ye, accustomed to associating with friends from well-off backgrounds, had developed this habit. Upon hearing Xian's response, she finally recognized her misstep. Glancing at the price, she realized she had been flustered by Ergo's remarks and had overlooked other circumstances. Ye paused. While this bag is nice, its practicality may not be sufficient. Let us look elsewhere. I'm sure. Xian sensed Ye meant no harm, and since she had redirected the conversation to consider Xian's feelings, there was no need to dwell on the earlier incident. The two shared laughter as they walked towards the stationery section, followed closely by Ergo and Shiyang. Though Ye's family was well off, she did not exhibit the arrogance often associated with certain wealthy youths. It appeared she was relatively kind-hearted, albeit a tad headstrong. Ergo commented candidly, "As for kindness, it's too early to tell, but she does seem rather innocent." Since earlier, Xian had been aware of the peculiar duo trailing behind her. Shiyang wore a vividly realistic monkey mask that made him impossible to ignore. Qian had the chance to inquire about it. "Xiaoyu, is this person behind you your friend? Why is he wearing a monkey mask? It's quite strange," Xian asked curiously. "Oh, him? He is a peculiar one. My mother hired him to protect me," Ye replied without hesitation, completely disregarding her mother's admonitions. "Protect you? Is he a bodyguard?" "Well, sort of." Ye herself was uncertain whether her mother had compensated this eccentric for his services. "But he doesn't appear strong at all. Can he really protect you?" Xian assessed Shiyang, whose physique was well-proportioned but not particularly imposing, which did not align with the typical image of a bodyguard. The dog, on the other hand, was somewhat larger, yet it was just a Siberian husky. "I also doubt he is capable. If I were truly in danger, I'd probably be better off relying on Chunyanshin," Ye scoffed. Chunyanshin was also a classmate of Ye's, tall and handsome, well known for being a wealthy and attractive student. During a previous basketball match, he had played impressively. After learning a bit more about him, she discovered he was a black belt in Taekwondo, agile and fit, which had sparked a budding interest in Ye. Chunyanshin seemed to reciprocate her feelings, leading to occasional phone calls and conversations after school. "Is that so?" Xian was uncertain, as she did not know Shiyang well, but in terms of physique, Shiyang indeed lacked the height and charm of Chunyanshin. Egu, on the lookout for something to eat, would have leapt at the chance to refute Xian's claims if it could hear her thoughts. "You may say my master doesn't appear strong, but you cannot say he lacks strength or is less attractive than others." With a disdainful snort, Ergo spat a cheese roll into the trash can. "You said you wanted to eat that. The master bought it for you, and you just threw it away?" Xiao Ai floated nearby, chastising Ergo for its wasteful behavior. It was too unpleasant. After tasting the pancakes made by the master, everything else pales in comparison. Ergo wiped its mouth with a tissue. "Yet you still wasted your master's money." Xiao Ai's disapproval was not merely of the waste, but of Ergo itself. "This RMB is of no consequence to the master. All guardians receive a boundless card upon entering the organization." "What's wrong with me buying a snack?" Ergo retorted confidently. Enjoying a privileged lifestyle is a perk of being a guardian, but it is essential not to misuse the card for business ventures or to acquire substantial real estate, as it could disrupt the livelihoods of ordinary people. Certainly, expenditure should remain reasonable. After all, if one were to purchase all domestic goods in a single utterance, the nation would be unable to bear such a financial burden. Therefore, normal spending and shopping pose no issue. Desiring luxury automobiles and lavish villas is acceptable, provided it does not exceed reasonable limits. In this regard, Shiyang is truly a breath of fresh air among the guardians. While others indulge in extravagance and frolic in luxury cars during their leisure, Shiyang has, from the very beginning, utilized the card solely for mobile payments, the only purchase being the cheese roll he acquired for Ergo. With a swift motion, Shuyang playfully smacked Ergo on the head. Xiao Ai, observing from the side, relished the moment. Delibrato wastafones is inadvisable, Xiyang remarqued. Egu, timidly covering his head, cast a weak glance at Shuyang. Let's buy this one. Zixin quickly decided on a backpack, showing it to Xiao Yu before proceeding to the counter to check out. Her requirements were simple. Practicality and cost-effectiveness sufficed. How about this? It appears more appealing. Yenya suggested from behind, presenting a more aesthetically pleasing yet pricier backpack. Here, this is for you, Yenya declared, thrusting the backpack into Zixin's arms. I've already paid, just accept it. Zixin felt quite embarrassed, awkwardly grasping the backpack. Being relatively ordinary in her class, she felt somewhat out of place with Yenya. Although they sat near each other and occasionally conversed, they were not friends and had never socialized outside school. Thus, receiving such an expensive gift from Yenya made her uncomfortable. While a few hundred yuan may not warrant consideration for Yenya, it was a significant token for Zixin. In her class, where she was of average looks and background, no one had ever bestowed upon her such a gift. Just accept it. From today onward, we shall be friends. How's that sound? Yenya's gift indeed carried an apology, but her sincerity was palpable, and Zixin could feel it, nodding happily in agreement. Not far away, in the smoking area, Shuyang lit a cigarette, silently keeping watch near Yenya. Miss Yin was unpretentious, sincere, and generous, likely quite well-liked in school. Boss, I'm exhausted. Ergo sprawled on the ground, panting. Yenya and Zixin had lingered in the stationery section for only 20 or 30 minutes, while Ergo and Shuyang waited in the smoking area. Ergo's claim of fatigue was not genuine. He found accompanying the two young ladies through the mall rather tedious. Boss, look at this girl. She's so oblivious to the world, showing such a lack of appreciation towards someone as exceptional as you. Why should we continue to protect her? Ergo's words were more a vent of frustration than a sincere suggestion for Shuyang to abandon his duty. I promised her mother I would protect her. Xiyang replied unwafringly. He believed that during adolescence, a degree of tolerance was essential. She is young and has not yet witnessed the realities of the guardian world. Thus, she cannot fathom the dangers that lie ahead. Everyone requires growth. Perspectives must gradually broaden. She may be young and naive, but should I be? Boss, you make a valid point. Ergo conceded, ceasing his complaints. He understood, but merely wished to express his discontent. Yenya was genuinely pleased to become friends with Zixin. She relished the idea of having more companions, enjoying lively outings together. This very trait compelled Su Lily to seek assistance in finding additional personnel, as she had a penchant for socializing and loathed remaining cooped up at home. Wang Haocheng and Qin Chuan were assigned to protect Su Lily, yet they were unresponsive to her commands and held unfavorable views of Yenya, unwilling to spare anyone to safeguard her. Although Yenya was elated, Zixin felt conflicted. Previously, they had not been friends, and Zixin had been indifferent to certain matters. However, today she discovered that Xiao Yu was quite pleasant, and now that they were friends, should she disclose what she had observed at school? Feeling thirsty? Zixin, do you want some milk tea? My treat. Yenya took Zixin's hand, not waiting for a response before leading her away. In a cheerful mood, Yenya swung her arms as she walked, exuding a charming and sunny demeanor. Oomph. Yenya huffed, her mood dampening upon seeing Shuyang, whom she detested due to his cigarette odor. Zixin, what flavor of milk tea do you prefer? The Ida Mall, situated in the bustling heart of Kyoto, attracted a large crowd, with many patrons drawn to its diverse offerings, from retail to dining and entertainment services. Before a milk tea shop, a long queue formed. The quality remained uncertain, but Yenya reasoned that so many choices indicated it must be decent. With genuine enthusiasm, Yenya and Zixin awaited their turn, while Shuyang remained composed nearby. However, upon seeing the lengthy line, Ergo's expression immediately soured. Oh no, we have to wait, boss, he lamented. Observing Ergo's demeanor, Shuyang discreetly offered him a set of JianbingGuozi. Ergo perked up instantly, eagerly devouring the JianbingGuozi with gusto, his cheeks bulging as he chewed, occasionally glancing around furtively. Shi Yang's JianbingGuozi was a prized delicacy, and should the scent attract attention, it could cause quite a stir, necessitating utmost caution. After what felt like an eternity, Yan Ye finally received her milk tea, and she and Zixian selected a cozy spot to enjoy their drinks while chatting, occasionally stealing glances at Shi Yang. Although Shi Yang's monkey mask was peculiar, it was not excessively outlandish, and passers-by merely glanced before moving on. Shi Yang's demeanor was exceedingly meticulous. As a bodyguard, even if Yan Ye found him disagreeable, she had to concede that he was dutifully stationed nearby. This, in turn, piqued Yan Ye's curiosity. He appeared relatively young, so what lay beneath that mask? "Hey, this is for you." Yan Ye unexpectedly approached Shi Yang, offering him a cup of milk tea, to Ergo's astonishment. Shi Yang had been protecting her for quite some time now, and whether or not it was effective, his diligence was undeniable. Throughout, she had never witnessed him purchasing water, and though she said nothing, she felt a tinge of pride in buying him a cup of milk tea as a subtle gesture of appreciation. "Thank you." Shi Yang accepted it without hesitation, but did not drink. "Why do you always wear that mask? Isn't it strange?" "It's not normal at all." Yan Ye expressed her discontent, believing Shi Yang aimed to attract attention to appear unique. Ironically, if Shi Yang were to remove his mask, he might draw even more attention. "My purpose is to protect you. The mask is irrelevant to that," Shi Yang replied. Instinctively performing an action that ignited Yan Ye's ire, he inserted a straw and passed the milk tea to Ergo. To make matters worse, he then produced a beautifully ornate gourd and took a couple of sips. Ergo, unfazed, accepted the milk tea and guzzled it down. Yan Ye's expression darkened instantly. "So, you drink your own water and then give the milk tea I bought to a dog? Clearly you look down on me." "I don't need your protection. I don't need it." Ergo's intelligent gaze revealed confusion. Has she always been so fickle? After Yan Ye stormed off in anger, Ergo stroked his chin and asked Xiao AI about that cat. How high is this woman's favorability towards the boss? Initially, it was at 30, but it just dropped by 20, leaving only 10. Xiao AI felt quite disheartened. Ergo, feeling somewhat unwilling, slapped his thigh, pondering the reason behind this action. It must be the mask the boss wears. If there were any enhancement to his looks, how could it possibly only be a score of 30? No, it's already down at 10. How could her favorability still be positive after she was that furious with the boss? Ergo suddenly realized, it's normal, even if the master hides his face. The default effect of the god of love would still take effect, Xiao AI replied. Something feels off, Shi Yang murmured. Yes, it indeed feels off. I am referring to that boy, Shi Yang clarified, speaking of a matter entirely different from what Ergo had in mind, as they were not on the same wavelength. Shi Yang could not see, yet his senses remained alert to the surroundings. A boy appeared in the mall, his attention clearly fixated on Yan Ye, and he gradually approached her. What boy? Ergo followed Shi Yang's pointed direction. A boy was walking towards Yan Ye, and soon the distance shrank to merely over 20 meters. The boy wore a flattering smile and had a gift tucked in his pocket. Upon seeing Yan Ye, his eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, Yan Ye and Zixian were engrossed in their milk tea, completely oblivious to the boy drawing near from behind her. It appeared he should be a classmate at this age. Ergo discerned that this boy was of the same age as Yan Ye and seemed to harbor no ill intentions, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. He is a guardian. Shi Yang's perception was so keen that the boy's aura differed from that of ordinary people. He could only be a guardian. A guardian? What level is he, boss? Ergo immediately became serious. Probably a mid-level of the first stage, Shi Yang uttered a statement that left Ergo staggered. Stop joking, boss. Ergo nearly hurt his back from the sudden jolt. The devourers he had faced previously had not been below the 3rd stage. And the one he encountered in Yong Yixing, he was even at the 7th stage. Thus, Ergo had been spoiled by his experiences and could no longer regard a mere 1st-stage novice with any esteem. Shi Yang was uncertain of the boy's intentions. So to be cautious, he cast a small protective spell around Yan Ye. Shall you? However, the boy, upon standing 2 meters behind Yan Ye, did not advance further, but cheerfully and somewhat obsequiously called out, Jiang Yongkong? Yan Ye, seeing this clingy classmate, immediately displayed a hint of impatience. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here in the mall. Haha. Jiang Yongkong, quite familiar with her, sat down beside Yin Ye and nodded at Zixian with a smile. Coincidence? I don't think so. Yin Ye shifted her gaze elsewhere, disdainfully curling her lips. She thought this would dissuade Jiang Yongkong, but to her surprise, it did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm. By the way, Xiaoyu, I remember you posted on moments about loving a particular doll. I specifically went out to buy one for you. Jiang Yongkong pulled a gift from his pocket and handed it to Yin Ye. Zixian watched Jiang Yongkong court Yin Ye with amusement in her eyes, struggling to suppress laughter. Meanwhile, Shiyang lit another cigarette not far away. This boy seemed harmless, but his lowly demeanor toward the girl resembled that of a licking dog. Is this a trend among high school students nowadays? Yet, upon further reflection, a guardian acting like a licking dog for an ordinary girl, is that really necessary? But then again, what if Jiang Yongkong truly does have feelings for Yin Ye? What was that saying again? If one doesn't genuinely like someone, who would willingly play the licking dog? Yin Ye was genuinely annoyed with Jiang Yongkong, casting a fierce glance at Zixian, silently pleading for her friend to assist her. Zixian returned with a look of schadenfreude, indicating that Yin Ye should handle it herself. She could not intervene. The fact that Jiang Yongkong was acting as a licking dog for Yin Ye was common knowledge in their class. No, even throughout the school. Yin Ye came from a well-off family and was exceptionally beautiful during her first year in high school. She performed a piano piece at the school's New Year's gala, instantly becoming the object of admiration from many male classmates. It was at that time that Jiang Yongkong began his role as Yin Ye's licking dog, texting her 3 times a day, sending little poems to express his loyalty, replying instantly, and being available at her beck and call, persistently pursuing her. Of course, unlike a typical heartbreaker, Yin Ye had no intention of keeping Jiang Yongkong hanging. She had been consistently rejecting him. She liked Chen Yanxin and had no feelings for Jiang Yongkong whatsoever. However, taking advantage of his extraordinary guardian abilities, Jiang Yongkong had once saved Yin Ye from a fall at school, so she couldn't be too harsh with him, attempting repeatedly to explain her disinterest. But alas, it never got through. By now, even having helped her, she was utterly exasperated with Jiang Yongkong. There's no need for the gift. I was just posting casually on moments. Yin Ye forced a smile and declined. All right then, are you two still going shopping? How about I help carry your things? Jiang Yongkong eagerly suggested. No, we're going to buy some feminine products shortly. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to follow us. Yin Ye found an excuse. That's true, but I can wait outside the specialty area for you. If you have too many things, it would be inconvenient for you to carry them. Jiang Yongkong continued to persist. Really, there's no need. Yin Ye almost ground her teeth to utter those words. All right, I'll be on my way then. Xiaoyu, you and Zixian take your time shopping. If you need any help, just call me. Jiang Yongkong, seeing that Yin Ye was genuinely upset, recognized the futility of the situation and left in disappointment. The moment Jiang Yongkong departed, the typically cheerful and vibrant girl's face clouded with a hint of melancholy. Unbeknownst to Yin Ye, as Jiang Yongkong turned away from her, he instantly wiped the obsequious smile from his face, replaced by a more mature expression. When faced with unreciprocated feelings, the youthful girl gained a touch of maturity, while the seemingly gentle boy grew somewhat more cold. As he passed by Shiyang, Jiang Yongkong seemed to sense something, turning his head in confusion to glance at the smoking Shiyang. Jiang Yongkong, at his age, was always inexplicably confident, lacking a clear understanding of his own strength. Faced with Shiyang, who emitted no discernible aura, he felt an ambiguous sense of terror. What are you staring at? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes? Go threatened fiercely, holding the licking dog in disdain, utterly tarnishing his own reputation. Jiang Yongkong's eyes widened in surprise. This brother is also a guardian? As a guardian, upon witnessing an extraordinary presence, Jiang Yongkong's initial reaction was to assume the other was also a guardian. Don't get too familiar. Who is your brother? You're not worthy to call my boss your brother, you licking dog. Ergo spoke with piercing intensity, showing no mercy to Yongkong. Who is the licking dog? Don't slander me. Hearing Ergo's words, Yongkong's cheeks flushed crimson. It was already bothersome enough to play the licking dog daily for his goal. He never expected to be mocked by a fellow guardian. The boy could hardly endure this insult. Who's slandering? I'm merely stating the truth. You think you're not a licking dog? Do you want to throw a punch? Do you know what my boss is capable of? Try laying a finger on me. My boss could dismantle you in a second, you know? Dismantle you into 8 pieces. With Shuyang beside him, Ergo showed no signs of fear. Young individuals often struggle to conceal their tempers. A dog derided him with scornful disdain. Suddenly, a somewhat lean yet powerful hand landed on Yongkong's shoulder. Before Yongkong could turn to look, Shuyang had already exuded a hint of his formidable aura. Instantly, Yongkong felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. His previously fervent anger evaporated, and a chill ascended from his feet, coursing up his spine. What level of power emanated from him? He appeared ordinary, merely an eccentric man wearing a monkey mask, yet in that fleeting moment, Yongkong perceived Shuyang as a mountain. His presence nearly suffocating. Use your words, not your fists, Shuyang stated with gravity. Had Shuyang not intervened, the impetuous Yongkong would undoubtedly have clashed with Ergo. Naturally, Ergo would never submit to a sycophant like Yongkong. In fact, Ergo felt that he could probably hold his own against Yongkong, a notion that could only be attributed to his proximity to Shuyang. Now, Yongkong dared not express his ire. There's a saying, when striking a dog, one must consider its master. Regardless of how offensive Ergo's words were, with Shuyang present, he wouldn't dare retaliate. After speaking, Shuyang retracted his hand from Yongkong's shoulder. My leader is magnanimous, refraining from violence. Had I the ability, I would have ended you, worthless sycophant. Now be gone. Ergo looked at Yongkong with disdain. Hey, brother, do you smoke? Yongkong disregarded Ergo's comment, eagerly producing a pack of cigarettes to offer Shuyang. You smoke in high school? Shuyang was taken aback, puzzled by Yongkong's overt attempt to ingratiate himself. Hee. Yongkong chuckled awkwardly, relieved when Shuyang accepted the cigarette. Unbeknownst to Shuyang, this was Yongkong's first encounter with someone of such superior strength, and although Shuyang had startled him, he did not exhibit the contempt typical of a dominant figure. This demeanor led Yongkong to believe that Shuyang was a person of amiable temperament, instinctively desiring to forge a closer bond with him. If he could recognize such a formidable leader, his future prospects would surely flourish. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Ergo expressed his irritation. Brother, you misunderstand me. Yongkong instinctively almost uttered an insult, but upon seeing Shuyang, he quickly reined in his words, addressing Go politely instead. Misunderstand? Do you take me for a fool? A goose. Brother, you are unaware. I am enhancing my strength through this method. Yongkong sighed, speaking candidly. What nonsense! Who in their right mind strengthens themselves by being a sycophant? Ergo clearly did not believe him. It's true. My spirit is that of a sycophant. I must serve the goddess to achieve results, and only then can my spirit gain energy to reward me, Yongkong explained, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing Yongkong's claim, Shuyang could not suppress his surprise. Shuyang, Egu, ha. Ergo fell silent for a few moments before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. His mirth, though not excessively loud, left Yongkong feeling quite embarrassed. The sycophant grows stronger by serving others? Ha. I've never heard such an absurd notion. You are truly a character. Ergo laughed until tears streamed down his face. This method of gaining strength certainly tests one's patience, Shuyang remarked, also chuckling. Yongkong could only awkwardly join in, forcing out a couple of laughs. What can I say? That is just how my spirit operates. I have no choice. I admit I misjudged you earlier. I apologize. My friend, Ergo pretended to offer a sincere apology, but quickly succumbed to laughter once more. Brother, are you perhaps following Yin? Yongkong realized he needed to redirect the conversation before he became the subject of mockery. I am entrusted to protect her, Shuyang replied. Oh, that's a relief. I thought you had a crush on Yin. Yongkong exclaimed in gratitude. What do you mean by that? If my leader has feelings for that girl, it would be her fortune. Ergo did not believe that an ordinary girl could possess any special qualities worth a leader's affection. No, I meant that a master like you is too good for someone like Yin Ye, Yongkang remarked, glancing at Yin Ye, who was sitting nearby with her milk tea, expressing a hint of disdain. If it weren't for her good looks, I wouldn't even want to be her sycophant. She lacks discernment. If you're protecting her, do you need me to provide some information about Yin Ye at school? Yongkang inquired. Shiyang intended to decline, but Ergo's interest was piqued, then do share. Yin Ye is well liked at school, but that is merely superficial. In reality, many girls take advantage of her while speaking ill of her behind her back. Once, during a school outing, she almost fell into the water, which was actually a deliberate push by someone. I seized that opportunity to rescue her, ensuring I remained her sycophant without being blacklisted. She seems quite naive, Ergo commented. Indeed, the friends surrounding her are merely looking to gain from her status. Yet she remains oblivious. The most absurd part is that a boy named Chun Yinxin, who is a notorious scoundrel, is someone she clearly fancies, completely unaware of his insincerity. He even boasts to us that he will eventually win her over. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit sorry for her, Ergo reflected, surprised that the seemingly cheerful Yin Ye was actually oblivious to many people's true intentions at school. Brother, may I add you as a contact? If you need anything, feel free to ask, Yongkang offered, pulling out his phone. I'll add you. My leader currently cannot use a regular phone. Ergo had already become Shiyang's aide. All right. Though it feels a bit odd to add a dog as contact, I'm not picky. At least I'll have a connection with such a powerful figure, Yongkang conceded. To be honest, there is indeed something I need your assistance with, Shiyang contemplated. Please do tell. I am eager to help. Yongkang was more than willing. I need to borrow your identity for a while. Tomorrow, Yin Ye will return to school, and I originally planned to disguise myself as one of her classmates to protect her conveniently. Now that I've met you, being a well-known sycophant at school, your identity will allow me to stay close to her more discreetly, making it less likely for the Tian family to uncover anything. Huh? My identity? Yongkang did not comprehend Shiyang's intentions. Shiyang slightly altered his appearance momentarily, then returned to his original form. Wow! Yongkang was thoroughly astonished, having never seen anyone capable of changing their appearance so effortlessly. Brother, you are truly unfathomable. Absolutely no problem. As I said, if you need anything, just ask. I will definitely assist you. Thank you. Starting tomorrow, you should refrain from appearing for a while. I will let you know once my task is complete. Shiyang retrieved a book on Kongtong's sect internal martial arts from his spatial ring and handed it to Yongkang. What is this? Yongkang exclaimed, bewildered by the modern-looking book filled with internal cultivation techniques, finding it hard to believe. Who in their right mind would compile an internal cultivation manual on A4 paper and staple it together? However, considering Shiyang's identity, Yongkang felt a sense of awe and admiration. The internal skill manual of the Kongtong sect should prove to be quite beneficial for you, and consider it a token of my gratitude. Shiyang found the boy rather intriguing and decided to grant him a small favor. Do not be deceived by the humble binding. What I have given you is a genuine martial arts manual, albeit a handwritten version, Ergo remarked. Upon this revelation, Yongkang felt as though the manual in his hands was radiating a luminous glow. In the world of martial arts, which is classified as an intermediate realm, as long as it is not some third-rate martial art, achieving mastery typically requires at least 5 stages of strength. Thank you, big brother, Yongkang exclaimed, overjoyed. Indeed, associating with a powerful figure brings about a different experience. A little assistance here and there, and the big brother would casually bestow upon him some benefits. Enough for Yongkang to rise in status. If you don't mind, may I accompany you in the future? Accompany me? Shiyang had no such intention at the moment. He exchanged a glance with Ergo, signaling him for assistance. It was better to leave such matters to Ergo, as his combat prowess was not particularly strong. Yet his supportive role was quite commendable. Ahem. Hey, kid, what level are you at now? Thinking of following my boss? Ergo stepped in to block Yongkang. Understanding Shiyang's intent after spending considerable time by his side, despite the abstract nature of his signals, Yongkang felt a bit dejected, thinking perhaps the big brother looked down upon him. How about this? You can follow me first, and as for joining my boss, let's see how you perform. If you do well, it can be considered, Ergo stated with an elevated head. Shiyang was momentarily taken aback. Was Ergo really looking to recruit a little brother? He had hoped for Ergo to reject Haocheng. Was the meaning in his gaze so difficult to comprehend? All right, Haocheng responded with exuberance, completely oblivious to any underlying issues. Being a subordinate to a significant figure, even if it meant serving as a mere sidekick, was still an opportunity. Having acquired a Kong Tong sect internal manual today, who knows? Perhaps by tomorrow he could charm the dog boss and acquire a copy of Seven Injuries Fist as well. The future appeared promising. All right, prepare yourself from now on. Be at my side, ready for any task, understand? Ergo's nose nearly reached the heavens in delight. No problem, dog boss. Haocheng stood straight, eager to commence immediately. Though still young, Haocheng did not possess the characteristics of a warrior. If he truly had the potential of a fighter, how could he be recognized by the spirit of a lapdog? While he believed that loyalty was essential in the underworld, he still preferred the safety of being a devoted admirer of the goddess over engaging in fights to elevate his strength. Though it felt somewhat stifling, safety was paramount. With that, Haocheng left with high spirits. Shuyang lit another cigarette, casually remarking to Ergo, "I have no interest in taking in little brothers." How did he end up joining us? Boss, have you forgotten? You now have a whole street in Jingdu. Egu Pundut. I understand your indifferent nature and your aversion to forming cliques, but it is essential to have a few subordinates, is it not? There are many who are enamored by you. Surely, you cannot be bothered with trivial matters in the real world, right? Ergo's thoughts were quite considerate. Having previously navigated the realm of guardians, he had some understanding of such matters. However, previous masters had all been too lackluster. Now, with Shuyang's martial prowess as support, Ergo could operate freely. Rest assured, boss, I will endeavor to help you expand your influence. Thank you, Ergo. Shuyang retrieved 2 servings of JianbingGuozi from his spatial ring and tossed them to Ergo. As a spirit, it is only natural for me to consider my master. Ergo relished the JianbingGuozi, as this culinary delight fueled its motivation. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. By the way, boss, do you remember my abilities? Ergo inquired, munching on the JianbingGuozi. Isn't it selling things? Shuyang recalled Ergo's capability. Yes, it is selling things. Could you provide me with a few martial arts manuals that you know of? Just 3 or 4 would suffice. Now back in the real world, Ergo intended to leverage its abilities to earn Shuyang more points. 3 or 4. No problem. Shuyang immediately retrieved 4 handwritten manuals from his spatial ring. The 8 major sects possess a plethora of martial arts. There are dozens of sword techniques alone, not to mention various forms of fist and leg techniques, as well as an array of weaponry. Extracting 3 or 4 manuals was a trivial task. All right, boss. Watch as I utilize this initial capital to earn you a fortune. Ergo's ability primarily required startup capital. Previous masters had been too feeble, and even if it could sell low-tier items at a premium, the initial points were always limited. Ergo's skill could sell an item for twice or thrice its actual price, depending on the buyer's wariness, but it would always sell. To Shuyang, these martial manuals were not of great significance, as he had already reached a level of formidable prowess. In reality, these few manuals would easily fetch at least 10,000 points in the organization S marketplace. They were intermediate-level martial arts manuals, capable of mastering them and confronting entities from worlds such as Tokyo Ghoul, Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, or Attack on Titan. This is not an exaggeration. A soldier standing at 1.60 meters, leveraging human limits and maneuvering equipment, could slay titans without breaking a sweat. Mastery of martial arts would render such devices unnecessary. Are you planning to disguise yourself as Haocheng to accompany me to school? After finishing shopping and bidding a reluctant farewell to Zishuan on the way back, Yin Ye learned of this news. Yes, Shuyang affirmed. How can you assume Haocheng's identity? Your physique is different, your appearance is uncertain, but it is assuredly not the same, and your demeanor differs as well. How can you pull off this disguise? Yin Ye expressed her skepticism and was particularly averse to being watched while at school. Shuyang then demonstrated his transformation ability. Yin Ye's worldview was shattered. Could superpowers truly exist? Witnessing real extraordinary abilities, she began to doubt her previous remarks. Shuyang appeared frail. Yet could he truly not defeat Qin Yinshin? However, If Shuyang's only ability was transformation and his combat prowess was lacking, she still felt Chen Yinxin might not lose. I would prefer you not to accompany me. What issues could arise at school? The security there is quite strict, and furthermore, if someone were to wish me harm, would they not refrain from acting in school for fear of implicating innocence? Yin Ye retorted stubbornly. First and foremost, I must remind you that the school security is not as stringent as you believe. Secondly, if someone truly intends to harm you, they would not care whether it is within the school, nor would they concern themselves with innocent bystanders. Shuyang replied earnestly. You all keep speaking of danger. Where exactly is this danger after such a long time? Yin Ye thought Shuyang made a valid point, yet she could not allow herself to appear weak. Even if she had to bicker, she would not yield. I'm not seeking your agreement. I am merely informing you. Regardless of your consent, I will protect you in school under Yongkang's identity. With that, Shuyang turned and walked away. Yin Ye, despite her strength, found herself powerless. She recognized Shuyang's words as truth. This was not a negotiation, but a declaration. Her mother, Su Lily, exhibited an unervingly favorable attitude towards these individuals, so Yin Ye understood that once Shuyang made a suggestion, even if she protested to her mother, she would still consent. Upon returning home, Yin Ye sulked as she retreated to her room, weakly resting on the piano. She occasionally pressed a few keys. The clear and bright chime of the piano only accentuated Yin Ye's inner turmoil. Taking out her phone, she sent a message to Chen Yinxin and her friends in the group chat. So annoying. The message was accompanied by a distressed emoji. Chen Yinxin had not responded to Yin Ye's message for quite some time, leading her to believe he might be busy. However, replies from her friends came swiftly. What's wrong? Xiao Yu? Who's bothering our Ye? Is it Chen Yinxin? I'll go deal with him. Zhao Mingyue's words were filled with vigor. Yesterday, Yin Ye had spent the night at her friend's house, which belonged to Zhao Mingyue. With a father who was a protector, Zhao Mingyue's family was relatively well off, and outwardly, she was also the closest friend to Yin Ye. It's not Yinxin. It's my mother who specifically found me a rather odd bodyguard. He is strange, has a peculiar temperament. And not only does he wear a monkey mask, but he also has a talking dog. Yin Ye complained about Shuyang. Huh? Is there really such a bizarre bodyguard? Zhao Mingyue responded with a surprised emoji. I hope your mom hasn't been scammed. Aren't there many so-called experts online who look weird and end up deceiving people? Li Yin expressed her concern. Yes, we should be careful. How much does he charge for protecting Ye? Tan Xian chimed in. Well, about that. Yin Ye recalled Shuyang's ability to casually change his appearance and defended him, saying he is indeed strange, but he should have some skills. And it seems he doesn't charge at all? Yin Ye felt somewhat uncertain, but she had indeed asked her mother during their argument. And her mother had confirmed that the individuals protecting them were not charging any fees. Oh no, it seems this scammer has a clever script. The three girls were skeptical that a bodyguard wearing a monkey mask could possess any real capability. Yeah, haven't you heard? The free stuff is the most expensive. If you pay a little, it might not be such a big deal, but with free services, one has to be wary of what may happen to you. After all, you are so beautiful. Zhao Mingyue expressed her worries. Does this bodyguard live in your house too? Yes, he lives at my place. I remember that only you and your mom are at home, right? Huh. What if a big man has ill intentions? What will you and your mom do? Seeing her friend's messages, Yin Ye's heart skipped a beat. She quietly got up, opened the door, and peered over the railing to glance at the living room below. Shuyang was quietly meditating, completely still. After observing for a moment, she typed, It seems he wouldn't do anything bad. One must always be cautious, yeah. Make sure to secure the doors and windows tightly at night. Okay, I know. By the way, are your assignments finished for school tomorrow? She changed the subject. For some reason, despite not liking Shuyang, Yinya instinctively felt he wouldn't do anything inappropriate towards them, nor did the two responsible for her mother's protection seem like it. I finished ages ago. I completed mine right after school on Friday. Zhao Mingyue boasted. I still have half to go. I really don't want to write it. How did you finish so early, Mingyue? Tan Xianxian typed while sitting at her desk doing homework. I just finished this morning. I stayed up very late last night. Writing assignments is so simple. After school on Friday, I casually asked the boys in class who would be willing to help me, and plenty of them were eager to write for me. Although Zhao Mingyue was not as beautiful as Yin Ye, she was still quite attractive. Charming a few innocent boys was not a challenge for her. "I'm so envious of you." Both Tan Xianxian and Li Yin expressed their admiration. As Zhao Mingyue boasted about her quick homework completion, Yin Ye felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She believed that if she didn't like someone, it was best not to engage with boys at all. Rebellious as she was, Yin Ye maintained a clear distinction in matters of gender. After chatting for a while, Yin Ye remembered her enjoyable shopping trip with Zhang Zixuan today and shared with them. "Today I went shopping with Zixuan, and I think she's really nice. Let us take her out to play together at school tomorrow." Zhang Zixuan. "Yes, I even gave her a gift. We chatted quite a bit and found we got along well." Yin Ye happily shared her day's experiences with her friends. "I heard her family is only average. Can we really hang out with her? I heard she has a bad temper and accepted your gift." They questioned, casting doubt on Zixuan's intentions. "Why are you saying this?" Yin Ye was taken aback. She was excited to share her new friend, but the three girls were disparaging Zixuan. Yin Ye felt that Zixuan was genuinely good. So why did her friends dislike her so much? Only Zhao Mingyue, Tan Xianxian, and Li Yin were in another group chat. "That Zhang Zixuan saw me with Yinxin before. Will they tell Yin Ye about it?" Zhao Mingyue felt a bit anxious. Based on Yin Ye's reaction, it seems Zhang Zixuan hasn't said anything. "If we always go out, it's Yin Ye who pays. If Mingyue secretly takes the person she likes, we might not get this treatment anymore." "All right, enough chatter. Tomorrow, let us deal with Zhang Zixuan and make her keep quiet about it. What do you think?" Zhao Mingyue proposed. "Sure, no problem. She's just a kid from an ordinary family. We can handle her easily." Tan Xianxian and Li Yin agreed nonchalantly. Zhang Zixuan was still reveling in the joy of becoming close friends with Yin Ye. Previously, she thought Yin Ye's family background would make her hard to approach. But today she discovered they got along quite well. However, she felt somewhat conflicted as she had seen Chen Yinxin with other girls and knew Yin Ye liked him. She hesitated to mention it, fearing it might upset her new friend. Little did Zhang Zixuan know, while she pondered whether to tell Yin Ye, she had already become a target in the eyes of another group of girls. In the early morning, as dawn broke and the air remained slightly chilly, students were already arriving at school for morning self-study. Many elders or parents often claim that studying is easy. In reality, this is merely a form of psychological pressure and emotional control imposed on children. Studying is not easy at all. In fact, it can be one of the most painful experiences. Those who have worked outside know that school days can often be unbearable. In comparison, factory work seems much more forgiving. Of course, some schools may have looser regulations, but for high school students, the atmosphere is already tense. Even if a school is lenient, it is not lenient by much. However, this describes the plight of ordinary people. For the children of wealthy families, the situation is naturally different. If you have a family background, how can teachers and school leaders dare to pressure you? "Good morning, Zixuan." The driver had just dropped Yin Ye off at the school gate when she ran into Zixuan, who was also headed to school, and greeted her with a smile. "Ye, have you had breakfast?" Zixuan held a bun in her hand. "Iva eat then. Let us go together to the classroom." Yin Ye naturally linked arms with Zixuan. Zixuan glanced awkwardly at Yin Ye's back. Yongkong was quietly following them with a cold expression. Today, Zixuan found Yongkong's demeanor strange. Usually, he would approach Yin Ye with a flattering smile, eager to please her, but today he appeared unusually aloof. What astonished Zixuan the most was Yin Ye's apparent indifference towards the situation. In the past, she had found Yongkong bothersome. So how could he now follow so closely behind her? "Yeah, is this still Zixuan not being able to restrain her curiosity?" she inquired. With a sigh, Yin Ye replied helplessly, "If he wishes to follow, let him be. We need not concern ourselves." "All right," Zixuan nodded. "Today, during the morning self-study, we are under Mr. Wang's watch. We should hurry. He can be quite fierce, and if we are late, we might face punishment." With that, the two quickened their pace. However, regardless of whether Zixuan and Yin Ye walked swiftly or slowly, Shuyang maintained a constant distance of 2 meters behind them, specifically following Yin Ye. Typically, Yin Ye preferred to arrive just in time for class, and Zixuan was not one for early arrivals either. Hence, when they met at the school gate, Only 2 or 3 minutes remained before class began. Had Yin been alone, she would have leisurely strolled to the classroom, unconcerned about being late. Though Mr. Wang was strict, would he truly punish her? It was only with Zixuan that Yin hastened her steps. Regrettably, if Zixuan had been alone, her usual pace would have allowed her to reach the classroom just in time. However, having grown accustomed to her leisurely pace, Yin could not hasten significantly, and they still arrived late. As they entered the classroom, confronted by Mr. Wang's dark expression, they felt a thrill of apprehension. Just as Shiyang was about to enter, a piece of chalk flew towards him, thrown by the teacher. Instinctively, Shiyang remained motionless, raising his hand slightly to deftly catch the chalk between his fingers. While Zixuan and Yin were preoccupied with finding their seats and did not notice the spectacle, many students already seated could not suppress their exclamations of awe. Shiyang's swift movement, coupled with the allure of youthful infatuation, might have elicited a different perception from his peers, but Mr. Wang, currently irate, was not inclined to overlook such behavior. "Leave," Mr. Wang commanded sharply, pointing at Shiyang. His actions only served to exacerbate the teacher's anger. Shiyang felt somewhat speechless. He had come to school merely to protect his personal space, yet here he was facing punishment. But what else could he expect, given his current identity as Yongkang's companion? Reflecting on this, he calmly placed the chalk back on the podium before stepping outside to stand in punishment, unaware that this action only further contorted Mr. Wang's face in displeasure. What kind of student is this? Disrespectful and lacking in academic diligence, to arrive late and exhibit such an unconcerned demeanor? Treating education lightly is tantamount to disregarding one's future. As a teacher, how can I not be furious? This is undoubtedly the worst class I have ever taught. Before long, apart from Shiyang, the classroom fell silent as students settled in. At Mr. Wang's signal, the occasional rustle of pages could be heard. This marked the beginning of Shiyang's torment. "What business do you have following Yin? You should be focusing on your studies." As the students engaged in silent reading, Mr. Wang seized the opportunity to deliver a stern reprimand. "Is this the age for romance? Have you any idea how demanding high school academics are? You choose to squander your energy on infatuation, acting as a sycophant. Is this truly a source of pride?" Yongkang was quite a renowned figure, and even the teacher had heard of him. Thus Shiyang found himself bearing the brunt of Yongkang's reputation. In the context of high school, such behavior could indeed provoke pity. Standing outside the classroom, Shiyang listened to Mr. Wang's tirade echoing within. Many students could not help but stifle their laughter. As Yin observed Shiyang being scolded, she felt a sense of triumph, as if he had received his just desserts for insisting on attending school with her. For a full 45 minutes, Shiyang endured the deluge of Mr. Wang's words. He truly wished to express his understanding of the teacher's dedication and tireless efforts to guide her students towards the right path. However, Mr. Wang's eloquence was astounding. For 45 minutes, she managed to criticize Shiyang without repeating a single phrase. Had Yongkang been present, he might have wished to find a hole to hide in. Had he known it would be like this, he might have preferred to bring Ergo along, allowing him to engage in a meaningful discussion with Mr. Wang while Shiyang, who was less articulate, listened to her lengthy discourse. Mr. Wang became increasingly animated, transitioning from discussions about life ideals to practical goals, almost wishing to witness Shiyang's epiphany, followed by tears of regret and a solemn vow to strive for excellence and academic distinction. Whether this would have any effect on Shiyang remains uncertain, but it certainly seemed to invigorate Mr. Wang herself. In moments of boredom, Shiyang expanded his perception and noticed that 3 girls, sitting 3 or 4 rows behind Yin and Zixuan, were discussing the two. Have they started sitting together? Today, Yin didn't even greet us. She went straight to sit with Zixuan. JianbingGuozi was surprised by the apparent closeness between them, genuinely pleased to see them becoming friends. "Let's not delay. After morning reading, we should call Zixuan to the rooftop where it's relatively empty," JianbingGuozi urged impatiently. Additionally, Shiyang observed another boy in the class displaying signs of anxiety as he noticed Yin and Zixuan sharing laughter. After morning reading, with 20 minutes remaining until 8 o'clock, Students clustered in groups, some heading to the restroom while others chatted. Yeah, would you like to go together? Li Yin approached Yin Ye's desk, inviting her to the restroom. Sure, Zishuan, let us go together. Yin Ye readily agreed, turning to include Zishuan. However, Zishuan, feeling unfamiliar with the others, hesitated and finally declined. I'll pass. I haven't drunk much water. All right, then wait for me to return, Yin Ye replied before leaving the classroom with Li Yin, gradually walking away. This had little to do with vigilance. During adolescence, many individuals remained relatively innocent. Yin Ye would not suspect that it was JianbingGuozi who had prompted Li Yin to summon her. In truth, these three girls had shown subtle signs of hostility toward Yin Ye, and had she been more perceptive, she might have noticed. If she were oblivious, it would only reflect the inadequacy of the schemers and the naivety of their prey, a characteristic often observed in youth. However, from Shuyang's perspective as an observer, this ploy seemed rather simplistic. Once Yin Ye and Li Yin departed, JianbingGuozi immediately approached Zishuan with Tan Xuan and Chen in tow. Zishuan, could we talk for a moment on the rooftop? It's about Ye, JianbingGuozi asserted, pulling Zishuan's hand with a hint of forcefulness. Zishuan glanced at Chen Yinxin and JianbingGuozi, recalling how close they had been before. Why were they now coming to speak with her? Shouldn't they discuss this with Yin Ye instead? I still have lesson preparation to do, so I can't go. Zishuan instinctively sensed their intentions were not benevolent and politely declined. We genuinely have something to discuss with you, Zishuan. Chen Yinxin chimed in, tugging at Zishuan as well. Typically fond of basketball, Chen Yinxin stood at 1.8 meters tall, athletic and robust. With his pull, Zishuan found herself unable to resist, feeling a twinge of fear. Zishuan was somewhat intimidated by their towering presence. Without raising her voice in protest, she was led outside by JianbingGuozi and Tan Xuan. Let go of me. As Chen Yinxin, JianbingGuozi, and Tan Xianxian passed by the doorway of the classroom, a faint voice reached their ears, causing them all to pause in surprise. Chen Yinxin turned to see Haocheng leaning against the wall, his expression one of indifference as he regarded them. Is there something you need? Chen Yinxin spoke curtly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Haocheng, whom he considered nothing more than a sycophant. After all, who was Chen Yinxin? He hailed from a wealthy family, was handsome, tall, and the quintessential rich and attractive young man. Although he had yet to win over Yin Ye, it was evident that she was fond of him, far beyond anything Haocheng could aspire to. If she does not wish to leave with you, then let her go, Shuyang interjected, stepping forward and drawing closer to Chen Yinxin's line of sight. Despite being shorter in stature, Shuyang inexplicably made Chen Yinxin feel a twinge of insecurity. Seeing the two girls behind him watching intently, Chen Yinxin was reluctant to appear weak. Haocheng, we are classmates. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. His words dripped with a threatening tone, and he raised his hand, intending to pat Haocheng on the shoulder as a warning. However, before Chen Yinxin's hand could land on Shuyang's shoulder, Shuyang swiftly seized his wrist, twisting it gently. Chen Yinxin could not suppress a yelp, and the once lively atmosphere in the classroom fell into silence as all eyes turned towards the doorway. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Shuyang released him, and Chen Yinxin immediately withdrew his hand, gasping for breath. While it wasn't a serious injury, the brief exertion had inflicted a bit of pain on Chen Yinxin. The students around them turned to watch, and Tan Xianxian and JianbingGuozi were left with no choice but to relinquish their hold on Zishuan. Let us leave, Shuyang suggested, and with the commotion settled, JianbingGuozi had to concede and called for Tan Xianxian as they exited the classroom. Chen Yinxin shot a venomous glare at Shuyang before turning back to his seat. Thank you, Zishuan murmured softly to Shuyang, feeling that Haocheng's demeanor today was markedly different, his actions more resolute than usual. It would be wise for you to stay close to Yin Ye during this time. Otherwise, they may cause you trouble, Shuyang advised as he noticed Yin Ye and Li Yin returning from the end of the corridor. All right, Zishuan replied, uncertain as to why she had drawn JianbingGuozi's ire. But trusting Haocheng's intentions, she resolved to follow his counsel. After exchanging words, Zishuan returned to the classroom, while Shuyang remained outside. Standing in the corner must not be pleasant, Yin Ye remarked, mocking Shuyang as she clapped her hands. Not at all, Shuyang replied nonchalantly, deeming it unnecessary to engage in banter with the younger girl. He reminded her, keep an eye on Zixuan. Your friends may attempt to bully her. Hey, Yongkong, are you out of your mind? Li Yin, standing beside Yin Ye, reacted sharply to Shuyang's words. A pathetic sycophant unable to win Ye's affection now tries to sow discord among us? Yin Ye rolled her eyes, unfazed by the comment. We are all friends, and soon Zixuan will also be one of us. Do you really think your words can disrupt our bond? If that is your belief, then so be it, Shuyang replied, choosing not to argue further. Should such matters arise again, he would certainly not stand idly by. When it came to bullying, Shuyang could never turn a blind eye. Whether Yin Ye believed him or not was irrelevant. He would take action regardless. What a strange situation. Zixuan, are they trying to bully you? Upon returning to her seat in the classroom, Yin Ye, though dismissive of Shuyang's earlier remarks, still inquired about Zixuan. Zixuan pondered for a moment, glancing back at Zhao Mingyue and the others, only to inadvertently meet Zhao Mingyue's gaze, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. After a brief hesitation, Zixuan chose not to divulge the earlier incident of being pulled outside. She thought to herself that it would be best if the matter simply faded away. As time passed, noon arrived, and, aside from Shuyang, all the students breathed a sigh of relief. The classes had dragged on, making it a challenge to reach lunchtime. Zixuan typically visited the cafeteria for lunch, while Yin Ye usually had someone bring her food, leading the two to part ways. Noticing Shuyang standing by the window, gazing out at the school grounds, Yin Ye asked, aren't you going to eat lunch? Aren't you hungry? Shuyang did not respond to her inquiry, remaining silent as he continued to observe below. How pretentious, Yin Ye thought, perplexed by Shuyang's demeanor. People need food to survive. Surely he can't be that troubled. Zixuan has been taken, Shuyang stated coldly. The delicious meal prepared with care now seemed unappetizing to Yin Ye, causing her to pause mid-action. Zixuan has been taken? By whom? She asked, bewildered. By Zhao Mingyue and her friends. The moment Zixuan left the building, they dragged her to the rooftop. I'm going to check on her, Shuyang replied candidly before turning and exiting the classroom. The once tempting food now felt tasteless, and Yin Ye began to question herself. Had Shuyang spoken the truth earlier? Wait for me. As she watched Shuyang disappear down the corridor, she hastily set down her utensils and rushed out after him. Over here, Shuyang called from the end of the corridor, waiting for her before leading the way as they descended the stairs towards the back of the teaching building. At this time, most students were busy vying for a place in the cafeteria, and the rear of the building was devoid of facilities, featuring only a narrow path between the walls that was seldom frequented. Chun Yin-shin, still stinging from the humiliation inflicted by a sycophant that morning, had brought along two friends for support, and with Zhao Mingyue, they presented a formidable front that left Zixuan utterly startled, her voice trembling. What do you want from us? However, Zhao Mingyue, having been simmering with frustration since the earlier interruption, wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap to Zixuan's face. The sound echoed painfully in the quiet alley, leaving Zixuan momentarily stunned, a clear handprint marking her cheek. The subsequent burning sensation jolted her back to reality. Fearful of the hostile group surrounding her, Zixuan instinctively took a step back, pressing herself against the wall of the classroom behind her. Did you mention to Yin Ye that I was with Yin Xin? Zhao Mingyue relished the sight of Zixuan's fear and helplessness. I didn't say anything, Zixuan stammered, her fear evident in her voice. You're not to tell Yin Ye anything. Do you understand? After the initial shock wore off, the throbbing pain on her cheek brought clarity to Zixuan's mind. The weight of Zhao Mingyue's threat was lost on her, being an ordinary and honest person. She could not comprehend the implications. Are you not friends with Ye? Although she likes Chun Yin-shin, they aren't in a relationship. Since you and he are together, why not just tell her? Zixuan spoke timidly. Do we need your guidance? Just keep your mouth shut. Zhao Mingyue raised her hand, preparing to strike Zixuan again when the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from behind them. Panting, Yin Ye rushed to the entrance of the narrow path, her eyes wide with concern as she peered inside. She saw a group of students, both boys and girls, surrounding Zishuan, whose face bore the evidence of recent violence, while Zhao Mingyue appeared menacing, poised to strike again. In disbelief, Yinye's heart raced as the scene unfolded before her, her eyes reflecting the ugly faces of the bullies. Had they always been this way? Stop it! Yinye shouted loudly and rushed into the crowd, positioning herself protectively in front of Zishuan, forcefully pushing away those around her, and confronting the seemingly authoritative Zhao Mingyue with a piercing question. Why are you bullying Zishuan? Yeah, you misunderstand. It was Zhang Zishuan who instigated trouble with us, and I merely taught her a lesson. I did not provoke them, yet Zhao Mingyue twisted the narrative against me. Zishuan, having received a slap without shedding a tear, suddenly turned red-eyed and, with a quivering voice, clung to his arm, pleading, I did not trouble them. I did not. We've been friends for so long. Yeah. Do you not trust us? Zhang Zishuan is only friends with you to take advantage of you, Zhao Mingyue proclaimed with a self-righteous demeanor. Do you think I am blind? You strike others and slander Zishuan. How could I have never noticed your true nature? Zhao Mingyue? Yeah, having witnessed the truth, could no longer believe her deceitful words. Yeah. I once saw Chen Yinxin and Zhao Mingyue being affectionate in the garden beside the library. And just now, she asked me not to tell you. With the situation reaching such a critical point, Zishuan promptly revealed the truth to Ye. I wondered why Chen Yinxin was here. You all planned to deceive me together, didn't you? Ye's furious gaze fixed upon Chen Yinxin, who, feeling guilty, dared not meet her eyes. Though Ye was beautiful and graceful, Chen Yinxin had long coveted her. Yet his traditional approach had never allowed him to take advantage of her, leading him to seek solace in Zhao Mingyue. Now, however, his facade was utterly shattered. You are all deceivers. Ye felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, wishing to pound her chest in sorrow, questioning how she had ever befriended Zhao Mingyue or developed feelings for someone like Chen Yinxin. Since the truth was out, Chen Yinxin ceased pretending. His family status was slightly better than Ye's, and his interest in her was purely superficial. Now that it seemed impossible to pursue her, he had nothing left to lose. Don't think I won't strike you. What can you do about it? I only pursued you because I found you somewhat attractive. Did you truly believe I would like you? Tensions escalated between the two factions. I advise you to calm down and refrain from causing further disturbances. I shall grant only one opportunity. A calm voice broke the charged atmosphere, for while arguments could ensue, violence was not permitted. Protecting Ye was Shuyang's duty. The crowd, initially brazen towards the two girls, quickly redirected their aggression. Deji Yongkong, who do you think you are? Chen Yinxin's threatening demeanor surfaced, emboldened by a prior incident with Yongkong that had disrupted his morning. A pathetic sycophant. It's time we dealt with you. Several boys rolled up their sleeves and approached Shuyang, while girls stood by with folded arms, anticipating his imminent defeat. What do you want? Stay out of this. My affairs do not require your intervention. Ye protested, unwilling to burden others. However, within moments, both she and Zhang Zishuan wore expressions of disbelief as several boys lay unconscious on the ground. No one present could discern how Shuyang had incapacitated them. Young and inexperienced, Shuyang refrained from employing lethal force. If even one of them could reform, it would be worthwhile. Thus, he reluctantly spared their lives. After neutralizing the boys, he slowly approached Zhao Mingyue. Terrified, she stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe before Shuyang, who, though not imposing in stature, had silently incapacitated several boys, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Let us go, Shuyang said coolly to Ye and Zishuan. The two, recovering from their shock, followed him, casting lingering glances at the unconscious boys, astonished and curious about Shuyang's prowess. Thank you, Yongkong, Zishuan said, wiping her tear-streaked face. Ye opened her mouth to express her gratitude, but the words remained unspoken. She wished to offer comfort to Zishuan and apologize, feeling responsible for the bullying her friend had endured. Yeah, I'm going to the cafeteria for lunch. Without waiting for Ye to respond, Zishuan gently pushed her hand away and hurriedly walked off, leaving Ye alone in the sunlight. Lost in thought, does she hate me now? The deceit of others weighed heavily on Ye's heart, but Zishuan's demeanor only exacerbated her distress. Uncertain of her feelings, Yang could not comprehend the young girl's turmoil, yet it was evident that Zixuan was distancing herself from Ye. "It's all my fault. I burdened Zixuan," Ye lamented, her once spoiled and willful image shattered by tears cascading down her cheeks. Those around her had merely worn masks of deceit. She had finally found a genuine friend, only for her to be harmed because of her. The red mark of Zixuan's slap mirrored the pain in Ye's heart. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ye, a sensitive girl at this tender age, perceived Zixuan's withdrawal as a silent rebuke, making her acutely aware of her poor judgment and naivety. With a heart-wrenching sob, Ye ran away, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Yang shook his head in mild exasperation before turning back toward the classroom building. In the piano room within the school's art department, Ye lay atop the piano, weeping openly. During this sensitive and vulnerable period, emotional issues often stirred deep feelings. She adored music and possessed immense talent. Her fortunate circumstances allowed her to pursue her passions, and thus, Su Lily generously donated to the school, establishing a dedicated piano room for Ye. Each day after school, skilled instructors would come and guide her. When feeling down, Ye preferred solitude, and now, in her turmoil, she sought solace in the piano room. The elegant, tranquil environment made her cries resonate with profound loneliness. Perhaps it was unwise to disturb a girl during her emotional release. Yet Yang gently placed a hand on her delicate shoulder. "It's you," Ye gasped, startled, and upon turning, she saw Yang, who had returned to his usual self, albeit still wearing the monkey mask. "How did you get in? Wasn't the piano room locked? You haven't eaten yet." As he spoke, Yang set down a bag he had been carrying, revealing Ye's multi-layered thermal lunchbox, still warm with freshly prepared food. When he had chased after her from the classroom, she had barely eaten, her meal untouched on the table. Yang had not accompanied her to the piano room initially. Instead, he had tidied up her nearly untouched meal. Concerned for Ye's well-being, he feared that if she did not eat, she might suffer from low blood sugar. If that happened, would his protective efforts be deemed successful or a failure? Though his words lacked warmth and bore a hint of coolness, Ye could feel a gentle care and thoughtfulness in Yang's actions. Reflecting on it, aside from her mother's concern at home, it was comforting to know someone at school cared about whether she had eaten and if she was hungry. In this manner, Ye discerned that Yang appeared significantly more agreeable, and the words of gratitude that had lingered on the tip of her tongue found their way out with an effortless sincerity. "Thank you." When one is enveloped in despondency, the concern of others resembles a healing balm. Though it may not yield immediate results, it is certainly targeted relief. "You are quite impressive. Just yesterday, while conversing with Zixuan, we mused that you would likely struggle against Chen Yanxin, given his experience in Taekwondo. Yet, unexpectedly, you managed to easily incapacitate so many." In the music room, with only the two of them present, Ye sat on the floor, cradling her bowl of rice, feeling an urge to say something. Although she felt quite hungry, the mention of Zixuan stirred a complex amalgam of emotions within her, leading her to poke at the firm grains of rice with her chopsticks, devoid of the desire to eat. "Am I truly impressive?" she asked, her tone reflecting a hint of melancholy, laced with self-deprecation. Observing Yang's demeanor and tone, she surmised that he was not significantly older than herself. However, he lacked the youthful frivolity and impatience typically associated with his age. Instead, he exuded a calm and competent aura, and even with his remarkable abilities, there was no hint of arrogance. This quality elevated Ye's perception of him further. Unsure of how to respond to Yang's words, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. She found herself lost in thought, her appetite for the meal before her waning. As the surroundings quieted, her once turbulent thoughts began to invade her heart anew. The person she genuinely cherished and the friend she treated with sincerity turned out to be deceivers of emotions. It was a struggle for a girl who had yet to face much of the world to emerge from such turmoil. A crystalline tear plopped into her bowl. Perhaps recalling Yang's presence nearby, Ye pretended to act nonchalant, wiping her tears with the back of her hand and taking a few bites of rice to mask her vulnerability. Yet, the mingling of tears with the rice tasted bitter. "Do you enjoy music?" Yang, with good intentions, broached a topic that piqued her interest. Yes, as she spoke of her greatest passion, Yin Ye found her focus shifting. Is the piano your favorite instrument? Not entirely. I have considered learning some traditional Haocheng instruments, as I believe they possess a unique charm. However, many of these instruments require one to start learning at a young age, and the innate talent needed is quite high. I actually came to music relatively late. Starting to learn classical instruments now would demand a considerable investment of time, which is why I opted for the piano. As she delved into her favorite subject, her words flowed more freely. What level are you at? Grade 10. Pride radiated from her as she spoke of her piano proficiency. The grading systems for piano vary across regions. In Modu, the Music Association recognizes 10 levels, while the Kyoto City Music Academy adheres to a 9-level system. Although Yin was a native of Kyoto, the institution where she took her examinations utilized the Modu grading system. Even though she had not reached the pinnacle of grade 10, achieving grade 9 was already commendable. In the piano grading system, levels 1 and 2 signify the beginner stage. 3 and 4 indicate elementary proficiency. 5 and 6 denote intermediate capability, while levels 7 through 10 represent advanced mastery. Upon reaching an advanced level, one begins to engage in technical performances, mastering the fundamentals of composition and harmony. When did you begin learning the piano? When I first entered junior high. Although the piano is not the most challenging instrument to learn, its entry level is relatively easier. Yet achieving an advanced level requires not only mastery, but also exceptional auditory and coordination skills, with strict demands on performance technique. So, to reach grade 10 in just 4 or 5 years is quite a remarkable feat, Yang praised. I hardly consider myself talented, Yin Ye replied, feeling somewhat disheartened by Yang's compliment. If she had not pursued the piano, she would have thought that reaching grade 10 in 5 years was quite commendable. However, once she truly entered this realm, she realized that her hard-earned achievements paled in comparison to the brilliance of many predecessors. In a world teeming with individuals, there is no shortage of prodigies. Under the radiance of true genius, the more Yin Ye honed her skills, the more pronounced the disparity between herself and the genuine talents became. A student of decent ability might reach grade 10 in 5 to 6 years. Those exceptionally bright and diligent students might attain it in 3 to 4 years. Why then did Yin Ye feel disheartened? The more one learns, the more one becomes aware of the gap between themselves and the gifted. For instance, someone like Mozart, who possessed immense talent, did not require graded assessments to validate his abilities. Had he wished, he could have reached grade 10 in merely 1 year, far surpassing the limits of the grading system. Yevgeny Kissin, hailed as one of the most astonishing piano prodigies of the latter half of the 20th century, must surely be known to you, Yang remarked thoughtfully. He performed Beethoven's sonatas and Mozart's piano concertos at the age of 7, played Mozart's 20th concerto at 10, and began touring Western countries at 16. Undeniably, he is a genius. Yin Ye nodded. She was well aware of Yevgeny Kissin and concurred with Yang's assessment. If Kissin were not a genius, then the very concept of genius would be rendered meaningless. Do not underestimate yourself. Yang shifted the conversation. While talent is undoubtedly significant, it is those who endure to achieve fame who are the true geniuses. The geniuses who persist are the real deal. You still have time, and your future remains uncertain. Perhaps you will achieve something great. Yin Ye understood, though she did not truly believe she could accomplish such feats. Already feeling disheartened, her gaze toward the future only deepened her despondency. You seem to know quite a bit. Do you enjoy music as well? Not particularly, Yang replied, his interest in the arts being rather lukewarm. Can you play the piano? I can, he admitted after a moment's hesitation. Really? Curiosity softened the frown on Yin Ye's face. There were not many who could play the piano around her. It was not that the piano was particularly noble, but the fact that Yang, as a bodyguard, could also play the instrument astonished her. Perhaps it was a preconception that a professional bodyguard, often associated with displays of strength, would find learning the piano somewhat out of character. Siang nodet sleekfully. Would you like to demonstrate? If we don't eat soon, the food will be completely cold, he reminded her. I can't eat. Yin Ye typically spoke with a certain charm when engaging with others. Just as she was about to scold Yang for changing the subject, she suddenly remembered that they were not very familiar with each other, making her second guess the appropriateness of her words. Once more, silence enveloped them. Many find it difficult to eat when they are feeling down. Such behavior is, in essence, self-sabotage. Those who upset you are often indifferent to whether you eat or not, perhaps even hoping for you to fall ill from hunger. If one does not care for their own body, it is the people closest to them who will ultimately feel the pain. Yan felt somewhat at a loss for words as she glanced at Shi Yang, who stood silently by the window, resembling a deflated balloon. The girl wished for someone to comfort her when she was sulking, to show concern, and to respond when she expressed her inner turmoil. Yet, why did Shi Yang seem so wooden? His demeanor hardly reflected that of someone treating a beautiful girl. While appearing polite and gentle after a few exchanges, it became evident that Shi Yang exuded an air of indifference, as if he could not be bothered to engage with her. Unlike the feigned profundity often displayed by youth, Shi Yang's aloofness was distinct, being unspoken yet unmistakably clear. This aspect irked Yan, while she appreciated Shi Yang's presence. The pampered princess, accustomed to adoration, found it difficult to accept being ignored. Shi Yang is here to protect her. It now seems that she does not harbor any resentment towards him. Why can't she be a little more enthusiastic and engage in light-hearted conversation? Others who can play the piano would be eager to showcase their talent in front of a young lady. Yet Shi Yang displays no desire to perform at all. Yan suspects that his skills may not be commendable. Furthermore, as is charged, she is aware of her own interest in the piano. Why not indulge her preferences? In truth, Yanya's thoughts are rooted in the belief that her mother has paid him to protect her, and as a client, she feels entitled to better treatment. In reality, Su Lily has reminded her that the relationship between them and their guardians is not akin to that of an employer and a bodyguard. It is simply Yan who fails to comprehend this distinction. The more Yan thinks about it, the more uncomfortable she feels. With a playful pout, she whimsically asks Shi Yang, "Could you play a piece for me?" "No," he replies rather curtly and coldly. How could Shi Yang possibly be interested in showcasing his piano skills before a curious young girl? If it were not for the threats posed by the people from the island nation, he would have no reason to interact with Yan at all. She is a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, while Shi Yang is but a solitary boat amidst a tempestuous sea. Their worlds are entirely different, and thus he has never contemplated forging a close bond with her. A flower in a greenhouse should quietly bloom within its safe confines. Placed in the harshness of the outside world, it would surely wither. "Why do you treat me this way?" Yan gritted her teeth in frustration. In the past, when she would act a bit spoiled, her mother would always indulge her. However, since encountering Shi Yang, she finds herself perpetually thwarted. When this young girl, clearly feeling sorrowful and seeking comfort, struggles to articulate her feelings, her previously halted tears surge forth once more, intertwining with her complex emotions. She gazes at Shi Yang, her eyes brimming with resentment and grievance, occasionally wiping away her tears and stifling soft sobs. Women are made of water, a phrase that may seem overly simplistic. It surely holds some truth. I believe I have done nothing wrong. I'm doing my utmost to protect you. Shi Yang calmly responds to Yan's somewhat unreasonable complaints. You must not play very well. Otherwise, why wouldn't you? Yan thought that provoking Shi Yang might yield results, yet she clearly underestimated his mindset. Yes, Shi Yang straightforwardly admits. Yan finds herself at a loss for words. Shi Yang lacks the competitive spirit typically found in young men. In the past, Yan would often engage in playful banter with her male classmates. But Shi Yang feels entirely different. He is so indifferent, as if he is unaffected by anything at all. This sense of disregard exacerbates Yan's discomfort. A profound sense of defeat wells up within her as she sits with her legs curled, her spirit seemingly dimmed. Her tear-streaked cheeks mingle with her disheveled hair, and her pallor reflects a sense of fragility. Please don't treat me this way. I genuinely approach everyone with sincerity. Yan seems to be talking to herself, yet it feels like she is inquiring of Shi Yang. In the piano room, with only Shi Yang by her side, Yan, having tasted the bitterness of betrayal, finds herself uncertain of whom to rely on. Shi Yang is her only option. Silently, Shi Yang retrieves 2 tissues from the side and hands them to her. Thank you. Yin Ye replies, taking the tissues while her voice, tinged with nasal congestion, queries, "Why do you always wear that monkey mask?" Shi Yang does not respond immediately. "I apologize. I know you dislike me. If you prefer not to answer, that is fine." Yin Ye's tone has softened considerably. "I believe you have misunderstood. I do not dislike you." Shi Yang states, stepping back 2 paces to maintain a respectful distance. "If you do not dislike me, then why don't you speak to me?" Yin Ye wipes her tears, perplexed. "You are my charge. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Therefore, if you seek to vent your emotions and find solace from me, it may not be appropriate," Shi Yang explains earnestly. "But you can't even be bothered to answer my questions. How is that not disliking me? It's not that I do not wish to answer. Rather, I do not know how to respond. Then let me ask another question. Can you play the piano?" Yin Ye circles back to her original inquiry. "Yes." Shi Yang answers truthfully. "Then why do you refuse to play for me?" Yin Ye, who has a penchant for music, cannot help but delve deeper into the matter with someone who possesses a similar skill. "It is meaningless, and our relationship does not permit me to play a piece for you." Shi Yang maintains a strong sense of boundaries with Yin Ye. "I never expected you to be so conservative." Yin Ye, after a few exchanges with Shi Yang, finds that her tears have ceased, though her eyes remain red. "From what you say, your piano skills must be quite impressive." "Perhaps," Shi Yang responds ambiguously this time, avoiding a direct admission. It is precisely this ambiguity that piques Yin Ye's curiosity. A person who flaunts their skills and boasts of their level may possess confidence in their craft. However, someone who acknowledges their ability while remaining humble is likely to possess extraordinary talent. There's a saying that rings true: a true master always retains the heart of an apprentice. After spending time together, Yin Ye perceives that Shi Yang is not an ostentatious individual, and his affirmative response carries no hint of insincerity. Hence, Yin Ye believes that Shi Yang must possess considerable piano proficiency. "Can you really not play for me?" Even among strangers, music can be shared. Yin Ye gazes at Shi Yang with her reddened eyes. At this moment, the previously willful and proud girl has momentarily faded, leaving only Yin Ye gently addressing Shi Yang. "I can." Shi Yang concedes this time without denying her request. He is the type who responds better to gentleness than force. "But you must eat." "I can listen while I eat." Yin Ye feels warmth in her heart. Being cared for is indeed a wonderful feeling. Reflecting on her earlier embarrassment, Yin Ye feels somewhat shy, for she has just cried in front of a stranger. However, Shi Yang's tranquility offers her some solace, preventing her from feeling ridiculed or belittled. Since Yin Ye has expressed her wishes, Shi Yang no longer deflects and naturally sits at the piano. The Steinway, a pinnacle in the realm of pianos, is maintained by a dedicated team and tuned to perfection. Every aspect is meticulously attended to. "What would you like to hear?" Yin Ye ponders, "How about for Elise?" Seeing that Shi Yang is willing to play a piece for her, she deliberately avoids selecting a particularly challenging composition. For Elise, one of Beethoven's renowned pieces, is melodious and charming, short yet exquisite, primarily due to its simple techniques, making it easy to perform. From this perspective, Yin Ye seems to worry about Shi Yang's proficiency. Resuming her meal, Yin Ye intends to listen while she eats, but as the first enchanting notes resonate, she finds it impossible to divert her attention towards her food. Though it is a simple score, the familiar melody, when played by Shi Yang's fingertips, becomes something extraordinary. Yin Ye cannot help but lose herself in the enchanting music, completely absorbed and savoring every moment. Yin Ye had always believed that dexterous fingerwork and the seamless flow of a piece were already remarkable achievements. However, Shi Yang's artistry transcends mere fluidity. It has reached a level of consummate mastery. He possesses the ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, achieving an unparalleled harmony and balance, even with the simplest compositions. A master, no, a grandmaster, an absolute grandmaster. In terms of sensation, irrespective of the compositions produced, the delicate essence emanating from the piano resonates with a quality that even surpasses that of historical masters. This piece, In the Corridor, The piano instructor, Xiao Si Lin, gazed in astonishment towards the innermost piano room. She recognized it as Yin Yi's practice space, where she had once been one of the instructors teaching the young prodigy at a fixed hour each day. Clad in a blue floral dress paired with a pristine white cardigan, the youthful Xiao Si Lin exuded a fresh and approachable demeanor, embodying both femininity and professionalism, radiating gentleness and grace. Unbeknownst to others, even in the absence of scheduled classes, Xiao Si Lin would often visit her office during lunchtime to prepare materials. However, at this moment, the surprise etched across her face marred her usual elegance. She was thoroughly familiar with the piece being played. Yet the performer was a complete stranger to her, and the style was unlike anything she had encountered on any recording. As a music educator, she prided herself on her extensive knowledge of musical appreciation, and it was precisely her expertise that heightened her awareness of the extraordinary technique woven into the melodies. Xilin, why are you in a daze? Queried her friend, Zhang Qingxue, the dance instructor, as she approached Xiao Si Lin, who stood lost in thought in the corridor. Sure. Xiao Si Lin, with a serious expression, gestured for Zhang Qingxue to remain silent. The sound of the piano from the room at the corridor's end was not loud, but upon joining Xiao Si Lin, Zhang Qingxue too could hear the melodious strains. Who's playing that? It's beautiful, she remarked, despite her lack of knowledge about the piano, finding the music utterly enchanting. Sure, Xiao Si Lin urged, growing increasingly anxious, reaching out to cover her friend's mouth. How could someone so skilled allow their voice to disrupt such artistry? Aware of her misstep, Zhang Qingxue immediately made an okay gesture, signaling her intent to remain quiet. How could Shi Yang not sense the presence of someone approaching from not far beyond the door? Disinterested in drawing attention to himself, Shi Yang ceased playing after a brief passage, having fulfilled Yin Ye's request to perform a piece for her. The soft cessation of the music roused the entranced Yin Ye, as well as the attentive Xiao Si Lin. Why did you stop? Yin Ye asked urgently, longing for more. Someone's coming, Shi Yang replied nonchalantly. If I continue playing, you might lose your appetite for lunch. I'll step outside for a smoke. Take your time eating. With that, Shi Yang made his way to the door. The creaking sound of the opening door startling Xiao Si Lin and Zhang Qingxue, who were just about to knock. Anyone would be taken aback when the door unexpectedly swung open, revealing a figure wearing a monkey mask. My apologies, Xiao Si Lin said, regaining her composure and clasping her hands in front of her abdomen. Shi Yang acknowledged Xiao Si Lin and Zhang Qingxue with a nod before heading straight for the trash bin outside the classroom. In truth, the school had no designated smoking area, and students were strictly prohibited from smoking. However, some administrators occasionally indulged in a cigarette, making the presence of an ashtray in the trash bin quite normal. At this hour, the vast majority of students and teachers were dining in the cafeteria, so Shi Yang felt no concern about being conspicuous while smoking outside. Located just outside the art classroom and near the piano room, there was no risk of failing to protect Yin Ye. Xiaoyu, why are you having lunch in the piano room? Upon entering the room and spotting Yin Ye seated on the floor with a meal box before her, Xiao Si Lin furrowed her brow, her rigorous approach to art flaring up, though she refrained from voicing her disapproval. She was currently disinterested in Yin Ye, a student she had previously held in high regard. Ms. Xiao and Ms. Zhang, what brings you here? Yin Ye inquired. We heard someone playing the piano beautifully outside and came to see, Zhang Qingxue replied, her words spilling forth. Was it you playing just now? Xiao Si Lin questioned, her skepticism apparent. She knew her studentess abilities all too well and was certain that even with another 20 years, Yin Ye would not reach such a level of proficiency. Yet, there was clearly no one else present. As for the individual in the monkey mask, Xiao Si Lin instinctively dismissed it, as she had never heard of a piano virtuoso with such a peculiar preference. It wasn't me, Yin Ye replied, glancing at the Grand Steinway. That was just incredible. She had not anticipated Shi Yang's skill to be so advanced, and reflecting on her earlier disdain for his piano abilities made her realize her own short-sightedness. The meal, already devoid of flavor due to her lack of enthusiasm, now seemed even more insipid in light of Shi Yang's playing. Nevertheless, Yin Ye dutifully continued eating her lunch, now hesitant to disregard Shi Yang's words, fully aware of his extraordinary talent, which sparked within her a desire to seek his guidance. Who was playing just now? Xiao Silin prest. Huh? Yan paused, setting down her chopsticks and pointing outside to Shi Yang, who was smoking by the trash bin. Miss Xiao, you saw him, right? Didn't you pass him on your way in? He's right there. Xiao Silin and Zhang Qingxue turned to look out the window. How was Shi Yang? Clad in a monkey mask, managing to bring a cigarette to his lips and exhale smoke through the mask. These 2 points perplexed Xiao Silin, as well as Zhang Qingxue and Yin Ye. They only knew that, under the afternoon sun, Shi Yang's figure, smoking beside the trash bin, was shrouded in an air of mystery. Initially, Shi Yang had intended to revert to his usual appearance as Yong Kong, but he feared that being seen smoking as a student would be even worse. Could it really be him? Xiao Silin mused in disbelief. Yet she held no doubts about Yin Ye's honesty. Shi Yang was evidently youthful, and while the monkey mask was indeed peculiar, both Xiao Silin and Zhang Qingxue exchanged glances, silently acknowledging a shared thought. Perhaps it was not unusual for a genius or a master to possess eccentricities. As Xiao Silin and Zhang Qingxue hurriedly dashed into the corridor, only the somewhat youthful-looking Yong Kong brushed past them. It seemed they would not give up easily in their search for Shi Yang. Yin Ye sighed in relief, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Upon seeing Yong Kong enter the piano room, she recognized him instantly as Shi Yang, having been so deeply impressed by his piano performance. She could easily distinguish between the distinctly different temperaments of the two. Shi Yang felt a twinge of concern, fully aware that drawing attention as a protector was not advisable. Ultimately, he had underestimated his own piano abilities. Such skills required merely a modicum of energy. However, in this realm, top-tier piano artistry was not deemed formidable in terms of combat efficacy, thus only meriting a trivial amount of energy. This led Shi Yang to mistakenly believe his proficiency was not particularly high. Miss Xiao is a deeply passionate individual regarding music. If she has heard your playing, she will surely seek you out. If she cannot find you, the trouble will be yours, considering I was just with you, Shi Yang remarked, displaying no anxiety. Yin Ye's eyes widened as she realized the implication. You're right. Since you were with me, and the performance took place in my piano room, it would be implausible to assert that we are unrelated. Miss Xiao would never believe that. How would I explain it later? It doesn't matter. As long as I don't say anything, how could Miss Xiao force me? Yin Ye replied, unperturbed, her curiosity piqued. How did you learn to play the piano so beautifully? I have no teacher, Shi Yang answered candidly. Impossible. Yin Ye was, of course, skeptical of Shi Yang's claims. You must be a protege of a renowned master. However, if your piano skills are indeed so exceptional, why did you initially appear so reluctant to showcase them? My interest in music is rather limited. If one possesses no genuine enthusiasm for the piano, it is inconceivable that they could reach your level of proficiency. You must truly adore it, yet you seem unwilling to perform for others. Yin Ye sensed that Shi Yang was hesitant to divulge the reasons behind his reticence. Could it be that a beloved woman once departed from his life, leaving him in sorrow and vowing never to play for anyone again? Si Yang, at a loss for words, replied bitterly, have you not realized that your talent for storytelling surpasses your musicality? I was merely jesting. Would you be willing to teach me? Yin Ye set aside her playful demeanor, her expression now earnest. After a long day at work, Xiao Silin returned home, her face etched with fatigue. She could not fathom why she had been unable to locate her dear friend Zhang Qingxue at school, especially someone as conspicuous as a person wearing a monkey mask. With a long sigh, Xiao Silin, without changing her shoes, lethargically approached the table and rested her head upon it. Her once elegant hair lay in disarray across the surface, and her eyes had lost their luster. The mysterious and exceptional piano skills she had encountered were unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Having studied the piano since childhood, it had been her lifelong companion. She yearned to seek guidance from that enigmatic master and converse about her passions and career, yet he had vanished like a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace behind. Sister, what troubles you? A gentle, soothing voice inquired, expressing concern for Xiao Silin. A small figure struggled to climb onto the table. Standing before her with large, glistening eyes filled with worry. "I am fine, do not fret. I merely encountered a monkey master and have since been unable to find him, which leave me feeling somewhat downcast." Xiao Silin affectionately patted the head of Beijing Tan, and upon seeing the little girl, her gloomy spirits lifted considerably. With her blue hair, the charming little girl resembled a delicate doll, only the size of a palm, leaning sweetly against Xiao Silin's arm. "I truly am fine." To alleviate the little one's worry, Xiao Silin managed a smile. "I returned a bit late today and almost forgot that I promised to accompany you and Mantu to see Huan. Huan was a small, somewhat frail dog with snow-white fur, devoid of any other colors, utterly adorable. Unfortunately, it had fallen ill a few days prior and required hospitalization at the pet clinic. Mantu was a young boy, a good friend of Huan, and their tale was quite poignant. Their paths had crossed with Xiao Silin on a cold, rainy night. At that time, Xiao Silin had been working overtime due to a student issue and, after a long day, was met with a downpour on her way home. Her mood had been dismal. While misfortunes are a part of life, the accumulation of unfortunate events can be incredibly frustrating. Yet in retrospect, Xiao Silin felt that perhaps her luck had been spent on her fateful meeting with Mantu and Huan. On that rainy evening, Xiao Silin spotted Mantu, clad in tattered clothing, using his own garment to shield Huan from the rain. Mantu, unaware of his origins, had once lived with foster parents, but his siblings did not treat him kindly. Some individuals are born innocent yet still experience unkindness. Mantu was frequently bullied by his two brothers, and even the most good-natured child can only endure such treatment for so long. Thus, one fateful night, Mantu left that nominal home and embarked on a life of wandering. As he roamed the streets, he encountered a little girl selling matches. In fairy tales, when the girl lights a match and makes a wish, her dreams come true. Mantu had overheard his teacher recounting such tales to other children, and the notion was wondrous. Yet when the girl kindly offered him a match, he soberly replied, "I wish I could find my parents when I light it, but no matter how I wish, I only envision other people's parents. Therefore, I shall decline." For a child of Mantu's age to possess such clarity of thought was rare, yet it is often that such awareness brings pain. On that rainy night, Mantu's primary concern had been whether his makeshift shelter made of cardboard would be swept away, but upon seeing Huan, his compassion compelled him to stop. At that moment, Huan trembled in the rain, her fur soaked, the icy droplets stealing away the meager warmth she possessed. It was Mantu's kindness that halted him, but it was a shared plight as a homeless child that made him wish to shield Huan from the rain. In Xiao Silin's eyes, she saw only two pitiable souls. The wheels of fate turned invisibly, and Mantu and Huan did not meet their destined end. The lowly world they once inhabited had crumbled, and their emergence into the real world was a gift of life bestowed upon them after the world's spirit consumed the last vestiges of its power. The society of Huaxia cannot be deemed idyllic. Rather, it mirrors the flaws inherent in the social systems of all human nations. The harshness of reality lies in the existence of wretched souls. Yet, therein lies the charm of the real world. For the presence of the unfortunate inevitably invites the kindness of others. Of course, not every unfortunate soul receives aid, but even a single instance of compassion embodies the essence of goodness. "Little one, where are your parents?" As the restlessness within her subsided, Xiao Silin's voice radiated warmth akin to that of an angel. She was familiar with a welfare institution and its amiable director, a kind and gentle elder. From that moment on, Mantu and Huan found refuge in the welfare home of Kyoto City. Occasionally, Xiao Silin would visit them. After Beijing Tan came into her life, during one of her visits to the welfare home, the two children and the little dog quickly formed a bond of friendship. Recently, Huan had fallen ill, and Xiao Silin had taken it upon herself to ensure Huan received care at a reputable pet clinic. She had heard that Huan was recovering well and would likely regain her health soon. However, Beijing Tan remained anxious, so Xiao Silin had promised to accompany her and Mantu to visit Huan today. Although it was getting late, fortunately, the pet clinic on Wan Street had extended hours, remaining open until after 10 o'clock. Let's first pick up Mantu and then proceed to see Huan. With a gentle squeeze of Beijing Tan's cheeks, Xiao Silin gathered her belongings and set out, her spirits lifted. By the way, I received a notice yesterday that the clinic has a new owner. I wonder if the operating hours have changed. Regretting her lack of attention, she worried that if the new owner had altered the hours, they might miss seeing Huan, which would surely sadden both Mantu and Beijing Tan. Unbeknownst to Xiao Silin, at that very moment, within the pet clinic, Luo, Su Li, Su Zhengshu, and Xiao Xiao were gathered, observing the diminutive Huan. I don't see anything different, Su Zhengshu remarked, looking around but failing to identify what set Huan apart. In fact, the trio's intense scrutiny seemed to frighten Huan. Of course, you cannot discern it. The moment it arrived on Weian Street, I recognized its extraordinary talent. Ergo proclaimed, feigning an air of mystery. In truth, there is not much technical complexity involved. Ergo is unaware of why Huan possesses a significant amount of world power. Yet the existence of such a phenomenon undoubtedly indicates that it is a pivotal character within a certain realm. There is no need for speculation. It is simply a manifestation of extraordinary talent. Originally, Luo Su Li, Xiao Xiao, and Su Zhengshu intended to open a pet shop. But since there was an existing pet hospital on Weian Street, they decided to establish their business there. How adorable! Luo Su Li affectionately picked up Huan and nuzzled against it. Huan, being quite perceptive, sensed that these individuals bore no ill will towards it, despite their unfamiliarity. It was uncertain who its previous owner was, but given its frail condition, it was evident that it had not been treated well. Su Yangsu, noticing Huan's emaciated figure, could not help but voice her indignation. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao approached with a bag of dog food, extracting a handful to offer to Huan, who devoured it with evident delight. There was no intent to mistreat Huan. It was merely that Mantu and Huan had not been at the welfare center for long, and while hunger was not a concern, they had yet to fully recover from a previous state of malnutrition, rendering Huan quite fragile in appearance. Dog brother, what is so special about this little one? Why do you hold it in such high regard? Yongkong, following closely behind Ergo, expressed his confusion. Today, Yongkong had earnestly come to assist Ergo as a subordinate. Earlier in the day, after receiving startup capital from Shiyang, Ergo took Yongkong and the newly arrived Chun Qian to sell the secret manual. Chun Qian had not been there long, but finding herself with little to do, she thought she might lend a hand as Ergo sought to earn points from Shiyang. This excursion opened Yongkong and Chun Qian's eyes to a new world. Within the organization, there existed a free market where many guardians, having acquired items of little use to them, sought to exchange them for additional points, leading them to the free market. While selling to the organization store was an option, the prices offered there were relatively mundane. Once the stall was set up in this domain of Ergo, its bargaining skills were anything but typical, resembling the cleverness of a normal human, or rather, a normal dog. Initially, Ergo refrained from revealing the secret manual given by Shiyang, instead presenting a few trinkets. Since it could sell 10 items daily, leaving the remaining slots empty would not yield any benefit, and earning more points for the boss seemed advantageous. Look here, my friend. This spoon is a fine item. Huh? What makes it so special? How much could this spoon possibly be worth? Ergo's enthusiastic call indeed managed to attract a passing customer, and due to Ergo's unique abilities, the customer found himself contemplating the purchase of the spoon. Flat price, 30,000 points. Chun Qian, sipping water behind, nearly choked in disbelief, gasping for air before turning to Yongkong to voice her incredulity. Has it always been this audacious? 30,000 points for a mere spoon? Is it not afraid of being turned into dog meat hot pot? Yongkong, not wishing to speak ill of his dog brother, merely mused. Perhaps dog brother has his own plans. 30,000. If you intend to rob me, just say so. Why offer me a spoon? The customer nearly laughed in exasperation. Such naivety, Ergo muttered under its breath, casting a sideways glance at the astonished duo behind it, pondering that its abilities should not be exaggerated too much in sales. Turning back to the customer, Ergo donned a new facade and continued to charm. Ah, dear sir, you are unaware. This spoon is the very one Pan Jin Lian used to administer medicine to Wu Delang. Indeed, this very one. If that's the case, perhaps I'll pass. Even influenced by Ergo's salesmanship, The customer could only consider buying the spoon to use for soup. Upon hearing Ergo's claim, he dare not use it for that purpose anymore. But take a look at this, my friend, this bell. This very bell is a treasure that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the quintessence of the sun and moon. How much for this? The customer inquired skeptically. 50,000. Turning to leave. Don't go, don't go. Sir, why the rush? This is a business deal. If you like it, you can negotiate the price, right? I'll listen to what I want, and you tell me what you think. It wouldn't be proper not to haggle, would it? All right, I'll make a counteroffer, but you must not be impatient. Fear not. Dear sir, I am neither anxious nor aggressive. You can negotiate with confidence. Ergo assured earnestly. 20 points, sold. Ergo declared resolutely. If you dare to negotiate, I shall dare to sell. Take it away. While it was all quite theatrical, when it came to selling the secret manuals, Ergo remained earnest. Ultimately, it sold only 2 manuals, yet when combined with other assorted items, it managed to accumulate a total of 100,000 points for Shi Yang, leaving Chun Qian utterly astonished. When had points that required such strenuous effort to earn become so easily obtainable. This is a gift for you, Miss Chen. After earning some money, Ergo purchased a few items and returned to present them to Chun Qian with solemnity. Huh? For me? Chun Qian questioned, doubting her ears. Though she was unaware of the contents within the gift box, she wondered why Ergo would think to present her with a gift after earning points. Oh, Miss Chun, it's not merely my intention. This is the will of my boss. Ergo stated earnestly, before I set out to sell. My boss mentioned that he had previously received your kindness, having used the weapon you gifted him, which he unfortunately damaged. If I could earn a substantial number of points this time, he wished to send you something in return. Is this from Shi Yang? Chun Qian was overjoyed. Yes. Miss Chun, please do not think that my boss has any ulterior motives. It is simply a gift meant for you. Ergo's words assuaged the last remnants of hesitation in Chun Qian. Upon opening the exquisite wooden box, she found nestled within a jade pendant. The protective jade pendant, sourced from a mid-tier low-spirit world, such as the one from Mr. Zombie, bore protective properties and was inscribed with Daoist spells. Though not exceedingly powerful, it could withstand a single attack of beginner level 5. Given Chun Qian's current capabilities, the protection offered by this jade pendant would render her safe from the first and second stages of attacks in lower realms, ensuring her security with utmost confidence. My boss also stated that a protective artifact is far more beneficial than a weapon. Miss Chun, for nothing is more crucial than one's own safety. Ergo appli confianza yang es sentiments. Returning to the present moment, when Xiaoxi Lin entered the pet hospital with the little boy Mantu, her greatest surprise was not the sight of several lovely young ladies surrounding Hua Wan, but rather the presence of Yong Kong, whom she had encountered a few times before. Why was he here, having seen him earlier at school with Xiaoyu? Of course, Xiaoxi Lin was unaware of the recent closeness between Yong Kong and Yin Yu. As a well-known admirer, she recognized Yong Kong and recalled that previously, Yin Yu had found him quite bothersome, wishing he would keep his distance. Thus, seeing Yong Kong and Yin Yu together today left a deep impression on Xiaoxi Lin, making her astonishment at his presence in the pet hospital all the more pronounced. Teacher Xiao, Yong Kong had not anticipated encountering Xiaoxi Lin at this moment. Glancing around, he was at a loss as to how to explain himself. Ahem. Ergo coughed a couple of times to take the lead in explaining. Yong Kong merely accompanied Yin Yu home after dropping her off. He came to the pet hospital. Oh, is that so? Then why did he come to the pet hospital? Xiaoxi Lin did not immediately grasp the situation and continued to inquire. Need I say more? I am now in league with Dog Brother, Teacher Xiao. Whether I attend school or not is of little consequence to me. There is another thing left unspoken. I shall no longer be a sycophant to Yin Yu. Yong Kong felt no shame in this revelation. Rather, he took pride in his newfound stance. The opportunity to associate with influential figures is not one that everyone possesses. Even following a dog would be a source of pride for some. As Xiaoxi Lin regained her composure, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Pointing at Yong Kong and Ergo, she earnestly inquired, "Are you saying you are now mingling with a dog? And why is this dog capable of speech?" "Madam, if there are no pressing matters, could you please refrain from disturbing us?" Luosili expressed her discontent with Xiao Silin's accusatory tone. Even if Ergo might be just a dog, he belonged to her brother Shiyang. And although Yongkong was merely a subordinate, he was still Ergo's subordinate. Who was this woman to intrude with such an attitude? Luosili and her companions hailed from the land of kimchi, while Xiao Silin was from Huaxia. However, the influence of world power rendered any language barriers non-existent. Mantu, feeling intimidated by Luosili's fierce demeanor, discreetly tucked himself behind Xiao Silin. Apologies, we are here to see Huan. Xiao Silin chose not to dwell on the dog's ability to speak. Having encountered the likes of Bei Changtan, Mantu, and Huan, she was somewhat prepared for the extraordinary phenomena that existed in the world. Huaxia is vast, so much so that an ordinary person might never witness a peculiar entity in their lifetime. Yet, once one has witnessed such a marvel, future encounters become less astonishing. Wang Wang, currently nestled in Su Jingshu's arms, joyfully barked upon seeing Mantu and Xiao Silin. "Is this your dog?" Ergo did not conceal his thoughts. Instead, he leaped from his chair and circled Xiao Silin slowly. Huan is Mantu's dog. What of it? Xiao Silin felt an unsettling aura emanating from Ergo and instinctively shielded Mantu. "There's no need to be afraid, little one. Yeah, I'm merely curious," Ergo remarked, casting a deep glance at Mantu. The boy radiated the essence of world power, yet strangely, Xiao Silin did not exhibit any traces of it. If she were a significant figure from a particular realm, she should be surrounded by such power. Why then did it manifest in some while eluding others? This puzzled Ergo as to why they were together. There was also a presence of world power in Xiao Silin's pocket, albeit diminutive, which Ergo could perceive. He planned to observe further with Yongkong later. After all, with their leader protecting Yanyiya, Ergo felt his martial prowess was of little use. There was ample time to simply watch. "Is this truly your dog? One adorable little creature. How could you bear to let it go so thin?" Luosili, fond of animals and possessing a spirited personality, spoke her mind. Initially intending to reprimand Mantu, she softened her tone upon noticing him to be a well-behaved child, dressed modestly, exuding an air of vulnerability. Evidently, he carried his own burdens. "You know nothing of Mantu and Huan. Such words are rather hurtful, don't you think?" Xiao Silin would not stand idly by while others bullied Mantu. Sister Su Li, Xiao Xia tugged at Luosili, aware of her temperament. Moreover, they operated a pet hospital. Treating a guest in such a manner was inappropriate. Luosili recognized her attitude towards Mantu had been somewhat unkind and refrained from responding. "Rest assured, little one, Huan is recuperating quite well here. Look at its current state. It will be discharged in no time," Su Jingshu, the only one among them who had comprehensively understood the situation at the pet hospital, assured them. Having played with Huan earlier, she had reviewed its records and confirmed it would soon recover. "Really? That is splendid news." For Mantu, nothing could bring more joy than hearing about his friend's recovery. "Huan, did you hear that?" As night fell in Yan Ye's chamber, she expressed her grievances to her mother. "Mom, why didn't you mention that Shiyang could play the piano?" "Huh? Play the piano? Does Shiyang know how to play the piano?" Su Lily was oblivious to this fact. Had she invited Shiyang over to listen to him play? That seemed absurd. "You didn't know either?" Yan Ye shared her discovery. "Mom, you don't understand. Shiyang not only plays the piano, but he does so remarkably well. I'm not exaggerating." "Ah, it seems you quite admire him," Su Lily remarked, pleasantly surprised. If Yan Ye could take a liking to Shiyang, their interactions would surely be more harmonious when he protected her. Su Lily was well aware of her daughter's temperament. If this could lead to a cooperative dynamic, she would feel immensely gratified. Admiration is perhaps too strong a word, but at present, I certainly do not dislike him, Yin Ye replied playfully, revealing that her initial aversion had dissipated upon discovering their shared interest. Su Lily pondered whether her daughter's attitude appeared a bit peculiar. This sudden shift seemed abrupt, and the change in emotions was somewhat jarring. The affection she referenced did not seem to align with typical feelings of fondness. After school, Su Lily had intended to engage in heartfelt conversation with her daughter in the latter's room. However, she decided to let things unfold naturally, as everything appeared to be heading in a more favorable direction. After visiting Huan, Xiao Silin returned Mantu to the Welfare Institute. It was already quite late. Gazing into the distance, she could see the towering clock tower in the city center, designed in the likeness of famous foreign architecture. Its illuminated face prominently displaying the hands approaching 10 o'clock. Huan would soon recover, no need for worry. Although Xiao Silin felt fatigued, a glance at the Bei Changton nestled within her coat seemed to alleviate her weariness. Charming beings and entities invariably possess a healing essence. Thank you, Sister Silin. Bei Changton, hidden beneath her clothing, poked its little head out, gleefully expressing its gratitude. You're welcome. Huan is your friend, but also mine. I am equally delighted to see it recover. As she spoke, Xiao Silin felt a chill creep down her back and tightened her coat, puzzled as to why she felt cold given the current weather. Casting a bewildered glance around, she noticed that what had once been a brightly lit street bustling with pedestrians had succumbed to a dense fog, rendering the area eerily quiet. Standing on the roadside, she felt an unsettling chill. The sudden change was too uncanny. Sister, what's wrong? Bei Changton, concealed beneath Xiao Silin's clothes, sensed her unease as she looked around anxiously after halting her steps. It should be fine. Let's hurry home. Xiao Silin's voice grew urgent as she resumed her pace, her steps increasingly frantic. Despite quickening her pace, she found herself unable to escape the area, and soon, the chill in her spine transformed into an unsettling coldness deep within her heart. A solitary woman. If there were other pedestrians, it would be reassuring, but in the absence of others, unsettling thoughts naturally arose. Though she cradled a small creature, the presence of Bei Changton offered little comfort. Could it be that she had encountered a ghost? After having come into contact with entities beyond her comprehension, Xiao Silin could not help but question the existence of spirits. As a person from Huaxia, her greatest fear lay in traditional horror. The tense atmosphere lingered around her, although she could not see anything. The very absence of visibility intensified her fear. The tangible monsters are merely that, yet the intangible elements delve deeper into the human psyche. After hastening a few steps, a hazy figure slowly materialized not far away. Is it a person? Just as Xiao Silin thought to breathe a sigh of relief. The sight of the emerging silhouette caused her breath to catch. What kind of pervert is this? Her heart wailed in despair. Initially, seeing a person brought her comfort, but now it would have been better had she not seen anyone at all. Glancing around, she found no other figures. This was dire. The newcomer, bare-chested and clad only in knee-length shorts, boasted a tall and muscular physique adorned with numerous tattoos, the meanings of which were unclear. Upon catching sight of Xiao Silin, a sinister smile appeared on the man's face. Shall you strike first, or shall I? He queried, seemingly addressing no one in particular. Come at me, the woman replied, exuding an aura of otherworldly might. Was she a prominent figure from the secondary realm? What could have brought her to the primary world? A mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, standing shoulder to shoulder with the bare-chested man, garbed in ninja attire. Forget her, capture her, and then you can impersonate her, right? The man named Sen, direct and unsatisfied with the ninja's plan, spoke. A saying from Huaxia comes to mind. To be aware of the times is to be wise. Caution can steer one clear of perils. Indeed, exercising caution is imperative. However, Xiaoya contemplated more deeply. They were unaware of the strength of Yanya's guardians or their whereabouts. Acting rashly could lead to serious repercussions. Huaxia's guardians are overrated. Their martial prowess is hardly daunting, Sen declared with confidence, recalling his previous encounters with Huaxia warriors at martial arts tournaments. Thanks to the physical enhancements granted by his animal-based devil fruit, he easily defeated a Stage 1 Huaxia warrior, leading him to regard them with disdain ever since. But what if there were guardians from other power systems? For instance, that silver hand, implanting a form of cybernetic enhancement, is quite perilous, warned Xiaoya. The two of them dismissed Xiao Silin entirely. To them, it was child's play for two Stage 4 powerhouses to subdue an ordinary woman, effortlessly. Even if Xiao Silin possessed a trace of otherworldly power, it was of no concern. Such power bore no effect on them at their current level. Yet having mingled for so long and reached Stage 4, they had some understanding of it. Enough talk. Let's engage, Sen declared, his palm rapidly transforming into a beastly claw. Sharp and fierce, as he lunged toward Xiao Zilin. His imposing form starkly contrasted with her delicate silhouette, rendering her as helpless as a small rabbit under his assault. His large paw clutched her slender, pale neck, quickly rendering her breathless. Her fair cheeks flushed red as she struggled weakly, but her efforts bore little fruit. Sin gazed at Xiao Zilin's appealing figure, cruelly licking his lips. This beautiful woman felt like a fragile porcelain doll in his grasp. "Release that girl." A sudden shout drew Sin's attention. He turned to see a husky standing bravely on a nearby bench, glaring at the massive Sin, though the dog trembled slightly. Sin, initially brash, cast a cautious glance at his companion, Xiaoye. Xiaoye subtly shook his head. Having collaborated numerous times, the water-style ninja was adept at reconnaissance techniques. This dog, while capable of speech, exhibited no energy fluctuations, and its presence bore no threat, leading Xiaoye to signal that there were no other adversaries nearby. Understanding it was merely a dog, Sin relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Zilin, gasping for air, collapsed to the ground, astonished that her savior was the dog she had encountered at the pet hospital. Could it be that this dog was a hidden master? Just as she entertained this notion, a swift slap sent the dog crashing against the wall, landing flat. "A mere dog dares to confront me? Have you lost your mind?" Sin scoffed, believing the slap had finished the dog. However, as he turned away, the dog bravely clawed itself from the wall, defiantly proclaiming, "What kind of prowess is it for two guardians to bully a defenseless woman? If you have the guts, come at me." Xiao Zilin, witnessing the dog as bravery, felt a pang of empathy despite their unfamiliarity. In stark contrast, Sin wore a look of disdain and impatience. Another merciless slap landed on the dog's face, sending it crashing against the wall once more. Though it would not die, the pain was undeniable. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Zilin could no longer bear to watch, even if she was not well acquainted with the dog. Witnessing its torment stirred her compassion. "Bah, what is there to discuss with these island devils? You're nothing but 4 island wretches. If you dare, come and kill me." The dog retorted with bold defiance. "Quite peculiar," mused the relatively calm Xiaoye, scrutinizing the dog. The sudden emergence of this canine, lacking any real strength, was baffling. A single blow from Sin should have dispatched an ordinary dog, so why was this one still standing and challenging them? "Who dares to speak to us so?" Sin, less composed than Xiaoye, was incensed by the dog's provocation and readied himself to tear it apart. With a howl, the dog lunged at Sin, seizing his leg, its jaws clamping down fiercely, showing no intention of releasing its grip, displaying remarkable valor. With the dog's interference, the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. "Xiaotan, you must escape quickly," Xiao Zilin whispered to the small figure nestled in her arms, discreetly shifting her clothing. "But what about you, Sister Zilin? Do not worry about me. Isn't that silly dog stalling for time? Once you escape, call for help," she urged. Although she longed to call the police herself, Sin's intimidating presence made her hesitate, fearing that reaching for her phone would provoke the two thugs. "Do not hesitate, Xiaotan. If you do not flee, our chances of survival diminish. You must escape to have any hope of saving us." Xiao Zilin's intent was not to have Xiaotan seek help after fleeing. She merely wished to ensure the girl's safety. Only by expressing it this way could she persuade the gentle Xiaotan to leave. Given her petite stature, with Xiao Zilin and the dog providing cover, primarily the dog, Xiaotan had a fair chance of escaping. "All right, I will certainly return to save you, Sister Zilin." Xiaotan vowed softly, her tone resolute. Then, stealthily, she maneuvered from behind Xiao Zilin's back, using her body as a shield, and hurriedly sprinted away. Xiao Zilin exhaled in relief, thinking, even if only you can escape, it is still a blessing. Ever since she began caring for Xiaotan, Xiao Zilin had shared her past with the girl. Xiaotan's background and experiences were heart-wrenching, much like a steamed bun, both being pitiable children. Though she hailed from the islands, Xiao Zilin had always cherished her, even in peril, hoping for the girl to find safety. However, upon raising her gaze, Xiao Zilin was startled by the expression in Xiaoye's eyes, realizing that something was amiss. Xiaoye regarded her with the bemusement of one watching a rather dull performance, his gaze laden with mockery. With a casual gesture, Xiaoye formed a hand seal and vapor coalesced into several water projectiles that, without a second glance, hurtled towards the fleeing Beijiangtan. Xiao Silin watched in horror as the water bullets sped towards her, knowing they were aimed at Beijiangtan. As a frail woman, she felt utterly powerless, forced to witness the impending impact. The sound of the water projectiles slicing through the air instilled fear in Beijiangtan, who shut her eyes and dared not look back, let alone halt her flight. In the past, the timid Beijiangtan might have cowered in a corner during peril. But Xiao Silin was also in danger, wishing to assist her sister who had cared for her. Suddenly, an unexpected warmth enveloped Beijiangtan, prompting her to open her eyes. She found herself sheltered in the embrace of a figure clad in a monkey mask, offering a sense of warmth and security. And she felt no fear towards this enigmatic being. Xiaoye and Sun immediately shifted into a defensive stance, focusing on the individual who had abruptly torn through the air. It was the guardian of Huaxia. Xiaoye quickly deduced the newcomer's identity, but remained unperturbed. His water-style ninjutsu, combined with Sen's proficiency in direct confrontations, rendered them capable of handling any similarly ranked guardian. Shiyang approached Xiao Silin, gently placing Beijiangtan in her arms before turning his attention to the two guardians from the island nation. Monkey Master? Xiao Silin instantly recognized the mask worn by Shiyang, identical to that of the mysterious figure she had encountered earlier in the music room. TCH, Ergu spat out a mouthful of bloodied phlegm, releasing Sen's leg and stepping back cautiously toward Shiyang. So arrogant, are we? You too? So arrogant, are we? Damn it, I'm waiting for my boss. What are you waiting for? Just wait for your demise. Ergu cursed as he retreated. Sun and Xiaoye had previously witnessed Ergu's strength, so they did not impede his retreat, focusing their attention on Shiyang. They could sense no trace of Shiyang's power. Upon returning to Shiyang's side, Ergu burst into tears, clinging to his leg. Look what they did to me. Damn it, it hurts so much, boss, you must avenge me. Shiyang, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, I'm just biding my time. You two fools. I already informed my boss a minute or two ago. He'll be here shortly. And with that wretched appearance of yours, you dare to strike me? Boss, take him apart. Xiaoye, wishing to offer some counter-arguments, knowing they had yet to truly engage in combat, found himself alarmed as his pupils dilated. A seemingly unassuming figure wearing a vividly crafted monkey mask appeared before him in an instant, moving with such speed that it was barely perceptible. A rarely heard cold voice emanated from Sun, filling the air. You struck Ergu and intend to harm an ordinary person? In an instant, the head of the imposing werewolf was shattered like a balloon. What kind of power was this? Sun was terrified, realizing that Xiaoye, who was his equal, had perished so swiftly, and he couldn't comprehend how Shiyang had executed a strike. How could an ordinary person draw the ire of such a formidable guardian of Huaxia? Earlier, Ergu, driven by the power of the world, had sought to observe Xiao Silin, only to discover the approach of the island nation as guardians. Yongkong, possessing only first-stage strength, was of little assistance, so Ergu had instructed him to notify Shiyang while he relied on his resilience to stall for time. Shiyang arrived swiftly, taking just over a minute from the time the call was made. Ergu managed to delay things with provocations and antics. Sun was paralyzed with fear, aware that Shiyang's strikes were lethal, leaving no room for negotiation. He immediately sought to flee. In the next moment, Shiyang stood in the path of Sen's escape. Sun had no choice but to charge forward, his form shifting as he transformed into a werewolf. With a fierce rush, Sun collided past Shiyang, who appeared to have made no movement, save for the glint of a blade formed from his arm. After they passed each other, time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. The towering werewolf was cleaved into 8 pieces, blood pooling upon the ground, while Sen's eyes remained fixed on the moment he had charged, unable to react. Why did you kill them so swiftly, boss? Why not toy with them a bit first? Ergu expressed his dissatisfaction. Xiao Silin, unable to bear the sight of the corpses, shifted her gaze to Shiyang, shocked to discover that the monkey master she had encountered earlier was the one who had saved her. You all may return home. Do not speak of tonight's events. Shiyang gestured casually for Xiao Silin to take Beijiangtan and leave. Xiao Silin intended to express her gratitude, but Beijiangtan, Fearful of Shuyang, discreetly tugged at her sleeve, feigning calmness as she glanced at the lifeless bodies. Startled, Xiao Silin quickly diverted her gaze, suppressing her desire to converse with Shuyang, and departed with Beijantan. "Boss, it seems these islanders intend to make a move," Ergu observed nonchalantly as he approached Shuyang. "So what are their bodies? I've seen plenty," he added, licking his lips. "Let them act. They will do so eventually, won't they?" After Xiao Silin's departure, Shuyang extended his tendrils to consume the remains of the two guardians from the island nation. The residual memories surfaced before him as he absorbed their bodies to glean insights into their current plans. Indeed, Huaxiao maintained stringent control across all domains. To avoid leaks, the islanders typically operated discreetly, often targeting those in the vicinity of their objectives. They had dispatched numerous guardians, over 60 at the 4th stage, 6 at the 5th stage, and 1 at the 6th stage, yet no low-level guardians were present. After all, it would be illogical to send a plethora of low-tier guardians for a kidnapping or assassination mission. With this newfound information, Shuyang felt a surge of confidence. Only one 6th-stage guardian? Ergu, unlike Shuyang, was not as cautious and scoffed at the enemy's configuration. With such strength, there's no need to fret over them. If it were up to me, with your capabilities, you could crush them effortlessly. Proceed discreetly. Revealing our strength is unwise. True. By the way, boss, I procured some fine items from the organization S shop. Should I bring them to Yanye's house tomorrow for you to see? What fine items? Shuyang inquired, intrigued, as anything Ergu deemed fine must surely be remarkable. I'll surprise you tomorrow. I won't say anything today, Ergu replied with a sly grin. Are the items at Wayan Street? Shuyang questioned. Yes, indeed. They are truly remarkable, costing a total of 70,000 points. Initially, they wanted to sell for 90,000, but I haggled it down to 70. After selling the secrets, I still have 30,723 points left, Ergu explained, returning Shuyang's communicator, which held the points in Shuyang's organizational account. 70,000? It seems they truly are two exceptional items. Under normal circumstances, setting aside exceptions, the sole flaw of expensive items is their cost. Initially, the dagger gifted by Chun Xianxian to Shuyang was a commendable weapon, suitable for the 3rd stage. It was priced at a mere 5,000 points, making the prospect of acquiring two for 70,000 rather enticing. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Yanye for a stroll along Wayan Street. Presently, there are numerous prying eyes on her family. It is prudent to avoid lingering there. Very well. The leader has spent an entire day with that girl. How did she behave? She is relatively obedient now, Shuyang replied nonchalantly. Truly worthy of being called the leader. Ergu gave a thumbs up, stating, then I'll wait for the leader at Lunyan MOU tomorrow. Lunyan MOU? What place is that? Surely you know of it, leader. It's the bookstore run by Chun Shulin and Xiao Wei and Lu Shuang. All right, let us return and rest. We shall discuss the rest tomorrow. With that, Shuyang unfurled his wings and swiftly vanished into the night sky. The largest establishment on Wayan Street was a newly opened bookstore. Typically, bookstores are expansive, and as night deepened, the serene yet well-lit space drew a throng of women, animatedly discussing an object. Ever since Ergu had brought the item and placed it there, curiosity had abounded among the women. What is this called? Mecha, right? Or more accurately, exoskeleton armor. It was late, and Xiao Xiao was tending to the flower sauce while the other women gathered. Xin Maiting, Xiao Min, Luo Su Li, Su Zheng Su, An Xiaoyi, Chun Shulin, and Lu Shuang were all present, except for Che Zhuxi, who was rumored to be on the verge of successful training. Ergu stood aside, basking in a glow of pride. Ladies, this is a type of advanced exoskeleton armor, one of the trump cards from the slaughter city of Gangbalaro. As for its function, Yongkong gazed enviously at the exoskeleton armor, eager to explain its merits to the elder brother-S women, but began incorrectly, drawing several sharp glares. Although the women refrained from voicing it, they still wished to assert who was the legitimate wife and who was the concubine. This armor is extraordinarily powerful. Its built-in gas propulsion system provides remarkable mobility. Even an ordinary person can become a master of the 3rd stage once donned. Yongkong, wishing to avoid the contention of who was the elder sister, promptly shifted the discussion to the armor's advantages. He admired the armor greatly and envied the elder brother for having so many beautiful women around him. Yet, given his position, he maintained a respectful distance. Ergun noted this and found him commendable. Ordinary people can become formidable just by wearing it. Upon hearing this, the perceptive Luo Su Li was the first to react. Does that mean if I wear this, I can assist Brother Shiyang in the future? If I become stronger than Brother Shiyang, then I can protect him. Xiaomin's thoughts were quite naive. Ahem, while it might fit the leader well, dear sisters, do not harbor delusions. The leader's strength far surpasses your imagination. Not causing trouble is the greatest assistance you can provide. The women felt disgruntled by Ergu's words, but due to his unique status, they merely huffed in annoyance without further comment. Yongkong held a deep admiration for Ergu's evident status disparity. When the leader arrives tomorrow, he will surely be pleased, Ergu remarked, excitedly rubbing his paws as he gazed at the armor. However, he did not mention that the armor was secondary. There was something else of greater importance. The following afternoon, within the piano room, Yanyi still did not take the initiative to speak to Zixian, her mood remaining as complex as the previous day. However, Shi Yang's piano skills distracted her enough to ease her discomfort. After school, can you accompany me to a place? Shi Yang inquired in a tone that was more of a suggestion than a demand. Where to? Ye countered. Wayan Street. Their conversation had noticeably grown more familiar, no longer stiff as it had initially been. What is there that is fun or delicious? Nothing. Nothing? Then why would I go there with you? I have a matter to attend to, but I need to ensure your safety. It would be more convenient if you agree, though if you refuse, you can stay at home after school. Last night, Shi Yang had cast a protective spell at Ye's home while assisting Xiao Silin and Ergu. He had contemplated using a diversionary tactic, but deemed it best to keep Ye close, as the protective spell was not infallible. If an exceptionally powerful assailant were to strike, the spell could be broken. Thus, having Ye by his side would provide greater security. Of course. Why would Ti agree? Ye replied without hesitation. However, she then shifted her demeanor, her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with mischief, suggesting a bit of playful cunning. You promised my mother to protect me, but during that time, you want to do your own thing. Isn't that a bit unprofessional? What compensation do I get? You mainly wish to emphasize that last point, don't you? Shi Yang shook his head. I want to learn piano from you, but you've never clearly responded. If I accompany you to Wayan Street while you attend to your matters, would you agree to teach me? Ye pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of childish charm. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between Ye and Shi Yang had subtly lessened. The afternoon sun shone brightly and warmly between them, infusing Shi Yang, whose demeanor was usually tranquil, with a hint of youthful vigor. However, as was customary, Shi Yang instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining a distance between himself and Ye. The emotions of a teenage girl are often sensitive and intricate. Shi Yang's habitual actions cause a slight dimming in Ye's heart. Affection level, 45. She did not yet harbor feelings for Shi Yang, but the knowledge of his exceptional piano skills piqued her curiosity. Despite his polite demeanor and gentle speech, Shi Yang exuded an air of solitude that captivated the young girl, intertwining her admiration with her passion for music, compelling her to learn from him. Yet, Shi Yang's actions led her to believe that learning from him might be an unattainable dream. All right. A single word sent Ye's emotions on a roller coaster. Despite Shi Yang's apparent reluctance to engage with her, he had indeed agreed, leaving her to question whether he might be deceiving her. You agreed? You wouldn't trick me, would you? The young girl, unaccustomed to concealing her thoughts, directly voiced her doubts. I wouldn't. Shi Yang's reply was unequivocal. You cannot go back on your word. I generally do not. His calm words conveyed a seriousness that was difficult for a man to articulate. Shi Yang had indeed never broken a promise regarding such matters. All right, I'll trust you this once. Shall we head over right after school? Ergu will come and pick us up. We'll ride in his car. Ergu? You mean the talking dog? He can talk, but he can drive too? Ye expressed her disbelief. Is this world really that extraordinary? He claims to be an experienced driver, though he hasn't driven in a while. This time, he wants to regain his old touch, so he'll come and pick us up after school. As for Ergu's driving skills, Shi Yang was uncertain, having yet to witness them firsthand. Nevertheless, Ergu spoke with confidence, suggesting he must possess some skill. At the end of the school day, numerous vehicles await at the school gate to pick up their children. High school students, unlike their younger counterparts, do not chatter incessantly, yet the gathering creates a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a certain vehicle with tinted windows maneuvers through the dense traffic with remarkable audacity, leaving many parents astonished and bewildered. A slightly worn silver van screeches to a halt by the school gate, exuding an inexplicable grace. Observing this spectacle, a bystander remarked in admiration, "To drive a van like that requires true talent." "Talent? More like a dog," scoffed Ergo, who overheard the hollow praise, disdainfully dismissing it as he patiently rested his paws on the steering wheel, awaiting his master's emergence from school. Those who know him understand that Ergo is no ordinary dog. He is the Takumi of the canine world. The thought thrilled him. What man does not have an affinity for mechas? His gift for his master would surely bring immense joy, possibly even warranting a feast of 2 servings of JianbingGuozi. As Yenya stood beside the van, staring blankly at the dilapidated vehicle, she pondered, in all her years, when had she ever ridden in such a shabby car? "Get in," Shi Yang called, lowering the window. Having already acquiesced, she felt compelled to comply. Once the van was in motion, Yenya was astounded to see Ergo deftly shifting gears with his paws. Amidst the bustling traffic of Jingdu City, Ergo's driving skills were as smooth as melted chocolate, effortlessly weaving through vehicles and overtaking them. This extraordinary sight left Yenya both astonished and enlightened. Most impressively, Ergo managed to engage in conversation with Shi Yang while driving. "Boss, I want to keep you in suspense. The item I brought back is a power armor modified from the gorilla suit of Killing City, with excellent performance, particularly suited for someone with your close combat style. As for the second item, it cost 50,000 points and is a rare training method for hockey from One Piece. What do you think?" "Surprised, boss?" Shi Yang was intrigued by the hockey training method. How could such a high-level application of power from a martial arts world be available for just 50,000 points? "I negotiated the price," Ergo explained. "However, the difficulty in mastering hockey is significant. Many anime worlds depict the awakening and mastery of hockey as quite challenging. The entry point is difficult, and reaching the pinnacle is even more so, hence the lower price. But others lack your advantages. With Li Jia's help, once you grasp the essence, she can elevate you to the highest level." What is he doing? In Wayan Street, behind the shops, there lay a spacious courtyard where Shi Yang sat cross-legged, eyes closed, in silent meditation. The women, along with Ergo and Yenya, watched him through the window. What is he doing? Yenya inquired, confused, tuning to argue. He hasn't moved for 2 hours. It's almost dark. She had assumed her school day ended at 5 or 5:30, yet here she was, watching Shi Yang sit still as the sun dipped below the horizon. Having just called her mother to report her whereabouts, she expected a reprimand to return home quickly, but instead, her mother simply wished her to have fun. "Shi Yang is cultivating," Lu Shuaing clarified. "Yes, that's the term, cultivating." "Cultivating?" Chen Qianqian, present but silent, observed Shi Yang intently. The others, especially Jean Meiding and her companions, were on alert, knowing that if a dispute arose, Yenya would be at a disadvantage. Normally, Ergo would dismiss such trivial quarrels among women, but today he was adamant about not disturbing his master. "Be quiet," he growled, surprisingly silencing everyone. Ergo, usually a figure of humor, had never exhibited such seriousness before. The boss is cultivating, learning a high-level application of power. Nothing is more important than enhancing one's strength. I advise against disturbing him. With arms crossed, his tone and demeanor were solemn. Though often humorous, he knew when to be serious. Initially excited by Shi Yang's return, the women had been taken to the window by Ergo, careful to keep their voices down, fearing that loud noises might disrupt Shi Yang's mastery of hockey. As a tangible spirit, Ergo often took great care in his actions. Yenya, not fully comprehending, maintained a somewhat skeptical expression, but wisely chose not to voice her thoughts. Meanwhile, Jean Meiting and the others whispered excitedly among themselves, confident that Shi Yang would succeed. Hey, what is the relationship between those women and Shi Yang? Yan Yi leaned closer to Ergo, sneaking a glance. Upon her arrival, she had noticed the abundance of beautiful women, each unique, stirring her curiosity about their connection to Shi Yang. They're the boss's women, Ergo replied casually. What? Yan Yi exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face, her worldview shattered. In the 21st century, how could someone have so many girlfriends simultaneously? You must be joking. Who would joke about that? You, of all people, should be familiar with such matters in wealthy circles. You'd think this would be commonplace, Ergo retorted, rolling his eyes. Look at your admirers. If you wished, you could easily manage several boyfriends. But you certainly lack the charm to make them all truly like you. Unlike the boss. Are you insulting me? I don't care about others, but I would never stoop to such disgusting behavior. Yin Yi, still young and raised in a somewhat permissive but strict moral environment, clung to her innocent beliefs. Do you think my boss is disgusting? Egu questioned, a hint of indignation in his voice. Yin Yi replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. She could not fathom why the revelation of Shi Yang's numerous relationships left her feeling this way. It was primarily the realization that the person she admired had flaws. His apparent fickleness diminished her admiration for him. He plays the piano so beautifully. I thought he was a suave, profound, and devoted person. But it turns out he's just a playboy. Don't slander my boss. Ergo defended Shi Yang, his voice low. I was merely joking. Those women believe they are my boss's partners, but in reality, he has never been intimate with any of them. What do you mean he hasn't been intimate, but they think they are his women? Yin Yi asked, slightly confused. You don't need to know the details. It's just a matter of interpretation. Ergo sighed, gazing at Shi Yang's silhouette, his tone tinged with melancholy. The concept of love, whether you believe it or not. My boss is not only a dashing figure, but also a deeply devoted person. However, his true depth of affection will never be revealed to any of you. I hope one day he can find fulfillment. Ergo understood Shi Yang's past. During quiet nights, he had often lent an ear to his master's tales. Chen Qianqian, who stood nearby, overheard the low murmurs of Ergo, unable to suppress her feelings of solitude. She was acutely aware of her position among the women present who admire Shi Yang. Among them, she was the most perceptive and clear-headed, without exception. It was precisely this clarity that made Ergo's words pierce her heart. As long as she remained unaware, she could deceive and comfort herself, but upon hearing the truth, she was confronted with the stark reality. Lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Yin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Observing Ergo's earnest demeanor made her inclined to believe in the veracity of his words. When she turned her gaze to Chen Qianqian, she found her expression compelling. She began to wonder if these women were truly indulging in unreciprocated feelings, while Shi Yang was merely waiting for someone. With so many beautiful women around, could it be that Shi Yang was completely oblivious to them? Although Yin Yi found herself persuaded by Ergo's assertions, she still harbored doubts. After all, humans are visual creatures, constantly surrounded by a multitude of attractive individuals. In particular, Chen Qianqian's beauty stood out to Yin Yi, leading her to question how Shi Yang could remain unaffected. Ergo's assertion about Shi Yang's indifference seemed implausible. What do you mean he can't see? Is it literal? She inquired. My boss possesses remarkable self-control. In the past, when his sight was intact, he regarded beauty with indifference. However, after an unfortunate incident, he chose to blind himself as a reminder of his resolve, Ergo explained. This wasn't a secret. It was simply a matter of fact. Blind himself? Yin Yi gestured to her own eyes, the concept foreign and unsettling to her. That must have been immensely painful. Indeed, Ergo responded. Thus, my boss's determination remains unseen by others. I need to visit the restroom, Chen Qianqian said, her expression awkward as she walked away. At the sink, she splashed her face with clear water, the droplets accentuating her fair skin and highlighting the redness around her eyes. Did you hear everything? Asked Luo Salizi and Lu Shuang, emerging from the restroom and washing their hands. Although we are ordinary people, Ergo has been open about it. We heard everything too, but you both seem unfazed. Chen Qianqian remarked, glancing at Luo Salizi and Lu Shuang, who appeared composed as they wiped their hands. It's not that we've accepted it. Rather, we've grown accustomed to it. Luo, Celizi admitted, revealing a rare hint of melancholy. The difference between loving someone and not loving someone is indeed stark, she added, a sentiment Chen Qianqian wholeheartedly agreed with. When one truly loves, the subtle nuances of expression, tone, and even body language convey an unspoken affection. Yet, Shuyang displayed none of these signs. Neither for anyone nor for her. No one is a fool. However, even so, they willingly followed Shuyang into this unfamiliar world and down this strange street. Occasionally catching a glimpse of what they could never attain was enough to satisfy them. Lu Shuiying and Luo Celizi shared a knowing smile. The world of One Piece, as one of the classic high-power universes, boasts formidable strength comparable to that of Dragon Ball. The mastery of Ki in Dragon Ball and Haki in One Piece significantly enhances personal combat prowess. Some might argue that since Dragon Ball often depicts planet-destroying power, how could its strength be on par with that of One Piece? If that were the case, how could Luffy, using only Gear 3rd, fight evenly with a Super Saiyan? It's unnecessary to delve into the notion of canonical accuracy. Placing Luffy in the Dragon Ball universe would also allow him to reach a pinnacle level. The reason lies in the density of power within the world he inhabits, ensuring that he will ultimately rise to the highest echelons in any narrative. As a child of the world, Luffy would match the prowess of otherworld children under any circumstances. In Dragon Ball, Ki's destructive potential is remarkable. However, aside from a few antagonists, most characters possess high offensive but low defensive capabilities, as seen with Goku and Vegeta. The ease with which they achieve planet-destroying levels primarily stems from the fragile nature of their universe, where planets often meet destruction in the storyline, allowing even modest combat power to reach catastrophic levels. If Goku and the others were to enter the world of One Piece, their Kamehameha would never destroy a planet, as the key lies in the world's inherent power. Within a specific universe, to unleash destruction beyond the highest threshold, one must possess a power density that surpasses that of the world itself. Why can Shuyang only utilize top-tier power in intermediate worlds? Why is he restricted to maximum tier levels in lower worlds? This has been previously elucidated. It is the world's will and rules that impose these limits. Unless one's power density exceeds that of the world, transcending these boundaries is impossible. Thus, guardians exist as exceptions, no matter how powerful a world child may be. Their power density is fixed, whereas a guardian's power density is variable and can accumulate. This means that if Shuyang's power density surpasses that of Goku and Luffy, with sufficient strength, he could potentially overpower them. This is the primary rationale for the existence of guardians. Despite the strength of characters within the world, guardians remain the mainstay of protection against world devourers. Shuyang abandoned his identity as a fated individual, starting anew. The key to breaking the cycle lies in enhancing the world's power density within the framework of cosmic laws. This is the only means for Shuyang to transcend the shackles of his past fate. If he were to follow the old path, even with all 6 relics, he would not attain invincibility or rescue those he wished to save. However, now he at least has an opportunity. His current strength may be minimal, but it provides a chance to ascend toward the realm of the Luo Jin Xian. That, indeed, is the true opportunity to save his 4th sister. Of course, having the ability and the willingness to act are 2 different matters. Shuyang does not wish to disrupt other worlds, so there is no need to target the world children. Returning to the matter at hand, to become the pinnacle of power on the vast seas. Mastering Haki at a high level is indispensable. Haki is classified into 3 categories: Kinbunshiku, Busashoku, and Haocheng. Haki is a latent power inherent to all, a natural capability that most cannot perceive, with Haocheng being exceedingly rare among individuals. 1. Haocheng Haki, beginner, capable of using Haki to defeat weaker foes. Intermediate, can inflict physical damage on objects and people. Advanced, can envelop and attack physical entities. 2. Busashoku Haki, beginner, can harden substances and bypass devil fruit abilities. Intermediate, can project Haki outward to strike enemies. Advanced, can infiltrate an enemy's body with haki and destroy them from within. 3. Kinbunshiko Haki. Beginner, can sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others. Intermediate, can predict an opponent's movements. Advanced, may foresee the future for a limited time. I wonder if my boss possesses the potential for Haocheng Haki? Ergo's greatest concern lay in the cultivation of the formidable Haocheng Haki. The pinnacle of techniques undoubtedly resided in the mastery of the Haocheng color entwining. Should Shi Yang lack the innate talent for Haocheng, then the expenditure of 50,000 points would seem rather futile. Just as Ergo contemplated this, a terrifying aura erupted from Shi Yang, unleashing a tempest of black and red lightning that ravaged the void. Haocheng. Ergo was overjoyed. It has succeeded. The boss has achieved it. To jest, among all the world's chosen ones, while many may lack Haocheng, the successor of the great sage Qi Tian must possess it. Moreover, Shi Yang's presence was extraordinary. Having merely grasped the rudimentary stage of Haocheng, his might far surpassed that of Luffy when his Haocheng first manifested in One Piece, even overshadowing the strength of red-haired Shanks at the initial awakening of Haocheng. Haki is an innate potential, intricately linked to one's mental fortitude. To enhance its limits in the future, one could indeed focus on augmenting their mental capabilities. In the realm of One Piece, there exist no explicit methods for increasing mental strength, yet Shi Yang had his means. A person's mental capacity is finite, akin to an individual who cannot toil endlessly without rest. Even if the labor is not physically taxing, the mind cannot endure unceasingly. Thus, the extent of haki is also limited, contingent upon the degree of mental strength possessed. The master's comprehension is remarkably high. I had noticed this before. After assimilating the memories of other martial arts masters, the speed at which the master integrates techniques is astounding. If one were to articulate it, reaching the utmost standard of Haocheng color entwining may take less than a year. Lino did in admiration. Luffy began cultivating haki post the Marineford War, and his rapid advancement in later stages stemmed from ample opportunities to engage with formidable opponents. In terms of cultivation comprehension, Shi Yang could even outshine him and the likes of Goku from Dragon Ball by 8 streets. The residual essence from the spirit-cleaving stone monkey is not something a mere handful of world's chosen can rival. Do you know how long the great sage has cultivated since becoming a disciple of the Grandmaster, ultimately emerging as the awe-inspiring war god Yang Jian and executing 300 moves? Is this the Haocheng color entwining? Shi Yang gradually raised his palm, channeling the accumulated energy of over 170,000 points primarily into the proficiency of Haocheng. At this moment, Shi Yang's fist appeared no different than before. Yet the enhancement of the entwining dramatically increased the penetrating power of his strikes, allowing him to inflict damage even without direct contact. However, Shi Yang had no inclination for such theatrics. Once someone truly bore the brunt of his punch, they would understand the meaning of a critical hit delivering true damage. In the realm of One Piece, the ability to master Haocheng color entwining is the standard for becoming a true powerhouse. Yet, after dedicating all his energy to enhance the proficiency of Haocheng, though Shi Yang had attained an exceptional control over it, his mastery of Busashoku and Kinbunshiko remained at a nascent level. In a world of high martial arts, the enhancement of abilities indeed requires a substantial amount of energy. Had Shi Yang not first acquired the basics before advancing, he might have needed to expend several 100,000, even close to 1,000,000 energy points to reach the pinnacle of Haocheng proficiency. Boss, you've done it! Ergo exclaimed joyfully as he burst through the door to Shi Yang's side. MHMC Yamreli noted in acknowledgement. So, boss, do you now master the entwining? I have indeed mastered it. It is a commendable ability. Shi Yang could feel the formidable destructive power now coursing through his fist, as the black and red lightning generated by the entwining flickered ominously in the void. Come, I have prepared a weapon for you, boss. Ergo eagerly rolled over a small electric card, lifting the gray cloth covering it. Ta-da! What is this? Shi Yang observed the long blade resting on the rack before him, reminiscent of a classical Mo Dao. yet its intricate details revealed it to be a creation of advanced technology. This blade bore a striking resemblance to the Mo Dao, also known as the horse-chopping sword, a type of heavy long-handled weapon primarily used to slay cavalry on ancient battlefields, one of the weapons of heavily armored infantry. When confronted with Mo Dao's lethal strikes, cavalry often found themselves shattered. The total length of this blade was approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters, with a handle painted in deep black and a blade nearly 1 meter and 2 centimeters long, thick at the spine yet thin at the edge, sharp yet immensely heavy. Boss, when I purchased the power armor, a weapon was included, but at the time, it was an ion oscillation sword. Knowing that you prefer heftier weapons, I specifically spent an additional 10,000 points to replace it with this gravity knife modeled after Mo Dao. Would you like to give it a try? Ergo stood eagerly, rubbing his paws together, grinning broadly. The gravity knife that Ergo procured was not the ordinary dagger-like blade one might envision. The gravity knife sold in the organization's marketplace was a technological marvel, representing a high-density compression of metal that exceeded imagination in weight. Coupled with its razor-sharp edge, its lethality was astonishing, and only a guardian with exceptional strength could wield such a weapon. Shi Yang, while appearing to lack the physical prowess, found this knife remarkably suited to his capabilities. Upon grasping it, Shi Yang immediately sensed the knife's unusual weight. The Mo Dao style is already a notably broad weapon. Its weight did not correspond to its appearance. The seemingly heavy blade of 2 meters and 3 centimeters turned out to be far lighter than anticipated. It must weigh at least 400 kilograms. Hee. Ergo chuckled at the astonished expression on Shi Yang's face. Good. Understanding Ergo's intentions, Shi Yang exclaimed in delight and, with a slight exertion, effortlessly lifted the blade. Although his physique appeared mismatched with the knife, it felt weightless in his grasp, as if it were an extension of his own will. Though named Wu Feng, the blade's edge gleamed menacingly, capable of dazzling the eyes of anyone caught in its glint. Should one receive a strike from it, the consequences will be dire. Ergo scurried around the yard, meticulously assisting Shi Yang in donning the power armor. Swish! The power armor was equipped with a gas-assisted mobility system, emitting a crisp whooshing sound with each motion. Despite being a seemingly heavy suit, it felt remarkably light under Shi Yang's strength and the aid of the mobility system. This white power armor is the Rending Apocalypse Close Combat Strength Series 7 model, the most refined piece in this series. Prior to purchase, I had the organization's after-sales personnel adjust the power, discarding all originally equipped technological weapons, and focusing on enhancing the protective armor, which can withstand attacks at the 4th stage. This is the best possible outcome at this price point, Ergo explained. Shi Yang moved his body, feeling no impediment. The armor conformed perfectly to his form, providing a sense of balance without any sluggishness. Ergo, you have done well. Thank you. Oh, boss, there's no need for such formalities. Assisting you is my duty. Step back. I need to move around a bit. Ergo obediently retreated several dozen meters. The Haocheng hockey erupted in a torrent of black and red lightning, coiling around Shi Yang's power armor with an imposing aura. Finally entwining around the gravity knife Wu Feng. Shi Yang did not intend to test the performance of his new equipment, for there were no extravagant features to assess. Instead, he sought to acclimate himself to the new gear. Gripping the elongated handle of Wu Feng, Shi Yang took a few deliberate steps and, with a fluid motion, spun the blade in a flourish. The gravity knife, stretching 2 meters and 3 centimeters, glided effortlessly in his hands, prompting Ergo to stifle an urge to applaud. Shi Yang, clad in a suit of white power armor and wielding a gravity blade, exuded a cold yet composed demeanor. The stark white contrasted vividly with the bold, black-red lightning that encircled him, creating an atmosphere of impending violence that was almost palpable. This intensity caused the women observing from outside the window to gasp in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, the most captivating spectacle lay ahead, for Shi Yang was preparing for a display of martial prowess. Drawing a deep breath, he grounded himself and raised his blade. His movements defied the weight of his armor. Each sweep strike, and thrust revealed his profound mastery of martial arts. The blade, powerful and dynamic, moved with a grace that captivated even Ergo, who found himself lost in the performance. "Wow, the boss is amazing," Ergo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The sound of air-assisted movement filled the space, harmonizing with the crisp slicing of the blade through the air, creating an ethereal ambience. As the last echoes of the air assistance faded, Yang performed a swift spin, lowering his body and raising the blade behind him, causing several tree trunks, as thick as bowls, to fall silently to the ground, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. In response to this display, Jianbingting and the others were filled with admiration. Qian felt a swell of pride, but the most astonished was Yin Ye. After stowing his weapons and armor in a spatial ring, Yang lit a cigarette. "Ergo, I need the remaining internal martial arts manuals from the 8 great sects. Please bring me a copy of the Dragon Ball Qi cultivation method." "Why the sudden interest, boss?" Ergo questioned, knowing Yang was not one to aimlessly pursue lofty ideals. It seemed illogical to delve into other high martial worlds when he had yet to fully grasp his current power. "I merely wish to experiment with something," Yang replied thoughtfully. "All right, boss. I'll check the organization store tomorrow," Ergo promised. "Good. Then I'll take Yin Ye home." In the bustling cafeteria, Yin Ye, who usually never contested for food, sat dejectedly at a corner table, resting her head on her hand, her expression filled with melancholy, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere surrounding her. "Not happy? Huh? Xiao Laosher?" Yin Ye looked up, realizing Xiao Silin had approached her. There was a designated dining area for teachers, but Yin Ye stood out, making her easily noticeable to Xiao Silin. "You look so troubled. What's wrong? Who upset you?" Xiao Silin teased, her tone playful. Yet it made Yin Ye feel the age gap between them diminish. No one has upset me. It seems I might have hurt someone instead," Yin Ye said, casting a glance at Zhang Zixuan in the crowd. "Have you apologized properly?" Xiao Silin smiled, her gentle expression akin to a soothing spring breeze. "Not yet, and that weighs heavily on me," Yin Ye admitted, feeling even more troubled. "Is it a friend or a romantic interest?" "Xiao Laosher, where are you going with this?" "It's definitely a friend," Yin Ye quickly replied, fearing Xiao Laosher would misconstrue her words. If it were a romantic interest, that would be rather complicated. However, if it's a friend, you should sincerely apologize if you feel you've erred. If there's a reason, explain your side. If not, express your sincere regret. I believe that to maintain a good friendship, as long as the other person senses your sincerity, they will surely understand, Xiao Silin advised. "What you say makes sense, but I feel a bit scared. Be brave. Many things yield no results if you don't try." As Xiao Silin conversed with Yin Ye, Yongkong approached with a tray in hand. He had not dined at the school cafeteria for quite some time and sought to savor the experience once more. However, he noted that the staff seemed less adept than before. Upon seeing Yongkong, Xiao Silin hesitated, an inexplicable feeling spreading within her. She had seen him before, particularly as he had recently been close to Yin Ye, which puzzled her. It was not just strange that Yin Ye accepted him, but now Xiao Silin sensed a distinct change in Yongkong's demeanor. A woman's intuition can be remarkably acute. Having encountered Yang once in a moment of peril, his presence lingered in her mind. While it may be an exaggeration to say she could not shake the memory, it certainly left a lasting impression. After all, how could one forget an extraordinary being? Coupled with the enigmatic monkey master being associated with Yin Ye heightened Xiao Silin's awareness of those surrounding her. Now, observing Yang's every movement and aura, her eyes brightened, and she could not help but exclaim, "It's you!" Before she could finish her sentence, Yang gently placed his chopsticks down, straightened up, and raised a finger to his lips and nose, signaling for silence. Xiao Silin understood his intent. That night, he had also requested her to keep the matter discreet. Yet, uncertain of her recognition, she was now completely convinced that this Yongkong was indeed the mysterious monkey master in disguise. "Huh? Xiao Laosher, do you know him?" Yin Ye inquired, her implication clear. "Yes," Xiao Silin nodded. "He saved me." "Are you going to the piano room this afternoon?" "Of course. Speaking of which, he promised to teach me," Yin Ye replied. a smile gracing her face. All right, see you this afternoon. I'm full now, so I'll take my leave. Xiao Silin wiped her mouth with a napkin, picked up her tray, and headed to the dish return area, stealing one last glance at Shi Yang. ISN T Xiao Laosher beautiful? Yin Ye teased Shi Yang, surprised to learn of his acquaintance with the attractive teacher. Given his myriad of admirers, she jested, though I heard some secrets from Ergo yesterday. Regardless of any underlying issues, it doesn't hinder my ability to joke. Didn't Ergo tell you I'm blind? Shi Yang replied nonchalantly. So what if you're blind? Your inability to see doesn't negate Xiao Laosher's beauty, Yin Ye retorted confidently. Shi Yang, uninterested in engaging further, continued to eat his lunch at a leisurely pace. Hey, you promised to teach me. Don't go back on your word, Yin Ye reiterated, having asked him this question numerous times before. I won tea, Shi Yang assured her calmly. For high school students, lunchtime was rather brief, and soon, students and teachers began to return their trays and exit the cafeteria. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Zixuan blended in, but upon noticing Shi Yang and Yin Ye still seated together, she couldn't help but glance their way. Unexpectedly, Yin Ye met her gaze, and as their eyes locked, Zhang Zixuan quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head as she moved with the flow of people. Yin Ye watched Zhang Zixuan leave, feeling a tightening in her chest. Xiao Laosher's words echoed in her mind. Yet as she reached out, her hand hesitated and recoiled. Shi Yang perceived her hesitation. Do you dislike Yin Ye? He asked, unperturbed by the complexities of emotions. Often, whether in friendship or love, one must clarify feelings to ascertain if they are willing to let go. Why do you ask? Zhang Zixuan questioned, puzzled by Yong Kang's inquiry, as she had never harbored any ill will towards Xiao Yue. He thought you disliked her, which is why she hasn't dared to approach you these past few days. Shi Yang stated plainly. Zhang Zixuan was utterly astonished. She had always felt a sense of guilt for not informing Xiaoya from the very beginning that Chen Yinxin was a scoundrel. This remorse had prevented her from staying by Xiaoya's side, yet it turned out that sometimes matters are simply that straightforward. With a face full of shame, Zhang Zixuan believed it was her failure to communicate her observations to Yin Ye that rendered her unworthy of her friendship. Meanwhile, Yin Ye, sensing Zhang Zixuan's deliberate distancing, feared the rejection of her overtures for reconciliation and thus refrained from approaching. The two had not spoken for 2 days due to this small emotional misunderstanding. It was not too late to realize the truth. She would practice her piano in the afternoon. After Shi Yang finished speaking, he departed. With a deep exhale, releasing a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon, Shi Yang lingered quietly beside a trash bin under a grand tree, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Not far away, in the piano room, Zhang Zixuan and Yin Ye reconciled, both surprised to discover they had misinterpreted each other's feelings. Now reunited as good friends, they were filled with joy and excitement. Clearly, Yin Ye was momentarily oblivious to Shi Yang. During adolescence, emotions are pure and untainted by ulterior motives. Affection is simply affection, and friendship is just friendship. At this stage, both love and camaraderie are sincere and precious. Who among us has not had a few secret crushes during their youth? Who has not formed enduring bonds with close friends? Shi Yang relished the tranquility of smoking outside, undisturbed and content to protect Yin Ye from afar. The leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, the sound soothing rather than bothersome, instilling a sense of calm within his heart. He took a moment to appreciate the newfound strength within him. Shi Yang had acquired a formidable skill set, including armed hockey and observation hockey, though still in their nascent stages. By activating his armor mode, combined with the indestructible skill, his defense had significantly improved, and his offensive capabilities had also been greatly enhanced. It was difficult to assess his current combat prowess, but he suspected that if he encountered the 7-stage devourer he faced in Yong Yixing again, it would stand no chance against him. In addition to his capabilities, Shi Yang possessed superior equipment, including powered armor and a gravity blade. Even the initial level of armed hockey significantly amplified the lethality of his blade. With an abundance of abilities at his disposal, Shi Yang sought to streamline their activation. While these powers could not be fused, he could alter the flow of energy within his body like a switch. When he activated armor mode, all other abilities would simultaneously engage, collectively referred to as meteoric eruption. Upon activation, Shuyang's cells would maximize the formation of protective armor while simultaneously channeling the indestructible skill, wrapping his attacks in armed haki and deploying observation haki for heightened perception. By simplifying the activation of his abilities, Shuyang could concentrate all his focus on confronting adversaries, allowing each move to be executed with greater precision. The Pancake God could indeed assist in combat and was notably powerful. Throwing a set of pancakes during a confrontation would surely distract anyone. However, Shuyang had no intention of resorting to such tactics, as revealing the pancakes could jeopardize his future. He contemplated alternative strategies, considering the potential profit from selling pancakes as a product in the organization's marketplace for a substantial amount of points. While this would be lucrative, it would also attract the attention of more formidable individuals. The effects of the pancakes were exceedingly extraordinary, and he preferred to keep them concealed from others. He wondered if Ergo had succeeded in acquiring the training methods for Qi from Dragon Ball. In that universe, the foundational styles of Qi cultivation were notably few. The most basic yet highest potential technique was undoubtedly the Kamehameha, which had a low entry requirement and high ceiling, representing a nearly flaw-free approach. Other styles, such as Crane Master's penetrating waves or Piccolo's energy blasts, had their merits but came with significant drawbacks, including long charging times or immense energy costs. As Shuyang pondered how to enhance his strength, Yin Ye approached him, her eyes glistening with tears. "Thank you," she said sincerely, her gratitude stemming from the heart. At that moment, she no longer harbored any resentment towards Shuyang and even felt a burgeoning fondness for him. Despite his peculiar monkey mask, he was remarkably powerful yet unexpectedly gentle, assisting her in mending her friendship with Zhang Zishuan, which profoundly touched her. "Why not spend a little more time with Zhang Zishuan?" Shuyang suggested, lighting another cigarette. "Who said you couldn't stay with me while I teach you?" Yin Ye responded with a proud smile. With a good friend by her side, Shuyang agreed to teach her, and it seemed that all her desires were being fulfilled, leaving her with no reason to be unhappy. "Let's go." After taking a couple of puffs, Shuyang extinguished the cigarette and disposed of it in the ashtray atop the trash bin. This matter could not be avoided. Yin Ye had taken note of it. However, Shuyang had no intention of evading the issue. A promise was a promise. With her hands clasped behind her back, Yin Ye skipped happily alongside Shuyang as they made their way to the piano room. The music floated through the air like a lovely mist, enveloping the courtyard in a moonlit glow. Shuyang and Yin Ye sat side by side on the piano bench, and she couldn't help but steal glances at the man beside her. A pianist's hand should be long and delicate, dancing like fairies across the keys, filling the space with soothing melodies akin to moonlight. However, Shuyang's hands were somewhat rougher, yet exuded a sense of strength. After demonstrating scales and arpeggios, Shuyang provided detailed explanations. Yin Ye was earnest in her studies, and time slipped away gradually in this manner. Zhang Zishuan, sitting against the wall of the piano room, observed Yin Ye learning from Shuyang, though she herself did not understand the music. While the melodies were enchanting, she found herself growing drowsy after a prolonged period of watching. This Yongkong is not the true Yongkong, a realization that Zhang Zishuan has come to understand, as Yongkong is utterly unacquainted with musical instruments, not merely lacking knowledge, but entirely oblivious. Is this the state of affairs? Xiao Celine is also seated in the piano room, seemingly engrossed, as Shuyang succinctly addresses Yin Ye's shortcomings, offering her direct and insightful guidance, which proves immensely beneficial to Xiao Celine as well. Indeed, Zhang Zishuan responds in a lowered voice. "It is nearly time. Let us continue tomorrow," Xiao Celine remarks as she glances at the clock. Yin Ye has practiced long enough. Her mental fatigue, evident as her focus begins to wane, something Shuyang is well aware of. With Xiao Celine's reminder, Shuyang decides to halt the session. Covering the piano, Yin Ye stretches languidly, weary from maintaining a proper posture for so long. "Jishuan, thank you for accompanying me in practice for such an extended period. No need for gratitude. After all, the 2 afternoon classes are physical education, so I can accompany you without having to run." It seems we have physical education tomorrow as well. I recall the schedule indicates PE classes on Wednesday and Thursday afternoons. Yes, Zhang Zixuan replies weakly. The thought of exercise draining her energy and motivation. Why not take the afternoon off tomorrow to go shopping? Yin suggests. Sound good. Zhang Zixuan agrees readily. Sure, Lao, sure. Will you join us? Yin inquires, glancing at Xiao Celine, who is looking out the window. Huh? What did you say? Xiao Celine was completely absorbed in her own thoughts, detached from the conversation between Yin and Zhang Zixuan. I said we should go shopping tomorrow afternoon. Yin replies. Following Xiao Celine's gaze outside, where Shi Yang stands smoking beside the trash can under that tree. Sure. Xiao Celine responds decisively. Her interest piqued, not only by Shi Yang's musical talent, but also by his intriguing identity. Since Shi Yang rescued her from the hands of the islanders, she has been left with a lasting impression of him, often recalling a previous crush. It is not that Shi Yang resembles her former interest in any particular way. Rather, their contrasting temperaments and characteristics evoke memories of someone from her past. Previously, she admired someone who also exhibited extraordinary abilities, though at the time, she merely perceived it as a remarkable skill rather than anything supernatural. When encountering Bei Zhangtan, she thought him rather diminutive and lacking in power, assuming some individuals were simply that way. Hence, she did not dwell on it. However, Shi Yang is different. He has undeniably demonstrated formidable strength before her, exhibiting a prowess that seems almost beyond human capability. Since then, memories long buried in Xiao Celine's mind have begun to resurface, prompting her to ponder whether Li Yujia might belong to the same extraordinary category as Shi Yang. Could it be possible for her to discover Li Yujia through Shi Yang? Let us settle on it then. We will go shopping tomorrow afternoon. Sure, Lao, sure. We shall take our leave now. Yin says, grasping Zhang Zixuan's hand as they walk. Zixuan, it's still early after school. Why not come over to my house to hang out? Shall we do our homework together? Sure, let us go. After returning home, Yin and Zhang Zixuan converse about various topics while working on their assignments in her room. In the courtyard, Master Ergo is absent, and Xiao Ai becomes the one conversing with Shi Yang. Typically, Shi Yang pays little attention to Xiao Ai, as she incessantly urges him to pursue romantic interests, leading him to often disregard her. Nevertheless, they occasionally engage in conversation. However, with Xiao Ai as the interlocutor, the topic inevitably shifts to Master. What do you think of Yin? Her looks might warrant an 85 out of 100. Shi Yang, with his habitual cigarette cravings, diverts the conversation. Currently, my armament hockey and observation hockey are still at a rudimentary level. Once the matter of protecting Yin is settled, shall we venture to the world of One Piece for some training? One Piece? Perhaps it's best to avoid that. Master, Xiao Ai responds in a coy manner, nudging with a little pause. It's quite dangerous there. Not exactly a suitable place for romance. Hearing you say, that makes it sound rather appealing. Perhaps we could consider going? Shi Yang teases, playfully contradicting her. Amusing Xiao Ai brings him some enjoyment, though Yin emerging from the restroom, finds Shi Yang's manner of speaking perplexing. What is he muttering about? Grabbing a cup and lighting a cigarette, Shi Yang is about to take a sip from his gourd when his phone suddenly rings. Hello, boss. There is something off with Xiao Celine. After some thought, I decided to report to you. Yongkong hesitated for about an hour before ultimately deciding to call Shi Yang. After Xiao Celine was attacked, Ergo assigned him the task of secretly ensuring her safety. Although Yongkong's strength may not be substantial, Ergo instructed him to contact the boss if anything unusual occurred. The islanders had already made a move against those close to Yin and Shi Yang would not remain passive. However, with so few people under his command, he could only seek assistance from Qin Qianqian, requesting her team to keep an eye on those surrounding Yin. Should anything arise, they need not confront the islanders directly, but simply inform Shi Yang. After school today, Xiao Celine returned home, but the lights in her house remained unlit. Before long, she found herself alone on the balcony, appearing somewhat lost and dazed, lingering there for 2 hours. Yongkong provides an update. No sign of the islanders? None. Dog Brother mentioned that my strength is insufficient to contend with the islanders. so I've been monitoring from a distance with the Scot. I truly haven't seen any islanders approach. Yongkong shakes his head over the phone. Although Xiao Zilin seems unharmed, Shuyang feels compelled to check on her. It's better to be safe than sorry. The islanders have already faced setbacks with an ordinary girl. Logically, they should be wary of the protectors around Yanyi and unlikely to risk attacking ordinary people again. If they were to lose another protector, it would be a grave mistake. Yet, given the discrepancies, Shuyang feels the need to verify the situation for his own peace of mind. I didn't want to disturb you over this, but seeing her current state of mind, I felt it necessary to inform you. Yongkong admits, feeling a bit guilty, aware that he risks being accused of misreporting. Yongkong, you've done well. Yongkong, puzzled, glances at his phone. The boss is not angry and even praises him. He should be pleased, yet he finds it strange that the voice sounds so near. Am I imagining things? Just then, Shuyang, having arrived without a sound, gives Yongkong an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Prepared for this, Yongkong does not hang up, and Shuyang is already by his side. Be boss. Yongkong exclaims in surprise, but quickly regains his composure, filled with a profound respect for Shuyang's stealth. At this moment, Yongkong is still wearing the Scot. But within its viewing interface, Shuyang's combat power is represented by 3 question marks. Scot, a device many might not recognize, serves as a combat power detector akin to those in Dragon Ball, hence the name Scot. This device, while inexpensive, is quite effective for reconnaissance. Thus, ergo, as a competent leader, provided it for Yongkong. The reason for the question marks indicating Shuyang's power is that this basic model is adequate for monitoring. Given that the islanders typically have guardians of levels 3 or 4, making a higher grade model unnecessary. Upon seeing the 3 question marks, Yongkong's sense of reverence deepened. Shuyang stood at a distance, attuned to the atmosphere. Upon reaching his destination, he found Xiao Zilin sitting alone on the balcony, her gaze not quite hollow, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. The wind outside tousled her hair, yet it could not disperse the aura of wistfulness that enveloped her. Indeed, there were no individuals from the island nation nearby, but earlier in the afternoon, Xiao Zilin had not been in such a state. What troubles you? Are you anxious due to a recent encounter with danger? A sudden voice broke the silence beside Xiao Zilin. She snapped back to reality, instinctively rising, only to feel her heart settle upon seeing Shuyang's monkey mask. If it were Shuyang, then his silent presence was something she could accept. Xiao Zilin regarded Shuyang, a flicker of surprise shimmering in her eyes, but it was soon overshadowed by her sorrow. Not really, but I am grateful for your earlier assistance. Encountering you reminds me of certain matters. She mused. He must have been watching over me from the shadows, fearing another mishap. If he felt it necessary, perhaps she should consider moving in with Yanyi for a while. It is my issue for involving you. However, Xiao Zilin shook her head. No, it is not due to that incident. I am simply overwhelmed by emotions that I cannot articulate, as if my life has irrevocably changed from that moment onward. Shuyang stood silently beside her, not fully grasping her meaning, yet refraining from inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Shuyang could not possibly delve into them all. Do you mind? Shuyang retrieved a cigarette, leaning against the stone railing of the balcony. Please do, Xiao Zilin replied without hesitation, reminiscing. In the past, the person I admired also enjoyed smoking. As she spoke of this, a spark returned to her eyes, as though confiding in Shuyang, while simultaneously conversing with herself. Perhaps Shuyang's presence provided her with a fitting confidant. The charcoal was small and rather innocent, incapable of comprehending her sentiments. I wonder if you have ever had someone you cherished? Beneath the night sky, Xiao Zilin posed a question that momentarily stumped Shuyang. That person has departed. Meanwhile, the covert guardians from the island nation monitoring Yanyi's home promptly reported their findings to their leader, as shadows began to converge upon Yanyi's residence. Soon, Qin Chuan and Wang Haocheng detected the approach of several individuals and immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, when the presence surrounding them swelled to a dozen, both could not help but display their astonishment. There are many, and their strength is formidable. We are unlikely to withstand them, Wang Haocheng concluded without delay. Let us consult with Brother Yang for a strategy. Aware of their inability to confront the threat, both Qin Chuan and Wang Haocheng felt compelled to protect Su Lily. Retreating in fear of the islanders would be an undignified act. Where's Brother Yang? They hurried downstairs only to discover that Shi Yang was absent from the villa, leaving behind a strikingly beautiful woman with a remarkable figure. Do not panic, Chun Qianqian calmly addressed the visibly agitated duo. Who are you? Having never encountered Chun Qianqian in her current state, they sensed her aura. She had recently advanced in strength, now at the 3rd stage. But their concern lay not in her power, but rather in her composed demeanor. I am a friend of Brother Shi Yang, here to assist. Where is Brother Yang? You may not grasp the situation. We must consult him on how to respond. Qin Chuan insisted, skeptical of Chun Qianqian's capability to provide assistance as a 3rd stage guardian. Shi Yang was the strongest among them. If not him, who else could they turn to? Qin Chuan's perception skills were commendable, and he discerned that the islanders were still at a distance. Yet any delay could render their retreat impossible. Rest assured, Brother Shi Yang has already made arrangements. Truly, there is no need for concern. Qin Qianqian's calm demeanor had a soothing effect on Qin Chuan and Wang Haocheng. A shared thought arose within them. Could it be that Brother Yang had indeed prepared everything? Why were they left in the dark? After 2 minutes of delay, the islanders had encircled the villa, forming a seamless barrier from dozens of meters away, leaving no blind spots. Bang! An energy projectile, glowing brightly, aimed to breach the villa's wall, yet an invisible shield protected the entire structure. What is this? The islanders found themselves momentarily bewildered. What noise is that? Why is it so loud? Yin Ye and Zhang Zishuan hurried into the living room, followed closely by Xiao Silin and Su Lily. On the balcony, Shi Yang mused aloud. Sometimes, employing emotional words to lower one's guard is a wise choice. What are you saying? I find myself somewhat perplexed, Xiao Silin replied, her earlier disappointment fading as she regarded Shi Yang with bewilderment. Boom! In the next instant, the gravity blade, devoid of edges, shattered the glass with a sonic boom, forcefully penetrating the wardrobe and pinning a concealed figure against the wall, blood streaming down as the lifeless body slumped. Xiao Silin's prior confusion dissipated, replaced by gravity as she furrowed her brow at Shi Yang. When did you discover this? A muffled whimper emanated from the wardrobe, where Xiao Silin, bound, struggled to push the door open, collapsing onto the floor. Since you arrived here, Shi Yang replied, stepping into the somewhat cramped room, extending his hand. His fingers tightened around the hilt of the gravity blade, which he swiftly withdrew. As he did, the massive weapon twirled gracefully in his hand, causing Xiao Silin on the balcony to widen her eyes in shock. Well done, Shi Yang remarked, seemingly with a casual flick of his wrist, as the specialized ropes binding Xiao Silin snapped with a resonant sound. Too kind, Brother Yang. As her appearance gradually transformed, the bound Xiao Silin morphed into a man, also a guardian, a former teammate of Chun Qianqian, who had come merely to assist. The islanders maintained their composure, despite Shi Yang having eliminated 2 of their number. They refrained from immediate retaliation, instead opting to observe, much like cowardly ambushers lurking in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to strike. The loss of 2 4th-stage guardians was no trivial matter. Both the current leader and the orchestrators felt the weight of this setback acutely. Thus, they investigated the guardians surrounding Yin Ye, concluding that only Shi Yang possessed the strength and opportunity to eliminate 2 4th-stage guardians, consequently placing him under close scrutiny. Later, while Shi Yang was in Wayan Street, upon noticing the woman beside him, combined with his gentle demeanor toward Yin Ye, Zhang Zishuan, and Xiao Silin, the islanders surmised that Shi Yang was a man of lecherous inclinations. Thus, they resolved to target Xiao Silin, the most accessible of the 3. Of course, Xiao Silin had already been attacked once, and the islanders had observed Shi Yang discreetly protecting her. To assault her would not be a simple task, as it might seem unnecessary to target an ordinary person. However, the islanders' plan was to act in reverse, leveraging this very psychology to approach Shi Yang and Yin Ye. They dispatched 2 5th-stage guardians to stealthily subdue Xiao Silin under the radar of the relatively weaker Yongkong, disguising themselves as her, luring Shi Yang in, and seizing the opportunity to capture Yin first, before launching a surprise attack on Shuyang when his guard was down. The plan was straightforward, yet simplicity often breeds vulnerabilities. What Shuyang's response would be was a consideration the islanders had not accounted for. His strength far exceeded their imagination. Thus, the seemingly clandestine surveillance conducted by them had long been detected by Shuyang, who was fully aware of it during his journey to Wayan Street and even while at school. Shuyang understood that the frequency of their reconnaissance indicated that they were likely preparing to take action. Although he remained uncertain about their specific intentions, he felt reassured by the presence of Chun Qianqian's former teammates. With additional manpower, there was a greater margin for error. Aside from Xiao Silin, today Zhang Zishuan and Yin Ye had also returned home promptly after completing their assignments, while some of those superficial friends had pretended to go out for leisure. Among these individuals, one was bound to be effective. Without revealing his true capabilities, Shuyang strategically countered the actions of the islanders. As for the replacement of these individuals, Shuyang was uncertain whether the islanders would resort to lethal measures after abducting others, thus making the substitution the safest option. Utilizing his cells as a facade, the island guardians were unable to discern any flaws. Furthermore, the islanders were oblivious to the fact that, while they lured him away with a beautiful woman, Shuyang had already cast a protective spell at Yin Ye's residence, which they were entirely incapable of breaching. Consequently, they could only watch helplessly as those within the villa remained unscathed, rendering their ploy to draw the tiger away from its mountain of failure. Had it not been for his concealed strength, Shuyang would have long since emerged to vanquish them all. In the face of absolute power, such tricks were akin to a silver-plated spearhead, visually appealing yet utterly ineffective. Xiao Yu, do not be afraid. Su Lili tightly embraced Yin Ye. Xiao Silin and Zhang Zishuan leaned against one another for support. After opening the door, Qin Chuan and Wang Haocheng stood ready, vigilantly observing the island guardians surrounding the villa. Only Chun Qianqian remained remarkably composed. The ferocious aura emanating from those outside, paired with their cruel gazes, caused Yin Ye to tremble involuntarily. If these individuals possessed strength akin to Shuyang's, her fate in his absence was a terrifying thought. Ever since witnessing Shuyang's formidable prowess, Yin Ye had become considerably more obedient, as her exposure to an alternate reality had seemingly accelerated her maturity. She recognized how naive her previous notions had been. If, as her mother and Shuyang had indicated, there were guardians intent on doing her harm, what recourse would she have without Shuyang's protection? With her fragile physique, she would be effortlessly crushed, which fostered a deeper sense of gratitude towards Shuyang in her heart. Yet now, with Shuyang absent, did something seem to be safeguarding her? Yin Ye was unaware of its nature or how long it could fend off the external threats. And this oppressive uncertainty only compounded her anxiety. Not only Yin Ye, but the psychological strain was palpable among all, save for Qin Qianqian. Su Lili had not anticipated such a multitude of island guardians targeting an ordinary person like herself. Nevertheless, she understood her impotence against them, clinging tightly to her child in hopes of providing both security for her daughter and solace for her own frayed nerves. The island guardians exerted every ounce of strength against the transparent barrier, but soon found themselves exchanging bewildered glances, realizing that their efforts were in vain. Upon the opening of the villa's door, they could see the gathered individuals within the living room, but they were relegated to mere spectators, their eyes filled with rage and helplessness. As the islanders found themselves at a loss, a crisp sound of gas-assisted movement, light and rhythmic, resonated from a distance, indicating that someone was approaching step by step. Through the night, all the island guardians turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Inside, the others also followed suit, their attention drawn to the direction from which the rhythmic gas sound emanated. Hiding in Su Lili's embrace, Yin Ye heard the somewhat familiar noise and cautiously peeked out, her eye fluttering with long lashes as she gazed toward the end of the street. This sound felt oddly familiar, as if she had heard it before. Struggling to recall, she soon felt a surge of joy as she remembered where she had encountered such gas-assisted movement sounds. Suddenly, a white humanoid-powered exoskeleton emerged from the thin veil of nighttime mist, advancing slowly from the end of the street. Each step was measured and deliberate, exuding an aura of intimidation that struck fear into the hearts of the island guardians. The seemingly light steps belied a profound strength, while the sleek design of the exoskeleton radiated an aesthetic of brutal elegance, with a menacing gravity blade in hand, still stained with fresh blood. The starry night above, shrouded in mist, appeared somewhat ethereal, yet from her crouched position, Yin gazed into the distance, with a pristine exoskeleton seemed to don the night sky as a cloak. The stars that night shone particularly brightly. What? All dead? When the news reached Haocheng, he could scarcely believe his ears. Where were the bodies? Could they be retrieved? Originally, it was the Great Wall's guardians who had been dispatched to collect the corpses, and I had quietly delivered some gifts to the officials of Huaxia. Now, the bodies have all been transported downstairs, Dragon Island remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The people of Huaxia are quite contradictory. During wartime, they exhibit remarkable resilience, yet in peacetime, they are easily swayed. Perhaps the entirety of Huaxia society functions as a vast network of personal relationships, where the success of a request hinges on the weight of the gifts exchanged. In Huaxia, the distinction between success and failure lies solely in the significance of the bribes. Sufficient gifts yield results, while inadequate ones do not. The associated rituals and protocols serve merely as embellishments. In the city of Kyoto, the headquarters of the Great Wall's Guardians is located here. While the number of guardians may appear limited on the surface, the reality is that they are far more numerous than most presume. Exceptional individuals from across the nation converge at this hub, which is responsible for coordination. Yang had consistently concealed his strength considering this aspect, and he had also noted that the actual number of guardians exceeded reported figures. At present, he surpassed the 6th stage of strength and could be regarded as a master. But could he claim invincibility? Thus, maintaining a low profile was the prudent course. Logically, with dozens of islanders arriving in Kyoto, countless eyes would have undoubtedly observed their so-called covert activities, yet there was not a whisper of disturbance. If one were to speak candidly, the overall strength of Huaxia's guardians far surpassed that of the islanders. It had previously been mentioned that the estimated number of guardians visible from the Great Wall was but a fraction of the truth. In a vast eastern nation with a population exceeding 1 billion, how could there be merely a few hundred guardians? Hence, the collective strength was significantly greater than that of the islanders. If desired, these dozens of island guardians could easily vanish without a trace, yet no one intervened. Some watched from the sidelines, some were merely spectators, and others remained indifferent. Yet the principal actors hesitated to bring the matter to light due to concerns about international relations. Many may misunderstand the government's role. It serves as the mechanism of governance and social management, representing the will of the state, issuing commands, and handling affairs on behalf of the nation. Is the fundamental principle of governance justice? In truth, it is balance. The death of a dozen island guardians is a significant event, yet no ripples have surfaced. Why is that? From another perspective, it is not that the state is callous. Some high-ranking officials tacitly allow for the protection of Su Lily, already granting an opportunity. The people of Huaxia prefer to operate discreetly. Once matters are spoken plainly, explanations become cumbersome. It is precisely this tacit approval that leaves the dozen or so islanders lying lifeless on the street, without recourse for complaint. They infiltrated quietly, and those in power turned a blind eye. Thus, when they perished on the streets, even if the news were to leak, officials could simply respond. Is there such a thing? The other party failed to provide any prior notification. The unexpected demise cannot serve as an excuse for foreign nations to stir trouble, can it? This illustrates the advantages of ambiguity. However, this incident has brought Yang into the sight of a certain individual. Xiaolu, have you perused the autopsy report? The elderly man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, with silver hair, spoke with a hint of an accent. His visage bore the marks of age, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor, akin to that of a family elder. In the presence of the old man, who lounged with his legs crossed on the sofa, Lu Xiaolu stood upright beside him, speaking in a tone that conveyed familiarity. Yes, I have reviewed it. Every victim succumbed to a single fatal strike, executed with remarkable skill and ferocity. Not a single guardian of the dozen or so small islands was left intact. The least among them suffered severed heads and limbs. This newcomer is exceptionally fierce, Lu Xiao Lu remarked with a smile. Indeed, 17 small islands, 14 stage 4 guardians, and 3 stage 5 guardians, all dispatched with a single blow. His prowess must be at least stage 6. Since the establishment of the organization, it seems no guardian has attained such a level of strength in such a brief period, right? Huang Xuanfa lit a nameless, special-grade cigarette and took a deep drag. Under normal circumstances, a stage 6 would hardly catch Huang Xuanfa's attention. But Shiyang is different. The significance of a guardian reaching stage 6 in such a short time is profoundly distinct. Stage 6 represents the threshold of world power. The chasm between stage 6 and stage 7 is vast. Achieving stage 6 in such a short span speaks volumes about Shiyang's exceptional talent and the formidable strength of his spiritual abilities. Indeed, this is unprecedented. This young individual possesses great potential. Huang Xuanfa smiled with satisfaction. In recent years, the rate of emergence for stage 7 guardians has markedly declined, and the manpower at the Great Wall defense line is strained. When encountering promising young talents, we should extend proper care to aid their development. For what I see, this young man displays commendable character and an astonishing rate of growth and strength, yet remains relatively obscure among guardians, indicating he is quite composed and operates with a low profile, which is quite reliable. Truly, he is a talent. I wonder where Yin Shou found such a promising prospect. Huang Xuanfa chuckled, but soon his smile faded as he recalled the true crisis, sighing and adopting a more serious demeanor. Such trivial matters need not command excessive attention. Let us discuss the issues concerning the Great Wall defense line. Su Meng has submitted 2 requests today, still seeking to have a detachment of guardians dispatched to support the Great Wall defense line. The intermittent tides and the ferocious assaults from the Devourers have resulted in heavy casualties among the guardians. Su Meng currently serves as the general commander stationed at the Great Wall defense line. The organizational structure of guardians differs from that of regular military forces. A detachment represents a crucial reserve in the shadows of Huaxia. While a military detachment can be likened to a reinforced division, a guardian detachment cannot comprise as many personnel. This detachment has been built up over nearly a century, boasting around 500 guardians of stage 7 and above, making it one of Huaxia's trump cards. Sighing, Huang Xuanfa took another drag from his cigarette. Please consult the chairman and see how he wishes to proceed. Additionally, inform Su Meng that under no circumstances should we yield an inch of the Great Wall defense line. Rest assured, we are well aware of Su Meng's temperament. The Devourers will not pass the Great Wall unless they tread upon the bodies of our comrades. Huang Xuanfa holds the current supervisory position over the Great Wall's watch. The highest leader, referred to as the chairman, is an individual whose exact strength remains unknown, seemingly surpassing the standards of a 10th-tier lord. Even Huang Xuanfa is uncertain of the chairman's precise capabilities, but he is undoubtedly one of the true pillars of a nation. He would wish to immediately dispatch support to the Great Wall defense line, yet other nations are watching closely. In the face of great powers like Eagle Nation and Bear Nation, Huaxia cannot afford to show any vulnerabilities. Others are scheming to undermine Huaxia's interests, and the primary function of our trump cards is deterrence. Any action must be taken with utmost caution. However, Huang Xuanfa is acutely aware of how the chairman will respond. He will undoubtedly agree, for in their eyes, nothing holds greater importance than the nation itself. Sitting in this position, their foremost consideration must always be the greater good. Everything must prioritize the overarching situation. Regardless of the cost, the Great Wall defense line must be preserved. It is imperative. Speaking of which, it seems your relationship with the one you cherish is quite splendid. So why did he leave you? Ergo, following closely behind Shiyang, posed this question to Xiao Silin as they strolled. Yin Ye and Zhang Zixuan were joyfully shopping ahead, while Xiao Silin walked alongside Shiyang, with Ergo on the other side. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Silin mentioned her desire for Shiyang's help in finding someone. Xiao Silin had lived with the one she adored for a considerable time, but then, for reasons unknown, her beloved vanished without a trace, leaving only a note behind. She could not comprehend its meaning, and thus had been unable to locate her beloved's whereabouts. Shuyang and her beloved should share similar traits. So Xiao Silin felt that Shuyang might have some means to assist her. I do not understand why he had to leave me, only leaving behind a note, Xiao Silin said as she opened her handbag and produced a slightly yellowed piece of paper. Ergo, curious, took it and opened it, finding only 7 words inscribed on it. 7-foot frame has pledged to the nation. Ergo gasped at these 7 words, staring incredulously at Xiao Silin. Your beloved is a soldier? Not at all, Xiao Silin pondered and asserted. Her beloved, in temperament and demeanor, bore no resemblance to a soldier, and she could not fathom why he would leave her such a phrase, after which he became utterly unreachable. Why did he write such a statement? How should I know? Shuyang remained silent, contemplating deeply without voicing his speculation. Although Xiao Silin could provide no information apart from a name, it stands to reason that, as a guardian, unless he was a traitor, he must bear the responsibility of protecting the world. Given this perspective, combined with Xiao Silin's assertion that their relationship was strong, and there were no signs of discord during their time together, it seems the only plausible conclusion is that this gentleman has perhaps already passed away. If viewed in this light, his parting words become quite reasonable. Sensing a hint of sorrow in Xiao Silin's thoughts, Shuyang silently repeated those 7 words. To have penned such a phrase, Xiao Silin's beloved must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. A person determined to sacrifice for the nation is indeed a commendable hero, and Shuyang can assist her in her search. Xiao Shi, why don't you join them for shopping first? Matters of finding someone cannot be rushed. Allow me to ponder some methods, Shuyang suggested. All right, thank you, Xiao Silin replied joyfully, feeling that with Shuyang's assistance, hope had finally emerged. Go licked his lips, watching Xiao Silin depart, before dropping his silly grin. Boss, you must have guessed as well, right? 7-foot frame has pledged to the nation. TSK, what a remarkable demeanor. He likely received instructions for a mission from the Great Wall's watch, knowing he might not return, which is why he left such a message for Teacher Xiao. This indicates that the elder brother has a high probability of having made the ultimate sacrifice. Indeed, Shuyang had heard this phrase long ago. It originates from General Kai's farewell words, the original text being, alas, the 7-foot frame has pledged to the nation, making it difficult to promise you again. The meaning is clear. It speaks of the general's lifetime commitment to serving the nation. For the sake of national interests, he had to forsake personal feelings. Before departing, he uttered these words to Xiao Fengxian. Goodness, should we inform Teacher Xiao of our conjecture? Inform her? Shuyang shook his head. There is no need for that. Why not, boss? Teacher Xiao is not illiterate. She would not be unaware of the origins of this phrase. Perhaps she has already deduced her beloved's fate, merely unwilling to accept it. Shuyang and Erga trail behind Yinya, Zhangzi Xuan, and Xiao Silin, observing the laughter share between the 2 girls and Xiao Silin. Shuyang let out a quiet sigh. The implication was so apparent. Why did that old brother not also pen the latter part? It would have granted clarity to those who hold affection, sparing them from wild conjectures. Personally, I prefer to believe he was reluctant to express the latter part, leaving a lingering thought that the parting was not so cruel. Makes sense. Why does the boss wield a knife? Erga watched as Shuyang suddenly drew woofing from his spatial ring. The islanders are losing their composure. You should keep your distance. Time rewinds to the morning. In the building where the islanders were secretly hiding, Jiexing meticulously examined the corpses of his subordinates before finally dialing Tan Yuanchang's number with a grave expression. Sir, it seems our mission will be exceedingly difficult to accomplish. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's shadowy voice, laced with anger, responded, reason. The brevity of the 2 words made Jiexing's heart tremble. Sir, a mere ordinary staff member from Huaxia, yet they have dispatched a guardian above the 6th stage to protect the daughter. With my capabilities, I cannot guarantee victory. The best choice is to retreat back to the island. His subordinates met a swift demise, Even two fifth-stage guardians succumbed similarly, indicating the opponent's strength must exceed the sixth stage. Although Jieshing could annihilate these guardians, he could not do so as effortlessly, leading him to believe the opponent's prowess surpassed his own. Tan Yuanchang was enraged. His son had inexplicably perished at the hands of Huaxia's guardian. Now, seeking information, he was merely targeting an ordinary person, yet Huaxia was unwilling to grant him this small concession. Despite his simmering fury, Tan Yuanchang maintained a composed tone. Then do not leave anyone alive. Seize the opportunity to hold him back. Send someone to eliminate Yin Ye and Su Lily. Tan Yuanchang said fiercely. Sir, this is within Huaxia's territory. Won't this action affect the island nation? Jieshing was aware that the most prudent approach would be to avoid revealing their intentions, as such actions would only provide Huaxia with grounds for retaliation. However, Tan Yuanchang was not in a state to heed wise counsel. It was his son who had died, not Jieshing's. Jieshing could remain calm, but Tan Yuanchang was unable to maintain complete composure. Then let it serve as a warning to Huaxia. Proceed. After speaking, Tan Yuanchang disregarded Jieshing's subsequent advice and ended the call. Time returns to the present. I'm going to try on some clothes. Please wait for me. Yin Ye grasped a hanger and picked up a plain long dress as she walked toward the fitting room. Xiao Silin and Zhang Zixuan sat on the sofa chatting while they waited. As she shed her garments one by one, Yin Ye hummed a tune, showcasing her figure in the mirror. The white lingerie contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, the youthful complexion remaining taut and elastic. After tossing her long hair, she bent down to gather it behind her, and upon raising her head, Yin noticed Shi Yang standing suddenly beside her. Before her startled exclamation could escape, the ancient yet formidable gravity knife pierced through the thin partition of the fitting room, accurately striking the chest of the woman standing in the adjacent stall. The broad blade plunged deeply in her heart, and she had no time to react before being slain instantly. Yin Ye was startled, but upon realizing it was Shi Yang, she instinctively covered her chest, curling her body to shield herself. However, the chilling touch made her face flush instantly. Thud! The slain woman's body slumped to the ground. Yet she fell within the fitting room, unnoticed by other customers and store staff. Why did you suddenly come in? I was changing, Yin Ye whispered, her voice low. Although she understood that danger was lurking nearby, she was currently unclothed, her bare skin pressed against Shi Yang, and the sensation of his clothing against her skin was acutely vivid, making her feel both embarrassed and vexed. Get dressed. We need to leave. Shi Yang stood resolutely at her side, showing no inclination to avert his gaze. Yin Ye bit her lip, yet Shi Yang's seriousness made her aware of the imminent danger, and she could not afford to dwell on her embarrassment. Before entering the fitting room, Shi Yang had already instructed Xiao Silin and Zhang Zixuan to follow Ergu and leave. The target was Yin Ye. They likely would not divide their forces to pursue Ergu and the others. I'm dressed. In her haste, Yin Ye's attire was somewhat disheveled. Let us go. Shi Yang placed his hand on Yin Ye's waist, guiding her to lean into him. As she pressed close to Shi Yang, she unexpectedly caught a faint yet pleasant scent that made her heart flutter, softening her gaze towards him, alleviating the previous anxiety she felt. It seemed that as long as she was beside Shi Yang, she would be safe from harm. Are they with the group from last night? Yin Ye asked, trying to remain composed and avoid unnecessary thoughts. Yes. Upon hearing Shi Yang's reply, Yin Ye instinctively tightened her embrace, but this time she did not feel overly anxious. She looked up at Shi Yang's vividly expressive monkey mask. As they approached the entrance of the clothing store, the mall bustled with people, appearing as lively as usual. However, in Shi Yang's perception, within the throngs of people, there were stationary island guardians lurking, eyeing Yin Ye with predatory intent. A faint yet powerful thud resonated from a distant rooftop, and a bullet swiftly locked onto Yin Ye's forehead, hurtling towards her at an astonishing speed that surpassed that of a standard sniper rifle. Shi Yang turned sideways, cradling Yin Ye, and the bullet whizzed past, shattering a mascot behind her. At this angle, it posed no threat to others. Otherwise, Shi Yang would have intercepted the shot. Was it a gun? Despite her youth, Yin Ye was perceptive. The faint scent of burnt gunpowder in the air and the charred hole in the mascot confirmed her suspicions. It is a gun, but not an ordinary one, Shi Yang remarked casually, his hand resting on Yin's delicate waist, as he walked steadily towards the mall's exit. Shi Yang would not unleash a massacre here. It was not out of sympathy for the islanders. As he had previously stated, the mall was bustling with people. On a rooftop some 1,500 meters away, an island guardian stared incredulously at the large, high-tech sniper rifle in his hands, originating from the film Alita, Battle Angel. Never expecting Shi Yang to effortlessly evade the shot with a mere sidestep. Nearby, an invisible person with optical camouflage was closely following Shi Yang and Yin Ye. The Guardians possessed a plethora of abilities, yet the ninja chakra power system was particularly favored among the islanders, with a diverse array of ninjutsu, boasting low thresholds and high ceilings, widely applicable as they each showcased their skills while trailing Shi Yang. As Shi Yang moved, the number of islanders surrounding him increased. When he reached the entrance of the mall holding Yin Ye, a seemingly ordinary person approached from the opposite direction, appearing unremarkable, yet harboring a fierce, murderous intent in his eyes. Shi Yang and Yin Ye naturally brushed past each other. Thud! Almost immediately, the man stiffened, a line of crimson appearing on his neck, blood gushing forth, causing chaos to erupt in the crowd. Yin Ye never imagined she would one day soar through the skies. Nestled in Shi Yang's embrace, she felt no chill from the wild winds. Although the gusts howled in her ears, the clouds seemed within reach. As they traversed through the clouds, they were greeted by the radiant sunlight. Lowering her gaze, Yin Ye observed that the once towering skyscrapers had now become diminutive and insignificant. In this moment, as she looked again at the mask of Shi Yang, she suddenly grasped why he always appeared so serene and untroubled. It was because this was the world he inhabited. The mundane affairs of the mortal realm seemed exceedingly distant from this group of superhumans, appearing utterly inconsequential in their eyes. Perhaps Shi Yang did not possess an air of superiority, yet his extraordinary power inevitably created a chasm between him and Yin Ye. In a world of ordinary people, there exists a term known as Tiangong, Heavenly Palace. The disparity in class prevents people from imagining what life is like for those residing in such realms, ultimately stemming from the unequal distribution of wealth and resources, leading to a profound information gap. What luxury residences, prestigious automobiles, and the owners of grand buildings signify, as well as their extravagant spending, all seem trivial in the face of Shi Yang's might. Yin Ye, hailing from a privileged family herself, derived her pride from her background. However, unlike Shi Yang, who appeared remarkably ordinary and composed, it was precisely this calm demeanor that made Yin Ye realize that, before the concept of power, money, and fame seemed to be easily attainable, could those opulent possessions, acquired through wealth, withstand the formidable and razor-sharp gravity knife wielded by Shi Yang? This stark contrast was the primary reason Yin Ye felt a significant gap between herself and Shi Yang. In the backyard of the bookstore on Wayan Street, witnessing Shi Yang in his powered armor brandishing the gravity knife had rendered her momentarily speechless. It was then that she truly recognized the reality of their differences. Yet, Shi Yang had never treated her with disdain. He had never held her initial rudeness against her, nor had he shown anything but gentleness towards her occasional whims. Even the minor conflicts between young girls were handled with utmost care by him. Yin Ye, inexperienced with men, found that in her current world, if there were to exist a man truly deserving of the title perfect, it would undoubtedly be Shi Yang. Shi Yang's speed was astonishing as he soared over the bustling city of Kyoto and in the desolate suburbs devoid of towering structures. Vast stretches of grassy plains were laid bare, intersected by straight roads that lent a touch of civilization to the wilderness. This was the first time she had ever flown through the air to witness such a scene. Yin Ye gazed at the expansive world, the recent danger of her ambush seemingly cast aside. You have flown before. This experience should not be particularly special for you. Yet, I have never flown in such a manner. At this point, she clung to Shi Yang's neck, her expression earnest. Thank you for allowing me to behold such vistas. You have always worn a mask, May I glimpse your true visage? Yin Ye articulated her most curious desire. During their time together, Shi Yang exuded strength and mystery, and she realized she knew virtually nothing about him. The first stirrings of awe towards Shi Yang arose when she witnessed his extraordinary combat prowess. Yet in his presence, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she found great comfort. Despite his formidable capabilities, he helped her and her friends to resolve misunderstandings. Silently, he stood by her side, exuding a quiet yet profound sense of security. From a faint initial dislike to an emerging fondness, her feelings were tender and innocent, so pure that she had not even realized how accustomed she had become to Shi Yang's presence. Within the marketplace, Shi Yang effortlessly guided her towards the exit, and although she was acutely aware of the lurking threats and malicious gazes aimed at her, the mere presence of Shi Yang provided her with an unwavering sense of support. Even if you're unattractive, I would not mind. Yin Ye assumed Shi Yang's silence was due to his embarrassment, expressing her indifference, yet she felt a tinge of disappointment. Humans are visual beings, and if someone she admired bore an unappealing appearance, it would inevitably affect her feelings. There is no need for that. Shi Yang firmly rejected her request. Why? Yin Ye tightened her arms around his neck, bringing her cheek closer to his mask. She now understood that even if she harbored feelings for someone, that person might not reciprocate. The world does not revolve around her. Yet, she had not made any other demands. She merely wished to see Shi Yang's true face. Why was he so resolute in his refusal? The wind along their path gradually ceased, yet a tempest brewed within Yin Ye's heart. As they descended to the ground, uncertain of their location, the mist lingering between the mountains persisted even under the blazing sun, resembling a monstrous entity poised to consume those who ventured too close. Accompanied by distant howls of wild beasts. After following for so long, why not reveal yourselves? Shi Yang released Yin Ye and addressed the surroundings. Suddenly, figures emerged within the forest. You must know we intend to strike, yet you venture into this secluded area. Should I commend your confidence or deem it arrogance? The leader, Haocheng, slowly stepped forward, down things Xiang. Shi Yang shielded Yin Ye behind him and whispered, "Stay here and do not move." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of the guardians from the island nation, Shi Yang drew a massive gravity knife from his spatial ring, spinning it effortlessly in one hand before bringing it down heavily onto the ground. The profound sound resonated, causing a shiver to run through all present. The ease with which he wielded the gravity knife with one hand left no doubt about his strength. But the sheer force indicated that he was not an opponent to be trifled with. You surprised me even more. Within Haocheng, I assumed you islanders would lie in wait like venomous snakes, biding your time in the shadows. I would need to engage with you slowly. Yet, I did not expect you to lose your composure so quickly. Shi Yang speculated. No, rather, is that Tang Yuan Lang who cannot remain calm? Has the death of his son hastened his urgency? Jia Chang scoffed. Since we have reached this point, further words are futile. That is a statement I should have made. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Yang's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage in the spot he once occupied. In an instant, he leaped above Jia Chang, gripping the gravity knife tightly, raising it high over his head to deliver a crushing blow aimed at Jia Chang's skull, a strike powerful enough to cleave him in two. Jia Chang was taken aback, realizing that this blow was not only swift, but that it illuminated how those 10-odd men had perished beneath Shi Yang's blade. Yet, he had come prepared. Yin Ye watched with concern. The Haocheng haki, Conqueror's haki, possesses a potent deterrent effect against those weaker than oneself. Yet before Shi Yang's blade descended, none present were aware of his extraordinary ability. An old saying from Mao Dun's Jing Yandi states, "Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit." Those familiar with Shi Yang knew that when he truly intended to kill, he never held back. His strikes were always made with full force, aiming to annihilate his enemies with overwhelming might, a hallmark of his combat style. Meteoric eruption. As he soared through the air, all abilities activated instantaneously. Black and red lightning surged forth, an awe-inspiring display that flickered in the void, wrapping around the blade with astonishing speed. In the face of Shi Yang, Jiacheng's initial instinct was to perceive him as a speed-oriented guardian, judging by his physique and demeanor. Shuyang did not conform to the archetype of a brute force fighter. Typically, guardians who excel in strength were tall, muscular, and exuded a sense of ferocity. However, Jiacheng now found his understanding of himself laughable. The force behind Shuyang's descending blade was unparalleled in his experience. Gripping the hilt tightly, the blade, entwined with the fierce momentum of Haocheng, descended with a ferocity that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The peaks surrounding Jingdu are few, and the hills and the plains rise only to modest heights of 100 or 200 meters. Yet even these small hills, nestled against the forest, were swept clear of mist by a single stroke. The ferocious momentum of the blade, accompanied by a fierce gale, threatened to carve a line across Jiacheng's face before the blade even arrived. A thunderous roar echoed through the trees from a high vantage point. One would see the foliage violently disturbed by the aftershock of Shuyang's strike, as if the earth itself was undulating like the surface of a tempestuous sea, with jagged fissures extending hundreds of meters, accompanied by a sound that sent shivers down spines. From afar, the already modest hill appeared as if it had been plowed under the might of Shuyang's blow, leaving the multitude of island guardians, who had initially approached with ill intent, utterly paralyzed with fear. One could not help but wonder, what manner of monster is this? Is it truly possible for someone to channel all the energy painstakingly accumulated through spiritual hardship into sheer physical prowess? Such overwhelming strength lacks the flourish of elaborate techniques. Devoid of the dazzling light of Excalibur as summoned by Artoria in Fate, or the devastating slash of Getsuga Tensho from Bleach. Instead, it is a straightforward, unadorned strike that, while seemingly plain, possesses an astonishing and terrifying power. The most immediate benefit of such physical accumulation is evident in the sheer force of a simple attack. What appears to be a mundane state is in fact the most potent form. With a cough of blood, Jiacheng felt the weight of his newly acquired bloodline limit. His Sharingan now streaked with bloodshot veins and tears tracing down his cheeks. Utilizing his Anaji, he had just expended the last of his Sharingan to narrowly evade Shuyang's blade. Izanaji, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, allows its wielder to transform unfavorable events into mere illusions, manifesting only those occurrences that benefit oneself, though the duration varies by individual. However, the price of this power is the inevitable blindness of the Sharingan used in the process. Though the effects are potent, the cost is steep. In the world of Naruto, the pinnacle of strength reaches the 10th stage. Jiacheng at the 6th stage is somewhat stronger than a Jonin, but still inferior to the Kage level. Techniques like Izanaji are not easily mastered. Yet this is where the Guardians surpass the characters within the world, benefiting from a broader array of resources. Jiacheng felt a deep pang of regret. How could he not mourn the loss of his hard-earned Sharingan, traded for his very life? Yet, he harbored no regrets. With that strike, he understood all too well the terrifying might of Shuyang. His aura, undeniably at the peak of the 6th stage, was matched by explosive force and destructive power that could obliterate him in an instant. Had it not been for the fortunate possession of a Sharingan, he would have been reduced to dust. With resolve, Jiacheng dared not entertain any thoughts of luck, immediately activating the 8 gates, bracing himself for what was to come. He recognized that, given Shuyang's displayed prowess, he was no match. Indeed, he had virtually no chance of escaping with his life. But now, with no other options available, he commanded, with a hoarse voice, his last directive to eliminate the girl. All the island guardians were gripped by fear of Shuyang, yet seizing Yinya might be their final opportunity. Clinging to this notion, all the guardians, save Jiacheng, lunged at Yinya, while Shuyang showed no inclination to turn back. Seemingly indifferent. The term 8 gates originates from Huaxia, yet it stands as the most formidable of physical techniques within Naruto. This technique releases the body from its chakra constraints, allowing an overwhelming surge of energy to be unleashed. Within the chakra meridian system, the 8 gates, Kaimin, Shiomin, Shungmin, Shangmin, Dumin, Jingmin, Jingmin, and Simon, control and suppress the chakra within. This technique forces chakra beyond these limitations, unleashing a power many times greater than one's original capabilities. However, such power comes at a cost. The practitioner suffers damage in the process, rendering this technique forbidden. Moreover, it demands exceptional talent in physical prowess and rigorous training. Jieching's unwavering loyalty to Tian Yuan Ilong earned him the privilege of this technique. Yet after extensive training, he could only manage to open the fourth gate, Shangmen. Plans often do not benefit from excessive detail. Meticulously calculating every step can lead to stumbling and losing momentum. In practice, the more direct the approach, the more effective it becomes. Ultimately, if the islanders possessed sufficient strength, even Shuyang, regardless of his prowess, would be unable to withstand their assault. However, compared to him, their strength was woefully inadequate, rendering any ill intent laughable in the face of such disparity. Since they had no intention of acting covertly, Shuyang laid his intentions bare. Clad in impenetrable power armor, his voice emerged from beneath the helmet. The 8 gates indeed represent an immensely powerful style of physical combat. Once Jieching activated the 8 gates, both his speed and strength surged dramatically. Yet in the face of overwhelming strength, his struggles appeared utterly futile. With an arm severed, Jieching knelt before Shuyang, surrounded by the dismembered bodies of his comrades, strewn about in grotesque disarray. Memories of the preceding minutes flooded his mind as the island guardians launched their assault. Initially aimed at Yin Ye, who remained shielded by an invisible barrier, rendering their efforts futile. Consequently, they redirected their attack towards Shuyang. Empowered by biological perception and Kinbunshika haki, Shuyang maneuvered through the crowd with the swiftness of a tiger among sheep. Even when struck, the islanders were astonished to discover their blows caused no damage. Against the might of the gravity blade, numerous capable warriors, ninjas, and samurai were mercilessly slaughtered within mere moments. The communicator in Jieching's hand emitted a series of beeps before connecting the call. Before the voice on the other end could utter a word, Shuyang calmly stated, "Tian Yuan Along, right? My name is Shuyang, and I killed your son, Tian Yuan Juanhan." Without waiting for a response, he ended the call, gasping for breath. Jieching realized Shuyang had spared him solely for this moment of communication. "Thank you. I return it to you," Shuyang said, tossing the communicator beside Jieching's limp hand. A self-deprecating smile crossed Jieching's lips, whether in mockery of his own overreach or in derision of his master's reckless decision. As Shuyang raised the gravity blade, Jieching closed his eyes, his spirit extinguished. The consumption of Jieching's body brought an unexpected delight. Within his memories, Shuyang unearthed the complete training methods of the 8 gates and the corresponding techniques. Had they chosen to engage in open combat, creating such a disturbance in broad daylight, Shuyang might have been compelled to play along with them, whether to maintain his hidden strength or to delay the islanders' realization of the truth. Feigning a covert skirmish would have been the optimal strategy. Yet Tian Yuan Along could not contain himself, arrogantly instructing his subordinates to act brazenly. Today, a multitude of island guardians launched a direct assault on Shuyang in the heart of Jingdu, openly challenging the authority of the state, thus compelling the Huaxia guardians to intervene. The initial threat to Su Lily was merely verbal, a bold and audacious intent to openly commit murder within the borders of Huaxia. Consequently, it seemed that Shuyang's mission would soon come to an end. "Are you all right?" Shuyang inquired, his tone placid as he stowed away the gravity knife and powered armor into his spatial ring. "Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself?" Yin Ye replied, her hands clenched as she gazed at him with evident worry. Despite Shuyang appearing unscathed after their fierce battle, she remained uncertain about his well-being. "Thank you," Shuyang expressed sincerely, directing his gratitude towards Yin Ye. "Huh? What are you thanking me for?" she asked, stepping closer and instinctively pulling out a handkerchief from her pocket, intending to wipe away the scattered bloodstains that clung to him before he donned the powered armor. "I am grateful for your permission to protect you," Shuyang clarified earnestly. Yin Ye paused, retracting her hand that held the handkerchief. "You've protected me all this time, and I have yet to thank you. Why do you thank me instead?" A hint of melancholy crossed her face. Was Shuyang's duty to protect her coming to an end? Upon hearing his gratitude, An inexplicable thought surfaced in her mind. I should indeed thank you, as well as your mother, Shuyang admitted, a sense of guilt washing over him. You should not have been drawn into this troublesome affair. It was my actions against certain individuals from the island nation that put you in danger. Realizing this, Yin quickly reconciled her thoughts. You are so formidable. Those people from the island nation are no match for you. You must be exceptional among superhumans. My mother and I are just ordinary people. There is no way we could summon someone of your caliber. Therefore, I presume you volunteer to help protect us? Indeed. Then I forgive you and accept your thanks. Yin said, clasping her hands behind her back, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons as she looked at Shuyang's monkey mask. Shuyang was indeed a righteous individual, and she had sensed this, prompting her to playfully sway slightly as she continued. However, since this issue is yours, don't you intend to offer me some form of compensation? What are your requests? Shuyang considered it reasonable for Yin to seek a recompense. She moved a bit closer, tilting her head slightly to gaze at his face, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. What do you truly look like? Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yin hand slowly reached towards Shuyang's mask. Let's change the subject. If you wish to learn a particular ability, I can find a way to teach you. Shuyang attempted to redirect the conversation. But I have always wanted to know what you look like, she insisted, her delicate fingers gently gliding over the surface of the mask. I understand your curiosity, but please believe me, if you proceed with this, it might not be a mere compensation for you in the future, Shuyang urged sincerely. Rest assured, even if you're not handsome, I will not mind, Yin jested, masking her seriousness as she resolutely lifted Shuyang's mask from his face. The moment his visage came into view, for reasons unknown, her heart skipped a beat. It was the first time in her life she felt such a sensation, as if the entire world around her was swirling and she was suspended in mid-air. The only thing anchoring her from drifting away was those scarred eyes. People often describe this feeling in 2 words, heart flutter. How could this be? Yin could never comprehend why Shuyang would choose to conceal such a face behind a monkey mask. Humans are visual creatures, generally gravitating towards beauty, whether in nature or in the appearance of others. Aesthetics can evoke pleasurable emotional responses and even influence behavior and decision-making. While inner beauty is also a significant standard of appreciation for a girl already inclined towards affection, Shuyang's protective nature had garnered her fondness, and his striking appearance was the final straw that made her heart race. Affection level 80. Tian Yuan Ichiro sat cross-legged at a low dining table. In the island nation, the custom of sitting on one's knees is prevalent among Japanese women and homemakers. This posture is deemed a sign of respect and politeness in their culture. Women instinctively lower themselves when conversing with their husbands as a gesture of respect. This position also reflects respect towards elders and superiors. However, Tian Yuan Ichiro, now the current head of the Tian Yuan family, had no need to sit this way among his kin. Yet, he felt far from content, despite maintaining a composed demeanor. Those familiar with the head of the family dared not disturb Tian Yuan Ichiro at this moment. They understood that his seemingly meditative posture was a facade for his boiling rage. Bastard! Tian Yuan Ichiro could no longer contain his fury, bellowing as he swept all the scrolls from the table to the ground, the cacophony startling the 2 maids outside. Breathing heavily, his gaze was fierce, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Just moments ago, he had received a phone call. The scathing reprimand from the island nation's prime minister only fueled his anger further. The island nation was in no position to compare itself to Haocheng. Many higher-ups understood this, often resorting to underhanded tactics against Haocheng, stirring up public opinion or seeking out so-called public intellectuals to tarnish their image. However, they dare not take any real action. Yet today, Tian Yuan Ichiro had shattered this unspoken rule, brazenly ordering a murder within Haocheng's territory. Haocheng values a justified cause, and this incident served as a pretext, nearly suffocating the island nation under diplomatic pressure. The island nation, with smiles plastered on their faces, had to concede dozens of high-level abilities training methods to temporarily appease Haocheng. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. As the old saying goes in Haocheng, seize the opportunity when they are weak. With this pretext, it was inevitable that Haocheng's politicians would seek to profit significantly from the island nation, possibly even beyond their wildest dreams. The prime minister must be furious with Tianyuan Ichiro's reckless behavior. You lost your son, and yet you can disregard the interests of the island nation? This statement echoed with a sense of detachment, as it was not the prime minister who had lost a son. What about the greater good? Tianyuan Ichiro muttered darkly to himself. The greater good of the island nation? Tianyuan Toshihiko was his beloved son, his only child, with his soul gone. Who could possibly understand his anguish? Tianyuan Ichiro had always been indulgent toward his only son. One could even say he spoiled him. Although Tianyuan Toshihiko's talents were mediocre, and he had failed to form a contract with a capable spirit given the family's wealth, he still had the opportunity to inherit the family legacy. Now, all of that had turned to dust. Within large families, particularly those in the island nation known for their prolific reproduction, there are often numerous branches with the same surname. With Tianyuan Ichiro now bereft of offspring, his siblings would likely become restless, each eager to reclaim the title of family head. Tianyuan Ichiro had suffered a severe injury after the birth of his only son, affecting his ability to have more children. Now that his child was dead, he had no hopes for the next generation. How could he remain calm? Reckless? Indeed, it was reckless. Since he had no expectations of his own, how could he not drag a few others down with him? Shiryang, we shall see. Tianyuan Ichiro resolved to take an unconventional path and, having made up his mind, sent a communication to an individual, with official follow-up in place. Yin and her mother were theoretically no longer in danger. The organization was concerned about lacking a better rationale to procure benefits from the island nation. Any further action would merely serve to deliver interests right into their hands. Both the island nation and Haocheng understood this dynamic. Those in positions of power were primarily concerned with overall benefits. Nonetheless, the two women did indeed receive assurances of safety. The agents sent by Yin Shou, Qin Chuan, and Wang Haocheng had already withdrawn, and Shiryang departed shortly thereafter. Yin and her mother returned to a tranquil existence, and before long, a week had elapsed. The school remained unchanged, yet as Yin walked along the campus paths, she felt an inexplicable void within her. Xiaoyu, why have you been so glum these past few days? Zixuan inquired with a hint of concern, suspecting something. Mifine. Yan Yuyu replied absent-mindedly, resting her chin on her desk, doodling aimlessly while responding to Zixuan's question. Fine, you say? I'm heading to the restroom. Are you coming? The restroom break during class intervals was a shared necessity, irrespective of gender, as lectures often lasted 40 to 50 minutes. Who could possibly go without a bathroom break? Sure. Let's go, Yin replied, rousing herself and grasping Zixuan's hand as they made their way out. Chun Yinxin stood in the corridor, engaged in conversation with several boys. Hey, don't block the way if you're a good dog, Yin admonished with a sharp tone. Chun Yinxin cast a glance at Yin feeling somewhat guilty, and promptly stepped aside. Yin scoffed, deriding such immature and ineffectual young men who strutted around school, pretending to be impressive while crumbling under pressure. How had she ever found such a person appealing? As they walked towards the restroom, Zhang Zixuan occasionally stole glances at her dear friend, her actions blatantly obvious, as if intentionally so, and unsurprisingly, Yin soon caught on. Zixuan, why do you keep staring at me? Yin queried. You must be thinking about a boy. Zhang Zixuan asserted confidently. Really? Is it that obvious? Yin touched her face, having thought she was being discreet. More than obvious. Zhang Zixuan exaggerated, dramatically gesturing towards Yin profile. My dear lady, your thoughts are writ large upon your face. Sighing deeply in response to her friend's teasing, Yin did not attempt to conceal her feelings. Shall you please tell me? Who do you like? Zhang Zixuan's curiosity was ignited. Oh, stop it. I want to tell you, Yin pouted. Let me guess. Is it that bodyguard of yours wearing a monkey mask? Zhang Zixuan leaned in closer, whispering with a grin. How did you know? Oh, so it's true. You're so mischievous. I might just hit you. During this time, the bond between the two girls grew ever stronger as they playfully bantered. Meanwhile, a letter was delivered into Shiryang's hands. A couple of days prior, Shuyang had attempted to persuade Xiao Silin. Teacher Xiao, you are merely an ordinary person. Allowing those little ones from other worlds to linger around you is not wise. When Shuyang and Xiao Silin found themselves alone, he glanced at the bin charcoal nestled in her arms and advised her. Bin charcoal, as a significant character from another realm, possesses a substantial gift from the world's will, and the concentration of world power within her is considerable. If she encounters a guardian with ill intentions, it could spell disaster for an ordinary person like you, Teacher Xiao. Shuyang did not conceal his thoughts from bin charcoal, openly sharing his concerns with both of them. At that time, bin charcoal's face reflected her reluctance. Yet her kind-hearted nature prevented her from wanting to burden her sister. Xiao Silin, too, felt a pang of sorrow, but as a guardian, she had to consider the larger picture. Today, the letter Shuyang received was sent by Xiao Silin shortly before her departure. Inside Weian Street Bookstore, Ergo sat beside Shuyang, donning a pair of monocles and perusing a hefty tome on philosophy. Why are you pretending to be so sophisticated, you dog? Xiao Ai mocked. Is it not permissible for me to cultivate my disposition? Look, I'm reading Russell, while you, silly cat, have probably never even heard of him. Ergo shook the book titled A History of Western Philosophy at her, rolling his eyes while adjusting his well-fitted suit. Who says I haven't heard of him? I've even met Russell. Xiao Ai retorted defiantly. Met him? What good does that do? Just because you've met Russell doesn't mean you're not a love-struck fool. Xiao Ai knew well that she could not outwit Ergo's sharp tongue, and recognizing this, she wisely chose to remain silent, preferring to enjoy some peace. Boss, how is it going? Ergo, who had pretended to read for 10 minutes, could no longer maintain the facade. True patience for reading was not within him. Previously, Ergo had bought Shuyang the Turtle School's Qigong for a staggering 20,000 points, and that was just for the manual. Learning it was another matter altogether. Ergo was inquiring about Shuyang's progress in practicing it and whether it harmonized with his inner strength. The good news was that it did. Shuyang felt pleased with this outcome. What? Boss, does that mean there's bad news? Ergo perked up at once. The bad news is that the inner strength absorbed previously has not converted much into qi. Overall, from a theoretical standpoint, both energies stem from the same source, with qi and Dragon Ball undoubtedly being a higher form of inner strength. Thus, Shuyang's idea of employing qi to execute the indestructible technique was indeed viable. However, the transformation from a lower energy to a higher one would inevitably be challenging, which meant that Shuyang's previous absorption yielded minimal qi. Well, that is not too terrible. You can gradually cultivate the total amount of qi. Boss, there's no rush. Ergo skillfully grasped the crux of the matter. The key question is, does utilizing qi to practice the internal technique work? Has your indestructible technique improved? The effectiveness of employing higher-tier qi to execute the indestructible technique had indeed multiplied several times over. Shuyang was pleased with the results, since the experiment proved successful. He harbored additional ideas. I also possess a technique for absorbing energy, which might enhance the total amount of qi, and perhaps there's a shortcut to it. That is a brilliant idea, boss. Should we find time to try in Dragon Ball? While Shuyang merely contemplated this notion, uncertainty lingered regarding its success. After all, manipulating qi was significantly more complex than inner strength. Hastily draining someone else as qi could easily spiral out of control, leaving him unsure if the absorption technique even had potential for advancement. After converting inner strength into qi, the potency of the indestructible technique escalated several tiers, becoming remarkably formidable. Yet its duration suffered due to Shuyang's currently insufficient total amount of qi. As for the Turtle School's Qigong, Shuyang had merely scratched the surface. His approach diverged entirely from that in Dragon Ball. He did not need to unleash energy waves. While they appeared dazzling in all honesty, how beneficial were they in a genuine duel against an equally matched opponent? With the time spent on energy waves, one might as well focus on fortifying defense, speed, and attack, for a misstep could lead to an early victory. Dragon Ball posed certain risks, better left for discussion later. Shuyang is currently preoccupied with unresolved matters. Previously, after eliminating the group led by Jieshing, He acquired the technique of Beimanduanjia, a formidable school of physical martial arts. Over the past few days, he has delved into its intricacies and discovered that Beimanduanjia does not strictly require chakra. Instead, the energy system within him is akin to the chi from Dragon Ball, which harmonizes remarkably well with Beimanduanjia. Consequently, he has embarked on the journey to master this technique and has already made some initial progress. Having nearly exhausted the energy accumulated to enhance his Haocheng, Shuyang finds himself relying solely on his own training for the time being. He picks up a letter left for him by Xiao Silin before her departure. The letter reads, "Ergu, please read this for me." The contents are brief. Xiao Silin, despite Shuyang's inability to help her locate her beloved, has resolved to seek him out in other places. The fleeting nature of a mundane life does not permit hesitance, as attempting may yield no results, yet failing to try guarantees none. Thus, even with little hope, Xiao Silin feels compelled to make the effort. The purpose of her letter reflects her contemplation of Shuyang's words and a heartfelt conversation with Beichangtan. Although parting was difficult, she recognized that staying was not a viable option. Hence, she entrusted Beichangtan's care to Shuyang, not as a capricious demand, but as a sincere request, concluding the letter with, "After much consideration, I believe you are a person worthy of trust. I sincerely ask for your assistance in taking care of this child, and I would be immensely grateful." Enclosed within the envelope is a bank card with the password written on the back. However, Shuyang sees no need to investigate, as his identity does not lack for financial resources. Caring for a little one poses no issue, especially with the multitude of women on Wayan Street. After all, Beichangtan is not unlike these individuals. "Our boss is truly reliable. Everyone speaks highly of him," Ergu remarks. "This afternoon, I will go to Yanyu's place to pick up Beichangtan." When Xiao Silin left, she entrusted Beichangtan to Yanyu temporarily, rather than directly handing him over to Shuyang. Initially, Xiao Silin intended to discuss this matter face-to-face with Shuyang before passing Beichangtan to him. However, upon mentioning it to Yanyu, she eagerly volunteered to assist, caring for Beichangtan for a while before handing him over to Shuyang. "Zhang Zixuan, it's been quite some time since we last met. I plan to buy a gift for Shuyang. What do you think would be suitable?" Yanyu inquired while cradling Beichangtan on the couch, engaging in conversation with Zhang Zixuan. "I'm not sure you should be asking me, Xiaoya. I've never had a boyfriend," Zhang Zixuan quietly muttered. She, too, lacked experience in this regard. "What do you think, little one?" Yanyu pinched Beichangtan's small face playfully. Beichangtan gazed back at her with wide, innocent eyes, prompting Yanyu to realize that her choice of confidant was rather illogical. "Alas, with no advisor at my side, I'm left feeling helpless," she sighed. Having not seen Shuyang for several days, she felt a sense of uncertainty regarding his preferences. "Why didn't I ask him about his likes when he was protecting me?" Yanyu pondered, scratching her head in frustration. Indeed, although Shuyang was generally reserved, he had shielded her for several days without engaging in much conversation. They had exchanged simple pleasantries, but had not delved into deeper discussions about interests. Reflecting on their previous conversations, Yanyu suddenly realized that in Shuyang's presence, she felt like a child. Whenever she experienced moments of unhappiness, he was either silently there for her or offering comforting words, as if his own emotions were never in disarray. As she recalled Shuyang's appearance, a smile crept onto her face. "Oh no, Xiaoya, you're in trouble. You've fallen in love," Zhang Zixuan observed, noting the sweet smile that blossomed on Yanyu's face at the mere thought of her affection. "What do you mean trouble? Is it wrong to like someone?" Yanyu playfully tossed a cushion at Zhang Zixuan. "Look at you, getting flustered because I hit the nail on the head." Zhang Zixuan, as an observer, reveled in the playful banter between friends. "If you truly like someone, why not just tell him? It's only been a few days. Do you really need to bring a gift?" Zhang Zixuan questioned, perplexed. "I don't know. With so many beautiful girls around him, will he even notice me if I don't give him something he likes?" Yanyu recalled the scene at the Wayan Street bookstore courtyard, where numerous stunning girls surrounded Shuyang, all exuding charm. The memory of their fleeting expressions of unrequited love only served to diminish her confidence, especially regarding her own appearance. Why would that be useless? Zhang Zixuan, unwilling to see her friend disheartened, pondered for a solution. Suddenly, She recalled classmates who had secretly dated, an idea sparking in her mind. How about you knit a scarf for the person you like? A scarf? Yanyu responded, intrigued. Yes, a girl in our class once secretly knitted a scarf for her crush, and I still remember how sweet she looked while doing it. But I don't know if Shuyang likes scarves. Yanyu hesitated. Well, no boy has ever hated one. If you're unsure about what to give, why not give it a try? Zhang Zishuan encouraged. Let's go to the supermarket and buy some yarn. A hand-knit scarf, often referred to as a warm embrace, carries a sense of intimacy during youth. Over time, this gift becomes increasingly precious, embodying the depth of feelings experienced during those innocent days. But I've heard knitting a scarf can take several days or even half a month. Can we finish in time? Yanyu questioned, worried. We'll choose the simplest pattern without any intricate designs, and with both of us working together, we should manage. But I've never knitted before, Yanyu confessed. It's not difficult. I've learned how. Trust me, Zhang Zishuan assured her. Bei Changton, eager to help, wished to join in, but felt too shy to speak to the newly acquainted Yanyu and Zhang Zishuan. Though we have just met, would you mind assisting me? Yanyu smiled at Bei Changton, who, upon hearing the request, brightened with excitement. The three girls hurriedly set out. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, but I appreciate you, Section Chief Ma, for personally escorting me back, Su Lily expressed with a slight bow of gratitude. Section Chief Ma, dressed in a formal jacket and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded charm and sophistication. Despite being middle-aged, he had not succumbed to weight gain, and his smile radiated warmth. There is no need for such formality, Lily. You have narrowly escaped danger, and that is what truly matters. Section Chief Ma responded with genuine delight for Su Lily's well-being. I have no engagements today. If you are free, shall we have a meal together to celebrate? Certainly, there's no problem. Since you are here, why not join me for a meal in my home? Su Lily and Director Ma are old colleagues, and thus, there is no sense of caution between them. Having escaped from a perilous situation, both she and her daughter are unharmed, and at this moment, the emotions that Su Lily had long suppressed are finally released, leading her to indulge in a few more drinks than usual during dinner. Mother, you should drink less. Yin Yin naturally dines with her mother, though Zixian has already returned home before the meal. Yin Yi has previously met Director Ma, so he does not seem particularly unfamiliar to her. Observing the vibrant red wine, Yin Yi curiously pours herself a little. She has heard that drinking can bolster one's courage. She wonders if it might help her be braver later in the afternoon. Yeah, you are still young. How can you drink? Su Lily is reluctant to let her child consume alcohol. The red wine is not very strong. Since she wishes to try, let her have a taste. Director politely advises. Su Lily is in high spirits and does not dwell on the matter. As Su Lily and Yin Ye slowly raise their glasses, the crimson wine brought by Director Ma flows gently into their mouths. When the mother and daughter tilt their heads back, the graceful curve of their necks reveals a subtle movement in their throats. At this sight, Director Ma secretly smiles, relieved that Yin Ye's curiosity alleviates his prior concerns about getting her to drink. Not long after, as Director Ma exits Su Lily's home, he adjusts his collar and, after sending a message through his communicator, respectfully states, it has been resolved. Silence envelopes the scene. Outside, Shuyang stands by the door, feeling an involuntary heaviness in his heart. With a soft thud, he acknowledges the situation inside with his perceptive abilities, yet he refrains from entering immediately. Instead, he lights a cigarette and leans against the doorframe, inhaling slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, he sits despondently on the steps. The communicator rings, and upon answering, he hears a familiar voice. Shuyang, I hope this grand gift I sent you meets your expectations. It is Tian Yuan Ichiro, exuding an air of malicious triumph. Feeling a bit unwell? Given your approach, you must care significantly for this inconsequential civilian. After his failed attempt to act, he continues, I am under immense pressure. As per the demands of the island nation's government, my guardians are temporarily unavailable. In truth, they have lost their value. I have discovered that you are the one who killed my son, and the Huaxia government has grasped my vulnerabilities. My situation is indeed precarious, but that is of no concern. Now, with this current state of affairs, You almost feel that she and her daughter are safe, correct? There's no longer a need to target them, is there? Yet, I am determined to kill them. At this moment of lowered vigilance, without the need for guardians, I can easily extinguish the lives of these two ordinary individuals. You Huaxia people seem to refer to this as acting contrary to expectations, do you not? For a moment, Shi Yang remains silent, merely continuing to smoke. Tian Yuan Ichiro, on the other end, relishes the torment he inflicts on Shi Yang's psyche. I do not understand. Siang finale speaks. What is there to not understand? Please share. I am in a good mood and can answer your questions, Tian Yuan Ichiro replies with a smirk. I once harbored similar concerns, but instinctively, I believed you would not act thus. At this critical juncture, sacrificing two worthless commoners would only exacerbate your predicament and lead to greater losses. Furthermore, you could risk your family's interests over what you perceive as a trivial matter. Trading the lives of two ordinary people for such stakes seems illogical, does it not? Shi Yang's tone remains calm, like the stillness before storm. Indeed, due to the act of killing two ordinary individuals, once your people discover it, I will likely no longer be the head of the Tian Yuan family. I may lose dozens of guardians within the family in my previous position, yet I find no regret. As long as it brings discomfort to you, it is worth it. So, your sole purpose is to make me suffer at any cost? If that is the case, why not come directly for me? Shouldn't you be seeking to kill me by any means necessary? Shi Yang's voice grows more urgent. Yes, you are correct. But I know that as long as you remain within Huaxia, given my current resources and power, I cannot touch you. After all, my men have all perished at your hands, and I cannot guarantee success even if I confront you directly. Tian Yuan Ichiro's tone shifts to one of malice. You killed my son, and I will not forget this. I will seek revenge at any cost. Even if I cannot kill you, I will find a way to target those around you, so you can experience the pain of loss. It is evident that you harbor great hatred for me. Shi Yang, in disbelief, rises and harshly extinguishes his cigarette. Great hatred? No, you misunderstand. It is extreme. Now that I know you are responsible for my son's death, there are only two possible outcomes between us. Either I kill you for Junyan's vengeance, or you kill me to avenge those two despicable people. Very well. Shi Yang articulates each word with deliberate intensity. I have heard that Naruto is quite popular in your island nation. Many wish to embrace that power system. How about 3 days from now, I come learn a bit about it? I await your esteemed presence. The communication ends. After regaining his composure, Shi Yang finally steps into Su Lily's home. Lying on the ground, Su Lily, tormented by the agony of impending death, has her lifeless eyes wide open, her once vibrant features now twisted in anguish. The poison slowly invades her organs, inflicting pain that seeps into her very bones. She had struggled, crawling, her fingers leaving trails of blood on the ground, her nails breaking amidst the crimson streaks. Yet, no one came to rescue her. She could only succumb to despair and slowly fade away. Si Young, usually composite, now finds his hands trembling as he gently lifts Su Lily's limp body and places her properly on the soft sofa, tenderly positioning her hands over her abdomen. The weight of guilt bears heavily upon him, almost suffocating. It is all his fault. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he steadies his quivering hands. He approaches Yanyi's room and gently pushes the door open. Yanyi lies over the table, clutching her abdomen, her skin having taken on a pallid hue due to the poison, with blood staining the corners of her mouth. In her final moments, she clings tightly to something in her hand, exerting great effort. A faint, suppressed sob emanates from the far corner of the room. Beijing Tan strives to restrain her tears, but she cannot help herself. Although she is not well acquainted with Yanyi, witnessing her slow demise exceeds her capacity for composure. She is innocent and does not understand why Yanyi is in this state, feeling utterly powerless against her suffering. I am sorry, Shi Yang laments, filled with regret, addressing both Beijing Tan and Yanyi. Upon seeing him, Beijing Tan rushes into his embrace, crying uncontrollably. Having been terrified, once she calms down somewhat, Shi Yang intends to carry Yanyi's cold body to the bed, but his hand inadvertently brushes against what she clutches tightly. It was supposed to be a gift for you, Beijing Tan chokes out, revealing a hastily knitted, somewhat unsightly scarf. Huh? Are you suggesting we change our place of residence? When the women heard this news, they were taken aback. However, since it was Shuyang's decision, they had no objections. The question remained, where to go? Shuyang had already formulated a plan in her mind. Is it serious? Chen Qianqian inquired, not wanting to worry the others. Shuyang excused herself to smoke, with Chen Qianqian following closely behind her. After taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Shuyang nodded seriously. It is indeed serious, including you. Being by my side may put you in danger. As a protector, Chen Qianqian had also heard the news. Would anyone genuinely care or grieve over the deaths of two ordinary people? In truth, probably not. When a person's life reaches a level where they can look down upon those walking below, their first reaction is akin to observing ants. However, Chen Qianqian understood a bit of Shuyang's character. He would not think that way. He must feel immense guilt and regret, for he had always despised dragging anyone into trouble. Indeed, Shuyang's thoughts were not comprehensive enough, but Chen Qianqian did not want to see him burdened with self-reproach. What do you plan to do next? She asked gently. Tian Yuanzilang would love nothing more than to eliminate me immediately. Unable to act directly, he will secretly lurk in the shadows. I currently lack influence and manpower compared to him. Continuing down this path will only endanger you all. For now, the best I can do is give him an opportunity, a chance to kill me on his home turf. At that moment, all attention will be focused on me, thus sparing you from harm. Then let them leave. I will accompany you, Chen Qianqian resolutely stated. You should leave as well, Shuyang replied more firmly. I know you are capable, but you will need assistance alone. I cannot stand by idly, Chen Qianqian said, slightly angered. My strength may not be considerable, but do you expect me to watch you walk into the lion's den without intervening? This is not about walking into danger. Once Tian Yuanzilang seizes the opportunity to kill me, it will also be my chance to eliminate him, Shuyang declared with a dark intensity. I cannot remain uninvolved. Trust me, I can assist you. I will do everything in my power, Chen Qianqian pleaded, her tone softening upon witnessing Shuyang's resolve. You cannot assist me in this matter. I do not require anyone's help. I have never wished for anyone to be harmed because of me. However, Yin Ye and her mother were brutally murdered. They had done nothing wrong, yet were poisoned to death. This is all my fault. If anyone else suffers because of me, I will be tormented by guilt. Shuyang's spatial ring contained the scarf he had once cherished. This is not your fault. Then whose fault is it? Chen Qianqian was at a loss for words, unable to sway Shuyang's mind, and chose not to dwell on the matter further. But if I remain here in the real world waiting, can you fathom my worries? What if you get hurt? What if you die? This time is different. Being by your side allows me to watch over you. If you follow my suggestion and get hurt while assisting me, it will only deepen my sorrow, Shuyang replied. Chen Qianqian's eyes reddened, tears glistening. Yet she felt a sense of happiness within. Do you care so much about my well-being? Yes. Chen Qianqian smiled, while wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her fair cheeks resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms. When did you become so emotional? You are about to face peril, so is it not natural for me to worry? Shuyang extinguished her cigarette and discarded it in the trash, speaking solemnly. Listen to my instructions. You and the others must leave. All right, Chen Qianqian relented, nodding obediently. In the CEO's office of JianbingGuozi Shopping Center, she sat upright, her slightly curled, long hair cascading down her shoulders, her fair skin and slender figure exuding an air of confidence and poise. Time flowed swiftly, imperceptibly slipping away like a fleeting shadow. Over the course of several years, Mi Kai, through her diligence, ascended to the role of CEO of JianbingGuozi Shopping, a company founded by her father, Mi Zhongxin. A once youthful and beautiful woman occasionally caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, noticing the emergence of fine lines. Gradually, strands of silver began to weave through her lustrous black hair. Liu Yao's child had been born, named Suowei, and Mi Kai and Jian Wei had taken him as their godson. Once aspiring to be a major star, Liu Yao had chosen to work alongside Mi Kai and Jian Wei at JianbingGuozi, abandoning her dream as she watched Suowei grow. Gazing out at the towering buildings, Mi Kai suddenly realized something. Another year has passed. She set down her pen, her expression slightly awkward as she picked up the phone. What does President Mi want with us? Lu Yao and Mi Kai had grown familiar, casually addressing her as President Mi while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Jian Wei shared a similar expression, indicating their close bond. It's nothing much, just a chat, Mi Kai said, setting her work aside to invite her two friends to sit on the sofa. How is Suawei's studies going? Jian Wei gently sipped her coffee and asked Li Yao. Though they were not young anymore, Jian Wei and Mi Kai had neither married nor had children, so it was natural for them to take an interest in Suawei's well-being. He is quite mischievous, but his academic performance is satisfactory, Li Yao replied, feeling somewhat exhausted discussing children. Fortunately, Suawei's grades did not require much supervision, which alleviated some of her worries. That child has been bright since a young age. If he focuses, his academic success is assured. Jian Wei nodded in agreement. Noticing Mi Kai reclining on the sofa while rubbing her temples, Li Yao, assuming she was fatigued from work, expressed concern. Mi Kai, are you too tired? Perhaps you should take a break. We can chat later. I'm fine, Mi Kai replied with a smile, though the weariness on her face was not solely due to work. Another year has passed, hasn't it? Upon hearing Mi Kai's words, both Jian Wei and Li Yao fell silent. They understood what Mi Kai referred to. It was easier to cope when busy with work, but once they paused to reflect, the weight of another year gone by settled heavily on their hearts. Yes, another year has gone by, and still no news of him. Li Yao sighed, contemplating. He said he would return when he had the time. What a liar, Jian Wei lamented, feeling somewhat resentful. Shiyang had never specified a time, but had promised to return when possible. Yet, over the span of more than a decade, not even a shadow of him had appeared. All these years, he had never shown up. Nevertheless, despite the passage of time, the three women had never forgotten Shiyang. The phone rang, jolting Mi Kai from her thoughts. She composed herself and approached her desk to answer. President Mi, there's a young man outside who wishes to see you. However, he has no appointment and is not a representative from any other company, the receptionist reported respectfully. Oh, a young man? Mi Kai's heart skipped a beat. What is his name? He said his name is Jiang Yongkong. Upon hearing the receptionist's reply, Mi Kai felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, though she quickly dismissed it. After all these years, she had been disappointed many times and had grown accustomed to it. I am currently unavailable, Mi Kai said, about to hang up when the receptionist's next words froze her in place. President Mi, he also mentioned that if you disagree with him, I should inform you that he is sent by someone named. Upon hearing those two words, Mi Kai could not hear the rest. Quick, let him in, Mi Kai exclaimed urgently. What happened? Jian Wei and Al were puzzled as to why Yitop seemed so anxious after merely receiving a phone call. When Yingkeng knocked on the office door and entered, he couldn't help but exclaim how charming the boss's romantic life was. Although Mita and her companions were slightly older, they still possessed a captivating grace. There were two messages that the boss had instructed him to convey to the three of them. Facing the eager trio, Yongkong maintained a disciplined demeanor and, without waiting for Tha to speak, earnestly stated, in the upcoming period, I will be responsible for your protection. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. Currently, Yongkong was the only subordinate of Shang, who trusted this young fellow quite a bit. Despite Yongkeng's youth and somewhat limited capability, he was known for his honesty and obedience, indicating potential for development. Presently, Jin Maiting and others have been settled by Shiyang in Wada Liu Sui near Fangke, making it suitable for him to assist Chen Chanshan in safeguarding everyone. Chen Chanshan had just withdrawn from her former team and intended to wait for Shang to find time for a skill certification before joining his group. However, with his departure, that plan would have to be postponed. Thus, the responsibility of protecting Jin Meiting and others fell upon Chen Chanshan and Yongkong. The primary concern for Mitai, Jian Wei, and Rial was simply, where was he now? The boss has left. Left? What were his words for you to convey? The boss mentioned that he was occupied with other matters recently and could not visit you. Now that he sees you all living happily, he feels reassured. Presently, he must undertake a perilous task, and the outcome remains uncertain. Hence, he cannot meet with you for the time being. If misfortune befalls him, it would only add to the sorrow of seeing one another now. Once he resolves the threat, he will return to reunite with you as swiftly as possible. Yongkang, seeking to keep it concise, delivered the main points, and appeared somewhat indifferent. There are distinctions even within the lower realms, and what Arshiliusoinirfangkura occupies a relatively inferior position, resulting in a faster passage of time compared to the main world. Observing the graying hair of Vitsa and the others, Xiang felt a pang of guilt. Their marks remained intact, yet he often overlooked the finite nature of ordinary people's time. Given the circumstances, Xiang pondered whether it might be simpler not to meet. Perhaps that was for the best. Has he seen us? Mitsat grasped the crux of Haocheng's statement. Yes, the boss has visited you all. I have delivered his words, and from now on, I will remain close to ensure your safety. After speaking, Haocheng slightly bowed and then turned to leave. Mitsat stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling street, yet no sign of that individual was to be found. Promise me, you must return alive. Chen Shanshan expressed her concern after having lunch with the group. Xiang stood in silence for a moment, initially wishing to respond affirmatively. Yet he hesitated to mislead Kung Shanshan. This journey would be rather dangerous, and what lay ahead was still unknown. If all goes well, I shall return promptly, he replied. Xiang understood Chen Shen's goodwill, but chose not to offer casual reassurances. Should an accident occur, he wanted her to be mentally prepared. Here are some of my homemade pancakes, for you to enjoy if you wish. Within a rather inexpensive secondary spatial ring lay thousands of pancake sets, crafted during Xiang's leisure moments. Chen Shanshan had tasted his pancakes before, and there was no need to describe her reaction. Uncertain of how long he would be gone, Xiang decided to provide her with extra pancakes to prevent cravings. Thank you, Chen Shanshan said, deeply touched as she accepted the secondary spatial ring. You are about to face danger alone, yet you still think of us? I won't say much more on that, Xiang recalled Haocheng. I haven't spent enough time with him, who has observed him and found him relatively trustworthy. But I still do not fully trust him. If possible, let him sample my pancakes as well. Sure. Chen Shanshan understood Xiang's intent. No one could resist the allure of his pancakes, and once Haocheng had tasted them, he would be more reliable in his actions. After Xiang's departure, only Haocheng remained to assist Chen Shanshan, and he indeed needed to consider matters cautiously. I am leaving, Xiang stated plainly. Wait. Chen Shanshan grasped his arm, her demeanor reminiscent of a wife worried for her beloved venturing afar. Please take care of yourself. You appear calm, but I have known you to be quite tenacious regarding your principles. Regardless of the reasons, remember to look after your health. As Xiang faced Chen Shanshan, he felt the warmth of her concern and hope emanating from her eyes. He nodded in agreement. Just as he intended to depart, Chen Shanshan did not release her hold. May I have a hug? She asked shyly. Xiang was not fond of physical contact with others. He usually only exchanged brief touches with the women in his life, and his interactions with Chen Shanshan were similarly limited. After a moment of silence, he contemplated and did not refuse her earnest request. Gradually approaching, his figure reflected in Chen Shanshan's bright eyes. He extended his arms, gently embracing her, yet he could not help but gradually apply more pressure, feeling the strength of Chen Shanshan's embrace. As if she were desperately trying to hold on to him, Xiang sighed and gently patted her back in comfort. I must go, he said, easily extricating himself from her embrace and decisively turning to traverse the ethereal realm. Haocheng, upon receiving the notification of the transaction, felt elated and dismissed his steadfastness with disdain. What use is there in feelings of patriotism? If someone were to perish, how many would care for an ordinary person? He had personally administered poison, and if an investigation were to ensue, he could not conceal it. Yet, Haocheng remained unharmed. Why was that? There were guardians who felt indignant about this, still echoing the sentiment that goodness coexists with evil. However, Haocheng was untouchable, backed by a team leader. If one were to speak out, would anyone truly go to such length for the sake of an ordinary individual, even at the risk of offending a team leader? The influential figures were more concerned with seizing opportunities to gain advantages from the island nation. They could not possibly devote excessive attention to the case of an ordinary person, nor could they personally intervene. With this premise, a couple of toasts at the dining table to apologize to the leaders, some gifts, and a bit of relationship building would transform the situation into an internal matter, thus trivializing it. After all, No one truly had evidence that Ma Kong had poisoned Zhu Lilith and her mother. With a little cover-up, who could trace it back? Of course, this was how Ma Kong had thought before his downfall. Now he was writhing in agony on the floor of his own home, his legs brutally severed, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. "Umph, old fool, you seemed quite pleased earlier, didn't you?" Argo spat a large glob of phlegm onto Ma Kong's face, picking up his phone and glancing at the notification of the transfer with disdain. What a pathetic thing, willing to poison someone for such a meager amount. TSK. Killing you would be a mercy. Crawl. You still dare to crawl, you bastard? Argo casually drew a handgun and shot Ma Kejong in the back of his hand. Ma Kejong screamed in agony. Shuyang stood behind him, clad in white power armor, wielding a fearsome blade, silently observing Ma Kong's torment. Call out? Are you daring to scream at me? Ergo shot another bullet into the hand of Chief Ma. Chief Ma gazed at Ergo, who resembled a rogue, in terror, stifling his cries of pain. Not going to scream? Do you think that means I won't shoot you? Bang! Another bullet struck one of Chief Ma's fingers, and with the force of a handgun round, it severed the digit, eliciting a renewed wail from him. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. Cut it out. Using a gun feels rather mundane. How about I slice your fingers off one by one with a knife? Egusnielt. Huh? What do you think? I'm asking you. Do you dare not to answer? Gentlemen, please have mercy. Chief Ma pleaded. I have already divulged Su Hongshan's name. It was he who instructed me to harm Su Lily and her mother. He has connections with the islanders. I am just an ordinary person, forced into this situation. Oh, Ergo elongated his tone, feigning compassion. Indeed, you have revealed the one who ordered you. It would certainly be inappropriate to continue torturing you. Here's the deal. If you can reach the door by the time I count to 3, I will grant you a chance at survival, Ergo said, tugging at Chief Ma's hair. Run to the door. Chief Ma glanced down at his crippled legs. 1. But Ergo had already begun his count. Chief Ma, in a frenzy, crawled like a maggot across the ground towards the door. Damn it, run. Use your legs, do you understand? Can't you comprehend human speech? Or are you deaf to canine commands? Ergo immediately drew his gun, firing a shot into Chief Ma's back. Bang, bang, bang. Having had enough of the game, Ergo fired several rounds into non-lethal areas. Let's see if you understand now. Do you comprehend? Ergo approached Chief Ma, pressing the gun's muzzle against his eye, roaring. Do you understand now? Chief Ma was gripped by overwhelming fear. Very well, Ergo smiled humanely, then turned and shot Chief Ma in the head. Shuyang had been silently observing Ergo's antics. He doubted Chief Ma's words. Regardless of how terrified Chief Ma appeared, Shuyang remained unconvinced. Whether Su Hongshan had indeed orchestrated this would soon be revealed by Chief Ma's lifeless body. Boss, are you certain? Ergo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. The identity of Su Hongshan and the number of his protectors were secondary issues. After all, Su Hongshan only possessed initial stage 6 capabilities, making his elimination rather effortless. However, the crux of the matter was that if Shuyang truly intended to kill Su Hongshan, he would undoubtedly attract the organization's attention. Acting without evidence would surely burden Shuyang with the accusation of killing a protector of his own country, which would be quite troublesome. What is there to be uncertain about? Shuyang's voice, tinged with an electronic tone from within his powered armor helmet, resonated as he sat on the steps, gently polishing his blade. The tightly sealed helmet emitted a hiss as it opened slightly, allowing Shuyang to light a cigarette while continuing to wipe his weapon. Ergo watched the smoke curl upwards, slapping his thigh. Damn it, let us do it. Boss, whoever you say we should take down. I'm with you all the way. First, we'll deal with that traitorous dog. We'll worry about the organization's inquiries later. Ergo had made up his mind. He had no intention of dissuading Shuyang. After all, the blatant pursuit of a Huaxia protector was indeed excessive. Yet, once Shuyang made a decision, Ergo would follow him resolutely to the end. After feasting on Chief Ma's flesh, Shuyang absorbed the pertinent memories. Chief Ma was a subordinate of Su Hongshan, merely an ordinary individual whom Su Hongshan did not particularly value. However, after the negotiation with the islanders, the task of poisoning Su Lily and her daughter was perfectly suited for an ordinary person, thus falling squarely upon Chief Ma. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Su Haocheng would be heading to the Dihao Club with several subordinates. This was the most valuable information Chief Ma possessed, and Shi Yang waited along the route Su Haocheng would inevitably traverse. The location of the club was rather secluded, making it a viable choice to eliminate Su Haocheng along that path. The women within that club were of high caliber, frequented by many protectors seeking amusement. While Huaxia strictly prohibited the flesh trade, who could truly enforce such a ban comprehensively, especially when it involved protectors of elevated status? Seated on the bridge steps, with few passers-by, Shi Yang's attire drew little attention. Why so agitated? Shi Yang smiled at argue. Even though I lack combat prowess, I can cheer for you, boss. I can shout you're awesome. Or 666. Besides, when you showcase your might, I'll also be in the limelight. Egu appeared frivolous. Yet his liveliness added considerable amusement to the situation. All right, if you're willing to shout, ergo, make it loud. Si Yang just that. Absolutely. Egu responded energetically. With a final puff on a cigarette, Shi Yang forcefully discarded the butt onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. He retrieved the scarf given to him by Yin Ye, wrapping it slowly around his neck. The simple black scarf complemented the pristine white armor, resembling gentle hands caressing the warrior clad in mechanized protection. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. Shi Yang secured the scarf and softly remarked, now, let me avenge you and your mother. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a corner of the scarf, fluttering as if in agreement. Whoosh! Shi Yang sprang into action, unleashing a fierce wind, coupled with the sound of his gas-assisted movement device as he vaulted over the bridge railing and leapt down. Boom! Shi Yang landed heavily on the asphalt of the roadway, shattering the tar and sending gravel flying, causing the nearby flora to rustle. As the wind subsided, Shi Yang knelt on one knee, one fist planted firmly on the ground while the other gripped the hilt of his blade, resting it on his shoulder. He observed a Maybach G650 approaching from the distance, rising steadily to his feet, the powered armor expelling white vapor from its exhaust as he moved. Inside the rear of the vehicle, Su Haocheng was startled by the sudden appearance of Shi Yang, blocking the car's path. He sensed that this opponent was formidable and not to be trifled with. The vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, charging straight at Shi Yang. Bang! With a deafening roar, the Maybach G650 was utterly demolished. Su Haocheng's subordinates were hurled away with the wreckage, while Su Haocheng, reacting swiftly, drew a long knife to barely parry Shi Yang's assault. Su Haocheng's mind raced as he shouted, I don't believe I have offended you. Are you also a Huaxia protector? You should understand the consequences of turning against your own kind within Huaxia. Shi Yang applied only a slight pressure. Yet Su Haocheng felt an overwhelming force constricting his hands, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his defense. Witnessing Su Haocheng, who was sweating profusely from merely attempting to block, Shi Yang allowed a cold smile to creep across his lips beneath his helmet, retorting with a mere 4 words. Meteor burst. Boom! The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki nearly left Su Haocheng gasping for breath, his face a mask of horror. When had he offended such a powerful being? Fight back? What folly! He was no fool. This was not someone he could contend with. The profound and oppressive haki gradually enveloped the blade, causing Su Haocheng's long knife to emit a discordant cracking sound under Shi Yang's pressure. Wait! Su Haocheng cried out desperately. Wait? How could Shi Yang possibly wait for such a wretched creature? With a resounding thud, he delivered a kick to Su Haocheng's chest, propelling him backward with tremendous force until he crashed into a corner of the landscaped area, displacing a cloud of soil. The impact was so severe that Su Haocheng felt a piercing pain in his internal organs, and before he even hit the ground, he could not suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. Although Shi Yang was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, and one would assume the disparity in strength was not insurmountable, Su Haocheng found himself utterly devoid of any will to resist. The sheer ferocity of Shi Yang's display was utterly overwhelming. Before Su Haocheng, who resembled a ragdoll in flight, could touch down, Shi Yang closed the distance with remarkable speed, appearing before him in an instant. Su Haocheng's eyes widened in terror. The aura of lethal intent emanating from Shi Yang was palpable. Without allowing Su Hongchuan a moment to regain his bearings, Shuyang unleashed a devastating punch to his abdomen. The crisp sound of cracking ribs reverberated in the air, and Su Hongchuan was sent flying once more, carving a deep trench into the asphalt as he landed, his body now smeared with asphalt and gravel. Gasping for breath in the pit, with his fists clenched and devoid of any weapon, Shuyang approached leisurely, an oppressive aura enveloping him. Despite the stature of the ambusher appearing unremarkable, the weight of his strikes was terrifying. Su Hongchuan could not comprehend why Shuyang, possessing the capability to end him in a single blow, chose not to do so. As Shuyang stood over him, he yanked Su Hongchuan's hair, forcing him upright. Without allowing a cry of agony to escape, Shuyang positioned him perfectly, and his armored fists danced through the air, producing a series of thunderous impacts. The clash of steel against bone echoed relentlessly, and the ferocity of Shuyang's assault instilled dread in the approaching law enforcement officials. Su Hongchuan's body was like a fragile mass under the relentless barrage of Shuyang's fists, and he found it a luxury merely to fall to the ground. With each strike, he was kept suspended in the air, helpless against the onslaught. With a final, crushing blow, he was sent sprawling once again, resembling a lifeless dog as he lay on a roadside, his body so battered that not a single bone remained unbroken. Breathing laboriously, Su Hongchuan gasped as if his throat were a worn-out bellows, his gaze slowly glazing over with a plea for mercy directed at Shuyang. The law enforcement officers had finally arrived, precisely as Shuyang had awaited. In front of them, Shuyang approached Su Hongchuan and delivered a punishing blow directly to his face. The impact shattered his skull, sending a spray of crimson and ivory across the ground. The law enforcement officers within the organization operated on a part-time basis, acting as guardians of the region. If they were willing to assist in maintaining order and addressing the issues caused by the guardians, they were rewarded with additional points. Shuyang's surge of power during his meteoric burst had already alarmed all guardians within a radius of several dozen kilometers, and the brutality of his punch left the arriving officers hesitant to intervene. Each guardian bore an identification badge, and Shuyang was no exception. As previously mentioned, they could verify his identity through this means. As for why Shuyang would kill Su Hongchuan in front of others, it was simply to maintain a facade of avenging Yin Ye in a legitimate manner, despite the palpable aura of authority exuding from Shuyang. The group of 7 or 8 third-stage and even second-stage guardians felt a wave of anxiety, yet they knew their duties could not be neglected. Haocheng, the leading officer, barked, his voice betraying his trepidation. Guardians are strictly prohibited from engaging in combat amongst themselves, let alone resorting to murder. I understand, Shuyang replied, adjusting his scarf and inhaling deeply as he dispelled his meteoric burst and the oppressive aura that accompanied it. You realize you just committed murder in public? With the pressure lifted, the officers felt a sense of relief. Shuyang no longer appeared to be a madman, and their confidence returned slightly, though they dare not press too hard with their inquiries. Brother Hui, the others are merely unconscious. Is Su Hongchuan who is dead? The remaining officers inspected Su Hongchuan's lifeless body and that of his subordinates, confirming his identity through their badges. Guangdao, the leading officer's heart sank. Su Hongchuan was a formidable 6-stage expert, easily felled by this individual. Furthermore, Su Hongchuan was known for his ruthless nature, often resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. Many Huaxia guardians harbored disdain for him and had heard whispers of his unsavory dealings, including rumors of his close ties with individuals from the islands. Shuyang's demeanor was not arrogant. He had been cooperative since the arrival of the officers. With such formidable strength, and yet displaying a willingness to engage, the officers began to harbor a favorable impression of him. Given that Su Hongchuan had perished, they speculated that there must be some underlying circumstances to this violent confrontation. Please accompany us for a brief discussion at the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Division in Kyoto City. If there are indeed mitigating factors, the leadership there will conduct a thorough investigation. For someone of your caliber, if evidence surfaces indicating Su Hongchuan's wrongdoing, the matter can be resolved quite favorably. I apologize, but I have other pressing matters to attend to. Once I have concluded them, I will personally report to the Law Enforcement Division. Upon hearing this, the officers appeared troubled, aware of the complexities involved. However, before they could voice their concerns, Shuyang vanished in an instant, leaving the officers in bewilderment. What? Su Hongchun is dead? News of the incident raced back to headquarters at an astonishing pace, leaving Su Hongchun's superior stunned. Ouyang Wenla could hardly believe the shocking turn of events. As the commander of the Kyoto district, she was well aware of Su Hongchun's ambitions to usurp her position. Consequently, she had always regarded him with suspicion. This animosity was not solely due to a power struggle, but also because Ouyang Wenla had uncovered Su Hongchun's connections with individuals from the islands. As a mid-level, sixth-stage Huaxia guardian, she could not condone the actions of those who served as pawns for foreign entities. Yet, lacking concrete evidence to act against him, Ouyang Wenla had been unable to take decisive action. She had not anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. While seated in her office, she was suddenly informed of Su Hongchun's demise. What are the specifics? Ouyang Wenla inquired, her curiosity piqued. Who killed Su Hongchun? Before her subordinates could respond, she began to speculate. Currently, the Kyoto district was divided into 16 teams, and aside from herself, there were 16 six-stage team leaders. However, very few possessed the ability to slay Guangdao. Could it be Zhang Jingzhong? He possesses the Yanlong armor and has a marginally superior overall strength compared to Su Hongchun. Don't speculate. It wasn't anyone from Kyoto. It was Yin Shou. Before her assistant could elaborate, Ouyang Wenla exclaimed, Yin Shou? The owner of the Laishang bar? Ouyang Wenla was taken aback, but quickly dismissed the possibility. Questioning, Yin Shou possesses considerable strength and has the assistance of Xian Weizi. Yet he is only at the 5th stage. How could he kill Su Hongchun? The Laishang bar served as an effective conduit for disseminating information within the organization, and Yin Shou had made a name for himself, expanding his influence. However, his strength was insufficient to eliminate a 6th-stage team leader like Su Hongchun. Sister Wenla, could you please allow me to finish? What I wish to convey is not about Yin Shou, but rather a newcomer under his command. Upon entering the life bar, Yin Shou received the startling news. Shuyang was capable of slaying the 6th-stage squad leader, Su Hongchun. Ouyang Wenla was surprised, though not excessively so. However, Yin Shou was so taken aback that he struggled to hold onto his cigar. After initially overcoming his astonishment, a fervent excitement ignited within Yin Shou. He was not envious of Shuyang's formidable strength, nor did he concern himself with Shuyang's concealment of his true abilities. His sole focus lay on one crucial aspect. Shuyang was a man of principles. Having once aided him, could he not leverage Shuyang's power for his own vengeance? The thought of having an ally of 6th-stage prowess at his side made the prospect of retribution seem tantalizingly attainable. It appears that fate is favoring me. Madame Chongzu, you are destined for demise. At the Guardian's transit camp within the world of Hua Ingrenjia, Shuyang, clad in pristine white power armor, swiftly attracted the attention of others as he traversed the spiritual realm. This marked Shuyang's inaugural visit to the high martial world, a realm starkly distinct from the lower-tier worlds. The high martial world possessed a well-established system of power, with throngs of guardians arriving daily. To maintain order, various organizations collaborated to construct transit camps within the high martial world. As the name suggests, one would only appear at the transit camp after traversing the spiritual realm. Numerous guardian officers served to uphold the peace, and any individual daring to cause a ruckus would either be subdued on the spot or have their information relayed to headquarters, where they would face similar consequences in the main world. Given the abundant resources within the high martial world and the myriad ways to attain power, such security measures were deemed necessary to prevent malevolent intentions. Please register here. A security officer stationed at the spiritual realm's teleportation gate called out to Shuyang. He nodded slightly and made his way toward the window indicated by the officer. In the shadows, an individual from the island nation observed Shuyang discreetly, taking a few glances before sending a message via communicator. Boss, they shouldn't make a move at the transit camp, right? Ergu warily surveyed his surroundings, finding no anomalies. Although Shuyang's power armor was quite impressive, it was merely 4th-stage equipment. In the high martial world, Even those at the same fourth or fifth stage possessed significantly higher standards, thus rendering them unimpressed by mere armor. Guardians were not restricted in their access to various worlds. Even lower-tier Guardians could enter the high martial world if they had the means, without facing any obstruction. Risks accompanied adventures. Yet the potential for substantial rewards drew many Guardians to the high martial world in search of fortune, while lower to mid-tier worlds posed fewer challenges. The likelihood of acquiring superior cultivation methods remained correspondingly low. In this world, the ambition to ascend rapidly was ever present. Some individuals possessed higher-level spirits, granting them substantial authority in traversing realms. Many who were reluctant to take risks capitalized on this by helping those with lower spirit levels enter the high martial world, charging a fee for guidance. Numerous lower-tier Guardians loitered, waiting to offer such services. It was not uncommon for those with advanced spirits to prefer stable, albeit laborious, roles rather than risking their lives for opportunities. The guardianship organizations had made considerable efforts to establish transit camps, providing essential support, which was already a commendable consideration for the Guardians. Among the crowd, a slightly plump girl wearing glasses and seated on a small stool caught sight of Shi Yang. Her eyes lighting up. Lu Pianran had spent 2 days at H01, contemplating how to find new clients after escorting a friend to the world of Haocheng Renjia. Despite possessing a high-level spirit, Lu Pianran had never desired to enhance her own strength. In truth, she lacked confidence and had no inclination to engage in combat, leading her to disregard thoughts of self-improvement. Many individuals traversed to the world of Haocheng Renjia, with a majority seeking a stroke of luck. Yet many were destined to perish there. People often felt inexplicably confident upon seizing opportunities, despite having started from lower-tier worlds with promising prospects. However, the allure of rapid ascension persisted, prompting many to gamble on their futures. Having witnessed this narrative unfold repeatedly, Lu Pianran found herself increasingly doubtful of her own potential for growth. Additionally, she felt a disconnect between herself and her spirit. She often pondered why her parents had chosen such a name for her, feeling it incongruous with her essence. Lu Pianran disliked looking in mirrors, while she was not overweight. 130-pound frame seemed rather ordinary when paired with her 1.6-meter height, rendering her far from the realm of beauty. Her features were pleasant enough, yet nothing breathtaking. And at just over 20 years of age, she wore large black-rimmed glasses and had 2 braids that gave her a somewhat naive appearance. Lu Pianran was not a fairy tale princess. She understood her ordinariness and had a clear sense of self. While this was generally a positive trait, it became complicated when she encountered her spirit, an entity that toyed with emotions. Lu Pianran pondered deeply why she had formed a contract with such a spirit, which seemingly relied on her to adopt the role of a heartbreaker to generate energy. The more romantic entanglement she had, the greater the energy produced. She could not fathom how this spirit recognized any potential in her for such a role. Let us be real, Lu Pianran mused. Given my appearance and lack of romantic experience, where would I even find the opportunity to play the heartbreaker? Yet, what was meant to be had already come to pass, leaving her with no choice but to accept her reality. Fortunately, she had a friend who had also gained the spirit's recognition. Together, they could at least keep each other company. The notion of exploring the high martial world or embarking on adventures held no appeal for Lu Pianran. Instead, she resolved to lead a simple life as a guide, earning modest points. After all, she had no financial worries and understood the value of contentment. Certainly, as the esteemed Ling Zhuai, I find myself quite vexed by Lu Pianran. What began as encouragement has devolved into complaints. Why not give it a try? How will you ever know if you don't? She chided, lamenting, are you truly this timid? Floating beside Lu Pianran, Zhuai expressed her grievances, yet what could she do? One must endure the choices they make. What's wrong with being timid? Lu Pianran replied nonchalantly, seated comfortably on a small bench by the roadside. I am simply not cut out to be a femme fatale or a sea king. Zhuai, you have gravely misjudged me. I merely wish to lead a quiet life as a homebody. I have no interest in becoming a formidable warrior. Why you? Zhuai was rendered speechless, exasperated as always, watching in frustration at her chosen master. Oh, Lu Pianran observed a figure emerging from the Lingjing teleportation portal, clad in a white mech and accompanied by a dog. It was rare to see guardians equipped with technological artifacts in the world of Hokage, as they typically adhered to a different power system. Why invest effort in technological devices when one could devote energy to mastering ninjutsu? Consequently, Lu Pianran was captivated by Shuyang's presence. In truth, it wasn't just her. Many others also noted how Shuyang's appearance seemed incongruous with the Hokage aesthetic, whispering amongst themselves. What particularly caught Lu Pianran's eye was that after registering, Shuyang appeared somewhat bewildered by the surroundings, standing still for an extended period, indicating that this was his first visit to the world of Hokage. The pristine white exoskeleton of his mech hinted at considerable value, and Lu Pianran sensed that a new business opportunity might be at hand. Zui, do not be upset. Look over there at that gentleman, Lu Pianran called to Zui, her excitement evident as she gazed at Shuyang. Upon seeing Shuyang, Zui momentarily froze, though Lu Pianran remained oblivious to her reaction. He's unfamiliar with this area. Allow me to speak with him. If fortune smiles upon me, I may very well make my opening today. Lu Pianran was elated at this prospect. After registering, Shuyang stood by the roadside, aware of the unusual gazes directed his way, with some quietly discussing him. However, he remained unfazed, quietly scanning for any discernible hostility, a necessity given his unfamiliarity with the locale. The charcoal briquette nestled safely in the pocket of Ergo's backpack slept soundly, unperturbed by the need for combat, as its presence alongside Ergo ensured greater safety. Shuyang's journey to the world of Hokage was to seek out Tian Yuan Yilang. Although the surroundings were tranquil, he knew his whereabouts were likely already known to Tian Yuan Yilang. The world of Hokage had long been nurtured by many islanders, and most of the guardians maintaining the operations of the transit camp were also islanders. Thus, Shuyang could not hope to conceal his movements. With the enemy lurking in the shadows, he remained in the light. The H01 area was not particularly expansive. In fact, it could be said that all transit camps were rather modestly sized. The clean roads and orderly buildings, while not extensive, housed temporary shops, free trade markets, and halls, providing guardians with opportunities to buy and sell their worldly gains and peruse available missions. Before Shuyang could contemplate his next actions, a girl approached him leisurely. Boss, someone is coming our way, Ergo whispered with caution, eyeing Lu Pianran. I sense that, but she bears no ill intent. Lu Pianran emitted no signs of aggression. Yet Shuyang detected another girl hastening towards him, equally devoid of malice. Hello, Lu Pianran greeted politely, slightly bowing as she approached. The moment she spoke, both Ergo and Shuyang were taken aback. Contrary to her appearance, Lu Pianran's voice was melodious and sweet, flowing like a gentle spring, exuding warmth and comfort. Is there something you need? Shuyang inquired calmly. I am a guide, if you're unfamiliar with this place. Before Lu Pianran could finish, another girl rushed over and abruptly interrupted her, forcefully pushing her aside. Hey there, do you need a guide? You must be lost here. It's only 100 points for me to help you get acquainted with H01. If needed, I can also assist you in returning to the main world. With that, she shot a challenging glare at Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran felt a pang of discomfort. It was clear she had arrived first, yet Su Lei was targeting her, attempting to usurp her business. However, Lu Pianran refrained from showing her displeasure, grappling with feelings of inferiority and timidity. Lu Pianran was a frequent visitor to H01 due to a friend, yet many guardians around her were unfriendly, often shunning her. Surely, this young lady was speaking to me just now? Shuyang's voice was cold. Su Lei did not anticipate Shuyang would speak in Lu Pianran's defense, leaving her momentarily speechless. Shuyang discerned her blatant attempt to undermine the polite girl beside him, a behavior he found distasteful. Momentarily taken aback, Zui finally regained her composure, exclaiming loudly, startling Lu Pianran. Before she could inquire about Zui's outburst, Zui fluttered excitedly, scrutinizing Shuyang clad in his powered armor. Exceptional. This man is truly extraordinary. Xiaoran, you have finally come to your senses, engaging with such a remarkable gentleman. Quickly, Find an opportunity to make him your pet. Huh? Xiang gimited a suta loha, causing those nearby, including the law enforcers, to feel a chill. At least at the 6th stage. Shuyang had no desire to engage in further conversation with Su Lei, as her behavior towards the polite girl was unmistakably targeted. He did not harbor a negative impression of Lu Pianran. She was courteous and spoke softly, which prompted him to offer her a brief defense. Naturally, he was unaware of any deeper issues at play. One cannot judge the disputes of others. So he merely spoke up without intending to take further action. However, Lu Pianran was taken aback. She never anticipated Shuyang would come to her aid. No, she had never envisioned anyone would stand up for her. Su Lei, recognizing that provoking someone of Shuyang's caliber was unwise, shot a resentful glare at Lu Pianran before walking away. How many points? Shuyang inquired. Lu Pianran was still reeling from Zwai's comment and Shuyang's unexpected support. To learn about H01, how many points? Shuyang repeated. Oh, Lu Pianran finally regained her senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed for her earlier days. I apologize. I was distracted. I typically charge 150 points for guiding others through H01. TSK. Zwei floated next to Shuyang, marveling, this gentleman is truly a rare sight. He is incomparable to the ordinary specimens found in H01. A slightly awkward smile crept across Lu Pianran's face as she internally grumbled at Zwai's comment. How could you discern anything with that mech concealing him so thoroughly? TCH, Zwei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Pianran. Do you think I rely solely on sight? No matter how well he is concealed, he cannot escape my sharp perception. As long as a handsome man appears around me, I will sense it. Unaware of the exchange between Lu Pianran and Zwei, Shuyang turned to Ergo. Ergo, 150 points, correct? Please retrieve your communicator. I will transfer the amount. Ergo understood Shuyang's intent. Managing points and transactions for equipment and techniques was Ergo's responsibility. Shuyang was uncertain of how many points he possessed, so he naturally inquired. Shuyang's straightforwardness in providing the payment, though slightly peculiar to have a dog manage finances, did not hinder Lu Pianran's impression of him as generous. In the realm of H01, the lower-tier guardians often seek to haggle for reduced expenses. Even when fortune smiles upon them and they obtain a ticket, accumulating points is rarely a smooth endeavor. The likes of Shuyang, who receive payment even before providing service, are exceptional occurrences. In a mere 2 minutes, Lu Pianran felt her luck soaring today. Having encountered such a benevolent soul in Shuyang, who not only advocated for her, but also exhibited remarkable generosity. Although her points had dwindled significantly after purchasing equipment and training methods, a few thousand remained, rendering the sum of 1 or 200 points inconsequential to Ergo and Shuyang. Lu Pianran meticulously introduced Shuyang to all the functional services available within H01, providing detailed locations. While Shuyang could not see, Ergo diligently noted everything down. The transit station camp could be perceived as a branch of the organization within the real world, apart from being unable to purchase items from the organization's shop. Other services were fully operational. This was due to the fact that the goods in the shop were stored in the real world, making it impractical to have items delivered to the world of Haocheng. Nevertheless, a free market existed where guardians could sell items acquired within this world that were of no use to them, such as incompatible ninjutsu scrolls or weapons capable of channeling chakra. However, Shuyang had no interest in such matters, as he did not follow the chakra cultivation system. Additionally, the transit station camp officially sold character cards related to the world and its narrative, albeit at a considerable price. These cards could assist guardians in navigating the storyline, which Shuyang had utilized in the past, under Lu Pianran's thorough explanation. It was important to note that when departing from the H01 camp to enter the world of Haocheng, one must be aware that the timeline varies with each opening. Upon reopening, all guardians would find themselves in the same time frame, often leading to situations where the narrative spans a lengthy period. Entering recklessly without understanding the timeline could trigger the vigilance of characters within the world, resulting in hostility against them. The timeline for this opening of the Hokage world corresponded to the time when the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, was around 10 years old. The primary powers within the Hokage universe were distributed among 5 major nations: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, alongside smaller nations like the Rain Country and the Hot Water Country. This included 21 ninja villages. However, whether it be the Hidden Leaf Village of the Fire Country or the Mist Village of the Water Country or any other ninja village, they tended to be quite insular. Without a character card, venturing forth would undoubtedly hinder one's ability to navigate effectively. As for H01, the transit station camp, it existed in a liminal space between the spirit realm and the world of Hokage, unaffected by the timeline of the latter. Regardless of external fluctuations, this place remained unchanged. The prices of character cards varied based on their significance to the narrative. The more pivotal the character, the higher the cost. Lu Pianran, eager to share her knowledge, accompanied Shiyang, wishing to impart everything she knew, feeling overwhelmed by the girl's kindness. Shiyang pondered how a mere 150 points could sustain such an extensive conversation. Shaoran, what brings you here? In the midst of conversing with a male guardian, Ma Qifei noticed Lu Pianran's unease. I am guiding this gentleman, Lu Pianran replied, glancing at Ma Qifei and the man beside her, her expression dimming. The man, Wang Ligong, was her former boyfriend, a fact that weighed heavily on her heart. Indeed, he was her boyfriend, but Lu Pianran had since realized that he never truly cared for her, merely utilizing her to gain easier access to the high martial world. Enjoying the benefits of a free guide. Seeing Ma Qifei with Wang Ligong made Lu Pianran uncomfortable. However, she had already broken up with him, and her inherently gentle nature prevented her from blaming others. If her friend were involved with her ex, she felt she had no right to interfere. Nevertheless, Ma Qifei's action adopté de l'istung Lu Pianran. Shaoran, I just ran into Gongge, and we chatted for a bit. Please don't mind, Ma Qifei explained with a smile. By the way, since someone has requested your guidance, you should get back to it. I will wait for you at the teleportation gate. Remember to take me back when you're done. The final statement pierced Lu Pianran's heart, sounding almost like a command. Before she could respond, Ma Qifei hurried away with Wang Ligong. Lu Pianran stood frozen for a few moments, contemplating the request to wait at the teleportation gate, realizing she would be sitting idly on a small stool until Ma Qifei returned. Although Ma Qifei had promised to be back in 3 or 4 hours, Lu Pianran had waited an entire day only to discover that Ma Qifei was not attending to business, but rather on a date with Wang Ligong. Lu Pianran, known for her good temper and gentle demeanor, was often taken advantage of, yet she was neither blind nor foolish. She recognized that Ma Qifei had deceived her, abandoning her at the teleportation gate for an entire day. Reflecting on her long wait on the small stool, a bitter sense of injustice welled within her. However, she cherished her soul friend and refrained from casting blame. I apologize, Lu Pianran addressed Shiyang, for the delay caused by my personal matters. Shiyang shook his head slightly, indicating it was of no consequence. Due to her friendship with Ma Qifei, Lu Pianran frequently visited the world of Hokage and had grown familiar with its intricacies. Understanding that Shiyang required a character card to enter the high martial world, she eagerly led him to the camp shop where the Konoha character cards were available. While a character card was not strictly necessary to enter the world, the primary distinction between the high martial world and lower-tier realms lay in the ceiling of martial prowess. A master like Uchiha Madara indeed reached the pinnacle of Stage 10, and one could easily meet their demise in a confrontation with such a formidable opponent. Even Shiyang, who far surpassed others of his level, would have to exercise caution in the Hokage world. Engaging a Stage 10 master might allow for a few exchanges, but defeat was inevitable. Moreover, within the ninja villages of the Hokage world, personnel information was readily available. Without a character card, capable guardians attempting to integrate themselves would likely be mistaken for rogue ninjas, provoking suspicion. With a stroke of luck, one might escape. With poor fortune, they would meet a grim fate. Thus, entering the world of Hokage required a strategic approach. Tian Yuan Yichiro was unlikely to be found within the transit station camp, as combat was prohibited there. He would certainly be waiting for Shiyang to fall into his trap within the world. The island nation had developed its influence in this world over many years, establishing its own methods of integrating into the storyline. If Tian Yuan Yichiro held a significant position in a ninja village, Shi Yang would not only face his subordinates, but also contend with the local powers within the Hokage world. In such circumstances, should Shi Yang engage in a conflict with the opposing ninja forces, it could incite widespread animosity, rendering his endeavors exceedingly arduous. As a person of prudence, Shi Yang gazed at the character card he had purchased at a considerable cost, contemplating its strategic application. In the Hokage world, the central region of the Fire Country thrived. Strategically located at a transportation nexus, vast and fertile lands. Its unique geography attracted a plethora of talents and resources, establishing the Fire Country as the most powerful nation among the five. Konoha Village, situated in the Land of Fire, stands as a formidable ninja village, symbolizing the military prowess of its nation, thus earning its place among the strongest of ninja villages. Aware that Tian Yuan Yichiro awaits Shi Yang to unwittingly walk into a trap, Shi Yang must assume a sufficiently advantageous identity. The identity of a ninja from Konoha Village is the most favorable choice for the protagonist group. Should Tian Yuan Yichiro hold a high position in another ninja village, the identity from Konoha would induce hesitation among the native ninjas of those villages, granting Shi Yang an opportunity to confront Tian Yuan Yichiro and his subordinates directly. Alternatively, if Tian Yuan Yichiro were to develop his influence within Konoha, Shi Yang's identity as a Konoha ninja would similarly prevent any overt aggression from the opponent. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, prudence dictates that the identity of a Konoha ninja is essential. Moreover, within the camp shop, the character card from Konoha is the most expensive, with an ordinary Chunin card costing 1,000 points. After all, this is where the protagonist group resides, and, with a stroke of luck, one might acquire numerous valuable items. The character card in Shi Yang's possession is an elite Jounin card, painstakingly negotiated down to a price by Ergo, who exhausted all his remaining points, leaving him with nothing. I have gathered sufficient understanding. Thank you for your assistance today. After feeding some food to the charcoal in Ergo's bag, Shi Yang addressed Lu Pianran. If you require help upon returning to the main world, feel free to contact me. Lu Pianran cast a complex glance at Shi Yang, recognizing him as the finest individual she had encountered, a girl who had lacked love since childhood. Longing to reciprocate kindness with her whole heart whenever someone showed her even a modicum of care, Tian Yuan Yichiro sat composedly on the sofa, gazing out at the dense fog enveloping the territory of Kirigakure. As a ninja village completely isolated from other nations, despite being surrounded by the sea, it boasts many unique mountainous terrains. Furthermore, the various islands surrounding Kirigakure possess a myriad of distinct customs, with many islanders adhering to their traditions. The remoteness from the mainland, coupled with the oceanic barrier, explains why the Land of Water rarely intervened during the previous Ninja World Wars, rendering it a relatively peaceful region with fewer disputes. Tian Yuan Yichiro chose to cultivate his power here precisely to minimize conflicts with other ninja villages. Engaging in combat would inevitably lead to losses among his subordinates. Hence he preferred to avoid conflict, planning to discuss domination only after cultivating his high-ranking guardians. However, that is no longer feasible. He realizes that Shi Yang has entered the world of Hokage. After a prolonged cessation of smoking, Tian Yuan Yichiro rekindled a cigarette to relieve his anxiety. Exhaling smoke as he contemplated how to ensure Shi Yang remains permanently in this world. "Sir, might you be overly anxious?" inquired a confidant beside him. "Our informants report that Shi Yang has arrived alone, accompanied only by a non-combatant spirit. Given our current strength, I believe we could easily overwhelm him." In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Tian Yuan Yichiro took a drag from his cigarette and slowly replied, "It is precisely because he has come alone that I must exercise greater caution." His words served as both a reminder to his subordinate and a caution to himself. One must never underestimate the enemy. If hostilities are to ensue, comprehensive consideration is imperative. Shi Yang has already taken the bait. From the moment he heard Shi Yang voluntarily offer to protect Su Lily and her daughter, Tian Yuan Yichiro recognized him as a principled individual. To murder Su Lily and her daughter merely to provoke Shi Yang into believing he was a ruthless, cost-ignoring, vengeful person would be a grave miscalculation. Ascending to the position of head of the clan, could Tianyuan Yuichiro truly be so impulsive? The intent behind killing Su Lily and her daughter was to incite Shi Yang, to reveal the grave threat posed to those close to him. Should this threat be significant enough, Shi Yang's sense of responsibility would compel him to protect those around him. This is evidenced by Shi Yang's exceptional combat ability paired with his willingness to shield two ordinary individuals. Consequently, Shi Yang would inevitably seek a means to confront Tianyuan Yuichiro, absorbing the brunt of the conflict himself. This aligns precisely with Tianyuan Yuichiro's objective. Both men desire each other's demise, each forging opportunities for the other, awaiting who will falter first. Should Shi Yang rush in with fervor, it would suit Tianyuan's designs perfectly. Such reckless behavior would invite the assistance of local forces to eliminate the threat. Conversely, Tianyuan's greatest concern is that Shi Yang will proceed with caution, leveraging the power within the Hokage world to apply pressure, patiently awaiting an opportunity. Yet can a young man in his 20s truly maintain such composure? The elite ninja Yuki and several capable fruit users fell to Shi Yang, and the manner in which Shi Yang achieved victory in direct combat is beyond my capabilities. His combat strength cannot merely be described as that of the 6th stage. We must exercise utmost caution and maintain our composure to eliminate this threat. Your foresight and preparations are commendable. I admit my short-sightedness, his subordinate respectfully bowed. Down the mountain, even if we possess a numerical advantage in direct combat, and given our protracted development in this world, the casualties incurred in subduing a master of this caliber would be incalculable. I refuse to gamble with the lives of my subordinates. You must understand. Tianyuan Yuichiro spoke kindly, patting Yamashita's shoulder upon finishing his statement. The subordinates in the room felt a deeper sense of respect for Tianyuan Yuichiro upon hearing these words. Now that Shi Yang has arrived in the world of Hokage as the master anticipated, it affirms that everything is unfolding according to his plan. It seems he is destined to perish here. Yamashita gained newfound confidence. One cannot deny that this young man is a formidable warrior at such a tender age. He possesses remarkable strength and is willing to risk himself for those he cares about, which is indeed rare. Tianyuan Yuichiro held no contempt for Shi Yang. On the contrary, he expressed admiration. However, he did not intend to bolster the spirits of others and swiftly redirected the conversation. Such individuals often lack the fear of death. Engaging in direct combat is not a wise strategy. The method of engagement is inconsequential. What truly matters is how to ensure his demise. Are we prepared? Sir, we are ready. The Xenomorph Queen from Love, Death Robots, is currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Excellent. Once Shi Yang exits the camp and enters the world, regardless of which village he enters, let us deliver him a grand gift. Summary: Shi Yang, hurry aboard. We are ready to depart. The Mary is here to collect us. Shi Yang turned his back to the Straw Hat crew, waving his hand nonchalantly. Let us sail away with Robin and Luffy. I will hold off CP9 for you. The Marineford War is imminent. Hurry, don't be the one always risking your life to save us. Luffy, moved to tears, urged Ace and Whitebeard to flee. I will help you fend off the Navy. The entire world recognized this stalwart hero, willing to sacrifice his life for his friends, and all acknowledged and revered him.